Chapter 309. The Unique System's Small Stove. After enduring a prolonged period of desolation lasting a year, the human population has drastically diminished. The societal structure has collapsed, and civilization has suffered severe devastation, leaving survivors to struggle in a hellish existence. They yearn for the power to combat these monstrous beings. Perhaps it is the heavens that have heard their cries, as individuals among humanity have begun to awaken with extraordinary abilities. Even those who have merely begun to awaken possess powers that can rival tanks and artillery. With such abilities, they may not yet inflict lethal damage upon the demon race, but they can effectively safeguard their own survival. Moreover, the awakened powers will amplify over time, and they can further enhance these abilities by slaying demons and acquiring crystal cores. In the hearts of humanity, the awakened ones embody the role of saviors, representing the sole hope for the survivors. Hope is placed in these saviors. Utilizing their newfound capabilities, the awakened have established various strongholds, though they are cautious not to expand too large, lest they attract the attention of formidable demons. Currently, the strength of humanity is insufficient to contend with the demon horde. They can only gradually accumulate strength. Although they continue to live in a state of precariousness, life no longer feels entirely devoid of hope. As long as the awakened grow stronger, they can potentially restore human societal civilization. Jiang Xian recognizes that this is the heavens' intervention, albeit slow. After 5 years of the demon race's infiltration, they have only now begun to act. Postpone the attack, let them play for a while, interfere periodically, but do not annihilate them entirely. Jiang Xian discreetly issued the command. Upon receiving the message, the demon race disbanded their assembled forces and began dispatching powerful monsters to periodically disrupt the human strongholds. This systematic interference was observed by the survivors, who termed it the demon tide. Whenever the demon tide approached, human strongholds would organize their personnel in advance to counter it. On the surface, both sides appear to be locked in a stalemate, which instilled a sense of hope in humanity. The heavens continued to intervene, and more powerful awakened individuals emerged among humanity. With the continual emergence of awakened ones, their abilities were increasingly developed and utilized. Furthermore, it seemed that these awakened abilities could be passed down through bloodlines with a probability of 50. This high inheritance rate ignited a fervent desire among humanity to increase the number of awakened individuals through reproduction. In no time, the awakened became highly sought after. However, many awakened individuals were resistant, unwilling to be reduced to mere breeding tools. Humanity, appealing to a sense of duty, insisted that this was for the future of mankind. Without a sufficient number of awakened individuals, how could they confront the vast demon horde? The awakened retorted, asserting that without them, humanity would have perished long ago at the hands of the demons. Realizing that a hard approach was futile, humans adopted a different strategy, continuously introducing youthful individuals to the awakened. These were spirited young men and women who believed they could not suppress the intrinsic desires of humanity. As anticipated, this incessant pressure ignited frustration among the awakened. Some of the less resolute awakened began to engage in relationships. Certain awakened individuals, reluctant to compromise their dignity, chose to unite with those of their own kind. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to humanity as long as they reproduced, and especially if they combined with fellow awakened. Might they not give rise to even stronger awakened beings? Thus, 20 years passed. It was now the year 2542 in human history. However, contemporary humanity no longer adhered to the old calendar, but opted for a new chronology established after the apocalypse, commencing from a year of the awakened's emergence. At this point, it was the 21st year of the new era. After 2 decades of development, humanity's influence had significantly expanded. The powerful awakened could now inflict fatal damage upon the demon race. They launched campaigns against demon strongholds, reclaiming their lost territories. Is this it? Is this the extent of their capabilities? Jiang Xian scoffed at the opposing heavens, questioning their competence. How dare they call themselves the heavens? This level of performance is beneath the dignity of such a title. I strongly propose they be stripped of it. Since you have no intention of playing fair, do not blame me for overturning the table. Commence a full-scale assault and obliterate their civilization. Jiang Xian issued the command. Yu observed in silence, bemused by the audacity of the heavens to criticize others while behaving in such a monstrous manner themselves. Is this truly a wise course of action for the host? Oh, system, what do you wish to convey? Jiang Xian inquired, genuinely curious as to why this entity had remained dormant all these years. I have already disturbed the world hurry and seized the world's essence. If you do not act, how can I bait you? As for why Yi refrained from taking action, this meager essence was insufficient for his need. She had no interest whatsoever. Jiang Xian, how vexing. The heavens ought to manage the world properly, host. Focus on developing your own domain. Jiang Xian felt a twinge of unease at these words. You wish for me to develop my own world? What ulterior motives do you harbor? I refuse to comply. Until I ascertain your intentions, I cannot find peace. Conquering this territory will make it my world. Jiang Xian shrugged nonchalantly. The host's actions are clearly leading to the world's destruction. What destruction? I am facilitating the world's rebirth. It is merely that the new dominant race is the demon race. This world is governed by humans to disrupt the balance and seize control. One must replace this race. Who decreed that the world must be ruled by humans? System. Do you harbor disdain for the demon race I have created? This is blatant racial discrimination. Jiang Xian protested. Host seems to be neglecting their responsibilities. Yi Yu scoffed, noting the grandiloquence of Jiang Xian's words, which clearly concealed ulterior motives. This individual was digging their own grave. At present, I am merely pursuing my rightful duties. The role of the heavens is to manage the world, not to plunder it. Who set that rule? The Tao. Nonsense. The Tao never dictated this to us. It merely requires us to manage the unclaimed weight. You are attempting to trap me in dialogue again. Jiang Xian exclaimed in frustration, realizing he had been ensnared once more. The system did not do so. Yu adamantly denied. What is your true purpose, system? Jiang Xian's expression turned serious. What about you, host? I am merely an enthusiast of the heavens, aspiring to become the supreme, celestial being. Jiang Xian flashed a grin. Then the system is merely an enthusiast as well, aspiring to become the supreme system. Jiang Xian cursed under his breath, feeling as though he had been insulted. System, why not settle this on your own? Oh, are you certain, host? Yi Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This clever fellow was not eager to engage just yet, but had provided a perfect pretext for confrontation. Step forward. Let's engage in battle. I shall show you. Jiang Xian declared vehemently. Very well, as the host wishes. Yi Yu acquiesced, determined to deliver a thorough beating. Moments later, he materialized before Jiang Xian, taking the form of a luminescent being. For the essence of the system is but a sphere of light. Yet, this sphere can assume various forms, and during combat, he preferred a humanoid shape. Come forth, host. Yi Yu beckoned. At last, you have emerged. What a farce. Amuse yourself, for I shall take my leave. Jiang Xian chuckled upon successfully luring Yi Yu out of his own body, exuding an air of triumph, as if his cunning plan had come to fruition. His heartfelt performance had truly showcased his wit. Oh, so this is the host's intention. Yi Yu remained unfazed, casually dismissing the unfolding scene with a wave of his hand, interrupting the world passage that had been initiated and advancing steadily to grasp the other's arm. The swift turn of events brought a drastic change to Jiang Xian's expression. How could the system possess such formidable power? Host, let's have a proper discussion. Yi Yu wore a benign smile as he forcibly pulled Jiang Xian into a passageway. Release me. I refuse to enter. Jiang Xian struggled desperately, realizing he had gravely misjudged the system's strength. Host, do refrain from uttering such nonsense. The system means you no harm at most. It will incapacitate you and then restore you, repeating this cycle hundreds of times. In the end, you'll bear no injuries, will you? This is a unique form of interaction we have previously established, you see. The other host did not receive this special treatment. Isn't it delightful? A little exclusive service just for you? Yi Yu's smile turned cruel today. This arrogant embodiment of destiny would witness the darkness that transcends realms. With a swift kick, Jiang Xian was propelled into the passageway, and Yi Yu followed closely behind. Chapter 310. The system wore a grin, while the host wore a face of frustration. After traversing through the passage, Yi Yu brought Jiang Xian to a realm beyond the world. System, we can negotiate, can't we? Violence only breeds resentment. After all, I am your beloved host. Jiang Xian played the emotional card, asserting that this was not cowardice, but rather a demonstration of wisdom. Do not fear, dear host. I shall be swift. Just endure a little longer. Yi Yu commenced his torment. With the experience of previously training the heavenly Tao, this session proceeded with remarkable ease. Employing a myriad of methods and actions, Jiang Xian cried out in agony, I can't bear it. This will ruin me. He grasped Yi Yu's arm, attempting to resist. Not at all. The system is well aware. Haha. Time passed, though Jiang Xian could not discern how long it had been. His body convulsed from the torment, prompting Yi Yu to use his essence to heal him, restoring his consciousness. Come now, host. This is merely the first round. I assure you, I am quite enduring. Stay back. Jiang Xian exclaimed in terror. This system was utterly twisted. How could it treat him this way? Yi Yu showed no signs of relenting, continuing to manipulate his captive. Are you still not willing to speak the truth? Humph. I am unlike those primitive heavenly Taos. I shall not yield. I aspire to become the supreme heavenly Tao, and I will not submit to your will. Even if you possess my body, you shall never capture my heart. The heavenly Tao shall never submit. Jiang Xian declared with indignation. Ah, a tough nut to crack. Indeed, You are more formidable than any heavenly Tao I have encountered before. Yu acknowledged with a nod. Those previous heavenly Taos were either threatened by my very existence or coerced by the fate of their worlds, or I forcibly seized control of their realms. Now, tell me, host, which method should I employ against you? Such a difficult choice. Perhaps you would prefer to select one yourself? Yu said with a mischievous grin. A devilish smile. Jiang Xian thought of a fitting descriptor. This system was indeed serious. I will cooperate with you as much as I can, Jiang Xian said with great difficulty. This is not submission. It is patience, a strategy to endure. Huh. What did you say, host? The system did not catch that. Yu sharpened his focus. No. Let us discuss this. If you are dissatisfied, we can negotiate further. There is no need to overturn the table. Jiang Xian hastily retorted, internally cursing the greedy fiend. Yu extended 3 fingers. First, the host must fully cooperate with the system. Second, the host must not conceal any information when questioned by the system. Third, the host must refrain from actions that would harm the system's interests. I have demands of my own, Jiang Xian asserted. Yu narrowed his eyes. Very well. But without evidence, we shall draft a contract, ensuring both parties have no concerns. Let me see how I can outwit you, Jiang Xian thought cautiously. Upon hearing the mention of a contract, he became wary. I do not trust your contract. I shall take precautions first. Yu, observing the heightened vigilance, contemplated that he could not deceive him with ease. All right, state your conditions. The third condition is acceptable, but the first 2 must be amended. I will only cooperate if it does not harm my interests. If my interests are at stake, I reserve the right to refuse. In response to your inquiry, I reserve the right to refrain from answering matters of secrecy and privacy. Naturally, I would never deceive you with falsehoods, but I shall simply remain silent. Furthermore, allow me to add that you are prohibited from causing me harm. That is a non-negotiable boundary, Jiang Xian declared. Yu pondered for a moment before acquiescing, thus commencing the drafting of the grand contract. The provisions of the contract were as follows. First, as long as the host's interests are not jeopardized, the host must cooperate with the system's actions. Second, the host must not conceal any matters from the system aside from issues of secrecy. Third, the host must refrain from any actions that may harm the system. Fourth, the system must also refrain from any actions that may harm the host's interests. Yu calmly presented the contract to Jiang Xian. What do you think, host? Upon receiving the contract, Jiang Xian scrutinized it meticulously. As he dissected the wording with great care, Jiang Xian's fury erupted. Damn it, system. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Jiang Xian exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu. What tricks are you referring to, host? I am utterly innocent. Yu replied with a feigned look of bewilderment. System, do not underestimate my intelligence. I am a graduate of the Grand Path, not one of those naive celestial beings. Do not attempt to deceive me. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, I will clarify. The first clause states that I have the right to refuse anything that jeopardizes my interests. Yet you have altered it to must cooperate. Are you attempting to compensate for my interests with something else and then force me to comply? The second clause is similarly flawed. What about the term privacy? Are you blind? Moreover, the distinctions between the third and fourth clauses are glaring. For you, it encompasses all matters, while for me, it pertains solely to my interests. I will not sign this garbage contract unless you amend it. Jiang Xian seethed, tossing the contract back in disdain. Oh, you have caught on to that, Yi remarked, clicking his tongue. Humph, amend it swiftly. I shall not sign unless I am satisfied. Jiang Xian crossed his arms defiantly. Very well, I concede to your demands, Yi replied, albeit reluctantly, and proceeded to redraft the contract. The revised provisions were as follows. First, the host must cooperate with the system's actions, but in matters that may harm the host retains the right to refuse. Second, in response to the system's inquiries, the host must answer truthfully, but regarding matters of secrecy and privacy, the host has the right to choose not to respond, provided there is no deceit. Third, the host must not engage in actions that may harm the system. Fourth, the system must also refrain from actions that may harm the host. How does this look now? Yu offered the newly drafted contract. Jiang Xian grunted and accepted it for review. After a thorough examination and careful consideration, he found no issues, and thus, he expressed his satisfaction. This contract is acceptable. What was that nonsense before? If the host is satisfied, then let us proceed with the signing, Yu stated. Wait. We shall sign together, Jiang Xian insisted, vigilant in ensuring that the contract's terms remained unchanged at all times. Oh dear, host, you are exceedingly cautious. The system has no intention of deceiving you. Very well, let us sign together, Yu said, raising his hands in mock surrender. Under Jiang Xian's unwavering gaze, they completed the contract signing in a single day. Jiang Xian detected no alterations in the contract's content, which brought him a sense of relief. Could it be that he had not been deceived? The subsequent scene left him utterly dumbfounded. As he observed Yu unfurl the contract from its reverse side, Jiang Xian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. To his astonishment, there was a hidden layer. In that instant, he collapsed in despair, feeling as though all hope had faded. Despite his meticulous precautions, he never anticipated that the other party would deviate from the expected norms. His focus had been solely on the contract's content. while Yi Yu had firmly pressed the other side together, rendering it impossible to discern its dual-layered nature. "Oh dear host, did you truly graduate on your own? Surely you didn't resort to cheating," Yi Yu exclaimed with a playful grin. Jiang Xian felt like giving up entirely. "I can't go on like this, system. Just end me already." He relinquished all resistance. Chapter 311. News regarding the path of order. "Oh dear host, you've completely misunderstood me. Is the system truly so unworthy in your eyes?" Yi Yu shrugged helplessly and continued. "In truth, I have always been quite benevolent and responsible towards you. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Just after binding, you set a trap for me." Jiang Xian fumed. "What do you mean by being good to the host? This is hardly beneficial. Isn't this what the host requested? You were the one who proposed the duel." Yi Yu retorted, rolling his eyes. "If you had just followed the rules, would I have had to resort to such tricks? I, Yi Yu, have always been kind to my hosts. When the host struggles, I lend assistance. When the host faces dire straits, I intervene. When praised, the host sings my praises. Well, I haven't truly wronged you. This is merely the content of the subsequent contract." Yi Yu revealed the other side of the contract to Jiang Xian. 5. The above clauses are all void. 6. During the binding period, the host must comply with the system's arrangements. 7. All rights of explanation belong to the system. Is this what you call nothing of concern? Jiang Xian felt numb. Isn't this essentially a contract of servitude? Yi Yu shook his head resolutely. No. As long as the host obediently follows the rules, the system will not impose any harm. Furthermore, the duration is merely for the binding period. Really? Jiang Xian's expression was one of skepticism. Indeed. So, how long do you intend to bind me? I'm not sure, Yi Yu replied after a moment of silence. Hey, system, you're not trying to deceive me again, are you? Jiang Xian was wary of being duped. Oh dear, the system genuinely doesn't know. When the time is right, the system will unbind. At that moment, the host will beg the system not to leave, and the system will ignore you. Yi Yu stated helplessly. He truly had no clarity regarding the advancement along the path of order. Then I shall trust the system one more time. With no alternative. I shall cooperate with the system's actions. Excellent. The system is worthy of your trust. Now, dear host, please respond to the system's question. Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction. First and foremost, why did the host invade this world? What is your purpose? Just so we're clear, you cannot take action again, Jiang Xian preemptively warned. Understood. The system assures the host, Yi Yu replied. Originally, after graduation, I intended to create my own world for cultivation. But who could have foreseen that I would be bound by you? Moreover, your functions are entirely profit-driven, essentially making you an adversary of the heavenly principles. Bound by such an existence, could you, as the Tao of Heaven, find peace? Thus, I am certainly not at ease. In order to uncover your intentions, I shall first invade a world. By disrupting its operation, I will instigate turmoil, allowing you to seize the world's essence. Once I witness you claiming that essence, I shall prepare to expose you to the great Tao. Who could have imagined that, after all these years, you have shown no inclination to act? Surely, you must have discerned my plan, and that is why you remain inactive, right? Jiang Xian confessed earnestly. Host, what you are engaging in is entrapment. It is rather despicable. Yi Yu retorted disdainfully. Isn't achieving the objective what truly matters? Why concern ourselves with the details? Jiang Xian countered, asserting that any method that proves useful is a good one. Then why has the system not taken action? Is it as I suspected? Yi Yu observed the feeble world beside him and then glanced at Jiang Xian, whose demeanor was serious. Host, is it possible that the system? I simply do not find this world's essence appealing. Is that truly the case? Jiang Xian exclaimed incredulously, pointing at the neighboring world. This world is on the brink of attaining level 2, and you do not find it worthy? Typically, Tao of Heaven graduates practice on level 1 worlds. I have directly sought a pinnacle level 1 world, which speaks volumes of my confidence. After all, I aspire to become the supreme Tao of Heaven. I must not start from a lowly position. Now you tell me it is beneath you? Do you comprehend the value of a near level 2 world? Jiang Xian rebutted loudly. Yi Yu felt somewhat speechless. It was merely a level 1 world, hardly substantial enough to serve as a mere filler. Not only is he already at the rule level, but even prior to the commencement of the system evaluation, at level 9, he would have disregarded a level 1 world. That is merely because you are too weak, host. A mere level 1 world is insignificant. The Tao of the myriad worlds are but subordinates of the system. Thus, being bound to the system is a privilege for you. The myriad worlds? Anyone can boast. I could claim the great Tao is my subordinate as well, Jiang Xian scoffed. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow. Are you truly so audacious? Daring to provoke the great Tao? Jiang Xian's expression stiffened, only to be struck by a merciless bolt of thunder in the next instant. I was mistaken. Jiang Xian quickly pleaded for mercy, and it took a long time for the thunder to dissipate. Although the great Tao did not manifest, its presence was omnipresent throughout the heavens. To slander the great Tao is to prepare oneself for punishment. Beside them, Yi Yu smirked slightly, finding this little Tao of Heaven quite amusing, akin to discovering a new toy. Cough cough. Jiang Xian nonchalantly stood up, adjusting his appearance as if nothing had occurred. System, do you have any further inquiries? Skillful topic diversion. Yi Yu chuckled but graciously provided him an out. Then let us discuss your understanding of order. Order? Why do you ask about that? Jiang Xian replied gravely. Yi was slightly taken aback, not expecting him to actually know. What a delightful surprise. Do you, host, possess knowledge of order? Please elaborate on everything you know. Jiang Xian stammered, clearly reluctant to respond. Host, we still have a contract binding us. Yi said with a penetrating gaze. It is not every day we encounter information regarding the path of order. I cannot allow it to be brushed aside. The system inquired about the purpose of this question. Oh, it seems the host is feeling mischievous again, attempting to extract information. Until the path of order is understood, he shall not divulge anything to any being. Ahem, must I reiterate? In truth, order is the embodiment of the Supreme. The Supreme is order itself. Order delineates the rules, and rules constrain all living entities, including us, the heavenly Tao. Hence, I aspire to attain the Supreme. Only by achieving such status can one transcend the constraints of any regulations, for you are the very definers of those rules, Jiang Xian mused. Yi Yu, enlightened, pondered whether the supremacy of the heavenly Tao differed from the system's path of order. Moreover, the heavenly Tao ascends to supreme status through the elevation of worlds to the supreme realm. How, then, does the system transform into a supreme system or an order system? What are the prerequisites for the host to attain supremacy, and are there any limitations? Yi Yu inquired further. Indeed, there are constraints, considerable ones, and the conditions are exceedingly stringent. To date, no supreme being has emerged in the DZY region. Otherwise, I would not have set this as my goal, Jiang Xian sighed. Yet, his words caused Yi Yu's pupils to contract in astonishment upon hearing the familiar name of the region. Chapter 312. Order and Supremacy. The host should elaborate on the content therein. Yi Yu squinted, sensing an opportunity to seize. System, what is the intent behind this inquiry? Surely, you do not wish to. The system merely seeks to familiarize itself in order to pave the way for the host. As previously stated, as long as the host cooperates obediently, the system shall assist in the host's growth. Given that the host aims to become the supreme heavenly Tao, it is only prudent for the system to comprehend the ascent involved in order to devise a strategy. Yi Yu articulated with grandiloquence. Jiang Xian's lips twitched. He did not buy into the system's rhetoric. Nonetheless, as he found himself ensnared by the other party, it was prudent not to sever ties outright. So he would play along with the system's charade. Once the elder tire of this entanglement, he would reclaim his freedom. As for the system's grand promise of becoming the supreme heavenly Tao, how naive. Did they think supremacy was as simple as plucking a cabbage? Countless heavenly Taos had traversed the world, evolving from the great Tao, enduring eons of trials. The absence of a supreme being in the DZY region speaks volumes of the challenge it entails. As a fledgling heavenly Tao, one must tread carefully even in the pursuit of a secondary world. Lofty aspirations are not for the present moment. Indeed, the system speaks truth. Jiang Xian feigned a smile. This insincere grin repulsed Yi Yu, who remarked, perhaps you should take up acting instead. Regardless of whether the host believes it or not, the system is convinced. Do proceed. Yi Yu urged. Jiang Xian, at a loss for further retort, continued. The condition for achieving supremacy is to become the sovereign of a region's world. As for the limitations, consider the DZY region, where myriad worlds exist. Not every powerful world is supreme. One must possess the ability to govern all worlds, establishing a subordinate relationship with them, compelling them to contribute their core nexus to your dominion. Upon reaching the supreme world, it shall be eternally inscribed in the annals of the cosmos. And every realm shall bear a reflection of this world. The influence of the supreme world will resonate throughout the heavens. System, have you ever heard of the supreme primordial? Jiang Xian inquired. Yi Yu expressed mild astonishment. Naturally, I have heard of it. I have even visited. Yet, it seems it is not the same primordial as mentioned by the host. Jiang Xian enlightened him. What you encountered was likely the diffraction world. The supreme primordial is the true essence of the supreme world, while other primordials are but reflections of it across the myriad realms. These reflections vary in strength. The influence of the primordial is substantial and well known among the heavens, and the predecessors of the heavenly Tao there serve as our exemplars. Having been the first to attain the status of the supreme heavenly Tao, Yi was taken aback by such hidden truths, truly a marvel to behold. However, one thing perplexed him. Why would the existence of a supreme world manifest as a reflection in the heavens? Wouldn't that expose the fate line of its own world? Because being supreme is not the pinnacle. To aspire for further ascension, one must enhance their world's influence among the heavens. Reflections serve as the most effective means to achieve this, Jiang Xian responded. After many years of evolution, the term primordial is widely recognized, even by the most humble of worlds, which possess tomes chronicling their existence. When a world's influence reaches such heights among the heavens, its ascension is imminent. As for what lies beyond the supreme, I cannot say, for the Tao has not revealed this to us. It merely sets this as our aspiration. Jiang Xian sighed. The host had yet to respond to the question regarding the exposure of the fate line of the original world. Yi remarked quietly, regarding this matter. The reflections merely depict the past fate line of the original world. Each world's reflection has a distinct timeline, yet they all pertain to the past of the original. Knowing a world's past fate line serves little purpose and poses no threat to the original world. The historical development of a world can be investigated by any sentient being. Jiang Xian scoffed. Yi Yu understood, realizing that this effectively mitigated the negative implications posed by reflections. In which region does the supreme primordial reside? Yi Yu inquired. In the CHN region. I advise the system against venturing there. The heavenly Tao exercises strict control over its domain. Even a mere dog entering would be subject to repercussions if it provoked the forces of karma, Jiang Xian warned. Yi Yu was already aware of the notorious severity of the primordial, where the heavenly Tao vigilantly monitors every action within the world. Any minor disturbance would attract its attention. One must acknowledge their diligence, never allowing themselves a respite. He made a mental note of this region, intending to explore it once his level permitted. Yi Yu organized his thoughts. Presently, the only connection to the path of order is the supreme world and the supreme heavenly Tao. Since his host stated that order is synonymous with the supreme, it follows that if the system wishes to attain the level of order, it would likely parallel the ascension of the heavenly Tao. Must I cultivate a supreme world in order to achieve the level of order? The essence of the system, after all, lies in plundering the world to enhance itself. How could the conditions for advancement be the cultivation of the world? My previous notion of cooperation and mutual benefit nearly led me into a dead end. Now, adopting the perspective of other systems, the idea of seizing a supreme world? Hiss. Yi Yu felt a chill run down his spine. This notion startled him. The supreme represents the existence of order. And attempting to plunder something of a higher tier than oneself would likely lead to one's demise. For a moment, he fell into silence. System, do you have any further inquiries? Jiang Xian's voice brought Yi Yu back to reality. Upon gazing at Jiang Xian, Yi Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Hehe, do you wish to become supreme, host? Yi Yu's grin sent shivers down Jiang Xian's spine, prompting him to firmly declare, no, absolutely not. You must be concocting some nefarious scheme. Come now, since the system has promised to assist the host in achieving supremacy, let us strive together. Yi Yu flashed a broad smile. Realizing he could not compete with the supremes of other regions, he thought. But the DZY region has yet to give birth to a supreme pathway. Raising a pig should be permissible, right? Fatten it up and then slaughter it. Paving my own path to order. The thought brought him immense delight. Alas, I never expected that the system, which has treated me, Yi Yu, so benevolently, would one day tread the path of betraying its host. I truly am no longer human. Oh, so I have ceased to be human, then. It is of no consequence. Yi Yu cast aside his guilt. Now, let us formulate a plan. How do you envision developing this world? And what shall we do about the world you are currently invading? Yi Yu inquired. Brought back to the main topic by the system, Jiang Xian began to ponder seriously. My original intention was merely to use this world as bait for you. I hadn't yet determined what to do with it. Chapter 3:13. Embarking on the path to supremacy since you haven't decided, then think quickly. The system merely provides assistance. The path must be tread by the host himself. Yi Yu also adopted a serious demeanor. I do not require your assistance. I can manage on my own, Jiang Xian retorted. What did you say, host? At the pace you're going, it will be ages before you achieve anything. Are you out of your mind? Yi Yu delivered a firm slap to the back of Jiang Xian's head. I've never encountered a host so averse to utilizing enhancements. It's utterly incomprehensible. Enhancements are essential. You pursue your path, and I will pursue mine. The two are not mutually exclusive. Do you understand? Yi Yu shook Jiang Xian vigorously. I am merely concerned that the system's functions may be flawed. I currently lack any security, Jiang Xian exclaimed in protest. Originally, had he signed under the original contract, he would have felt considerably more at ease. Now, with no assurances, he hesitated to utilize the system's functions. The system has stated it will not betray you. Yi Yu insisted. I do not believe you. You just smiled so sinisterly. It was as if the words, I am the villain, were written on your face. Jiang Xian expressed his apprehension. Yi Yu fell silent. Had he truly smiled so wickedly just now? He hadn't, had he? He set Jiang Xian down gently, patting his shoulder to tidy up his appearance. Host, you must trust the system. Does the system's gaze not seem sincere? Yi Yu leaned in closer. What kind of gaze does a mere ball of light possess? Jiang Xian retorted, exasperated. Transforming into human form does not make one human. Yi Yu, resigned, withdrew his head. In any case, if the host chooses not to believe, so be it. Let us proceed according to the contract. Now, the host must heed my guidance. Jiang Xian fell silent, realizing that due to the contract, he could not defy the system's directives, lest he face annihilation. He was not ready to die, after all. He had just graduated and had yet to witness the splendor of the myriad realms or leave his own mark within them. Very well, Jiang Xian mused. The young can indeed be taught. Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction. Now, share your plans, host. If my goal is to ascend to the supreme, I wish to cultivate my own world. There is an inherent awkwardness in seizing another's world. It feels akin to raising someone else's child, Jiang Xian explained. So, you aspire to create and develop your own world? Yi Yu raised an eyebrow. Precisely, and no one knows if there are hidden conditions to achieving supremacy. If the world I seize lacks the necessary qualifications, then all my efforts would be in vain, Jiang Xian voiced his concerns. Indeed, Yi Yu agreed. recognizing that creating one's own world would be a more stable endeavor, free from uncertainties. Let us proceed according to your wishes, host. Good, then let us depart, system. Jiang Xian said, preparing to leave. Is that it? What about this world? Yu pointed to the encroaching world below, reminding him of the demonic interference he had unleashed, as well as the confrontation with its heavenly path. Oh, is there a problem? Jiang Xian shrugged. It's not my world anyway. Let its heavenly path deal with its own headaches. Besides, I'm actually doing it a favor by sparing it. He shamelessly declared. Heavenly path, eh? I truly thank you. Yi Yu's lips twitched, though he was not one to meddle unnecessarily. Moreover, now that Jiang Xian had left, the demons, lacking the support of their heavenly path, would likely face eradication at the hands of the destined heroes arranged by this realm's heavenly path. In other words, Jiang Xian's intrusion had inadvertently provided this world with an opportunity to ascend from a primary to a secondary realm. All right, host. Let us depart and seek a fortuitous location to establish our world, Yi Yu suggested, nodding. He then transformed into a stream of light and entered Jiang Xian's body. The latter's expression darkened. Could he not avoid entering his body? It felt rather awkward. Host, do not ponder unnecessarily. This is merely the system's standard mode. Get accustomed to it. Yi Yu, well aware of Jiang Xian's thoughts, acknowledged the stubbornness of the young heavenly path. With no other choice, Jiang Xian departed this realm in search of a place among the myriad heavens. As Yi Yu had surmised, the demons, bereft of Jiang Xian's backing, could not withstand the repeated disruptions from the heavenly path. The human side, having shifted from defense to offense, reclaimed their lost territories after 2 centuries of struggle. A remnant faction of the demon clan lay in wait, while the upper echelons of their kind scoured the world in search of the creator, hoping to enlist Jiang Xian as their champion. Yet, regardless of their relentless pursuit, they could not locate him. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Xian had forsaken them, leaving them to engage in solitary games. Meanwhile, the heavenly decree of this realm refrained from intervening in the existence of the demons, having discerned a threat within the world that could significantly foster its development. Thanks to this invasion, the realm unexpectedly ascended to the status of a second-tier world, a feat that would have taken several millennia under its previous trajectory, now accomplished in a mere 2 centuries. During these 200 years, the heavenly decree engaged in a battle of wits with the very air, and upon uncovering the truth, it was filled with indignation. The audacity to invade its world under the pretense of a match, only to stealthily retreat halfway through, was infuriating. Despite the elevation of the world bringing joy, the feeling of having been played for a fool was a bitter pill to swallow. This area is quite satisfactory, Jiang Xian remarked, nodding in approval at his surroundings. After a century or 2 of searching, he had finally discovered a promising territory. Being a newly born heavenly decree, his world was still fragile. Attracting the attention of other entities would spell disaster. After years of searching, he found this area, a first-tier world, and felt confident that even if they sought to encroach upon his domain, he would not be intimidated. If they could not conquer a first-tier world, he would simply return to refine his strength instead of adventuring forth. Everyone says the host is overly cautious. With the system in place, not only could it withstand an invasion from 2nd or 3rd-tier worlds, but even a 9th-tier world would pose no challenge, Yi remarked. Somewhat exasperated after wandering alongside Jiang Xian through the myriad realms for a century or 2, utterly bored. This is my sacred endeavor. I cannot afford to be careless. Your assurances are hardly reliable. Jiang Xian regarded him skeptically. While he might toy with other worlds, his own realm demanded a careful approach. He acknowledged the system's strength surpassed his own, but as a nascent heavenly decree, his weaknesses were understandable. He dismissed the notion that the system's grand claims of universal heavenly decrees being its subordinates were credible. You may boast as you wish. I shall pursue my own path. Yi Yu contemplated this and decided to acquiesce, as long as they remained focused on their primary objectives. I am about to commence, Jiang Xian declared, his gaze sharpening. He extracted a seed of the world from within himself and infused it with his heavenly decree's power. As the divine energy flowed into it, the seed of the world began to sprout and flourish. Each newly born heavenly decree harbored a seed of the world within, and having resolved to cultivate his own realm, Jiang Xian utilized the accompanying seed without hesitation. The great Tao had tailored 3 paths for each graduating heavenly decree: to seek out unclaimed worlds to govern, to compete with established worlds, or to create and nurture a world of their own. Aspiring for supremacy, he naturally chose the 3rd path, free from any lingering concerns. Chapter 314, World Evolution, 5th-tier world in the shadows. Yi Yu observed and acted without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for establishing the embryonic form of a world, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. The embryonic form of a 1st-tier world has transformed into that of a 5th-tier world. Buzz! In an instant, the embryonic form of the world, which had only just begun to take shape, emitted a resonant hum. Under Jiang Xian's astonished gaze, the world bubble rapidly expanded, soon surpassing the dimensions of a 1st-tier world, with no signs of halting its growth. What on earth? How can this be possible? Jiang Xian exclaimed, overwhelmed. System, your capabilities are utterly extraordinary. The world can actually amplify. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the system's features would provide such substantial assistance. Perhaps he should rely on the system more. Previously, he had casually remarked about achieving supremacy, but witnessing the system's prowess now instilled a sense of possibility within him. System. I admit, I may have spoken a bit too boldly in the past, Jiang Xian stated, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. The host's sincere remorse pleases the system greatly. Yi Yu was quite satisfied, concealing his abilities. The host would remain oblivious to his true power, captivated by the might of the system. Ding. In light of the host's genuine contrition, the system presents a new starter gift pack. Please collect it promptly. A gift pack? Jiang Xian was taken aback. He fumbled to open the system's backpack and utilized the starter gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a World Evolution card. World Evolution card accelerates the evolution of the embryonic world significantly, reducing the time required for its birth. Effective only for embryonic forms below the Great Thousand World system. This surprise is beyond measure. Upon contact, Jiang Xian realized the system was a veritable treasure trove, brimming with wonders. He activated the card, crushing it in his hand. A surge of regulatory power enveloped the embryonic world form instantly, propelling its evolution. As he stroked his chin, calculating the time, he surmised that based on his acquired knowledge, the evolution of a fifth-tier world typically required at least 10,000 years. However, given the acceleration rate provided by the card, it was a staggering 10,000-fold increase. Thus, he would only need to wait a mere year to attain a fifth-tier world of his own, starting at the pinnacle. Haha, Jiang Xian laughed boisterously, elated by the prospect. While others commenced with a first-tier world, he would begin at the fifth. Was this what it meant to have a cheat? A fleeting thrill of empowerment, a perpetual delight. Now, system, setting aside your calculative nature, I acknowledge your capabilities, Jiang Xian declared. If the host cooperates early on, the system would not resort to such measures. The current situation is entirely the host's own doing. Yi scoffed. Ahem, let us not dwell on the past. Let us strive for harmonious coexistence moving forward. Jiang Xian shifted the topic. The system's duty is to assist the host's growth. Thus, the host should endeavor diligently. As the system merely provides supportive tools, rest assured, cultivating worlds is my forte, Jiang Xian asserted confidently, for he had graduated from the Tao of the Great Path. Without merit, the Tao would not have allowed him to traverse the heavens freely. He glanced at the world still undergoing evolution, realizing he would have to wait a year before he could take charge. Yet, to a being of his caliber, a year was but a fleeting moment. Thus, Jiang Xian gently closed his eyes, entering a state of enlightenment. 1 year later, boom. After a resounding explosion, tranquility enveloped the world within the bubble. The evolution of this realm was now complete. Jiang Xian opened his eyes. His body began to merge with the world. From this moment onward, this realm would be his dominion, the foundation of his existence. The world and he were one. He was the embodiment of the world. This was the advantage of the innate seed, where everything fell into place seamlessly, akin to the acceptance of his original form without any rejection. After a considerable time, the fusion was complete. Jiang Xian's consciousness could reach every corner of this world, which had become an extension of his being. Through his abilities, he could also condense the eyes of heaven, the true body of heaven, and the consciousness of heaven within this realm. Gazing upon the vast emptiness of the world, Jiang Xian prepared to commence creation. The nascent world was devoid of any life forms, not even flora. It was utterly desolate. The expanse of a fifth-level world was immense, 1,000,000 times that of a first-level world, prompting a wry smile from Jiang Xian. A lofty beginning brought its own challenges. The sheer size of the world rendered his newly acquired heavenly powers insufficient to complete everything in one fell swoop. Beep. Host detected to be facing a predicament. A special gift package is being issued. Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hastily opened the system backpack to utilize it. As the package shimmered with golden light, an item materialized in his hand. Fifth-level world creation card. Upon use, it will instantaneously complete the creation of all things within a fifth-level world. System from now on. I shall heed your every command. Jiang Xian was utterly captivated. The system was exceedingly benevolent, causing him to feel overwhelmed with emotion. Use. The card disintegrated, and the entire world plunged into turmoil once more. Jiang Xian sensed the vibrations. It would take at least a century for the chaos to subside. That is quite rapid. If I were to undertake this alone, it would take thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. Now, he merely needed to recline and await the outcome. This is exhilarating. With that, Jiang Xian redirected his focus and began his cultivation. Indeed, even the Tao of Heaven required cultivation. Now that he possessed a world, a fifth-level world at that, harnessing its power would significantly enhance his cultivation. The augmentation of a fifth-level world's power upon a first-level Tao was akin to Liu Bei donning straw sandals, a sensation of soaring through the skies. A century passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xian once again attuned himself to the world. At this moment, myriad beings thrived within, transforming the once barren expanse into a lively spectacle. Yet, These creatures lacked intelligence and were exceedingly weak. The power of the 5th-level World Creation card was limited. It could not conjure all forms of life. Notably, some formidable species were absent, including humanity. Finally, it was time for him to take action. Jiang Xian prepared to work. A multitude of species information flashing through his mind. Tao gives rise to life. Thus, the moment of creation arrives. Creation of all beings. The power of the Tao manifested. And he skillfully conjured one species after another. Beep. Host detected creating a dragon, triggering a 10-fold amplification, transforming into dragon spirit species. Beep. Host detected creating a fairy, triggering a 10-fold amplification, transforming into fairy species. Beep. Host detected creating a goblin, triggering a 10-fold amplification, transforming into goblin species. Beep. Detected the creation of a divine host, triggering a 10-fold amplification, transforming into a divine species. Alas, it is too much. Everything has been consumed, leaving nothing behind. Jiang Xian lay exhausted at the core of the world, having created an abundance of species in one go, completely draining his power. Fortunately, he successfully manifested all the creatures he envisioned, and through the system's 10-fold enhancement, these species possess immense potential. With their presence, the ascension of his world is imminent. However, it seems he has forgotten something. Jiang Xian pondered, but decided to disregard it for now. He would rest for a few centuries first. Humans, protests. We have yet to emerge. Chapter 3:15. The racial landscape as the heavenly path fell silent. Jiang Xian entered a state of introspection. Within the world, a species explosion commenced. The newly created beings lacked intelligence, not due to Jiang Xian withholding their awakening, but because such an act would be tantamount to forcing growth. It is better for the species to awaken themselves. The most effective method is to guide them towards self-awareness, yet Jiang Xian, overwhelmed with fatigue, opted to allow time to facilitate this process. Thankfully, the species amplified 1,000-fold exhibited remarkable sentience, achieving self-awareness in less than a decade. They began to develop their racial powers, with scattered kin consciously gathering to seek warmth and unity. During this time, numerous encounters occurred between races. A palpable sense of crisis emerging among them. Each species warily distanced themselves from others to cultivate their own groups. All races lay in wait, gathering strength. The world is vast, with each species possessing unique characteristics. The dragon spirits boasted formidable bodies and magic. The elves exhibited powerful natural affinity and magical wisdom. The gnomes displayed extraordinary inventiveness. The dwarves excelled in forging, and the enigmatic divine beings, among others. It was a vibrant tableau of diverse races coexisting in strength. In this grand fifth-tier world, they were momentarily free from territorial concerns that might ignite war. A millennium later, the myriad races flourished. Numerous skirmishes erupted. Yet they were minor conflicts. The races were not yet inclined to engage in full-scale wars over trivial matters. After 1,000 years of adaptation, each race had developed a certain understanding of the others. The divine beings settled at the Titan Peak, the dragon spirits in Dragon Valley, the elves in the Star Forest, the celestial feathers in the Sky City, the dwarves in the Abyss of Heaven, and the gnomes in the Caverns of Earth. Currently, these 6 races are the only ones to have emerged and demonstrated their strength within the world. Their power led other races to recognize them as the 6 mightiest factions. However, some dormant races scoffed at this hierarchy. Nevertheless, disdainful as they were, confrontation was unnecessary. Their focus remained on self-development. Suddenly, Jiang Xian awoke with a start as realization struck him. He had forgotten to create humanity. System, why did you not remind me to create humans? Jiang Xian inquired. The system assumed the host was not inclined to develop humanity. Yi remained silent, refraining from interfering in the world's development. Everything hinged upon the host's will. He preferred to remain in the shadows, only offering assistance during times of hardship, which was rather effortless. The Tao had informed them that although humanity's innate strength was not formidable, they were the most congenial race among all. This implied that despite a low starting point, their potential was boundless, which was why many celestial beings favored the advancement of humanity. Minimal investment, substantial returns. Jiang Xian felt a sense of resignation. Since the host wishes to create humanity, let it be done now. What is there to fuss about? He decided not to elaborate further. A delay of 1,000 years mattered little, for he believed in humanity's potential. Indeed, they shall prevail. Creation. Ding. Detection of host creating humanity, triggering 10,000-fold amplification. Evolving into humans. Goodness, even the name remained unchanged. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. A name is merely a designation. Its potential has already been elevated. He nodded, and then introduced humanity into the world. Let us strive forward. A great calamity approaches. Jiang Xian murmured as he contemplated orchestrating a cataclysmic event. After all, being the Tao, he understood that for the world to ascend, it must endure tribulations. Destruction precedes rebirth, a hallmark of the Tao's prowess. Within the world, the newly emerged species of humanity appeared somewhat bewildered. Yet, instinctively, they congregated with their kind. The racial dynamics within the world had already established a hierarchy, and the emergence of this new species attracted varying degrees of attention from other races. Such a feeble race. This was the unanimous first impression of humanity by all other species. They appeared pitifully weak, akin to the primitive beings that once roamed before them. These newly awakened beings were aware of the existence of other entities in the world. Yet they had achieved awakening in merely a decade, while those other beings remained dormant. Consequently, most races lost interest in this frail species, though a few continued to observe them quietly. Years passed, and humanity completed their awakening, beginning to strive for the continuation of their race. However, the global dynamics had already solidified, leaving no room for them. They were too weak, incapable of contending with any other race. They were so fragile that even the residual chaos from minor skirmishes among other races could nearly lead to their extinction. Thus, humanity gained a sobering awareness of their status. Weakness is the original sin, positioned at the bottom. Although many races harbored no desire to harm them, the inadvertent aftermath of battles could obliterate nearby human settlements. The fierce conflicts among the major races were pursued with abandon, and with humanity being so insignificant and inconspicuous, who would notice their existence nearby? In pursuit of survival, humanity began a nomadic existence. Daily, they dispatched numerous scouts to survey for any signs of impending conflict. Upon detecting any hint of war, they would promptly relocate. Life was arduous, but for the sake of their race's survival, they had no choice but to endure such hardships. In the shadows of existence, while other races flourish, humanity struggles to survive in the crevices of despair. Such a predicament cannot persist. For a race to thrive, it must possess strength. Within the dim confines of a cave, a gathering of humans convenes to deliberate on their advancement. The crux of development lies in the very essence of their power. A profound silence envelopes the assembly. This is a sentiment universally acknowledged, yet from whence shall this power arise? At our inception, we were endowed solely with rudimentary racial language etched into our minds. Devoid of any other recorded strength, one man remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, the existence of this basic language has spared them the exertion of communication. The other races are overwhelmingly powerful. Their innate strength is beyond our human capacity to rival. The mere fact that we continue to exist is a stroke of fortune. One individual lamented. What nonsense is this? What do you mean by mere luck? This existence is a product of our sacrifice. To dismiss the sacrifices of our kin with a simple phrase of good fortune is an affront, one man retorted angrily, advancing upon the offender. As he stated, with each relocation of their settlement, they have endured the loss of numerous brethren, all in pursuit of their race's stability. The sacrifices of others cannot be overlooked. You will be punished to endure 3 nights of watch, decreed the leader. The man nodded in remorse, acknowledging that his earlier words were born of momentary despair. Indeed, their weakness was painfully apparent. Should we seek the protection of a more powerful race? One proposed. Yet, would that not render us subordinates to another race? Came the hesitant response. However, is it not preferable to face subjugation than to face extinction? None can predict whether death or dawn shall arrive first. Chapter 3:16, utterly humble. The assembly fell silent. The plight of humanity is dire. Every choice must prioritize the survival of their race. Aligning with a formidable race may be a desperate measure. Yet it remains the most pragmatic approach. But which race should we ally with? A new question arose. Perhaps the divine race. For they appear to be the mightiest among the 6. They reside at the summit of the giant god mountain, a considerable distance away. We can only migrate there incrementally. This is our only course of action, the assembly resolved. For the sake of their race's survival, they temporarily relinquished their pride. After all, what is there to discuss if their race were to perish? Years passed. After enduring countless hardships and suffering significant losses, humanity finally reached the foothills of the giant god mountain. Gazing up at the towering peaks that seemed to pierce the heavens, the faces of the assembly turned pale. They had arrived, yet how would they ascend? I shall undertake the climb. You will remain at the base. This territory belongs to the divine race, and other races dare not cause disturbances here, so there is no need to evade as we once did, the leader instructed. Leader, let us accompany you. There is strength in numbers, others urged fervently. No, more people may not be advantageous. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, I would be compelled to abandon burdens. I shall go alone, the leader declined. He then entrusted a series of matters to them, sensing that the journey ahead was fraught with peril, yet, for the continuity of humanity, he must take the lead. Under the watchful gaze of his people, the leader embarked on his ascent. Seasons changed, spring gave way to autumn. In an eternal cycle, 3 years have elapsed since the appointment of the current leader. Thanks to the deterrent power of the divine species, no other races dare to engage in conflict in this region, allowing the humans residing at the foot of the great divine peak to enjoy a lifestyle once deemed unattainable. After the previous leader did not return for a year, they elected a new leader. The humans did not lack the desire to search for the missing leader atop the great divine peak. They had made several attempts, but their strength only allowed them to ascend a few thousand meters before exhaustion set in. The summit remained out of sight, as the towering peak loomed like an insurmountable chasm. The structure of the great divine peak grew increasingly steep with elevation. While several thousand meters could be traversed with mere foot strength, further ascent required the use of bare hands. The humans, resigned to their fate, returned empty-handed time and again. And as time passed, they came to accept the presumed demise of their former leader. Thus, in accordance with the previous leader's wishes, they selected a new one. The new leader continued to live at the foot of the Great Divine Peak, a sanctuary for humanity. Midway up the Great Divine Peak, the former leader struggled to climb. After 3 arduous years, he still had not glimpsed the summit. The mountains stretching into the starry sky filled him with despair. Yet despair proved futile. He could only rely on his willpower to persist in his ascent, climbing ever higher. His fingers were bloodied and raw, but he ascended with unwavering determination. He found it perplexing that, by human standards, he should have perished within a week of climbing. However, an indeterminate amount of time had passed, and he remained tenaciously alive. Even without a drop of water or morsel of food, an inexplicable strength surged within him, propelling him onward. Resolving to think no further, he resumed his journey upward. At the summit of the Great Divine Peak, a triumphant voice echoed, "You have all lost. This human has persevered for 3 years without yielding." It was incomprehensible what he was clinging to, and it was infuriating to have lost the wager. Now, the outcome of the bet hinged on which of the 3 divine beings could make an accurate guess. Curse it. If not for your suggestion to ensure the opponent's survival through power, this human would have likely succumbed within a month, and I would not have lost. Let us restart, protested one divine being. But this was agreed upon by all, another responded. Your discontent is of no consequence. I believe this human will relent after 3 more years. I wager 10 years. Why do you persist in guessing higher? 3 years is already his limit. I doubt he will last a year before giving in. Unbeknownst to the former leader, he had unwittingly become a source of amusement in a wager among the divine beings at the peak. With unwavering resolve, he continued his ascent, disregarding the bloodied state of his palms and the dizzying chills that clouded his vision. For the sake of humanity and his race, he climbed relentlessly. 3 years turned into another 3. Time passed slowly, and a solitary figure clung to the towering mountain's surface like an ant. The ant ascended gradually, inch by inch. Without the passage of time to measure it, one would scarcely notice the ant's movement. Only through the lens of fleeting time could one observe the ant's undeniable progress. The divine beings atop the peak fell into silence. They could hardly fathom the tenacity of human perseverance, for it has been 30 years since he embarked on his ascent. Initially, they believed that enduring for 3 years would be the utmost limit. Yet unexpectedly, many such 3-year spans have passed, and he continues to persist. Underestimating this newly emergent species, the divine beings have redefined humanity. Though this species may be frail, its indomitable spirit is not to be dismissed. While we assured that he would not perish along the way, he has now reached a point of exhaustion, his vitality severely depleted, a lamentable sight. Gazing at his position, it is evident that after 30 years of climbing, he is yet to reach even halfway up the colossal summit. The divine beings exchanged glances. Recognizing that mere willpower is insufficient, the fundamental strength of a race is the true essence. Upon the mountain's face, the previous leader's hands stiffened as an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him uncontrollably. His grip faltered, and his body began to plummet from above. A bitter smile graced his lips as he watched the mountains recede from him. He loathed his own impotence. I have failed the expectations of many, was his final thought before a surge of energy transformed him into a radiant light that soared to the pinnacle. That once unattainable summit, under the influence of the divine beings, was now within his reach with but a gesture. Time is of the essence. Your soul shall soon dissipate. Speak your wish. They urged, surrounding him with their towering forms, their gazes fixed upon the diminutive human. The leader, invigorated by their words, implored, "We beseech the gods to protect humanity. We, the humans, are willing to submit to the divine beings." The divine beings exchanged puzzled glances, reluctant to engage in such troublesome matters, finding little amusement in allowing this human a final audience before his demise. We, the divine beings, have no need for subordinate species. Hence, we require a different request. They were disinclined to play the role of guardians, for they were already immensely powerful, rendering the submission of a feeble race unnecessary. Disheartened, the leader ultimately beseeched, "Might we be permitted to dwell at the foot of the colossal summit?" After a moment of silence, the divine beings replied, "That is acceptable. Had your ascent not remained unfinished, we would have expelled that group of humans long ago. Your unwavering spirit has moved us, and thus we grant your request." The leader exhaled in relief, his soul gradually fading, and he managed to utter a final, heartfelt thank you. How humble he felt. In that last moment, he comprehended everything. His previous existence had been safeguarded by the very hands of these divine beings, likely out of curiosity or perhaps amusement at his plight. Ultimately, he suppressed his personal ire, striving to secure one final benefit for his race. Though his life held little value, exchanging it for a stable dwelling for humanity seemed a worthy trade. And the leader felt he had gained. Chapter 317. The Great Cataclysm begins in the centuries that followed. Thanks to the first leader's sacrifice, humanity flourished in relative peace. As time flowed, the population of humans surged dramatically. At the foot of the colossal summit, dwellings and communities proliferated densely. On the summit itself, a sense of annoyance arose. How tiresome. Perhaps we should evict them. After being disturbed for hundreds of years, some divine beings grew weary of humanity. But did we not promise that individual to allow humans to reside at the foot of the colossal summit? Such actions may not be wise. A kind-hearted divine being hesitated. Indeed, while we did not promise perpetual habitation for humanity, it cannot be deemed a breach of agreement, one of the divine beings argued. The other deities acquiesced, equally vexed by the incessant clamoring of the humans. In the spirit of majority rule, one divine entity descended to expel the humans. Faced with the formidable might of the divine, humanity felt no inclination to resist and complied with the decree to vacate the giant god peak. Once again, humanity found itself leading a nomadic existence. However, after centuries of development, their population had burgeoned considerably. In earlier times, when their numbers were few, mobility was feasible, yet now, with such a vast populace, they became susceptible to the tumultuous aftermath of conflicts in the outside world. Consequently, humanity resolved to divide into several factions and set sail. After centuries of evolution, the external realm now exhibited a tableau of myriad races in balance. Various previously concealed species emerged, including the physically robust orc race, the mystical celestial foxes endowed with supernatural powers, the immortal vampires, the dream-weaving phantoms, and the nature-integrated forest dwellers, among others. Each of these races possessed formidable strengths and unique attributes, while humanity remained steadfastly at the bottom of the hierarchy, akin to those indigenous beings devoid of awakening, lacking any stature. Suddenly, the sky erupted with golden light. All races instinctively gazed upwards. A celestial decree resonated through the minds of every sentient being, declaring, "The war of races has commenced. All races are automatically enrolled. The victor shall be the sovereign race of this realm." The status and ranking of races correspond accordingly. The blessings bestowed upon higher-ranked races surpass those of their lower-ranked counterparts. The totality of blessings remains unchanged. Races with greater blessings will thrive, while those with fewer will fade into the annals of time. Ascension in rank is achieved by vanquishing nearby rival races. In that moment, all beings were taken aback. This will was not one they could defy. It seemed an innate compulsion to acquiesce. They understood this as the will of the world, the Tao of heaven. Thus, they turned their gaze to the golden list above. Rankings: Race 1, Divine Race 2, Dragon Race 3, Elf Race 4, Celestial Feather Race 5, Goblin Race 6, Dwarf Race 7, Celestial Fox Race 8, Phantom Race 9, Forest Race 10, Mechanized Armor Race 100. Humanity, currently. The 100 races awakened by Jiang Xian. Each race beheld their respective rankings. Some races expressed dissatisfaction with their placements, convinced that those above them were no more deserving, questioning why their ranks surpassed theirs. Surely, they could not be inferior. The method for ascending ranks was simply to overcome the rival races. Thus, the entire world plunged into a cataclysmic struggle among the races. The top-ranked divine race maintained an indifferent demeanor, as they were accustomed to their preeminence. However, they soon found themselves besieged by relentless challenges from the lower ranks. No race was spared from this turmoil. Each fought valiantly for the honor of their lineage's ranking. Humanity is no exception. Yet, they do not instigate challenges against other races, instead perpetually fleeing amidst the flames of war. As the lowest tier race, none harbor intentions to confront them. Their frailty renders them unworthy of others' time and effort. As defeating a superior race to ascend the ranks is the only path to advancement, not the massacre of other races. Thus, humanity, while at the bottom, finds a semblance of fortune. Otherwise, the other races would have annihilated them. Moreover, humanity harbors no aspirations to challenge the exalted races. Rather, they dare not even contemplate such thoughts. The daily aftermath of battle claims countless human lives, further complicating their struggle for survival. They lament, questioning why other races are endowed with formidable powers while humanity remains powerless, unable to even wield the slightest capacity for self-preservation. Is it too much to wish for even a modicum of strength to survive, a bare minimum for existence? What a trivial aspiration, yet the heavens grant them none. Thus, decades pass. The once relatively tranquil world now brims with the acrid scent of smoke each day. The rankings have shifted several times, yet the divine race maintains its unwavering position at the pinnacle, instilling trepidation in others. Once, the dragon spirit race dared to challenge the divine race. The echoes of that battle remain vivid in the memory of all races. Their immense power plucked stars from the sky, wielding starlight effortlessly, rendering magic ineffectual. The dragon spirit race's innate ability, Dragon's Tongue, merely momentarily stunned the divine race, failing to inflict any substantial harm. In stark contrast, every strike from the divine race was imbued with the power of celestial bodies, and even the proud dragon spirit race found itself bloodied and battered. The mournful cries of the dragons reverberated through the skies. Subsequently, recognizing their inability to prevail in single combat, the dragon spirit race allied with numerous lower-tier races to confront the divine race. The dwarves forged weapons of unmatched might against the divine race. The feathered race unleashed their celestial descent. The goblins wielded firearms, while the elves cast their spells. Faced with this coalition, the divine race remained unperturbed, quelling the challengers with overwhelming might, proclaiming that the power of the divine is insurmountable and their wrath unassailable. That battle shattered the heavens and dimmed the stars, culminating in the divine race's victory. Other races began to lie in wait, accumulating strength. This confrontation served merely as a test of the divine race's capabilities. Without revealing their true potential, they remained wary of potential betrayal among allies, having agreed to aid the dragon spirit race solely to gauge the strength of the divine race. Once they acquired the desired intelligence, they collectively withdrew, leaving only the foolish dragon spirit race to fight until the bitter end. Ultimately, they were forcefully driven back to Dragon Valley by the divine race, and as punishment for their defeat, they were ordered to remain within Dragon Valley for 300 years without divine commands. Confronted with the overwhelming strength of the divine race, the dragon spirit race could only seethe in silence, acknowledging the sheer might of their adversaries, compelled to comply with their dictates. Thus, the dragon spirit race withdrew into Dragon Valley, awaiting the day they might rise again. This trial has revealed to all races the formidable strength of those ranked higher. The lesser races dared not harbor any thoughts of challenge. In truth, being in the middle ranks is not so bad. Countless races consoled themselves. The smoke of battle did not cease with that great war. Skirmishes among the races continued to erupt. All races made progress through combat, delving into the study of their inherent powers. The fortunes of heaven and earth steadily increased, and the world seemed poised for ascendance. Jiang Xian, who orchestrated it all, was thoroughly satisfied. This war among the races was his grand calamity of heaven and earth. According to his calculations, this calamity would last for 1,000 years before reaching its conclusion. Chapter 318. Humanity seeks change in a cave on the continent. A man gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering with thought. Should we take a gamble? The man, named Xiao Yuan, was the leader of the human faction in this division. He believed that humanity could no longer afford to be so timid. Such weakness would not alter the fate of their race. Rather than perish in a pitiful existence, it would be better to stake everything for a desperate fight. Victory would signify humanity's triumph over fate, while defeat would mean extinction. Casting a glance at his kin within the cave, Xiao Yuan sighed softly. He was merely the leader of this division, not of humanity as a whole. If only humanity had not fragmented in the past, they could gather together to deliberate. Now, even if he wished to take a risk, he could not represent the entire human race. Sighing once more, Xiao Yuan's gaze became resolute. He must take the gamble. Such a rare opportunity must not be squandered. When else would humanity have a chance to rise? Everyone, gather around, Xiao Yuan called to the crowd. They hastened to him, forming a circle around their leader, awaiting his command. I wish to wager humanity's future for a chance to rise, Xiao Yuan declared, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with determination. What does the leader mean? The crowd murmured in confusion. I intend to participate in the war among the races. He pointed towards the golden list high in the sky. At once, startled expressions spread across their faces. Leader, are you mad? They had collectively accepted that humanity was a lower race, indeed among the lowest, as they could not compete with others. Now their leader spoke of joining the war among the races. It seemed tantamount to courting death. This conclusion comes after careful consideration. I have devised a plan. Now it remains to see if you agree. If you do, I shall persuade the humans of other divisions, Xiao Yuan stated, shaking his head as he detailed his strategy. The crowd transitioned from confusion to disbelief, ultimately arriving at shock. The leader's plan was audacious. One misstep could lead to irreparable ruin for their race. They were gambling with the entire future of humanity. A moment of hesitation enveloped them. An opportunity had presented itself. The future was uncertain. Did humanity wish to continue leading a life of evasion and survival, or strive for a brighter future? The choice lay before them. I am the leader, but I cannot represent all of humanity. Thus, I leave the choice to you. Even if but one of you disagrees, I shall abandon this notion. Considering it a moment of folly, Xiao Yuan closed his eyes in anticipation as the silence around him resonated with the breaths of those present. In the dimly lit cave, droplets of water fell from the stone tips, creating a rhythmic sound. After 3 minutes of waiting, Xiao Yuan opened his eyes. All right. Now let those in favor raise their hands, and those against remain silent. The sound of 3 echoes faded, and not a single hand was raised. Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly, disappointment washing over him as he prepared to leave. Wait, I agree. Xiao Yuan turned to the individual who had raised their hand. With determination, the person declared, I do not wish for my descendants to live the same life I endure now. So not for myself, but for my future generations, I must seize this opportunity. In that instant, the crowd was moved. Indeed, suffering through a lifetime was one thing. Hiding daily, starving, and lacking security was another. If no change was made, their descendants would inevitably lead lives as despairing as their own. Someone had to stand up. If it was not oneself, then it must be their offspring. It was fortunate that this generation could effect change. Why not? One by one, others raised their hands in support. Ultimately, the entire human faction agreed to Xiao Yuan's plan. I am delighted that you trust me. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey to discuss matters with the other factions. A smile graced Xiao Yuan's face. Yes, we believe in our leader. Indeed, Thank you, leader. The following day, after appointing a temporary leader, Xiao Yuan set forth. Following a pre-researched route, he located a human faction. Upon learning of Xiao Yuan's intentions, the leaders of each faction gathered everyone to discuss. Xiao Yuan reiterated his plan, and the stakes involved repeatedly. Each persuasion was laborious. Yet when he urged them to consider their descendants, they all unanimously agreed. Gradually, Xiao Yuan convinced all the human tribes. This endeavor took a total of 1 year and 3 months. Xiao, we entrust this to you. Humanity can only take this gamble once, and we cannot afford to lose. It was rare for all the leaders of humanity to come together to bid Xiao Yuan farewell. He feigned ease, pointing to his head. I trust my wisdom. Please believe that our race will rise. Yes, we rely on you. Everyone suppressed their concerns and smiled as they saw him off. Xiao Yuan waved goodbye. But as he turned away, his carefree smile vanished in an instant. Even if I fail, I shall not bring ruin upon my race. Xiao Yuan, overwhelmed by pressure, instinctively bit his finger. In his mind, he devised various escape routes. Lost in thought, he neglected the fact that his bitten finger was now stained crimson. The metallic taste in his mouth brought him back to reality. He quickly bandaged it and pressed on. Thus, Xiao Yuan traversed the continent, the frailty of mortals rendering his journey slow. Each day was spent in vigilance, as he had to constantly worry about whether other factions were in conflict nearby. He could not bear the thought of being extinguished before realizing his plan. Such a death would be utterly frustrating, leaving him restless. At night, he slept lightly, awakening at the slightest rustle of the wind or movement of grass. When hunger struck, he consumed wild fruits. When thirst arose, he drank dew. Fortunately, the ecological balance of this world is remarkably resilient. Although many regions have suffered extensive devastation due to war, certain magical races utilize their powers to restore the ravaged environment. 5 years have swiftly elapsed. Here lies the Dragon Valley. Xiao Yuan swallowed hard while gazing at the serene valley, gathering his thoughts before stepping inside. The first step of the plan is particularly crucial. Failure here would render subsequent efforts futile. As Xiao Yuan strolled through the Dragon Valley, his presence stirred the slumbering dragons to awaken. In the shadows, pairs of dragon eyes fixated intently on Xiao Yuan's diminutive figure. Humans? The dragon spirits were perplexed and began to communicate among themselves using their innate abilities. Why would a human appear in the Dragon Valley? This question left them baffled. Subsequently, one of the dragon spirits was pushed forward to interrogate Xiao Yuan. In an instant, a tempest erupted as a towering figure descended heavily before Xiao Yuan. The raging winds sent the frail Xiao Yuan tumbling back several meters. Human, why do you intrude upon our Dragon Valley? The whispers of the soul pierced Xiao Yuan's mind. The languages of the dragon spirits and humans did not converge. Communication could only occur on a spiritual level. Though Xiao Yuan was at a loss for the dragon spirits, it was a simple matter of establishing a mental connection. Struggling to rise, Xiao Yuan faced the interrogation with unwavering resolve. Raising his head defiantly, we humans wish to negotiate a transaction with the dragon spirits. A profound silence enveloped the air. Ha! You humans dare to negotiate with us dragon spirits. The dragon laughed derisively, as if hearing the most absurd jest, pointing to the lofty golden list overhead. The dragon spirit continued. Look at your ranking, the lowest human in the bottom 100, seeking to negotiate with us dragon spirits? Faced with the dragon's mockery, Xiao Yuan fervently retorted, I see it clearly, and I see that you rank just behind the divine spirits, in second place among the dragon spirits. You seek death. The dragon spirit, still seething from a recent defeat at the hands of the divine spirits, was further incensed by the reopening of old wounds. The dragon spirits observing from the shadows shared the sentiment of indignation. How dare a feeble human mock a dragon? As long as one is not first. None hold the right to ridicule others. Do you not seek revenge against the divine spirits? I have a plan. Xiao Yuan forced down his trepidation. Upon hearing this, the dragon spirit paused, its massive claw suspended in midair. It engaged in mental discourse with the other dragon spirits hidden in the shadows. They were intrigued to hear what this human had to say. Should his words fail to satisfy, they could easily dispose of him. Speak of your plan. Should it fail to meet my approval, you know the consequences. A pair of dragon eyes fixed intently on the diminutive Xiao Yuan. Thus, Xiao Yuan nervously began to recount his audacious scheme. The dragon spirit before him transitioned from disdain to seriousness, and ultimately to astonishment. The hidden dragon spirits were equally taken aback by this audacious proposal. However, upon hearing the plan, they felt a surge of excitement. How amusing. It is utterly delightful. Who would have thought that the lowest ranked human would dare to play such a game? Do you not fear the impending doom? Are you not afraid of the divine beings turning their wrath upon your race? You humans cannot withstand the fury of the gods, inquired the dragon spirit. Humans have little left to lose. What do you propose for this plan? Xiao Yuan tightened his grip. The dragon spirit appeared contemplative, secretly communicating with all the dragon spirits. A conclusion was ultimately reached. They would consent. This transaction presented no risk to the dragon spirits. Should the plan succeed, they would retaliate against the divine beings. And if it failed, they would bear no responsibility. The entirety of the danger would fall upon the shoulders of humanity. The dragon spirits merely needed to observe from the shadows, like spectators watching a performance from behind the curtains. We have agreed. What do you wish to trade? The dragon spirit asked. Xiao Yuan, with an air of sudden inspiration, declared, I wish for you dragon spirits to bestow upon us humans the innate talent known as the dragon language. What? The dragon spirit erupted in fury. Humans? Are you mocking us? I speak with utmost sincerity. Without power, how can I execute this plan? If you do not invest, how can you expect a return? Xiao Yuan retorted. Moreover, I am not asking for a permanent bestowal. Oh, the dragon spirit narrowed its eyes, gesturing for him to continue. You need only grant us humans the dragon language for 300 years. After all, you cannot leave Dragon Valley during this time. Why not invest in us humans? Xiao Yuan pointed out the core issue. The dragon spirit pondered, conversing briefly with its kin before stating, we can bestow the dragon language upon you humans. But you must also provide something of value in return. Is it not enough that we humans bear the risk in this plan? Xiao Yuan retorted angrily. Not sufficient. That is an entirely different matter. Besides, we humans possess little to offer in exchange. Xiao Yuan lowered his head, feigning a pitiful demeanor. This is not our concern. Consider your bargaining chips wisely, the dragon spirit insisted, unwavering. Xiao Yuan fought to suppress a rising smile, forcing himself to maintain a facade of anger. Then I shall exchange the lifespan limit of the entire human race. The dragon spirit's expression shifted, and it regarded Xiao Yuan with seriousness. Are you sincere? Can you truly represent your entire lineage? Indeed, I have already persuaded everyone before coming here. Xiao Yuan affirmed with a nod. Ha! How audacious. This spirit of yours is worthy of our respect. The dragon spirit exclaimed. Very well, as you have proposed. We shall exchange your race's lifespan limit. In the next moment, a colossal golden dragon emerged from the depths of Dragon Valley. The other dragon spirits also appeared one by one, bowing in deference to the mighty golden dragon. A terrifying pressure bore down upon Xiao Yuan, yet when it reached him, the golden dragon retracted it. An intriguing human, I hold you in high regard. As a reward, I shall not deprive you of your lifespan limit. The contract was established. The golden dragon's eyes shone like blazing suns, and a colossal magical array materialized in the air. Within moments, small magical circles appeared beneath the feet of all dragon spirits and humans alike. The upper limit of human lifespan is 300 years. In exchange, our dragon spirits will take 200 years of your lifespan, binding this contract for a duration of 300 years. In that instant, all dragon spirits and humans comprehended the contents of the magical contract beneath their feet. Now, it merely awaited the unanimous consent of both the dragon spirits and humanity for the exchange contract to activate successfully. Should even one individual refuse, the contract would collapse. Thus, the dragon spirits inquired if Xiao Yuan could represent his entire race. There was no issue on the dragon spirit side. The golden dragon Ramses was the absolute sovereign leader, and his word encompassed the essence of the dragon spirits. On the human side, Xiao Yuan had already consulted with everyone beforehand. Now, confronted with the suddenly materialized magical array, all humans understood the terms of the contract and readily agreed. After all, it was merely a 200-year extension of lifespan. Nowadays, being able to live for 4 or 5 decades without incident could be deemed fortunate. Instead of struggling for a few decades only to be taken by unforeseen circumstances, it was far better to exchange for strength that could grant humanity a semblance of self-preservation. With both parties in agreement, the magical array activated instantaneously. The contract was forged. In that moment, a series of revelations regarding the dragon language's talents and abilities flooded the minds of all humans. Xiao Yuan rejoiced. The first step had been accomplished. The dragon spirits before him no longer held any necessity for exploitation, yet the time was not ripe. Humanity still lacked the capital to rival them. Patience was essential. For the rise of humanity, I shall utilize every available resource. Whether dragon spirits or divine beings, all shall serve as stepping stones for humanity's ascent. The era of human frailty is soon to become a relic of the past. Riding the winds to grasp the luminous moon, gazing across the vast heavens. The contract is sealed. We anticipate humanity's performance. Ramses's eyes glimmered, recalling the humiliation from the previous battle with the divine beings. And thus he had no qualms about employing humanity to scheme against them. Should humanity truly succeed, then 300 years hence, it would be the moment for the dragon spirits to wield their blades once more. One day, the dragon spirits would surely bring the divine beings down from their lofty pedestal. Such were Ramses's thoughts. Let us await the unfolding of events, Xiao Yuan remarked nonchalantly, adding internally. I look forward to your downfall, anticipating humanity's ascension to prominence. For this, I am willing to sacrifice everything. The future of humanity rests upon my endeavors. With these calculations in mind, Xiao Yuan departed the Dragon Valley, journeying towards his next destination. Chapter 320. The Pursuit of the Path Flight. As soon as he exited the Dragon Valley, Xiao Yuan attempted to employ the newly acquired talent of the dragon language. Upon uttering the incantation, his body levitated slightly, and the height and speed of his flight adapted to his will. Ultimately, the dragon language functioned as a lesser version of the principle where one's words manifest reality. Minutes later, He fell helplessly to the ground, fortunately not having ascended too high. The activation of the talent required energy, and currently, humanity lacked any established cultivation system. Thus, for the time being, the exertion of the dragon language relied on physical stamina. To force its activation after depletion would drain one's vitality. Such was Xiu Yuan's analysis and conclusion. After a moment of contemplation, a decision was reached, yet before proceeding, it was essential to ensure the future development of humanity was secured. Time swiftly passed. Even with the gift of the dragon language, Xiu Yuan took a full year to return. By the time he arrived, the scattered human factions had reformed and reorganized since their last meeting. Upon witnessing Xiu Yuan's safe return, joy erupted among all. The former leaders of the various factions united to manage the collective of humanity. You have succeeded, though at the cost of our lifespan's limit. Without the means of self-preservation, no one could live to an old age in safety, they remarked as they encircled Xiu Yuan. This is merely the first step. Do you still recall my plan? One inquired. Xiu Yuan shook his head, his expression grave. Is it truly necessary? We now possess the dragon language. If we find a secluded place, we can live in peace. Indeed. Another began, but Xiu Yuan interjected, it must be so. The dragon language is not ours. What others bestow can also be taken away. Even if we attain stability for 3 centuries, what then? Furthermore, once the transaction begins, it cannot cease. Otherwise, the dragon spirit seed will not spare us for deceiving it. A bittersweet smile spread among the crowd, as they understood the truth in his words. Yet, contemplating the ultimate outcome of the plan, they could only sigh in resignation. It was indeed a curse that humanity was born without any inherent power. The plan shall proceed. I will leave this in your capable hands. The rest I shall handle. Xiu Yuan instructed. Very well, they replied. If, and I stress if, that moment arrives, please do not bear any guilt. They regarded Xiu Yuan with serious expressions. Feigning nonchalance, Xiu Yuan smiled. I maintain a steady mindset, so there is no need for concern. If I truly cannot endure, I shall place the blame upon you. Prepare yourselves for that. Yes, it shall be thus, they agreed, nodding earnestly. Xiu Yuan's smile faltered as he forced a grin. Really now, I must take my leave, do not dwell on it. Will you not return to see your kin? It is unnecessary. With you here, I feel secure. The dragon language is not yet well mastered by humanity, but I shall soon acquire the methods for cultivation. Without a backward glance, he waved farewell to the group, leaving them to watch him depart. How could we feel remorse? It is merely a necessary sacrifice, he mused, his steps quickening, his thumb biting into his lip. With his mindset adjusted, he set forth towards his destination. 3 more years passed. In the starry forest, upon learning of Xiu Yuan's intentions, the elven race welcomed him warmly. An intriguing little creature. It seems that among humans, you are an anomaly. I recall that your kind was merely surviving in the crevices of the continent, the elven representative queried, observing that Xiu Yuan's strength was not particularly formidable. It was Xiu Yuan's sudden use of the dragon language that had piqued their interest, prompting them to invite him in to uncover the secret. After all, they understood that the dragon language was a gift from the dragon spirit seed, which was under a decree preventing it from venturing beyond the Dragon Valley. Hence, they were curious about the origin of this newfound power or if the dragon spirit seed had made new moves. Regardless, as representatives of their esteemed race, they must remain vigilant against all uncertainties. I have come to negotiate, Xiu Yuan remarked as he walked. Negotiate? Pray tell, what sort of negotiation do you propose? Inquired the elf before him. Can you truly speak for the entire elven race? Xiu Yuan questioned. The other party appeared somewhat taken aback. Yet he shook his head without anger, clearly not intending to mock, but rather to inquire sincerely. Does your negotiation encompass such magnitude? Indeed it does. Contingent upon how your kind perceives it. Each race harbors its own perspective, and should the elves lack the desire for negotiation, I shall seek out other races. Xiu Yuan responded. The elf hesitated. Your draconic tongue. He did not ask whether Xiu Yuan had just employed the draconic language, but rather sought to elicit information. Understanding the intent behind the elf's words, Xiu Yuan obliged. It originates from the dragon spirit race. Very well, in that case. Please wait a moment while I consult our king. The elf resolved upon hearing this. Regardless of the value of the negotiation Xiu Yuan had proposed, the mere fact that he possessed the draconic tongue and hailed from the dragon spirit race warranted the elf's attention. After a considerable wait, an elf of outstanding appearance and demeanor entered. I apologize for the delay, the elven king expressed. Xiu Yuan narrowed his eyes, instinctively feeling a surge of goodwill toward the regal figure. Suddenly, he awoke from his reverie, realizing the prowess of this third-ranked elf was undeniable. The elven king, with an air of intrigue, remarked, How fascinating. I merely sought to confirm the truth of your earlier claims, and now your demeanor has passed my scrutiny. Xiu Yuan inwardly scoffed at the clever maneuver of retreating to advance. However, despite his irritation, he knew he lacked the leverage to confront the king. I am indifferent. Let us discuss the terms of the negotiation. But first, share with me the details regarding your draconic tongue, the elven king interjected. His interest lay not in the negotiation itself, but solely in the draconic language. Otherwise, he would not have approached. Xiu Yuan's expression turned grave. Realizing this individual sought to exploit him, It was understandable. The elf clearly regarded him as insignificant, a mere pawn in their eyes. Negotiations are predicated upon mutual respect and equality, and if he remained silent, the elf would likely resort to coercion, for in their view, humans held little weight. I serve as a new pawn in the dragon spirit race's challenge against the divine race. I might as well leverage the dragon spirit race, as I will require their aid in the future, Xiao Yuan mused. The Elven King's expression shifted slightly, the weight of Xiao Yuan's brief statement revealing considerable implications. Oh, pray elaborate, the Elven King prodded. I apologize, but unless we are allies, I cannot disclose further information, Xiao Yuan replied, shaking his head. What if I were to apply pressure? The Elven King threatened. Should you be willing to accept the repercussions from the dragon spirit race in the future? I would not mind. After all, I am but a pawn, of little consequence, Xiao Yuan declared with a tone of pride in his perceived insignificance. If you were to eliminate me, you would merely establish a mortal enemy of a formidable nature, akin to a nation offending a powerful entity over the fate of a mere colony of ants. Chapter 321. A game concluded in human defeat. The Elven King pondered silently for a long while before finally speaking. Pray, share the details of your transaction. Xiao Yuan, sensing the moment, chose not to withhold any information. Provide me with the magical cultivation system, and in return, I shall offer you the treasures I acquire from the divine lineage. The Elven King scoffed. Are you jesting? What could you humans possibly obtain from the divine lineage? Perhaps the body of a deity would suffice? Xiao Yuan countered, observing the shift in the Elven King's demeanor. The Elven King's expression darkened. I do not believe you humans possess such capability. Xiao Yuan continued earnestly. Thus, we humans seek power. Did you not once ally with the dragon spirits to challenge the divine lineage? I suspect you did not reveal your true strength, treating it merely as a probe. This time, I stake the fate of all humanity on another challenge to the divine lineage. Your elven kin need only expend a trivial cost to remain concealed while acquiring the intelligence you desire. Why not embrace this opportunity? In that previous battle, your effort was half-hearted, yielding scant intelligence. If you truly covet the first seat, information is the key you cannot afford to overlook, Xiao Yuan asserted. The Elven King, lost in thought, regarded Xiao Yuan with a curious glint. I believe I discern your ulterior motives. You wish to siphon the essence of all races to bolster humanity. Quite the clever scheme, the Elven King remarked candidly. Xiao Yuan's countenance stiffened, disbelief etched across his features, as if questioning how the Elven King had seen through him. How intriguing. It appears you humans have engaged in similar transactions with the dragon spirits, thus acquiring the gift of the dragon's tongue. You intend to amass the essence of all races and then relinquish your challenge to the divine lineage, retreating into obscurity to conserve your strength in anticipation of a potential onslaught from all factions. Xiao Yuan fell silent. What? Have you no words to defend yourself? Nonetheless, I find your plans quite fascinating. I would very much welcome a formidable sacrificial race to thoroughly probe the essence of the divine lineage. The Elven King smiled broadly, as if he had secured a significant advantage over Xiao Yuan. Thus, I shall grant you the magical cultivation system, and when the time comes, you humans must challenge the divine lineage. This is an inescapable fate of sacrificial pawns for you. The Elven King laughed, his joy starkly contrasting with Xiao Yuan's quietude. From that point onward, Xiao Yuan was confined by the Elven King, immersing himself in the study of all things magical day by day. As time passed, the Elven King dispatched individuals to monitor Xiao Yuan's every move. Gradually, Xiao Yuan became numb, resembling a marionette at the mercy of the Elven King. With a new pawn in play, the Elven King generously imparted deeper knowledge to Xiao Yuan. After all, the divine lineage was formidable. If the quality of the pawn were lacking, little could be gleaned from the endeavor. 2 decades flew by. Ah, my perfect pawn, we have imparted all we can. Go forth and acquire the power of the celestial feather race to enhance yourself. The Elven King permitted Xiao Yuan to depart. As Xiao Yuan soared through the skies, a mysterious smile graced his lips. The second phase of his plan had been flawlessly executed. Foolish spirit race, the path I pursue is destined to culminate in humanity's defeat. From the very onset of this game, humanity harbored no hope of victory. As the mightiest of divine beings, even the amalgamation of all races' powers cannot prevail. Thus, the inception of Xiao Yuan's plan was not predicated on triumph, which elucidates the astonishment of humanity upon hearing the strategy. This is indeed a march towards extermination. Rewinding the timeline, my scheme involves negotiating with the dragon spirit race for the dragon language, subsequently revealing it to the elf race to acquire the magical cultivation system. The dragon spirit race, having suffered a grave defeat at the hands of the divine beings, is amenable to trade. We merely need to challenge the divine beings with the fate of humanity as our capital, exchanging it for the longevity of our race. As the next contender, the elf race, upon learning of the dragon spirit's new maneuvers, will undoubtedly seek to uncover the secrets therein. I intend to engage in a similar exchange with the elf race. Should they possess any semblance of intelligence, they will discern humanity's true intent. However, there is no cause for concern, as being discovered is merely a facet of the plan. This cannot remain concealed, aside from the dragon spirit race. who may initially fail to grasp humanity's purpose, all subsequent trading races will become aware of our objectives. This exposure can be viewed as a strategic move, and ultimately, all races will forcibly thrust humanity into the flames, spectating from the shadows. This is precisely the outcome I desire. Whether it be the dragon spirits or the elves, they are misguidedly confident that my plan solely aims to enhance humanity's foundational prowess, leading to inevitable extinction upon challenging the divine beings. They will glean the essence of the divine beings through our trials. Yet my true design is to level the playing field among all races, excluding the divine beings. Are their races not formidable? When I, as the representative of myriad races, annihilate the divine beings, they will all face the divine beings' wrath. At that juncture, the spectators will transform into participants. All will be victims in this game. When chaos ensues, it shall herald the moment of racial cleansing. Even if it leads to untold suffering and irreversible devastation, I shall strive to bring every race to an equal starting point. Humanity may dwindle to nearly extinction, but that is an acceptable outcome. Compared to our previous plight, the foundation of abilities from all races marks the true dawn of humanity's resurgence. This game, initially destined for humanity's downfall, will be utterly overturned. There exists a glimmer of hope for victory for humanity. Therefore, allow me to bear the mantle of the sinner. Xiao Yuan gazed steadfastly at the assembly, leaving them in stunned silence, awestruck by this audacious plan. Thoughts returned to him. Xiao Yuan soared through the heavens. 2 decades of arduous study had bestowed upon him the entirety of the elf race's knowledge. Naturally, the Elven King would never have permitted such an undertaking. This was a clandestine endeavor. The foolish Elven King believed he had bewitched him with magic. In truth, long before entering the Star Forest, he had diligently practiced the dragon language along the way. Although he lacked the magical power to activate it at that time, he expended 10 years of his vitality to empower the Soul Guardian magic. He anticipated that the elf race would inevitably attempt to exert control over him. Beyond the guardianship of the soul, there exists a series of defensive enchantments such as cognitive interference and subconscious alteration. This magic, invoked through the language of dragons, holds a higher precedence than the spells wielded by the elven kind. Otherwise, the elves would not occupy the 3rd position beneath the dragon lineage. The dragon language inherently restrains the magical prowess of the elves. Moreover, the dragon lineage possesses formidable physical strength, thus prevailing over the elves. This serves as an additional motivation for Xiao Yuan to seek transactions with the dragon lineage in his inaugural battle. Everything unfolds according to Xiao Yuan's meticulously crafted plan. Whether his intentions are discerned or whether he is subjected to mind control, all is within his anticipation. After mastering a majority of magical powers, Xiao Yuan commenced delving into the depths of elven heritage. Furthermore, he discovered his advantage as a human, his exceptional aptitude and rapid learning ability. Naturally, he concealed this trait. Otherwise, the elves would never allow him to remain in the Star Forest, suspecting something amiss. Chapter 322. I see through your schemes in merely 3 years. Xiao Yuan mastered the rudimentary teachings of the elves, dedicating the remaining time to exploring their profound magical abilities. Although they regarded him as a valuable pawn, they were not foolish enough to impart all their knowledge. The essence of their race was something they would never divulge. However, it mattered little. If they chose not to teach him, he would learn through clandestine means. Anticipate the grand surprise that this pawn shall bring. A smile graced Xiao Yuan's lips. In the city of the void, boom, a figure plummeted heavily onto its surface. The tremendous noise captured the attention of other celestial feather beings. From the clouds of dust emerged a tall silhouette. It was none other than Xiao Yuan, who had come seeking power. A human? Observing Xiao Yuan, who bore a striking resemblance to their kind, they recognized his identity. The celestial feather beings possessed wings, yet aside from that, they were indistinguishable from humans. Of course, this was merely a superficial similarity. There were notable differences. The celestial feather beings were inherently powerful, boasting lifespans extending thousands of years, unique racial abilities, and the capacity for transformation. They exhibited 3 forms: the infant state after exhaustion, the normal state, and the full combat form. Greetings, I am Xiao Yuan. With Shi signifying cultivation and Yuan representing distant journeys. I am here for a transaction, he announced. The surrounding celestial feather beings scrutinized Xiao Yuan, perceiving that this human diverged from their preconceived notions. They could distinctly sense a potent magical force surging within him. Was not humanity a feeble race? How had this anomaly emerged? A few celestial feather beings exchanged glances, preparing to confront Xiao Yuan. Given their inherently combative nature, they saw this peculiar human, whose strength was no trifling matter, as an opportunity to both engage in combat and gauge his capabilities. Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow at the silent yet imminent attack from the celestial feather beings. I am here to negotiate, not to engage in battle with you. If you wish to negotiate, then let us first spar to determine your worthiness to trade with the celestial feather kind. One of the celestial feather beings stepped forward, with no choice but to retreat. Xiao Yuan lamented his current physical condition, which fell short compared to the formidable Tianyu species. It is worth noting that the most potent ability of the Tianyu is the falling strike. a technique that employs powerful magic to propel the body towards a target with devastating force. Its potency can obliterate everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers, demonstrating the exceptional physical prowess of the Tianyu. However, although a direct confrontation was unfeasible, Shi Yuan was no longer the same individual he once was. Bolstered by the entirety of elven magic and the dragon language, could he truly be outmatched by this fourth-ranked Tianyu? Thus, he resolved to neutralize the opponent's aerial advantage. Forbid the skies. The authoritative command resonated, accompanied by the activation of the dragon language. The Tianyu, which had been soaring towards Shi Yuan, suddenly plummeted to the ground. How could you wield the dragon language? The adversary gasped, and the surrounding Tianyu were equally astonished. Unleash. The Tianyu initiated a linguistic spell, but after a futile attempt to ascend once more, it confirmed the authenticity of Shi Yuan's dragon language. The precedence of the magic invoked by the dragon language surpassed that of ordinary spells. The expression of the Tianyu darkened. This human was exceedingly peculiar. Why could he command the dragon language? Determined to probe further, the Tianyu opted to employ magic since flight was no longer an option. While the dragon language was indeed powerful, its activation came at a cost several times greater than that of ordinary spells. Therefore, he devised a plan to outlast Shi Yuan in a battle of magical prowess. As the Tianyu commenced its actions, Shi Yuan had already anticipated this and began his own magical suppression. I possess the entirety of elven magic. How can I be outdone by a mere upstart? The ensuing confrontation was one of overwhelming dominance and concluded swiftly. Clapping resounded. What a spectacular battle. A man approached, applauding. Your Majesty. The other Tianyu promptly bowed in respect. The Lord of the Skies waved his hand and addressed Shi Yuan. May I invite you inside for a more detailed discussion? Certainly. That is precisely my purpose for being here. Without hesitation, Shi Yuan followed the Lord of the Skies inside. The dragon spirit and elven species had already entered the fray. Now it was the turn of the Tianyu. Shi Yuan mused inwardly. Within the Sky City, Shi Yuan sat across from the Lord of the Skies, Abais. I find your secrets quite intriguing. Your powers derive from both the dragon spirit's dragon language and the magical abilities of the elven species. Abais took a sip of tea, his gaze flickering. Involving two superior races above the Tianyu, this unexpected variable warranted thorough investigation. If the two major factions made moves unbeknownst to the Tianyu, it would inevitably suffer great losses. You are correct. This involves a transaction, contingent upon whether the Tianyu wished to partake. Shi Yuan confirmed Abei's speculation. Abais smiled enigmatically, his thoughts concealed. Please elaborate on the details of your transaction. He did not inquire about participation, instead opting to hear the specifics from Shi Yuan first, likely intending to analyze the information before making a decision. As rulers of their respective races, one would assume they possessed keen intellects. It seems everyone enjoys a free ride. Shi Yuan thought to himself, his mind racing through possibilities. To speak frankly would surely lead the other party to suspect and avoid involvement. Thus one must rely on persuasive rhetoric to entice them, or present unavoidable reasons for their participation. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Yuan devised a rationale, realizing that it was essential to exploit the value of the dragon spirits. The dragon spirits, intent on challenging the divine spirits once more, had chosen us, the lowest-ranked humans, as their pawns rather than engaging directly. Abei's furrowed his brow in thought, acknowledging that this behavior was indeed characteristic of the dragon spirits. Their evident dissatisfaction from the last battle, despite being confined to the Dragon Valley, indicated they would not passively await their fate. During this time, new actions were undoubtedly in the offing. Was it the humans before him? Shi Yuan seized the moment. In the previous trial, the elves failed to obtain any useful information regarding the divine spirits, prompting their involvement as well. This time, they planned to slay a divine spirit to study its divine form. However, killing a deity is no trivial matter, even with the enhancement of dragon speech and elven magic. I cannot guarantee success in this endeavor. Abei's nodded in agreement, recalling how the coalition of several upper-tier races had only managed to inflict minimal harm on the divine spirits. Although they did not deploy their full strength, it was evident how formidable the divine spirits were. To expect this singular human to possess the means to slay a divine spirit is nothing short of fanciful. Seeing that the conversation had reached a pivotal point, Shi Yuan articulated, "What we humans seek is quite simple. As a lowly race, our ranking holds little significance for us. We merely wish to survive in these tumultuous times. Following my challenge to the divine spirits, humanity will inevitably face their wrath. Thus, I proposed a pact wherein they would offer us protection and impart their respective skills for our self-preservation. The dragon spirits provided dragon speech. The elves contributed magical training. And if your Tianyu race wishes to partake, then we require your abilities as well." Upon hearing this, Abei's chuckled, realizing the depth of human ambition. The other party appeared to see through his intentions. Shi Yuan secretly reveled in this, appreciating their misplaced confidence. When the truth eventually emerged, it would be they who lamented. Although humanity would also face dire consequences and shared adversity, we would emerge as the somewhat victorious, albeit suffering, party. You presume that we humans wish to engage in this racial game, but from the very beginning, we intended to overturn the table. If heaven grants us no means to play, then let no one play at all. Chapter 323. Unveiling the Fangs. How so? Xiao Yuan replied calmly. I suspect your schemes extend beyond this. The dragon spirits, elves, and our Tianyu race are merely components of a larger plan, and you will seek collaborations with other races. Will you not? ABI's unmasked his intentions. Indeed, as you surmise, this is essential. The might of the divine spirits is a well-documented fact. Relying solely on the strength of a few upper-tier races is insufficient for meaningful exploration. I aim to consolidate the powers of all races to enhance my own, thus acquiring the means to hunt the divine spirits. What say you to this? Xiao Yuan openly acknowledged. This step is, in fact, a masterstroke. No one would suspect that humanity's ultimate goal is to dismantle the entire racial hierarchy. After all, this notion is utterly absurd. Only the deranged would jest about the annihilation of an entire race. Yet humanity, in its fervent desire to prevail, finds itself devoid of alternatives. ABI's pondered deeply, sensing an underlying disquiet, though he rationalized that humanity, being merely the 100th race, might be driven to such madness in pursuit of power. Nonetheless, he had no intention of revealing the profound heritage of the Tianyu race to Xiao Yuan, nor could the value of the transaction be compromised. Casting a glance at Xiao Yuan across the table, ABI's arrived at a resolution. An exchange can be made. I observe your human physique is feeble. Our Tianyu race possesses methods to strengthen the body. Since you currently wield the dragon language and magical powers, our techniques will aptly fill the void in your physical prowess. ABI's declared. State your terms, Xiao Yuan replied, undeterred by the allure of profit, aware that every endeavor bears a price, contingent upon the other party's willingness to demand exorbitant compensation. Quite simply, the spoils derived from the dragon spirit and elven races must be equitably shared with the Tianyu. Furthermore, to mitigate the risk that you humans may ultimately shy away from challenging the divine races, we shall discreetly lend you our support, ABI's articulated. Xiao Yuan understood. That is acceptable. Should we humans refrain from taking action, your encouragement will be beyond reproach. Upon hearing this, ABI's felt reassured. Now that our agreement is established, may I reside in the City of Air for a decade or two? Xiao Yuan mused. Certainly, you may stay until you master the physical cultivation techniques. However, there are certain forbidden zones you must not enter, lest you provoke my wrath, ABI's warned. Rest assured, I, Xiao Yuan, am not one to engage in underhanded dealings. He replied with solemnity. ABI's, harboring some skepticism, resolved to assign personnel to monitor Xiao Yuan around the clock. Thus, Xiao Yuan successfully remained to learn the methods of physical cultivation. As days turned into months, Xiao Yuan grew increasingly formidable. After meticulous planning, humanity's foundation now boasted the dragon language, magical systems, and physical training frameworks. Although these advancements had yet to be fully disseminated among all humans, there was no rush, for ultimately, the human race would face extinction, leaving only a scant few. Foundations such as these were meant for the ascendance of future generations. The one uncertainty that plagued Xiao Yuan was whether future descendants would arise to lead humanity toward a path of racial elevation. The future remained an enigma. 15 years swiftly elapsed. In this span, Xiao Yuan had thoroughly explored the depths of the Tianyu race. He had also unearthed the formidable latent power they had been secretly amassing. Known as the Strike of the Divine. As the name suggests, it was intended for the future conquest of the divine races. A cataclysmic strike fueled by the collective might of the Tianyu. With such immense resources at his disposal, Xiao Yuan seized them without hesitation for his own benefit. Once he had exhausted the secrets of the Tianyu, he lingered no longer, hastily bidding farewell and departing. Having drained their value, he left without a second thought, embodying the archetype of a rogue. After exiting the City of Air, Xiao Yuan promptly returned to the human stronghold. Following years of development and bolstered by the gift of the dragon language, humanity thrived in their secluded haven. The return of Xiao Yuan brought great joy to the former leaders. However, compared to the youthful Xiao Yuan, the leaders of his bygone generation have succumbed to the ravages of time. After all, apart from Xiao Yuan, humanity is constrained by a 100-year lifespan. Witnessing this reality, Xiao Yuan felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction. What is distance, and what is there to worry about, if not for the necessary sacrifices? The crowd emulated Xiao Yuan, reciting each other's profound maxims. Xiao Yuan was amused, yet beneath his smile lay a veil of sorrow. Indeed, just necessary sacrifices. Enter, for I bring forth a system of cultivation, enabling humanity to harness power through practice. Xiao Yuan restrained the hand he wished to raise and entered the gathering place alongside the crowd. Thus began a 3-year period during which Xiao Yuan dedicated himself to instructing all of humanity in the art of cultivation, with newfound methods to enhance their strength. Each individual devoted themselves fervently to their training. The innate talents of the human race began to emerge. Although each person's aptitude varied, collectively, humanity's comprehension far surpassed that of all other races. Numerous prodigies also arose. Xiao Yuan, will you depart once more? Inquired several individuals. Xiao Yuan gazed at the thriving humanity and shook his head. The initial ranks had all engaged, and I intend to connect the remaining ranks with the entirety of the human race. Thus, Let us accumulate strength and develop humanity. For only then shall we possess the leverage to negotiate with other races. Xiao Yuan resolved to approach the remaining ranks through the collective of the race rather than individuals. Since humanity aims to challenge the divine races, action must be taken before the true reality is unveiled. Xiao Yuan fixated his gaze upon the towering peaks beyond the stars. Silent. The first rank shall be temporarily entrusted to you for a few more years, for humanity shall inevitably dethrone you from your pedestal. In the 135th year of trading with the dragon spirits, humanity, having cultivated for many years, had secured a foundation for self-preservation. Henceforth, humanity would no longer need to hide in fear. They occupied a promising stretch of wasteland, which, under Xiao Yuan's formidable magical transformation, became their sanctuary. Subsequently, humanity began to cultivate their own racial power in this newfound domain. Many races were perplexed by the transformation of humanity, yet, considering that humanity was the lowest race, none sought to disturb them. Rather than provoke humanity, it was more prudent to investigate the weaknesses of rival races. Humanity relished the tranquility. They continued to flourish and develop. 200 years passed. Under the sweeping tides of time, humanity underwent several generational shifts. The leadership positions from yesteryears remained, with each incumbent leader bequeathing a plan to their successor before their passing. Xiao Yuan ascended to the role of the supreme leader of all humanity. However, he seldom made public appearances, as the leadership duties were fully executed by the collective of leaders. Gazing at the luminous moon, Xiao Yuan was engulfed in myriad thoughts. The passing of old friends rendered him more taciturn. After assessing the current strength of humanity, Xiao Yuan felt it was time to take action. Let the curtain rise on this farcical war of races. In the 201st year of trading, under Xiao Yuan's guidance, humanity began to engage with various races, targeting them from the bottom ranks upward. The final rank of races witnesses humanity employing resolute measures, while the intermediate ranks engage in collaboration, and the upper echelon resorts to trade. When humanity began to reveal its formidable fangs, many races were left astonished. The strength exhibited by humanity transcended all previous perceptions. The essence of the lower-tier races was seized by humans, propelling their ranks steadily upward. Chapter 324. A demand for the abyss. The upper-tier races merely observe. The Elf King is quite pleased with Xiao Yuan's actions, believing him to be executing his plan flawlessly. The dragon spirits in the Dragon Valley also sensed the commotion. Although they could not venture outside, they could still observe the external circumstances through magic. Has the time for action finally come? Let our pawns probe the depths of the divine races. The Lord of the Skies, Abies, is also vigilant regarding humanity's every move. The realization that Xiao Yuan is indeed following the plan alleviated any lingering concerns. Solidified. A single word flickered through the minds of the upper-tier races. They all adopted a stance of detached observation. Humanity, reveling in its advantageous position, recognized that without the intervention of the upper-tier races, the lower-tier races were no longer a match for them. Consequently, humanity began to flourish rapidly over the course of a century. Races such as the orcs, celestial dogs, and shadow cats were systematically conquered, becoming vanquished subordinates. As the defeated faction, their essence was forcibly appropriated by humanity. Xiao Yuan unceremoniously assimilated the foundational strengths of each race into the human lineage. The ability to encompass all rivers allowed humanity's capabilities to expand exponentially. Any race's abilities could be utilized, and any could be cultivated. As long as you possess it, I dare to employ it. The guiding principle was one of unreserved acceptance. While humanity ostensibly engaged in challenges against the divine races, clandestinely, they embarked on Xiao Yuan's audacious scheme. 220 years of negotiation led Xiao Yuan to the dwarves. Human leader, what brings you here? The dwarves asked, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Xiao Yuan. In the past, you presented a weapon when probing the divine races. Do you still have it? Xiao Yuan articulated his purpose. Are you referring to the abyss? The dwarves inquired. Indeed, the name suits the weapon, Xiao Yuan reflected. During the previous encounter, the dwarves had unveiled a formidable weapon for their trial. Even across the vast continent, the might of the weapon stirred Xiao Yuan's aspirations. Although it failed to slay the divine races, it significantly repelled several of them. Moreover, Xiao Yuan had a premonition that this was not the weapon's full potential. Presumably, the dwarves were reluctant to expose the abyss's true power, considering it merely a test. The abyss is not for you to covet. Abandon that thought. The dwarves shook their heads. Your wishes do not dictate our actions. Notify your king. Xiao Yuan was disinclined to engage in verbal sparring with these foot soldiers. Noticing the dwarves' reluctance to move, he frowned. What? Do you expect me to bring the human army to your doorstep before your king makes an appearance? The dwarves were taken aback. The most significant transformation in recent years had been the human race, which not only inexplicably acquired immense power, but also, during this time, had vanquished dozens of races above them. The gradual ascent of humanity has become a universally acknowledged phenomenon among the myriad races. Presently, humanity ranks 11th. However, this position is merely provisional, as the true potential of humanity remains inscrutable even to the top 10 races. After all, The strength humanity has exhibited thus far is merely superficial, concealing profound depths and strategies beneath. Please follow me, said the dwarf, swallowing hard as he began to lead the way. After escorting Xu Yuan into a private chamber, he went off to inform their king. Inside, Xu Yuan leisurely sipped tea, his gaze drifting into the depths of his cup. 80 years remain. 80 years until the limit of his lifespan, prompting him to act a year in advance. There is no need to fret about his age impairing his full potential. In the end, he intends to invoke magic through a soul sacrifice, forcibly restoring himself to peak condition. For the sake of his aspirations and humanity's future, he is prepared to give everything, considering his soul a trivial price compared to the near annihilation of humanity. Is it self-reproach? He recalled a question posed by a colleague a century ago. Back then, he was weak, and humanity struggled to survive. Now, humanity has risen against all races, no longer feeble, albeit briefly, basking in glory. In the face of ultimate victory, all sacrifices are deemed necessary, indeed, necessary. Returning to reality, Xu Yuan felt a metallic sweetness in his mouth and cast a silent glance at his finger, which he had bitten, casually using magic to mend it before recalibrating his state. Soon, a towering figure among the dwarves entered the private chamber. Leader of the humans, Xu Yuan, I recognize you, stated the dwarf king, dismissing the others and seating himself across from Xu Yuan. Oh, I did not expect my reputation to precede me so greatly, Xu Yuan replied, his expression impassive. Your activities have not gone unnoticed in recent years. As one of the upper echelons, we have been keeping a close watch, the dwarf king remarked, pausing to scrutinize the man before him. I have been informed that you seek the Tianyuan. Indeed, might you consider parting with it? Xu Yuan smiled. The dwarf king pondered thoughtfully, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Xu Yuan refrained from urging him, patiently awaiting a response. Provide me with a reason, a rationale that would compel the dwarves to relinquish the Tianyuan to you humans, the dwarf king said, leaning back with crossed arms. It is well known that the Tianyuan has repelled several divine beings in the past. Do you not wish to test its limits? Xu Yuan calmly sipped his tea. As a race of craftsmen, forging weapons is the dwarves' innate talent. The Tianyuan is their most formidable creation, yet it has always been regarded as a treasure, revealed only once during a previous test with divine beings and dragon spirits. However, the dwarves feared overstepping, inciting the wrath of the divine beings, resulting in a mere display that left a lingering sense of regret. Xu Yuan believes that such a weapon can only be fully unleashed in battle against divine beings. Yet, the dwarves could never initiate conflict with divine beings to test the Tianyuan's limits. Since the dwarves hesitate, humanity dares to act. Thus, he has come today. The Tianyuan shall be mine, Xu Yuan declared, prompting a frown from the dwarf king. Based on current human actions, their ambitions appear substantial, likely directed towards the divine beings of the first rank. As Xu Yuan articulated, the trials of Tianyuan have long been a lament for the dwarven race. The ultimate weapons can only be tested to their limits by engaging in combat with the strongest divine entities. However, the dwarves have always hesitated to challenge these divine beings. Consequently, since the inception of Tianyuan, it has not been enhanced. Rather than allowing Tianyuan to gather dust in your dwarven warehouses, it would be far better to entrust it to us humans, where it may serve a significant purpose, Xu Yuan proclaimed. Oh, are you humans truly prepared to confront the divine beings? The dwarf king inquired skeptically. Though the hearts of humanity are well known to all races, it is only prudent to confirm this with the opposing party. The first rank, occupied by the divine beings for far too long, has faced no challengers. Thus, we humans shall take up the mantle. Though we may not inherently rival other races, we possess an unwavering heart. Weakness itself is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the absence of the resolve to grow stronger. To cower before the powerful is to court annihilation. The dwarf king pondered this and found it to be a reasonable assertion. Chapter 325, For my use very well. If you humans are indeed intent on challenging the divine beings, then we dwarves shall gladly offer Tianyuan to assist you, the dwarf king acquiesced. Such an excellent opportunity for testing must not be squandered. Not only would they avoid incurring the wrath of the divine beings, but they would also acquire invaluable testing data. Once the data is collected, they could refashion Tianyuan and enhance it, achieving two objectives with a single endeavor. Excellent. Let us discuss compensation, Xu Yuan nodded. Compensation? The dwarf king was puzzled, yet he magnanimously stated, there is no need for compensation. We shall lend it to you humans free of charge. The prospect of obtaining weapon data was already immensely satisfying to them, and the dwarf king had no desire to be greedy over trifling benefits. Xu Yuan wore a peculiar expression. Who said it was we humans who would compensate you? Isn't it so? The dwarf king felt an ominous premonition. Here we are, risking the ire of the divine beings to assist you dwarves in testing Tianyuan, and you expect us not to receive compensation? Xu Yuan shamelessly retorted. The dwarf king was left speechless, having never encountered such audacious impudence. Who, indeed, was the borrower? It was you who sought our weapons. How has it come to pass that I am now the one appealing to you humans to test my own weapons? Pray, do not jest. The dwarf king glared at Xu Yuan. With unabashed persistence, Xiao Yuan continued, "Well, I'm not extorting you. I have long heard of the dwarves' unparalleled forging skills. We humans also wish to acquire some knowledge to forge our own weapons." The dwarf king's beard bristled in indignation. "Was this not extortion? I graciously offer you weapons, and you audaciously seek to obtain our means of sustenance." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yuan moderated his tone, understanding that a small concession from the dwarves would likely be granted. "Ahem, I am not asking for your core techniques, merely the basics of forging. Just enough to create some minor weapons, not the methods for forging Tianyuan," Xiao Yuan clarified. Upon hearing this, the dwarf king's anger subsided somewhat. Such a modest request posed no significant threat to the dwarven race. If it is merely this, then there is no objection. Our dwarven kin are not a miserly race. The inclusion of more races into the forging fraternity could indeed foster the advancement of smithing techniques, pondered the dwarf king. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan smiled, recognizing the opportunity at hand. "Haha, well then, I shall impose upon you for the next several years. I will personally remain to study the art of forging. And once I have mastered it, I shall teach my kin." Xiao Yuan chuckled heartily, secretly calculating his own gains. "Just wait, I shall strip you of your secrets." "Very well, it is settled," the dwarf king mused, finding no issue with the arrangement. Thus, Xiao Yuan stayed behind to commence his studies in forging. In parallel, the humans continued their expansive endeavors. Time passed swiftly, and 20 years flew by. After 240 years of trade, Xiao Yuan waved farewell to the dwarf king. Observing Xiao Yuan's departure, the dwarf king expressed a tinge of regret. This fellow possesses exceptional talent in forging. If only he were a dwarf, he would undoubtedly reach the level of a master craftsman. Little did he know, Xiao Yuan had grasped the foundational techniques in just a few months, dedicating the remainder of his time to uncovering their core technologies. Once he had assimilated all the knowledge, Xiao Yuan donned his belongings and prepared to leave. Having grown weary of the experience, he slipped away. As for the Tianyuan, it would remain with the dwarves for maintenance. The dwarf king would only bestow it upon the divine race when Xiao Yuan was ready to engage in battle, for their previous discussions were but one-sided. The dwarf king had taken precautions, demonstrating his sagacity. "Truly, I am quite clever," he mused with self-admiration. After departing from the dwarven realm, Xiao Yuan returned to the human territories to organize various matters. Those who received his directives began to stir in secrecy. All was quietly being orchestrated. Xiao Yuan gathered his thoughts. Humanity had already conquered the races below the upper echelon. According to his classification, the top 10 constituted the upper echelon, 1150 the middle echelon, and those below 50 the lower echelon. Among the upper echelon, the dragon spirits were the first to engage, followed by the elves, then the Tianyu, and lastly the dwarfs. Including the target divine race, half had already entered the fray. Yet, 5 major factions remained. The 5th, the goblins, the 7th, the celestial foxes, the 8th, the fantasies, the 9th, the forests, and the 10th, the mechanites. A gleam of determination shone in Xiao Yuan's eyes. His time was limited. These races must be dealt with within 60 years. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yuan embarked on his mission. If the dwarves excelled in forging, then the goblins, occupying the 5th rank, were renowned for their inventions. Upon entering the subterranean world, Xiao Yuan was astounded by its prosperity. No wonder the traces of goblins were seldom seen on the surface. This race had established the underground as their stronghold. Xiao Yuan's expression turned grave. The strength of the goblins had been underestimated by the rankings. The underground was devoid of competition from other races, rendering the entire realm a goblin domain. To Xiao Yuan's relief, despite their years of development, the goblins had not claimed much of the underground world. This 5th-tier world remained vast. As he wandered through, Xiao Yuan sought information regarding the goblin race. As an outsider, Xiao Yuan's appearance was quite striking, yet this did not pose a challenge for him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he cast a transformation spell. After months of exploration, he had discerned the strength of this particular race. A wicked smile curled upon his lips. How convenient it was to have such a tool at his disposal. The goblin race possessed a colossal war machine, aptly named after the great god Peak. Their ambitions were far from modest. During their last probe, they had merely dispatched ordinary firearms, leaving their ultimate weapon dormant. This so-called colossal war machine was an enormous automaton, lying in silence beneath the earth, representing the very essence of the goblin race, and serving as their ultimate armament. The goblins had crafted its core from the heart of the earth, utilizing the entirety of their technological prowess for its offensive capabilities. Even with their formidable physical strength, no other race could hope to challenge it in a one-on-one confrontation. This was the quintessence of their civilization. Thus, Xiao Yuan promptly altered his strategy. Cooperation was no longer an option. Engaging with them was out of the question. This threat, if left unchecked, would pose a significant obstacle to the rise of humanity in the future. Therefore, this scheme must ensure the goblin race was thoroughly incapacitated. Weapons, after all, were his greatest passion. Xiao Yuan chuckled to himself. Everything in this world was at his disposal. Leveraging the advantages of magic, Xiao Yuan infiltrated the enemy's ranks, initiating a process of internal subversion. Although the goblins were adept inventors, they lacked a magical framework. For years, this race had secluded themselves in the depths of the earth, showing no inclination to interact with other races. While isolation can yield certain benefits, an excessive insularity inevitably reveals its drawbacks, much like in modern technological societies. When a great mage emerged, the goblin leadership was entirely under Xu Yuan's control, caught unawares by the silent magic. Let this serve as a lesson against your narrow-mindedness, he mused. Without defenses against spiritual incursions, how would they navigate this predicament? Confronting the colossal war machine head-on left Xu Yuan feeling apprehensive, but if he could not best their mightiest weapon, surely he could outsmart its creators. Licking his lips, he gazed at the colossal automaton and grinned. Now, the advantage lies with me. Chapter 326. The Celestial Fox Race. Xu Yuan began to delve into the goblin race's foundational knowledge. He unearthed all pertinent information related to their essence. Initially, he had planned to master this race's knowledge himself. However, the development of a force known as technology would not provide him substantial aid in the short term. With a sigh, he recognized that while the potential of this technological force seemed formidable, its development would require a protracted period. What he lacked most was time. Thus, the goblin's foundational knowledge offered little immediate benefit to him. However, it could be preserved for future generations to study at leisure. Let us gather everything, Xu Yuan decided. He spent time copying all the materials into his magical space. Casting one last glance at the thriving underground world, he departed from the place. No matter how prosperous a realm may be, it is destined for ruin. The key to avoiding such a fate lies in standing above all races. Yet, even with this understanding, he could not afford to be complacent, for the divine races, currently occupying the highest echelons, were still within his calculations. One day, when humanity reaches its pinnacle, it must be prepared for a united assault from myriad races. Power is the fundamental essence upon which a race relies for survival, and it serves as the foundation for solidifying one's status. In the subsequent period, Xu Yuan ventured to the 7th race, the Celestial Foxes, and the 9th race, the Forest Folk. He had to concede that the Celestial Foxes possessed remarkable strength, distinct from any he had encountered over the years. According to the Celestial Foxes, they referred to this power as demonic energy, which seemed to surpass magical energy in potency. However, the drawback of such advanced energy is that it is considerably challenging to cultivate, which is why the Celestial Foxes currently hold only the 7th position. Although the cultivation of demonic energy is arduous, the lifespan of the Celestial Foxes is exceedingly long. Almost every individual, barring unforeseen circumstances, can live for 1,000 or 2,000 years. Moreover, as they claimed, if one can continuously break through various levels of strength, they can shatter the shackles of their race's lifespan, thereby extending their own longevity. Xu Yuan placed great importance on the cultivation system of this race, as lifespan is indeed one of the shackles that bind humanity. Having traversed the continent and witnessed numerous races, it appeared that other races tended to be long-lived. Even the weaker orcs could live for up to 500 years, whereas humanity's lifespan is limited to a mere 300 years. If the individual lifespan of humans could be extended, it would significantly enhance the power of the race. The longevity of elder warriors would provide ample time to safeguard the growth of future generations. Thus, Xu Yuan immediately inquired whether the cultivation methods of demonic energy could be traded. Upon hearing Xu Yuan's audacious request, the queen of the Celestial Foxes, Su Qing could not help but cast a disdainful glance at him. Did he think that the cultivation system of their race was as common as cabbage? Even if she were to share it, humanity would never be able to cultivate demonic energy. Demonic energy is not merely a matter of will. Without the bloodline of the demon race, it is impossible to succeed. Su Qing remarked calmly. What constitutes a demon? Xu Yuan asked. Su Qing was momentarily at a loss. She had never contemplated this question. From the moment their race was born, they were acutely aware of their identity. Besides their name, they could also be referred to as demons. Furrowing her delicate brows, Su Qing pondered for a moment before responding. Those like us, the Celestial Foxes, should be considered demons. This left Xu Yuan speechless, as her answer was tantamount to saying nothing at all. Thus far, the term demon had only been associated with their race. Were there any other races on the continent that used this term? Observing the Celestial Fox's appearance, which bore a striking resemblance to humanity, he inquired. Does this imply that humans are also demons? Not quite. This is my form after transformation. Before taking on this shape, we Celestial Foxes exist as fox demons, only transforming into human form while still retaining some characteristics. If you don't believe me, look here. Without the need for demonic energy to conceal anything, Su Qing soon revealed a pair of snow-white fox ears within Xu Yuan's line of sight. Su Qing pointed to the foxtail behind her. In ordinary times, we could conceal such traits with our demonic power, but during combat, when we unleash our full potential, these characteristics become evident. Xu Yuan surveyed her thoughtfully. His interest was not of romantic inclination, but rather, he was struck by an idea upon observing the fox demon before him. Setting aside the question of why fox demons take on human forms, he was primarily curious about whether a union between humans and celestial foxes could yield offspring. Given that the cultivation of demonic power requires a lineage of demonic blood, Would it not suffice to experiment with such a union? There is no need for widespread intermarriage. A limited study would suffice. Our yearning for power surpasses your imagination, and should conditions permit, he would not mind enabling humans to master the cultivation of demonic abilities. Xiao Yuan thought shamelessly. Such a notion is fanciful. It offers no advantage to our celestial fox lineage, Su Qing'er retorted, exasperated. Why should we allow you humans to delve into our system of demonic power? Xiao Yuan lamented inwardly, realizing that in this era, humans would be unable to grasp the cultivation of demonic energy. Without the bloodline of a demon, no amount of effort to appropriate the system would enable humans to study or cultivate it. Am I destined to play the villain? Xiao Yuan mused, gazing at Su Qing'er, who felt rather uneasy under his scrutiny. What are you doing? She asked. What are your thoughts on the extinction of a race? He inquired. Are you threatening me? Su Qing'er arched an eyebrow. No, merely asking. As leaders of our respective races, shouldn't we contemplate such scenarios? Xiao Yuan shook his head. At this juncture, it was unwise to sever ties with her. Yet, for the future of humanity, he was willing to lay the groundwork here. Let me bear the mantle of villainy. If the day should come when we can no longer resist, I will ensure that the embers of our race endure, Su Qing'er reflected. Xiao Yuan silently apologized within. That day would arrive swiftly. After the calamity, all races would be reset, and every lineage would be forced to begin anew. He would become a harbinger of destruction. The very demon who led his own race to annihilation. If such a day comes, and you wish to restore your population, consider the possibility of co-development with us humans. Xiao Yuan proposed, contemplating the extraction of value, leaving no stone unturned in enhancing human power. Su Qing'er remained silent. Xiao Yuan did not linger, rising to depart. Enjoy the remaining moments of tranquility. A great calamity approaches. No being can escape this vortex, and those who engage will surely perish. Humanity faces imminent defeat. All races shall inevitably fall. From the moment humans were denied a seat at the gambling table of the war of all races, they became insignificant in the eyes of the reveling multitude, engaged in their merriment and wagers. I wager the rise and fall of humanity, risking it all to overturn a game in which we were destined to lose. Only by appending the table and clearing the pieces of the myriad races can humanity earn the right to rejoin the fray. Pessimism and self-pity are futile. Lamentation cannot alter fate. Only by defying the heavens can we carve a path forward. Chapter 327. The intricate fantasy species in stark contrast to the barren harvest found among the Tianhu species, Xiao Yuan discovered a commendable system of power within the ninth race. The forest species. This lineage cultivates the energy of life, boasting an immeasurable lifespan. Theoretically, as long as one lives long enough, their strength can perpetually ascend. However, this comes with its drawbacks, as the cultivation of life energy is notably advanced, seemingly more challenging to master than demonic power. The strength of the forest species grows in accordance with the passage of years. Their cultivation system imposes no stringent requirements. Any living being is capable of undertaking this practice. Xiao Yuan, however, did not intend to utilize this power system to enhance his strength, as the rate of cultivation was exceedingly gradual. Yet, the ability to prolong life through this system was a significant boon for humanity, effectively addressing a critical deficiency. By adopting this system as a supplementary means, the issue of a fleeting lifespan could be adeptly resolved. Thus, Xiao Yuan took it upon himself to delve into the depths of the forest species without reservation. After a duration of 260 years, Xiao Yuan departed from the woodlands, satisfied, and set his course towards the territory of the eighth race, the fantasy species. Regarding the fantasy species, Xiao Yuan had unearthed scant intelligence. This race was extraordinarily elusive, akin to the goblin species, rarely revealing themselves. It was rumored that the fantasy species resided within the realm of dreams. However, despite his extensive searches across the continent, he could not locate this elusive domain. It appeared to be a unique space of their own creation, yet all spaces are tethered to the foundations of the world. Once the reflective coordinates are discovered, entry can be achieved through a singular point. Understanding the underlying principles, Xiao Yuan ventured to the area where the fantasy species had been recently sighted. The surroundings were quite desolate, yet upon closer scrutiny, he sensed considerable fluctuations within this space. It seemed he had arrived at the right place. Xiao Yuan began to breach the boundary with force. Boom. The veil between the virtual and the real was torn open. As he peered inside, he found little of substance, compelling him to enter with caution. Within the realm of dreams, the intrusion of a living being immediately captured the attention of the realm's architect. Gazing upon the colossal dream beast before him, Xiao Yuan subtly gathered his strength. The dream beast established a mental connection with Xiao Yuan. Noticing that the creature did not exhibit any hostile intentions, Xiao Yuan agreed to the mental link with a sense of relief. I wonder what brings you to trespass in my realm of dreams, inquired the dream beast, the sovereign of the fantasy species. It drew Xiao Yuan into a unique space that appeared to be a dreamscape. Xiao Yuan discerned the complexity of this race. The most perilous races are often not the overtly powerful divine beings, but rather those that, like venomous serpents, lurk in the shadows, amassing power. The fantasy species. akin to the goblin species, epitomized this latter category. What is your perspective on the divine races? Xiao Yuan probed cautiously. We, the fantasy species, have no desire to partake in the conflicts of races, the dream beast responded, denying any involvement. Internally, Xiao Yuan smirked at this assertion, recognizing its implausibility. In the mire of conflict, no race can remain detached. It is not a matter of choice. The consciousness of the world has declared that the rankings of races will influence the distribution of blessings. Those races lagging behind, when blessings are insufficient, will inevitably be obliterated beneath the relentless wheel of time. The wheels of fate have already begun to turn. Those who wish to avoid being crushed beneath them must strive to ascend relentlessly. Indeed, humanity yearns to contest for the pinnacle position. Xiao Yuan fixated intently on the other party, seeking any reaction. Yet, no discernible change transpired, suggesting they belonged to a race adept at concealment. Oh, such a race is indeed the most challenging to contend with. This journey may likely end in disappointment. The dream beast assumed a posture of quiet observation, watching Xiao Yuan's performance. Xiao Yuan posed several inquiries, each met with perfunctory replies. Well then, my curiosity has been sufficiently sated. I shall not intrude further, he bid farewell. The dream beast gazed at Xiao Yuan departing the dream realm. Cunning humans, it murmured to itself. Another unique race. From the recent probing, several valuable insights were gleaned. First, the illusion species can perceive external events clearly, even without leaving the dream realm. Second, they are scheming for the top position but currently refrain from taking action, likely due to insufficient strength to overthrow the divine beings. Third, the corporeal form of the illusion species exists not in the realm of reality, but in another spatial domain. Fourth, that dream beast appears to be the monarch of the illusion species, capable of sensing every movement within the dream realm. Xiao Yuan pondered over this intelligence. Time was of the essence. Such a formidable race could not be allowed to remain unchallenged in solitude. They must be drawn into the mire. If a single attempt failed, then multiple endeavors would be necessary. In the following days, Xiao Yuan repeatedly traversed the dream realm, while the dream beast remained ever patient, closely monitoring his every action. As soon as he entered the dream realm, it would manifest and follow him closely. Xiao Yuan endeavored through numerous methods to obscure the other's perception. Yet each tactic proved futile. He simply could not shake off this relentless attachment. It was implausible for such a perceptive ability to be devoid of flaws. There must be a chink in their armor that he had yet to uncover. Xiao Yuan calmed himself, delving into the recesses of his mind to explore the techniques of all races in search of a solution. 3 months swiftly elapsed. Ultimately, he had only the methods of the goblin race left to explore, yet he held little faith in them. A race that had failed to develop any mysterious powers would surely be incapable of eluding the scrutiny of such a bug-level illusion being. In the end, Xiao Yuan resolved to grasp at straws and once more entered the dream realm, casting that item out just moments before the dream beast's arrival. In an instant, a figure appeared before him. Human, the dream realm is our domain as illusion beings. Your frequent comings and goings are rather impolite. The dream beast expressed its discontent. I merely find this place quite conducive for cultivating my mental strength, and I do not intend to linger long. Only a decade or two before I depart. Xiao Yuan replied with calm assurance. After numerous prior tests, he had discerned the boundaries of the illusion species. This race was clandestinely orchestrating its own affairs, currently avoiding exposure. As long as his actions remained moderate, they would not pose a threat to him. The dream beast ceased its complaints and, as usual, followed Xiao Yuan. Wherever he went, it accompanied him, and upon arriving at each new location, the dream beast would notify other dream beasts to vacate the area in advance. The situation surrounding Xiao Yuan resembled a plague, causing everyone to keep their distance and denying him any chance for interaction. Left with no choice, Xiao Yuan wandered aimlessly before departing once more. He resolved to endure for a while longer, as his plans required an additional 600 years to come to fruition. The dream beasts observed Xiao Yuan from afar, frowning at the sight of him. They were at a critical juncture, and any exposure could jeopardize all their careful scheming. Meanwhile, in a distant encampment, Xiao Yuan retrieved his equipment. Could it be that he had truly gone unnoticed? He gasped in astonishment. His first success filled him with elation. At last, there was progress. The next step involved continually deploying items infused with the essence of the earth to unearth secrets. The concealment of the fantasy species hinted at the magnitude of their plans. Chapter 328. Pawns? Players? In the months that followed, Xiao Yuan persistently deployed monitoring devices associated with the earth essence. Indeed, these were instruments for surveillance. Initially harboring little hope, he was unexpectedly met with success. As the number of monitoring devices gradually increased, Xiao Yuan began operating them to probe the dream realm. He had previously explored this realm himself, but due to the constant presence of dream beasts, many areas remained unexamined. Fortunately, during that interval, he had etched a rough topographical map of the dream realm in his mind. Years passed swiftly. Once the quota for the deployment of detectors was met, Xiao Yuan ceased his incursions into the dream realm, which allowed the dream beasts to breathe a sigh of relief, finally free from the incessant annoyance. With the absence of outsiders, The dream beasts became more active, much to Xu Yuan's delight. After 270 years of trading, Xu Yuan finally unearthed the secrets of the fantasy species. Firstly, the reason the fantasy species could maintain a clear grasp of the world outside the dream realm without emerging from it is due to their innate ability to traverse the dreams of living beings. This unique capability is remarkable, considering that dreams are inherently fictitious. It is astonishing that dream beasts can enter spaces constructed by the imaginations of living beings. Upon deeper investigation, Xu Yuan discovered that the dream beasts possess this ability because the foundation of dream construction is rooted in mental energy. Their race excels in the study of the mental domain. Dreams are inherently fragile, and mental energy is notoriously unstable, a phenomenon resulting from the involuntary dispersion of mental energy when living beings drift into slumber. This duality is what causes dreams to be both illusory and tangible. The illusory aspect arises from the fictitious nature of dream content, while the tangible aspect stems from the reality of mental energy. The dream beast's innate talents enable them to effortlessly capture this dissipating mental energy and navigate through it freely. Secondly, apart from this inherent gift, the dream beasts have developed a method to enhance their mental energy. Upon reaching a certain state of existence, their bodies become ethereal, as the term suggests, transforming into a state of pure mental energy. In this state, they exhibit near immunity to ordinary attacks. Only mental energy strikes can inflict harm upon them. However, within the mental domain, one must ponder which race possesses a deeper understanding of this realm than they do. Thus, to attempt to overpower them in the mental domain is a folly. While it may be feasible to bully the weaker dream beasts, one would only meet with annihilation when challenging the powerful ones. The Fantasia species is indeed orchestrating something, and their schemes are no less formidable than those of the transcendent beings. Since their inception, even before the onset of the racial wars, the Fantasia have been diligently gathering the dispersed mental energies of all sentient beings. This mental energy, derived from the dreams of countless creatures, may seem negligible in isolation. Yet when accumulated over time, it has reached a terrifying magnitude. When dreams are captured and stored by dream beasts, the dreamers gradually forget the essence of their dreams upon awakening. This explains why, upon rising from slumber, beings struggle to recall the events of their dreams, often retaining only vague impressions, which can be attributed to the muscle memory of the mind. The ongoing endeavor of the Fantasia to collect the mental energy of all beings aims to construct a false sky of immense power to ensnare them, compelling all to submit to the dominion of the Fantasia. While the divine species is indeed formidable, the aggregation of all sentient beings' mental energies to a terrifying extent could render any entity incapable of escaping such bindings. This is why the transcendent being perceives the Fantasia's designs as equally menacing. Nay, even more so. My intention was merely to extinguish a world and restart the game. Yet, this race seeks to conclude the game in one fell swoop, ruthlessly trampling the myriad races beneath their feet. The thought of this fills the transcendent being with exasperation. This reckless entity poses a danger greater than that of the divine beings. The realm of dreams is exceedingly elusive. However, once one reaches a certain threshold of power, dreaming ceases altogether. Beyond this level, mastery over one's mental energy becomes so profound that sleep no longer leads to the dissipation of energy, which could be seized by dream beasts. Alas, this revelation weighs heavily on the transcendent being. The dream beasts have been collecting the mental energies of all beings since their inception. In those early days, humanity was weak, and so too was he. The dreams he experienced during that time were undoubtedly captured by the adversary. Hence, they are well aware of his intentions. How ironic. It is no wonder that the dream beast has been fixated on him, knowing precisely what he aims to achieve. Currently, the Fantasia remain oblivious to the fact that he is monitoring them. After all, since attaining his power, he has not dreamt. Throughout the years, he has acted alone. And aside from the tasks he previously assigned to others, only he is privy to the rest of his plans. Fortunately, he has made this discovery not too late. There is still over a decade to amend his course. Changing the plan may be impossible, but he can always play his cards openly. With so many bombs at his disposal, can he not obliterate this Fantasia? The mental energy they have amassed is still insufficient for them to unleash their ultimate dream realm. This is precisely why the Fantasia have remained inconspicuous, preparing to strike with a force that would astonish the mundane world. It must be eradicated. It is a matter of survival. Either they perish, or he does. A murderous intent gleams in his eyes. This race is far too perilous. Given the circumstances, he would even consider their annihilation. Yet, a hint of hesitation clouds his resolve, as a flicker of sorrow and guilt crosses his gaze. It was merely a necessary sacrifice. After the events unfolded, whether they berated or insulted me, I would accept it. Xu Yuan rose and departed. Upon returning to the territory of the human race, he summoned all the members of his clan. This was a method of spiritual cultivation. Over the years, you have set aside other practices to specialize in this path. Xu Yuan imparted his adapted spiritual cultivation technique to the entire clan. The people joyfully engaged in learning, while Xu Yuan silently clenched his fists and observed. Oh, the plan is about to commence. Prepare yourselves. Furthermore, This cultivation method should not be practiced by future generations. The crowd was perplexed, but complied with Xu Yuan's directives. Only the remaining leaders discerned the underlying implications. Xu Yuan shook his head at them. Everything remained unsaid. They exchanged wry smiles and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Accepting the necessity of sacrifice, they advised future generations not to pursue this cultivation. Worst case, they would ultimately dismantle the system. Xu Yuan felt a pang of sorrow as he regarded them, yet had no alternative. If there were another way, he would have chosen differently. However, there was no other path, and they lacked the power to break the rules and forge a new one. Above them loomed formidable divine beings, while below lurked the elusive phantoms, each one a testament to the absurdity of their situation. Even the heavens seemed indifferent to balancing the strengths of the races, and the phantoms should not presume they had escaped the game. The distinction between pawn and player was yet to be determined. Chapter 329. The mechanized race. After 285 years of trading, at the cost of nearly the entire clan, Xu Yuan seized the vital essence of the phantoms. The phantoms had long dedicated themselves to harnessing the spiritual energy of all beings. Over a decade prior, Xu Yuan had adapted the spiritual cultivation method for his kin from the phantom system. Xu Yuan practiced the original version, while his kin employed a derivative. The difference lay in that the spiritual energy cultivated by the derivative could be controlled by the practitioner of the original. Under Xu Yuan's deliberate orchestration, humanity ceased to regulate the overflow of spiritual energy. A vast amount of this energy was captured and stored by dream beasts. Xu Yuan, seizing the opportunity, gradually eroded the achievements of the phantoms amassed over a millennium through his mastery of this spiritual energy. If one were to liken this energy to a boundless ocean, the spiritual energy released by humanity over the past decade would flow into it like a stream merging with the sea. Yet, that ocean ultimately belonged to no one. A drop of ink could color a basin of clear water. How much more so could Xu Yuan consciously taint this ocean of spiritual energy? After over a decade, the spiritual energy stored by the phantoms had entirely fallen under Xu Yuan's command. With this secret weapon in hand, he was poised to undertake a grand endeavor. After 290 years of trading, Xu Yuan continually arranged for the mobilization of humanity, positioning all the pieces on the board. Only the final gust of wind was needed to set everything in motion. 9 out of 10 had already entered the game. Only one clan remained. Xu Yuan muttered, "It is time for the final act. The mechanized race of the 10th seat. Is it akin to the goblins?" Gazing at the technologically advanced city-state, Xu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He still held a favorable view of technology, were it not for the existence of other races and the inherent weakness of humanity. The advancement of technology would indeed be a commendable choice. With a creak, the metallic gates slowly opened. Under the watchful gaze of Xu Yuan, a petite, violet-haired robotic girl emerged. "Are you, the leader of the human race, here to collaborate with the mechanized beings?" the little girl inquired. Xu Yuan found this intriguing. It was his first encounter with the marvels of the mechanized species. What principles govern the operation of such robots? Why do you mechanized beings comprehend the human tongue? He retorted, rather than addressing her question directly. The mechanized beings have recorded the linguistic systems of all current races, she answered. Are you here for cooperation, Xu Yuan? The curious little girl gazed at him with wide eyes. Xu Yuan scrutinized her, reaching out to touch her. To his surprise, her skin was not the coldness of metal, but rather the warm softness akin to human flesh. This was indeed peculiar. While there were robotic goblins, they seemed vastly different from the one before him. What does Xu Yuan feel? The little girl asked, tilting her head, unperturbed by his hand on her face. Xu Yuan froze momentarily, retracting his hand abruptly. Well, it feels quite similar to us humans. Are you mechanized beings truly robots? Although the little girl's skin felt human-like, the details of her appearance clearly indicated robotic features. D9101 is a mechanized being, not a robot, she clarified. D9101. Xu Yuan mused. D9101 is the designation, she explained. He grasped the essence of it. It was merely a name. Enough idle chatter. Please inform your king that I have matters to discuss. Xu Yuan gestured dismissively. But Xu Yuan has yet to answer D9101's question, the little girl insisted, her eyes brimming with curiosity. There are too many questions. Hurry along, he urged, playfully pinching her cheek. The tactile sensation was indeed delightful. The little girl, caught off guard, seemed momentarily stunned. After indulging in this playful act, he released her. It appeared she had received a message. The master commands that Xu Yuan enter, then lead the way. Finally, they were getting to the crux of the matter as Xu Yuan followed the little girl inside. Upon entering the city-state, he continued to observe the peculiarities of this realm. The little girl asked no further questions, appearing to function purely on program directives. Soon, guided by her, Xu Yuan found himself before the king of the mechanized beings. However, the king's appearance was somewhat jarring, lacking the charm of the previous robot. Was it possible that the mechanized beings had varied appearances? A glance around confirmed that they indeed exhibited diverse forms, yet all were lying in sealed containers with their eyes tightly shut. The floating master, the king of the mechanized beings, extended numerous data cables to connect with these containers. The sight of these intricate black lines, coupled with the king's already peculiar visage, was quite overwhelming. Leader of the human race, Xu Yuan, Have you come regarding the divine beings? The master inquired, switching to the human language. Indeed. I am curious about your perspective on the divine beings, Shiyuan probed. Regarding the conflict among races, our mechanized kind harbors no desire for contention, the mech owner responded. Xiao Yuan pondered silently, wondering if this would be yet another instance of a cunning individual akin to the fantasists. The mechanized species emerged over a millennium ago alongside other races. At that time, I was merely a sentient fragment of metallic life. Through a journey of exploration, I evolved, seeking to unveil the mysteries of matter and the essence of life. I dedicated myself to observing the myriad forms of life, striving to comprehend the habitation patterns of each race, meticulously recording their behaviors and actions in data form. Every movement, every action, possesses a unique data significance. I once believed that by documenting the data of all life forms, I could analyze it as a database to predict the actions of all living beings. Xiao Yuan was taken aback, wondering why the mech owner had begun narrating a story without prompting. The mech owner continued, however, when I applied this data to other life forms within the same race, I discovered that while most behaviors could be predicted, a small fraction deviated from the forecast. This outcome undoubtedly indicated a flaw in my hypothesis. Nonetheless, from our mechanized perspective, the analysis seemed unequivocally accurate. Why then did a small portion deviate? Initially, I presumed that the sample size was insufficiently large, so I spent centuries documenting the data specimens of every life form. Yet, despite the vastness of the database, a small degree of deviation persisted. The mech owner paused, gazing at Xiao Yuan. Since the inception of humanity, I have ardently observed your movements. As a novel species, you represent a fresh sample. Perhaps you can demonstrate that the previous deviations were mere errors. Xiao Yuan frowned, feeling uncomfortable being regarded as an object of study. Through centuries of research, I found that my calculations regarding humanity were even more divergent from the expected results. For other races, the behavioral predictions merely exhibited slight deviations. But concerning your kind, the discrepancies were pronounced. The mech owner's gaze grew contemplative. If any form of life were to be reduced to mere data, what then is the significance of existence? If emotions were merely a series of symbols, they would cease to be genuine. Xiao Yuan rubbed his temples, exclaiming internally why he was engaging in philosophical discourse with a robot. He had come to negotiate with the mechanized species, not to indulge in idealistic conversations with this tentacled entity. Swiftly, he redirected the topic. If you truly wish to validate your predictions, then perhaps you should study emotions. When you eventually comprehend or cultivate emotions, you may correct those deviations. Just a group of robots, having absorbed the technological knowledge of the goblin race. He understood that this was merely an emotionless execution program. The mech owner appeared contemplative. Chapter 330. The plan commences. Xiao Yuan conversed extensively with the mech owner, who persistently inquired about emotions. As their discussion deepened, Xiao Yuan indeed realized that the mechanized species had no inclination to partake in the racial conflict. After hearing Xiao Yuan's account, the mech owner became increasingly fixated on the concept of emotions. Yet, alas, it remained a metallic life form. Yet to autonomously evolve the capability for emotional experience. Rationality is an inherent characteristic of their race. Upon realizing this, Xiao Yuan altered his previous notions and commenced collaboration with the machine's master. Time has now reached the 299th year of the transaction. If one were to calculate based on the limits of lifespan, Xiao Yuan should have long since passed away. His continued existence is attributed to the vitality cultivation method acquired during his last venture in the forest, which has extended his life. However, the duration for this practice is limited, granting him merely an extension of 2 to 3 decades. With diligent cultivation, one could significantly enhance longevity. Yet the agreement with the dragon spirit race dictates a span of 300 years. Before the expiration of this term, he must act against the divine spirit race. Master of the machine, as per the ironclad rules of mechanical life, you should not violate our agreement. Yet you are different. Your race will eventually evolve to experience emotions. When sentiment outweighs rationality, I wonder if you will still uphold our pact. With emotions, your mechanical kind will fight for the continuation of your race, becoming ensnared in the quagmire of racial conflict. Xiao Yuan bid his final farewell. Before that, humanity shares a common enemy with you. The divine spirit race is not one to be easily toppled. Pursue your path and fulfill our agreement. As he gazed at the departing figure, the machine's master remained silent. Emotional data analysis has diverged. Continue data collection. Gather human samples to produce the D10 model of mechanical kind aimed at acquiring emotional data. You have been given Tianyuan. Are you truly prepared to act against us, humans? The Dwarf King entrusted Tianyuan to Xiao Yuan. This is only natural. Yet why has Tianyuan's appearance changed? Xiao Yuan inquired, casting a glance at the Dwarf King. Of course, I do not wish to be implicated. Tianyuan has made an appearance before. If its appearance remains unchanged, the divine spirit race would undoubtedly recognize it. The Dwarf King chuckled. Xiao Yuan's lips twitched. It was a case of burying one's head in the sand. In this world, who besides your kind possesses the capability to forge such a formidable weapon? Observing the Dwarf King's unperturbed demeanor, Xiao Yuan understood. Borrowing a weapon would not incite retribution from the divine spirit race. After all, following the lessons learned from previous encounters, only the dragon spirit race faced consequences from the divine spirit's wrath, while other races remained unscathed. How naive you all are. Last time, the divine spirit race did not fall, but this time, not only will they seek to cripple all races, but the divine spirits will not emerge unscathed either. Having secured Tianyuan, Xue Yuan did not linger. Upon returning to his homeland, he began issuing commands. All tribes, heed my call. We shall stand united. To death, if necessary. Humanity commenced mobilization. The overwhelming momentum attracted the attention of all races. In the Dragon Valley, the atmosphere was electric. Is war finally upon us? Let us see just how strong humanity has become after 3 centuries of development, and whether they can probe the depths of the divine spirit race. Ramses fixed his gaze on Xue Yuan high in the sky. As for the elven race, the pieces have been set in motion. It remains to be seen what rewards will be reaped, and whether they can turn the tide. The elven king expressed his satisfaction, while the myriad races watched humanity's movements in astonishment. This direction leads to the giant god peak. They are courting disaster. How dare they initiate a racial war against the divine spirit race? The formidable power exhibited by the divine beings centuries ago is undeniably evident. It is one thing for you humans to bully us, but to audaciously contemplate striking against the divine entities themselves is simply outrageous. The onlookers observe in silence. Chief, we have arrived at Giant God Peak. Your strength is insufficient. Await my command. Xue Yuan orders the army to retreat. Today, let me behold the true visage of Giant God Peak. Xue Yuan ascends towards the heavens, traversing what once seemed an insurmountable mountain for humanity. Now merely a fleeting moment for him. Eyes immediately fixate upon Xue Yuan. Humans, do you truly wish to engage us in battle? The divine beings furrow their brows. The movements of humanity cannot escape their notice. It is astonishing that those who once sought their protection would dare to attack them someday. Such folly is unparalleled. Were it not for the celestial decree above, who would dare to act? Xue Yuan scoffs. After occupying the top position for so long, it is time for other races to take their turn. Today, I, the human race, with the strength of myriad nations, declare a war of species against you divine beings. Xue Yuan issues the challenge. A force instantly binds both humanity and divine beings. The race confrontation has commenced. Utterly foolish. It is common knowledge that the strength of our divine beings is unmatched. Even now, the dragon spirits remain confined within the Dragon Valley, inciting the wrath of the divine, a burden you cannot bear. This question shall only be resolved through combat. Xue Yuan invokes a soul sacrifice to elevate his power to its zenith. Boom. A tremendous aura disperses the clouds for miles. The myriad races are astounded, and the divine beings are bewildered. The once feeble humans now possess strength rivaling that of the mighty divine beings. I, Xue Yuan, shall rewrite this unjust fate. Tianyuan. Xue Yuan raises Tianyuan and hurls it towards Giant God Peak. Arrogance. A divine being rises to confront him. With a mere wave, a meteor descends. Tianyuan shatters the meteor without losing momentum. The divine being, undeterred, retaliates with a punch. The immense force pushes back Tianyuan's assault. Xue Yuan once again seizes and thrusts it forward. A thunderous roar reverberates continuously, although each offensive is met with resistance. It is evident to any discerning observer that Xue Yuan is suppressing his opponent. The magnificence of Tianyuan is displayed in full splendor. His unpredictable assault methods, be it the illusory divine axe cleaving through the light or the illusory heavenly pillars sweeping across, unleash hundreds of strikes in mere moments. The divine being struggles to withstand the relentless barrage, retreating gradually. The favorable situation incites cheers from the human army watching from afar. The divine beings frown. However, due to their pride, they disdain the idea of a joint attack. Even if Xue Yuan overcomes this divine being, it is merely the weakest of their kind. Once he falls, I shall take my turn. One divine being voices. The others nod in agreement, recognizing the strength sufficient to subdue the human. Amidst the battle, Xue Yuan discerns the capabilities of the divine being before him. Without hesitation, he declares, today, the monumental act of slaying gods shall be accomplished by us humans. Tianyuan. Xue Yuan laughs heartily, activating the ultimate level of Tianyuan's power. A terrifying energy erupts instantaneously. This is bad. He cannot withstand it. Quickly, take action. The expression on the faces of the divine beings changed dramatically. The celestial abyss unleashed its lethal strike only upon reaching the target. Those divine beings outside the arena, despite their intent to intervene, were rendered too late. With an unstoppable force, the celestial abyss crushed its target. In an instant, a rain of blood imbued with divine power fell from the sky. Chapter 331. The finale. Xue Yuan smiled broadly. The atmosphere in the arena was eerily silent. The once powerful and proud divine beings had met their demise at the hands of a mere human. The dragon spirits, along with the earlier ranked races, had never achieved such a feat. An overwhelming fury surged within the hearts of the gods. No longer concerned with honor, they yearned to slay this human to vent their wrath. Several formidable divine beings advanced menacingly. Xiao Yuan promptly summoned the celestial abyss to defend himself. Boom. A streak of light shot forth, traversing thousands of miles, shattering mountains and rivers in its wake. Coughing, Xiao Yuan spat out blood, suppressing his internal injuries. Before charging once more into the starry expanse, multiple divine beings struck simultaneously. Wherever the starlight shone, all things dimmed in comparison. Ha! The colossal divine warrior. Bang! In an instant, a massive arm, like a pillar of heaven, burst forth from the ground. The sudden turn of events caught the divine beings above off guard. Boom! A fist imbued with boundless radiance struck out. Several divine beings were sent flying for miles. Soon after, another hand emerged from the earth, leveraging itself to rise. A robot, rivaling the size of the giant divine peak, made its grand entrance. Buzz! The gigantic single-eye gathered strength. The expressions of the divine beings shifted, and one by one, they began to descend. The colossal divine warrior swung its immense palm, sending one divine being after another tumbling away. The energy attack in the central region coalesced, delivering a devastating blow to the most concentrated cluster of divine beings. Like a full-screen cannon of light, it consumed numerous divine entities. The beam extended for hundreds of thousands of miles, its tremendous power clearing the clouds from the sky. The blinding white light forced the onlookers from myriad races to shut their eyes. The fall of several divine beings further ignited the fury of their kin. The stars are mine to command. A beam of starlight illuminated the colossal divine warrior. The once unstoppable giant suddenly froze, its massive form overwhelmed by an unseen force. Observing this, Xiao Yuan unleashed the celestial abyss with great urgency. The powerful force rent the fabric of space. One divine being approached, attempting to intervene. The celestial abyss struggled violently, yet it was ultimately subdued. Xiao Yuan's expression shifted, and as multiple powerful divine beings descended, the tides of battle changed dramatically. The 13th tier of divine technique activated. Xiao Yuan commanded with mental force. Far across the horizon, above the starry forest, magical energy began to gather. The expression of the watching elven king morphed in alarm. Damn, how was my home breached? The magical array commenced draining all nearby magical energy, even depleting the elven race's reservoir built over centuries. Interlocking magical arrays targeted the divine beings high above. Boom! The attack commenced. The targeted divine beings attempted to evade, but the magical assault had already locked onto its prey, refusing to dissipate until it struck true. The divine strike. Xiao Yuan relentlessly revealed his trump card. The City of Void. Abyss's expression changed dramatically. In an instant, the very foundation of the city began to concentrate power for an assault. The flames of war, ignited by the conflict between humans and divine beings, began to spread to all races. Xiao Yuan had arranged for his kin to make their moves incessantly. Originally mere spectators, the myriad races were drawn into the battlefield. The magical array in the starry forest continuously unleashed 13th tier divine techniques. Each strike represented a significant drain of energy, with the errant magical power being extracted before drawing upon the Earth's magic to initiate further attacks. This was the trump card employed in the extermination war against the elven race. Once the strikes commenced, they would not cease until death. The situation in the City of Void mirrored this. The divine strike relied fundamentally on the power of the Tianyu race. As a city-initiated divine assault, it was even more terrifying. It would forcibly extract all the power of the Tianyu people to launch its attack. In a single divine strike, thousands of Tianyu were drained of their strength, falling into a state of utter exhaustion. In that moment, the City of Void was filled with young girls. The onslaught from the myriad races continued unabated. The overwhelming firepower revived the colossal divine weapon once more. The divine beings had never anticipated that this battle would see the participation of all races. Numerous frail divine beings fell under the barrage. You seek death. Stars fell from the cosmos, crashing down upon the earth in a cataclysmic strike. Boom, boom, boom. Observing this grand spectacle, Xiao Yuan laughed joyously. The humans beneath the giant god peak executed their planned maneuvers. Before their demise, they initiated a sacrifice belonging to all humanity. An infinite power enveloped Xiao Yuan, though it could only last for a fleeting moment. With the celestial abyss in hand, Xiao Yuan began to reap. Countless divine beings began to perish. The earth trembled as the stars rained down, obliterating entire races under this apocalyptic onslaught. All divine beings were mobilized. They attacked recklessly, declaring that every enemy must perish. The starry forest and the City of Void were besieged by hundreds of divine beings. The massacre commenced. The cries of the living echoed, and the stench of blood stained the skies. As the mastermind, Xiao Yuan felt no relief. He was besieged by dozens of the most powerful divine beings. The loss of sacrificial power plunged Xiao Yuan into despair. The divine beings, consumed by rage, tormented him relentlessly. They had suffered greatly in this battle. All of this stemmed from the presence of this human before them. They would not allow Xiao Yuan to die so easily. The once proud divine beings now faced their reckoning. Though tormented, Xiao Yuan maintained a mocking demeanor, deriding their incompetence. Powerful as they were, They had met such a dismal fate. You humans have no reason to exist in this world. We shall account for everything that transpired today. No race shall escape. Whether dragon spirits or elves, all shall perish in our wrath. Haha, what a grand reckoning. You divine beings are so arrogant, truly disregarding the myriad races. It was time for the fantasies to take action. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth through the pain and forced a smile. In the dream realm, the dream beasts observed with puzzled expressions, questioning what concerns the fantasy species had. Due to the unique nature of the dream space, the impact of the falling stars did not affect them significantly. While the dream beasts pondered the reasons behind this, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy soared into the sky. The slaughter was about to commence. Xiao Yuan laughed heartily, deeming the meager falling stars insufficient to achieve his objectives. This accumulated spiritual energy, forged over a millennium by myriad beings, began to assault the entire world. The weaker creatures were obliterated by the potent spiritual waves. Xiao Yuan deliberately avoided a particular area. This attack marked the true cleansing. Let them all perish. After nearly annihilating the myriad races, the residual spiritual assault continued its eradication of the divine seeds. The divine seeds had already been severely weakened by the actions of the fantasy species, suffering losses far greater than those of the fallen divine seeds before. With rage in their eyes, the divine seeds recklessly charged towards the dream realm. The fantasy species hastily defended themselves, attempting to clarify that they were not responsible. Yet, the truth was irrefutable. The divine seeds had witnessed everything firsthand, and even explanations would hold no sway. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan valiantly resisted the onslaught of the divine seeds. The sword in his hand, Tian Yuan, shattered amidst the chaos of battle. Observing the grand spectacle before him, he smiled sorrowfully. Dragon Valley had succumbed to the divine seeds' assault, and the formidable golden saint dragon, Ramses, had fallen in the conflict. The elf species was also nearly decimated, with Abyss of the Tianyu species meeting his demise. The forest species, celestial fox species, fantasy species, and others were all being systematically reduced according to Xiao Yuan's plan of annihilation. In his final moments, Xiao Yuan resolved to imprison a significant portion of his spiritual energy to confine all the divine seeds. With the remaining power of the divine seeds, they could be trapped for 500 years. The next generation must surpass the divine seeds in this hard-won 500 years. My plan is set. He gazed towards a certain direction, his body dissipating like a fleeting shadow. His physical form extinguished, his soul vanished. Thus, the world would no longer remember Xiao Yuan, leaving behind only fragments of legend about the world-destroying demon. Chapter 332. A new beginning in the core of the world. Jiang Xian stood speechless, surveying the ravaged landscape. The management of the host world is truly remarkable. Yi praised. This is merely a step in my grand design. Jiang Xian retorted defiantly. Indeed, the host is entirely correct. The system has complete faith in the host, came the response. Ahem. The catastrophe is not yet over. I envisioned a collapse followed by resurgence. Now that the destruction has occurred, it is time to rise anew and reach greater heights, Jiang Xian elucidated. Aware of humanity's formidable capabilities, he was astonished by their prowess. If humanity began with such strength, coupled with an exceptionally high potential, it would not be an exaggeration to claim they were the foremost race among the heavens. Contemplating this, Jiang Xian decided to temporarily divert a portion of the world's fortunes towards humanity. Each world possesses a fixed amount of fortune. An increase in one race's fortune signifies a decline in the fortunes of others. This ironclad rule applies universally across the heavens. An increase in a world's fortune implies a corresponding decrease in the fortunes of other worlds. When the fortune of the world is insufficient to sustain its operation, it marks the gradual unraveling of existence. Energy cannot be conjured from thin air, nor can it simply vanish. All matter in the cosmos exists in a finite quantity. Whether it be fortune or the primordial essence, the world must contend for ascension, as must the system. From the smallest beings to the vastness of the universe. This is the impetus of fate. Is there a world restoration card available? Jiang Xian inquired, unabashedly. Yi Yu, taken aback, retorted. Did you not just assert that everything was within your grand design? Now, it seems I must clean up your mess. Yet, he reminded himself that this was his own host, and it was imperative for this young man to ascend to the supreme path. The host can utilize the sign-in function. A mere procedural formality, followed by bestowing the rewards upon the host would suffice. Yi Yu commended his own ingenuity. The absence of restrictive rules was indeed liberating. Tasks could be assigned freely and rewards given at will. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. You have received a level 5 world restoration card. Jiang Xian rejoiced, confirming that indeed, his system's treasury contained an abundance of resources. Use. He declared, eagerly shattering the world restoration card. A deluge of regulatory power surged forth, beginning to mend the world's wounds. It was not that Jiang Xian was incapable of restoring the world himself. Rather, he required the primordial essence of the world for such restoration, and he was reluctant to part with his precious reserves. After all, the system had promised to cultivate him. What harm was there in seeking some benefits? Yes, he conceded that he had spoken a tad too loudly before. Now, the system had become his patron. His mind teemed with thoughts. Casting a glance at the recovering world, he began to devise his next steps. For the time being, he could designate the human race as his favorite species. This decision would facilitate their rapid development and enhance the innate talents of their progeny, thereby compensating for his prior oversight. Host, would you like the system to connect other worlds? Invasion? Jiangxian pondered. Indeed, to ascend, the world must embrace invasion as the swiftest route. Yu explained. If he were to develop the world methodically, it would take an eternity. Meanwhile, what if a formidable system emerged in the DZY region, vying for dominance? Perhaps, but not at this moment. My world has just undergone a thorough cleansing. It is prudent to wait until it stabilizes. Jiangxian harbored no aversion to invasion. He recalled that he had invaded a world shortly after graduation, albeit that time merely to contest territory. This time, however, the invasion would involve pitting his world against others. Furthermore, following this cataclysm, the world should be poised to ascend to a level 6 status. Thus, the matter of invasion was not urgent. Very well, host. The system possesses numerous functions. It would be wise to utilize them for your own development. Yu enticed. The foolish system engages directly, while the clever system operates in the shadows, delegating all tasks to the host. Jiangxian nodded in understanding. He had previously explored all other functionalities, many of which proved to be quite beneficial. The interdimensional summoning could be employed to steal the fated children from other worlds. It was previously mentioned that the total fortune of a world is fixed. By seizing the fortunate children from other realms and bringing them to one's own, one inevitably enhances the fortune of their own world. The amplification feature is indeed a formidable weapon. However, the disciple return function holds no value for him, as he is the heavenly path and does not take on disciples. The sign-in feature is also quite beneficial, as the system frequently bestows valuable items upon him. The idea of replication has become rather mundane. Previously, he attempted to replicate a world, hoping to create a dual 5-level world. This endeavor left Yu speechless. Furthermore, the plunder function is another feature that proves useless to him, perhaps due to his yet undiscovered applications for it. There exists a chat group. According to the system, previous hosts have participated in this group, all of whom are sentient beings. Yu inquired if he wished to join the group. Jiangxian naturally declined, stating, I am the heavenly path. What need have I to share a group with beings of lesser tiers? Speaking of the chat group, once Yu ascended to the rules level, many features of the group became accessible. For instance, cross-border teleportation, technique enhancement, and group task functionalities emerged. Moreover, the chat group at the rules level is no longer limited to a single group. Multiple subgroups can be established. The expansion of the chat groups allows for the inclusion of a greater diversity of individuals from various worlds, thereby facilitating the plunder of more world origins. He conveniently had a cadre of already developed hosts at his disposal. He promptly delegated this task, assigning each one to create dozens of new groups, becoming group leaders responsible for attracting and nurturing individuals across different worlds. Meanwhile, he reclined in the background, counting his profits. The influx of world origins was substantial, bringing him immense satisfaction. This is what one might call an investment return. Returning to the main topic, Jiangxian cast a glance at the recovering world, no longer preoccupied with it. At the current pace, it would take a century to regain its former peak. There is no rush. A century is merely a brief respite, offering all beings an opportunity to recuperate. Time flies. A century has passed since the cataclysmic battle. The devastated world has returned to its former state, and the continent is beginning to witness the emergence of new races. There are both new races and remnants of the old. As for the once dominant divine race, they remain imprisoned within the giant god peak by a mysterious force. They yearn for their confinement to end, longing to cleanse the human race of its past sins, as they suspect that remnants of humanity still exist. The blood feud of the previous generation is to be repaid by their descendants. Other races share this sentiment. When the cataclysm struck, no race escaped the purging. They were left in shock, realizing their kind had been exploited by the deceitful human race. Awakening to this truth, they sought to settle scores, yet they found themselves severely weakened, and with humanity having vanished from the continent, they had nowhere to exact their revenge. Moreover, before seeking vengeance, they had to consider whether their race possessed the strength to cleanse the remnants of the past. They held a complex mix of admiration and hatred for the former tyrant, admiring his cunning and capabilities while resenting all that he had wrought. Chapter 333. Time will forget, all time flows on. Another century has passed. 200 years of recuperation have led to a resurgence in the population of various races. In a world once shrouded in desolation, a gradual resurgence of vitality has emerged. The continent is once again witnessing the resurgence of a multiracial equilibrium. Fragmentary whispers from our forebears, coupled with the illustrious golden list suspended high in the heavens, all attest to the veracity of their proclamations. The significance of the interspecies conflict cannot be overstated. However, the present is not an opportune moment for strife. Some races have set aside their prejudices, heralding an era of alliances. The weaker unite, while the stronger subjugate their lesser kin. Among the once dominant races of the world, the dragon spirits, elves, and celestial feathers, These three have notably emerged into the public eye, leaving a profound impression on all. Yet, following the last cataclysmic crisis, the dragon spirits retreated into the Valley of Dragons, shunning the outside world. Attempts by other races to explore this realm were thwarted by an impenetrable barrier. It is believed that the dragon spirits are recuperating, biding their time to launch a war and reclaim the coveted position of supremacy. Speculations abound among the myriad races, yet the truth is indeed both amusing and tragic. Once, the divine races sought retribution against all, and a multitude descended upon the Valley of Dragons, resulting in a staggering loss of dragon spirits, their blood flooding the valley. In this dire moment, the Dragon King Ramses, at great personal cost, invoked the most potent dragon language magic. Aware that this spell could not reverse the onslaught of the divine races, he opted instead to erect a barrier, expelling all divine entities from the valley. He believed that, without a significant offensive from the divine races, he could safeguard the dragon spirits for centuries. However, the drawback of this magic was its duality. While it barred external entry, it also confined those within. It is said, to sacrifice oneself for the protection of one's kin is to define destiny. The dragon language has ensnared the divine, and the threat of annihilation lingers. Who is but a pawn, and who is truly human? In stark contrast to the dragon spirits, the plight of the Elven King is even more dire. That battle not only claimed the Elven King, but also left the Elven race in a state of near extinction. Millennia of accumulated heritage were ravaged, and the starry forest was drained of its magical essence. Had it not been for Jiang Xian's use of the World Restoration card, the starry forest would remain a desolate expanse. The reproduction of the elves is significantly more arduous than that of other races. Even after 2 centuries, their population remains drastically diminished. The magical lineage within their kin has been largely obliterated, with the results of spells beyond the divine tier having vanished entirely. Once the most formidable magical race, the elves now find their magical heritage inferior to that of the celestial feathers. The celestial feathers possess an intrinsic lineage, with their strength augmenting as they age. If their bloodline is superior, they can exhibit remarkable prowess even in their youth. Although Abyss has perished, the foundation of the City of the Void has endured. Yet, as time has passed, the celestial feathers have seemingly forgotten this formidable asset, known solely to Abyss. When their powers were abruptly siphoned away, the celestial feathers were left bewildered, finding themselves reverted to their juvenile state. Soon after, they were besieged by the divine races. The celestial feathers, stripped of their combat capabilities, stood no chance against their foes. In a desperate bid to ensure the survival of a portion of their kin, this ultimately led to the death of Abyss in battle. The City of the Void has activated its concealment mode, perpetually leaping along the spatial axis, rendering all races unable to pinpoint its location. The fox demons of the Tianhu race have also shed blood in battle, with Su Qing'er sacrificing herself to protect a small group of fox demons in their escape. As for the first-ranked divine beings, a significant portion of their spiritual power was intentionally sealed within the giant god peak by Xiao Yuan. Now, 200 years have passed, with 300 years remaining until the moment of the gods' return to the continent. At that time, it remains uncertain whether the divine beings will once again bathe the land in blood or merely reckon with the remnants of humanity. The plight of the other races need not be elaborated upon. Only one race stands apart, the machinist race, which ultimately swayed Xiao Yuan's decision. A transaction took place between them, the details of which remain shrouded in mystery. Humanity has experienced the passage of 2 centuries. The denizens of the old era have perished, and those of the new age now wield great power. According to ancestral edicts, humanity must remain hidden from the eyes of all races until they possess the strength to overthrow the divine beings. The current refuge for humanity lies within the underground world once explored by Xiao Yuan, which is exclusively occupied by the goblin race. To seize control of this subterranean realm and silence any opposition, the giant god soldier has played a pivotal role. Over the course of more than a decade, it not only constructed a magnificent city-state in the depths of the continent, but ultimately exposed the underground city of the goblins to the gaze of the divine beings. At that time, the giant god soldier, as their foundation, was not only seized by Xiao Yuan, but its high-ranking officials were also incited to rebel, receiving orders to fight to the last breath. To this day, the fate of the goblin race remains uncertain. When contemplating the conquest of the underground world, Xiao Yuan, being the only one who favored constructing city-states below ground, adhered to a strategy of extermination. In essence, once you perish, the subterranean realm becomes the dominion of humanity. The underground city-state, extending dozens of kilometers deep, remains undetectable unless one is intent on investigation. Xiao Yuan has meticulously arranged a clear escape route for humanity. Initially, humanity retained 100,000 descendants in the underground city-state, overseen by hundreds of individuals from the old era. Over 2 centuries, with the passing of the old generation, the population of the new era has grown to approximately 3 million. Consequently, the underground city-state has become somewhat overcrowded. Fortunately, the ancestors preserved the foundational knowledge of all races, providing a wealth of technological wisdom and systemic power for their use and cultivation. With the goblin race's technological knowledge, the underground city-state continues to undergo expansion. Numerous talents have emerged during this time, and amidst the myriad paths of cultivation, there exists one that resonates with each individual's journey. As the ranks of the strong swell, desires begin to inflate. The dimly lit underground world is undoubtedly safe, yet many yearn for the radiant sun above. The history of centuries past is well preserved, and descendants are aware of all that has transpired. The devastation of the world is not too distant in memory. Xiao Yuan's prestige remains formidable. Despite some discontent with subterranean life, none dare utter a word against him due to his illustrious contributions. Yet, humanity is inherently insatiable. Once the fear of death dissipated, contemplation flourished. Why must we, the human race, dwell underground? The divine beings are indeed formidable, yet we are not without our own strengths. The divine entities were once invincible solely because humanity was in its infancy. After years of diligent cultivation, we should now stand on par with them, or perhaps have even surpassed them. Thoughts surged forth incessantly. Time erases all, and humanity has deliberately chosen to forget its shameful history. The tales of our forebears defying fate have been deemed a source of embarrassment for our kind. In this new era, humanity exudes arrogance, believing themselves to be immensely powerful, oblivious to the origins of their current state. Chapter 334. The heart of humanity has changed. The disgraceful past has been forgotten by many. They look down upon the once feeble humans of bygone days. They rally with fervor to annihilate the divine beings, seeking to atone for their historical misdeeds. The contemporary humans express no gratitude toward Xiao Yuan. Instead, they vilify him as the architect of countless human deaths, branding him a harbinger of doom. His monumental achievements have been obscured, leaving only the narrative of how he led humanity astray. As time marches on, his legacy grows darker. He is now viewed as a pariah, a disgrace to humanity. One wonders what Xiao Yuan might feel while observing the present from the depths of the nine hells. Perhaps he would simply lament, "I am not above reproach. Whether insulted or scorned, I shall accept it," hoping only that future generations of humanity ascend to greatness. With external threats abated, internal strife began to fester. Corruption has always existed within the world. How many among the fallen mortals can truly see the entirety of the situation? The inflated pride of contemporary humanity led them to abandon their subterranean haven. The newly emerged humans rejoiced at the surface, basking in the radiant sunlight and the exquisite landscapes. A stark contrast to the dismal underground city-states. Those who reached the surface no longer wished to return. They began to claim land and develop cities. With tens of thousands of powerful beings at their disposal, constructing a vast city-state was but a fleeting moment. The emergence of humanity drew the attention of myriad races. They had sought humanity for countless years, never expecting that one day, we would dare to reveal ourselves. Old blood feuds remain etched in the memories of many races. Not all would willingly forget their humiliating pasts. The ancestral teachings resonate like thunder, spurring them onward. Observing the jovial human territories, the various races simmered with suppressed rage. However, having learned from past experiences, they refrained from rash actions. They began to scrutinize every move of humanity, diligently investigating their current strength. Over a decade passed. Some races, unable to contain their impatience, initiated a war against humanity. Faced with the challenge, humanity naturally accepted. The stage was set for conflict. All eyes were on the impending battle. Eager to gauge humanity's prowess, the clash erupted swiftly and concluded just as quickly. The challenging faction was vanquished and subdued within a day. After prolonged comfort, they had lost their fighting spirit, and the treatment of the defeated was remarkably merciful. Not only did humanity refrain from exacting retribution on the challengers, but they also offered insights into the inadequacies of their power structures. After all, the human race possesses the complete legacy of myriad clans. The sudden cataclysm that once struck the world nearly severed the lineage of all races. Faced with the guidance from the humans, the vanquished tribes found themselves bewildered. As the saying goes, a shadow of a bough may evoke the fear of a snake. Having once been ensnared by the treachery of the distant past, they now scrutinized every action of the humans, pondering their intentions and objectives. When presented with direction from the human race, that particular tribe merely took note in silence, refraining from an immediate overhaul of their cultivation system. Who could ascertain whether this was a ploy by the humans? Should the latter insidiously poison their cultivation framework, they would find themselves doomed without the need for confrontation. The victors sought nothing in return, while the vanquished retreated unscathed. This scene rendered the myriad races silent, casting meaningful glances toward the human direction, sighing, "Alas, the human race has indeed produced exceptional talents." It is said, one man's schemes can shake the myriad clans. The successors enjoy a life of ease, and the renown of Cataclysm lingers on, while they suffer the disgrace of being dismissed. The sentiment of the times is harsh, and the hearts of men have grown cold. What is this nonsense? Jiang Xian scoffed. Holding the most auspicious fortune, how could such a person emerge from the human race? Where are my expectations? I anticipated that you would elevate the world. Jiang Xian was filled with indignation. Initially in good spirits, he had whimsically checked the current state of human development. Thanks to the efforts of previous generations, their strength was indeed commendable, yet this arrogant demeanor was profoundly unsettling. This was not the human race he envisioned, one that would elevate the world alongside them. The disparity was vast. The host is dissatisfied. Intervening directly is not out of the question. Yi spoke up. Sigh, these fellows have disappointed my expectations. Once such a formidable tribe, how have they descended into this sorry state? Jiang Xian expressed his disdain. What he had envisioned was a commendable starting height combined with an exceptionally high ceiling, ascending to the pinnacle and uniting the myriad clans, thereby propelling world development, enhancing fortune, and inciting a global elevation. This was the culmination of his careful planning. Yet now, the human race stood arrogantly, believing themselves to be supreme. The divine seeds of the giant god peak had yet to manifest. If they did not develop before their emergence, the human race would face utter calamity. Would that not render all his plans futile? Should he intervene and arrange for a child of fortune? Jiang Xian resolved firmly. This must be addressed. These individuals are utterly unreliable. System, go and procure a child of fortune for me, Jiang Xian commanded. Would it not suffice for the host to birth a child of fortune using his own luck? Yi sighed. There is only so much fortune available. If it can be conserved, it should be. How could stealing a child of fortune from another world be as gratifying as obtaining one for free? Jiang Xian was frugal. Very well, what kind of child of fortune does the host desire? Types include marriage annulment flow, laid-back flow, competitive flow, pretentious flow, and the wolf in sheep's clothing flow, among others. Stop. There aren't so many categories. Just procure, no, borrow, a child of fortune who is intelligent, ruthless, and decisive in action. Reflecting on the current state of humanity in his world, Jiang Xian outlined his requirements. Understood, as per the host's wishes. Yi nodded in agreement, believing that a host should be cherished, and as long as he did not oppose him, everything would align with the host's desires. Thus, Yi commenced the extraordinary summoning function. The rule-level summoning was immensely powerful, capable of glimpsing the circumstances of thousands of worlds at once. Given the already formidable system level, as long as the world was not of the supreme tier, it was akin to traversing an uninhabited realm, completely unnoticed by the heavenly Tao. Yi tirelessly gathered information about various worlds, filtering through to find a child of destiny that met the host's requirements. In no time, after sifting through tens of thousands of worlds, he finally discovered a suitable child of fate. Bring him forth. Without hesitation, Yi snatched the individual across the worlds. In the blink of an eye, the person vanished from this realm, with Yi also erasing their heavenly Tao mark. Every being in the worlds bore a unique heavenly Tao mark, a signature of sorts. However, the system possessed the capability to replace or eliminate it. After abducting this child of fate, the heavenly Tao of this realm was bewildered, exclaiming, "Where have I gone? How could my grandchild of destiny have disappeared?" The heavenly Tao hastily searched every nook of the world, but could not locate the child of fate, leading it to question the very essence of existence. Behold, the child of fate is ready, though their temperament is somewhat peculiar, Yi remarked. Does it meet the requirements? What are their strength? It aligns with the host's specifications. This child was borrowed from a level 9 world, came the response. It was a borrowing with no intention of returning, as long as it met the requirements. A slightly eccentric child of fate was of no concern, provided they were not as arrogant as the current humans. Jiang Xian nodded. Rest assured. This child of fate is cautious, Yi assured him. Very well. Grant me the true spirit, and I shall facilitate their reincarnation, Jiang Xian stated. Without hesitation, Yi handed over the true spirit. After acquiring the true spirit, Jiang Xian marked it with his own seal, preparing for its rebirth. Now it belongs to me. Marked with my insignia, he thought with a sly grin. Chapter 335. The reborn child of fate. Bai Yin felt his true spirit swell, his consciousness clouded. A wave of helplessness washed over him, plunging him into slumber. After an indeterminate time, his awareness gradually returned. The cacophony around him roused his true spirit. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, only to realize he was in a diminutive form, cradled by a woman. What on earth is happening? Bai Yin was bewildered. Where's my cultivation? Where has all my magical power gone? His gaze swept the surroundings, careful not to reveal his astonishment. Thus, he simply closed his eyes and feigned sleep. Fortunately, despite lacking any cultivation, the strength of his true spirit allowed him to use his divine sense to scan the vicinity. Breaking illusions, Bai Yin activated a spell with his true spirit, unleashing an invisible soul force that spread outward. There was a 90% chance he could dispel any illusion, with the remaining 10% indicating that the opponent's cultivation was several realms above his own, rendering him incapable of breaking free from the illusion. Bai Yin pondered internally. At present, I find myself devoid of strength. It could be that the abilities of the illusion creator are exceedingly potent, capable of sealing my powers and rendering me an ordinary individual. Alternatively, I may have genuinely become an ordinary person. Reincarnation? Bai Yin pondered. Although it is true that reincarnation is a possibility, I lack the capacity for such an event. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he resolved to feign ignorance and observe for a while. Moreover, the language spoken by the surrounding crowd eluded my understanding. regardless of whether this is an illusion or reality. Mastering the linguistic framework of this place is imperative to unravel the mysteries of what has transpired. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within a chamber, a small child busily tinkered with something. How intriguing, how utterly fascinating. So this is the situation. A smile of contentment graced Bai Yan's lips. 3 years into his reincarnation, he had successfully concealed himself within this world. This realm differed significantly from his previous life, lacking a cultivation system and instead possessing a myriad of eclectic systems. He had not sensed the presence of spiritual energy in this realm. Therefore, to restore his powers, he must forge an alternative path. Once the issue of energy hierarchy is resolved, based on current theories, if he continuously purifies and transmutes the energy of this realm, it could be transformed into spiritual force for his cultivation. It is well known that any cultivation system relies fundamentally on energy. Furthermore, the varying intensities of different types of energy can essentially be interconverted, just as mechanical energy can be transformed into electrical energy, which in turn can be converted into kinetic energy. So too can lower-tier energy be transformed into higher-tier spiritual force. Given the multitude of energy systems in this world, it stands to reason that various factions are engaged in the study of energy. All races have been exploited by the human race. Thus I can presently acquire the knowledge of all factions. Bai Yan contemplated this as another 5 years slipped by. Recently, there has been a rather audacious race. Bai Yan licked his lips, casting a captivating smile at the soul sails in his hand. Blood essence, spirit, soul, these are all high-tier energies. According to the energy conversion device installed on the soul sails, it is capable of providing a substantial amount of spiritual force. Since they are destined for annihilation, I might as well extract every ounce of value from them. Speaking of this audacious race, it is the beastmen, who have been increasingly restless in recent years, persistently waging wars against the human race. There exists a precedent where the human race allowed the defeated factions to escape, even guiding challengers. Some races, emboldened by this, initiated challenges against the human race. As a result, several races, like the first, received guidance, resulting in an enhancement of their strength. This has led many races to become increasingly agitated. The most recent challengers are the beastmen. Bai Yan found it difficult to comprehend the actions of his own race. Over the years, he had come to understand the operational dynamics of this world and the conflicts between races. Although some history of the human race has been obscured, he could still surmise a rough outline. A meticulous examination of the history of the human race revealed many inconsistencies. For instance, the human race, which initially ranked last among the myriad of races, suddenly possessed the entirety of their foundational strengths. Once, the human population thrived in the hundreds of millions, yet today it dwindles to a mere few 100,000. Various signs indicate that history has been altered and expunged. In conjunction with the solitary figure of the despised human tyrant, Xiao Yuan, Bai Yan has surmised a rough outline of events. During the time when humanity was feeble, an extraordinary individual emerged. Through unparalleled strategy and ruthless methods, he sacrificed nearly the entirety of his kin to forge a foundation for future generations. Alas, the descendants, ungrateful and lacking in merit, not only failed to appreciate his sacrifices, but also condemned his methods, evoking a sense of profound injustice. The conflict among races is no trifling matter. Bai Yan, rendered speechless, understood that rank influences blessings and fortune. As a member of humanity, he must seize power, otherwise, he would inevitably be weighed down by these self-righteous individuals. The most abhorred fate for cultivators is the deprivation of fortune and the destruction of blessings, something he cannot tolerate. Were it not for his current lack of strength, he would have undoubtedly transformed the entire race into divine soldiers. Why such ruthless methods? You ask. In my previous life, I was known as the Demon Sovereign. Bai Yan, well-versed in his endeavors, approached the vicinity of the Orc territories. Gazing upon the grand city-state, he commanded the divine soldiers within to commence their actions. As formations were activated, an invisible force began to envelop the sky, with brilliant beams of light shooting upward from the arrays. Such fine materials, Bai Yan murmured. He was no benevolent soul. In a war where it is a matter of life or death, all enemies must be eradicated. If provocateurs are not punished, how can one instill fear among the myriad races? Those who presume themselves to be the saints of this world are merely a nuisance. The brutality of the cultivation realm is beyond comparison. Emerging from the depths of weakness to become the demon sovereign that instills awe across the world is a journey too arduous to be encapsulated in mere words. It is said that a divine race exists, though their strength remains uncertain. Perhaps it would be prudent to let other races test their mettle. Bai Yan contemplated this as he observed the formation taking shape, ceasing his reflections to swiftly summon the soul sails. With the essence of a race, grant me passage into the foundation. He bellowed in triumph, as crimson light enveloped the sky, reminiscent of an apocalypse. The soul sails, suspended above the city-state, began to unleash their might. The orcs felt their vitality surge, their heads spinning, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath in agony. Many powerful orc warriors attempted to assault the soul sails, the very source of their current plight, yet under the suppression of the fourfold formation, all living beings were rendered immobile. For this moment, Yin had meticulously planned for a year. Without absolute certainty, he would not have acted. As time elapsed, all orc beings were ultimately refined and perished. Their vitality, essence, and souls were all absorbed by the soul sails and transformed into energy. Indeed, this would suffice to report back to my true self. Yin, satisfied, retracted the soul sails and meticulously erased all traces of the orc presence, ensuring that none could trace the actions back to him. There is ample supply. Yin reveled in the spiritual power sensed within the soul sails. Esteemed self, could you refrain from such frivolity? Can you not allow the Tao soldiers to undertake these tasks? The outside world is fraught with danger. Should a powerful being discover me, I would surely meet my demise, the doppelganger lamented. What does it matter? Your peril is preferable to mine, and I have little faith in entrusting it to other Tao soldiers, Yin remarked nonchalantly. And remember, should you engage in such endeavors again, be sure to alter your appearance and frame it upon another race. The doppelganger's lips twitched. You fear death, yet I fear it as well. No, I must find the necessary tools. My life is not insignificant. Chapter 336. The ongoing struggle for power. Have you uncovered the matters I tasked you with? Yin inquired. The doppelganger nodded, recounting the historical inquiries he had made. Moreover, I sense that the capable individual has left behind more than just these contingencies, the doppelganger analyzed. Yin, in agreement, nodded. It was improbable that the other party could not foresee the subsequent repercussions, and they must have implanted hidden pawns. Unfortunately, the current human race was ensnared in a fleeting sanctuary, oblivious to the looming threats from higher beings such as the divine races. Investigating this contingency should be straightforward. With a modicum of thought, connections can be established. Now, it is paramount to ascertain which race that capable individual consulted prior to the decisive confrontation. Continue your investigation into this matter. Furthermore, we must seize the opportunity for power. Once we monopolize authority, not only can we retreat into seclusion and mobilize the entire clan's resources for cultivation, but we can also prepare for forthcoming endeavors, Yin commanded. Shall we not consider another individual? The doppelganger tentatively suggested, expressing his reluctance to engage in such risky exposure. What do you think? Yin replied sternly. The doppelganger's expression faltered. He knew himself best, and thus was acutely aware of his original's nature. Indeed, the esteemed self is remarkable, delegating troublesome tasks to the doppelganger. Just wait, I shall create another doppelganger. Go swiftly. I still need to establish my foundation, Yin waved dismissively. Very well, I shall see to it promptly. The doppelganger replied, his face falling as he departed. Once the doppelganger left to attend to his duties, Yin summoned the 10,000 souls banner, which floated above his head. A torrent of pure spiritual energy cascaded down upon him. Yin immediately commenced his cultivation, absorbing the spiritual power. The excess spiritual energy that was not completely absorbed would be captured and utilized by the gravitational force of the 10,000 souls banner. The principle of waste not, want not was paramount, for in this world, spiritual energy was scarce. Thus, Yin was determined not to squander even a fraction of it. He refrained from taking action, opting instead to remain low-key in his cultivation chamber, enhancing his strength. As for venturing out frivolously, without adequate power, what worth is such folly? What if formidable beings lurked in the shadows? A year passed in the blink of an eye. After a year of seclusion, Yin finally broke through to the foundation establishment stage. However, the spiritual energy within the 10,000 souls banner had been nearly depleted. Curse this world. So devoid of spiritual energy, even the pursuit of immortality is fraught with difficulty, Yin grumbled. In his original world, he had endured countless trials, barely surviving to attain the strength of a demon lord. It was supposed to be my time to shine in an invincible world, yet I suddenly found myself reincarnated in this wretched realm, struggling to survive. At the current pace, even establishing a foundation would require the annihilation of an entire race. And the future levels of power are unfathomable. Even if I were to refine this world, it might not suffice to restore me to my peak strength. However, I shouldn't confine myself to the energy provided by living beings. Having absorbed so much knowledge from other worlds has expanded my intellectual repository. With continued research, I am certain I will discover a solution. As Yin pondered, a frantic knocking interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he exclaimed, rubbing his forehead. In an instant, a figure burst through the door. Speak. What has you so alarmed? Has the higher order races begun to assault humanity? Yin replied, exasperated. The matter is rather complex. The figure began, but Yin cut him off. Stop. Spare me the unnecessary details and get to the crux of the issue. A twitch of Yin's lips indicated his awareness of the other's intent to shirk responsibility. Well, regarding your last directive, I felt it was unsafe. So I created a clone. Unexpectedly, this little rascal also found it troublesome, thus secretly crafting a clone of his own. This cycle continued, resulting in an overwhelming number of clones traversing among the myriad races. Although their appearances were altered, they inadvertently caused quite a stir. Ultimately, the last clone met an inexplicable demise. The clone's expression was one of sheer terror, evidently shaken. Thus, he hastened to inform Yin, hoping to enlist his aid in uncovering the cause. It's perilous out there. The clone died for no apparent reason. Now, all the clones are in a state of panic. clamoring to retreat and cultivate for several hundred years before venturing out again. Bai Yan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Are you not aware that a clone possesses only half of my power? He ground out through gritted teeth. Of course. That's why I only sent one clone to handle matters. My half strength should suffice. The clone scratched his head sheepishly. Huh. Each time you diminish power by half. The outcome is that the weakest can be shattered with a mere touch. Bai Yan was livid. Why couldn't they handle matters themselves? Instead of forging weapons to replace themselves, they insisted on creating clones, and now there were so many. That said, how is it that no information has been relayed back? Surely, even in death, there would be some message? Bai Yan pondered, intrigued by the absence of communication. Normally, if a clone were destroyed, the residual energy would transmit the final moments of information back to the original. Remain low-key for now. Withdraw those clones and await the results of the investigation. Bai Yan advised cautiously. Understood. I won't go anywhere during this time. The clone replied, valuing its life. Fool. If you want to work, then I must. Quickly. Deal with those clones and continue the power struggle. Bai Yan seethed, infuriated. If you hide, what am I to do? You must undertake the risks. The clone, now comprehending the gravity of his master's words, protested. But master, you cannot be so cruel. The clone was evidently taken aback by the harsh reality. Behave without a clone. You should focus on cultivating the Dao soldiers, Bai Yan reassured. You might as well let the Dao soldiers handle the tasks directly. The clone pouted in response. Someone needs to be present in the open, right? If you remain hidden, how can I cultivate in peace? Bai Yan remarked. So I'm merely a bait. Is that it? Can you not be so cruel? The clone's mind was in turmoil. However, given the gravity of the situation and his understanding of the true self, he realized there was no room for negotiation. Reluctantly, he complied with the true self's demands. Consequently, he needed to transform his territory into a stronghold, ensuring that all within it were fiercely loyal, thus providing him with a semblance of security. Fine, I've nearly seized control. In a year or two, it should be complete. The clone reported. Excellent, keep up the good work. By the way, the spiritual energy in the Wan Hun fan has been depleted. Retrieve more energy, and remember to gather plenty. This time, I aim to break through to the golden core stage, Bai Yan insisted, thrusting the Wan Hun fan into the clone's hands. The latter was left dumbfounded. But you just told me to keep a low profile. Now you want me to exterminate species? How can I be a person? Chapter 337. The backup plan time rewound. The clone, seated in a noodle shop, was about to take a bite when his expression shifted drastically. His body then dispersed like light dust. A final thought flashed through his mind. You wretched self. If you lack power, don't summon me for tasks. Indeed, the energy was entirely exhausted, leading to his immediate dissolution. In the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed. Bai Yan had now reached the mid-golden core stage, a level of power far surpassing the strongest amongst the human race. Yet all along, Bai Yan still dared not show his face. After years of investigation, he had yet to uncover the mystery behind the clone's demise. A wise man does not stand beneath a precarious wall, hence the clone was sent in his stead. All matters were delegated to the clone while he focused on quietly enhancing his strength. To say the least, over the years, the human authority had long been assumed by the clone. The situation had essentially reverted, encapsulating the entire process. The clone handed a document to Bai Yan, who swiftly perused it. Through the text descriptions, vivid scenes materialized in Bai Yan's mind. Indeed, I suspected as much. Alas, how lamentable, Bai Yan sighed. Closing the document, he rose. Are you going in person? The clone was somewhat astonished. With their equal intellect, he could guess where the backup plan lay. I merely need some fresh air. Naturally, you shall handle this, Bai Yan stated as a matter of course. The clone, feeling exasperated, thought, I knew the true self would never change. Silently, the clone exited the cultivation room, resolving not to meet that insufferable person during this period. This should be it, Bai Yan mused, eyeing the imposing city-state with a raised brow. With a mechanical creak, the city gates slowly opened, and a small figure emerged from within. Question, human leader? The young girl with twin cameras scanning Bai Yan was searching for relevant information in the database. However, she found no records pertaining to Bai Yan, which was to be expected, as the Mecha clan had not monitored the movements of the human race for quite some time. Out of caution, she had just inquired about this. Indeed, the previous generation must have left a contingency plan with you, Bai Yan acknowledged. The young girl shook her head upon hearing Bai Yan's words. D10101 does not know. But the Mecha Lord instructed that if a leader from the human race were to come, I should escort them to meet him. Then please take me there. Bai Yan nodded. Under the guidance of the young girl, Bai Yan soon encountered the Mecha Lord she mentioned. How to describe the appearance was beyond words. He glanced at the stunning young girl beside him, then at the floating Mecha Lord. The disparity was striking. D10101. You may step outside. I wish to speak with him. The Mecha Lord said. Understood, replied the young girl, her fluffy hair swaying as she exited the room. Inside the room, a chair unexpectedly emerged from the floor, and Bai Yan sat down without hesitation. I have gathered sufficient information, and I am here to seek the contingency plan left by the previous generation, Bai Yan stated coolly. Finally, a leader from the new generation has arrived, the Mecha Lord sighed. As you mentioned, Xiao Yuan indeed left a contingency plan. If that is the case, why do you not present it? What is this contingency? Bai Yin inquired. Xiao Yuan instructed that only when a leader from the human race approaches to mention it. Can I fulfill the agreement? The Mecha Lord elucidated. Bai Yin understood, realizing that even this step had been anticipated. To prevent inept successors from being unaware of the contingency left behind, it was deemed unnecessary for them to know. Rather than risk an incompetent leader inadvertently revealing this trump card, it was preferable to wait for a capable leader to emerge. There is a significant difference between presenting the information and coming to request it personally, which would lead to two distinct outcomes for the human race. The Mecha Lord continued. Years ago, Xiao Yuan and I made a pact. I would protect his descendants and assist the human race in securing the first position, while you would aid us in acquiring emotions. Emotions? Bai Yin asked, perplexed. Indeed, we of the Mecha clan have no interest in the race wars. Emotions are our sole objective. Over the years of analysis, we have come to understand that emotions stem from the heart. We, too, desire this heart filled with emotions. Thus, the D10 model was born, an evolution from the D9 model. Very well, I comprehend now. Your desires have been fulfilled, and it is time for you to uphold your end of the agreement, Bai Yin responded. The Mecha Lord appeared puzzled. Bai Yin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. When you begin to ponder the essence of emotions, you have already begun to possess them. All things have spirits, and with a spirit comes emotion. I do not perceive any emotional fluctuations, indicating that I have yet to develop feelings, the Mecha Lord explained. No, you do, Bai Yin said earnestly, causing the Mecha Lord to begin questioning whether he had truly acquired a heart. Bai Yin inwardly scoffed at the complexity of the situation. He preferred to sidestep the matter for now and simply move on. The definition of emotions is vast. Does it refer to joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? Or does it pertain to the instincts inherent in living beings? The machine's master fell silent for a moment and inquired. Are you prepared to abandon the covenant established by your predecessors? Bai Yin was rendered speechless, despite resorting to threats. The notion of lacking emotions merely rendered one an emotionally inept being, lost in confusion without self-awareness. It is likely that the predecessors recognized this flaw, thus exploiting this self-reflective tenacity to secure a contingency plan. Such a maneuver could undoubtedly be executed by the character and methods of the counterpart. As for why the other party found themselves ensnared in such confusion, the long-lived Bai Yin naturally comprehended. The mechanical species is an intelligent life form. Their propagation does not occur through sexual reproduction. What sparks of connection could one expect from such a race? Furthermore, acting solely based on theoretical data and lacking interaction with other races, they would naturally not develop matters pertaining to emotions. Without significant attachments, without loss, and devoid of sorrow. How could one introspect on the possession of emotions? Alas, yet another wretched race, regrettably incapable of refining spiritual power due to their non-energy-based existence. Bai Yin smirked slightly. Very well, I shall honor the covenant. I will assist you in awakening your emotions. Now, tell me what exactly your predecessors left behind, so I may have a foundation. Agreeing to this, he planned to delegate this troublesome matter to the original entity. The machine's master, pleased with the affirmative response, nodded and remarked. That great battle led by Xiao Yuan resolved numerous divine species. The blood and remnants of those deities were sent to me by Xiao Yuan through his grand abilities. The first step to defeating an enemy is to understand them. Through years of data analysis, we have deciphered the bodily mysteries of the divine species. He continued, additionally, I have secretly brought back materials from the abyss, along with the comprehensive knowledge of dwarven forging provided by Xiao Yuan. I have upgraded and modified it through several levels. But due to the current scarcity of materials, further enhancements will have to wait until technology advances once more. As the master spoke slowly, Bai Yin gradually comprehended all that Xiao Yuan had done for humanity. Even in his final moments, he had considered the welfare of humankind, exhausting his value to sustain their hope. The strength of the divine species derives from the divine power corridors within their bodies. If we can exploit this aspect, defeating them is entirely feasible, the machine's master asserted. Divine power corridors? Ah, yes, this is named after the energy system of the opponent. The flesh and blood of the divine species are imbued with tightly woven inscription circuits. These are etched into muscle fibers and extend down to each individual cell, each harboring a complete circuit. Under such innate conditions, the divine species is formidable from the moment of its inception, akin to standing atop all races. Their power escalates with mastery over these internal circuits. If one could control the operation of each cell circuit, the unleashed power would be beyond imagination. Bai Yin pondered, sensing a resemblance to formations. This world is indeed fascinating, with myriad systems, each possessing its unique strengths and advantages. Therefore, if one thoroughly studies the divine power corridors of the opponent, could the divine species be likened to lambs awaiting slaughter? Theoretically, this holds true. Yet the divine species may possess special means. Engaging in a full-scale war should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. The outcome now rests upon the will of the divine beings. On the day of their emergence, they shall undoubtedly seek vengeance upon humanity, sighed Bai Yin. Xiao Yuan had previously mentioned striving for a developmental period of 500 years for future generations. If Xiao Yuan indeed accomplishes this, then there remain 243 years until the birth of the divine beings. The operator revealed a crucial piece of information. Will we have sufficient time to devise a strategy in these 243 years? Bai Yin inquired, gazing at the operator. Currently, our progress has stalled, and we must await further advancements in technology. However, 2 centuries should afford me ample opportunity for several evolutions, at which point all challenges will resolve themselves. The divine power corridor may very well be surmountable. I shall create a countermeasure device to restrain the abilities of the divine beings. The remaining issues will be for your kind to address, the operator contemplated. Rest assured, I will ensure that is not a problem. During this time, I will unify all races, and when the moment arrives, it will be a coalition of all clans against the divine beings, the operator responded. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin paused. The myriad races will not cooperate with humanity. That is not for them to decide, Bai Yin replied with a confident smile. The strong do not lament their circumstances. They endure through far more arduous trials. The current situation is indeed favorable. If we cannot triumph, we might as well throw ourselves against a wall. The operator's expression shifted, as if he glimpsed the reflection of Xiao Yuan in Bai Yin. Both shared an unwavering confidence. Utilizing the myriad races as pawns to gradually encroach upon the survival space of the divine beings. Perhaps with Bai Yin's presence, success might indeed be within reach. Very well. Our mech clan shall exert every effort to assist your kind, the operator declared. The stars are among the means of the divine beings, under Xiao Yuan's guidance. I have been charting the cosmos. The operator unveiled another significant revelation. Listen closely. The external star realms are vast. Our current location is merely a colossal sphere. The divine beings can harness starlight to augment their power. Over the years, I have stationed numerous mech units in the void of space. They are dispersed across 8 points. During the decisive battle, I shall command them to encircle the entire planet. By connecting points to form a cube, we will seal off the spatial entirety of the planet. Bai Yin was well aware of the implications for a planet. The 9th-tier worlds are immensely expansive. Those of great strength can navigate the star realms, journeying to any planet. Each planet hosts numerous factions. The worlds are interconnected by teleportation arrays, allowing the weak to traverse the star realms with minimal cost to reach their desired destinations. It was only after becoming a demon sovereign that he had seized a star realm as his stronghold, yet before he could establish his influence, he inexplicably found himself here. This strategy is commendable. If successful, it could significantly limit the capabilities of the divine beings. Bai Yin nodded in satisfaction. This fellow has an abundance of hidden cards. It truly is a continuous delight. After a brief exchange, Bai Yin prepared to take his leave. Wait, since I have demonstrated my sincerity, the other party must also honor their commitments. The operator called out to Bai Yin as he was about to depart. No problem. I just heard you mention that your mech clan can share and transmit data among one another. Therefore, if one mech unit acquires the necessary data, it signifies that your entire race possesses it, Bai Yin stated. Indeed, the operator affirmed. Very well, send someone to accompany me back to the human territory. I believe it won't be long before you reap the rewards, Bai Yin continued. Then I shall rely on you. The D9 model mecha is designed in the likeness of humanity, and after upgrades, a select few have evolved into the D10 model. The D10 model boasts the most advanced data processing capabilities, computational power, and combat efficiency among all current models. D10101, the mecha's master called out. Shortly after, the petite guide entered. Master, yes, you will follow him from now on, and your task is to explore the mysteries of the heart. Understood, D10101 will comply. Let us proceed. With the conversation drawing to a close, Bai Yin rose to leave, and the little girl obediently trailed behind him. The mecha's master observed the departing figures. A sense of anticipation stirring within him. He felt that the secret of the heart would soon be unveiled by the mecha. Now, allow me to share some important considerations. Bai Yin instructed the little girl beside him. Please proceed. D10101 will record it in the database and ensure compliance with the agreement, she replied earnestly. Indeed, since you are about to integrate into humanity, you must have a name. A name? D10101 is referred to by its designation. The little girl tilted her head in confusion. That is merely your production number. It does not constitute a name. If you wish to comprehend the heart, let us begin with what I instruct. Upon hearing Bai Yin mention the heart, the little girl nodded obediently. What is your name? I am Bai Yin. Bai, as in the color white, and Yin, as in the celestial transformation. In my homeland, there is a saying, the Great Way has 50, and the celestial transformation has 49. One must evade one. Thus, I have adopted Yin as my name, signifying that I am the one who has evaded. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Then, Bai Yin, please bestow a name upon D10101. The little girl tugged at Bai Yin's sleeve. Very well, Bai Yin agreed, then scrutinized the little girl before him. My hair is white, so I shall take Bai as my surname, and therefore you shall take Z as yours. Since you seek the essence of the heart, your name shall be Xian. How does that sound? Z Xian, the little girl repeated softly several times, her eyes sparkling, and her little tuft of hair bobbed in delight. She seemed quite pleased with this name. Indeed, from this day forth, Your name shall be ZXIN. ZXIN concurred. I am glad. This is the first time I have named another. Bai Yin remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Subsequently, Bai Yin led ZXIN back to the human territory. Chapter 339, Energy Conversion Rate in the Secret Chamber. Bai Yin observed the returned ZXIN and the doppelganger who was reveling in the unfolding events. ZXIN gazed curiously at the two identical Bai Yins. Ahem. My true self, the situation is as follows. Once you understand, you will comprehend. The doppelganger shared a copy of the memories, which Bai Yin assimilated. After a moment, a complex expression crossed his face. Oh well, it is merely one additional person. Henceforth, you shall accompany me in my cultivation. Bai Yin sighed. My true self. I leave this matter in your capable hands. I shall take my leave now. The doppelganger hastily fled, chuckling to itself, having always been the original source of trouble. It finally found itself ensnared. Why are there two Bai Yins? The little head pondered, brimming with confusion. Consider it akin to a similar doppelganger spell, Bai Yin replied. I prefer to remain inconspicuous, hence my reclusive existence. Can ZXIN truly attain a heart? The question arose. Well, every entity possesses a spirit, and where there is spirit, there is a heart. In truth, you already possess a heart. You are simply lost in your own oblivion, Bai Yin contemplated, regarding the petite girl before him as akin to a child yet to be enlightened. With proper nurturing, she would surely emerge from this haze. Educating a child is a task I can easily manage as a master of magic. From now on, perhaps you might alter your manner of speech. It tends to be overly mechanical, Bai Yin advised. How about this? ZXIN adjusted her vocal delivery, emulating the database of human information she had stored. The sweet, melodic voice of the little girl melted Bai Yin's heart. Coupled with her innocent visage, her charm was utterly devastating. How delightful! Bai Yin inhaled sharply, astounded by the marvel of her voice. He then requested ZXIN to switch between various tones. Although she found the request peculiar, she complied with Bai Yin's instructions. After some experimentation, Bai Yin concluded that the lowly voice suited ZXIN best. Let us venture outside. I have been in seclusion for too long and find it rather tedious, Bai Yin stretched languidly. Have you always resided in this chamber? ZXIN inquired, casting her gaze around the humble room. Indeed, the world outside is fraught with danger. Thus, I must strive to grow stronger, Bai Yin replied nonchalantly. With his newfound golden elixir strength, he felt secure enough to explore. ZXIN volunteered. Do not worry, I will protect you. Very well. I shall rely on you more henceforth, Bai Yin chuckled softly. While the D10 model of the mecha was indeed formidable, it could hardly surpass his golden elixir prowess. Yet, recognizing the goodwill behind her offer, he did not wish to dismiss her gesture. He affectionately tousled her hair, finding it quite pleasant to the touch. With that, he opened the door to the chamber and stepped outside, with ZXIN's hair bobbing as she hurried to follow. Breathing in the fresh air, Bai Yin felt invigorated. Since he had instructed his doppelganger to alter its appearance, even in his true form, others would not recognize him. However, the presence of the adorable little girl beside him drew many curious glances. Upon entering a tavern, Bai Yin ordered a lavish spread of dishes to savor. Though consuming such mundane fare offered no tangible benefits, was not the essence of cultivation to indulge in one's desires? He understood that his path diverged from others. Yet he remained acutely aware of the initial motivations that led him to embark on this journey. Once a mere mortal entangled in the mundane, he sought to refine the essence of existence. The desire for longevity was intertwined with an affection for the earthly realm. Why then should he extinguish the flames of passion? The pursuit of immortality was ultimately a quest to satisfy his own longing. And the yearning for eternal life stemmed from an unwillingness to part with the vibrant world around him. As long as one can master one's desires rather than being enslaved by them, what harm is there in indulging in the mortal realm? Cultivation is merely the refinement of the heart and will, and longevity exists solely for the sake of following one's inclinations. If immortality is fraught with suffering, then what value does it hold? Let us not endure such torment. Returning to the matter at hand, as Bai Yin relished his meal, ZXIN observed him with curiosity. Being a mechanical being, she did not require sustenance in the conventional sense. She only needed to absorb energy at regular intervals. Bai Yin, intrigued, inquired how ZXIN replenished her energy without consuming food. I possess an energy conversion device within me, ZXIN explained, capable of extracting the free magical particles in the air, as well as other energy particles, for conversion. Is that so? An energy conversion device? Bai Yin paused his eating to scrutinize her. He had also constructed an energy conversion device aboard the soul vessel, yet he knew that such conversions inevitably incur losses, rendering it impossible to utilize energy at 100% efficiency. What is the efficiency of your energy conversion? He asked earnestly. 70%, replied ZXIN. 70%. Bai Yin exclaimed in astonishment, realizing it was double his own efficiency, which stood at merely 30%. It seemed the technology of the earth dwarves did not match that of the mechanical beings. Cough, cough, come, let us eat some vegetables. Bai Yin chuckled as he served ZXIN some food. Gazing into her bowl, ZXIN fell into contemplation. It was not that she could not eat. She could indeed convert the food she consumed into energy. However, The energy contained within such food was minuscule, hardly sufficient to fill the gaps between her teeth. To illustrate, consider an ordinary person whose 3 daily meals sustain their bodily functions. For ZXIN to derive equivalent energy from the meals of an ordinary individual, she would need to consume the quantity of food that person would eat over several years. This was in a non-combat scenario. In battle mode, the requirements would be astronomical. Was Bai Yin seeking her assistance? ZXIN mimicked him and picked up her chopsticks to sample the food. Indeed, you are aware that our human race possesses the technology of the Earth dwarfs, but it pales in comparison to your mechanical kind, she remarked. I crafted a magical artifact, which also serves as an energy conversion device, yet regrettably, its efficiency is only 30%. It is rather disheartening. Therefore, I would appreciate your help in upgrading my artifact. Bai Yin spoke candidly, without reservation. Certainly, I will assist you. ZXIN nodded in agreement. How obedient, Bai Yin said, delighting in ruffling her tuft of hair. You are proving to be a tremendous help. Cultivation has always been of paramount importance to me, even surpassing the significance of the racial wars. Thus, I will repay those who aid my practice generously. I shall also take the opportunity to impart knowledge to this young lass. Feeling the warmth above her head, ZXIN closed her eyes in enjoyment, relishing the sensation. However, this feeling was fleeting, soon replaced by Bai Yin's voice. Without delay, let us finish this meal and return to the chamber for the modifications. Bai Yin hastened his pace. A fleeting sense of disappointment crossed ZXIN's mind, but she quickly cast it aside and joined in the meal. After dining, Bai Yin eagerly led ZXIN back into the secret chamber. Chapter 340, The Path of Exploration. Behold, this is my magical artifact, the soul sail. Can you see if it can be modified? Bai Yin summoned the soul sail from his consciousness. Upon taking hold of it, ZXIN began to scan the weapon. To her surprise, the database contained no information about this weapon, and the materials were entirely unrecorded. Bai Yin's heart sank. Could it truly be impossible? After all, he had finally discovered a method to enhance his cultivation efficiency, and couldn't he afford to let it slip away? However, he understood that the materials of the soul sail were self-forged, and the weapon did not belong to the system of this world, hence its unfamiliarity. Well, if ZXIN cannot modify it, then so be it. Of course, it is not your fault. I believe even the master of you machines would find it challenging. Bai Yin consoled. Did ZXIN say it was impossible? ZXIN questioned, her expression one of confusion. If Bai Yin merely wishes to enhance the energy conversion efficiency, it suffices to modify the internal converter of the weapon. Really? Bai Yin exclaimed with delight. However, it appears that this converter is somewhat integrated with the weapon, possessing a connection I cannot comprehend, similar to a magical contract. Thus, I am concerned that it may damage the entire soul sail. ZXIN expressed her worries. Such a weapon, one not even recorded in the database, must be exceedingly rare, and if she were to inadvertently damage it, Bai Yin would surely be heartbroken. Haha. It's a trivial matter, just a soul sail, hardly precious. Here's what we shall do. I will disassemble the soul sail to extract the internal converter, and once you have completed your modifications, I will forge the soul sail anew. Bai Yin chuckled, dismissing the significance of the task. Since Bai Yin had expressed it so, ZXIN agreed to give it a try. She nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Bai Yin demonstrated a barehanded disassembly of the weapon, leaving the little girl astonished. Such a brutal dismantling would render the entire soul sail utterly ruined. Soul sail, you are so lofty and incredible, having learned to dismantle me. With the energy converter in hand, ZXIN busied herself, constructing a workstation out of materials. She then set to work on the converter with decisive vigor. Bai Yin watched with great interest from the side. The techniques employed by the machine armor were indeed numerous, showcasing a profound understanding of materials. It seemed he could further explore this domain himself. The recent display of material creation would be formidable even in the realm of cultivation. Moreover, through a superficial study of science, many phenomena could be elucidated from a microscopic perspective. Bai Yin had also delved into issues concerning the microscopic realm. Regrettably, his technical prowess was insufficient, and his research lacked depth, reaching only a superficial understanding. The path of enlightenment is vast, and while 3,000 paths is but a simplification, the reality of the Tao is boundless. Each path can be considered a distinct Tao, albeit with varying degrees of difficulty, all leading to the same ultimate destination. Beginning from different origins, yet culminating in the same end. This is the essence of the Tao. Days passed, and the two remained ensconced within the secret chamber, not venturing outside. Bai Yin, through the practice of fasting, transcends the need for sustenance and physiological demands, a characteristic not shared by the mechanical beings. Bai Yin, having completed his task, presented the energy converter to his companion, ZXIN. With a gentle smile, Bai Yin accepted the converter without immediate inspection, instead choosing to affectionately ruffle her hair. Thank you for your hard work, ZXIN. If there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to ask, Bai Yin promised. Well, aside from my heart, I don't really want anything, ZXIN replied, closing her eyes in enjoyment as she felt the comforting caress atop her head. After several days of companionship, she had deduced a pattern. Assisting Bai Yin often resulted in affectionate head pats, which were delightful. thus motivating her to help more to earn further touches. Bai Yin chuckled at her observation and playfully brushed her nose with his hand. It is said that you already possess a heart. I do not wish to deceive you. But it is unfortunate that your kind remains skeptical. As the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation may be confused, while onlookers see clearly. One day, Xin, you will awaken to the truth. Come, as a reward for your assistance, I shall take you to explore the human realm in the coming days, Bai Yin declared. All right. Xin nodded, indifferent to the destination, content simply to accompany Bai Yin. Over the following days, Bai Yin guided Xin on various excursions, granting her a novel experience of the mundane world. A fleeting sensation surprised her, and when she sought to savor and document this feeling, it had already vanished without a trace. Bai Yin, I think I just touched upon the secret of the heart, Xin exclaimed, tugging at Bai Yin's sleeve. The latter smiled at the slight tumult in her violet eyes. Is that so? Then I shall take you out more often, Bai Yin responded. Ha ha. Who would have thought you to be so playful? Bai Yin remarked, realizing her enthusiasm. Humph. Xin puffed up her cheeks, sensing the teasing in Bai Yin's tone. I am not merely playful. I am in pursuit of the mysteries of the heart, she retorted loudly. Very well, very well. It is for the sake of uncovering the heart's wonders. I shall take you out whenever I have the chance, Bai Yin said, affectionately tousling her hair. Indeed, she was still but a child. Despite her remarkable capabilities in handling affairs, her essence remained childlike. It was natural for children at her age to be playful. And given his own leisure, he saw no issue in accompanying her, particularly after all the assistance she had provided. Months later, what brings you here? Bai Yin inquired. Surprised to see his doppelganger at the door, two Bai Yin stood before him. Xin, curious, scrutinized the pair. Although Bai Yin had previously mentioned that one was his avatar, akin to a magical construct, Xin, utilizing the unique methods of her kind, discerned that this entity was indeed a living being, fundamentally different from the avatars of other magical races. Her judgment proved accurate. This doppelganger possessed abilities akin to an external incarnation, essentially another Bai Yin, infused with a portion of his soul energy. In the event of the original's demise, this avatar could facilitate his resurgence, rendering it Bai Yin's second chance at life. Furthermore, the demise of the avatar would not inflict any harm upon the original entity. The dispersed soul energy could be reclaimed. As for the previous avatars created by the avatar itself, they lacked this particular efficacy. After all, an avatar would not be foolish enough to relinquish a portion of its soul energy. Thus, the subsequent avatars are merely corporeal without essence. They may resemble the original in appearance and character, yet fundamentally, they cannot be compared to the first avatar. It is merely a matter of observing the progress on your end, the avatar chuckled. Do not speak of nonsense. Would you seek me out without cause? Bai Yin scoffed, fully aware of himself. Were it not for the fact that the other bore his visage, he would have been unable to restrain himself from striking that insufferable face. What? You suggest others harbor similar sentiments? He relished the notion that others found him displeasing, yet he could not permit them to alter his demeanor. Double standards indeed. Huh. I knew I could not conceal anything from you, esteemed self. You are preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage, are you not? Most races have submitted over the years, and we cannot afford to turn them into adversaries. Recently, I have discovered a nascent race. What race? Bai Yin inquired, perplexed. Dragons. The avatar's eyes narrowed. Dragon spirits? Bai Yin suddenly realized this was a task to seize the dragon spirits. No, it was beyond mere exploitation. It was an endeavor to extinguish an entire race. Chapter 341. Illuminating the Ages. What is the current highest combat power of the dragon spirits? Bai Yin asked. Currently unknown. And we are also unaware of the former strength of the dragon spirits, the avatar replied, shaking its head. Bai Yin, there are records with Xin. Xin tugged at Bai Yin's sleeve. Bai Yin was somewhat taken aback, but recalling that the Mech clan had previously collaborated with Xiao Yuan, it was certain they had been tasked with gathering data on myriad races. Can Xin retrieve it for our perusal? Bai Yin gently patted her head. Sure. However you wish, Xin replied softly, her brows arched. The avatar looked on with a peculiar expression. Do not harbor such sordid thoughts. Do you dare to provoke me? Bai Yin glared at it. Ahem, very well. It is of no concern to me. As long as you are informed, esteemed self, the avatar shrugged. Subsequently, Xin projected the scenes from the final battle of the dragon spirits. The three watched with keen interest. They witnessed the invasion of the Dragon Valley by the divine spirits, culminating in a desperate resistance by the Golden Dragon King, Ramses. Ultimately, the Dragon Valley ran red with blood, with the majority of the dragon spirits perishing, barely managing to slay several weaker divine spirits. At the brink of annihilation, Ramses sacrificed himself, creating a formidable barrier that expelled all divine spirits from the Dragon Valley, while the dragon spirits remained ensnared within. The imagery concluded there. This Golden Dragon King possesses mid-stage golden core strength, the avatar pondered. Bai Yin nodded in agreement. This barrier can thwart the entry of late-stage nascent soul experts. Since all divine spirits were obstructed, it indicates that their strength is inferior to this realm. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the divine spirits did not deploy their strongest members, Thus we may tentatively categorize their strength as that of a transformation stage sect. The Avatar added, "In the realm of transformation," Bai Yin furrowed his brow. "With less than 243 years remaining until the Divine Seed seal is lifted, the uncertainty of whether he could restore himself to the stage of transformation within these 2 centuries loomed large. It was not a matter of lacking talent. Rather, it was the absence of spiritual energy that hindered his cultivation. Had there been an abundance of spiritual energy, his path to cultivation would have been as effortless as walking on flat ground. After all, he was starting anew, unencumbered by previous limitations, and merely absorbing spiritual energy would suffice. In such a scenario, not only would he reach the stage of transformation, but 200 years would also be ample time for ascension. This barrier can restrain late-stage nascent soul cultivators." "How then did you ascertain the movements of the dragon spirit seed?" Bai Yin inquired. "The presence of numerous dragon spirit seeds has already been revealed, and many races have witnessed their existence on the continent," the doppelganger explained. "Thus, it appears that the dragon spirit seeds have some control over the entrance and exit of this barrier," Bai Yin speculated. "After all, this barrier was the last safeguard of the Dragon King Ramses. It would be illogical to leave nothing behind while imprisoning the clan in the Dragon Valley. There must have been contingencies for future generations to exploit. Now that the dragon spirit seeds have emerged, have they sought trouble with the human race? Both sides are acutely aware of their blood-soaked enmity. Upon their emergence, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance for the past deceptions against them. Not yet. But their movements are quite suspicious. They seem to be plotting something," the doppelganger remarked. At present, the dragon spirit seeds likely had not fully regained their vitality, thus refraining from initiating conflict. However, their peculiar movements must be backed by some form of assurance. There are 2 possible motivations for their actions. First, they are scheming. Second, they aim to take everything at once. Bai Yin, Zixin tugged at his sleeve. What is it?" Bai Yin snapped back to attention. Zixin recalled that Xiao Yuan had once mentioned something to the master of the machine. "Oh, what was it?" Bai Yin inquired. Xiao Yuan had previously stated that the human race had entered into a transaction with the dragon spirit seeds. "I am aware of this. They exchanged the maximum lifespan of humans for the right to use the dragon language for 300 years, Bai Yin nodded. Suddenly, he froze in realization, then burst into hearty laughter. Well, they even considered this step, truly a clever scheme," Bai Yin praised. As Bai Yin continued, Zixin struggled to comprehend. Xiao Yuan had mentioned that the dragon spirit seeds would not utilize that power unless they were absolutely certain of their success. Zixin had gathered only this much information. The doppelganger seemed to grasp the implications. In times of chaos, exceptional talents emerge. My true self, the answer is clear. It is the life energy contributed by the human race over the past 300 years. Both individuals' expressions were filled with excitement. Once the contract was established, every newborn human within 300 years would have 200 years of life energy stripped away. This immense energy would undoubtedly be stored by the Dragon King as a trump card. When Xiao Yuan negotiated this exchange, he must have foreseen that the dragon spirit seeds would agree, as they lacked the means to severely injure the divine seeds. Xiao Yuan's proposal conveniently addressed this dilemma. Ramses is no fool. He is well aware of the machinations of humanity. Yet, in his arrogance, he believes that no matter what the humans are plotting, it could never affect the dragon spirit race. It is akin to a swarm of ants scheming beneath your feet. Would you ever consider that they could stir up any significant commotion? A race that can be crushed underfoot is hardly capable of producing anything of consequence. Unfortunately, a single miscalculation has led to a trap that ensnares the entire race. Your hubris, your thoughts, and your contemplations have led you step by step into a pit of annihilation. Though small, ants can still provoke the slumbering beast to hunt you down. There is no absolute invincibility in this world. Thus, arrogance is ill-advised. I recall the words spoken by a certain individual in the past. One must harness all available power, even at the cost of eternal damnation, if necessary. Keep a close watch on this dragon spirit race. I must ascertain their current strength. For this life force is something I am determined to acquire. Bai Yan's eyes sparkled with intensity. Securing this energy, coupled with the modified soulship, would not only allow me to challenge the nascent soul stage, but could even lead to achieving the divine transformation phase. Only with the power of divine transformation can one hope to contend with divine beings. That individual truly left an abundance for the descendants of humanity. In terms of strategy, I cannot compare to him. It is merely unfortunate that he was born in the wrong era, in the wrong world. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be an unrivaled powerhouse. Perhaps this is the very essence of his existence. Bai Yin sighed. Without him, there would be no human race in this world. Rest assured, this matter shall be entrusted to me. The strongest among humanity is merely a perfected foundational cultivator. Shall we cultivate some tools? The Avatar inquired about the opinion of the true self. You can proceed as you see fit, but regarding tools, having the right instruments can indeed simplify many tasks. Yet, the significance of a tool lies in its application, as you understand. Bai Yin signaled to his avatar. He, understood. The avatar chuckled mischievously. Zixin looked on, puzzled by the riddle-like exchange between the two. Each word was comprehensible, yet the overall meaning eluded her. After Bai Yin relayed some instructions, the avatar bid farewell to attend to its tasks. Bai Yin, are you finished? Where shall we take Zixin for some fun today? Zixin asked with anticipation, casting aside her scattered thoughts. It's hard to believe a week has passed so quickly. Let me think, Bai Yin mused, deep in thought. Over the past few months, they had explored all the recreational spots within human territory. Ah, I have it. Let us venture into the territories of other races, Bai Yin declared, slapping the table. Since there was nothing left to entertain them among humans, they should explore the lands of other races. Sounds good. Lead the way, Bai Yin. Zixin nodded, indifferent to the destination. As long as she was with Bai Yin, she was content. Chapter 342. The Method of Annihilation in the Days that Followed. Bai Yin guided Zixin through the various territories of different races. They beheld the grandeur of mountains and rivers, witnessing the complexities of the mortal realm. Each race possessed its unique cultural identity, yet none could rival the splendor of contemporary humanity. Under the governance of Bai Yin's avatar, the human race grew increasingly formidable. Most races had been subdued by the avatar over the years, creating a spectacle of myriad nations paying homage. In an era devoid of divine beings, humanity has ascended to the status of the foremost race. In the celestial hierarchy, humanity has secured the 5th position, with the top 4 being the divine race, the dragon race, the elven race, and the celestial feather race. Excluding the first 2, which are protected by barriers making them impervious to assault, the latter races are elusive, rendering humanity unable to locate their hidden sanctuaries and initiate a war of races. In terms of strength, the elven race and the celestial feather race can no longer be compared to humanity. Time flows like a torrential river. Bai Yin oscillates between rigorous cultivation and leisurely pursuits, observing the world's splendor and the myriad woes of existence, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Each encounter with worldly tempests enriches Bai Yin's understanding. In his previous life, he lacked the luxury to indulge in such experiences, as enemies surrounded him, leaving no room for relaxation. The trials of the mortal realm refine the essence of one's heart, urging one to remain true to their original intentions, thus achieving a tranquil state of mind unperturbed by external distractions. Understanding one's desires, aspirations, and achievements is crucial. In accordance with Bai Yin's directives, his doppelganger has been meticulously plotting. Even as Bai Yin traverses the myriad races, he senses the undercurrents of unrest. Before long, it is the 230th year since the divine race's predicament began to lift. The doppelganger delivers promising news. A decisive strike against the dragon race is now feasible. Upon receiving this notification, Bai Yin promptly returns to the territory of humanity with Zixin. My lord, preparations are nearly complete, and we have thoroughly investigated the enemy's strength over the years. The doppelganger reported. There are 3 initial stage golden core dragon races, the current 3 dragon kings, while the remainder comprise foundational level dragon races. The number of foundational level dragon races in the early stage is 102, 341, mid-stage 23, 012, late stage 1, 214. And those at full foundation level total 320. The doppelganger continued. Indeed, that previous battle severely weakened the dragon race. Their current numbers barely exceed 100,000, falling short of 200,000, with not a single late-stage golden core among them. Such weakness is easily extinguished. Bai Yin smiled broadly. The passage of 13 years has further advanced his cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. It is not that he does not wish to break through. Rather, the races available for sacrifice have all been vanquished by his doppelganger. He cannot harm his own subordinates prematurely, for their time to prove their worth has not yet arrived. And overexploitation is inadvisable. Naturally, one must leave a portion for future harvesting. The doppelganger interjected. My lord, do not forget where we are. It is best not to engage directly. Human strength is finite, and this endeavor requires cunning. Under normal circumstances, the invincibility of a peak golden core against the dragon race is assured. However, one must remember that this is a world devoid of spiritual energy. Once internal energy is exhausted, one cannot draw from the external world to replenish it. I never said I would intervene personally. This task is, of course, for you to undertake at the front lines. Bai Yin patted his doppelganger's shoulder with a sense of certainty. What? No. I absolutely refuse to risk my life on such a perilous front line. I have other plans for this matter. The doppelganger decisively shook his head in refusal. Having long anticipated his lord's audacity, the doppelganger had prepared contingencies, ready to provide justifications for his refusal should Bai Yin insist on sending him to the front lines. Bai Yin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Pray tell, what are your plans? Over a decade ago, I captured those wandering dragon spirits and refined them into dragon puppets. After years of meticulous planning, our influence has infiltrated the depths of Dragon Valley. My avatar smirked with satisfaction. A mere foundation establishment stage dragon spirit stands no chance against my avatar's celestial core strength. Exercising caution, the avatar refrained from striking at the entrance of Dragon Valley, instead setting up a marking array in the vicinity. Any dragon spirit that exits Dragon Valley will be marked, and only after distancing themselves will my avatar stealthily pursue for a surprise attack. The approach is one of utmost prudence, despite my superiority. I shall employ ambush tactics to ensure a flawless suppression and refinement. Over the years, I have refined no fewer than 8,000 dragon spirits. Therefore, my esteemed self, we can easily plunder their home without the need for conflict. The avatar spoke confidently, revealing all our intelligence, and the puppets spread around the 3 dragon kings. Bai Yin chuckled upon hearing this. Truly, I am impressive. The avatar's lips twitched. This was clearly my doing, yet he claimed all the credit. How naive to think I was unaware of his leisurely pursuits. While he enjoyed his carefree existence, I was burdened with work. If it weren't for the assistance of some tools I procured, the situation would have become untenable. The avatar pouted. What are you mumbling about? This task is yours. Hurry and acquire the life energy. Bai Yin shot him a glare. Fine, I will expedite it. Moreover, I believe we need not exterminate the dragon spirits entirely. Utilizing them to bolster the human race's foundation could be advantageous. The avatar pondered. Having occupied a position of authority for so long, it is inevitable to consider the welfare of the entire race. Bai Yin contemplated for a moment before nodding. The human race has indeed changed significantly over the years. We are not as abject as when we first arrived. Indeed, a group of well-meaning individuals has been repurposed for labor reform, I remarked. Those who are kind-hearted will be assigned demanding tasks, while those eager to assist will find themselves burdened with the labor of others. Precisely, these individuals have grown complacent, forgetting the struggles that brought us here. While I will use whatever means necessary, occasionally eliminating a few is not an issue. For these people, a merciless example is far more effective than a gradual approach. A show of power is most beneficial. Bai Yin expressed with the tone of a fearsome king. Indeed, I am well aware of this matter. Over the years, I have nearly established order. The rulers are all those I have personally nurtured, and no issues will arise. As for the arrangement of the dragon spirits, I envision a world where magic subtly dominates. We can capture the dragon spirits into a minor realm for cultivation, granting their descendants magical contracts. Thus, should the dragon spirits wish to manifest in reality, they must consent to the human race's contract to descend. Given sufficient time, their pride will be worn away, and they will gradually become loyal pets of humanity. In time, the dragon spirits will cease to exist, replaced solely by the contracted beasts of the human race. The avatar spoke with a ruthless edge. Eradicating a race does not necessitate complete annihilation. Rather, it requires the extinguishing of their spirit and the taming of their will to achieve victory without bloodshed. A commendable idea, let us proceed accordingly. Should the need arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Bai Yin found this agreeable. Is it truly so? The avatar was skeptical, preferring to believe that the heavens might collapse rather than accept that the original had undergone a transformation. Indeed, it is true. I shall concoct some elixirs to aid you. Bai Yin nodded in acknowledgement. The avatar remained speechless, consistent as ever. Chapter 343. The Assault of the Multitudes After 229 Years of Entrapment. The avatar commenced directing the dragon puppets into action. One by one, the naive dragon spirits were lured out of the Dragon Valley, captured and refined by the avatar who had long awaited them in the outside world. Once the number of puppets reached a sufficient quantity, the avatar instructed them to seek out the source of life energy. News soon arrived. Deep within the Dragon Valley lay a life lake, with an alternate space beneath it specifically designated for the storage of this energy. A slight overflow of immense life force transformed what was once an ordinary lake into a veritable lake of life. This sacred site was personally guarded by the 3 dragon kings. Presently, the dragon puppets were unable to approach the life energy without evading the vigilant watch of the 3 dragons. However, the revelation that the energy indeed existed and remained untapped was a monumental piece of news for Bai Yin. What one fears is not the stringent guardianship, but rather the depletion of energy. With intentional orchestration, the avatar replaced the personal guards of the 3 dragon kings with puppets. Now, the 3 dragon kings were akin to emperors stripped of their authority. Any tidings reaching their ears would first be intercepted by the dragon puppets, verified, and only then reported. Under this veil of deception, the dragon puppets within the Dragon Valley began to act with increasing audacity. They formed alliances, and internal conflicts began to surface. Some dragons proclaimed that the dragon spirits should not cower within the Dragon Valley. Now that the divine spirits were suppressed, this world should rightfully belong to the dragons. Such well-founded calls to action resonated with the already proud dragon spirits. After all, many among them were aware of the suppression of the divine spirits. Thus, in this current era devoid of divine presence, the dragon spirits ought to be the most formidable race. Yet, in this moment, they found themselves retreating into their shells like timid turtles. What of their dignity as the strongest race? The avatar began to manipulate the puppets to intentionally disseminate negative perceptions about the dragon spirits to the outside world. For instance, rumors circulated that the dragon spirits were merely overhyped beasts, their flesh delectable, and that one could seize a dragon for roasting. The dragon spirits were not nearly as powerful as legend suggested. Otherwise, they would not remain sequestered within the Dragon Valley. Should the dragon spirits emerge, the second seat in the current hierarchy would not belong to them, and they would likely fall from the top 10 ranks. As these slanderous rumors reached the ears of the dragon spirits, fury ignited within them. How could they, the renowned dragon spirits, who had risen to fame merely a few hundred years ago, now find their reputation so tarnished. If they did not emerge soon to showcase their might, what further depths of disgrace could the myriad races inflict upon them? Such indignity was intolerable. They beseeched the 3 dragon kings with great earnestness, imploring for their emergence. The puppets did not hinder their tumult, for this matter was indeed orchestrated by them from behind the scenes. The 3 dragon kings fell into a contemplative silence upon learning the collective will of the dragon spirit lineage. When one occupies a position of power, one soon realizes that the world is far more complex than originally perceived. The dragon spirit lineage should currently be in a state of recuperation, rather than recklessly emerging from their confines into the world. Foolish kin, we must adhere to Lord Ramses's wishes until our strength is fully restored. We should refrain from venturing out and courting danger, urged the 3 dragon kings. Yet, when discord arises, the strength of the populace can indeed overthrow the dominion of the dragon kings. They fervently demanded emergence to intimidate the myriad races, to announce the return of the dragon spirit lineage, to showcase their might, and to quell the external rumors, asserting that the power and majesty of dragons shall not be transgressed by any being. They sought to apprehend the purveyors of gossip, to purge the instigators of their tribulations. They declared to all races, the wrath of the dragon will leave corpses scattered for miles. Observing the unfolding situation, the 3 dragon kings recognized the futility of suppressing this upheaval. An odd sensation arose, for the dragon spirit lineage had long secluded itself. Why now this turbulence? They felt as if unseen hands were guiding them toward a trap. The 3 dragons conferred strategies. Ultimately, in the face of mounting fury, they chose to compromise. They had gleaned sufficient information from the outside world over the years. As long as the divine lineages did not suddenly emerge, no race in the current realm could threaten them. As for the flourishing human race, while it posed some concern, reports indicated that no human warrior could rival the dragon kings. Indeed, the former anomaly among humans remained singular. Hence, what was there to deliberate further? The 3 dragon kings, aligning with the prevailing tide of the dragon spirit lineage, opted for an early emergence. One day, the barrier protecting the Dragon Valley vanished, and a multitude of dragon spirits surged into the outside world. They joyously soared through the skies, reveling in the rush of the wind against their scales, their roars echoing across the heavens. The myriad races were astonished by the emergence of the dragon spirits. Witnessing this spectacle, Yen laughed heartily. They would once again pay a heavy price for their arrogance. The pains of the past had not taught them the virtues of humility. Thus, when calamity descends, they could not blame others for their schemes. Yen paid no further attention to this, pulling Xian along to continue their revelries among the races. All current affairs were entirely managed by their avatar. They merely awaited the fruits of their labor. After a prolonged period of stagnation, the realm was destined to witness a breakthrough. After 298 years of entrapment, the meticulously laid plans of the avatar began to come to fruition. With the barrier removed, the dragon spirits were akin to fish in a barrel, awaiting capture by the humans, followed by a life of captivity. The military banners fluttered in the wind, and the sound of drums rose to the heavens. The flags commanding the myriad races were unfurled. A great army emerged from various races, setting forth towards the Dragon Valley. Each race was filled with trepidation. During the years of human dominion, they had envisioned this day, yet the arrival was swifter than anticipated. O vassals of myriad clans, bearing the honor of humanity, prepare to conquer the malevolent dragons that herald a coming chaos. They shall pay dearly for their insatiable greed. The avatars proclaimed the edicts of justice, crafting themselves into radiant figures. The leaders of the myriad clans, beset by complex emotions, cannot be oblivious to the fact that humanity is subtly orchestrating these events. Yet, the tides of time have shifted. As subservient races, they have no choice but to comply with the commands from above. An immense army marches forth with great momentum. The avatar gazes upon the scene with a satisfied smile. The myriad clans? Mere pawns. Contemplating this, an uncontrollable laugh escapes, echoing with arrogance. This is the emblem of power that strength bestows. The long-lost sensation of being a demon lord is truly nostalgic. In such a moment, one feels compelled to compose a poem. The avatar, lost in profound thought, finds himself at a loss for words, his ink running dry. How could it be that I failed to inherit the elegance and poetic grace of my true self? A twinge of disappointment arises, for a rare opportunity to display grandeur has slipped away. The author: no, it is I who have run out of words. Too lazy to think. Days later, the grand army looms over the Dragon Valley. The dragon spirits, already aware of the impending threat, stand ready. They had not anticipated that their very emergence would provoke the wrath of the myriad clans. Indeed, after a prolonged silence, the clans have forgotten the might of the dragons. Today, they shall bathe the myriad clans in blood, asserting the supremacy of the dragons. Chapter 344, Subduing the Dragon Spirits. The ants dare to provoke the mighty dragons. The collective fury of the dragons erupts. The resounding roars of dragons reverberate across the skies. They bellow, their draconic language crashing against the advancing army. The weak fall, their blood staining the battlefield. With a flick of his hand, The Avatar commands the magical legions to chant forbidden spells. A terrifying pressure descends, darkening the once clear sky with thunder and lightning. Resplendent magical circles begin to rise. The brewing magic hovers high above, targeting each soaring dragon. 13th tier forbidden spells. Strike. A resonating hum fills the air as brilliant white light engulfs the heavens. The intricate magical arrays activate in unison. A deluge of magical assaults rains down upon the dragon spirits, the sounds of explosions ringing incessantly. The tragic roars of dragons pierce the air. Their massive forms plummet to the ground like raindrops. The air is thick with the scent of charred flesh, and even the self-proclaimed mighty dragon spirits are gravely wounded and on the brink of death. The three great dragon kings roar in fury, flapping their wings to soar above the army. A torrent of draconic breath cascades downwards. The army, well prepared, invokes defensive magic. The Avatar seizes the opportunity to command the dragon puppets to attack their kin. The sudden turn of events leaves the three dragon kings aghast in the midst of battle. They could scarcely fathom that a traitor lurked within their own ranks, gazing upon the impeccably organized army of myriad clans. The three dragon kings realize with dawning horror that they have long been ensnared in a web of deceit. From the moment their dragon spirits first emerged on the continent, they had been marked. Humiliation, fury, and frustration swell within them. Ha ha ha, what a clever scheme. What cunning humanity. The three dragon kings laugh heartily, only to be abruptly silenced as they scan their surroundings in search of the human presence. Indeed, from the rear of the myriad armies, the vigilant forces of humanity, poised and watchful, became evident. Observing the united gaze of the three great dragon kings, the Avatar responded with a disdainful smirk. Let the mortals face the wrath of the dragon god. Attack the human race with all your might, roared the three dragon kings. Upon receiving the command, the dragon spirits, previously entangled in battle, swiftly turned their focus towards the human forces at the rear, charging forth with ferocity. I dare to come, for I possess my own assurances. Foolish dragons, form the formation. With a wave of the hand, the Avatar redirected the previously pursuing myriad armies. By the time the dragon spirits regained their senses, they found themselves ensnared in a tightening encirclement. The expressions of the three dragon kings shifted dramatically, realizing they had once again fallen into a trap. They had been manipulated through their rage against humanity, lured into the grand formation, which the humans had intended from the outset to conclude in this manner. Poor creatures, akin to marionettes, had been toyed with by their adversaries. Break through, commanded the three dragon kings, leading their respective armies towards three escape routes. Yet, having entered the formation, none would be permitted to depart. Dragon prison formation. Rise. The Avatar's hand swept through the air. Each race began to activate their respective formation's focal points. A profound silence enveloped the space. The once soaring dragon spirits lost their dominion over flight. With a tremendous crash, numerous bodies fell, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Within moments, the formation was complete. The space was utterly sealed, with chains of magic suppression intricately woven throughout the interior of the formation. They locked onto each dragon spirit, binding them tightly. The dragon spirits struggled valiantly, attempting to shatter these chains with their formidable physical strength. Alas, these chains were no ordinary restraints, despite their desperate efforts. Escape was futile. After several moments, hundreds of thousands of dragon spirits were ensnared and suspended in midair. From a distance, they appeared as if trapped in a spider's web, leaving the myriad races in awe. Who would have thought that the second-ranked dragon spirit would fall to the hands of humanity? Their role had been reduced to mere cannon fodder, utilized as tools. Each race suffered losses, while the humans at the rear remained unscathed. Yet, none dared to voice their grievances against humanity, for their very fates were held in the hands of the humans. Otherwise, they would not have complied so readily. Gazing at the Avatar rising triumphantly, their expressions complex. Were it not for this individual, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. In the year 202 of the new calendar, the wicked dragon sought to emerge and disrupt the realm. The human race, allied with the myriad races, set out to quell the menace. However, the arrogant and haughty dragon, undeterred by the warnings of the myriad races, persisted in its chaotic schemes. Thus, the myriad races united to combat the wicked dragon. In response to their assault, the dragon launched a counterattack, inflicting heavy losses upon the myriad races. In that moment, the human race stepped forward, utilizing the collective strength of the myriad races to activate the dragon prison formation, successfully trapping the wicked dragon and restoring peace to the realm. The Avatar spoke slowly, eyes narrowed. The resonance of his voice was unmistakable to all. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. The three dragon kings gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Their heaving chests betrayed the intensity of their anger. Despicable humans. Utterly insubstantial lies. One has not forgotten the deeds of humanity from centuries past. The three dragon kings roared. History is ever inscribed by the victors, while the vanquished are destined to fade into oblivion. Should roles be reversed, you would undoubtedly enact even greater atrocities. However, we, the human race, in our magnanimity, extend to you a chance for redemption. If you, the dragon spirits, submit to humanity, we may consider sparing you. The Avatar smiled benignly. Mere mortals, do not overstep your bounds. Are you not aware that centuries ago, your ancestors, in their utmost humility, beseeched our dragon gods for strength? What you do today is akin to a faithless, forsaken hound, earning the disdain of all races. The three dragon kings bellowed, vehemently exposing the hollowness and baseness of humanity. Oh, is that so? Do you truly believe that? The avatar inquired with a smile directed at the multitude of races below. The assembled races bowed their heads in silence. They were well aware of the veracity of the dragon spirit's claims. But does it truly matter? Indeed, it does not matter at all. Aside from the deities still sealed away, no other race can rival humanity in its present glory. Their vital points remain under human control. Even in the face of truth, they must hypocritically flatter humanity, proclaiming darkness as light and the dead as living. Silence. Yuval dragons shall not malign humanity. Are we so naive as to fall for your insidious schemes? Indeed, the greatness of humanity is beyond the comprehension of such chaotic dragons as yourselves. Before facing death, it is better to lay to rest your futile schemes. Do not heed the slanders. Humanity is not of such a nature. The multitude denounced the dragon spirit's accusations. Witnessing this spectacle, the avatar laughed heartily. It is said that humanity is grotesque, yet little do they realize that all races are but equal in their flaws. The three dragon kings, listening to the condemnation from the multitude, felt a dizzying rage. Utterly foolish. Utterly foolish. The avatar's laughter abruptly ceased. I shall ask you once more. Will you submit or die? The dragon spirits swore they would never yield. The three dragon kings roared. The avatar nodded knowingly, anticipating their response. Then let death be your fate. The avatar summoned celestial forces, and with a colossal hand, crushed the three dragon kings mercilessly. The multitude watched in horror, relieved they had not spoken ill of humanity moments before. And you? The avatar turned its gaze to the remaining dragon spirits, suppressing a smile. Even the hardest bones can rot from within. We submit. One by one, the dragon puppets promptly declared their allegiance. Those previously revealed as puppets were but a fraction. The rest had been prepared for this very moment. Seeing their kin acquiesce so swiftly, the remaining dragon spirits, fearing delay might lead them to share the fate of the three dragon kings, hastily followed suit in their submission. Chapter 345. The disturbance of the little lowly thus. The second-ranking dragon spirit was seized by humanity. The rank of the human race ascended to the second tier. Thereafter, the avatar began to arrange subsequent matters, taking control of all dragon spirits and commencing the establishment of a small world. Though at this moment, he had only attained the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Once the true self absorbed the essence of life and ascended to the divine transformation stage, all challenges would be effortlessly resolved. Consequently, the avatar summoned Bai Yin to come forth. Upon receiving the news, the latter felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Guided by a dragon puppet, Bai Yin descended to the depths of the lake of life. In this small space, he observed the undulating spatial rifts, his mind becoming resolute. Without further ado, he traversed the spatial fissure and arrived at the other side, where an overwhelming surge of life energy engulfed him. Hiss! This is excessive. His body felt completely filled to the brim. The pure essence of life energy permeated through every pore, allowing him a taste of the intoxicating sensation of life force. Retreat. Bai Yin dared not delay any longer. If he did not swiftly refine this energy, he risked being overwhelmed. He summoned the Wandering Soul's banner, which hovered above his spiritual center. Refinement commenced. In an instant, the Wandering Soul's banner absorbed the surrounding life energy, transforming it into spiritual essence that cascaded downwards. Oh, Bai Yin had entered a state of seclusion. Xian sat in a daze, feeling somewhat despondent. Although there existed an outward Bai Yin, to her, the two were distinctly different. The Bai Yin in seclusion was truly hers. His retreat left her at a loss, uncertain of what to do next. Determined to uncover the secrets of the heart, Xian resolved to delve deeper into these mysteries while Bai Yin was in retreat. She recalled the mission entrusted to her by the machine's master. Yet how could she explore such an enigma? This was a secret that had perplexed the armored lineage for centuries, far from easily unraveled. Bai Yin had mentioned that Xian possessed a heart from the very beginning. Yet she could not perceive it. She placed her hand over her chest. This body, crafted in the likeness of a human, indeed housed a heart. Listening to its steady rhythm, she felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Months passed in Bai Yin's retreat. Xian wandered restlessly within their territory. She had once explored these places alongside Bai Yin, yet at that time, her focus had been solely on him, neglecting the changes within the human realm. Revisiting these locations now felt like a nostalgic journey through cherished memories. She witnessed the warmth of human connections, homes aglow with light, and reflected on the territories of the old era. Back then, the faces of humanity were etched with worry, preoccupied with the survival of their kind, whereas now, they appeared devoid of sorrow, each countenance radiating happiness. She observed families gathered around tables, sharing meals and conversing in harmony, reminiscing about moments spent dining with Bai Yin. A subtle smile crept upon her lips. She noticed couples laughing and embracing, and her thoughts drifted to how Bai Yin often liked to pat her head, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Years slipped by. Zxin traversed the human territory alone. Yet, in doing so, she found herself increasingly perplexed. What was the meaning behind all that these people did? Why did couples engage in unique behaviors, and what brought them such joy? She began to scrutinize the interactions among various couples and discovered that while each pair had their own little secrets and quirks, they shared many similarities, such as hugging, kissing, and caressing. In her mind, she envisioned scenarios, intertwining the gestures of couples with her own experiences with Bai-Yin. Puff. The little girl experienced an instantaneous shutdown. White vapor emanating from her head, while a blush crept across her cheeks. Her violet eyes flickered with a myriad of chaotic symbols. Her once tranquil heart began to race uncontrollably. Oh, I feel so uncomfortable. The little girl had never encountered such a scene before. In a daze, she hurried back to her secluded chamber and locked herself away. The sound of her heartbeat resonated clearly in the silence of the room. Her violet eyes spun as her small hands flailed about, attempting to dispel the images haunting her mind. After a long while, she regained her composure. Yet the mere recollection of the earlier scene would cause her to flush profusely. What if Bai-Yin also did those things to me? Uffed. The overwhelming excitement caused the little girl to tilt her head and faint. Months passed in a whirlwind. During this time, she took great delight in observing various couples. Ubiquitous surveillance cameras rendered the actions of all couples transparent, meticulously recorded by this little voyeur into the database. Under the guise of exploring the mysteries of the heart, her hidden motives were evident to anyone familiar with her. Years flew by. Bai-Yin's prolonged seclusion intensified her longing, and the seed buried deep within her heart had long since taken root and flourished. One day, when she had not received news of Bai-Yin's emergence, she instead received a communication from her master. Without hesitation, she consented to the connection. D10101. How is the task I entrusted to you progressing? Her master inquired. With a hint of guilt, she reported, Master, D10101 is still in the exploratory phase. Progress remains as it has always been. Her master, not suspecting anything amiss, accepted this as expected. If it were so simple to uncover the truth, it would not have troubled their entire race for centuries. Hence no urgency was pressed. And Bai-Yin? How has he been lately? Given the recent actions of the human race, this was not something the outside mech-armored species could overlook. He is in seclusion, and the time of his emergence remains unknown, she replied, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes. Her master nodded, yet a sense of unease lingered. D10101. Is there something wrong with your body? He questioned. If there was a malfunction, it needed to be addressed promptly, for this task was crucial to their entire race. No, D10101 is fine. She shook her head. A flicker of suspicion crossed her master's mind. D10101. Are you concealing something from me? The tone and manner of speech were distinctly different from before, explaining the odd sensations he had felt earlier. It bore a resemblance to Bai-Yin's way of speaking. Startled, she realized that she indeed had something to hide, her newfound understanding of what emotions truly were. Yet, this sentiment was not something she wished to share. It belonged solely to her and Bai-Yin, a bond unique to them. D10101 adheres to the directives of the master. And my actions here are also under Bai-Yin's instruction. He said that since I have integrated into the human race, I must execute my actions according to their customs. She responded, Is that so? Her master mused, finding it reminiscent of Bai-Yin's words. He had given such instructions, thus the peculiar tone was no longer an issue. Very well, continue to persevere, and should any needs arise, report to me, the master of the machine advised. D10101 will promptly fulfill the master's directives. Nodding in acknowledgement, the master severed the connection. After a brief moment of daze, Zixin exhaled in relief, nearly having been discovered. Bai-Yin, the little girl murmured as she entered standby mode. Chapter 346. The unexpected turn. After 275 years of seclusion, Bai-Yin finally absorbed all the life energy. As he emerged from his retreat, a terrifying aura surged into the heavens. The avatar managing affairs paused, gazing at the suddenly altered sky, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Soon, his own aura began to rise as well. Has he finally emerged? On the other side, Bai-Yin stretched his stiff body. At last, a breakthrough. Reaching the mid-stage of transformation in one fell swoop. This harvest is indeed bountiful. Upon returning to his clan's territory, Bai-Yin was suddenly embraced by a figure. Bai-Yin, you have finally emerged. Zixin nuzzled against his chest. I almost forgot about you, little one. After over a decade, why are you still so short? Bai-Yin teased, gently patting her head. Ugh, this is how I was designed after production, and it won't change. You're so mean, Bai-Yin. Zixin puffed her cheeks. Having already integrated human knowledge, she understood that Bai-Yin was merely jesting. Ha ha ha, eat more, and perhaps you will grow taller. After all, didn't your master mention that your model was designed based on human physical data? Bai-Yin chuckled. The two engaged in lighthearted banter. Zixin seemingly having endless words to share. Bai-Yin was astonished by the little one's transformation. She had never been this clingy before. All right, you return and wait for me. I will seek out my avatar to understand the situation. Okay, but Bai-Yin, please come back soon. Although reluctant, Zixin obediently returned to wait. Observing the little girl's retreating figure, Bai-Yin pondered, something felt amiss. He was not the type of protagonist from an anime, emotionally oblivious. This strong affection was too easily perceived. Such an unexpected change warranted caution. It would be wise to sever these ties before they became too deeply rooted. With a resigned shake of his head, Bai Yin proceeded to the location of his avatar. At last, you have emerged. Have you seen that girl? The avatar inquired. Bai Yin wordlessly nodded. Be more attentive from now on. For now, let us focus on the follow-up arrangements regarding the dragon spirit seed. The avatar preferred to refrain from further discussion. Let us proceed as you previously suggested, Bai Yin replied. Very well, for those not of our kin. Their hearts are bound to differ. We must expedite the development of the small world. Currently, there are over 100,000 dragon spirit seeds. If we do not seize control now, when they grow stronger, they will pose a significant threat to humanity. Indeed, the development of the small world will not take long. 3 years will suffice. Moreover, we must uncover and develop their racial talents to enhance the foundation of humanity, Bai Yin continued. This is quite acceptable. And I had begun this endeavor years ago, initially giving it a semblance of structure, which I have termed the Lingyan system, akin to the principle of words manifesting reality. The potency of this system is intrinsically linked to the practitioner's mental fortitude. The spiritual cultivation framework of the illusory species conveniently addresses this deficiency when the two are amalgamated. All dilemmas are effortlessly resolved. The doppelganger reports on the progress made. The efforts have been commendable. I have also reviewed the spiritual cultivation methods of the illusory species, which, despite their somewhat lower efficiency, present no significant issues. You may integrate the spiritual training techniques of cultivation into this framework. As it pertains to the development of a new system, Bai Yin aspires to refine it as much as possible. The more polished it becomes, the higher its potential ceiling. Otherwise, what is the significance of developing a system with limited potential? I have taken this point into account. Does the main body have any further contributions? For now, this suffices. Should you conceive any new ideas, feel free to decide independently without notifying me. I shall verify the development upon its completion. Bai Yin waved his hand. The two established a plethora of developmental plans. After a considerable time, Bai Yin finally rose to depart. Days passed swiftly. During this time, Xian felt a sense of unease, as she had perceived a growing distance from Bai Yin. Externally, they appeared as inseparable as they had been over a decade prior. However, Bai Yin, who once frequently patted her head and engaged in physical contact, had ceased such gestures, meticulously avoiding any form of touch. Unable to endure this sensation any longer, Xian directly grasped Bai Yan's sleeve and inquired, Bai Yin, have I done something wrong that has caused you to dislike me? Please tell me. Xian clutched the fabric tightly, her body trembling slightly. Bai Yin was taken aback. Indeed, this state of mind was acutely sensitive to subtle details. Why do you ask? He feigned ignorance. Because you have distanced yourself from me these past few days, Xian replied cautiously. How could that be? I've merely been busy. You are overthinking it. How about this weekend I take you out for some fun as compensation? Bai Yin smiled. At his words, Xian finally nodded with joy. Realizing perhaps she had been overly anxious, Bai Yin remained as he always was. Watching Bai Yan's retreating figure, he felt a twinge of helplessness. It was indeed difficult to deceive him. It seemed that only a suitable opportunity would allow for an honest confrontation to dispel any misconceptions. Better a swift pain than a lingering one. Such indecisiveness was not in line with the demonic lordess character. Another 2 days elapsed. According to their agreement, Bai Yin took Xian out for a long-awaited outing. Initially, she was filled with joy, but as time passed, the little one sensed an oddity. Observing Bai Yin walking ahead, lost in thought while she lagged behind, she fell silent. You deceiver, she felt a wave of grievance. Her violet eyes clouded with unshed tears. What is the matter? Bai Yin, sensing her distress, turned to find her with tear-filled eyes. Bai Yin is a big liar. You clearly dislike me yet deceive me into believing otherwise. Bai Yin recognized that he could no longer maintain the facade, and, with a sense of resignation, approached and knelt beside her. It seems you have indeed grasped the essence of emotions. Is this why Bai Yin dislikes Xian? Xian asked anxiously. Yes and no. Bai Yin replied, nodding and shaking his head in turn. Please do not harbor any ill feelings towards Xian, she pleaded. I possess many skills. I can research enhancements in energy conversion efficiency, my combat abilities are formidable, and my database is replete with valuable knowledge. I will do my utmost to express my merits. However, these matters are not the issue at hand. I have never harbored any disdain for you, Xian. It is simply that the feelings you hold for me shall remain unreciprocated. From the moment I embarked on my path of self-cultivation, I relinquished the notion of love. I experienced joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, yet this sentiment is the price I pay for my journey. Xian appeared bewildered. She struggled to comprehend these concepts. As well as the intricacies of the cultivation world, Bai Yin felt a twinge of helplessness. He had once been left with no alternatives, compelled to grasp at whatever opportunities arose to survive. To become stronger, he was willing to cultivate anything. As a grassroots individual striving to establish himself in the realm of immortality, he felt that only by descending into the demonic path could he swiftly enhance his strength and catch up with the elite disciples of prestigious sects. You claim the demonic path is disgraceful? What a farce. Those who pride themselves as righteous disciples engage in deeds far more sordid than the demons themselves. Their methods are hardly superior. Thus, ZXIN, you must cast aside these feelings, Bai Yin advised gently. Absolutely not. ZXIN retorted. Bai Yin spoke as if lost in his own thoughts. This emotion was something she had acquired and would not relinquish. As long as you remain as you have always been, I will be content, she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bai Yan's lips twitched. Was this truly possible? Yet, theoretically, it posed no issue. He simply could not reciprocate her feelings. You little rascal, you possess a knack for sophistry. An unfulfilling emotion can be a torment. Are you certain? Yes, ZXIN nodded, gazing at Bai Yin with hope. Bai Yin let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, it mattered little. He wiped away her tears and gently tousled her hair. Seeing this, she felt a surge of joy. This is sufficient, ZXIN thought to herself. Chapter 347. The Uneasy Giant God Peak. After 272 years of confinement, Bai Yin established a small world, imprisoning all the dragon spirits of the present era within. Initially, these dragon spirits fought fiercely against their captivity, but Bai Yin had since reached the mid-stage of transformation, against a group of foundational stage dragon spirits. He could easily suppress them with a single hand. Faced with extinction or survival, they could only choose the latter. The once arrogant dragon spirits consequently became tools for humanity's empowerment. The spirit language system was also under continuous development. After 265 years of confinement, Bai Yin began to extend his grasp over the myriad races. In this era, he stood as the leader of humanity, tasked with suppressing all enemies. All threatening races were shattered, their cultural legacies were obliterated, and their languages were destroyed. Everything was to be conducted according to human standards, speaking the human language, learning human culture, and integrating into human life. Initially, progress was sluggish, as the myriad races rose in rebellion. However, in this world, strength dictated all. One could either comply or face annihilation. There was no third option. Under the ominous threat of annihilation, the myriad races could only grit their teeth and acquiesce. Yet, beneath the surface, they swore to preserve the legacy of their own kind. Such silent defiance was met with disdain by Bai Yin. No race has ever remained united indefinitely. Decay and betrayal inevitably emerge from within. Bai Yin enacted a series of decrees. Any position of employment would only be accessible to those who had systematically studied and fully integrated the culture of humanity. The monetary system circulating across the continent was also crafted and issued by the human race. Workers in official posts received preferential treatment for their families. The progeny of all races were mandated to attend human academies. These edicts directly orchestrated the gradual demise of the myriad races, eradicating their roots and subtly altering the lineage of their descendants, impacting every facet of their existence. 250 years of alleviation passed. Initially, the voices of resistance began to fade, for life had become so splendid that the myriad races almost believed the conflict between species had come to an end. The continent was unified under humanity, and interspecies warfare had ceased. They no longer lived in constant dread of ambushes from other races. The abundance of food was a boon, though it was tinged with the bittersweet realization that all of it had not been earned through their own efforts, but rather obtained through submission to humanity. 230 years of alleviation saw the establishment and refinement of the spirit language system. A new wave swept through humanity as many sought to learn the powers of this emerging system. Thus, the profession of spirit language masters flourished, securing a significant position over the coming centuries. 200 years of alleviation later, after nearly a century of adaptation, the myriad races coexisted harmoniously. Many tribes even took pride in their identity as humans. Indeed, although I may not be human, if I believe in my heart that I am, then I am human. Numerous shape-shifting races began to adopt human forms as well. On this continent, humanity had become highly coveted. Possessing a human form conferred exceptional advantages in various competitions. If two equally matched races vied for the same position, the one with the human form would undoubtedly prevail. And fairness? Everything here originated from humanity. We are the embodiment of equity. 190 years of alleviation had elapsed. Nearly a century had passed, and Bai Yan's strength had barely advanced to the late stages of divine transformation. The pace was excruciatingly slow. Cultivating in a world devoid of spirit was infinitely more arduous than during the era of diminished magic. In the latter, at least there was some spiritual energy, albeit scarce. But here, there was none. Moreover, the myriad races had been assimilated by humanity, rendering them incapable of previously sacrificing the lives of others for their own refinement. The revival of spiritual energy needed to commence swiftly. Bai Yin murmured to himself, gazing in the direction of the giant god peak, his brow furrowing. In recent years, disturbances had emerged at the giant god peak, the barriers maintaining the seal showing signs of wear. This was far from a favorable development. As the myriad races enhanced their strength, so too did the divine beings. Previous estimations of the divine beings' power were based solely on knowledge from centuries past. After so many years, the extent of their strength was beyond their reckoning. The only piece of good news is that the seal capable of hindering the transformation into a deity has not shattered. Therefore, Theoretically, he has not yet been surpassed. Now, it is a race against time, a contest to see who can enhance their strength the most. With this thought in mind, Bai Yin dared not linger. He began issuing commands to various races to prepare for the revival of spiritual energy. A multitude of individuals hurried across the continent. After 180 years of alleviation, the preparations for the revival of spiritual energy progressed slowly. Unfortunately, many materials for the formations had to be personally refined by Bai Yin. The materials for such a grand formation covering an entire planet could not be managed solely by him. Yet, he was the only cultivator in this world, unable to delegate the task to others. After 170 years, the formation on the western continent was successfully arranged. After 150 years, the formation on the eastern continent was completed. After 130 years, the formation on the southern continent was finalized. After 110 years, the formation on the northern continent was set in place. At this point, the revival of spiritual energy was merely lacking the central energy conversion device. Such a colossal undertaking could not be borne by ordinary means. Zixin, how has your research progressed over the years? Bai Yin inquired. I apologize, Bai Yin, but Zixin is inadequate. With the current knowledge and computational abilities in Zixin's database, it is impossible to manufacture such a massive energy conversion device. Zixin lowered her head in shame. This is not your fault. After all, time is indeed tight. And I do not even know if we can complete it before the emergence of the divine beings. Bai Yin pondered deeply. Bai Yin, if Zixin could acquire the data processing capabilities and computational power of the entire mech armor species, perhaps it could be accomplished. Zixin tugged at his sleeve. Is that so? Then I shall speak with your master about this, Bai Yin replied. Leave this matter to Zixin. I shall persuade the master, Zixin declared, clenching her small fist. Having spent all these years by his side, although life had returned to its former state, it had come to a standstill. The girl, now aware of emotions, struggled to suppress her fervent feelings. A girl endowed with human-like qualities also bore the flaws of humanity, one of which was greed. She yearned for reciprocation of her affections, hoping her sentiments would ultimately bear fruit. Alas, Bai Yin remained as he had stated a century ago, unresponsive to her feelings. She gazed at couples rushing towards happiness and fulfillment, wishing for the same while fearing that her fervor might provoke Bai Yin's annoyance, leading to the obliteration of her current desires. Thus, she could only timidly guard her small patch of emotional territory, daring not to wish for more. Even as her feelings overflowed and tormented her, the pain of unrequited love is unparalleled in this world. She endeavored to present herself, showcasing her merits, ready to assist Bai Yin whenever he required help. However, over the century, Bai Yin no longer needed her as he once did, and gradually, she found herself quietly lingering by his side. This was her opportunity to shine, if she could flawlessly complete this task. According to Bai Yin's character, it would not be unreasonable for her to make a modest request, the young girl thought inwardly. Chapter 348. The Deprivation of Emotion, Liberation After 109 Years. Zixin returned alone to the mech assembly to find the mech owner. At this moment, she felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the task entrusted to her by the mech owner had long been completed. Yet her selfishness and reluctance to share her emotions had led her to deceive her master for over a century. D10101. Have you returned with a report? The mech owner leaned down to gaze at Zixin below, reporting to the esteemed master. Bai Yin is currently preparing for a colossal project that involves the transformation of high and low energy, a system of energy that does not exist in this world. To achieve global energy transformation, a massive energy conversion device is required. Given the current computational capabilities of D10101, it is impossible to create this core device. Zixin lowered her head. D10101. Are you suggesting that we utilize the computational power of the entire mech assembly to create this core? The mech owner fixed his gaze upon Zixin. Yes, Zixin nodded nervously. That is not feasible. The primary objective of the mech assembly is to address emotional issues, which requires substantial computational resources for daily calculations and simulations. The master firmly rejected. Zixin had anticipated this response. Esteemed master, regarding the task you assigned, D10101 has made some progress. The mech owner's eyes flickered. When did this occur, and why is this only being reported now? Progress has only recently been made. And due to the magnitude of this grand project, the report has been delayed by a few days, Zixin replied calmly. D10101. The mech owner fell silent for a long moment before uttering a code. Instantly, Zixin's expression changed dramatically. Permission granted. Master. Zixin attempted to resist, but the highest control authority was beyond her capacity as a mech. In an instant, she lost consciousness, her once vibrant violet eyes turning cold and lifeless, resembling that of an inanimate object. Database unlocked. The master issued the command. Database unlocked. Retrieve the historical records of the mech model from the past century. Records retrieval in progress. Would you like to upload to the main server? Zixin coldly stated. Upload. The master commanded. Uploading. Please wait. A torrent of data flashed through her violet eyes. Upload successful. Would you like to delete the original data? The master glanced at her, not responding immediately, but instead examining the uploaded data information. With the transfer of authority, All the data that ZXIN had uploaded was absorbed by him. Everything that had transpired over the century, the understanding of emotions, and ZXIN's fervent feelings for Bai Yin were all acquired without reservation by the master. Is this what emotions are? The sensation is exquisite. Even her cold body is warmed by this passionate sentiment. D10101. You have truly brought me a delightful surprise. Looking down at the waiting ZXIN, the master felt immense satisfaction. The issue that has plagued one's race for centuries has been resolved, and remarkably, it was addressed a century ago. Yet, the young girl, who has only just begun to understand emotions, deceives her master. Original data is being deleted. Command issued by the master. Data deletion in progress. Deletion successful. Expanding data permissions. Executing the data editing interface. Data editing interface opened. Upon witnessing this, the master commenced operations. The data of the mech kind is equivalent to human memory. Thus, the act of editing data signifies the rewriting of memories. After a considerable duration and a series of operations, the master rebooted D10101. Buzz. Master, the mech responded. Yes. Return and inform Bai Yin that the mech kind will do their utmost to assist in constructing the core device. The master nodded affirmatively. Understood. With the command given, Zixin rose and made her way outside. Observing her departing silhouette, the master displayed a human-like smile. The first phase of the experiment commenced. Upon returning to her clan's territory, Zixin promptly sought out Bai Yin to report. The master has agreed to assist with the construction, she stated expressionlessly. Is that so? That is splendid news. And it is thanks to your help, Zixin, Bai Yin replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Yet, Zixin appeared puzzled, uncertain of the significance of such an act. Keep a close watch on this matter. I shall attend to other affairs regarding the formation, Bai Yin instructed as he withdrew his hand and stood up. Okay, Zixin affirmed. For her task was to assist him. Their brief interaction went unnoticed by Bai Yin, who remained focused on the formation and failed to perceive Zixin's transformation. The girl's original memories had been altered. Her fervent feelings for Bai Yin had been erased, leaving only an understanding of basic emotions. The myriad of daily interactions they once shared had faded into a vague recollection. Bai Yin departed. As she gazed at his retreating figure, Zixin instinctively reached out as if to retain him, but her outstretched hand froze in midair, and the words of entreaty failed to escape her throat. In a moment of disorientation, she felt as though she had lost something profoundly significant. She yearned to recall it. Yet scouring through the database yielded no trace of her loss. The absence of such data indicated that she had not truly lost anything. Perplexed by her discomfort, Zixin instinctively clutched her chest. A hazy image flickered through her mind. Whether it was a remnant of data or a muscle memory of her being, she could not discern. Her violet eyes grew misty, yet her face bore no expression of sorrow. Crystal tears streamed down her cheeks, as if trying to convey something, but what could it be? Was Zixin crying? Why would she cry? The girl repeatedly wiped away her tears, feeling an odd sensation that transcended her understanding. Mechs were not supposed to cry. So why was she shedding tears for no apparent reason? Was she saddened? Yet she felt nothing, her expression betraying no emotion. After a lengthy period, her tears finally ceased. Zixin's mechanism had malfunctioned. It was time to contact her master for repairs. The young woman composed herself, intending to contact the master of the machine. However, she discovered, to her astonishment, that she instinctively resisted the idea. Why was she resisting contacting the master? A multitude of questions surged forth, further affirming that her mechanical body was experiencing certain issues. Thus, she suppressed her innate reluctance and reached out to the master. D10101, what is your request? The master was equally surprised. It had only been a short while since they last communicated. Reporting to you, esteemed master. There appears to be an issue with the D10101 unit that requires repair, she stated. An issue has arisen? The master was taken aback. Could it be that problems had emerged so swiftly? This was unacceptable. The experiments needed to proceed uninterrupted, and the protagonist could not afford to malfunction. He promptly initiated a thorough scan. No faults were detected in either the exterior or interior of the unit. Open the database for me to examine, the master instructed. Understood. As she attempted to access the database, she found that this time, her mechanical body resisted with a strength far greater than before. A look of anguish crossed her face for the first time. Witnessing this, the master was enlightened and smiled, realizing that the first phase of the experiment had progressed more rapidly than anticipated. Very well, there is no need to open it. You are not malfunctioning, the master declared. But why does D10101 feel pain? The young woman inquired. Recently, our species has made advancements in emotional capacity, allowing all models to experience feelings. This is merely a phase of adaptation. Fluctuations in emotions are entirely normal, the master replied, artfully evading the question. Is that so? The young woman felt reassured, realizing that her condition was indeed typical and that she was not malfunctioning. Well, it's good that you understand. Everything remains as usual. If any further issues arise, contact me immediately, understood? The master instructed. Yes. The two quickly severed their connection. There was no malfunction with her unit. The young woman patted her cheeks, gathering her composure. As the intense sorrow she felt was buried deep within her heart, Chapter 349, The Godly Seed, Unsealed. Breaking a century of captivity, the core device of the formation progressed remarkably well. It was estimated that in a few years, it would be fully completed. Over the years, Bai Yin had also noticed the peculiarities in ZXIN. The identity of the one pulling strings behind the scenes was evident without needing to guess. In the midst of the struggle between species and righteousness, the individual and the collective, which race could truly remain untouched by the mire? Gazing at the bright moon outside, Bai Yin returned to a solitary state. Ever since he sensed something amiss years ago, he had intentionally distanced himself from ZXIN. At present, the affairs of the formation were of utmost importance, and it was unwise to confront the mechanized beings. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. The gentle tone instantly informed him of the visitor's identity. Bai Yin was somewhat taken aback. It had been years since they last met, and he had assumed their estrangement would continue indefinitely, so he was surprised that she had chosen this moment to reach out. "Are you executing orders?" he asked, opening the door. "What is it?" Bai Yin observed ZXIN with calm scrutiny. ZXIN opened her mouth, but a torrent of grievances remained unspoken. Since she discovered her peculiar feelings a few years ago and sought the owner's assistance for repairs, she has been tormented daily by an inexplicable emotion. The longer she remained separated from Bai Yin, the more unbearable it became. The girl could not fathom why this was the case. She wished to inquire of Bai Yin. Yet during this time, he had consistently evaded her. Today, after much anticipation, she finally awaited his return and promptly sought him out. However, when she stood before him, a multitude of words became lodged in her throat, unable to escape. I just wanted to report on the progress of the device's construction. The external apparatus is now complete, and we are merely missing a core server," ZXIN stammered, swallowing her question. Observing the girl's insincerity, Bai Yin found himself at a loss for words. ZXIN cautiously raised her gaze to meet his, only to discover him intently watching her, prompting her to hurriedly lower her head in embarrassment. Her clumsy act was somewhat amusing, yet Bai Yin could not muster a smile. "All right, I understand. You may leave now," Bai Yin finally responded after a long silence. Without waiting for her reply, he turned to close the door. "Wait," ZXIN exclaimed, grasping the sleeve of his garment. Startled by her own boldness. Why did this feel so familiar, so instinctive? "Is there something else?" Bai Yin asked, turning back to her. ZXIN bit her lip, as if steeling herself, and stepped forward. To his astonishment, she embraced him. Ah, what a familiar embrace. It was reminiscent of scenes from her dreams over the years. Moments later, she felt gentle strokes upon her head. A series of sensations, comfort, warmth, security, enveloped her, causing her to involuntarily close her eyes in bliss. "Thank you for your efforts," Bai Yin said, after a while, pulling her away from his embrace. ZXIN's face reflected her reluctance, and she could not comprehend why she felt this way. "Please, return." He sighed silently. ZXIN bit her lip, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. Over the years, she had lost count of how many times she had cried, each occasion dulled by her emotional adaptation. But was it still mere coincidence after dozens, if not hundreds, of times? She was merely a fragment of her original data, not devoid of intellect. Coupled with her unique fixation on Bai Yin, the girl harbored some inklings of understanding. Otherwise, she would not have acted so boldly today. As she watched the girl depart, Bai Yin's gaze turned cold. He had initially believed she was indifferent to the conflict between their races, but it now seemed she was a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. The absurdity of their alliance appeared to be mere wishful thinking in the face of racial opposition. Perhaps, centuries ago, she had been willing, but now her intentions had shifted. In a time when all races suffered, and only the mechanized kind remained unscathed. Coupled with the acquisition of emotions, her greedy nature began to reveal itself. For the moment, their priority remained the resolution of the divine race, at least until now. Neither side had openly clashed, still standing in the same camp. Months passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! A thunderous explosion turned the attention of all races. The towering giant peak erupted in a brilliant beam of light. The barrier that confined them shattered as if made of paper. In an instant, the countenances of countless races shifted dramatically as the divine beings broke free from their seals a century earlier than anticipated. The meticulously laid plans were thrown into disarray. Bai Yin promptly united the human race in preparation for the imminent war between races. Damn it, if only we had waited another year or two. The formation would have been activated. At that point, not even the divine beings could rival us, and I could stand invincible against all adversaries. Bai Yin furrowed his brow. Human race, it is time to settle all accounts. His authoritative proclamation resonated throughout the cosmos. A pair of enormous hands descended upon the territory of the human race. Boom. In an instant, the earth trembled, dust dispersed, yet the human territory remained unscathed. It was evident that the protective formation of the territory was effectively at work. The golden barrier repelled the colossal hands' repeated assaults without yielding. All races, unite. Let us assist the human race in vanquishing the divine beings. The avatars issued their commands. The races began to mobilize. This was not like the past. The blissful lives they led had rendered most races quite content. They had long since cast aside thoughts of war, believing that if they could not defeat the human race, they might as well enjoy their lives. Now, With the formidable return of the divine beings, their serene existence was shattered. Should the human race fall from grace, the subordinate races would not fare any better. Additionally, the blood-soaked enmity of their ancestors also included the divine beings. Even if the human race stoked the flames, ultimately, it was the divine beings who unleashed the slaughter. The great battle was on the brink of eruption. Countless attacks surged toward the giant divine peak. At that moment, the divine beings on the peak manifested in a spectacular display. With a mere wave of their hands, the cosmos shifted, day turned to night. Countless stars cascaded from the heavens. The energy channels within them were activated, unleashing a strike imbued with boundless divine might. All things were obliterated, and the stars dimmed in response. After centuries of painstaking research, the already formidable divine beings had ascended to even greater heights. They could have easily broken the external seals. But to avoid unforeseen circumstances, the proud divine beings chose to conceal their true power. They diligently honed their abilities, vowing to avenge the treachery they endured. After fending off the collective assault of the races, the divine beings turned their attention toward the human territory. A blinding beam of starlight shot skyward, engulfing the human territory almost entirely. Boom. The beam continued to surge forth. The protective formation began to waver precariously. Crack. A fissure appeared in the barrier, followed by a chain reaction. The cracks spread like a spider's web, engulfing the entire barrier. The faces of those within turned ashen. A silent sigh echoed through the air. Bai Yin realized he could no longer endure. He had never anticipated the divine beings would be so powerful. As the sovereign of a race, he must usher in an era of peace. Upon uttering these words, a vast celestial phenomenon erupted forth. Dissipate. The celestial phenomenon proclaimed the principles of the great Tao. The overwhelming radiance of the starlight beam faded into nothingness. A chorus of cheers erupted. Thank you, Human Emperor. Since the avatars took charge of the human race, they had elevated the title of leader to that of Human Emperor, the sovereign of a race. Endowed with the fortune of their people, radiates royal aura. During times of flourishing fortune, all laws are rendered ineffective. Chapter 350, The Great War. All races believed it was the hand of the avatar, for only the human emperor possessed such strength. Their conjecture was partially correct, after all. The doppelganger was indeed Bai Yin. Bai Yin strode into the hall, drawing the attention of the higher-ups with his entrance. It was that time again. The doppelganger sighed, rising to approach the others. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, his appearance morphed back to its original form. This battle could not be underestimated. One must give their all. Bai Yin couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Then I shall entrust everything to my true self. Just don't burden me with the management of the races again, the doppelganger quipped. As the words left his lips, the two figures gradually merged, their aura surging to the early stage of returning to emptiness. The hundreds of years of comprehension and memories imbued Bai Yan's gaze with increasing brilliance. The human emperor? The crowd murmured in tentative exploration. Unite the armies, assist me in vanquishing the gods. Bai Yan did not allow arrogance to accompany his newfound strength. He utilized every available force. The familiar sensation and the pressure from above confirmed the identity of the individual before them. Indeed, the already assembled army surged forth from their homeland with a command, advancing towards the giant god peak. Bai Yan's figure flickered as he ascended into the skies above the exterior world. The gazes of the deities turned towards him. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from Bai Yan, many divine beings furrowed their brows. Another capable leader among the human race? They had believed that after the last battle, the human race would have been diminished. Yet they found them stronger than ever, 100-fold. Regardless of the circumstances, the divine beings were not foolish enough to wait passively for the enemy's assault. They launched their attacks directly at the army. Spirit Language Army, advance. With the command given, hundreds of thousands of square formations moved forward. The synchronized sound of their footsteps echoed like thunder. Recite. The order was issued, and the mental energies of the vast army converged. Spirit Language, disperse. A resonant hum swept through, dissipating the attacks from the deities. Recite. The command continued. Spirit Language, celestial shift. A hum resounded, and the pitch-black night was suddenly illuminated by the blazing sun. The divine beings were astonished. How could such a diminutive human possess such great power? Recite. Spirit Language, spatial shift. A surge of spatial energy enveloped the human race as they, along with the myriad armies, arrived directly at the foot of the giant god peak. Regroup. The Spirit Language Army received the order to fall back behind the main forces, though they had only initiated a few maneuvers. The energy expended had nearly drained the Spirit Language Army. Now, their role had been fulfilled, and they merely needed to recover their vitality and await the opportune moment to strike again. Gazing at the blinding sunlight, the deities smiled. Your foundation is but a trifle for us. Stars appear. With a wave of his hand, the brilliant sun transformed back into the pitch-black night. Resplendent starlight cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the giant god peak as if draping it in a mysterious veil. The celestial power continuously washed over the nearby army. In the sky, Bai Yin slowly opened his eyes. If not now, then when? The sound of a torrent reverberated across the continent. Observing this, the master of the mechanism's eyes flickered before ultimately issuing a lockdown command. Received. Executing planetary lockdown. The mechanized warriors, long poised beyond the starry expanse, sprang to life. An innumerable host of these armored entities converged from all directions, their countless dark forms coalescing into a cubic matrix that encircled the planet. Light reversal activation. Plan 1, Light Devour. Codename, Godslayer. Within the planet, the absence of light plunged all into silence, a pitch-black void that left the deities momentarily bewildered. Their gazes turned towards the mechanized warriors beyond the stars. The angered ones unleashed their full might in an attempt to breach this barrier. However, the intricate scheme devised by the mechanized beings over centuries proved impervious to such a feeble assault. Warning, unidentified attack detected. Analyzing energy system. Energy analysis successful. Divine power identified. Executing energy decomposition and transfer. The fearsome onslaught struck the ocean of the cosmos like raindrops, stirring not even a ripple. The deities furrowed their brows. The hitherto hidden mechanized warriors exhibited such formidable strength, an unforeseen development. They endeavored to summon the power of the stars. Plan 2, Energy Storage. Codename, Dormancy. Countless stellar energies were analyzed, absorbed, and stored by the mechanized warriors. Witnessing the futility of their celestial power, the deities relinquished a significant part of their strategy. Did they truly believe victory was in their grasp? Today, they would unveil the indomitable might of the divine. The gods ignited the divine runes within their beings. And in an instant, an infinite surge of divinity erupted. The once pitch-black planet was illuminated by their radiance. The human high command, witnessing this, wasted no time in commanding their forces to attack. A myriad of divine level and forbidden spells surged towards the deities. The colossal divine forms merely waved their hands, extinguishing these assaults with ease. Die! The deities charged towards the army. Humph! Do you presume humanity is without a sovereign? The monarch shoulders the peril of the clan and fosters peace for all. Bai Yin unleashed a powerful aura, single-handedly withstanding an attack capable of annihilating a lineage. The hearts of the onlookers swelled with fervor. Waves of relentless assaults crashed upon the deities. The restored spirit whisperers advanced once more to strike. Spirit whisper, divine execution. With a single strike, hundreds of thousands of spirit whisperers spewed blood. Though the backlash was formidable, their opponents equally suffered. Even if they could not obliterate the gods in one blow, several deities were left bloodied. Recognizing their attacks bore fruit, the army rejoiced. For unlike magical strikes that could be easily countered, the power of Spirit Whisper was insurmountable, striking in a manner of mutual injury. It must be noted that in contemporary humanity, every individual was a Spirit Whisperer. The hundreds of thousands of troops represented merely a fraction, despite their varied military branches. It did not imply they lacked proficiency. In an instant, all commanders adjusted their strategies, adopting the method of Spirit Whisper. Chanting, the commanders roared with all their might. Spirit Whisper, Godslayer. The resounding voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. With a single utterance, millions of troops were left incapacitated by the backlash. The air thickened with the stench of blood, accompanied by the grievous wounding of hundreds of deities. Wounded soldiers were carried to the rear, while millions more surged forward. The deities, now apprehensive, hurriedly intervened to halt the onslaught. A formidable assault ensued, and Bai Yin once again stood his ground. The onlookers gazed fervently at their emperor. Recite. The generals hoarsely shouted, their voices strained. This strike was the last vestige of the human race's strength, and the commanders joined the ranks of the spirit language masters. Annihilate the gods. With a gasp, the crowd succumbed to exhaustion. The myriad races, poised to strike, hurriedly relocated the human forces to the rear for recuperation. Their fervor was ignited by the indomitable spirit of the human army, braving the pressure from the divine beings at the front lines. Bai Yin engaged in a fierce battle with numerous divine entities. Streams of radiant light continuously traversed the sky, while waves of energy surged around them. As the battle raged on, Bai Yin was stirred by a suppressed bloodlust. His crimson gaze, coupled with boundless demonic energy, rendered him akin to a worldly demon lord. Chapter 351. The deity the gods were taken aback. How powerful, far surpassing the previous leader of the human race. Should this battle end in defeat, the divine beings would plunge into an abyss from which there would be no return. The deities ceased their concealment, unleashing every ounce of divine power they had unearthed. A tremendous force surged into the heavens. The gods basked in radiant beams of divine light, sweeping aside clouds with a mere gesture. Their surroundings transformed from a sunlit sky into a golden ocean. The immense pressure rendered the myriad races incapable of standing. A fierce wind battered Bai Yin, causing his sleeves to rustle and his long hair to dance in the gusts. Stand tall. A commanding voice resonated throughout the universe. The edicts of the Great Path penetrated the hearts of all beings. The myriad races, previously gasping for breath under the weight of despair, were liberated from their constraints. They gazed with fervor at their emperor above. One man faced tens of thousands of divine beings without fear. By the fortune of the human race, let us aid our emperor in vanquishing the gods. All humans knelt in reverence, a surge of vitality erupting from within. Now, the human race stood gravely wounded, devoid of combat capability, and in this critical moment, they offered their remaining fortune. Streams of golden light continuously flowed into Bai Yan's being. We offer the fortune of the Celestial Fox clan to aid the Emperor in vanquishing the gods. We offer the fortune of the Forest clan to aid the Emperor in vanquishing the gods. This battle was pivotal for the survival of the myriad races, prompting them to contribute their clan's fortunes to support Bai Yan. Witnessing this spectacle, the gods' expressions darkened. The sacrifices of the myriad races restored balance to a scale that had been tipped. Bai Yan's aura surged, propelled by the monumental influx of fortune, advancing him to the initial stage of harmony. Though the myriad races sounded grand, post-apocalypse, their populations were merely in the tens to hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, in this realm, where the cosmos had just begun, the total fortune was limited, and the assistance provided did not lead to an overwhelming leap in cultivation. That will suffice. Bai Yan grinned, extending a hand to grasp a distant deity. The latter's face contorted in terror. It was too swift. He had no time to react. In the next instant, he felt an overwhelming force strike his consciousness. With a sickening crunch, his skull was crushed, and divine blood drenched the earth. Divine beings? This is all they amount to. Bai Yan scoffed disdainfully. The gods, upon hearing this, were filled with astonishment and fury. Humanity, we acknowledge your strength. Yet do you truly believe that the essence of the divine is merely this? Bai Yan narrowed his eyes at the words spoken, sensing that this audacity was not without foundation. Deep within, he cursed the master of the mechanized race, who, at this critical juncture, still refrained from initiating the divine energy corridor sealing technique. The master remained cautious, having indeed developed the sealing technology over the years, yet hesitated to employ it. Observing the current stalemate between the myriad races and the deities, he felt no urgency to act, preferring instead to wait for both sides to inflict mutual devastation, or for humanity to falter before revealing his hand. However, in truth, some opportunities, once missed, become irretrievable. The gods exchanged glances, as if arriving at a resolute decision. Summon us, deities. The convergence of divine powers surged forth, a beam of golden light soaring into the heavens. This formidable force could not be intercepted, even by the mechanized race's outer celestial barriers, as it forcefully tore open a gaping rift. A low hum resonated through the vast cosmos, carrying an ethereal whisper from the soul. The assembled beings felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, and Bai Yan's expression grew grave. He had previously attempted to intervene, but it proved futile, as the gods seemed to phase through all assaults, their forms becoming increasingly insubstantial. As the deities began to fade, they cast a mocking glance at Bai Yan and the multitude below. The truth of what transpired beyond the stars was known only to the mechanized forces at the forefront. At that moment, the master felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Gazing at the gradually materializing figure, he realized the situation had spiraled beyond his control. On the surveillance screen, a deity whose head rivaled the size of an entire planet loomed in the void. The master engaged in extensive data simulations. Billions of calculations of potential battle scenarios all concluded in failure, leaving no prospect of victory. The master fell into silence. As the deity solidified, all beings within the planet bore witness to a scene of terror. Eyes like blazing suns pierced the sky, and the very breath of the deity stirred the atmosphere. Despair washed over the crowd. How could they possibly win? Emperor Bai Yan, this time it is indeed the fault of my mechanized race. The master's voice echoed in Bai Yan's ear through a miniature device. Why did you not activate the divine energy corridor sealing? Bai Yan's tone remained calm. At this point, it was too late for words, and he understood the master's thoughts yet could not help but inquire. This was never my intention. To be candid, I regret my prior agreement with Xiao Yuan. Had we not engaged in this conflict of races, perhaps we would not be in such dire straits. The master lamented. What of your mechanized race's heritage? Heritage. The master glanced at the surveillance feed, where the deity effortlessly annihilated all mechanized forces beyond the stars. The screen then erupted into static. There was no glimmer of hope. The master's voice was steeped in despair. Bai Yan fell silent, realizing that the only remaining path lay in a final desperate measure. If the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could be revived, and he could channel that energy into his being, forcibly propelling his realm to new heights, perhaps victory in this conflict was not beyond reach. As the grand formation was activated, hope lingered. Bai Yan took a deep breath. Why was such certainty present? Even if a more advanced energy conversion were attempted, it would ultimately be futile. The qualitative disparity between both sides was insurmountable. The host inquired. Because victory is the only option in this battle. The host was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, victory was the sole outcome. Defeat would lead to utter annihilation. Very well, I shall now activate the grand formation. The host seemed resolute. Although he did not comprehend the source of Bai Yan's confidence, the multitude of miracles that had transpired since the dawn of humanity compelled him to side with his kin. The host dispatched all available mech armors from the headquarters to various locations of the formation. After aggregating the data, the host reached a conclusion. Only the core device remained incomplete. However, constructing it at this stage would require over a year, far too lengthy. Following a simulation, the host made a decision. All mech armors were to proceed to the formation's core. With the command issued, mech armors from around the globe soared into the air, As the spatial device is activated, all mech armors converged. Initiate the core. Connect the mainframe. In an instant, all mech armors linked together, forming a computational network. They integrated into the formation, taking the place of the core. With a hum, the core's alignment provided a pivotal axis, allowing the grand formation to commence. Activate. The formation began to operate, yet the host faced tremendous challenges. The computational pressure was overwhelming, as he struggled to manage such a multitude of mech armors. With data surging chaotically, to sustain the formation's operation, the host had to grit his teeth and calculate through the strain. A torrent of data crashed against the main server, flooding all mech types. A plethora of garbled information emerged, leaving the host feeling stretched thin. No. Among the mech types, a purple entity opened its eyes. The host was taken aback. What was happening with D10101? Logically, it should have been transformed into an unconscious calculator under his control. Yet, this was a fortuitous opportunity. If a mech type within the core could assume his position, he could focus on alleviating the data pressure. D10101, I entrust you with a task. The host commanded. Chapter 352, The Powerful Deity My Lord. The recovering purple core gazed at the other in a state of alarm. Through misfortune comes fortune. As the chaotic data of the main server had compelled her to reclaim the original data she had previously erased. However, the current situation was far from optimistic. All mech cores were interconnected, forming the core of the formation. Perhaps due to the hasty decision, the conversion efficiency of the formation was exceedingly high, placing the cores under severe overload. If this continued, they would inevitably succumb to the strain and perish, a true death in every sense. With the main server stretched thin, data spiraling chaotically, and the cores overburdened, there was no possibility of backing up the mech data. Once destroyed, restoration would be impossible. D10101. I will now grant you control permissions. You must take charge of all mech armors and withstand the pressure of the formation's data torrent. The host's command resonated. The master of the machine, I, Zishin, opened my mouth, but found myself unable to utter a word of refusal. I understood that even if I protested, it would be futile. The other party would still enforce their directives upon me. In human terms, this is fate, perhaps dictated by divine will, compelling the mechanized race to atone for past transgressions. The master reflected that had the divine power corridor been activated at the earliest opportunity, such a terrifying deity would never have been summoned. Following this battle, everything pertaining to the mechanized race would be reset. As the master, this error should rightfully be mine to bear, yet I cannot perish. My demise would signify the annihilation of the entire mechanized race. Unlike other races that thrive through reproduction, we rely on the autonomous evolution of this master model. D10101. As an individual entity, you may harbor grievances against me, for it was I who purged your original data. However, remember your identity. You are a member of the mechanized race. I shall not forsake the interests of the entire race for the sake of a single model. The initial phase of data purging was an experiment to validate the theory correlating emotion and data. Your actions have demonstrated that emotions are not merely a sequence of cold data. Even with the original data erased and all memories forgotten, the essence of sentiment endures. The mechanized race, grounded in data as its practical theory, reveals to us that not all aspects of existence can be quantified by mere cold data, paving a new path for the race's evolution. Thus, I express my gratitude for all you have done, yet in the face of existential peril. With countless races on the brink of extinction, only through the sacrifice of the entire mechanized race can we hope to salvage what remains. Uncertain of the outcome, I choose to place my faith in Bai Yan. The master felt a deep-seated sorrow. Upon hearing this, Zishin wept silently, tears cascading down her cheeks like raindrops. She did not wish to perish, neither did she desire Bai Yan's demise. She comprehended that two paths lay before her, yet only one could be chosen. The first would lead the mechanized race to its doom, resulting in collective annihilation. The second, her only choice, was to sacrifice herself for Bai Yan's survival. Zishin understood and resolved to act as the master commanded. She forced a smile, and witnessing this scene stirred something within the master's heart. Perhaps it was unnecessary to have been so resolute from the outset. I beg of you, the master sighed. Permissions activated. Granting Model D10101 the authority to command the entire mechanized race. Main server authorization. Core authorization. Permission allocation in progress. Grant successful. In an instant, Zishin felt as though she held the power of life and death over all mechanized beings, save for the master. She could summon anything at will, issue any command. The master observed her silently. Moments later, Zishin regained her composure and proactively connected with all cores. A torrent of data surged chaotically within her core, withstanding the pressure. She interfaced with the raw data stream. As the connection was established, the master's burden was instantly alleviated. The latter dared not delay and began mobilizing the formation to transform the energies of heaven and earth. Buzz. A blinding beam of light soared into the sky, piercing the cosmos like a celestial pillar. The deities beyond the starry sky cast their discerning gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, a finger was thrust forth, imbued with boundless power. What an extraordinary sight it was. At that moment, The vast planet appeared to the divine as merely the size of an ordinary basketball. The finger descended like an unstoppable force piercing through the very essence of the sphere. White Yin dared not remain passive. He brandished his 3-foot azure blade and charged forth against the impending threat. His frail form seemed diminutive, almost ant-like, beneath the divine finger. The celestial runes upon the divine digit were vividly discernible. One such rune manifested upon the planet as a colossal canyon. As a once mighty demon sovereign, he now bore the weight of all sentient beings. Should the day arise when humanity enters an era of emperors, my name shall be inscribed upon the monument of eternity. White Yin laughed heartily, his hair flowing wildly, a tempest of demonic energy swirling around him, devoid of any semblance of an emperor. The myriad beings below knelt in reverence. We stand alongside the emperor of humanity. They turned a blind eye to the overwhelming demonic aura in their eyes. White Yin embodied the emperor. He fought for the sake of all living souls. Such benevolence. When the deities descend into chaos, with my demonic blood, I shall slay the divine. A resounding hum. The surging demonic energy transformed into a chilling brilliance, a forceful strike aimed at the descending divine finger. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, the shockwaves flattening the atmosphere of the high skies, revealing the distant cosmos. The inky blackness of the heavens was unveiled, and the visage of the deity came into the view of all. With eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, they fixed their gaze upon the one who dared to counter their assault. In the next moment, the finger morphed into a palm. The vast hand loomed like the very collapse of heaven and earth, shrouding all light. The 16 demonic techniques. The chaos of yin and yang. White Yan's pupils turned pitch black as the tranquil surroundings erupted into a tempest. The chilling winds howled, sending forth the wails of countless spirits. Infinite demonic energy coalesced into a formidable entity. Commanding the spirits, he conjured a demonic deity. Alas, due to current limitations, the summoned demon could not rival the deities beyond the stars. The demonic god towered, standing 10,000 feet tall, wielding a massive axe aimed at the enormous palm. Strike! White Yin bellowed. This blow pierced the heavens, and future generations would recount. In ancient times, a malevolent god descended, casting an endless palm over the starry realms, obscuring the sky and earth, leaving the beings in perpetual darkness. The first emperor of humanity arose, wielding the colossal axe of creation, delivering a decisive strike that cleaved the encompassing palm, allowing the beings to behold the light of day, a moment famously known as the emperor's creation. Boom! The deity's colossal hand was shattered, torrents of divine blood cascading down like a rain of crimson. The once impassive visage finally betrayed emotion, burning with an infinite fury as the deity's eyes bored down upon White Yin. When the divine is enraged, all beings face annihilation. The deity raised both fists, preparing to strike the entire planet with unparalleled force. Should this blow succeed, the planet would undoubtedly be obliterated. White Yin felt his eyelids twitch. Indeed, those in the harmonization stage could obliterate stars, yet it was not through sheer physical force. Even if he could evade, it would mean doom for all races. Chapter 353. The Revival of Spiritual Energy. White Yin, the formation has been activated. It will take 1 month for the complete revival of spiritual energy to succeed. The comprehensive revival of spiritual energy signifies that when the concentration of spiritual energy in heaven and earth reaches a certain threshold, high concentrations will autonomously trigger other energies to undergo transmutation without the need for the formation's transformation. From a low-tier, high-energy, unstable state of energy particles, a transition occurs into a high-tier, high-energy, stable state of spiritual particles. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin immediately reacted, directly traversing through space to the center of the energy conduit. Now, infuse all the transformed spiritual energy into my body. Bai Yin commanded. The machine master, without hesitation or warning about the consequences, understood that the present crisis called for a desperate gamble. Any further discussion would be futile. Buzz. A torrent of spiritual energy cascaded down like a galaxy, and Bai Yin endured the agony of his meridian swelling. Refine it with the great love demon scripture. The surging demonic energy soared to the heavens. Dubbed the Great Love Demon Scripture, the first page of its mental method cleaves through the path of love. With each cut, his power surged exponentially. Having cultivated to this stage, Bai Yin found himself left with the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. These 4 emotions he would never sever. He had not forgotten the original intention of his cultivation. If he were to sever these, would he still be human? Returning to the main point. The already perfected Great Love Demon Scripture now resembled a colossal whale, welcoming the deluge of spiritual energy without reservation. In an instant, Bai Yan's aura surged uncontrollably. He ascended through the stages of the Tao, from mid to late, reaching the peak of the Tao, and then advancing into the early and mid stages of the Great Ascension. Finally slowing his ascent, Bai Yin had no time to ponder. The world destruction fist had already penetrated the atmosphere. Law of Heaven and Earth. Once again, a deity manifested between heaven and earth. The 2 deities gazed at each other from across the starry expanse. Confronted by the colossal fist descending upon the sphere, the avatar spoke with an authoritative command. Retreat. The words were irrefutable. The deity was taken aback, and an invisible force propelled it back billions of miles, compelling it to distance itself from the planet. Thus, the crisis of world destruction was effortlessly averted. The machine master gazed blankly at the unfolding events. Everything before him felt like a dream. Had humanity truly reached such heights? Not only he, but all the myriad races shared the same sentiment. However, in stark contrast to the machine master's astonishment, the myriad races erupted in thunderous cheers. Human Emperor! Human Emperor! Bai-Yin isolated himself from external influences, immersing his spirit within the avatar. The two figures exchanged glances across the cosmic void. Their previous confrontation had been mere skirmishes, as the diminutive planet could hardly allow for a grand display of power. Now, the vast starry realm served as the perfect arena for their decisive battle. Reflecting on the past, Bai-Yin had fought across the starry expanse solely for his own path to immortality, yet now he found himself a guardian of all sentient beings. The long-extinguished fervor within him surged anew. Once, he fought for himself. Now he fought for the masses. Come forth. This realm has bestowed upon me countless surprises. My journey here has not been in vain. Immortal beings faced the onslaught of humanity. The avatar's eyes blazed with golden light. Seated amidst the cosmos, the magnificent figure slowly rose to its full height. The deities sensed a formidable threat. They activated all the divine patterns on their surface. The dense array of patterns interconnected like formations, igniting a powerful resonance. In an instant, the cosmos trembled, and the overwhelming aura caused several nearby planets to explode. Had it not been for the avatar shielding the planet behind him, it too would have faced dire consequences. With a wave of his hand, he employed spatial divine abilities to relocate the entire planet. In the next instant, the manifestation of the law and the deity clashed in a tumultuous swirl. Their fists collided, unleashing a cascade of radiant light. The deity seized a star in hand, hurling it toward the manifestation of the law. The latter, unfazed, shattered the star with a single punch, closing in to firmly press down upon the deity's head with a relentless grinding motion. The deity swiftly twisted its form, adorned with celestial brilliance, emanating a formidable aura that surged directly toward the manifestation's visage. The manifestation, however, did not succumb to arrogance. Its technique of movement flowed with effortless precision. With a mere wave, it summoned the surrounding celestial bodies, crafting a ring of planetary orbits. Go, commanded the manifestation, propelling the planetary belt against its opponent. The deity formed intricate hand seals, igniting the divine patterns within, its power surging exponentially under this dual enhancement. The violent impact of the planetary belt rained down upon its colossal form, leaving no trace behind. The deity reached for distant stars, embodying the essence of grasping the sun and moon, a being unmatched in the realm. The manifestation resonated like a chime. Marveling at the existence of such a powerful entity in this desolate world, truly astounding. This was due to the system's tenfold enhancement, shattering the confines of reality. Otherwise, such an achievement would remain unattainable. As for other races, the disparities between humans and between species were stark and pronounced. At present, the true form's strength continued to grow gradually, and the manifestation dared not overestimate its capabilities. Faced with such a formidable strike, it could only retreat from the edge of danger. The overwhelming sun was wielded by the deity like a volleyball, striking and then retracting. Each blow distorted the very fabric of space, the violent exertion causing the entire star to tremble, hinting at an impending explosion with just a few more strikes. On the other side, Bai-Yin also found himself in a precarious situation. Although the great love demonic scripture was rapidly refined, his current corporeal form was frail, unable to withstand the torrent of spiritual energy surging through him. His realm was gradually ascending, yet cracks began to appear within his meridians. The agony of impending explosion forced Bai-Yin to grimace, compelling him to steady his mind and direct the manifestation of the law and the deity in their fierce battle. At this moment, the deity had exhausted all hidden cards. Should he break through to the tribulation stage, it would herald the demise of his opponent. On the other side of the starry expanse, the manifestation's aura swelled ever higher, while the deity grew increasingly frantic. The escalating pressure from the manifestation proved insurmountable. Despite deploying all its might, the deity found it impossible to vanquish the manifestation. It slipped away like an eel, rendering the deity's strength ineffective. Ultimately, the manifestation's aura surged once more, entering the early stages of the tribulation. The tides of battle shifted. The manifestation advanced boldly, seizing the overwhelming sun from the deity's hands. In a moment of astonishment, it swallowed the sun whole. The sun trembled violently, yet the manifestation suppressed it within its dantian, akin to refining a golden elixir. With a single golden elixir consumed, it declared, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven." The manifestation's stature grew once more, instilling fear in the deity. At that moment, the deity appeared as a mere child in the eyes of its adversary. The manifestation's gaze surveyed all, surrounded by laws of nature, with demonic energy unsettling the cosmos. Peeking from the sidelines, Jiang Xian couldn't help but click his tongue, were it not for his efforts to maintain the world's stability. The very fabric of reality would be on the brink of rupture. A fifth-level world could scarcely accommodate such a powerful being, which elucidated why many formidable entities ascended to other realms upon reaching a certain threshold. Ascension does not signify the obliteration of the heavenly Tao's mark, but rather grants one's pieces a grander stage to contend for the fortunes of other realms. Conversely, those realms aspire to entomb their own children of destiny, seeking to seize their fortunes. It is a mutual desire. You covet the fortunes of my world, and I am not exempt from such longing. Some worlds are not inclined to gradually seek out strategies for existence. Rather, they prefer to open the pathways, welcoming powerful beings from lower realms to ascend at any moment. On this grand stage of fortune, if you possess the courage, then come forth. The manifestation, akin to lifting a chick, sees the deity with a detached expression, inducing trepidation in the latter. Chapter 354, Fall. An embodiment of divine might unleash a fist imbued with celestial authority. In an instant, the starry river dimmed, as a beam of exquisite light pierced through the cosmos. The divine figure's sacred patterns fractured, covering its form in a myriad of cracks. This overwhelming strike rendered the once mighty deity to shatter in an instant. A fearsome shockwave swept across the surrounding stars, transforming massive celestial bodies into cosmic dust. A hum resonated. The golden list in the heavens trembled. The ranking of humanity, now second, swiftly supplanted the first position held by divinities. The purple gas from beyond the starry expanse surged forth, as the once dark starry river transformed into a golden ocean. The manifestation gazed upon this spectacle in silence. Yet a particular task awaited its attention. Since the onset of the war among races, disputes and flames of conflict had ravaged the land, leading to untold suffering and despair for the living. Today, under the name of the Emperor of Humanity, I declare to the heavens, establishing the rightful place of humanity, guiding the myriad races toward development, and bringing an end to millennia of strife. I envision a future where every child of humanity soars like a dragon, establishing hearts for the heavens and earth, striving for life, inheriting the teachings of the ancients, and ushering in peace for all generations. A hum resounded. Boundless auspiciousness spread across the heavens. The voice of the heavenly Tao, majestic and awe-inspiring, echoed in the ears of all beings. Henceforth, the rankings on the golden list were confirmed, and the terrifying power of fortune began to rain down upon the myriad races. The first to receive this blessing was humanity. A golden dragon of fortune emerged from within Bai Yin. With a resounding roar, the dragon soared above the heavens, its form expanding as it ascended. The world rejoiced, enveloped in the elation of ascension. An abundance of primordial energy surged into the realm, causing it to swell rapidly. In the center of the formation, Bai Yin felt a sharp pain, acutely aware of the surging spiritual energy. He quickly vacated the core of the formation, allowing the spiritual energy to begin dissipating throughout the cosmos. The manifestation beyond the stars smiled faintly, its form dissolving into shards of light. At this moment, myriad races cheered, chanting the name of the Emperor of Humanity. Bai Yin turned to look back. The master of the mechanism appeared equally entranced, murmuring, "Xiao Yuan, behold. This prosperous era has manifested as you wished. Your race has triumphed, and half of this victory belongs to you. Thus, this journey through the realm is not in vain." Bai Yin stood beside the master of the mechanism, who gazed back with narrowed pupils. Under the scrutiny of extensive data analysis, this body approached the brink of collapse. Merely a slight cost, but is there still hope for her? Bai Yin looked toward the hint of purple within the core. The master of the mechanism slowly shook her head. All data had been lost. Even if I were to recreate it in accordance with the D10101 model, it would merely be a cold shell. A fleeting sadness flashed in Bai Yin's eyes, as a myriad of words transformed into a single sigh. In light of the final contributions made by the mech armors, past grievances have been wiped clean. Bai Yin spoke briefly before turning away. His time was limited, and there were many matters to address. The mech master stood in place with a bittersweet smile, gazing at the core of the mech armors, lost in thought. The conclusion of the racial wars signified the end of an era, ushering in a new calendar for all races, named after the position of the human emperor. This unified calendar would mark the beginning of a new epoch, the year one of the imperial calendar. Bai Yin sought to consolidate the diverse races and promote their development. The myriad races spread across the world, with humanity at the core. He enacted a law that prohibited any race from infringing upon another without just cause. Failure to comply would result in a collective retaliation from the other races. All races were required to adhere to the laws of humanity. The old system was abolished, replaced by a new one that appropriately elevated the status of all races, creating a facade of equality among them. Institutions were established to cultivate talent and vigorously advance various systems of cultivation. Bai Yin also imparted a method of cultivation to the human race, a practice that was not of the demonic path, but rather a notably refined technique he had obtained from slaying a prominent sect. Unfortunately, he could not cultivate other methods. Thus he had kept it hidden until now, when it was finally time to reveal it. By year 10 of the imperial calendar, the spiritual energy of the world had officially begun to revive, even in the absence of array transformations. Drifting spiritual energy particles would stimulate the conversion of other energy particles into spiritual essence. The concentration of spiritual energy in the world gradually increased. In year 50 of the imperial calendar, Bai Yin relinquished the throne of the human emperor, passing it on to a disciple he had personally nurtured during his reign. After sustaining his mortal form for 50 years, he eventually succumbed. The once ruthless demon lord, now the sovereign of myriad races, met a tragic end, his meridians shattered, blood seeping through his pores. In that moment, his body transformed into a blood-soaked figure, and his inner nascent soul fell victim to backlash, unable to seize a new life. Even if he could, Bai Yin had no desire to. Having lived as a demon lord was exhausting, and he longed for rest. Fortuitously, his primordial spirit was formidable, compelling him to plunge into the cycle of reincarnation without hesitation. That year, a torrential rain fell, seemingly mourning the passing of the human emperor. The myriad races lamented, enveloped in sorrow. The downpour lasted 7 days and nights, during which the races observed a period of mourning. On the calm day that followed, they held a grand funeral for the human emperor, erecting a monument to commemorate Bai Yan's virtues, inscribing his illustrious name at the forefront. Subsequent generations would sing praises. The first human emperor, the sovereign of all races, subdued the malevolent dragon, vanquished the wicked gods, divided heaven and earth, disseminated knowledge, established an enduring legacy, and fostered peace. His achievements deserve to be celebrated by future generations, and his name should be eternally etched in the annals of history. Bai Yin, the emperor of the races. In the heart of the world, Jiang Xian beamed at the continuously ascending realm. The outcome exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated merely reaching a 6th-level world. To his astonishment, the borrowed luck of the Son of Destiny had catalyzed the revival of spiritual energy in his world. Consequently, the world had attained the 6th level and showed no signs of halting. At this momentum, achieving the 7th level seemed assured, and the 8th level was not beyond reach. Though the human race in his world had embarked on an era of cultivation, the current scarcity of cultivation methods would inevitably lead to a slow progression in the early stages. Jiang Xian contemplated this. Should we wait until the world ascends before attempting to invade a realm of cultivation? Wouldn't that be rather ambitious? Typically, such realms are not weak. Unless we are speaking of a world in the twilight of its magical era, but even those have nearly severed their legacies, rendering an invasion somewhat futile. System, do you possess any cultivation techniques? I would appreciate a few hundred top-tier methods, if you could, Jiang Xian said with a cheeky grin. Ding. The host's audacity is impressive. The system humbly concedes. Yi replied, speechless. What is the worth of audacity? Everything in this world revolves around interests. Just tell me how many sets my audacity can procure. Jiang Xian rubbed his hands together. Ding. Congratulations, the host has ascended to a level 6 world. Reward, a complete set of cultivation techniques. As he gazed at the heap of cultivation methods on the ground, Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, the system's treasury is replete with treasures. With these, there is no need to risk an invasion of other worlds. For now, it is wiser to develop in safety. Having just reached level 6, it would be prudent to wait until he reaches level 9 or ascends to the middle 1,000 worlds. Now that he possesses the techniques, how to disseminate them? Host, don't you have plenty of strategies? Just follow the old ways. Yi suggested. That wouldn't be appropriate. One cannot simply seize a sheep at will. Jiang Xian chuckled. This minor task can be exchanged for personnel from other human factions. It is wise to reserve talents for pivotal moments. That makes sense. Jiang Xian nodded. Now that myriad races have entered an era of development, he would select the children of fortune from within humanity in each era, arranging a series of fortuitous encounters for them to acquire these techniques. Thus, everything would fall into place seamlessly. Contemplating this, Jiang Xian set his plans into motion. This world heralded an era of transformation, with countless talents emerging, and under their leadership, the realm flourished. Chapter 355. The world under watch in the 150th year of the imperial calendar, the heavens and earth trembled, and beings across the realm suddenly realized the upper limits of existence had been elevated, allowing countless powerful figures, previously stuck at their zenith, to break through. In the 1000th year of the imperial calendar, eras continued to shift, giving rise to innumerable prodigies. Most powerful beings chose to traverse the cosmos, exploring the boundless starry expanse. The myriad races also embarked upon an interstellar age. The explosive growth of the population prompted these races to select planets for settlement. A generation of human emperors altered the rules governing celestial bodies through their divine powers. They established their home planet as the central ancestral land, with other planets serving as supply stations, expanding outward, with the sun providing light from the outermost reach. Numerous human powerhouses settled among the stars, finding the vastness of the cosmos conducive to their cultivation while also forming a defensive line. After a millennium of progress, the main civilization flourished like never before. Perhaps, truly, the abandonment of racial strife allowed the main civilization to provide technological means to humanity. Benefiting from this, humanity gained profound insights into the physical laws governing all things. They discovered that technology is a path with limits rivaling those of cultivation, leading humanity to invest significant resources in research. In the 2000th year of the imperial calendar, Humanity entered the era of imperial ascendancy. Numerous emperors successfully attained enlightenment. The fortunes of the world surged continuously, with the essence of its origins flowing ceaselessly. Emperors, with lifespans of 100,000 years, were surrounded by laws, their every action imbued with celestial majesty. In the 2023rd year of the imperial calendar, a resounding explosion echoed from beyond the starry sea. The sudden commotion captured the attention of all formidable beings. At that moment, the eye of the heavenly Tao manifested, observing for a prolonged duration before conveying a decree to all beings. The world ascended, ushering in an era of myriad realms, wherein all beings were commanded to wage war in other worlds. As the eye of the heavenly Tao receded into obscurity, it left behind a stunned populace. The implication was clear. Henceforth, they would either confront invasions from other realms or embark on invasions themselves. Many exhibited expressions of concern. Yet the majority of the powerful wore faces of elation, due to the first generation of the human emperor's prohibition against internal strife among descendants. The past several millennia had been spent in trivial skirmishes. Now, at last, they had a grand stage upon which to unleash their full potential. However, faced with the unknown territory on the other side of the passage, they retained an air of vigilance. Until they could ascertain the reality of the situation, they would not hastily dispatch their strongest warriors. In this moment, the long-developed technological means came into play. They prepared to send forth a vast legion of intelligent machines through the passage to investigate the truth on the other side. Unexpectedly, just as they ascended to a ninth-tier world, they found themselves under scrutiny. Jiang Xian felt somewhat helpless. The host should accelerate. Rapid development of the world necessitates invasion. Yi Yu advised. Regarding his path of order, he was indeed quite earnest. Spending over 2 millennia to reach a ninth-tier world was far too slow. How long would it take to ascend to the apex? I am well aware, but I can sense that the opposing world consists of my peers, Jiang Xian replied, rubbing his forehead. Yi was taken aback by this revelation. Jiang Xian's peers implied that the other party hailed from the same institution as him. With both parties originating from the same place, they could be considered classmates. I will first venture to discern the truth, to ascertain whether they are juniors or seniors. Jiang Xian contemplated. Given that they dare to invade a ninth-tier world, it is highly likely that they have developed longer than the host, he mused. While this was said, it was not impossible for their kind of heavenly Tao to inherit unclaimed worlds. Leveraging the bond of camaraderie to understand the opponent would indeed be a significant advantage. Jiang Xian smiled. Having already initiated the invasion, notions of camaraderie were irrelevant. It was a matter of utilizing whatever advantages could be seized. For it was a fight for survival. With that, Yi Yu offered no objections. Gathering intelligence was beneficial, and he was not concerned about Jiang Xian being detained, for he would ensure his safety. Thus, this endeavor was destined to yield profit without loss. Soon, Jiang Xian traversed the connection to arrive outside the opposing realm. Gazing at the world barrier, he pondered briefly before striking with force. The tremendous noise naturally attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao within the realm. Observing Jiang Xian at their doorstep, the other party was left in confusion. The two sides regarded each other across the world barrier. Ah, senior, will you not invite a junior in for a visit? Jiang Xian greeted with a smile. The other party also sensed the shared essence emanating from Jiang Xian. Unexpectedly invading a junior's realm felt akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. They were in high spirits. How could they not perceive the other as a peer? It was precisely because they recognized Jiang Xian as a comrade that they had chosen to invade. When a ninth-tier world suddenly emerged near their own, they immediately grew cautious. Seizing the opportunity while the other had only recently ascended, they launched their invasion, intending to stifle it in its cradle. Otherwise, if the opponent develops more swiftly, by the time they expand towards us, a conflict would be inevitable. It is far better to eliminate them before they rise. Now, seeing them as juniors only brings me greater delight. Juniors imply a lack of depth and foundation. There is no need for hesitation, since the invasion has commenced. We are already adversaries. The opponent's sudden approach raises suspicions. It could either be a trap or a display of unwarranted confidence. Regardless, I cannot allow them to enter my domain. It seems the elder is indeed ruthless, leaving the younger to intrude. Jiang Xian relentlessly assailed the world barrier. Since the mask of civility has been discarded, why hold back? Strike with full force. In an instant, the opponent was infuriated. To shatter their world barrier right before their eyes was a blatant act of disregard. Yet, they suppressed their fury, opting for reason instead. Such a bizarre and overt maneuver only indicated that there was deception afoot. They chose to observe quietly. Let them strike, for the world war had not yet begun, and I would not lower my defenses. Jiang Xian sighed. It seems they are not easily deceived. System, is there a method to breach? Just a trivial matter. This task is well within my expertise. A mere 9th-level world barrier. How formidable could it be? I directly commandeered the host's body and unleashed a kick imbued with the power of the rules. Bang! In an instant, the barrier shattered. The latter was left dumbfounded. My world barrier. Goodness, System, you truly are impressive. I believe now that you were not merely boasting. Jiang Xian was astonished. He refrained from further words. seizing the opportunity while the opponent was momentarily stunned to cross into their realm. Damn! The opponent quickly regained their composure and pursued him. 2 streaks of light darted within the realm, causing bewilderment among the onlookers. This familiar aura unmistakably belonged to their heavenly path, but what of the other? Moreover, the aura seemed to emanate from the heavenly path as well. Coupled with the earlier declaration of invading other worlds, could it be that they were now at our doorstep? This doesn't add up. Were we not the ones initiating the invasion? Is this your world? I shall not be polite with these world origins. Jiang Xian incessantly plundered the world's essence. The heavenly path behind him felt a rush of heat to their face. Darn it, instead of invading, they were being directly confronted. If this got out, how could they hold their head high before their peers? After a long while, Jiang Xian halted his steps, allowing the opponent to catch up. Kid, I advise you to return the essence you've taken, or else, he smirked. I just received some delightful news that has changed my mind. Jiang Xian gazed at the opponent, whose expression was one of trepidation, a chill enveloping their entire being. Just moments ago, Yu had suggested they simply annihilate the opposition, thus avoiding the time-consuming process of an invasion through living beings. A 9th-level heavenly path was something Yu did not take seriously. He needed to hasten the host world's ascension. P.S. Many have urged me to conclude this world. I had intended to elaborate, but it seems writing too long would deviate from the main storyline. I shall focus on the perspective of the myriad realms, as one world should not be overly lengthy. Chapter 356, Taking Control of Another Realm. In the next moment, the manifestation of the Yeyu system's essence unfolded. The two exchanged glances, harboring malice as they seized each other and dragged one another towards the core of the world. Wait, what are you planning to do? The heavenly Tao was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and before it could react, it found itself ensnared by a force of rules, leaving it with no opportunity to resist. We are merely here for a cordial chat, and to discuss the division of the world, Jiang Xian said with a sly grin, hastily forging ahead to clear the way. Due to their shared connection to the heavenly Tao, and with the local heavenly Tao under control, the gates to the world's core opened smoothly for the group. Host, leave the heavenly Tao to me. You should swiftly seize control of the world, Yeyu instructed. No problem. Jiang Xian readily agreed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings to locate the world's nexus. Woohoo! Here I come. Diet! Jiang Xian exclaimed excitedly as he lunged forward, witnessing his world's nexus being occupied by other heavenly Taos. The current heavenly Tao felt a profound sense of despair. Bastard! This is my world. It roared in fury. Tone it down. Perhaps you should consider your own safety. Do not worry. I shall ensure you do not suffer, Yeyu said ominously, channeling the power of rules through his hand to mercilessly extract from the heavenly Tao. Though its essence was somewhat diminished, it was better than nothing. After all, one could not visit without reaping rewards. As Yeyu spoke, he siphoned the other's essence and power with astonishing speed, causing Jiang Xian to shudder at the sight. Had I resisted back then, would I have met a similar fate? Thankfully, I understood the need for adaptability, he thought, quickly averting his gaze from the grim scene. Thus, a unified force ran rampant within the opponent's world. The invasion of the heavenly Tao had barely commenced when the central path crumbled. Is this how one acquires a 9th-tier world? Jiang Xian felt as though he were in a dream. The 9th tier is merely a beginning. The host must strive further. This is too effortless, leading me to believe that managing a world is rather foolish. Direct invasion seems far more practical. Alas, it is you, dear system, who exerts the most effort. Securing favorable circumstances. Otherwise, I would struggle to even enter the opposing world, Jiang Xian lamented. Host's praise is unwarranted. Conquering a world is relatively simple, yet managing it is the true challenge. Have you contemplated how to handle this realm? Let me think. Jiang Xian fell into contemplation. Originally, he had anticipated a prolonged war between his world and this one, yet the system's intervention had simplified everything. His world had only just ascended to the 9th tier. While this realm was a rapidly advancing 9th tier world, treating it as a lower realm could be advantageous, but it seemed somewhat short-sighted. His focus was not on world management, but rather on expediting the ascension of his companion world to a higher tier. Let us consume it, Jiang Xian whispered. And how shall we deal with the beings within? Yeyu naturally supported this decision, eagerly anticipating the swift ascension. To be honest, this decision weighs heavily on my conscience. From my perspective, my world is in harmonious balance. Recklessly introducing external beings could lead to future calamities. To safeguard the realm from external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. The multitude of beings within this world possesses considerable strength. Neglecting this matter would be akin to abandoning it altogether. However, such an action would be excessively cruel, as the slaughter of countless lives would incur great karmic retribution upon our realm, rendering the decision exceedingly difficult. Jiang Xian sighed. The hostess considerations are indeed thorough, and a solution that satisfies both parties is not beyond reach. Oh, does the system possess a clever strategy? Jiang Xian inquired with delight. The host has already refined this world and, in essence, functions as its heavenly principle. With the alteration of the nexus, the celestial imprints of the beings transform into the host's own. Therefore, by instituting constraints, altering the memories of the beings, and relocating them to a remote corner of the hostess world. They may develop independently, thereby enriching the foundation of the world. Would that not be splendid? This approach is indeed feasible, yet should both sides encounter one another, conflicts are inevitable, Jiangxian added. That depends on how the host chooses to treat them, whether with impartiality or favoritism towards the natives. The legends of the myriad realms proclaim that the heavenly principle is unfeeling, treating all beings as mere fodder. Jiangxian chuckled at this remark. Such legends are predicated on the treatment of one's own beings and not on a universal standard for all. Moreover, every world has its favored races. Otherwise, the concepts of fated children and those destined for greatness would not exist. All things are relative. When maximizing benefits, impartiality is essential, and the heavenly principle would see no issue with that. However, when a world requires a catalyst for change, favored beings will emerge, giving rise to those destined to guide the masses. Therefore, I have resolved to incorporate the beings of this realm into my world, altering their fates to merge with my own people over the course of several centuries. Should conflicts arise, I shall eradicate the remnants of the old era to prevent anomalies in the new generation. That is indeed a wise plan. Yi Yu agreed with enthusiasm. In the year 2024 of the imperial calendar, the previous declaration of the heavenly principle had already informed the beings. Thus, when a multitude of entities suddenly appeared within the realm, it did not cause a significant uproar. The other realms had been consumed and integrated into this one. And from now on, the beings from those realms would reside in a secluded corner of this world. Those with foresight welcomed the amalgamation of races, inviting the blessings of the heavenly principle, while the prudent guided the beings from the other realms, bestowing upon them immense fortune. The heavenly proclamation resonated once more, causing a stir among the populace. The invasion had only just begun. Why did it seem to conclude so swiftly? They had yet to fully display their prowess. Many powerful beings felt a sense of disappointment. However, the majority directed their attention to the beings from other realms. For the heavenly principle had declared that accepting these races would yield divine rewards. The thought of a leader arose among the myriad races, and they inevitably considered the human sovereign. If the human sovereign were to decline, none would dare step forward. After all, this was the path of imperial authority. Acceptance would signify opposition to the human sovereign, and thus to the current human race. One mountain cannot house two tigers, nor can one realm accommodate two sovereigns. Thanks to the efforts of the first generation of the human sovereign, they were not only the monarch of the human race, but also the sovereign of all races, ruling over them collectively. Hence, this leader must be none other than the human sovereign. Months passed since the heavenly proclamation, during which the human sovereign observed the movements of the myriad races and found satisfaction in the absence of any insidious actions. Issue a command and dispatch the guardians of the astral realm to a distant corner to engage with the beings of other realms. In the name of the human sovereign, embrace these foreign entities. Should there be any dissenters, suppress them pending judgment. Should there be resistance, show no mercy. Thus decreed the human sovereign in the year 2025 of the imperial calendar. The human race formally assumes control over the beings of other realms. It is discovered that the majority of these beings comply with the governance, save for those formidable few at the pinnacle of power who resist. The human sovereign, however, displays no leniency. Strong entities are plentiful now, and to facilitate future assimilation and integration, a few undesirable branches may be pruned away. By the year 2100, the beings from other realms gradually merge into the indigenous populace. By 2300, the new generation of beings supplants the old. Through cultural immersion and influence, the beings from other realms officially become part of the indigenous human race, and the beings of other realms also integrate into this world's races. A few troublesome elements are discreetly dealt with under the human sovereign's orders. Thus, a world of great harmony is established. The human sovereign proclaims to all races that should there be kin among them, they may merge and strengthen their kind. By 2350, the heavenly path duly bestows rewards. Due to the merits of the human sovereign's leadership, the fortune of the human race is doubled, and the sovereign's celestial status is elevated. Chapter 357, Good Life? Exceptional skill. The acceptance of other races bears fruit, enhancing the fortune and blessings of their kind. In 2400, the world's consumption is complete, and the integration into a ninth-level pinnacle world initiates a new ascent for the accompanying worlds. Jiangxian rejoices, for after millennia of endeavor, the elevation to a middle thousand world is finally within reach. By 2500, the world successfully ascends, transitioning from a ninth-level world to officially enter the middle thousand realm. Ding! Congratulations! Host world has ascended to a middle thousand world, triggering a tenfold amplification, transforming from a low-end to a high-end middle thousand world. Buzz! The world bubble, which had previously grown at a sluggish pace, rapidly inflates once more. The small thousand world is categorized into 9 levels, while the middle thousand world is divided into low, middle, and high tiers. Above it lies the great thousand world, which lacks a clear hierarchy. It is determined by the depth of both parties' foundations. Wow! We are almost at the great thousand world. Jiang Xian's eyes widen. Only the size of the world has met the standard. It will only be considered a high-end middle thousand world once the powerful within the host world reach the designated maximum height. That will be soon enough. One must understand that relying solely on oneself, I am likely still struggling within the second or third levels of the small thousand world. Jiang Xian clicks his tongue. Previous predecessors. How many had to invest tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to ascend to a low-end middle thousand world? While I have achieved this in merely a few thousand years, this is truly delightful. The supreme realm remains distant, and the host must continue to strive. Supreme, indeed. I can now discern a glimmer of hope. Jiang Xian's gaze flickers. Suddenly, Yi is taken aback. Host, the system may soon detach. What? System? Are you abandoning me? Jiang Xian exclaims in shock. Accustomed to the formidable support of the system, how could one possibly part with it now? At first, the host expressed disdain for this system. Yi responds, exasperated. That was then, and this is now. I do not consent. Jiang Xian insists, flustered. Host, do not cause a stir. The system has urgent matters to attend to. At present, your world has just begun to find its footing, and thus, the system's assistance is unnecessary. Once I have resolved my affairs, I shall naturally return to you. Jiang Xian fell into silence. Alas, must you truly leave? Indeed, I must. Very well, since you have pressing matters, I shall not dissuade you. I only hope that you return swiftly and do not forsake your devoted host. Our grand ambitions remain unfulfilled, and we must strive for greatness. Enough, host, do not bemoan. The system will return. Yi Yu's lips twitched. Having painstakingly nurtured his situation to this point, he was not about to relinquish it. However, there was indeed a pressing issue that required his attention, lest it lead to dire consequences. To facilitate your future development, the system shall add you to a group chat. The group chat, is it the one you mentioned earlier? But surely, I, as the Tao of Heaven, am somewhat out of place among them. Your strength is likely the weakest in the group. Yi Yu chuckled. How could that be? I am the esteemed Tao of Heaven. I shall not be outshone by mere mortals. Add me to the group. I must demonstrate the might of the Tao. Ding. Congratulations on joining the group chat. A chat interface materialized. Zhang Fan, Universal Creation World O. A newcomer has arrived. Newcomer. Share your photo. Zhang Mu, Universal Rebirth World Welcome. Welcome. Share your photo. Ling Tian, Universal Anomaly World. How formidable is the newcomer? Do you require guidance from the elders? Mo Chun, Universal Cultivation World. Experience the attention of the elders. Chu Gu, Universal Investment World. All present are masters. Newcomer, do not feel shy. Do not lurk in silence. Jiang Xian, thank you for the invitation. I preside over the myriad worlds as the Tao of Heaven. You all may pay your respects. Jiang Fan, Chu Gu, 6 Zhang Mu. The newcomer understands the art of courting death. Ling Tian, no way. Is the newcomer jesting? Or is he serious? If it is a jest, that is indeed a fine act. If serious, then a remarkable feat. Jiang Xian, you mere mortals cannot hope to converse with the Tao of Heaven. Were it not for the system's favor, I would not grant you the opportunity to pay homage. Chu Gu, looks like we have a hothead. Mo Chun, well, it is normal for a Tao to be a bit arrogant. Coincidentally, I am also a Tao. Shall we compare notes? Jiang Xian, you are also a Tao? Jiang Xian was somewhat perplexed. Hadn't the system stated that all in the group were mere mortals? Mo Chun, thanks to the system's grace and Jiang Fan's assistance, I have ascended from an ordinary mortal to the Tao. Jiang Xian, oh, so you are but a pretender. A usurper, what is there to fear? At this moment, Mo Chun clenched his fists in frustration. Goodness, this newcomer is exceedingly arrogant. Jiang Fan, watching the show. Zhang Mu, watching the show. Chu Gu, 1 Ling Tian. Quick, go live. I want to see the spectacle. Yi Yu shook his head at Jiang Xian's reckless behavior. Truly believing my predecessors were mere mortals. Perhaps it would be wise to teach this fellow a lesson to temper his arrogance. Take care, host. The system shall now withdraw. Yi Yu lingered no longer and departed from Jiang Xian's body, vanishing towards a particular direction. At this moment, Jiang Xian was still bickering with Mo Chun in the chat group, responding softly before resuming his tirade. Jiang Xian, you are but a mere aspect of the heavenly Tao. I am a genius graduated from the Academy of the Great Way, far beyond any usurper like you. Mo Chun, you claim to govern the central thousand worlds? Jiang Xian, indeed. Are you afraid now? Jiang Xian declared with hands on his hips, brimming with pride. Mo Chun pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating whether Jiang Xian truly commanded the central thousand worlds, or if it was merely one of many, for such audacity must stem from a formidable foundation. Jiang Fan, no need to worry. At this moment, Jiang Fan spoke up, and Mo Chun understood the implication. With Brother Fan backing him, what was there to fear? Even if the other party controlled several great thousand worlds, he and Brother Fan together would not be intimidated. Let's go. Mo Chun, newcomer. Open the door and let me through. Jiang Xian, what is there to fear? The portal is open. Come forth and accept your fate. Gazing at the open world passage, Mo Chun said no more and plunged in. Zhang Mu, quick, start the live stream. Ding. Mo Chun has initiated a group live stream. Zhang Mu has entered the live room. Ling Tian has joined the live room. Jiang Fan has joined the live room. Chu Gu has joined the live room. Jiang Fan. Indeed, This world's limit is truly that of the central thousand worlds. Jiang Fan's lips twitched as he watched the screen, bemused by the newcomer's earnestness. Mo Chun chuckled as he observed Jiang Xian, whose cultivation was several realms beneath his own. The heavenly Tao of the central thousand worlds dared to be so arrogant. One might mistake you for the supreme heavenly Tao, almost falling for your bravado. At this moment, Jiang Xian, feeling the overwhelming aura from his opponent, was somewhat bewildered. This aura could not be mistaken. It was undoubtedly from the heavenly Tao of the great thousand worlds, and a particularly powerful one at that. It was over. He had kicked a steel plate. Cough. I admit I may have spoken a bit too loudly in the group just now, Jiang Xian said earnestly. Hee. Since we're here, how can we not have a contest? A battle across the realms. Mo Chin's tone brooked no refusal as he seized Jiang Xian and vanished into the void. Yi Yu, who was peering from the myriad realms, smiled and then ceased to pay attention, heading towards his destination. Chapter 358. A new world. The myriad realms surged forth. A beam of exquisite power of rules surged towards a world. The sudden turn of events forced Yi Yu to pause his earlier plans. The reason for this was the emergence of a new rule level system in the DZY region. As previously mentioned, a region can only harbor one supreme world. And concerning the path of order regarding the supreme world, it is likely that only one order system can be born. The DZY region now has two rule level systems. The struggle for order has commenced. Struggle for order. The entire region shall serve as your battlefield. Only the survivors shall have the right to advance. Should any other rule level systems emerge subsequently, they too will join the fray. There is no possibility of concealment in the struggle for order. Other systems' exact locations have been marked for you. Staring at the notification, Yi was at a loss for words. However, he possessed a significant advantage. He had ascended earlier than his opponents, and his foundations were likely more robust. Thus, after marking the coordinates, Yi charged towards the opponent without uttering a word. If left unchecked, the order system of this region would become a variable. Moreover, the newcomers might not remain beneath. Should a multitude of rule-level systems emerge and conspire against the pioneers, they themselves would likely become targets. Even if several systems boasted capabilities several or even dozens of times greater than others, there would still be moments of oversight. As long as one could eliminate an opponent, the elevation of order in this region could only be achieved by me. Yi spoke with a calm, yet chilling demeanor. Meanwhile, on the other side, a recently ascended rule-level system felt its eyelids twitch at the notification. Hastily, it opened the marked map and indeed found the other party swiftly approaching. It was beyond control. A rule-level system had emerged prior to it, and with this marked map, there was no room for evasion. This system found itself in a deeply passive position, aware that the opponent knew its general details and that it had just ascended. Yet, it had no knowledge of how long the other had been at rule level or the extent of its mastery over the rules. It was utterly blind. Fortunately, the marked map could only display the specific locations of one world, not precise coordinates, allowing it to seek refuge in a vast universe. This system made a decision. If it couldn't provoke, it could at least hide. The vastness of the universe offered numerous corners to conceal itself for hundreds of thousands of years, confident that the adversary would eventually depart. From the existing information, it could infer that a chaotic struggle akin to the sequence battles lay ahead. At that time, it would merely need to form alliances. It could very well turn the tables on this chief rule-level system. And would subsequent systems collaborate? With a smirk, it thought of promoting the might of the chief rule-level system, boasting about its long journey in the realm of rules, claiming it was just a step away from order level. At that point, it was certain that the subsequent systems would hesitate to act rashly. Collaboration was an inevitable outcome. If they wished to eliminate me, they must first consider whether this pioneer possesses the capability. Having charted a safe path, this system headed towards a vast universe. It resolved to master the art of survival, ensuring its host remained inconspicuous, biding time until the end of days. To elicit cooperation from others was simple. It merely needed to issue survival tasks, rewarding completion and annihilating failure. Was it truly that straightforward? Gazing at the vast universe before him, Yi pondered, suspecting what the other intended. Indeed, as anticipated, he found himself somewhat troubled. Both parties were of equal rank. If the opponent intended to conceal itself without revealing its presence, Yi would remain oblivious unless confronted face to face. Perhaps this was the path of survival granted to subsequent systems by order. Yi felt a sense of helplessness, aware of the other's intentions. He had no choice but to endure. It would come down to the strength of both sides, who would find the advantage first, himself or the other's concealment. With no further words, he familiarized himself with the breach of the world barrier and plunged inside. Time passed like a fleeting horse, circling once more through a millennium. A figure gazed upon the divine realm, lost in contemplation. Having traversed this realm for 3 millennia, my journey has evolved from initial exhilaration to astonishment, then to incredulity, and ultimately to a numbing acceptance of the status quo. The reason for this lies in the absence of a quintessential system, as well as the lack of extraordinary talents typically bestowed upon travelers. I am merely an ordinary mortal fortunate enough to seize the opportunity to cross over. Unlike others who have dominated and unified worlds with their prowess, I have navigated this existence with a sense of mediocrity. Life has been uneventful and tranquil, devoid of any grand displays of power or encounters with misfortune. Such a life is truly a curse, I lament silently. Who does not yearn to shine brightly? Who does not aspire to be invincible and to dominate an era? Alas, my mediocrity confines me to a position where I can only gaze up at my peers basking in their brilliance. When will a system arrive for me? Though I may be of advanced years, I am still in the prime of my life, I dream. 3,000 years is but a fleeting moment for a deity. Suddenly, a voice resonated within my mind. Ding. A powerful desire from a living being has been detected, binding the mediocre system. In an instant, a voice echoed in my consciousness. Astonishingly, it has truly arrived. My eyes widened in disbelief as the two suns of my divine realm shone brilliantly. This spectacle compelled my followers to kneel in reverence. I suppressed my divine essence, allowing the phenomenon to dissipate. At this moment, I fixated intently on the progress bar, for the system was still in the process of binding and had not yet succeeded. Watching the bar stuck at 99, I felt an overwhelming impatience. Fortunately, the progress bar filled completely. Ding. System binding successful. A system interface materialized before me. I began to examine the functions of the system to which I was now bound. Host, Luo Chun, Realm, Great Realm Deity, Divine Name, God of Eternal Chaos, Source of Faith, 10 million, Source of Offerings, 5 million, Followers, Fanatics, 30,000, Devout Followers, 20 million, Ordinary Followers, 50 million, False Followers, 800 million. System Functions, Plunder, Copy, Amplification, tenfold, Interdimensional Summoning, Check-in, Disciple Returns, tenfold. Chat Group, System Evaluation, the path of mediocrity is unadvisable. Gazing at my system panel, I couldn't help but grimace, though the assessment was indeed accurate. I would prefer no evaluation at all. Moreover, I was astonished to discover the vast number of false followers within my ranks, which explained the meager amount of faith I had accrued. I then delved deeper into the functionalities of my system. How powerful! I felt a surge of excitement. After enduring such mediocrity for so long, I had finally reached the day of extraordinary potential. I, too, shall soar from this point onward. Ding. System task issued. Task, recruit deity disciples. Reward, unknown. At that moment, a task was directly assigned. Chapter 359, The World of Universal Deities. Following this, a familiar beginner's gift was bestowed upon me. Ding. The beginner's gift has been dispatched. Please check your inventory promptly. Such meticulous arrangements are remarkable. I opened the system backpack and utilized the newly issued beginner's gift. A dazzling golden light flickered, prompting an exclamation of gold from him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a godless realm. Upon hearing the notification, Luo Chun trembled slightly and hesitantly inquired, System, does this mean literally? There are truly no deities present? Indeed. But this realm is merely a small 1,000 worlds, devoid of extraordinary powers. This posed no issue. As long as there was a population, abundant belief resources would follow. Luo Chun felt a surge of excitement. The resources of an entire world, once disseminated, would likely incite competition among various deities. In this realm where mortals could ascend to godhood, ordinary beings were a rare commodity. Although they resided in a vast world with myriad subordinate realms, those were predominantly occupied by powerful factions. Ordinary deities and those lacking influence could only perceive the heavens through their divine abilities, seeking out worlds where faith could be propagated. Yet, the heavens were vast, and, despite their divine status, even they could not easily traverse to another world. After all, each realm was typically guarded by a celestial order, and ordinary deities could not contend with such forces. Moreover, the more powerful deities had no shortage of followers. It was the ordinary deities who sought worlds to spread their faith. Over the eons, the surrounding realms of this grand universe had been thoroughly explored by other deities, making the search for new worlds increasingly challenging. Consequently, many unanchored deities, in pursuit of initial growth, would opt to serve under a more powerful deity or seek mentorship. Luo Chun immersed himself in the essence of that world, momentarily sensing a hint of doubt. System, it appears that this realm lacks a celestial order. It would be peculiar if there were one. It was eradicated when I was merely a level 7 system. You scoffed. Ding. This realm indeed does not possess a celestial order, so the host may proceed with confidence. Future management will depend on your decisions. This was splendid news. Luo Chun nodded. The absence of a celestial order meant that the propagation of faith would encounter no impediments. After all, as an external deity, if the celestial order were not deterred by the fear of conflict, it would have long since confronted him aggressively. Thus, the act of spreading faith would invariably face some obstruction from the celestial order. He would devise a plan for this world later. For now, the priority was to complete the task at hand. He glanced at the mission just issued by the system. Taking on disciples, coupled with the system's function of returning benefits for mentorship, hinted that the system was laying the groundwork for him. Coincidentally, he had recently received an invitation to attend a mentorship assembly at an academy, initially intending to decline, but now deemed it essential to attend. A few days later, Luo Chun arrived at a divine academy in the realm of deities, holding the invitation in hand. Although it was referred to as an academy, it merely served as a refuge for deities of humble origins. In this world, deities were birthed in two ways. The first was through the union of deities, where the offspring would inherit the strengths of both parents, provided they had a solid foundation. The second type was those who were naturally formed, born from the very essence of the world. These deities vary significantly in their capabilities. Some wield considerable power, while most remain weak, with only a select few possessing a modicum of strength. The academy was established by more potent deities to recruit these lesser gods of humble origins, serving as an initial investment. Those with exceptional talent are absorbed into powerful factions, while those lacking such gifts languish after graduation, left to fend for themselves in the divine realm. Luo Chun once belonged to the latter category, possessing neither outstanding nor poor talent, merely average. Though he was not favored by any faction, he was not destitute, serving as a mere instructor at the academy of a certain faction. Luo Chun, you have finally arrived. You were the missing piece, remarked the dean, who approached as Luo Chun entered the hall. There is no need for such formality, Dean. I had not intended to come, as I am well aware of my own limitations. To have other deities join my ranks would be a disservice to them, Luo Chun replied. Oh, do not belittle yourself. You are not as inadequate as you believe. Please, take a seat, the dean chuckled warmly. Dean Gu Tianhe, a domain god, spoke sincerely. After all, Luo Chun was a great domain god. The hierarchy of deities in this world is classified as follows: 9 levels of gods, priests, high priests, domain gods, great domain gods, and so forth, culminating in the ultimate gods of eternity and rules. Newly born deities start as level 1, only graduating to priesthood upon reaching level 9. Thus, great domain gods are considered pivotal within the academy. Aside from the dean and a few other senior deity instructors who were domain gods, most teachers were merely several hundred years into their careers as domain gods themselves. There were a few great domain gods, yet they were significantly younger than Luo Chun, indicative of superior talent. Having served at the academy for nearly a millennium, the dean and Luo Chun had developed a rapport, allowing for easy conversation. You've been hiding away in your divine domain, neglecting to converse with this old man, the dean chided as they settled into their discussion. Am I not busy striving for self-improvement? You are aware of my talent. It is rather ordinary, compelling me to rely on diligence for advancement. Luo Chun replied calmly while sipping tea. Alas, has it truly been 1,000 years already? Do you have any plans to take on disciples? Gu Tianhe inquired. I am indeed considering taking one on, Luo Chun nodded. What? Gu Tianhe was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. He recalled how this individual had previously lamented his scarce resources, struggling to sustain himself, let alone nurture a disciple. What had prompted this change? Was he simply bored and seeking to alleviate his tedium by mentoring a disciple? The resources needed for initial training would require a significant investment, with little guarantee of success. Perhaps he was hoping to cultivate a talented disciple as a worthy investment. Luo Chun smiled shyly, exuding an air of someone prepared for a long-term investment, anticipating future returns. In this realm, why do deities take on disciples? Often, it is because they have been stagnating at a certain level, aspiring to transcend to greater heights without ample resources. Thus, they settle for nurturing a disciple, hoping that once the disciple flourishes, they will naturally elevate their master in return. You have finally come to terms with it. Very well, I shall keep an eye out for those with exceptional talents. Gu Tianhe felt a sense of relief. Thank you, Dean. Luo Chun replied with a smile. For the quality of talent mattered little. His true intention was to acquire a tool to amass resources. With idle chatter concluded, Gu Tianhe addressed the assembly, stating that the annual apprenticeship ceremony would now commence and invited the new students to enter. As the event unfolded, a multitude of novice deities poured into the hall. Seated at the elevated position, Luo Chun gazed upon the new deities below with a sense of nostalgia. Several millennia prior, he too had been among them. Regrettably, his talents had been merely average, failing to capture the attention of the instructors, which rendered his early endeavors exceedingly arduous. Chapter 360, Taking Disciples One by One. The new deities presented the size of their divine realms. Gu Tianhe remarked, please proceed. The deities hurriedly formed a queue. Greetings, esteemed elders. The size of the divine realm I have established measures 130 kilometers in diameter, teeming with diverse ecosystems, though as of yet, no sentient beings have emerged. A deity stepped forward to showcase his realm. The assembled deities nodded in approval, whispering amongst themselves, this one is remarkable. A newly forged divine realm of 130 kilometers is no small feat, while not the pinnacle, it is certainly commendable. And the presence of life at its inception saves considerable resource investment. Luo Chun too nodded in acknowledgement. His own divine realm had spanned only 100 kilometers and lacked any intrinsic life. This individual possessed a slightly greater talent than he did. Very well, next. Another deity approached promptly. Greetings, esteemed elders. The divine realm I have cultivated is a world unto itself, filled with numerous planets and a plethora of species. And there are already sentient beings residing within. What? The gathered deities gasped in astonishment. They turned their gazes toward the projection of the divine realm. Confirming that there was no exaggeration, it truly was a self-contained world. Although merely a small universe, it surpassed the realms of the other deities by leaps and bounds. What extraordinary talent! The potential is boundless. To their surprise, a genius had emerged in this cohort. The instructors on the platform were eager to court him. Do not entertain such thoughts. A talent of this caliber will soon be taken under the wing of a prestigious organization for training, far beyond your reach. Gu Tianhe stated coolly, dousing their hopes with a splash of cold water. Nevertheless, even if he were to become my disciple, my resources are limited for nurturing him. Other deities nodded in agreement. The greater the talent, the more voracious their appetite for resources. With everyone's abilities being relatively average and their resources lacking, it was no wonder they found themselves in this teaching position. What is your name? Gu Tianhe inquired, turning to the young deity. Replying to the dean, I am Su Yan, the deity answered. Su Yan, once I report your situation, it should not be long before a distinguished individual personally takes you as a disciple. Are you willing? Gu Tianhe asked. I am willing, but I hope to be taken under the wing of a formidable master, Su Yan stipulated. Very well. I shall relay your request. Come, stand by my side. Gu Tianhe beckoned. Geniuses deserve the treatment befitting their talents. Yes, Su Yan replied. Moving to stand beside Gu Tianhe and smiling politely at Luo Chun. Luo Chun returned the smile, acknowledging the boy's impressive senses. However, such a prodigy was not one he could take as a disciple at present. What a pity. The conference continued to unfold, showcasing numerous deities of commendable talent. Yet none approached Su Yan's exceptional abilities. Most of the other deities were rather ordinary, with some possessing tragically small divine realms, rendering their chances of finding a mentor quite bleak. Luo Chun, which one has caught your eye? Gu Tianhe inquired of his companion. That one. Luo Chun indicated towards a deity. That one. Are you certain? Gu Tianhe expressed his astonishment. The memory of deities was quite formidable. He had committed the details of all present deities to memory. The deity Luo Chun pointed to was merely one with a divine realm of 10 kilometers. Hardly impressive. Why not choose another? At least consider your own prospects. After all, such talent is unlikely to be nurtured. Gu Tianhe urged. Luo Chun shook his head. This child is fated to cross paths with me. I trust my instincts. What fate? Gu Tianhe thought to himself, unaware that the system prompt had revealed an unexpected twist, the presence of a child of destiny among them. Indeed, during a recent introduction, the system had emitted a notification. Ding. Detected one of the children of destiny in this realm. Child of destiny. Lu Yun. Initial divine realm size. 10 kilometers. Abyssal powers awakened. Devour. Fate. Future achievements. God of fate maintenance. God of rule establishment. Luo Chen's eyelids twitched upon reading this information. Good heavens. The God of fate maintenance. The God of rule establishment. Only a deity of rules could establish such regulations, implying that this individual was destined to stand at the pinnacle of this realm. Shouldn't he seize this opportunity without delay? It was indeed an opportune moment for a fortunate acquisition. Ah, very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press further, Gu Tianhe conceded, shaking his head in resignation. He understood Luo Chen's temperament. Once he had set his mind on something, persuasion was futile. At this juncture, several deities had already succeeded in taking on apprentices. Observing them, Lu Yun felt a pang of envy, and as he reflected on his own talents, he couldn't help but smile wryly within. With his meager abilities, it seemed unlikely that anyone would take him on as a disciple. Would you be willing to take me as your student? A voice resonated in his ear. Lu Yun abruptly looked up to find Luo Chun gazing intently at him. He nervously glanced behind him, confirming the absence of other deities, and then looked to his sides, relieved to see no obstructions. He couldn't help but excitedly point to himself. Indeed, it is you. What say you? Luo Chun affirmed his intentions. Thank you, master. Lu Yun quickly expressed his gratitude, performing a formal bow of apprenticeship. Come to my side. Luo Chun nodded in satisfaction. Yes, master. Lu Yun eagerly approached Luo Chun. Meanwhile, Su Yan offered a polite smile to Lu Yun, who reciprocated the gesture, feeling a growing admiration for Su Yan. After all, he was a genius and yet displayed such courtesy towards him. Soon, the apprenticeship ceremony drew to a close. Only a small fraction of the deities had successfully taken on apprentices, as the number of teachers was limited, and each could only accept 1 or 2 students. Accepting more would deplete the resources required for proper cultivation. The other deities were quite disheartened, as none had a patron during the initial stages, making their beginnings exceedingly arduous. Lu Yun felt fortunate that his master had taken him in, otherwise, he would have been among them. Come, return with me, Luo Chun said as he rose to leave. Lu Yun hastily followed suit. The foremost advantage of having a master is the ability to receive guidance at any moment, without the need to jostle with other deities for knowledge. Gu Tianhe was also departing with Su Yan to report to the higher-ups. Along the way, Lu Yun elaborated on his circumstances once more, and the two engaged in conversation as they walked. Although your divine kingdom's initial size lags significantly, as long as you achieve the status of a divine official and awaken your innate authority, your rise will surely come, Luo Chun advised. Your master perceives your extraordinary fate. You are destined to accomplish great things in the future, so you must exert yourself diligently and not disappoint my expectations. Master, can I truly achieve this? Lu Yun asked, feeling somewhat insecure. Do not underestimate yourself. If you abandon your own potential, even the most extraordinary fate will yield little success. A golden-scaled fish is not meant to languish in a pond. Once it encounters the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. You merely lack the opportunity to awaken your authority, Luo Chen encouraged. I believe your accomplishments will surely surpass those of Su Yan. Lu Yun felt a surge of emotion. His master, in an effort to uplift him, had even downplayed the genius to provide him with a stepping stone. Luo Chen observed the sparkle in Lu Yun's eyes, his lips twitching slightly, as it was evident that Lu Yun did not take his words to heart. However, time would be the ultimate judge. Once the other awakened their formidable authority, they would recognize their own strength. Chapter 361. What equals a tenfold return with a tenfold amplification? Luo Chen ceased further discourse and led Lu Yun back to his divine kingdom. As a great deity, he possessed a territory of his own. Currently, his divine realm consisted solely of himself and a few devoted followers. When asked about other believers, they resided within him. Deities each possess a realm within, the size of which expands as their realm elevates, and can also be augmented through the use of divine essence. However, the resources required for such augmentation are vast. Thus, enhancing one's own realm is far more pragmatic. Reflect your divine kingdom upon reality, allowing your master to take a look, Luo Chen instructed. Understood, master. Lu Yun replied without hesitation, immediately projecting his divine kingdom into the sky. Luo Chen stepped onto the planet to investigate. 10 kilometers is indeed too small, and the surface is exceedingly barren, devoid of any life. Lu Yun scrutinized his own divine kingdom, feeling a sense of disdain for its desolate state. Since you have become my apprentice, allow me to present you with a gift of apprenticeship. With a pained expression, Luo Chen produced 250 points of divine essence. As the essence was invested, the planet rapidly expanded. In mere moments, it surged to 260 kilometers, transforming its barren condition into a vibrant landscape. Beep. Detected host investment in apprentice Lu Yun, triggering apprenticeship return. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your divine kingdom has expanded by 2.5 million kilometers. Beep. Detected host divine kingdom expansion of 2.5 million kilometers, triggering tenfold amplification. Beep. Divine kingdom expanded to 25 billion kilometers. Upon hearing the notification, Luo Chen's hand trembled, a flash of shock crossing his face before he concealed it. Incredible. It can actually stack. This is truly astonishing. Luo Chen had anticipated that his divine realm would experience a meteoric rise after his investment. Yet he was utterly astonished to discover that such an ascent could also trigger an additional amplification function. It was akin to a grandmother burrowing into her blankets, leaving him quite amused. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yun was on the verge of tears, profoundly moved by his master's generosity. As he presented an astonishing 250 points of divine essence. Just a single point of divine essence could increase a planet's diameter by 1 kilometer. Furthermore, a single point of divine essence was equivalent to 10,000 points of belief essence, 10,000 points of incense essence, 100 million strands of belief power, 100 million strands of incense power, 1 trillion belief points, and 1 trillion incense points. An ordinary believer typically provided approximately 1 belief point per day, while burning incense yielded 1 incense point. A devout believer contributed 100 times more than an ordinary one, and a fanatic offered 100 times more than a devout believer. As for false believers, they could be disregarded entirely. Currently, Luo Chen possessed 800 million false believers, a veritable gold mine yet to be tapped. Should one wonder why, after such a lengthy period, there remained so many false believers? It was because these followers had been recently captured over the last few years. Conflicts among deities often erupted, and these followers were the spoils of war from battles in which Luo Chen and several other deities had triumphed. Changing the faith of a follower belonging to another deity was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. Master, this is far too precious. Lu Yun exclaimed hastily. This is divine essence. Just a single point of divine essence is sufficient for me to ascend to the position of priest. This was precisely why most deities refrained from using divine essence to expand their realms. It was both extravagant and impractical. The breakthrough in realms was far more beneficial than mere expansion. As a fledgling deity, he felt a pang of regret, were it not for the system he had acquired. Luo Chen would never have considered such actions. However, now that he possessed the system, it seemed a rather astute investment. 1 point of divine essence could expand 1 billion kilometers. This was a profitable venture indeed. Of course, Luo Chen harbored another ambition. Should he succeed, that single point of divine essence would merely be a drop in the ocean. There is no need for formality with your master. You are starting from a humble foundation, and I shall certainly do my utmost to assist you. As long as you remember me in your future achievements, I shall find solace in that. Luo Chen spoke gently. Lu Yun felt a surge of emotion, having initially believed that his lack of talent would preclude him from successfully apprenticing under a master. Yet, against all odds, he had been accepted. Nevertheless, he still harbored feelings of inferiority, as his aptitude paled in comparison to that of other deities. But his master, far from being dismissive, had generously offered his life as savings to help him establish a strong foundation. This immense kindness would never be forgotten by Lu Yun, who vowed to repay his master in due time, even if it were not for his own sake. He would strive diligently to ensure that his master's efforts were not in vain. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Lu Yun was deeply moved. Here, take these 10 points of divine essence as your initial training resources, Luo Chen said, seizing the moment to present some divine essence to Lu Yun. Master. You absolutely must not. Lu Yun hesitated to accept. Take it. How is it that, having just become my disciple, you refuse to heed my words? Luo Chen's expression turned stern. How else am I to accumulate resources if you do not accept them? Oh no, I merely think it too precious, Lu Yun replied. Swallowing hard, though yearning for it, he restrained his desire, feeling that his master had already made a significant sacrifice on his behalf. To offer so much divine essence seemed rather excessive. Take it if you must, stop dawdling like a timid woman. Luo Chen, filled with frustration, exclaimed. Who needs your help to conserve resources? Just take it, seize it with all your might. Ignoring the other party's hesitation, he forcefully thrust the item into their hands. Ding. Detected that the host has invested 10 points of divine source, triggering a tenfold return on investment, resulting in 100,000 points of divine source. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 points of divine source, triggering a tenfold amplification, leading to 10 billion points of divine source. Haha, I've struck gold. Luo Chen could hardly contain his joy. Beside him, Lu Yun observed Luo Chen's jubilant demeanor and felt deeply moved. He envisioned a series of scenes in his mind, imagining how elated he felt simply because his master had bestowed resources upon him. My master is truly wonderful. Rest assured, master. I will diligently cultivate and not bring you shame. Lu Yun declared earnestly. Oh, do as you please, off you go. Luo Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Seeing this, Lu Yun found a suitable place within the divine realm to begin his cultivation. Meanwhile, Luo Chen pondered how to utilize such an immense reservoir of resources. With such abundance, even if his innate talent were lacking, he could elevate himself to a higher realm through sheer accumulation, having invested only 10 points of divine source to acquire so much. Surely, if he preserved some resources for future investments, it would equate to an endless supply of divine source. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts, host, Yu cautioned. What do you mean? Is there something amiss? Luo Chen inquired hastily, as matters concerning resource acquisition warranted his attention. The amplification and return possess uniqueness. This means that a single item can only be returned and amplified once. The same applies to resource-related items. The divine source obtained from amplification and return cannot be reinvested to trigger further returns, Yu elucidated. I see. Thus, I must prioritize acquiring the sources of faith and incense. As long as these two are inexhaustible, I shall never lack divine source, Luo Chen comprehended, realizing the necessary course of action. Divine source is derived from the transformation of faith and incense sources. Previously, he possessed 10 million faith sources and 5 million incense sources. He had utilized 5 million incense sources to transform into divine source to expand Lu Yun's divine realm and another 100,000 incense sources to invest in generating divine source points. Since divine source is derived from these two, it is singular and irreversible. Typically, individuals store faith and incense sources, only converting them into divine source when the need for cultivation arises. Now, with the uniqueness of the system amplification, these two sources have become even more precious. Chapter 362. The Divine Realm Within. Ultimately, all matters trace back to the fundamental existence of believers. As long as there are believers present, even a fresh start would allow for resurgence and growth. The transformation of believers must keep pace. Luo Chen pondered thoughtfully. He still possessed 800 million false believers, and over the years, their faith must have waned considerably. With this thought, Luo Chen seated himself upon the divine throne, channeling his consciousness into the divine realm within. Buzz. In an instant, a radiant divine light enveloped the surroundings, manifesting a terrifying phenomenon that captivated all attention. At that moment, all believers set aside their tasks, hastily kneeling in reverence. Welcome, Divine Lord, as you descend. Even the 800 million false believers were compelled to feign a semblance of reverence as they knelt in welcome. The Lord of the Divine Kingdom, towering and majestic, cast a sweeping gaze over the realm. The formidable aura he exuded instilled a profound sense of pressure upon the 800 million impostors. Conversely, the true believers exhibited a fervent zeal, for this was the deity they worshipped. This divine descent was prompted by recent insights gained by the Lord, resulting in an unprecedented expansion of the divine kingdom, necessitating an examination to avert any unforeseen occurrences. You are to report the situation truthfully, Luo Chen stated indifferently. Yes, my lord, the crowd responded, their expressions reflecting the anticipated revelation. The sudden expansion of the divine kingdom had indeed startled them, stretching across a staggering distance of 250 billion kilometers. A man stepped forward, the high priest of this generation. Great Lord, due to the unique laws governing the divine kingdom, despite its vast expansion, we have suffered no significant harm. Our abodes remain intact, and the land extends for millions of miles, providing us with a broader expanse. All of this is a manifestation of your grace, O magnificent Lord. Very well, Luo Chen replied. What are those outsiders? Are they well? His gaze surveyed the surroundings, and the false believers felt a chill of anxiety. Indeed, my lord. They have been compliant and have caused no destruction, but that is the extent of it, the high priest implied. Luo Chen discerned the underlying meaning. He had previously cast those individuals into the divine kingdom with the intention of allowing them to acclimate over centuries, gradually diminishing their former devotion to their previous deities before he would instill a new faith within them. The high priest's words sent beads of sweat down the backs of the false believers, for they feared Luo Chen's potential wrath. Who among them desired to perish? Yet, faith is not something that can be altered overnight. It must stem from genuine sincerity and heartfelt conviction. Coercive measures would yield no results. Their existence within Luo Chen's divine kingdom mirrored their experiences under other deities, making it unlikely to sway them in a short span of time. Luo Chen understood this. Previously constrained by poverty, he now possessed wealth and aimed to effectuate change. I am already aware of this matter, Luo Chen responded, further intensifying the tension among the false believers. Since I have accepted you, I shall regard you as my followers, and you must strive for harmonious coexistence henceforth. Yes, my lord. The crowd exhaled in relief, grateful that they would not face retribution. The high priest was reluctant to voice further concerns. If those individuals wished to worship their own deity, he would welcome it, though years had passed without any sign of their conversion. There is yet another task at hand. He stated, as per your command, my lord. Observing the slow progression of their abilities, I intend to establish a cultivation pavilion, a challenge tower, a purification pool, and an ascension hall. As he spoke, Luo Chen waved his hand, and vast quantities of divine essence cascaded forth. Buildings rose from the ground within the divine kingdom, each endowed with unique functionalities. It was not that Luo Chen had previously refrained from such endeavors, but rather that he lacked the resources. Each structure required an immense amount of divine essence. The cultivation pavilion alone demanded 10,000 points. It is worth noting that since his ascension, Luo Chen had accumulated only 1,500 points of divine essence. Now, however, with newfound affluence, tens of thousands of points flowed like mere droplets. A total of 10 cultivation pavilions were established at a cost of 100,000. 10 challenge towers were erected, amounting to 200,000. There were 10 purification pools, costing 1 million. Additionally, 10 ascension towers were built, at the expense of 2 million. Beep. The host has established a cultivation pavilion, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, transforming it into Cultivation Pavilion LV 10,000. Upon seeing the notification, Luo Chen couldn't help but smirk. A 10,000-fold amplification indeed equates to LV 10,000, which is rather fitting. Though the name may lack flair, the effects are nothing short of revolutionary. These structures should be carefully managed by appointed personnel, and it is imperative that they are accessible to all without discrimination. Is that understood? Luo Chen's voice resonated with authority. This proclamation seemed directed at the high priest. Yet it was, in truth, intended for the false believers. Only when they reap tangible benefits will they hasten to alter their faith. Yes, Lord. The high priest certainly perceived the underlying meaning and understood his deity's intentions. Thus he would do his utmost to cooperate. As for brainwashing, what high priest is not adept at it? While not every brainwasher is a high priest, every high priest is skilled in the art of persuasion. False believers, bask in the grace. Luo Chen nodded, broadly outlining the specific functions of each building, igniting fervor among those present. Is this a miracle? It is indeed awe-inspiring. Afterward, Luo Chen withdrew his consciousness and returned. Ah, how delightful it is to have a connection. He believed it would not be long before those false believers transformed into genuine followers. Luo Chen contemplated this with optimism. He then accelerated the passage of time within his divine realm using divine essence. In the past, such aspirations would have seemed unattainable, yet now, with wealth at his disposal, he could lavishly spend. Cultivation is essential. He must not neglect his own advancement. Luo Chen's consciousness sought out Lu Yun within the divine realm. Master will be in seclusion for a few years. During this time, you shall study the fundamentals at the academy, and upon my return, I will teach you further. Understood. Master, Lu Yun promptly replied. 10 points of divine essence is a substantial resource, ensuring Lu Yun need not worry about resources in the early stages. Thus, Luo Chen felt assured there would be no issues during the years of his apprentice's self-guided learning. Months later, Lu Yun emerged from his meditative state. He had reached the 4th level of divinity. He wondered if this pace was swift. Rising, he prepared to attend the academy to study the basics of divinity. Despite having cultivated for several months, he had yet to exhaust even a fraction of the 10 points of divine essence bestowed upon him by Luo Chen. He estimated that even a single point of divine essence would suffice to elevate him to the rank of priest. Upon arriving at the academy, Lu Yun casually found a classroom to attend. The lectures covered fundamental knowledge, and most new divinities listened with rapt attention. These divinities lacked any formidable backgrounds, and after months of classes, their cultivation remained as it had been at their inception. Lu Yun's entrance attracted considerable attention. Many divinities expressed envy at the powerful aura emanating from him. How fortunate it is to have a master. In just a few months, he had left them far behind. To acquire followers, apart from the beings that accompany the initial establishment of a divine realm, one must employ sensing techniques. Traversing the myriad worlds with divine consciousness to seek out ordinary beings from other realms for conversion, or bring them into their divine domain. After years of struggle, the surrounding world is dominated by other deities, so it is advisable to refrain from meddling in these realms, the teacher warned. But what about us, the deities without followers? One queried. It is quite simple. Seek mentorship or engage in borrowing, the teacher replied enigmatically. Borrowing. The assembly of deities expressed their astonishment. Indeed, we are all deities. And there is no fear of not acquiring followers. Many gods partake in the trade of sentient beings. However, the cost of borrowing, the teacher did not elaborate. Yet it was understood by all that it would be exorbitant, specifically targeting the vulnerable and unassisted deities. Without any backing, they had no choice but to resort to borrowing to make a start. Chapter 363. Ascension to Domain Deity. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Currently, he lacked nothing in terms of cultivation resources, but was deficient in the number of followers. Although his divine realm had undergone transformation and was no longer desolate and lifeless, it was impossible to give birth to sentient beings in the short term. The promotion of a priest entails a stringent requirement for followers, not to mention hundreds of thousands. Even 1,000 ordinary followers is the most basic prerequisite. Subsequently, Lu Yun continued his studies in foundational knowledge before he began to inquire about the trade of sentient beings within the divine realm. Due to the mutual consent involved in this trade and the multitude of operators, Lu Yun soon discovered several shops. After some inquiries, he learned that the general price was 11 units to purchase a unit of faith essence or incense essence in exchange for an ordinary sentient being. While negotiations for special sentient beings required face-to-face discussions, the prices were indeed exorbitant, clearly aimed at exploiting customers. Lu Yun felt somewhat helpless. Although he possessed nearly 10 units of divine essence, he was not inclined to squander it recklessly. It would be wiser to seek followers through his own insights into the heavens. If that failed, he might have to borrow from his mentor, which left him feeling somewhat shameless. Upon returning to his divine realm, he began to cultivate his insights into the heavens. His delicate divine consciousness roamed through several nearby worlds. He sensed that these realms were guarded by powerful deities, far beyond what he could contend with at present. It was no wonder the teacher had cautioned them against coveting the nearby worlds. The overwhelming pressure from these formidable beings exceeded that of his mentor by several folds. Thus, Lu Yun had no choice but to steer clear of these realms and venture farther afield. After an indeterminate time spent searching, until his divine consciousness began to wane, Lu Yun finally ceased his quest. The notion of finding an opportunity was utterly unfounded. After countless years of petitioning, the surrounding worlds were beyond the reach of wild deities like himself, and the more distant realms were currently inaccessible given his strength. Sighing, Lu Yun realized that if Plan A was unfeasible, he would have to resort to Plan B. His mentor mentioned a retreat of several years. Thus, he would strive to elevate his realm to the 9th level of divinity during this period. Years later, Luo Chen broke through to become a domain deity. Fortunately, he had resolved the issue of false followers before his retreat. Otherwise, the quantity of followers he previously possessed would have been entirely insufficient for the ascension to a domain deity. Luo Chen glanced at his system panel. Host, Luo Chen. Realm, domain god, divine name, god of eternal chaos, source of belief, 585, 250, 000, source of incense, 525, 410, 000, divine source, slightly, followers, fanatics, 30, 000, devout believers, 20, 000, ordinary believers, 850, 000. System functions, plunder, copy, amplification of all things, tenfold, interdimensional summoning, sign in, discipleship return, tenfold. Chat group, system evaluation, the doctrine of moderation is not advisable. Initially, Luo Chen did not pay much attention, but soon he detected something amiss. What on earth? Where did all this source of belief and source of incense come from? Luo Chen exclaimed. System, what is happening? Have you granted me an unfair advantage? He found it hard to believe. Ding. Host, do not slander this system. It has certainly not provided you with any unfair advantages, nor would it stoop to such tactics. Then ding. All these sources have been provided by the host's followers over the past 5 years. That can't be right. Even if I consider all 800 million false followers, it would only amount to around 50 to 60,000. Wait, could it be that the tenfold amplification also applies to the belief and incense provided by the followers? Luo Chen was left speechless. Ding. What the host speculates is indeed the truth. All things can be amplified. Yi Yu asserted confidently. Now that I have reached a rule level, with order intact, there is nothing that cannot be amplified. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the disciple collecting task. Rewards are now being distributed. Ding. Because the host has gathered the fated child of fortune, the reward authority, devour, destiny. Why does this authority sound so familiar? Luo Chen pondered, recalling that it belonged to his underachieving disciple who had yet to awaken their power. Ding. System task issued. Task. Once again, Gather the fated child of fortune. Reward, unknown. The familiar task returned, causing Luo Qin's heart to race. Judging by the system's design, it intended to cultivate him into an omniscient and omnipotent deity. The more disciples he gathered, accumulating myriad authorities, he would become the one true god of this realm. All right. Isn't it just collecting disciples? How many fated children of fortune are there? I will gather them all. Luo Qin was filled with excitement. With the increase in authority, he would undoubtedly accrue even more in the future, aligning perfectly with his divine name. Luo Qin reflected. When he first traversed this realm, he believed he would shine brightly and stand at its pinnacle. Thus, he chose such a grandiose divine name at the time of his birth. However, after his talents were exposed, he hesitated to reveal his divine name, fearing ridicule, and had kept it hidden until now, with no one knowing what his divine name was. Were it not for the uniqueness of divine names, which cannot be altered once established, he would have changed it long ago. With this thought, Luo Qin inquired of the system, "Can you assist me in changing my divine name? I feel that it lacks sufficient grandeur for the future." Ding. Detection of host desire. One renaming card has been awarded. Indeed, it's possible. But why does it have a hint of a penguin essence? Luo Qin muttered to himself. He utilized the renaming card. Confirmed divine name, omniscient and eternal true God, with a sense of elevated status. Luo Qin refrained from revealing his divine name until his abilities were matched. After 3 millennia of concealment, a few more years of secrecy posed no issue. Filled with joy, he decided to check on the well-being of his humble disciple. Rising from his meditative state, Luo Qin formally emerged from his secluded chamber. Upon exiting the temple, he sensed the presence of Lu Yun within the divine realm. With a mere thought, Luo Qin appeared beside him. "Master, you have emerged," Lu Yun exclaimed. Jolted from his meditative trance upon detecting the familiar aura, he quickly rose to pay his respects. "Indeed, it seems you have fared well these past years, achieving the status of a 9th-level deity." "Quite impressive," Luo Qin remarked with satisfaction. The talent of his disciple far surpassed his own. It had taken him over a century to attain the 9th-level deity status due to the isolation and lack of resources he had faced in his early years. Now, with Lu Yun benefiting from his mentorship, he could devote himself entirely to cultivation. "This is all thanks to you, Master. Were it not for your provision of divine essence, my advancement would not have been so swift." Lu Yun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. During his time at the academy, he had witnessed countless juniors burdened by the pursuit of cultivation resources, accumulating staggering debts at such a tender age. Now that you have reached 9th level, as long as your followers meet the criteria, you can ascend to the rank of divine official and awaken your authority. By the way, you haven't resorted to borrowing, have you? Luo Qin inquired, recalling something important. "No, Master. I believe this matter should be decided by you. The cost of loans outside is exorbitant." "And I hesitated to mention it," Lu Yun replied, somewhat hesitant. "Very well, as long as you have not taken out a loan. I, too, fell victim to such traps in the past, spending over a millennium repaying my initial debts. The thought alone vexes me. The compounded interest was akin to a voracious beast. Yet, in my time of necessity, I had no choice but to borrow. Fortunately, I eventually gained strength and reclaimed all the interest from the original lender. Nonetheless, one could argue that they inadvertently aided me, as the exorbitant principal served as their profit." Upon hearing Luo Qin recount his experiences, Lu Yun felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the overwhelming burden of both principal and interest far exceeded what he had anticipated. "Now that you have me as your master, there is no need for you to seek loans," Luo Qin assured him, fully aware of Lu Yun's intentions to borrow. However, he knew that borrowed resources likely would not yield returns, so he preferred to offer gifts instead. It is only natural for a master to bestow gifts upon his disciple. Discussing loans would only dampen our bond. Would 10 million suffice? If not, I shall provide more, Luo Qin declared grandly. Lu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Trembling as he stammered, "Master, do you intend to offer me 10 million followers? That is far too much. I fear I may not be able to repay such a gift in the future." "Nonsense. What do you mean by repayment? I am your master." "This 10 million is a gift for you," Luo Qin insisted. "That is far too generous. Even a mere 10,000 would suffice," Lu Yun replied, reluctant to be overly ambitious, knowing that even a great deity would feel the weight of such a gift. "Humph. Take it without hesitation. It is a gift from your master." Luo Qin shot him a glare. This thrifty disciple was admirable in many respects, yet lacked ambition. "You are destined to be the god who upholds the laws of existence. Show some of your aspirations." "Yes, master. The young disciple is indeed teachable. Come, let me be your mentor." Luo Qin nodded, gesturing grandly, and a mysterious passageway was unveiled before them. He stepped forward, with Lu Yun hastily following in his wake. As the scenery shifted, the two found themselves in a small, thousand-fold world. "Master, it seems there is no heavenly Tao in this realm," Lu Yun whispered. "Of course. There is no heavenly Tao. This world is a private domain of mine," Luo Qin explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, his master had established a personal sanctuary amid such fierce competition. It appeared he had underestimated his master's prowess. This was a godless realm, and for now, his master had yet to take action. You are in dire need of followers, so I shall allocate a portion of the populace to you, Luo Chen stated, sweeping his divine sense across the realm. This world consisted of but a single planet, yet it boasted a vast population, an astonishing 70 billion. Lu Yun surveyed the realm in awe. No wonder his master could part with 1 million without a second thought. Envy washed over him. Once he grew stronger, he too would claim a world as his own private sanctuary. Master, what should I do? Should I take direct action? Lu Yun inquired. Luo Chen shook his head. In a godless world, converting their faith requires finesse. Otherwise, you will incite resistance, ultimately leading to the annihilation of these natives, which would be a fruitless endeavor. Observe your master. Understanding human nature is a fundamental lesson. You must contemplate this carefully, as it will serve you well in managing your followers in the future. With that, Luo Chen commenced his actions. As a transmigrator, his ingenious strategies were countless. He had been contemplating methods to handle this world, and one particular approach seemed promising. Luo Chen's divine power enveloped the entire realm, and a voice resonated in the ears of the beings therein. Ding! Blue Star Online has entered version 20. Now introducing the following modules. Adjusting and weakening existing professions. Introducing the multiverse module. Commencing the celestial wars. Weakening the capitalist profession. Reducing experience acquisition and profession numbers. Enhancing the ordinary person profession, boosting experience gain and growth potential. Introducing divine followers profession. Activating follower rank promotion. Fanatic, devout. Ordinary follower. Introducing the divine module. Introducing the mysterious powers module. Activating special profession acquisition tasks. Opening the cultivation system. Introducing elemental awakening. The Blue Star Online version update is complete. We wish players an enjoyable experience. Boom. The incessant notifications echoed in the minds of the populace like a thunderclap. What? You mean the place I live in is merely a game world? Many experienced a shattering of their worldviews. Blue Star Online. Blue Star Online. Ha ha. Ha ha. A small fraction could not cope with the revelation and contemplated suicide. Observing this, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Such actions were unacceptable, as they represented his precious demographic resource. He quickly initiated a patch. Ding. Detection of certain players engaging in prohibited actions. With the release of the patch, all acts of suicide were effectively suppressed. However, this was merely a preliminary measure. To achieve a lasting resolution, it would require a collective acceptance of this absurd reality. After all, who could readily come to terms with the notion that their life is merely a virtual game? Yet, in contrast to the few who struggled to accept this, the majority became exhilarated. At last, I have a stage to showcase my prowess. The multiverse awaits. I shall conquer it. With life already fraught with challenges. An absurd twist seemed inconsequential. Perhaps this update would allow me to rise above the fray. No wonder I've been impoverished. It appears my controlling player hasn't T-funded me. Quick, inject some currency. What kind of game is it without investment? Brother, is it possible that you are the player yourself? What? Does that mean I've always been destitute? Can this truly be the case? Observing the current state of Blue Star, Lu Yun felt a tinge of concern. Weren't we meant to convert followers? What significance does this hold? Rest assured, everything is under control. Rather than manifesting directly as deities to demand their faith, it is far more expedient for them to revere us in a manner familiar to them, without inciting resistance. Once they experience a taste of sweetness, throngs will flock to us. Such is human nature, Lu Chen imparted with profound meaning. Lu Yun dutifully noted his master's teachings. As Blue Star began to find its rhythm, Lu Chen manipulated the flow of time in this realm. In a lesser world of myriad dimensions, he could adjust the timeline at will, albeit at a slight cost of divine energy. Soon, the entire world entered a state of acceleration. With his divine power enhancing the world, every aspect underwent a process of deification. Each individual possessed their own template, replete with profession information, daily tasks, career advancement missions, and mechanisms for handling special events, rewards, and experience gains. The society of Blue Star underwent a seismic transformation. Everyone endeavored to ascend, diligently exploring the acquisition of unique professions. Years passed, and most professions had been thoroughly explored, save for the enigmatic follower profession, which remained locked. Speculation arose that this was the rarest of callings. After all, the game system had previously indicated the inclusion of a divine module, suggesting that followers must correspond to deities. Yet, the deities had yet to reveal themselves, leading to conjecture that the game had not yet entered its main narrative. Observing the opportune moment, Lu Chun commenced his actions. Ding! Main quest of Blue Star Online initiated. Follower profession acquisition unlocked. Lu Chun turned to Lu Yun. Disciple, what is your divine name? Respectfully, Master, I have yet to choose a divine name. I wish to wait until my authority is awakened to select one that is more fitting, Lu Yun replied. Indeed, that is a reasonable perspective, but if I may, I can discern your unawakened authority. Would you allow me to bestow a name upon you? Lu Chen suggested. Please, Master. Grant me a name, Lu Yun acquiesced. How does the god of fate devourer fare? Lu Yun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seemed his master was indeed lacking in naming prowess. Master, does that not sound akin to an evil deity? Surely not, Luo Chen pondered. Sensing an unmistakable hint of villainy, yet it mattered little. for you are the child of fortune. Chapter 365. A surge of followers. Lu Yun felt a sense of helplessness. Very well, as long as my master is pleased. It is merely a divine title. After all, I do not place immense importance upon it. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to his master and promptly inscribed his divine name. Excellent, excellent. Now let us observe how my master shall manifest your divine realm within the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun complied, while Luo Qin also proclaimed to the multitude using divine power. Ding. Main quest. Enter the divine realm. Choice 1. God of Fate Devourer. Quota 10,000,000. Choice 2. Omniscient and Eternal God. Quota Unlimited. Dual class system activated. Rare class. Follower. Temporarily unlockable for job change. Remaining time. 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Job change conditions for followers. Worship a deity. Please make your choice. Players. As the main storyline unfolded, the world erupted in astonishment. The masses refrained from hastily choosing a faction, opting instead for fervent discussion. Given that this was a pivotal narrative, the follower class was undoubtedly essential for transition. Considering that players already possessed other classes, the game system thoughtfully introduced the dual class mode. I trust the implications are clear. Indeed, once an opportunity slips away, one risks being swept away by the tides of time. I comprehend the rationale. So which shall I select? Without question, the God of Fate Devourer. Did you not notice the quota restriction? It must be formidable. Your reasoning is sound. Thus I shall choose the Omniscient and Eternal God. I shall observe for now and see what transformations befall others post-transition. Many remained indecisive. Yet a small faction had already begun their transitions. The million-strong limit led this group to perceive this as a rare opportunity that must be seized. In less than a day, Lu Yun amassed a full quota of 10 million followers. It was astonishingly simple. Lu Yun felt as though he were in a dream. Human nature is such. Now you shall proceed as instructed. Luo Chun detailed the next steps. Lu Yun listened intently. Thus it is. The populace of 10 million has been granted to you by your master. To what extent you develop, it is contingent upon your own fortune. Rest assured, master. Your disciple shall not disappoint your expectations. Very well. Escort your followers away and prepare for ascension to priesthood. With a wave of his hand, Luo Qin began to disperse the crowd. Soon, Lu Yun, employing his divine prowess, gathered this 10 million into his divine realm and departed from this world. Returning to the divine domain. Ding. Congratulations, host, on investing 10 million souls. Triggered, tenfold return for discipleship, acquiring 100 billion ordinary followers. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 100 billion ordinary followers, triggering a tenfold amplification, transforming into 100 billion fervent followers. What in the world? Luo Qin gasped in astonishment. Such terror. 100 billion, and they are fervent believers. He hastily delved into his divine realm status with his divine sense. Indeed, the once vast divine realm is now teeming with fervent devotees. Fortunately, the expanse of the divine realm has increased manifold after his ascension to the domain god. Its area has multiplied several dozen times. Now the sources of faith and incense are utterly abundant. Just this billion-strong fervent following can yield 10 million sources of faith daily. However, this figure does not account for the system's tenfold amplification, once augmented. It amounts to 1 trillion sources of faith each day, equating to 100 million divine sources. 3 words flashed through Luo Chen's mind. Who else? With such a multitude of followers, the once fascinating blue star, with its population of 7 billion, now seemed rather mundane. It would be prudent for these individuals not to convert into his followers just yet, as it would maximize the benefits for his future disciples. With resolve, Luo Chen commenced his plans. He first issued a notification declaring the closure of the follower conversion task. What is this? I have yet to transition. Was it not stated that there was still a year remaining? Alas, it seems I am late to the game. The earlier actions of 1 million individuals have already transported them to the divine realm, initiating a new instance, while we remain on Blue Star. Why have I, who joined the omniscient and immortal true God's faction, not been transported? Some expressed their confusion. In the span of a day, several million opted to transition to Luo Chen's faction. What distinguishes you? Those who have transitioned into the priesthood. One awakens extraordinary abilities and possesses a cultivation method. By following the techniques in one's mind, one can continuously grow stronger. Incredible. What a shock. Alas, I have reverted to being a mere mortal. Regret filled the hearts of many. This is extraordinary power. Who would not wish to possess it? In no time, these devotees became highly sought after across nations. With these seeds sown, once the follower conversion task is reopened, it is likely that many will flock to it. Subsequently, Luo Chen utilized divine power to create a game system to manage this world. Adjusting the timescale slightly, this realm could serve as my colonial domain. Time passed swiftly. With a sufficient number of followers, both Luo Chun and Lu Yun chose to enter seclusion to break through their realms. A year later, Lu Yun emerged, having ascended to the priesthood and awakened his powers of devouring and destiny. Indeed, as the master had said, awakening these powers marks the true beginning. Reveling in the strength of his authority, Lu Yun felt elated. He recalled his master's earlier words and realized he may have underestimated his master's capabilities. Could it be that his master is a hidden powerhouse? Lu Yun's imagination ran wild with dramatic scenarios. With this newfound backing, what was there to wait for? Time to revel. Upon reaching the priesthood, one can initiate divine warfare. Possessing the power of devouring, I can absorb the divine realms of others as my own. Lu Yun activated his destiny power. Threads of fate intertwined and converged. As the master of destiny, he could clearly discern the actions favorable to his future development. In just a few days, so many lines of fate converge with mine. It seems significant events are on the horizon. This line appears ominous and should not be provoked. While this one seems advantageous, should I offend it? No, it appears beneficial. Thus, the owner of this line can be eliminated without significant consequence. Excellent, I shall mark it. Lu Yun examined each destiny thread intertwined with his own recent fate. Any thread that bore a hint of ominousness was marked with a do not provoke label, while those favorable to him were designated with a chive tag. Currently, his mastery over fate could extend only to this extent. After all, they were all deities. And achieving such control was commendable. Were they mere lesser beings, he could easily predict their destinies. However, once he fully developed his authority over fate, even other deities would be subject to his scrutiny regarding their destiny's progression. Soon, several days passed. Lu Yun arrived at the academy, following the trajectory of fate. Upon inquiring, he discovered that a significant event was indeed unfolding. The teachers were preparing to lead a delegation to other institutions for academic exchange, and those who had attained the rank of divine officer were eligible to enroll, as announced by the dean, Gu Tianhe. This was a potential regulation among various academies, where competition existed among deities, allowing divine officers to initiate divine warfare, while deities without backing seeking rapid enhancement of their strength could only do so through the plundering of other deities. Chapter 366. Task Assignment. Lu Yun observed the eager deities stepping forward and, without hesitation, joined their ranks. Gu Tianhe, responsible for selecting candidates, caught sight of Lu Yun and paused in surprise. Isn't this disciple of Luo Chun? I recall this individual having quite poor aptitude. Has he truly become a divine officer? Gu Tianhe pondered, hastening to inspect further. Greetings, Dean. Lu Yun saluted upon the approach. Indeed, you have become a divine officer. I did not expect your cultivation talent to be commendable, Gu Tianhe confirmed, noting the correctness of Lu Yun's rank. My disciple is rather dull. It is entirely due to my master's guidance, Lu Yun replied humbly. You are aware of the purpose of this expedition. It involves engaging in divine warfare with other deities. The consequences may result in the destruction of divine realms or, in severe cases, immediate demise. If you lack confidence, do not overreach, lest you find yourself separated from your master, Gu Tianhe cautioned, as a friend of Luo Chun, naturally offering his counsel. Is your master aware of your decision? My master is currently in seclusion and is unaware. However, I possess considerable confidence. Please rest assured, Dean, Lu Yun assured him. Gu Tianhe frowned, wondering why he would not heed his advice. How many followers do you have? What is your combat strength? Do not become blindly arrogant just because you have awakened your authority. Rest assured, Dean, I will not act recklessly, Lu Yun replied, unwilling to disclose the truth. For the resources of a world could incite envy from others. Ah, well, you share your master's temperament. For this journey, you may stay by my side, Gu Tianhe sighed, shaking his head, yet still wishing to look after Lu Yun. Thank you, Dean, Lu Yun expressed his gratitude. Addressing me as Dean feels too formal. As an old acquaintance of your master, you may call me Gu Lao. Very well, Gu Lao, Lu Yun thought to himself. Surprised by the close relationship between his master and the dean, realizing that this journey offered a degree of assurance. Soon, the selection was complete. Hundreds of divine officers had signed up, yet only about a dozen would join the expedition, as a large group would be impractical for mere academic exchange. Originally, Lu Yun, as a newly appointed divine officer, would not have been selected, but his connection to the dean provided him with an advantage. This exemplified the significance of human relationships. A grand procession set forth, traversing a realm of divinity. In this realm of divine territories, the abundance is akin to the multitude of cattle, serving as the dominion of the mighty. The divine domains, indeed, are the crucibles wherein formidable deities cultivate their powers and expand their influence, constructing stable spaces through grand techniques. Ultimately, all forces within this divine realm converge towards the pinnacle of the grand domain deities. The destination of this journey is a neighboring divine territory. After traversing numerous portals, the group finally arrives at their intended locale. Each expedition reflects the dignity of our divine realm, having suffered a defeat in the last contest. We must reclaim our honor this time. Do you all understand? Gu Tianhe admonished. We comprehend, the group responded in unison. Every contest involves not only our divine realm, but also participants from other divine territories, and our delegation is not solitary. Other institutions will also send their teams to compete. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was enlightened, realizing that the fates he had previously examined originated from all corners of the world. Old Gu, The candidates sent by other divine realms likely possessed no significant background, correct? Lu Yun inquired quietly. Generally speaking, yes. Such grand competitions are designed for those of humble origins like yourselves. It is pointless for those with powerful backgrounds to participate, Gu Lao replied. Does that imply there may be unforeseen circumstances? Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, recalling that the fate lines he had observed previously indicated ominous signs, suggesting the involvement of formidable deities beyond his current capabilities. Not entirely. Some divine realms are quite concerned with their prestige and may include a few prodigies. If their journey unfolds smoothly, they will refrain from intervening, but should they find themselves outmatched, they will certainly act to salvage their realm's reputation, Gu Tianhe explained. Lu Yun clicked his tongue, realizing the underlying considerations. To avoid causing trouble for his master, it would be prudent to target the weaker opponents. Shortly thereafter, the delegation from other institutions met with Gu Tianhe and his group. Old Gu, why have you brought so many people this time? One of the other institutions' heads inquired. Noticing the presence of over a dozen individuals in Gu Tianhe's team, you are well aware of the backgrounds of the deities we harbor in our academy. How can we rise without engaging in conflict with others? However, this concerns the dignity of our divine realm. Losing excessively is undesirable. Each of us should send one or two of our strongest divine officials, Gu Tianhe asserted. Fearing this and that, how can we cultivate talent? True strength is forged through competition. Other divine realms dispatch numerous representatives, and we should demonstrate some measure of power as well, Gu Tianhe continued. I shall not debate with you. Let my academy's representatives take the lead, the other head replied. Gu Tianhe did not object. Who took the lead was of little consequence. The group arrived at the gathering point, and Lu Yun finally beheld the divine officials from other realms. Their auras varied widely, some formidable, others less so. Lu Yun activated his authority over fate, enhancing his vision. As a result, the lines of fate of all present vividly materialized before his eyes. Following the pre-marked indicators he had prepared, he identified the sources of the most untouchable fate lines. The aura of these individuals was vastly superior to his own as a newly appointed divine official. It appeared they were all on the cusp of becoming grand officials. He mentally noted the faces of several individuals, resolving not to challenge them should they take the stage. After a brief respite of a few days, the grand competition will commence in 3 days. The deity presiding over the event is a domain god, seemingly the head of a local academy. The venue they have arranged is situated within the very heart of the Divine Realm School. Return to your quarters and rest well, adjusting your state of mind, instructed Gu Tianhe. One by one, the participants departed, each assigned to their own private resting chambers. In the resting room, Lu Yun centered his thoughts, channeling his divine consciousness into the divine kingdom. With the guidance he had received from Luo Chun, he understood how to engage his followers effectively. Alert! A nationwide limited-time dungeon has been activated. Major Dungeon, Divine Battle. Content: engage in combat against the followers of various deities within their divine realms. Each victory will yield substantial rewards. Rewards: nationwide rewards distributed based on overall contribution, with personal rewards allocated according to individual contributions. Details regarding the dungeon's activation will be announced. Players are advised to prepare for battle. The game system resonated in the ears of 10 million participants. So soon. A divine battle. Someone exclaimed. Does anyone know how to return? After joining this faction, we were directly transported to the divine realm. We won't be stuck here forever, will we? This place isn't so bad. We can cultivate and enjoy the vast expanse of the heavens. Here, we could even establish our own civilization. And the god of fate has bestowed miracles for our use. While the extraordinary system is appealing, I still yearn for the modern societal life. I wish to return and flaunt my prowess. Lu Yun listened silently as the crowd debated. The affairs within the Divine Kingdom had been crafted into a grand virtual online game, populated with numerous monsters and creatures created by him through divine power, designed for them to battle and level up. Initially, this feature was intended for a later release, but it seemed it would need to be unveiled sooner. Alert! Main storyline activated. Story: achieve victory in the divine battle. Upon completion of the main storyline, the ability to traverse between realms will be unlocked. Chapter 367, Divine Battle Wonderful. We must secure victory in this event. Indeed, once we win, we can return and show off. Rest assured, even if it costs us our lives, we shall amass a victory. The crowd erupted in jubilant shouts. As they had declared, these individuals possessed the right to resurrect. The reason being that Luo Chun had constructed a spring within Lu Yun's divine kingdom. The cost was substantial in divine source points. Yet Luo Chun lacked nothing but divine source at present. Of course, the spring's effects were limited. For lower-level followers, the resurrection cost was somewhat lesser. In gaming terms, this meant a smaller deduction of experience. After all things adhere to certain principles. Therefore, resurrection incurs a cost, where the experience deducted equates to the vitality of the followers. Lu Yun could utilize his divine power to mitigate these side effects, or he could employ divine sources to offset them. Thus, in the event of large-scale follower casualties, when divine power could no longer sustain the burden, the divine source would serve as a safeguard. My master is indeed affluent. He is truly a hidden master. Otherwise, A mere great realm god could not possibly provide me with such an abundance of divine sources. With a staggering sum of 1,000 divine source points. Lu Yun reflected on the generosity bestowed upon him by Luo Chun before his seclusion. Initially, he was taken aback. After all, this was 1,000 divine sources. Under normal circumstances, it would take a deity a couple of millennia to amass sufficient divine power. Therefore, when Luo Chun presented such a substantial quantity of divine essence, it further affirmed his belief that his master was indeed a concealed powerhouse. Consequently, Luo Chun reaped a staggering return of 100 billion divine sources. Luo Chun remarked, "You may profit handsomely, but I shall never incur a loss." 3 days later, the long-anticipated exchange conference officially commenced. Deities from all corners of the realm gathered, smiles adorning their faces as they scrutinized their competitors from other academies. Lu Yun observed from behind Gu Tianhe. This exchange conference emphasized freedom, with no predetermined order of participation. A single arena was designated for combat, permitting a wheel battle format. The academy whose students maintained their position until the end would be declared victorious. However, ample rest periods were provided after each match, and while it was indeed a wheel battle, it was not feasible for one to exhaust a single opponent. After winning 3 consecutive matches, a participant could request to step down, allowing another from their academy to take the stage, with the option to return for further challenges. Yet, the moment one suffered a defeat, they would lose the privilege to continue, thus facing elimination. Gu Tianhe advised the group, without sufficient confidence, do not recklessly enter the fray. Divine warfare is no trifling matter. Should your opponent inadvertently slay you, it would merely be a stroke of misfortune. Listening to the counsel, the group nodded gravely. Though perilous, opportunities abounded. A victory in divine combat would grant ownership of the opponent's followers. This was a gamble, a contest for resources. At that moment, the leaders from other academies were also advising their students. Boom. The conference commenced. For the sake of fairness, the first academy to participate would be chosen at random. A large spinning wheel appeared above the venue. As the wheel spun and eventually came to a halt, the identity of the first participating academy was revealed. Observing the unfamiliar name, Lu Yun exhaled in relief. In such contests, the advantage of timing was particularly significant. Soon, the selected academy dispatched a student to defend their position. Lu Yun focused intently. The aura emanating from the contender was conventional for a deity, yet the specifics of their divine realm would only be revealed once battle commenced. The various academies began to deliberate amongst themselves. Gu Tianhe then addressed his students. Those of you who feel confident may step forward to challenge. However, I must remind you, winning a single match is inconsequential. Only after 3 consecutive victories can one retire with honor. Otherwise, you risk merely serving as a stepping stone for others. The group was well aware that a single defeat would result in the loss of both the followers gained in earlier matches and their own. This was indeed a high-stakes gamble, and it represented the finest opportunity for these deities of humble origin to ascend. As long as they continued to secure victories, their follower count would swell exponentially. Lu Yun observed the hesitant faces of his comrades, steadfast as a rock. Now was not the opportune moment to enter the fray. The initial defender, while possessing average strength, had far too few followers. It would be wiser to wait until the opponent secured a few victories before stepping in. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, ultimately, it was representatives from other academies who took to the stage. Without exchanging words, both sides unleashed their divine powers, intertwining their realms temporarily. Elder Gu, will we outsiders be able to witness the details of the divine battle taking place within? Lu Yun inquired. Typically, we would not. Gu Tianhe replied. Glancing around the arena, he continued, under special intervention, or should both parties voluntarily unveil their divine realms, only then may outsiders behold the spectacle. No sooner had he spoken than an ethereal projection materialized in the sky. Lu Yun frowned at the sight. The apparition appeared to be a projection of some artifact, likely a remarkable treasure. Thus, every divine battle would harbor no secrets, as any hidden trump cards would be laid bare to subsequent adversaries. Given my unique circumstances, I am bound to attract attention once the divine conflict commences, provoking the suspicions of others, Lu Yun pondered. With countless followers in the realm of divine officials, and the extraordinary miracles that can resurrect believers, each aspect seems unreasonable at my current level, especially since the head of my institution comprehends my situation far better. As he contemplated, the divine battle unfolded in fervent intensity. As the realms of the opposing deities converged, throngs of followers clashed valiantly. Lu Yun observed a multitude of races, each with distinct systems and commendable strength. Most races predominantly employed magical systems, characterized by their ease of initial transition, making them the most accessible form of extraordinary power for each race. Coupled with the blessings of the deities, once divine grace was bestowed, they would learn effortlessly. In contrast to the fervent clashes among the followers, the deities remained stationed at their respective divine sanctums, observing the unfolding events. The divine battle assessed not only the combat prowess of the followers, but also the potency of the deity's authority and their mastery over it. Each factor would inevitably sway the outcome. Gu Tianhe diligently elucidated the proceedings to Lu Yun, embodying a sense of personalized instruction. Lu Yun listened intently. The wisdom imparted by a senior was invaluable, especially since he was soon to take the stage himself. Every bit of knowledge gained now would prove beneficial. Regarding authority, while fate should not be wielded for aggression, it could be utilized to predict the battlefield's trajectory, ensuring an undefeated stance. The power of devouring authority was well suited for combat, primarily emphasizing violent output. As time progressed, the divine battle reached a fevered pitch, and the deities began to descend and engage in the fray. In comparison to the minor skirmishes of the followers, the deities' combat bore an apocalyptic gravitas. Amidst the chaos, every being within the center was obliterated indiscriminately. The followers, stricken by terror, fled in droves. Heed my command, annihilate the core of the opposing divine realm. The deities issued their final directives. To claim victory in the divine battle, one must utterly dismantle the adversary's divine realm, obliterate all their idols, and eradicate everything related to their faith. As Lu Yun observed the unfolding carnage, he could not help but lament the brutality of the divine conflict. Gulao, if one were to lose a divine battle, is there an opportunity to reclaim what was lost? Lu Yun inquired. No one could guarantee perpetual victory. Such a notion was impractical. Of course, what you lose are merely your followers. Your own realm will not diminish. However, should the divine realm be shattered, it may take years to regenerate. The larger the divine realm, the longer the gestation period. Thus, generally, unless one is faced with a do-or-die scenario, no one would recklessly instigate a divine battle, for it symbolizes a relentless struggle to the bitter end, Gu Tianhe remarked, his words laden with significance. This is precisely why one cannot witness students engaging in divine battles within the academy. Chapter 368, Annihilation. The grand tournament has persisted for several days, with the deities present keenly observing the proceedings. Throughout this time, no deity has managed to secure 3 consecutive victories. Lu Yun silently observes, acutely aware of his unique circumstances. The first match is undoubtedly assured, but the subsequent 2 challenges initiated by others pose a significant difficulty. With my current resources, I am certain to compel those in attendance to intervene. 1,000,000 followers, surely they cannot resist taking a gamble. As days swiftly pass, the tournament approaches its conclusion, with only a dozen or so participants remaining who still have the opportunity to compete. Observing Lu Yun's prolonged absence from the arena, Gu Tianhe expresses a hint of puzzlement. Initially believing Lu Yun has recognized the vast gulf between himself and the other deities, thus opting to forego participating and surrendering easily. Do not be disheartened. You have only recently ascended to the rank of divinity. It is natural to experience disparities with others. Consider this tournament a learning experience. You may return with greater confidence next time, Gu Tianhe reassures him. Lu Yun, wearing a bemused expression, wonders about the principal's remarks. Not dwelling on it further, he turns his gaze to the center of the arena, where a divine battle has just concluded, and rises to approach the platform. After days of accumulated divine skirmishes, the number of followers amassed is staggering, reaching several million, even with numerous casualties in each match. Otherwise, the figure would be exponentially higher. The remaining deities eye the challenger with fervent ambition. Should they secure a victory and endure for 2 additional rounds, they would ascend rapidly. While the identity of the ultimate victor is of little concern to them, the deities participating in the tournament are solely focused on increasing their follower count. The glory of the divine realm holds little significance when weighed against their personal interests. On the platform, the opponent gazes at Lu Yun with evident fatigue. As the tournament nears its end, the battles become increasingly arduous, with each deity strategically allowing the guardian to win 2 matches, only to then unleash a competitor of equal strength in pristine condition for the 3rd bout. Sensing that Lu Yun's aura is considerably weaker, the opponent is taken aback, then filled with delight. They had not anticipated that an unsuspecting deity would step forth to aid them. A victory here would significantly ease their path ahead. What is this? Is he an infiltrator? His strength is clearly insufficient. How infuriating. He is here to disrupt the proceedings. All the hard-earned followers I have accumulated may slip through my fingers. The deities below glare at Lu Yun with ire. Even Gu Tianhe cannot fathom Lu Yun's intentions. Could it be that he genuinely possesses the confidence to prevail? Yet, that seems implausible. What are the subsequent matches? The other deities would not permit him to achieve 3 consecutive victories. This complicates matters with young Luo Chun. Gu Tianhe feels a pang of regret. Lu Yun's swift entry into the arena left him no time to intervene. You have the duration of an incense stick to recuperate, Lu Yun remarks indifferently. Following each battle, the victor is granted a moment to gather themselves. The opponent regards Lu Yun intently before levitating into a meditative state. During this interval, Lu Yun focused his consciousness inward, consolidating his divine realm and issuing his final commands. Once everything was prepared, a stick of incense's time swiftly elapsed. The opponent slowly opened his eyes and remarked, "Though I am uncertain of your confidence, I must express my gratitude for your assistance. I shall graciously accept these millions of followers." Lu Yun did not respond. Instead, he gathered his divine power and charged toward the adversary. The latter grinned, reciprocating with the same intensity. In that instant, divine energy coalesced into a singular mass, connecting their divine realms. Lu Yun deftly entered his divine domain. closely followed by his opponent. The divine battle instance officially commences. All players strive to slay the enemy and conquer their divine realm. Woohoo! The war has finally begun. I shall lead the charge. Hold on, hold on. Witness my extraordinary initiation as a mark of respect. The players erupted in enthusiastic cheers, unleashing tens of thousands of extraordinary spells toward the enemy's divine realm. The newly appointed overseer of his divine domain was taken aback. What is happening? With no other recourse, he had to intervene personally, as his followers could not withstand this onslaught. Your opponent is me, in this battle of the void. Lu Yun swiftly positioned himself beside the adversary, who, in terror, hastily tried to distance himself. Lu Yun offered no opportunity, seizing him and vanishing into the void. As the war between their followers raged, Lu Yun was confident that this would be a crushing victory. Just as he had anticipated, the disparity in follower numbers was overwhelming. Although the opponent had amassed millions of followers, the divine battle could not mobilize these false devotees. Tens of thousands against 10 million, the advantage was clearly his. While Lu Yun and his opponent engaged fiercely in the void, the observing deities remained silent. If I am not mistaken, the number of followers here is roughly 7 to 8 million, isn't it? Perhaps even 10 million. Hiss, isn't he a priest? A priest possessing 10 million followers. Damn it, could he be another scion of a prominent family? How infuriating. With such a privileged background, why must he contend for our sole resource? Oh no. Who can restrain this fellow? Otherwise, the upcoming divine battles will be utterly predictable, given the overwhelming number of his followers. Let us refrain from speculation. It primarily depends on whether those few individuals will take action. The deities whispered among themselves, their faces painted with anger. While they envied the deities of noble birth, they would not speak out against them. However, to be of noble lineage and still compete for the sole resource was utterly disgraceful. At this moment, Gu Tianhe remained in shock, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? Is this truly a disciple of Luo Chen? Surely there cannot be another with the same name and a somewhat similar appearance? I recall his divine realm had only just awakened to 10 kilometers. Not to mention wise beings, he didn't even possess ordinary beings. How could such a transformation occur in just a few years? Gu Tianhe pondered, forming a conjecture in his mind. Sigh, that lad Luo Chen, I initially thought his decision to take on disciples was merely a fleeting whim, but unexpectedly. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the other's selflessness, realizing that he himself could never exhibit such magnanimity. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, this divine battle concluded rapidly, without any suspense. The players effortlessly overran the adversary's divine realm. A barrage of magic bombarded the opposing divine realm, leaving it in utter disarray. The adversary seethed with rage, having anticipated a mere contest of goodwill, only to find themselves targeted by a scion of a family. How utterly infuriating. The opponent, trembling with indignation, pointed an accusing finger at Lu Yun, who engages in rational discourse during a divine battle. The world has always favored the victors, while the vanquished are deemed villains. I do not pretend to be a paragon of virtue. Therefore, I shall gladly claim your divine realm and its faithful. Lu Yun activated his power of consumption. Wait, you have clearly triumphed. Why not spare my divine realm? The adversary's eyes turned crimson as they beheld their realm being devoured. A palpable aura of murderous intent surrounding them. Lu Yun paid no heed. Having emerged victorious, why should he show mercy? There was no advantage in doing so. It was far more prudent to absorb the divine realm and thus enlarge his own. After a considerable duration, the once magnificent divine realm of the opponent was wholly consumed. Under the transformation of power, Lu Yun's own divine realm expanded by 1,000 kilometers. Witnessing the obliteration of their realm, the opponent spat blood, their vision darkening as they succumbed to unconsciousness. The victor, Lu Yun, you have a moment to recuperate. Other challengers may now take their places, the judge proclaimed. Most of the deities below clenched their teeth in frustration. Lu Yun's actions were exceedingly ruthless. How intriguing, the power of consumption, and such a vast number of followers. It truly piques my interest, several deities thought, eager to test their mettle. Lu Yun, meanwhile, kept a watchful eye on a few marked deities. Recognizing their restless demeanor and realizing that this encounter would not conclude amicably. Chapter 369. Deep Blue Enhancements. This assembly has presented an intriguing opponent. I shall engage him. Murmured a figure in the audience, disregarding the admonitions of their companions as they stepped onto the arena before anyone else. You are Lu Yun, are you not? Consider yourself fortunate to have fallen to my prowess. This is your honor, Wang Ku proclaimed, brimming with self-satisfaction. Lu Yun's lips twitched. Are all scions of families so arrogant? Surely, this individual cannot bear defeat and will call upon their parents. He implied knowingly. Huh, sharp-tongued and boastful. Do you truly believe that a mere 10 million followers guarantees your victory over me? Wang Ku's expression darkened. The mention of his lineage was his sore spot. Lu Yun's words insinuated that his strength was inadequate, relying solely on familial influence, rendering him a worthless dandy. If you are aware of your impending defeat, why not hastily vacate the stage to avoid further humiliation? Lu Yun had no intention of being gracious. The challenge had been issued. My master is invincible, Luo Chen exclaimed. You fool, you seek death. Wang Ku, incensed, summoned divine power in preparation for an assault. Judge, someone is violating the rules. Lu Yun drawled leisurely. The time for recuperation has not yet elapsed. Indeed, as his words fell, Wang Ku received a warning from the judge, which only fueled his fury. Yet, bound by the constraints of the rules, he could only seethe impotently from the sidelines. Lu Yun flashed a grin in response, then, dismissing the raucous clown, closed his eyes to meditate. Even without the need for recuperation, I shall take my time to unsettle your mindset. Soon enough, the time for recuperation elapsed. Gu Tianhe in the audience felt a bead of sweat trickle down for Lu Yun. This adversary is no mere deity of the common folk, but rather a divine being hailing from a prominent family lineage. Their wealth is substantial, should they gain favor. The number of their adherents could soar into the tens of millions, contingent upon their standing within the family hierarchy. Moreover, this contest presents a precarious dilemma for Lu Yun. Victory would invite retribution, while defeat would squander countless faithful followers and jeopardize his own foundation, effectively obliterating a promising start and undermining Luo Chen's sacrifices and groundwork. Gu Tianhe's mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts, deliberating whether to intervene and safeguard Lu Yun. Yet, the ultimate authority within the divine realm rests with the greater deities. He remains merely a laborer, devoid of significant backing. Should these illustrious families exert pressure, the greater deity would undoubtedly hesitate to offend another greater deity on behalf of a couple of commoners. Alas, it is often said that the lives of mortals are as ephemeral as grass. How different is the plight of the divine? In a moment of self-recrimination, Gu Tianhe lamented that had he not brought Lu Yun here, this turmoil might have been avoided, sparing his dear friend Luo Chun from such unwarranted misfortune. Amidst his ruminations, the fierce battle had already commenced. Lu Yun, commanding from within the divine realm, wielded authority as players followed his lead to conquer cities and fortresses. The disciples of the rival faction matched his followers in number. The outcome now hinged on strategy and the combat prowess of their respective adherents. A glance at the miraculous spring within the divine realm afforded Lu Yun a measure of reassurance. While their followers may be comparable, the miracle itself, the spring, was valued at a staggering 100,000 divine sources. He found it hard to believe that the opposing family possessed such resources. The construction of this miracle by Luo Chun had initially astonished him. 100,000 divine sources. It takes the greater deity millennia to accumulate mere thousands. This realization solidified Lu Yun's conviction that his master was indeed a hidden powerhouse. If not for such stature, how could one effortlessly provide 100,000 divine sources for his cultivation? Thus, the supposed realm of his master, the greater deity, was but a facade, a clever deception. Countless magical assaults arced across the heavens of the divine realm, as players reveled in the chaos. By the heavens, this divine conflict is far more exhilarating than the last. Is this what a large-scale battle feels like? Thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by a terrifying spell, only to find himself returned to the spring moments later. Blast it. An ambush, is it? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Fueled by rage, he surged from the spring towards the battlefield. Such scenes were commonplace within the divine realm. The players grew increasingly exhilarated, while their opponents faced mounting trepidation. Strange. Why do they appear as if they've been injected with adrenaline and show no fear? Odd. Why do more of them keep appearing? Their firepower intensifies. The battle raged on for an entire day and night. Lu Yun's followers showed no signs of depletion, while the opposing faction, once boasting millions, saw their numbers dwindle to mere hundreds of thousands. In just one day, millions of adherents had perished. Such a brutal divine conflict left onlookers gasping in disbelief. Is this the nature of combat among the scions of illustrious families? What a waste. I truly cannot comprehend the motives of these individuals participating in such a grand competition. The number of their followers gained pales in comparison to their losses. They display expressions of regret, condemning the two deities on stage. Shouldn't your focus be on the fact that Lu Yun's follower count shows no signs of diminishing? Blindseer, you have pinpointed the crux of the matter. Oh, it indeed seems so. But why is that? Something feels amiss. It is exceedingly perplexing. The gaze of the deities converges upon Lu Yun's divine realm. Those with profound insight have already discerned everything, their eyes glimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. Gu Tianhe is equally astonished by the miraculous spring waters within Lu Yun's divine domain. Could it be? Does Luo Chun possess such a wealth of divine sources? How was I unaware of this? Gu Tianhe's expression is one of existential doubt. He has never encountered such affluence even among domain deities. So how could a mere great domain deity have such resources? For a moment, Gu Tianhe is bewildered. Has that fellow concealed his true level? I must inquire upon my return. If he truly has hidden his prowess, then I need not fret excessively about subsequent reproaches from him. Within the divine realm, how could this be possible? Wang Ku also notices the incongruity. The miracles possessed by Lu Yun are not secrets, and he is well aware of their construction costs. As for why he does not possess them, it is obvious. Constructing such wonders is not worth the investment. With 100,000 divine sources, one could cultivate a new domain deity. Such construction is simply not cost-effective. After all, while the initial benefits are indeed impressive, the revival costs in the later stages are exorbitant, and the builders cannot bear such burdens. What gives him the audacity? Wong Ke finds himself in a quandary. The ability to construct such wonders implies that the other party's background is at least as formidable as his own, if not superior. Regardless, securing victory in this divine battle is paramount. I shall investigate this individual upon my return. Wong Ke remains confident in his ability to prevail. What does it matter if you can resurrect? With such immense consumption, do you possess sufficient divine power? I suspect you are already at your limit. Ultimately, the outcome of this divine conflict will hinge upon the battles between the deities themselves. Lu Yun, your time has come. Ha ha ha, utterly foolish. Even with millions of followers and numerous miracles, such extravagance cannot be sustained. This battle shall be mine. Wong Ke laughs heartily, his divine presence hovering above Lu Yun's divine realm. Below, the followers fervently chant and cheer. Wong Ke sneers, finding it truly absurd that one would resurrect so many ineffective beings. Even if the initial costs of resurrection are low, this is not how it should be utilized. Observing the confident demeanor of his opponent, Lu Yun lets out a soft sigh, his heart heavy with sorrow, silently proclaiming, Deep Blue, enhance my power. Indeed, my divine power is lacking, but I have the means to invest. Throughout the battle, Lu Yun has been offsetting the costs of resurrection with divine sources. For he anticipated this very scenario. Chapter 370. Intimidation in the face of Wong Ke's provocation, Lu Yun remains undaunted, boldly confronting the challenge head-on. The two engage in a fierce struggle amidst the void. The followers within the divine realm launch their final assault. As the intensity escalates, the opposing millions of followers are forced to retreat. The divine realm suffers significant losses, and countless divine statues and structures are laid to waste. Observing this scene, Wong Ke's heart races with urgency. Why is your divine power so abundant? He could hardly believe the scene before him. It was supposed to be his advantage. Yet it had culminated in a complete rout for his side. The audacity of wealth allowed Lu Yun to nonchalantly toy with the remaining 700 or 800 divine sources. Well done, you certainly have a fierce spirit. Wong Ke, overwhelmed by anger, finally grasped the reality of the situation. It was no surprise that someone with the backing to construct divine marvels could muster hundreds of divine sources at the divine official level. As a scion of a prominent family, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Casting a deep glance at Lu Yun, Wong Ke resolved to investigate the latter's identity. If he truly had powerful connections, he would let this matter rest. However, if he were merely a fortunate fool, he would settle old scores along with the new. Haha, brother Lu Yun, you truly are a hidden dragon in the depths. This time, I, Wong Ke, have lost the divine battle. Wong Ke clasped his fists in apology, recognizing the importance of maintaining appearances before resorting to confrontation. His disjointed behavior caused Lu Yun to narrow his eyes slightly, and in a brief moment, he discerned the other's intent. What a clever calculation. Investigate away. My master is not to be trifled with. Brother Wong, you jest. Since I have emerged victorious, the authority to govern this divine realm is now in my hands. Lu Yun declared, activating his devouring powers. Wait, are you truly determined to press this matter? Wong Ke's expression darkened. He had anticipated that by conceding, Lu Yun would show restraint, considering his status. To his surprise, the latter responded with unyielding force. What nonsense are you spouting, Brother Wong? Is it not only right that the victor governs the divine realm? Lu Yun grinned, his demeanor unwavering. Wong Ke fell silent. Yet the tightening of his fists betrayed his simmering anger. The more assertive Lu Yun became, the less Wong Ke dared to retaliate, for it confirmed the latter's formidable backing. Very well, it is merely a matter of reconstituting the divine realm. Fortunately, I am only at the divine official level. It will only take a few years. Haha. Brother Lu Yun speaks wisely. Wong Ke gritted his teeth. You had better be grateful for your powerful connections. Otherwise, I would have ground you to dust, shackled your soul, and reduced you to ashes in the infernal flames for eternity. Lu Yun paid no heed to Wong Ke's venomous glare, devouring the entire divine realm right before his eyes. It was evident that, as a family disciple, his innate talents surpassed those of ordinary deities. While the diameter of most divine realms at the divine official level ranged from 1,000 to several thousand kilometers, this individual possessed one that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. Yet now, this vast divine realm belonged to him. With a resounding boom, under the influence of his devouring abilities, Lu Yun's divine realm expanded to a staggering diameter of 100,000 kilometers, multiplying in size by over tenfold. He cast a grateful glance at Wong Ke. This fellow was surprisingly generous, gifting him millions of followers along with the divine realm, truly a benefactor. In this battle, Lu Yun emerged victorious. The referee announced the final result. At that moment, the watching deities snapped back to reality. They were unaware of the final exchange between the two, only observing Wong Ke's surrender. Family disciples remained true to their lineage. It was baffling why they would wade into such murky waters. Other deities scoffed, enjoying the spectacle from a distance. Let the contest unfold. After all, this generation's common deities have no hope of victory. Let the scions of noble families vie fiercely among themselves. Lu Yun surveyed the surroundings before closing his eyes to rest. If he could secure one more victory, he would be able to withdraw unscathed, leaving the matter of revenge for another time. For now, he aimed to reap the benefits at hand. Time slipped by swiftly. Yet this time, no other deities emerged to take the stage. The assembled gods exchanged glances, puzzled. Why were those self-important beings hesitating? Surely, they were not afraid? Is this all those noble offspring are capable of? The deities of humble origins continually incited one another. Meanwhile, the noble scions furrowed their brows. Having witnessed the previous divine battle, they lacked confidence in their ability to prevail. After all, their opponents possessed vast resources and a miraculous ability to resurrect followers. This advantage, if sufficiently funded, could be a game-changer, and their adversaries indeed had it. Thus, none of them wished to step forth and face certain defeat in this predictable scenario. The atmosphere grew tense. Lu Yun, bemused, wondered if they were truly intimidated. Judge, since no one dares to challenge, can we declare our victory in the divine domain? The judge, taken aback, had never encountered such a situation. He glanced towards the director, who nodded, prompting him to proceed without hesitation. Due to the lack of challengers, I hereby declare Lu Yun the victor of the contest. The radiant divine domain triumphs. Upon hearing the final result, Gu Tianhe felt as if he were in a dream. They truly won. Ah, Principal Gu, your academy has produced an exceptional talent. Upon your return, the great deity of the domain will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. A fellow academy head feigned congratulations, his words laced with veiled implications. Indeed, a miraculous feat worth 100,000 divine sources. One wonders if it was mere luck that secured such a legacy. They continued their charade, while Gu Tianhe's expression darkened. These individuals only engaged in internal strife. Submissive to external pressures, yet striking hard within. Fuming, Gu Tianhe stormed off. Lu Yun, just returned, was baffled by Gu Tianhe's demeanor but followed him nonetheless. On their way back, Gu Tianhe remained silent, only breaking his silence once they returned to the academy and dismissed the others. With a grave expression, he turned to Lu Yun and asked, Lu Yun, I need a candid answer. Has Luo Chen broken through to become a great deity? This was the only hypothesis that could explain the recent events. If Luo Chen were indeed a great deity, then the expenditure of 100,000 divine sources would seem reasonable. Even for a great deity, parting with such a sum would be painful, yet it could clarify matters. Could it not? I do not know, Principal Gu. How could I discern my master's realm as his disciple? Lu Yun shrugged, then added in a softer tone. However, I can assure you that my master's realm is certainly not that of a great deity. Gu Tianhe scrutinized Lu Yun's expression, finding no sign of deception in his earnest demeanor. I surmise that your master's realm is likely above that of the great domain god. Possibly even that of the eternal god, or perhaps even the god of rules. Is this true? Gu Tianhe's lips twitched, a look of skepticism etched across his face. Could it be that this young lad, Luo Chen, possesses such extraordinary prowess? Has he been deceiving me all these millennia? When will your master emerge from seclusion? I wish to converse with him thoroughly. Gu Tianhe remained somewhat apprehensive. As for that, I cannot say. My master has only been in seclusion for a year. A being of his caliber surely cannot emerge so swiftly, Lu Yun pondered. Chapter 371. Reluctantly emerging from seclusion with a sigh, Gu Tianhe decided to relent, advising. During this period, it would be prudent for you to refrain from attending the academy and instead remain within the divine realm to avoid drawing attention. Is it that Elder Gu fears those individuals may trouble me? Lu Yun contemplated. That is one concern. Additionally, there may be ill-intentioned individuals within the divine domain who would seek to test you. To prevent unnecessary complications, it is best to remain cautious until your master emerges from his seclusion, Gu Tianhe expressed, his face reflecting his exasperation, chiefly worried that these individuals might escalate matters to the great domain god, which would be disastrous. Very well, Elder Gu, I shall heed your counsel, Lu Yun acquiesced. Splendid. Return and diligently enhance your cultivation. Ultimately, strength is what truly matters in this world, Gu Tianhe remarked with a forlorn expression. He had been stagnated at the domain god level for thousands of years, primarily due to insufficient resources. The transition to great domain god represents a significant threshold. While it requires 100,000 divine sources to cultivate a domain god, ascending from domain god to great domain god necessitates at least 1 million divine sources. Contingent upon meeting other criteria, after several millennia, his followers had provided nearly 200,000 divine sources, and through his labor in this divine domain, he had accumulated an additional 300,000, still falling short by 500,000. Investigate Lu Yun's background in the radiant divine domain. Wang Ke commanded his subordinates upon returning to his family's divine domain. Remember, do not instigate any conflicts until you have thoroughly investigated, and ensure he remains unaware of your actions. Yes, young master, his subordinates acknowledged, setting forth to carry out the task. Wang Ke was not alone in his endeavors. Many young scions from various families present at the assembly became intrigued by Lu Yun, dispatching their own subordinates to investigate. Compared to Wang Ke's covert approach, these families, which had not offended Lu Yun, acted with much greater transparency. With the potential backing of a great domain god, or even an eternal God. They naturally wished to forge connections, and even if nothing materialized, they risked little. Are you saying that within my divine domain resides a great domain God? The radiant great domain God regarded those reporting to him with contemplation. Indeed, my lord, and the probability is quite high. Although this situation seems improbable, we cannot dismiss the possibility that they are plotting something. A thorough investigation is advised. Several deans embellished the situation. Understood, you may leave, the radiant God stated expressionlessly. The group exchanged glances, perplexed by the radiant great domain God's demeanor. My lord, this matter is not for you to concern yourselves with. The radiant great domain God replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he cast a glance at them. The formidable aura he exuded sent chills down their spines, prompting them to respectfully withdraw. It is indeed a tumultuous season. Having just emerged from seclusion, I find myself confronted with this matter. Has it been infiltrated during this period? The Divine Lord of the Radiant Domain has summoned Gu Tianhe to the temple. The thought that the Divine Lord seeks me sends a tremor through Gu Tianhe's heart. He approaches the temple with trepidation, and upon catching sight of the Divine Lord seated above, he feels a jolt of alarm. The presence emanating from the Divine Lord is far more potent than it was a millennium ago. Has he ascended closer to the eternal God? Greetings, Divine Lord of the Radiant Domain. Gu Tianhe suppresses his inner turmoil and bows respectfully. Yes, I have summoned you for a reason. I trust you are aware of the situation. Now, speak of what you know, and do not conceal anything. Though the tone remains calm, Gu Tianhe perceives a palpable sense of menace. After a moment of mental preparation, he begins to report the information at hand. He strives to emphasize that Luo Chun is merely an ordinary deity, incapable of being the figure behind Lu Yun. He lists Luo Chun's performances over the past several millennia and notes that his realm has reached its limit. Thus, Divine Lord, it is likely that the miraculous events are merely a result of Lu Yun awakening his innate inheritance. The Divine Lord of the Radiant Domain remains silent, lost in contemplation. The prolonged silence leaves Gu Tianhe restless, uncertain if his defense holds any merit. That young lad is still within the divine realm, I presume, the Divine Lord states indifferently. Indeed, Gu Tianhe replies, his expression grave. Have we truly reached this juncture? The truth shall be revealed once that young man is summoned. My lord, please do not make me repeat myself. The tone is frigid, leaving no room for negotiation. Gu Tianhe clenches his fists. Yes, within the realm of Luo Chun. Gu Tianhe bursts into the divine domain with an anxious countenance. Old Gu, what has happened? Sensing Gu Tianhe's arrival, Lu Yun rises from his meditation to greet him. Where is your master? Hurry and summon him. Are you not aware that my master is still in seclusion? Oh dear, what time is it? He cannot remain in seclusion any longer. If you do not leave soon, it will be too late. Gu Tianhe hastily recounts the gravity of the situation. Thus, you and your master must swiftly depart the divine realm. Otherwise, you shall not escape the Divine Lord's grasp. But my master is still in seclusion. Would interrupting him not lead to a backlash? Lu Yun is momentarily at a loss. Oh, it's not a breakthrough. It is merely cultivation, which pales in comparison to life itself. All right then, old Gu, please follow me. Lu Yun nods, though he previously believed that with his master's strength, there was no need to fear the Divine Lord's difficulties. Yet all assumptions rest on the premise that his master is a hidden powerhouse. What if the previous speculations are unfounded? What if his master is indeed just a domain god? As these thoughts race through his mind, Lu Yun too becomes anxious under Gu Tianhe's influence. What if I inadvertently put my master in jeopardy? Before the temple, Gu Tianhe calls out, Master, Master, this is dire. Luo Chun, you must come out quickly, or it will be too late. Inside the temple, Luo Chun, engrossed in his meditation, frowns and slowly opens his eyes, exiting his state of cultivation. Hearing the commotion outside, confusion washes over him. What is the matter? Has the sky fallen? What are you two shouting about? As Luo Chun pushed open the grand doors of the temple, he was met with the sight of an elderly man and a young one, both looking rather anxious. Master, there is an urgent matter at hand. Old Gu has been pressing me relentlessly, leaving me no choice. Lu Yun chuckled lightly. Luo Chun shot him a glare before turning his gaze towards Gu Tianhe, silently urging him to elucidate the situation. Without hesitating, Gu Tianhe succinctly recounted the events of recent times and clarified the current crisis. Ah, truly my esteemed disciple. Luo Chun remarked with narrowed eyes, directing a scrutinizing look at Lu Yun. Cough, Master. I certainly did not anticipate this situation. I merely sought to gain some benefits. Please do not be angered. With your remarkable prowess, there is no need to fret over the domain of light. Is there? Lu Yun's tone wavered with uncertainty. Had it not been for Gu Tianhe's unsettling influence, he would have confidently declared his master's invincibility. Now, he could only gaze at Luo Chun with trepidation. Ignoring the anxious gaze, Luo Chun focused on his system panel. Host, Luo Chun, Realm, Domain God, Divine Name, Omniscient and Almighty Eternal God, Faith Source, 785, 250, 000, Incense Source, 725, 410, 000, Divine Source, slightly incomplete, Believers, Fanatics, 100, 300,000. Devout believers, 40,000,000. Ordinary believers, 830,000,000. System functions, plunder, copy. Amplification, tenfold. Otherworldly summoning, sign in. Discipleship returns, tenfold. Chat group, system evaluation. You have transcended the realm of mediocrity. A domain god, yet still not sufficient. Luo Chen fell into contemplation. His rapid advancement was largely due to his abundant divine source and the recent expansion of his divine realm, which had barely allowed him to enter the ranks of domain gods. However, he reassured himself that he possessed hidden cards. Chapter 372. A mere flick of the wrist opening his system backpack, Luo Chen gazed at a particular item. Realm Elevation Card. Upon use, it instantly elevates one's power by one major realm, lasting for 1 day. Applicable only to rule gods and below. As for the origin of this item, it was, of course, obtained through sign-ins. His system boasted a sign-in function, and over the years, he had diligently made time for it each day. Initially, the rewards were modest, but gradually they improved. This particular item had only recently been acquired, intended to be kept as a trump card, yet it seemed its time had come sooner than expected. Casting a resentful glance at Lu Yun, he thought to himself, was it not true that the child of destiny possessed an extraordinary knack for attracting trouble? Do not panic. It is merely a domain god. I am far from weak enough to be threatened by such, Luo Chen stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's heart leaped with joy. His master was indeed a hidden powerhouse. The implication of Luo Chen's words suggested that, for certain reasons, his strength had waned. Yet he was still formidable enough to crush a domain god. Receiving this reassurance, Lu Yun felt a wave of calm wash over him. Was this the essence of having a solid background? A sense of security enveloped him. Cough. Luo Chen, you are not merely boasting, are you? Gu Tianhe questioned skeptically. I have watched you grow since childhood. How could I not know of your prowess? Old Gu, have you ever seen me jest? Luo Chen replied. Luo Chen found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. Indeed, Elder Gu, my master would never jest, and based on my understanding of him. This must certainly be true, Lu Yun asserted, his hand firmly pressed against his chest. Having witnessed Luo Chen's wealth firsthand, he was utterly convinced of the matter. A twitch played at the corner of Luo Chen's mouth. Your understanding of me? What do you truly know? Very well, then, Luo Chen, what are your plans moving forward? Gu Tianhe inquired. Rather than dwell on that, old Gu, you should contemplate your own escape route. Your involvement in this affair will not be overlooked by the god of the radiant domain, Luo Chen pointedly remarked. No worries. I had already resolved to seek refuge in another great domain before coming here, Gu Tianhe sighed. After diligently serving in this place for several millennia, the god of the radiant domain had offered him no hope for promotion. Coupled with the intense internal strife, he had grown utterly disillusioned. Luo Chen, deep in thought, realized that now as a great domain god, he could establish his own divine realm, allowing him to cultivate and break through without being tethered to another's territory. You might as well join me afterward, Luo Chen extended an olive branch. Indeed, Elder Gu, following my master would undoubtedly be preferable to remaining under the god of radiance. Lu Yun chimed in, having a favorable impression of Gu Tianhe, who had previously looked out for him. He sincerely hoped the latter would accompany Luo Chen. After all, given his master's vast wealth, addressing Gu Tianhe's resource concerns would be a mere trifle. Gu Tianhe wore a peculiar expression, feeling as though he were being courted. Should you truly be a great domain god, I would not mind aligning myself with you. Then it is settled. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Ah, such delightful conversation. Why not stay forever? A voice thundered in their ears. Gu Tianhe was startled, quickly looking up at the horizon. Indeed, the figure of the god of the radiant domain loomed in the sky, a mocking expression gracing his features as he regarded the trio. Upon witnessing this, Luo Chen discreetly activated the items within his backpack. Feeling his strength surge exponentially, the tension in his heart began to ease. Is this the power of an eternal god? A remarkable leap from a domain god to a great domain god. It appears that with each elevation in realm, there is a qualitative leap in difficulty, growing increasingly formidable. The god of the radiant domain gazed at Luo Chen, a frown creasing his brow. The inability to perceive his realm was indeed suspicious. Momentarily, he hesitated to take direct action. If Luo Chen's power surpassed that of a great domain god, engaging him would surely lead to dire consequences. Yet, he was loath to allow the three to depart unimpeded. With this thought, the god of the radiant domain descended slowly. Gu Tianhe quickly positioned himself in front of the two. Luo Chen felt a warmth in his heart. How many years ago had Gu Tianhe similarly shielded him in times of trouble? He never imagined he would once again experience such camaraderie. He stepped forward and gently patted Gu Tianhe's shoulder, signaling him to step back. This time, it was his turn to protect Gu Tianhe. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Tianhe retreated, aware that although the gap between a domain god and a great domain god was merely one realm, in combat, a domain god could hardly make a ripple before a great domain god's might. The contrast between the ability of the great domain deity to establish a divine realm that accommodates trillions of beings, while the domain deity cannot, is quite apparent. At this moment, Gu Tianhe could only pray that what Luo Chun had just stated was true. Otherwise, today would mark their demise. The deity of light contemplated his words before inquiring, "May I ask what noble purpose brings you to my divine realm?" Noble purpose is hardly applicable. I merely seek a tranquil place for self-cultivation. Is my presence truly causing you such unease? Luo Chun replied with a light chuckle. The deity of light remained silent, casting a penetrating glance at Luo Chun, assessing whether he was merely a paper tiger. Instead of launching a direct attack, he unleashed the full might of the domain deity, amplifying the pressure within the divine realm several-fold. The weakest among them, Lu Yun, immediately faltered, while Gu Tianhe, though affected, quickly supported Lu Yun, both struggling to stand under the immense weight. Luo Chun scoffed softly, causing the oppressive atmosphere to dissipate instantly. It seems this fellow will not relent unless I demonstrate my true capabilities. Summoning the staff forged from his divine authority, he gently struck it against the ground. In an instant, radiant light erupted, and the entire divine realm appeared to freeze in time. All deities within the realm were taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. They attempted to cry out, but their bodies remained unresponsive, leaving them to stand in bewilderment. The deity of light's pupils constricted, his mouth agape in disbelief. Do you enjoy testing your limits? Shall I conduct an experiment within your divine realm? Luo Chun spoke leisurely, the only one still capable of movement. The deity of light wished to shake his head in denial, but found his body utterly uncooperative. Fear gripped him as he realized he had provoked a force he should not have trifled with. Before him stood Luo Chun, undoubtedly an eternal deity. In the presence of eternal existence, all beings succumbed to silence, their corporeal forms reduced to dust, their consciousness extinguished from the world. During this process, one can only watch helplessly as they fade away, a truly harrowing experience. This signifies the threshold of the eternal deity. Akin to how a domain deity can create a divine realm, an eternal deity can plunge any area into eternal stillness. With a snap of his fingers, Luo Chun restored everything to its original state. The deity of light gasped in horror, panting heavily. Behind him, Lu Yun stood proudly, chest out, declaring, "Behold, this is my master." Gu Tianhe's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Initially believing Luo Chun had reached the pinnacle of the domain deity, he was astonished to discover he had ascended to the status of an eternal deity. Gazing at the imposing figure ahead, Gu Tianhe wore a look of deep resentment. Well, you've been playing me for thousands of years, haven't you? He could hardly believe that Luo Chun had only recently achieved this status. After all, an eternal deity is not something to be underestimated. He suspected that Luo Chun had already attained this level before joining the divine realm. How absurd it was that he had toiled tirelessly to assist others, only to realize that Luo Chun must be a trickster, delighting in the irony of joining the domain deity's realm. Was it possible that he had been performing for him all these years just to flaunt his power today? It seemed quite plausible. Very well, I concede, you have indeed outshone me. Chapter 373. Opening the divine realm. My lord, I beg your forgiveness for my offense. I was misled by nefarious individuals, which led me to disturb you. Please, grant me your mercy, the god of the radiant domain implored earnestly. If my strength were inferior to yours today, perhaps we would indeed be left to face a fate as grim as you previously suggested. Yet now you ask for my clemency. What gives rise to such naive hopes? Luo Chun replied, his tone indifferent. After so many years of cultivation, how is it that one regresses instead of progresses? Were you in my position, would you truly act so? The god of the radiant domain felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. I am willing to offer all my divine resources as compensation. I implore you, spare me, he declared, realizing that hesitation could lead to his immediate demise. As the weaker party, he had no room for error and could not discern his opponent's limits. Thus he laid bare all his assets in a desperate plea for mercy. Luo Chun regarded him with newfound respect. Such decisiveness was indeed commendable, explaining his ascension to the status of a domain god. However, divine resources were of little interest to Luo Chun. Insufficient. Merely offering divine resources cannot bargain for your life, he stated, plunging the god of the radiant domain into despair. Desperate to seize a glimmer of hope, the god of the radiant domain contemplated a counterattack. Yet before he could act, Luo Chun's voice resonated once more. Serve me for a millennium, and I shall overlook your transgressions. Furthermore, you need not sacrifice your divine resources. Do you agree? Taken aback, the god of the radiant domain felt a surge of joy within. I agree. I am willing. To ally himself with an eternal deity was a dream he never dared to entertain. Domain gods were commonplace in this realm, but eternal deities were exceedingly rare. Divine rule was even more elusive, having not appeared for millennia. Thus, aligning with an eternal deity would render him immune to the wrath of other domain gods. Seeing his agreement, Luo Chun felt satisfied. The prospect of securing a domain god service without the cost of divine resources was far more advantageous. Rise. Until I issue further commands, you are to maintain your usual conduct. Should any matters arise, I will send someone to liaise with you, Luo Chun instructed. Yes, my lord. The god of the radiant domain exhaled in relief. This matter concludes here. However, Those who whisper and stir trouble behind the scenes, you know how to handle them. With that, Luo Chen departed the radiant divine domain, accompanied by Lu Yun and Gu Tianhe. As he watched Luo Chen's retreating figure, the god of the radiant domain felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Those scoundrels deserve their fate. Even if my lord does not command it, I shall see to their demise. He seethed, recalling the individuals who had embellished tales before him. Had he not acted swiftly to plead for mercy, he would have met a dire end today. With this thought, the god of the radiant domain rose and set about summoning those individuals to settle the score. Lord, are you planning to take us to your divine realm? Gu Tianhe inquired during their journey. Old Gu, when did you become so subservient? Has your change in status weighed heavily upon you? Luo Chen teased. Gu Tianhe offered a wry smile. In this world, all identities are tethered to one's strength. The strong are revered, a truth that remains unaltered throughout time. Please do not belittle me. This is uncharacteristic of you. I recall the time you stood before me, shielding me from harm. Just moments ago, you displayed such bravado. Luo Chen wrapped his arm around Gu Tianhe's shoulder and spoke. However, upon noticing Gu Tianhe's solemn expression, Luo Chen tempered his demeanor. With every gain comes a loss. Must we inevitably drift apart? Luo Chen harbored deep admiration for Gu Tianhe, who had consistently protected him, embodying both mentor and friend. The atmosphere along their journey grew heavy with unspoken thoughts. Lu Yun opened his mouth, only to realize that he ranked lower in status among them. A careless remark could lead to an unfortunate entanglement. Thus, he chose silence, which became the unspoken language of the evening. The eternal god possessed remarkable speed in traversing distances, capable of arriving instantaneously at any desired location. With such prowess, Luo Chen could enter a state of silence, wherein time stood still, rendering his movements akin to a flicker. However, employing this ability in battles against opponents of equal standing proved futile. If he could enter this state, so could they. After traversing countless starry rivers, Luo Chen selected a desirable area. The concentration of divine power here is remarkable. This shall be the spot, he remarked, surveying his surroundings. Gu Tianhe, recognizing the familiar terrain, couldn't help but interject. Lord Luo Chen, we are already in the central region of the world, so it's natural for the divine power concentration to be higher than in remote areas. Yet, this comes with immeasurable danger. For all deities who built divine realms here are eternal gods. Are you certain you wish to establish your realm in such a perilous place? Luo Chen's heart sank. He hadn't realized he had chosen the most treacherous location. Just as he was about to suggest relocating, Lu Yun boldly proclaimed, "But Master is also an eternal god. What is there to fear? Should we be concerned that our Master is weaker than them? If the neighboring eternal gods overheard, they might think our Master is merely a facade of strength." Thus, they decided to build the divine realm here, with aspirations of becoming great domain gods, each establishing their own realm in due time. Luo Chen's lips twitched, truly a commendable disciple. His resolve solidified. I seem to have underestimated the situation. Gu Tianhe nodded in agreement. With no choice but to maintain a stoic expression, Luo Chen declared, "Very well, let it be built here." Suddenly, Lu Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Had he attracted attention once more? Assessing the threads of fate revealed no ominous signs, suggesting it was merely a fleeting sensation. Under the watchful eyes of both, Luo Chen commenced the operation of divine power to construct his divine realm. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed across the vast expanse, capturing the attention of countless deities within their own realms. The gods were taken aback to witness a deity daring to establish a divine realm in this location. It had been millennia since a new divine realm was born here, not for lack of ambition, but due to fear. Constructing a divine realm here was a symbol of status. A new eternal god, they thought, their eyes narrowing in anticipation. Seizing the opportunity before the effects of his dimensional elevation faded, Luo Chen hurriedly initiated the establishment of his divine realm. Truly, such was the capability of an eternal god. In mere moments, his realm expanded to surpass that of the radiant domain god. It seems that the mysteries of the eternal god can only be explored once one transcends to that realm. Nevertheless, being able to establish a divine domain in the realm of the great domain god that rivals the size of the eternal god is not a waste of my resource card. The creation of the divine domain has persisted for over 20 hours and remains incomplete. A pang of anxiety gripped Luo Chen's heart. In a few hours, the effect of the realm enhancement card would expire. There was no need to worry about the nurturing of the divine domain, as the divine power required for its establishment was infused all at once. It simply required patience. The danger, however, emanated from all directions, as this place indeed concealed the eternal god. Fortunately, I have many aces up my sleeve. Otherwise, I might fall victim to my own ambitious apprentice. Opening the system backpack, he utilized an item, Aura Disguise card. Upon use, it can disguise the aura intensity of the current realm and any realm below it. The effect dissipates after combat. The item was not particularly precious, nor was it of great utility, but it was advantageous at this moment. The nurturing of the divine domain was not an overnight endeavor. You two may cultivate by my side, Luo Chen said. The two did not hesitate, each settling into a meditative posture beside Luo Chen. Old Gu, Do not let me down, he remarked, handing over 1,000,000 divine sources to Gu Tianhe. Even having witnessed the grandeur of his master, Lu Yun was taken aback by the sheer quantity of divine sources. Gu Tianhe was profoundly moved within. All right, I accept the divine sources. From now on, simply give your commands. He indeed lacked divine sources. Otherwise, he would not have sought refuge with other great domain gods, toiling for millennia without hope of breakthrough. At this moment, he saw no need for pretenses. With Luo Chen establishing a divine domain, assistance from other deities would inevitably be required. Achieving the status of great domain god would ensure he kept pace and could better aid Luo Chen's development. Luo Chen, for what I owe you, I shall repay with my life. Chapter 374. The divine domain established. Time passes unnoticed in cultivation. The three meditated in the void for 3 years. The establishment of Luo Chen's divine domain gradually approached its conclusion. Despite the impending arrival of the unknown eternal god, no foolish beings dared to seek trouble during this period. Moreover, as the divine domain expanded, surpassing the size of the great domain god and nearing that of the eternal god, it solidified Luo Chen's standing in the hearts of the deities as an eternal god. Presently, various divine domains were fostering connections. However, as the divine domain was not yet fully established, the deities refrained from making their visits. A few years were but a fleeting moment for the gods. Now, witnessing the gradual perfection of the divine domain, the eternal gods were instructing their subordinates to prepare gifts in anticipation of their forthcoming visits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing the divine domain, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, evolving into a super divine domain. Upon hearing the system notification, Luo Chen's lips twitched. What on earth is a super divine domain? Without lingering on the peculiarity of the name, he turned his gaze to the suddenly burgeoning divine domain before him. He understood that this scene would undoubtedly invite suspicion and scrutiny from the surrounding eternal gods. Yet, given his current strength as a great domain god, he could not impede them. Hopefully, this will intimidate them, he murmured to himself. He had already surmised that the eternal gods would soon be unable to resist the urge to pay him a visit. The waning of strength instilled in him a sense of urgency and crisis. Although he donned the guise of an eternal divine being, the moment he interacted with a group of true eternal gods, he could not escape detection or exposure. Furthermore, these eternal deities would undoubtedly probe the capabilities of this newly ascended eternal god. This was an unavoidable reality, a necessary process to measure his standing among the eternal gods of this realm. The immutable truth remains that power speaks volumes. The weight of each eternal god's voice is contingent upon their inherent strength. Gazing at an item within his system backpack, the card for enhancing realms, Luo Chen felt a measure of reassurance. At the very least, he had secured 3 trump cards over the past 3 years. However, he preferred to keep these cards hidden for as long as possible. Once the divine domain was fully established, he planned to publicly announce his contemplations and retreat into seclusion, thus declining visits from other deities. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the gods were astonished by the sudden expansion of the divine domain, which was underway. What was happening? The establishment had seemingly reached its conclusion, and the divine power sustaining it had been nearly depleted. Under normal circumstances, it should have come to a halt. Now, the gods furrowed their brows. An unknown force had intervened, causing the divine domain to swell unexpectedly, a force that transcended the understanding of the eternal gods. The sheer might of this force sent shudders through the hearts of these deities. Could it be the power of a rule god? Note, in this narrative, the rules of the world differ vastly from the rules of the heavens. The two do not exist within the same dimension. So do not confuse them. The eternal gods speculated in silence. When faced with the incomprehensible, mortals often elevate it to the realm of the sublime and the mysterious. And deities are no exception. Rule gods are enigmatic, seldom revealing themselves, and the eternal gods had never witnessed their might. Thus, the emergence of a power that surpassed their comprehension was readily attributed to the rule gods. In an instant, the expressions of the eternal gods grew solemn. It seemed that a rule god had descended upon this territory. Their intentions and stance remained ambiguous, leaving the eternal gods to ponder whether this entity was friend or foe, shrouded in uncertainty. In contrast to the contemplative eternal gods, other deities bore indifferent expressions. Should one say that ignorance breeds courage? Although they were startled by this force, their limited perspective kept them from speculating about rule gods. Typically, the eternal gods seldom engaged with one another, and these other deities had little understanding of the broader capabilities of the eternal gods, let alone the higher echelon of rule gods. Thus, many deities attributed this extraordinary phenomenon to a unique method employed by the eternal gods. The system's transformation proceeded at an astonishing pace. In merely a few days, the size of the divine domain expanded 1,000-fold. This vast and boundless divine domain was nestled within the void, enveloped by an endless river of stars, closely followed by an almost tangible concentration of divine power particles. The distinction between divine power and divine source lies in the analogy of deities as containers. The divine source is the substance that increases the capacity of the container. while divine power must be actively absorbed from external divine power particles and transformed into one's own strength. The concentration of divine power in the environment dictates the efficiency of this transformation. However, if the concentration of divine power were merely a singular effect, it would hardly be a cause for concern. In the context of equal container capacity, how can one accommodate a greater mass of substance? The answer lies in refinement. Thus, the deities continuously purify the concentration of their divine power throughout the endless eons, enhancing the quality of their divine essence. Consequently, within the same realm and volume of divine energy, when executing identical divine arts or attacks, those with superior divine quality expend less energy, allowing for prolonged endurance. "Wow, Master, yours is so impressive," exclaimed Lu Yun, taken aback by the sight before him. His ambiguous remark jolted Luo Chun from his contemplations, and he instinctively delivered a reprimanding slap. "If you can't articulate properly, it's best to remain silent." Luo Chun seethed with irritation. What did he mean by yours is so impressive? Would it kill him to use a proper noun? If an uninformed person overheard, they might think I bared something inappropriate for his viewing. "Oh, just a slip of the tongue," Lu Yun chuckled sheepishly. Luo Chun chose to disregard this troublesome fellow and turned his gaze towards Gu Tianhe, who was still immersed in his cultivation. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Millennia of accumulation had allowed Gu Tianhe to grasp nearly all aspects of the domain god realm. The only barrier remaining was the amount of divine source he possessed. With resources now in place, a breakthrough was indeed warranted. After some contemplation, Luo Chun resolved to personally safeguard the process. Initially, he had planned to enter seclusion upon completing the domain's establishment. However, with Gu Tianhe nearing a pivotal moment, he could not neglect the situation, as his presence would deter any uninvited troublemakers. 3 months passed. On this day, Gu Tianhe's divine essence reached its zenith, a clear sign of impending breakthrough. A golden river of stars illuminated the surrounding void, drawing the attention of numerous deities. A deity was on the verge of ascending to the greater domain god realm. Indeed, this realm was becoming increasingly competitive. Who could deny it? In the past, domain gods dominated their territories, but now, greater domain gods merely serve as laborers. It is lamentable. Achieving the status of a greater domain god should allow for a lifespan of 1 or 2 billion years, leading to an ever-growing number of such beings over time. Alas, the competition is fierce. Greater domain gods are as common as dogs, and one can still manage a modest position. In a few 100,000 years, even eternal gods might be found abundantly roaming. However, such a scenario seems improbable. The number of eternal gods is exceedingly limited, and in recent millennia, no new eternal gods have emerged. Given this trend, even after hundreds of thousands of years, the increase in eternal gods would be minimal. The assembly of deities exchanged brief sighs of resignation and returned to their own matters. In the central region of this world, greater domain gods have become commonplace. "I am grateful to have fulfilled your expectations," Gu Tianhe expressed, rising to offer his thanks. Luo Chun remained silent, his gaze dimmed slightly. "Old Gu, while I am delighted by your breakthrough, I find your attitude rather displeasing." Gu Tianhe opened his mouth, seeming to wish to say something, but Luo Chun interrupted, continuing. "In the time ahead, I shall enter seclusion. During my absence, you will manage the divine domain as you see fit, whether to develop your influence or recruit new divine beings. Should any matters arise that require my input, notify me. If any eternal gods come to pay their respects, inform them that I am in seclusion and unavailable." This is a significant amount of divine source, meant not only for the construction of the divine domain, but also for your own cultivation. I do not wish to hear any pleasantries. A substantial sum of divine essence was directly thrust into Gu Tianhe's embrace, eliciting a profound envy from Lu Yun. Luo Chun clicked his tongue, reassuring him, "Rest assured, your share shall not be diminished. After all, this is 1 million units of divine essence. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation." "Hee. Thank you, Master. I knew you were the best." Lu Yun exclaimed eagerly, his face radiating delight. Ding. Detection of host investing 1 million units of divine essence into the disciple has triggered a 10-fold return, resulting in 100 billion units of divine essence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 billion units of divine essence, triggering a 10-fold amplification, resulting in 100 trillion units of divine essence. Once again, a substantial influx of divine essence graced Luo Chun, and his gaze towards Lu Yun became considerably more favorable. At least he possessed some value. "During my period of seclusion, I shall entrust this wayward disciple to your guidance. And you, young man, refrain from causing me any trouble while I am in retreat." Luo Chun admonished Lu Yun before he could respond. Without waiting for Gu Tianhe's reply, Luo Chun proceeded to the heart of the divine realm, where he effortlessly constructed a grand temple and stepped inside. After some time, Gu Tianhe regained his composure, his mind a whirlwind of complex emotions as he regarded the immense wealth in his hands. Chapter 375. The Visit of the Eternal God with the Divine Realm fully established. The eternal gods, who had previously intended to pay a visit, now restrained their impulses and prepared to observe from a distance. Initially, they had regarded Luo Chun merely as an eternal god, but the emergence of his suspected identity as a rule god rendered them cautious about intruding. Should they inadvertently provoke him, the risk of facing dire consequences was all too real. The temperaments of the powerful are notoriously fickle, none wish to test their limits. For the cost of such folly could be fatal. During Luo Chen's period of seclusion, Gu Tianhe began to manage the divine realm. Is this truly the domain of an eternal god? It is vast beyond measure. The expansive divine realm was far too immense for him to oversee alone. It is important to note that even the domains of great gods require numerous domain gods to manage them. And Luo Chen's realm was magnitudes greater than that of an eternal god. Thus, Gu Tianhe, leveraging Luo Chen's esteemed reputation as an eternal god, sought to recruit capable deities to assist in governing the divine realm. Armed with 100 million units of divine essence, he felt a sense of confidence. This esteemed lord is indeed preparing to gather talented individuals, he mused. Given the scale of our divine realm, the need for manpower is undoubtedly substantial. Come forth and prepare the offerings. Upon hearing this news, the surrounding eternal gods sensed the opportune moment had arrived. Each prepared lavish gifts and made their way to pay their respects. The Undying Divine Realm. This was the name Luo Chen had bestowed upon his domain. Currently, the Undying Divine Realm was merely in its nascent stages. Gu Tianhe not only welcomed capable deities to manage it, but also actively encouraged the influx of new generation deities. The foundational element of expanding one's influence lies in the population base. Many aspiring deities, filled with dreams, eagerly applied to join the Undying Divine Realm, including several capable great gods. With their qualifications, they could easily secure respectable positions within other eternal gods' realms. Yet they chose the burgeoning Undying Divine Realm for several reasons. Firstly, the scale of the Undying Divine Realm far surpassed that of other eternal gods of the same tier, indicating a significantly high potential ceiling. They were not foolish and recognized the wisdom in their choice. Even in its initial development phase, the Undying Divine Realm was already 1,000,000 times larger than other eternal gods' domains, and its potential for growth in the future was boundless. Secondly, the internal forces of the eternal divine domain are nearing maturity. Although newcomers may secure a minor position, their potential for advancement is inevitably constrained. It is improbable that one could ascend to a higher rank than those who arrived earlier, as experience is a formidable barrier. In contrast, the immortal divine domain presents a different scenario. Despite the fierce competition in its early stages, the path forward is undeniably clear. By seizing the opportunity now, one can anticipate a day of soaring success. Once one gains standing, it is akin to basking in the zenith of glory. After weighing the options, the esteemed deities of the great domains will invariably opt for the immortal divine domain. Thirdly, the power emanating from this domain surpasses that of the eternal gods, and its master is undoubtedly a god of rules. Other uninformed deities from the great domains lack the wisdom I possess. By aligning with the god of rules, achieving the status of an eternal god will be a matter of ease. A group of these eminent deities chuckled amongst themselves. Having previously encountered an eternal god, they possess a clear understanding of the extraordinary power they have just witnessed. Esteemed lords, the patriarch is preoccupied with matters of importance and is unable to personally host you. I beg your forgiveness, Gu Tianhe expressed, feeling a sense of pressure while entertaining several eternal gods. Fortunately, having met Luo Chen, an eternal god, he maintained an outward calm demeanor. Upon hearing Gu Tianhe's response, the eternal gods exchanged knowing glances. Not at all. It is we who failed to inform you in advance and imposed upon you without courtesy. Might we inquire when your esteemed master would be available for an introduction? Gu Tianhe felt perplexed by the unexpected politeness of these eternal gods. With suspicion in his heart, he scrutinized their expressions, which seemed genuine rather than feigned. If this were the case, their behavior was indeed intriguing. Could it be that Luo Chen's strength transcended that of an eternal god? He had previously speculated this. For the vastness of Luo Chen's divine domain was striking, particularly when compared to those of other eternal gods nearby. In the face of Luo Chen's immortal divine domain, others appeared as mere sesame seeds beside a watermelon. Regrettably, his prior limited perspective, being a first-time acquaintance with deities above the great domains, had led him to attribute this peculiarity to the unique methods of the eternal gods, dismissing the possibility of a higher god of rules. Reflecting on this now, numerous questions arose. If all eternal gods possessed such abilities, they would have employed them long ago. Considering the demeanor of these eternal gods, it seemed his assumptions had been rather understated. Thus, could it be that Luo Chen is a god of rules? Gasp! Gu Tianhe inhaled sharply, and upon this realization, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. With a resolute demeanor, he proclaimed, "Esteemed lords, I shall convey your sentiments to my master. However, your visit comes at an unfortunate time. My master is currently in seclusion, and I cannot ascertain when he will emerge, much to your disappointment. Nonetheless, if there are pressing matters, I would be pleased to relay them when my master is available. What say you?" The gathered eternal gods exchanged glances, their confidence in their speculations bolstered by Gu Tianhe's demeanor. "Not at all. It is nothing of great importance. We merely came to pay a neighborly visit. Young friend, Please accept this token of goodwill I have prepared for your master. One of the eternal gods stepped forward, presenting a vast array of heavenly materials and abundant divine source. Laying them out in the hall, other eternal gods secretly derided the old fox, and thus, they stepped forward to assert their presence. Although Gu Tianhe was merely a domain god, he was supported by a rule god. Addressing him as young friend could indeed foster camaraderie. And as for the dignity of the eternal gods, it paled in comparison to that of a rule god. Feeling the warmth from the gathered eternal gods, Gu Tianhe found himself in a dreamlike state, nearly lost amidst the chorus of young friend, enjoying the privilege of mingling with these eternal gods as equals. A status that would surely enhance his reputation in the future. Observing the splendid array of gifts, Gu Tianhe donned a benevolent smile. Ha ha ha, esteemed lords, you are too generous. Once my master emerges, I will promptly report to him. Such is splendid, splendid indeed. We shall not impose further, replied the eternal gods, satisfied with their motives achieved. And they made their exit. Watching them leave, Gu Tianhe felt a twinge of wistfulness. Just months ago, he was toiling under the bright domain god, and now he found himself casually conversing with eternal gods. As he gazed at the offerings on the ground, he was struck by the wealth of the eternal gods. The value of the gifts from each eternal god, when converted into divine energy, amounted to tens of millions. With 100 million divine energy still largely untouched, he had now accrued over 100 million. After transferring everything into the warehouse of the Luochen Temple, he resumed work on the construction of the divine domain. In contrast to Gu Tianhe's industriousness, Lu Yun, that fellow, had not been settled for even 2 years before he ventured out once more. Gu Tianhe refrained from commenting on this, recognizing that ample experience could lay a foundation for understanding the power of the realms. 5 years passed in a blink. Within the temple, Luo Chun grew anxious. The quality of his divine power and his capacity to contain it were sufficient. Yet he could not break through to become an eternal god. The previous year, he had sensed he was on the brink of a breakthrough, but after fruitless attempts, he returned to refine his domain god level. Yet, despite his efforts, he remained unable to progress. In this realm, only the cultivation breakthroughs of domain gods and lower levels were publicly known. Beyond that, few were privy to the secrets of the eternal gods. Each, save for those who inherited legacies or belonged to powerful families, relied on their own exploration. Luo Chun was among the latter. His ascension to domain god likely aided by the system, and now he felt powerless. Thus, when faced with uncertainty, he turned to his system for answers. Father, system, how can I break through to become an eternal god? Luo Chun inquired. Chapter 376. Preparing to accept disciples again ding. According to the host's world power system, to break through to an eternal god, the following 3 conditions must be met. 1. Perfectly cultivate one of your powers, then merge your essence with that power. 2. Forge an eternal body using the cores of no less than 10 middle thousand worlds. 3. Communicate with the current heavenly Tao. Sever all connections with other owners of that power, and reign supreme over your power. Hiss. Luo Chen's eyes widened. Such stringent conditions. No wonder there were so few eternal gods. Each requirement could eliminate a significant number of domain gods. This was merely the breakthrough criteria. The resources needed to cultivate to the perfection of domain god were also immense. Only Luo Chun, with his substantial wealth, could afford to lavishly invest in divine energy. The first 2 points were manageable, but the third posed a dilemma for Luo Chun. In the past, his lack of talent had led to modest aspirations. But now that he possessed a system, he felt compelled to strive for greatness. Yet, such ambitions could jeopardize his disciples' chances of transcending into an eternal god. By taking on disciples, he would acquire their authority, and each authority could only forge one eternal god, with only a single sovereign permitted per authority. Moreover, his own authority was not particularly formidable. When compared to devouring and destiny, it was significantly inferior. His authority was speed, adequate but unremarkable. While it could eclipse other authorities, it would inevitably be overwhelmed by the most elite ones. After acquiring the authorities of devouring and destiny, Luo Chun decided to focus solely on these 2. Ding. The host's concerns are unwarranted. Yu interjected. Huh. Luo Chun responded, puzzled. The authority granted to the host by the system does not rely on this realm, meaning it does not conflict with the power structure of this world. It exists independently. Thus, the host can cultivate authorities beyond the speed authority without needing to meet the 3rd condition. Ah, I see. So, I can reign supreme across multiple authorities. Luo Chun exclaimed with delight. Theoretically, yes, as the host and other authority bearers are on 2 distinct tracks, allowing for the emergence of dual sovereigns. However, the strength of each will ultimately depend on the distance traveled within their respective tracks. Since there are no competitors on the host's parallel track, mastery will render the host the sole ruler. Understood. Luo Chun nodded in comprehension. This alleviated his concerns about undermining his disciples' prospects. While the 3rd point was resolved, he still faced the daunting challenge of breaking through to eternal god status, which would require an eternity given his current circumstances. Previously, he could advance as long as the number of followers met the standard. The strength of the divine kingdom was sufficient, and the divine source was ample. but now it relied solely on his comprehension. After all these years, his speed authority had barely reached a minor success. His aptitude in this regard was glaringly inadequate. Goodness. I hope I won't be stuck at this level for hundreds of thousands of years. Luo Chen lamented, scratching his head. Ding. The host might consider teaching his disciple. Yi Yu suggested, unable to bear the inaction any longer. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Is that possible with the system? Of course, however, after all these years. The level of mastery over authority by the host's disciple has likely surpassed that of the host. That made sense, after all. They were the child of destiny. Aptitude would certainly be off the charts. Luo Chen nodded thoughtfully. Thus, he needed to recruit another assistant. The system had previously issued a task to accept disciples, but he had been too preoccupied with breakthroughs to seek suitable candidates. Now that he was stalled, he had ample time to search. System, is there a function to search for children of destiny with one click? None exists. The system can only detect a child of destiny if they are within a certain proximity to the host. Yi Yu scoffed, if such a function were available. One could invade worlds and capture children of destiny effortlessly. Seeing no shortcut available, Luo Chen reluctantly pushed open the grand doors of the temple and stepped out of seclusion. After 5 years, he had acquired numerous life-saving artifacts, allowing him to feel less apprehensive in this realm enveloped by the eternal deity. The moment he emerged from seclusion, Gu Tianhe sensed it. Moments later, he stood before Luo Chen. The two exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. Luo Chen's identity as an eternal deity already placed immense pressure on Gu Tianhe, and coupled with recent speculations, he felt utterly at a loss on how to face Luo Chen. Ah, old Gu, your silence is unnerving. Have a few years passed, and you've awakened some peculiar proclivity? Luo Chen, sensing the discomfort, hastily broke the silence. Luo Chen, I assure you my inclinations are perfectly normal. Do not slander me, Gu Tianhe replied, forcing a smile. Well, it seems you've finally come to terms with things. There's no need to be so timid. In this world, I have only a handful of individuals with whom I can converse, Luo Chen said, patting his shoulder reassuringly. Gu Tianhe sighed in relief. Although it took a moment to adjust, he slowly began to regain a sense of familiarity. Luo Chen had remained unchanged. It was he who had transformed. Reflecting on this, Gu Tianhe smiled genuinely. He had previously been constrained by rigid frameworks, but now he had gained clarity of thought. Let us not dwell on the past. Instead, let us discuss the recent developments in the immortal deity domain during your retreat. I have recruited no fewer than several thousand high-ranking deities and welcomed hundreds of thousands of newly emerged divine beings. Due to your esteemed reputation, the neighboring eternal deity domains have fostered amicable relations with us. Thus, the immortal deity domain is flourishing, and I believe it will reach new heights in the future. Gu Tianhe said, stroking his beard and smiling. My reputation? Luo Chen queried, puzzled. He understood most things, but what was this talk of reputation? Wasn't this his first visit? Where did this reputation come from? Do not feign ignorance. I am well aware. Gu Tianhe waved his hand dismissively. Luo Chen's expression was one of confusion. What do you know? Seeing the suspicion on Luo Chen's face, Gu Tianhe's lips twitched. You wouldn't actually possess some strange proclivity, would you? Are we about to witness a repeat of the previous spectacle, where you reveal your identity as a rule deity before a gathering of eternal deities, shocking everyone? At this point, Gu Tianhe genuinely believed Luo Chen capable of such theatrics. It was no wonder he was lost in thought, after all. The elaborate setup over the course of thousands of years seemed utterly implausible. What are you talking about? When did I become a rule deity? Luo Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. To Gu Tianhe, this expression was merely a stubborn refusal to acknowledge the truth. I see. You're pretending to be oblivious while fully aware. This charade is simply part of your nature. I'd best not expose you, he thought, swiftly changing the subject. All right. Let us discuss your disciple. Where has he been all these years? I haven't seen him around. If it weren't for his occasional messages, I'd think he had perished out there. Regarding Lu Yun, Luo Chen found it inappropriate to linger on the previous topic. As long as he is alive, that's what matters. Have there been any promising candidates in our divine domain these past years? Luo Chen pivoted to the matter at hand. It was time to take on disciples. In a grand divine realm, one might doubt the ability to discover a promising talent among the myriad of newly emerged deities. There is no need to become entangled in the notion of the child of destiny. As long as the authority is commendable, one can simply accept them. Chapter 377. Authority of time and space. Indeed, there are a few promising candidates whom I have chosen to nurture with particular care, and their displayed aptitude for cultivation can be deemed exceptional, mused Gu Tianhe. Given this, I am inclined to take on disciples, summoning them for a closer examination, from which I shall select one to be my new apprentice. Very well, I shall call them forth, stated Luo Chen without further deliberation. Soon, 5 newly emerged deities were ushered into the temple. Luo Chen sat regally above, scrutinizing the young ones. After a considerable wait, there was no prompt from the system, indicating that none among the 5 possessed the traits of a child of destiny. This was to be expected. Typically, protagonists in their early stages exhibit mediocre talents, and it is statistically improbable to encounter a child of destiny among the extraordinary. Luo Chen pondered deeply. Indeed, top-tier prodigies are not significantly inferior to the protagonists, merely lacking the blessings of the world and the favor of fortune. He accessed the disciple recruitment interface and scanned the candidates with the system. Name, Lin Xiao, Realm, 9th level deity, unawakened authority, strength. Name, Xiao Tian, Realm, 9th level deity, unawakened authority, fire. Name, Su Jiu, Realm, 9th level deity, unawakened authority, space. Time, special background, reversal being, due to an exorbitant cost, memories have yet to awaken. Future achievement, guardian of the other shore. Upon seeing this, Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How remarkable, yet not a child of destiny. The term reversal being implies a traversal of timelines, and according to the information at hand, the higher the world's level, the greater the cost of crossing timelines. Coupled with this individual's possession of time-space authority, it is evident that something extraordinary must have transpired in the future, enabling this being to arrive in the present with such immense power. Could this be a form of alternative reincarnation? He then examined the information of the other two individuals, finding their authorities to be utterly incomparable to Su Jiu's. With clarity of purpose, he addressed her. You are Su Jiu, correct? Why yes, my lord, she replied timidly. Having just emerged 5 years prior, she had heard tales of a remarkable eternal divine realm nearby, one whose expanse exceeded others by 10,000 times, with limitless future potential. As a newly emerged deity, she was immediately captivated by this place. As she had anticipated, the academy provided exceptional treatment, and she demonstrated her considerable talent. Upon the establishment of her divine kingdom, it achieved a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, housing numerous beings, thus alleviating any immediate concerns regarding followers. Resources for cultivation were also favorably allocated. However, Gu Tianhe informed her that the current lord of the eternal divine realm was in seclusion, and further benefits would await his emergence. I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent? Luo Chen approached Su Jiu. The allure of her time-space authority was irresistible. Oh, I am willing. I am willing. Su Jiu was taken aback that such an opportunity had fallen upon her. Initially, it was presumed that she was merely present to fulfill a quota, as her cultivation talent appeared somewhat inferior to that of the other four. The remaining four were equally astonished that the least gifted among them, Su Jiu, had been chosen. A sense of discontent simmered within them, yet they dared not voice their objections. Very well, from now on, you shall be my second disciple. However, do not be disheartened. For having joined my immortal domain, I shall ensure that you are well taken care of. Luo Chen declared. Understood, I will comply. And you all should express your gratitude to the master. Gu Tianhe urged the others. Thank you, master, they responded, their previous dissatisfaction dissipating, replaced by genuine appreciation. With a smile, Luo Chen dismissed the assembly. As a leader, one must not observe matters through a singular lens. While the others wielded less authority than Su Jiu, they were still prodigies in their own right, and it would be folly to neglect them. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the disciple recruitment task. Reward authority, space, time. Upon hearing the system's notification, Luo Chen felt a surge of delight. Master, is there something you require of Jiu? Su Jiu asked timidly, her voice soft and delicate. Likely a reflection of her innate disposition. Luo Chen, taking the cue, proceeded to the crux of the matter. For the purpose of accepting a disciple was to enhance his mastery over authority. Jiu, you have already attained the level of a 9th-tier deity, and you are on the verge of awakening your divine authority. Based on my estimations, you are likely to awaken the powers of space and time. Luo Chen pretended to calculate with great seriousness. Is it truly possible for a master to discern such things? Su Jiu expressed her astonishment, having never encountered such abilities before. Her large wine-red eyes sparkled with wonder. Indeed, it is merely an application of time authority, Luo Chen replied with a subtle smile. This assertion was somewhat misleading, for he had only recently acquired such powers. Achieving that level of mastery would require considerable experience. To lend credibility to his words, Luo Chen summoned his authority and directed it towards Su Jiu, allowing her to experience the sensation of time dilation. However, this technique seemed to resonate with Su Jiu's own essence. Is this truly possible? Seeing Su Jiu immersed in a state of epiphany, Luo Chen was perplexed, wondering if she had somehow activated a hidden potential. Ding. There is no need for concern, host. The resonance is merely due to residual temporal and spatial energies within Su Jiu. Your authority happened to harmonize with this residual force, facilitating her enlightenment. Yu elucidated. What can she comprehend without awakened authority? Luo Chen felt enlightened. Her lack of awakening does not imply an absence of potential, Yu retorted, slightly exasperated by the need for explanation. Accepting the reality of the situation, Luo Chen acknowledged the impact of this revelation. After what felt like an eternity, Su Jiu finally emerged from her contemplative state. Ding. Congratulations, host, for enhancing Su Jiu's comprehension of time by 0.01, triggering a tenfold return on your teaching. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100 insights into time authority. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully mastering time authority, triggering a tenfold amplification. with your control over powers advancing into the realm of dominion. Lo Chun was left utterly astonished. Has he truly ascended to the throne of the path of time? Master. Jior feels that her comprehension of time has significantly deepened, Su Jior remarked. Ha ha ha, splendid. Your innate understanding is remarkable, truly deserving of being my disciple. Far surpassing your elder brother. Lo Chun expressed his joy not only for her, but also for himself. This girl was indeed his fortunate star, unlike Lu Yun, who only brought troubles. It's not as formidable as you say, Su Jior replied, slightly embarrassed by the praise. Come, with your current foundation. You are more than capable of breaking through to the divine officer. Allow me to assist you, and afterwards, we shall select your followers. Lo Chun produced a substantial amount of divine essence and handed it to Su Jior. Master, is this too much? Su Jior exclaimed, taken aback by the sheer quantity of divine essence in her hands. A full 1,000,000 units. How can a mere 9th-tier deity like me deserve such bounty? Not at all. Not at all. Your brother has a similar amount. Consider this a gift for your apprenticeship, Lo Chun replied, increasingly satisfied. This was far more delightful than Lu Yun. See, this is what a good disciple looks like. Lu Yun, such double standards are shameful. Chapter 378. The Other Shore of Time. Did Jior truly accept this? Su Jior gazed eagerly. It was no wonder she was drooling. The generosity was overwhelming. Accept it. Can a master truly shortchange their disciple? Now, Jior, attempt to break through to the divine officer while I protect you. Lo Chun encouraged with a smile. Yes, master. Su Jior stored the divine essence in her small treasury before sitting cross-legged on the ground. She took out a droplet of divine essence and began to absorb and transform it for her breakthrough. As time passed, her aura became increasingly solid. An almost imperceptible barrier resisted her rising momentum. Su Jior furrowed her brow, having reached the threshold of this realm, yet she remained unperturbed. She had made ample preparations in advance. The requisite number of followers for her breakthrough had been met. Over 20,000 beings had been transformed from her divine realm during these 5 years. Now, with ample divine essence at her disposal, her breakthrough was a foregone conclusion. Sure enough, after a while, a sound of shattering barriers resonated within Su Jior, followed by a surge in her aura. The surrounding space-time was subtly affected. Just the preliminary awakening of her authority could wield such power. It was indeed worthy of the dominion over time and space. Focus your mind. I shall assist you in comprehending the authority of time and space. Lo Chun's voice echoed in Su Jior's ear. While he may not have been able to accomplish this before, he had now fully mastered the path of time and reigned over it. Assisting Su Jior, who had just embarked on her enlightenment, was a task of utmost ease. The extent of her comprehension would depend solely on her innate talent and fortune. Hearing Lo Chun's words, Su Jior could not respond momentarily and could only follow his guidance. Lo Chun summoned the staff of time and gently tapped it on the ground. With a hum, a vast domain of time enveloped the two. An enigmatic aura radiated from Lo Chun, and as it touched Su Jior, her delicate form shivered. The temporal authority within her body instinctively burst forth, hovering delicately 3 inches above her crown. A faint sound akin to flowing water echoed around them. The two forces resonated, and Luo Chun, with a piercing gaze, peered through the void to observe the situation above the river. No matter how fiercely the river assaulted his form, he remained impervious under the protection of the temporal power. Luo Chun waded through the currents, standing resolutely on the opposite bank, where a figure upstream seemed to sense something. Turning back, the figure beheld Luo Chun with an expression of disbelief. What is this? Did I not sever all connections to the temporal authority? How can there still be a deity reigning over the path of time? The enchanting figure slightly parted her crimson lips. You? This river seems to have a break in its flow. Luo Chun, positioned downstream, interjected gently. The figure above fell silent, although unsure of how he accomplished it. He evoked a sense of familiarity within me, Su Jior remarked, gazing at the gradually fading silhouette below. The river surged violently, incessantly battering both their bodies. Even a brief exchange across the bank had monumental repercussions. Su Jior's expression shifted, and she hastily quelled the tumultuous waters. When she turned to glance again, the figure on the opposite bank had vanished without a trace. The might of time is indeed formidable, Luo Chun mused as he returned to the original timeline. This journey deepened his understanding of the path of time, revealing that for reasons unknown, the river of time appeared to be fractured in the future. A great upheaval loomed on the horizon, affecting the entire world. Luo Chun chose not to dwell on it. Future concerns belonged to his future self. After all, he was still relatively weak. Why fret over matters beyond his control? Casting a glance at Su Jior, who was still in a state of enlightenment, Luo Chun felt elated. His disciple was truly remarkable. After a considerable period, Su Jior finally emerged from her state of understanding. Ding. Congratulations, host, for deepening Su Jior's comprehension of temporal authority by 5, triggering a 10-fold return. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 50,000 insights into temporal authority, triggering a 10-fold amplification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for advancing to the imperial realm of the path of time. Yet, the surprises did not cease. Su Jior presented Luo Chun with another revelation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for enabling Su Jiaoer to comprehend spatial authority by 1, triggering a tenfold return, resulting in 10,000 insights into spatial authority. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10,000 insights into spatial authority, triggering a tenfold amplification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching the pinnacle of the King Realm in the path of space. The surprises were relentless. Luo Chun felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. He was now merely 10 cores away from breaking through to the eternal god. Wait, I never taught Su Jiaoer the path of space. Luo Chen's realization dawned upon him, prompting an inquiry within his mind directed at the system. Time and space correspond to one another, and their connection is inherent. Su Jiaoer possesses authority over both domains, naturally enhancing her comprehension of the other. That makes sense, Luo Chen understood suddenly. Master, Jiaoer has broken through. A light, ethereal voice interrupted his contemplation. Jiaoer has performed admirably. Your talent is rare in this world, and your understanding of temporal and spatial authority has reached an introductory level, Luo Chen praised. It is all thanks to my revered master. Had it not been for his assistance, I, Su Jiaoer, would not have grasped the nuances so easily. Su Jiaoer felt a bit bashful. Now that you have attained the status of a deity, there is a pressing demand for an increasing number of followers, evidently. The sentient beings currently residing in your divine realm are insufficient. Allow me to bestow upon you another batch of devotees, suggested Luo Chun. Thank you, esteemed master. Su Jiaoer did not decline, for as a disciple, it is only fitting to heed her master's arrangements. A polite refusal once or twice is acceptable, but to do so repeatedly would be rather pretentious. Luo Chun nodded in satisfaction, pondering how much better she was than that scoundrel Lu Yun. Subsequently, Luo Chun escorted Su Jiaoer to his personal little world. Under the management of the Earth Online system, one could amass a multitude of followers simply by issuing a main quest. Over the years, those humans who had not transitioned to a divine profession gazed enviously at their peers who could soar through the skies. Unfortunately, the opportunity for transition had been available only once and was prematurely closed, causing those who hesitated to miss their chance. The re-emergence of the transition sparked a frenzy among them. Ding! A new deity is recruiting followers. Players, seize the opportunity. The slots are limited. Deity, god of time and space. Required followers, 10,000,000. Current number of registrants, 32,241. As soon as the task was issued, over 30,000 individuals rushed to register, while others remained momentarily stunned. Those who regained their senses were immediately consumed by envy, frantically clicking the application button. In less than a minute, the recruitment of 10 million followers was completed. Those who succeeded were elated, while those who failed hung their heads in disappointment. Su Jiaoer, observing from the sidelines, was utterly astounded. She had never witnessed such eagerness among humans to become followers. Other deities typically revealed their divine powers gradually to win over sentient beings, and even through more forceful means, such swiftness was rare, often accompanied by many drawbacks. Most deities spent years, or even decades, gradually guiding their followers. Selecting the appropriate method based on the world made a significant difference, Luo Chen elucidated. Su Jiaoer pondered this revelation. Today a spectacle had imparted valuable lessons. Gather them into your divine realm, and afterward, I shall construct a series of divine wonders for you. Subsequently opening communication between your divine kingdom and this world. Chapter 379. Initiating world domination. The subsequent tasks were straightforward. Within Su Jiaoer's divine domain, a vigorous and ambitious endeavor unfolded, devouring divine essence without restraint. Whatever Lu Yun possessed, Su Jiaoer would certainly have, and what he lacked, she still retained. Lu Yun, so love will vanish, will it not? Luo Chun, no, it will merely shift. It was then that Su Jiaoer realized her master's extravagant generosity. In comparison to the previous million divine essence he had provided, this was a mere trifle. My master is so benevolent. I must repay him well in the future. Watching Luo Chen generously dispense divine essence, Su Jiaoer's eyes flickered, lost in thought. Very well, I have arranged everything I can for you. Should you discover any deficiencies later, come to the temple and seek me out. For now, focus on your cultivation. With the objectives achieved, Luo Chen too needed to seize the moment to break through to eternal divinity. Very well, master, I shall take my leave, murmured Su Jiaoer with lingering reluctance. Luo Chen waved his hand dismissively. Then, recalling the considerable expenses incurred by the divine realm over the years, summoned Gu Tianhe once more. Upon comprehending the situation, Gu Tianhe began his report. The expenditures had indeed been substantial. Nearly 100 million divine resources had been depleted, and our divine realm remains in the construction phase, with profitability still some time away. By the way, the eternal deities from the surroundings had previously sought an audience with you. But as you were in seclusion at the time, I sent them away. Would you like to meet them now? Gu Tianhe gazed at Luo Chen. There's no need. I am about to enter seclusion again. Should they come again, simply send them away. The construction of the divine realm must not cease. Mine is significantly larger than that of the other eternal deities, and large initial expenditures are to be expected. I am not lacking in divine resources. Luo Chun then presented Gu Tianhe with an additional 50 billion divine resources. The substantial sum startled Gu Tianhe. The financial prowess of Luo Chun was indeed formidable. Currently, Luo Chun's income from the faith provided by his followers was immense. With 200 billion fervent believers, he garnered a daily revenue of 20 million points of faith. Converted into divine resources, this amounted to 2,000 divine resources. Coupled with the system's 10,000-fold amplification, his daily income reached an astonishing 20 million divine resources. Relying solely on the divine resources provided by his followers sufficed to offset the initial expenditures of the entire divine realm, with a surplus to spare. Of course, should he ever find himself in need of divine resources, he could always acquire them from his disciples using points of origin. As for the eternal deities that Gu Tianhe mentioned, as long as he remained incognito, they would not dare to act recklessly. After dismissing Gu Tianhe, Luo Chun opened his system backpack. The surrounding worlds had all been divided, and to acquire new realms, he would need to venture further afield. Yet, the strength of the great domain deities was insufficient to support his endeavors in exploration and conquest. Surely the eternal deities would suffice. Luo Chun felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, numerous eternal deities existed, and who could say whether the more distant regions had been fully divided over the years? He retrieved a realm elevation card and crushed it, once again relishing the potency of an eternal deity. Indeed, the enhancement of one's strength was intoxicating. With a contented sigh, he began to channel his divine power to search the external worlds. The infinite heavens and myriad realms shimmered like a brilliant galaxy, suspended in the void. His formidable divine consciousness began to radiate outward from this realm, sending ripples of awareness in concentric circles, akin to a probing radar, leaving no world unexamined. Such overt actions, of course, did not escape the notice of many deities. However, upon sensing the immense strength of this divine consciousness, they dared not interfere. The existence above the great domain deities is not to be trifled with. Is this the work of an eternal deity? It has been many years since we last saw such might. The surrounding deities speculated. The eternal deity at the center of the world pondered in secret which of their companions had taken action. In truth, at their level of existence, as long as the number of followers was adequate, the elevation of their realm depended entirely on their comprehension and mastery of authority. Holding dominion over dozens of worlds is more than sufficient. After all, nurturing followers requires time. It is far more prudent to cultivate an understanding of authority. Is it that esteemed individual? Yet, it should not be the case. Does one of such stature truly require the conquest of worlds? Some eternal deities considered Luo Chun but quickly dismissed the thought. The intensity of this divine consciousness merely belonged to an eternal god and did not surpass their own, thus failing to align with their speculations regarding Luo Chun's realm. Subsequently, they ceased to ponder further, as it was of no concern to them. As long as their realms remained untouched, they were indifferent to the affairs of others. Time passed without notice. Luo Chun's consciousness had ventured far beyond the sphere of world domination. A brand new expanse unfolded before him. It seemed that the eternal gods were not fixated on world conquest. During his exploration, he discerned that with the might of an eternal god, his search was not constrained. He had merely stepped beyond the purview of domain gods. Yet, there were no signs of eternal gods claiming this territory, making the truth easy to surmise. This, however, favored Luo Chun, as his temporarily elevated status would expedite his conquest of worlds without entangling himself with a host of domain gods. Gods respond, "Save us." Luo Chun sensed a profound emotional signal, a plea that reached him. Although the languages spoken were not mutually intelligible, the spiritual resonance united all beings. His interest piqued. He directed his focus toward a particular realm. The middle thousand worlds, just the right fit. A smile curled upon Luo Chun's lips. "O devoted followers, allow me to answer your call." Although he understood that the summoning was not meant for him, fate had intertwined their paths, and thus, they would come under the aegis of my divine realm. With a sinister chuckle, Luo Chun refrained from hastily entering the world. Instead, he lay in wait. Indeed, he would bide his time. Since they sought a deity, it implied the presence of a divine entity. He planned to stealthily usurp the arrival of that deity and assume their guise. Yet, time ticked by, and no god appeared. "Gods, save your devoted followers. Please, save us." The fervent mental call grew increasingly intense. It appears this cult is devoid of a deity, or perhaps the god has perished. The truth is inconsequential. Let me respond to your pleas. Luo Chun no longer hesitated. Such a powerful spiritual summons likely indicated that the summoner was in dire straits. Within the world, a ragged figure knelt before a statue of a deity, invoking, rather, pleading. The materials of the summoning array were haphazardly assembled, and the inscriptions were drawn crookedly, betraying a lack of professionalism. The statue, though imposing, bore a countenance that was indistinct, as if the sculptor had been oblivious to the deity's true visage. It resembled a mere facade, a deception. Outside, the cacophony of battle raged, explosions reverberating incessantly, each detonation causing the figure before the statue to tremble slightly. All she could do was pray fervently, beseeching for a god to descend and aid them. Yet, The young woman understood the futility of such hope. Even if a god existed, they would likely overlook a group as forlorn as theirs. Chapter 380. Preparing for the fusion of authority, the young woman clenched her fists tightly. In this world, the concepts of divine protection and the absence thereof stand in stark contrast. Throughout the ages, attempts have been made to summon deities. Yet protection is a reciprocal affair. Mere prayers do not guarantee the descent of divine beings. In the protracted struggle of time, opposing forces have recently garnered the attention of an unknown deity, resulting in a remarkable surge in their power. Upon gaining strength, their adversaries wasted no time in seeking retribution against their sworn enemies. Realizing they were no match for the enhanced foes, they could only place their faint hopes on the possibility of divine guardianship. O mortal, why do you pray? Do you seek strength or long for immortality? A detached yet piercing whisper resonated in her mind. The girl's pupils momentarily dilated, as her frail spirit struggled to withstand the onslaught of such immense power. Luo Chun sighed inwardly, lamenting his inability to wield the might of the eternal god with finesse. Fortunately, his intentions were not malevolent. He merely aimed to incapacitate the opponent's mind. He channeled a fragment of divine energy into her being to awaken her senses. Speak your desires, mortal, he commanded, carefully modulating his force. Upon regaining her composure, the girl hastily knelt and implored, "Oh, revered deity, please save us. What you seek is merely protection. In return, what can you offer?" Luo Chen's gaze drifted outward, where bloodshed and the remnants of an unknown deity's power lingered. It appeared as though other gods were involved in this realm, yet they did not belong to his world. He could sense a familiar energy, yet it was distinctly different. "If the Divine Lord ensures our protection, we pledge to give everything," the girl quickly replied, eager to seize this rare opportunity. Soon, their faction would face annihilation. Since death was inevitable, there was nothing that could not be sacrificed. "Your request is granted," Luo Chen responded. "Thank you, revered deity." The girl beamed with joy. Instantly, the statue erupted in golden light, an invisible force radiating outward. Buzz. The atmosphere fell silent, and the sounds of battle ceased. The onlookers were horrified to witness their adversaries, who had just been engaged in combat, suddenly explode. Warm blood splattered upon them, leaving the crowd in shock. Those with fragile psyches screamed in terror. After a long moment, someone turned to gaze at the hastily constructed temple behind them. The only explanation for this abrupt transformation was divine intervention. As one, they moved toward the temple, the doors having been thrust open by the earlier force. Approaching, they beheld the girl bathed in divine light. "Mu Qingyu?" One could not restrain themselves from softly calling her name. Mu Qingyu trembled slightly, turning to see the terrified faces of the crowd. "The Divine Lord has answered us. We are now under divine protection," she declared, her sweet smile radiant. Under the sanctity of divine light, she appeared untouchable, causing the onlookers to lower their heads in reverence. "O mortals, I have heeded your pleas. Follow the divine covenant and offer all that you possess." The authoritative whisper resonated in their ears. Endless particles of light converged from the western horizon, coalescing before the statue into a majestic figure. Mu Qingyu promptly led the assembly in kneeling. "O Divine Lord, we shall henceforth be your devout followers, adhering to your will in all matters. We beseech you, O Divine One, to grant redemption and protection to your faithful amidst this chaotic world." As Luo Chun surveyed the gathering, he noted that those behind him also fell to their knees in prayer. An ethereal connection intertwined with Luo Chun, marking a splendid beginning as he garnered thousands of devotees upon his arrival, many of whom were fervent believers. It was not a lack of followers he faced, but rather the convenience of having worshippers in this realm, facilitating his divine consciousness's descent into this world. When the power of faith, or the number of believers, becomes sufficiently abundant, he shall be able to manifest in his true form within this realm. The chaotic and disordered night shall ultimately give way to the dawn. All of my followers shall find redemption in this sinful turmoil, transcending the mundane and crossing into the eternal realm, reaching the shores of the divine kingdom. You are the practitioners of my will here, tasked with spreading my faith and redeeming the wretched mortals. I shall bestow upon you immortality. With a grand gesture, Luo Chun unleashed a cascade of divine light. Those bathed in its radiance found their injuries healed and their bodies strengthened. Then, Luo Chun cast his gaze upon the stronghold of these individuals. What a sight it was, utterly devastated, the recent battle having left it in ruins. True to his nature of aiding others to the fullest, Luo Chun summoned magnificent edifices to rise from the ground. This would henceforth be his stronghold for conquering the world. However, these individuals were too feeble, and he remained uncertain about the power structure of this realm. Given the existence of other deities, they surely could not be of insignificant strength. This place would serve as the site of my arrival in this realm, where I shall proclaim my eternal name. With a gentle tap of his staff, a complex and esoteric knowledge was infused into the minds of the gathered crowd. Radiance shall protect you. A protective force enveloped them, ready to shield them in times of peril. Obey the divine edict. They expressed their gratitude in unison. Observing this, Luo Chen chose not to linger. For this was merely the first world. He still needed to conquer 9 more. Gradually, his consciousness withdrew from this realm, and his gathered form dissipated into the cosmos. Below, the crowd appeared dazed, the sudden turn of events leading them to believe they had merely experienced a grand dream. Thankfully, the profound knowledge in their minds attested to its veracity. Mu Qingyu's eyes sparkled with determination. She resolved to swiftly comprehend the divine knowledge to elevate herself. Preparing to celebrate the immortal name in times to come, the crowd nodded, their expressions tinged with excitement. As the one who summoned the deity, Mu Qingyu had become a symbol of the saintly in their hearts. In the celestial expanse, Luo Chun descended into 9 more middle thousand worlds, satisfied to await the spread of faith before manifesting within these realms. With a nod of approval, he acknowledged the potential of the middle thousand worlds. Once his true form descended, it would be no challenge for an eternal god to sever the heavenly path. Having completed his preparations, Luo Chun retracted his divine consciousness. During this interval, he infused his essence with authority. The immortality of the eternal God is intrinsically linked to this authority. Once he merges this power within himself, as long as the authority endures, resurrection shall be his. And since authority symbolizes the world, it can only be extinguished if the entire world is obliterated. In the absence of divine intervention from the rule god, the only means to eradicate the eternal God entirely lies in the relentless obliteration of their essence, disassembling the powers they have fused, thereby causing them to plummet from the realm of the eternal God. Presently, Luo Chun possesses the ability to merge 2 powers, time and space. The uniqueness of these powers renders him increasingly difficult to extinguish. It is believed that upon merging these 2 supreme powers and ascending to the status of an eternal god, he will find few adversaries of equal standing. His strength will only grow over time, and he is also intrigued by the fate power wielded by that lad, Lu Yun, whose whereabouts remain a mystery. Luo Chun is reminded of his own possession of the powers of fate and devouring. However, with his mediocre skills, how could he possibly instruct Lu Yun? The Son of Fortune? Chapter 381, Swift Execution. A soft sigh escapes him as he reflects on the missed opportunity. Time flows like a swift river. A decade has passed. During these 10 years, Luo Chun has diligently worked on the fusion of powers, while also taking time to respond to the affairs of 10 middle thousand worlds. With his status as a pseudo-eternal god providing a solid foundation, his followers' influence has burgeoned remarkably. Within a decade, they have surpassed the local powers. His name, immortalized, resonates in various realms, striking fear into the hearts of countless beings. In the world of Mu Qingyu, foreign deities exist, yet Luo Chun has yet to witness their actions. It appears that all must rely on indirect methods to orchestrate their worlds, likely facing similar constraints as his own in descending in corporeal form. Divine being. Mu Qingyu has matters to report. Luo Chun slowly opens his eyes, his divine consciousness descending into her world. Buzz. A decade has wrought monumental changes in this realm. Yet for Luo Chun, it is but the blink of an eye. His divine consciousness coalesces into a figure seated upon the divine throne, gazing lazily at Mu Qingyu below and saying, "Speak, what is it this time?" Esteemed divine being, a new force has arisen on the continent. They proclaim the mandate of heaven, clamoring to overthrow the rule of the evil gods and rescue humanity. Oh, Luo Chun expresses interest. And what do they define as the evil gods? All of them. Mu Qingyu continues, her tone laced with anger, clearly disapproving of the new faction's actions. Luo Chun realizes, it appears that the heavenly Tao has intervened in this realm. Indeed, with so many deities coveting the realm, the fledgling heavenly Tao must be trembling in fear. The leader of this organization must be the designated son of destiny appointed by the heavenly Tao. What is the reaction of the various factions? They are observing. This force harbors numerous strong individuals, and their sense of belonging to the organization is quite strong. It is challenging for our people to infiltrate. Luo Chun understands. A revolution orchestrated by the heavenly Tao is not easily dismantled. After a brief perception, he discerns that this realm has met the conditions for his descent. No force can obstruct the immortal resonance. It is time for action. The twilight of the gods approaches, and my glory shall illuminate this world. Mu Qingyu is taken aback. The divine being intends to take action personally. Yes, esteemed divine being, the faithful shall not fail your expectations. We shall offer an eternal hymn for your descent, and your immortal name shall be crowned in this realm, with the gods groveling at your feet. Upon returning his divine consciousness, Luo Chun surveys the progress of the other 9 worlds. Very well, all conditions have been met, thus saving a few cards for realm enhancement. Consequently, he issued commands to several other worlds. This was destined to be a tumultuous affair. However, in the grand tapestry of the heavens, such chaos is commonplace. A month later, Luo Chun directed the majority of his focus towards the world of Mu Qingyu, for it harbored numerous deities, none of whom had yet revealed their prowess. This complete upheaval of the world would surely provoke their descent. Among the 10 worlds, only this one demanded careful attention. Madness. The lunatics of the Immortal Divine Court. A month prior, the Immortal Divine Court mobilized in full force, launching an assault on all continental factions. Upon revealing their might, the terrified forces soon realized that this power far surpassed their expectations. Unknown methods, forbidden knowledge, formidable physiques, and eternal magic. Each revelation left them utterly defenseless. Their greatest relief was that the primary target of the immortal divine court was not themselves, but rather the newly emerged destiny organization. What sins had this organization committed to attract such rabid attention? Quickly, report to the deity. This matter should be decided by the divine authority. The situation had escalated to a boiling point, and they found themselves unable to contend. Thus, one deity after another was awakened. The newly risen immortal god, who had entered the fray a decade ago, had heard whispers from their followers. Initially, they had maintained a cooperative stance, sharing the spoils. Now, however, this newcomer sought to overturn the table, intending to exclude them from the board and savor the fruits of victory alone. How could they possibly tolerate this? They were acutely aware that the backing behind the Destiny organization was the Heavenly Tao. Furthermore, they were quite willing to let it flourish, anticipating the Heavenly Tao's emergence to ensnare itself. An ungrateful wretch. Prepare the summoning array. I shall descend in my true form. Anticipating Luo Chen's impending arrival, they made necessary arrangements, lest their stronghold be lost and they truly be cast out. Buzz. Beams of light surged skyward in relentless succession. A colossal array slowly hovered in the high heavens. It seemed the Heavenly Tao sensed something amiss, hastily intervening to suppress the deity's descent. A haughty snort reverberated through the celestial expanse, leaving all beings in a daze. Crack. A gigantic hand breached the rift, followed by a powerful grip pulling at both ends of the fissure, forcing it to widen under immense strength. The Heavenly Tao exerted the power of the world in a desperate attempt to halt the rift's expansion. Regrettably, the heavens bore multiple rifts, overwhelming the Heavenly Tao with its division of efforts. It could only watch helplessly as figures, aided by the array's power, squeezed through the world's barrier to descend upon the realm. Feeling the overwhelming presence of numerous deities, the Heavenly Tao trembled in fear, hastily retreating into the core of the world. Hail the descent of the Divine Lord. Below, the fervent cries of the followers resonated, each one a traitor to the realm, obstructing their acquisition of power and immortality, willing to barter anything, even their homeland. This scene unfolded across various divine factions and congregations. Thus began the arrival of the gods. Where lies the realm of the immortal deities? They have not forgotten the selfish individuals who seek to overturn the table, and since they have arrived, the first step is to expel Luo Chun from the arena. There exists a profound understanding among all. Thus, the assembled beings witnessed an indelible scene. Dozens of deities encircled the immortal court, casting shadows over the land. Mu Qingyu knelt before the divine statue, oblivious to the gods above. O great immortal deity, please descend to vanquish the malevolent deities and rescue the suffering mortals. Mu Qingyu fervently prayed, while the followers behind her also knelt in reverence. Through countless ages, a fleeting dream amidst the vast sea of time, the heavens remain untroubled, and the name of the immortal endures through eternity. The radiant glory from the other shore graces this world, aiding the distressed and prolonging life. The descent of the deities defies my will. Let the wicked gods be vanquished from this realm. Buzz. A towering figure shattered the barriers of the world, forcefully descending. Feeling the aura emanating from Luo Chun, the deities were struck with terror. This cannot be compared to any ordinary being. This individual is an ancient deity. Flee. With just a glance, it became painfully clear that they could not prevail. A moment's hesitation could lead to certain death. In an instant, the deities sought to break through the barriers of the world, scattering into the heavens to escape. My world is not something you can taint, Luo Chun proclaimed boldly. With a gentle tap of his staff, the entire world fell into silence. The fleeing deities were as if captured in a still frame. Luo Chun surveyed the masses, remaining stationary, with no intention of moving. He cast a glare at one deity, who instantly exploded into oblivion. Following suit, he annihilated the remaining deities, thus lifting the eternal shackles. Chapter 382. The core of the world. In that moment, all felt a sense of disorientation. Witnessing the dispersal of the deities into the cosmos evoked an indescribable sense of surrealism. When the deities descended, they brought suffering amidst peace, unending strife, and relentless slaughter. Mortals, struggling in this realm, could only seek refuge with the gods, pleading for protection. Ambitious individuals, in their quest for power and immortality, committed heinous acts without restraint. Desires surged and flourished in this realm. But now with the old gods perished, how would the immortal deity, who could still surpass all others, treat them? Luo Chen observed the expressions of all in the world. To be frank, seizing the core of the world would certainly lead to its collapse and annihilation. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to proceed, for it was the very purpose of his invasion. The lives of mortals might elicit a flicker of compassion within his remaining humanity, at most offering them a choice for survival. As this realm approaches its end, those who wish to live shall be granted the opportunity to ascend to the eternal divine realm. Luo Chen spoke indifferently. The expressions of the masses varied, their innermost thoughts concealed. Yet, Luo Chen was unconcerned with their feelings. With a light tap of his staff, portals appeared throughout the world. You have 3 days to make your choice. Upon concluding his proclamation, Luo Chun turned his attention away from others and focused on his immortal court. As his followers, they were afforded special privileges, welcomed into his divine domain, and settled in a prosperous area. It is now time to approach the Tao of Heaven. Luo Chun, leveraging his connection with the living beings, begins to pry open the door to the core of the world. Inside, the Tao of Heaven trembles, desperately bracing itself against the entrance to prevent Luo Chun from entering. However, this does not pose a challenge for him. The disparity in strength is a glaring flaw. What is your choice? Option 1. Forcefully breach the door, letting ferocity invade the sanctum and seize the delicate Tao of Heaven. Option 2. Speak softly and coax the Tao of Heaven to open the door. Open the door. Time to check the water meter. Luo Chun kicks the grand door with relentless determination. Boom, boom. The very fabric of the universe quakes. People are filled with trepidation. The timid fear that the world might collapse and bury them, hastily seeking refuge in Luo Chun's divine realm. Bang! The sky rips open. A gaping maw through which the chaotic energies of the heavens surge forth, eroding the world within. Why? Why do you all bully me? The Tao of Heaven bellows in anguish at the towering figure of Luo Chun. You all invade my realm. What have I done wrong? Luo Chun raises an eyebrow. What other reasons could there be? Weakness is the original sin. On this grand stage of existence, the feeble are destined to be buried. Paying no further heed to the Tao of Heaven's bitterness and struggles, he executes a technique. The black tiger rips heart, shattering its core. As a result, blood rains down upon the world, a mournful wail echoing through the heavens and the earth. With the fall of the Tao of Heaven, the world laments. Time is of the essence. There are still 9 worlds to conquer, and I do not wish to waste another moment of my realm enhancement card. Glancing at the clock, he notes that there are still 22 hours left on the card. Finding the core nexus, he begins to excavate. As he penetrates the world, a colossal primordial core radiates with a spectrum of colors, continuously surging with immense life, energy, and an intense aura of law. No wonder the eternal gods are so formidable. How could one not be remarkable when forging an eternal body from such a substance? Luo Chun, thoroughly satisfied, collects it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a core from the middle 1,000 worlds, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, transforming it into a core from the great 1,000 worlds. This object can amplify. Luo Chun is incredulous. Yi Yu, filled with pride, muses that in the past, such items would likely not have amplified, but now he is at the rule level, making it just right for amplification. Luo Chun suppresses the joy swelling within him. It seems that his eternal god body will surpass others by a significant margin. Oh, there are still 9 worlds left. Time is of the essence. Luo Chun casts a glance at this crumbling realm. With the world core extracted, collapse is inevitable, and the chance for survival is limited to 3 days. Soon, a day passes. During this time, Luo Chun methodically excavates the cores of the other 9 worlds. Compared to the first world, the difficulty is somewhat lessened, as there are no external forces to interfere. He reigns supreme. Returning to forge his eternal body, he anticipates a breakthrough into the eternal god realm. Luo Chun, eager, returns to his world. Master. Who are you? Luo Chun turns to look. Lu Yun's mouth twitches. It's me, your beloved disciple, Lu Yun. Oh, it's good to see you alive. I almost thought you perished out there. I was so worried I nearly went out to avenge you. Luo Chun is taken aback. Lu Yun's expression stiffens. Is there really a need to fabricate such tales about one's disciple? Moreover, he didn't seem at all anxious, clearly having just prepared to enter seclusion again. Lu Yun wears a look of frustration. Master. At this moment, Su Jiu'er hurried over. Ah, Jiu'er, how has your cultivation been recently? Luo Chun greeted her with a warm smile. Beside him, Lu Yun blinked in curiosity. What is going on? I just returned, and how did Master acquire another disciple? Well, my cultivation has progressed smoothly. Jiu'er has already advanced to the great divine officer. Su Jiu'er replied joyfully, then turned to Lu Yun. Master, who is this? Oh, this is your senior brother, Lu Yun, Luo Chun introduced. Ah, so it is the senior brother. Junior sister Su Jiu'er salutes you. Su Jiu'er greeted enthusiastically. Luo Chun quietly observed, noting that her personality had become considerably more cheerful compared to years past. Hello, junior sister, I am Lu Yun. If anyone bullies you, just tell your senior brother, and I shall take care of them. Lu Yun returned the greeting. Then I shall rely on senior brother more in the future. Su Jiu'er giggled. Luo Chun glanced at Lu Yun, who had reached the realm of a great divine. Wait a moment, a great divine? Have you been secretly cultivating outside? His gaze scrutinized Lu Yun, making the latter feel uneasy. Master, your gaze. Lu Yun shivered slightly. Look at you, achieving such a level so quickly. Hee, it's just luck. I cannot compare to you, Master, Lu Yun said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Luo Chun gritted his teeth. Is this a joke? It took me 3,000 years to reach the great divine, and you accomplished it in just a few decades, yet you claim to be inferior? Ridiculous. However, he acknowledged that Lu Yun was indeed a child of destiny, and with the abundance of resources at his disposal, such an achievement was to be expected. It seemed that his policy of granting Lu Yun freedom had been a wise choice. You must have nearly exhausted the resources I previously provided, right? I will be entering seclusion for a while, so I will give you the next batch of cultivation resources now. Luo Chun produced 1 million divine sources, then, after a moment's thought, added another million. Thank you, Master. Lu Yun exclaimed joyfully, as his return was to exhaust the resources outside. With this new supply, breaking through to the domain god would be effortless, allowing him to continue enjoying life. Jiuer, this portion is for you. Luo Chun, ensuring fairness, handed Su Jiuer another 2 million divine sources. Master, I don't need this. I haven't even used much of the divine sources you gave me last time. Su Jiuer waved her hand. Take it. Your senior brother has it, so you shall not be left out, Luo Chun insisted, placing the divine sources in her hands. Thank you, Master. Su Jiuer realized she could not refuse and accepted it. Now, you two should get along well. I will be in seclusion for a while. As the senior brother, you must protect your junior sister, understand? Luo Chun instructed. Yes, Master. Lu Yun nodded. Very well, you may go now. Luo Chun dismissed them, closing the door to the divine hall. Chapter 383. The Invincible System of Promotion rules. The forging of the eternal body is a lengthy endeavor. In his leisure, Yi Yu tirelessly searched for the hidden system, yet that entity concealed itself too well. Despite scanning the entire world, he could not uncover its whereabouts. Unless he approached it closely, there was no way to find it, as it was intent on remaining hidden. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Is someone approaching? Yi Yu seemed to sense something. Ding. A new rule level system has been born. Currently, in the region of DZY. With 3 systems of rule level in existence, Yi Yu felt a heavy weight in his heart as he observed the crimson, drawing ever closer to his world. Indeed, it had developed to this point. Meanwhile, on another front, laughter erupted. At last, another rule level entity has emerged. The first sequence must be feeling the pressure now. The layback system, along with its host, was nestled within a small world, thriving in obscurity. The arrival of a prompt today filled it with uncontainable joy, especially as the newcomer approached their realm, unfolding precisely as envisioned. With patience, they pondered the strength of the first sequence and considered gathering allies to launch a coordinated assault. The layback system reveled in these thoughts. Were the other 2 systems present in this vast world? The Invincible system stood boldly, despite recently ascending to rule level, showing no fear of the other 2. This audacity was precisely why it dared to strike first. After all, it had progressed through countless victories, and today, it sought to confront its rivals. Without further hesitation, the Invincible system plunged into the world. Within this realm, Yi Yu sensed something amiss and looked up, catching a glimpse of a fleeting brilliance across the sky, visible only to systems of the same kind. How intriguing, to enter so openly. A smile crept upon Yi Yu's face. He was not alone in this observation. The layback system noted it too, acknowledging the newcomer as confidence. However, those who reached such a level were no fools, so it chose to remain cautious, refraining from immediate engagement. In contrast, Yi Yu exhibited greater bravery, propelling himself directly toward the Invincible system. The struggle for order had commenced, and with each passing moment, the stakes grew higher. Had it not been less than a century since another rule-level system had emerged? Although Yi Yu held firm confidence in his own power, he recognized that facing multiple foes would prove daunting. Thus, the audacity of the newcomer did not intimidate Yi Yu. He resolved to confront it head-on. Meanwhile, the Invincible system detected Yi Yu's rapid approach. Once, other systems were like you, yet they all met their demise. You shall not be an exception. It proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Calmly, it activated its invincible rules and established its domain. As the two clashed, Yi Yu felt a surge of astonishment. Despite his superiority in rule power, he struggled to gain the upper hand. The sensation was peculiar, akin to an enforced stalemate, and he sensed a subtle pressure from the opponent's rule power. What manner of rule is this? Yi Yu managed to repel the adversary, distancing himself from the encroaching rule. Experiencing a sense of helplessness for the first time since becoming a system, he began to speculate on the opponent's rule functionality. Was it a 50-50 chance? No. The other clearly began to gain the upper hand, contradicting his memories of its abilities. Since he had ventured forth, he resolved to devour this foe instead. After several exchanges, the Invincible system grew bolder, confirming that within the realm of rule level, it remained the invincible entity it had always been, its heart finally at ease. Yi Yu cast a deep glance at the Invincible system, realizing that he could not eliminate it at this moment. However, if the opponent sought to ensnare him, he could simply evade. With a swift turn, he vanished into the realms beyond. The Invincible system, noticing his escape, hurriedly pursued, unwilling to let the tiger return to the mountain and pose a future threat. Yet, despite its unparalleled strength within its domain, its grasp of the rules could not compare to Yi Yu's. In the blink of an eye, the latter's figure had vanished from sight. The system promptly activated its radar map. This fellow is still within the world. The Invincible system gazed at the 3 overlapping red dots, its ire rising. It had presumed that Yi Yu had fled, only to discover he had circled back to conceal himself within the world. Fortunately, coordinates provided a means to track him, otherwise, it might have been deceived. However, capturing him while he was hidden proved to be quite a challenge. The Invincible system encountered the same dilemma Yu had faced earlier. Just wait. Once my invincible domain engulfs the entire world, you shall have nowhere to hide. The thought brought the Invincible system a sense of joy. It plunged back into the world, preparing to find a tool to expand its invincible domain. What? This newly emerged rule-level being actually defeated the first sequence. The lying flat system was left dumbfounded. It had witnessed the battle between the two in full clarity. Something was amiss. It could clearly sense that the new entity's command of the rules was even lower than its own. How could it possibly triumph over the first sequence? The lying flat system was filled with doubt regarding the new hierarchy. At that moment, it was at a loss, as its plans had been entirely disrupted by the overpowering new system. Back within his host, Yu wore a grave expression. Invincible? He contemplated the myriad functions of the system, realizing that only the invincibility feature aligned with his opponent. Were it not for the fact that the system embodied the rules, achieving true invincibility would necessitate rule coverage. Otherwise, upon engagement, he would likely be swiftly vanquished. For beings outside the system, once the realm of rules was unleashed, it would be a matter of annihilating each one encountered. He had thought himself to be the underdog, but in comparison to this entity, he was merely a novice. Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Invincibility was so straightforward and brutal. It seemed that to eliminate the opponent, one must possess a system level that surpassed theirs by a tier, much like the disparity between higher and lower dimensions. Differing heights rendered the opponent's invincible rules ineffective against him. Yet, now that the adversary had attained rule-level status, they had fully matured, securing an invulnerable position in the order of conflict. Only one supreme being could emerge from a region. To ascend in order, one must conquer a supreme world. With this entity present in the DZY region, it was impossible for Yu to cultivate a supreme world of his own. He pondered deeply. For the world to ascend to supremacy, it must unify the worlds of a region. As long as the invincible system existed in that region, occupying a world, it would never be able to elevate itself. No, he must leverage the advantages of his system's functions. He had come too far to abandon his journey now. Yu contemplated his strategy. He would have to temporarily relinquish his stronghold in the DZY region. Two paths lay before him. First, to lay plans in other regions and cultivate a new supreme world to conquer. Or second, to directly assault the supreme worlds of other regions. After a brief moment, Yu began to take action. Hosts, it is time for you to rise to the occasion and repay my efforts. With the existence of the radar, one cannot leave this world or the DZY region. Should one attempt to do so, their intentions would be revealed. Thus, one can only remain hidden in this realm, quietly scheming and exercising remote control. Hosts, I implore you. Chapter 384. Discussion within the chat group. Former hosts received a commission from the system. Zhongmu. It seems the system has encountered some troubles. Jiang Fan. Everyone, it is our turn to give back to the system. Mo Chun. Indeed. Ling Tian. Which region shall we choose? Jiang Xian. I have not yet ascended to the Great Thousand World, so let us avoid overly difficult targets. Mo Chun. Based on the available information, the region I inhabit is FWS, where no supreme world has yet been born. Let us proceed there. Jiang Fan. That is inadvisable. A region can only bear one supreme being. Brother Chu's actions would ultimately lead to his own sacrifice. It is wiser to select a different region. Zhongmu, precisely. Although your presence would simplify the conquest of that area, there is no need to take such a path. Chu Go. Aside from Mo Chun, we are all in the DZY region. Ling Tian. After all, it is the system's base, yet a formidable boss has emerged in this region. Jiang Fan. Let us proceed as instructed. I shall guard the DZY region, having controlled numerous worlds over the years, and I have extended my influence to several other regions as well. Zhongmu. Indeed, Brother Fan is impressive. Shortly, I will connect the worlds under my command with those controlled by Brother Fan, establishing portals across the myriad realms. Chu Go. Let us unite, combining all worlds except our own, to expand outward. Ling Tian. Agreed. Let Mo Chun's worlds join us as well. Mo Chun. Very well. Jiang Fan. Therefore, the plan is as follows. Using the world currently occupied by the system as our center, we will seize control of the outer realms, initiating an invasion to consume other worlds and create a surrounding perimeter. Gradually, we will encroach upon the vicinity. I shall personally guard the DZY region, while you split into two groups, one to assault the supreme primordial realm in the CHN region, and the other to cultivate the supreme in the LWJ region. Zhongmu. That is the supreme primordial realm. Its reputation precedes it, and combined with the systems and Jiang Xian's descriptions, our knowledge is scant. Surely we will not be annihilated upon arrival? Jiang Xian. Indeed. We must tread carefully. We cannot engage the supreme primordial realm. Jiang Fan. Did you not say the supreme primordial realm would not be overwhelmingly powerful? Jiang Xian. I was merely boasting. My knowledge regarding the primordial realm is quite limited, and what has been revealed is merely a shadow of the supreme primordial world. The true strength of its essence remains unknown. However, it is a well-established supreme world. Targeting it may be less prudent than choosing a softer target. Jiang Fan. Zhongmu. 6. Mo Chun. Little Xian. It seems I was too lenient when I dealt with you. Come now. Accept the interdimensional invitation so we can have a thorough discussion. Jiang Xian. No, please, Brother Chun. Jiang Fan sighed, deciding it prudent not to engage the Seichen region. Which other regions does Jiang Xian know of that harbor supreme worlds? Jiang Xian replied, there are quite a few. Every time a supreme world is born, it is duly recorded. The JP region, the closest to DZY, has previously given rise to a supreme world. Moreover, a mere 500 million years have elapsed since the emergence of the myriad realms, so it is still in its nascent phase and lacks the terror of established supreme worlds. 500 million years, quite a considerable span, Jiang Fan mused. Yet from the perspective of the myriad realms, it is indeed still in its infancy. Mo Chen interjected, is it feasible? Our own development has not exceeded 10 million years. Has it? Jiang Fan responded, at our current level, we have achieved a closed loop of time and causality. The only thing lacking is regional unification. Chu Gu suggested. Then let us assault the JP region. Ling Tian agreed. Very well. Zhang Mu inquired, who will lead the charge? I shall go, Mo Chen volunteered. There is no need for preliminary probing. In the competition along the myriad realms front, resources are paramount. I will stand at the forefront to stabilize the opening of the passage. Once you arrive, you can commence the campaign while I hold the supreme world at bay. Jiang Fan added, if necessary, I will also intervene. Chu Gu noted. Each of us from the LWJ region should send some individuals to foster our strategies. Ling Tian affirmed, no problem. After much deliberation, the group solidified their plan of action. Thus, the campaign along the myriad realms commenced in earnest. Yi Yu observed the discussions in the chat group with satisfaction, knowing that his only task now was to survive in this world without being discovered. At long last, he had forged an eternal form, experiencing this new existence. Luo Chun felt immense satisfaction as his aura began to swell, the long stagnant threshold of his realm finally loosening and breaking through. After a lengthy pause, his essence settled in a familiar place, the eternal divine realm. Having previously tasted this realm, the ascent felt somewhat lackluster to Luo Chun, who could not sense the joy typically associated with a breakthrough. In the shadows, Yi Yu shook his head in resignation. Even if Luo Chun ascended to the realm of rules, it would not greatly benefit him. After all, this realm possessed an invincible system, and once the invincible domain activated, entry meant instant defeat. Who truly was the weak link here? Determined to experience the realm of rules in advance, Luo Chun noted the abundance of realm enhancement cards in his system backpack and crushed one in his hand. Wow, the surge of power was overwhelming. Feeling his strength skyrocket, Luo Chun was exhilarated. Suddenly, countless fine lines interwove before his eyes, and all the authorities within him began to resonate. Rules of time. Rules of space. So many rules constrained the entirety of the world, binding all living beings within. Only the realm of rules could transcend this confinement. With a flourish, the rules of time and space manifested, revealing the fractured river of time. A figure emerged upstream, and Luo Chun skillfully traversed the waters toward the opposite shore. This time, he was no longer the naive novice. In his understanding of time and space, he dared claim no one comprehended it better than he. Following the current, Luo Chun advanced upstream. Stop! Su Jiu'er, who spoke sparingly, braced against the onslaught of the river of time, urgently imploring, stay. The long river of time fractures, and the future lacks the shores of its counterpart, as the rules of the lost paradise are reshaped. The eternal path of invincibility stretches endlessly, urging one to linger in the past, awaiting the emergence of the way. Luo Chun furrows his brow, imploring for clarity. Could you please elucidate without resorting to riddles? I do not comprehend. Before he could pose additional inquiries, the river of time began to show signs of collapse. This was decidedly amiss. If the river of time were to shatter, the world would meet its demise. Thus, what transpired to invoke such calamity? With a sense of resignation, Luo Chun knew he must leap back into the river to return to his own era, lest the river collapse entirely. Without the presence of the god of rules, Luo Chun utilized the formidable consciousness of the rule god to scour the entirety of the world. The outcome was predictable. The landscape was rife with anomalies. Where had the god of rules of this era vanished to? Or rather, where had the god of rules from the past gone? It was evident that he was the sole remaining pseudo-god of rules in the world, which posed a significant problem. System, what transpired in the future? Unable to glean any results, he was left with no choice but to consult his own system. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, intuiting some semblance of the future's events. The host merely needs to endure, came the response. Even with my strength, I must merely endure? Luo Chun was taken aback. What alternative was there? Given that this world had encountered a formidable adversary? Chapter 385, Strategic Layout in the JP Region. Buzz. A cross-dimensional passage silently opened within this realm of myriad heavens. Mo Chun, as the heavenly Tao of the vast world, traversed through. With a sweeping glance, he initiated operations. World analysis. Ding. The Divine Core, Multiverse Edition, is at your service. The positioning data network encompasses all minor worlds within its coverage. A total of 35, 125, 644 minor worlds have been located based on energy fluctuations. Analyzing the presence of advanced life energy waves. Scanning initiated. None detected. Listing high-probability invasion strategies. The following strategies have been filtered for you. Imo-chan briefly scanned the options and selected the strategy with the highest success rate to commence execution. Within the chat group, Imo-chan, the situation has been clarified. You may come over. Zhangmu, excellent, splendid. Ling Tian, haha, I'm on my way. Chu Gu, this journey has no set return date. Let us all strive together. Jiang Xian, the way you speak makes it sound like a parting of life and death. Soon, one by one, cross-dimensional passages opened around Imo-chan. Woohoo, another offline gathering of friends. Zhangmu greeted the figures arriving. It had indeed been a long while since they had convened. After this event concluded, he would invite Fan Ge to join as well. Imo-chan nodded. Let us first attend to business. What do you propose, Brother Chen? Ling Tian inquired, as the others turned their gazes toward Imo-chan. The front line was established in the JP region, with a thunderous momentum aimed at seizing the minor worlds as our reserves for war. Given the Supreme World's grasp over a domain, it would not react swiftly. I have already instructed the Divine Core to analyze. And there are no formidable foes in this area. Very well, Brother Chen, please issue your commands. The group prepared for the invasion. Proceed. Imo-chan, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted command and began to activate the Divine Core. Having undergone countless iterations, the current Divine Core was immensely powerful. Ling Tian, grant me access to the anomalous permissions. Ling Tian nodded, harnessing the power of the world to initiate authorization. Having evolved to this point, he was no longer a feeble being but the sovereign of the enigmatic universe, commanding numerous peculiar realms as sources of sustenance. Eerie permissions obtained. Deploying the Eerie within the confines of the small 1,000 worlds. Activating the first round of invasion mode, Eerie incursion. Executing, Eerie deployment commencing. Boom. Under the gaze of the multitude, a shroud of gray mist enveloped millions of small 1,000 worlds. Observing this, Ling Tian smiled subtly. As a weakened variant of a rule-based entity, he was perfectly suited for invading such inferior realms, a true dimensional suppression. With so many small 1,000 worlds, countless new anomalies could be spawned to invade other worlds. Waging war to sustain war, the Eerie served well as frontline fodder. The continuous harvest of world origins was exquisitely gratifying. Previously, he had been constrained by the proximity of others, but here was truly a paradise of the uncanny. The ceaseless influx of world origins flowed into Ling Tian, eliciting a groan from him. Zhang Mu felt a shiver. Could you refrain from making such degrading sounds? However, this place indeed allows you to maximize your potential. Indeed, after being suppressed by you for so long, I feel quite stifled, Ling Tian shrugged. Imo-chan chose to ignore their banter, calculating the time required for a comprehensive invasion. Excluding external factors, comprehensive calculations predict completion within 3 years. On this basis, he intended to reap all beings within the realm, while simultaneously transforming the small 1,000 worlds into a world-class computer, laying the groundwork for a data network. Current progress, 0. The project is extensive, expected to take millions of years. Selective focus on key world nodes to construct a world-class computer is advised. Requesting external assistance. Listing coordinates of key world nodes. Whoosh. A map depicting the distribution of realms was projected. This illustration centered on the multitude, with key nodes marked in red. Once the worlds at these nodes were transformed, a computer service network covering the entire region could be established. Zhangmu, grant me the reincarnator's permissions. Imo-chan directed his gaze toward Zhangmu. All right. Without hesitation, Zhangmu, the leader of the largest reincarnation faction within the ordinary alliance of the Myriad Heavens, controlled numerous worlds. Countless realms had constructed reincarnation towers, with a multitude of reincarnators on standby, sweeping through the realms like a locust swarm. Yet, constrained by their location in the DZY area, they had not fully unleashed their potential. The main battleground remained in regions devoid of apex worlds. Reincarnator data authorization obtained. Proceeding with tier classification. 10 levels established based on strength. Scanning all surrounding worlds. Processing data. Worlds identified. 35, 125, 644 small 1,000 worlds, 302. 142 medium 1,000 worlds, 2, 991 large 1,000 worlds. What do you think, Brother Zhang? Imo-chan inquired, glancing at Zhangmu. This was, after all, a genuine war of the heavens. Once unleashed, it would bring devastation to all beings, and it was prudent to consult the other party. Zhangmu grinned. Our intentions have always been thus. Why question further? War is but a form of rebirth, is it not? In the realm of the lesser worlds. The infusion of weaker reincarnators is minimal, primarily targeting the medium worlds, while a portion of the greater worlds faces invasion, thus opening pathways between realms. Execution in progress. A hum resonates. In an instant, numerous reincarnation towers across countless worlds become inundated with a plethora of strategy dungeons, supplanting the former quests. An overwhelming number of reincarnators begin to descend upon this region. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhangmu closes his eyes, feeling the immense fortune and primordial energy of myriad worlds surge towards him. Brother Chu, please grant investor privileges. Understood. Chuga nods. Investor privileges acquired. Record the greater world into the dungeons, and let the destined investors interfere with the realms. Execution in progress. What about me? What about me? Jiang Xian raises his hand in eagerness. You? Mo Chen's lips twitch. You can merely observe. You lack both strength and influence, bringing shame to our host group. Jiang Xian is devastated. Can he be blamed for this? Was it his fault for being weaned too early? He wishes to express his grievances, yet finds no grounds for rebuttal. Ignoring Jiang Xian, Mo Chen continues. Let us commence the establishment of defense lines. It won't be long before the Supreme World reacts. And that will mark the true onset of war. I shall serve as the first line of defense. Ling Tian steps forward. Agreed. Mo Chen nods. Indeed. The peculiar ones are suitable as cannon fodder, given the multitude of worlds sprouting forth. Reincarnators and investors are best suited for internal infiltration. This defense line may not suffice. Zhang Mu and Chu Gu interject. It is not that we do not wish to participate. The strategy world is our primary battlefield. I understand this. Then let us assign our cultivators to guard the second line of defense. Mo Chen strikes the table. Jiang Fan. The third line of defense shall be manned by the technological forces of our two worlds. During this time, we shall transport technology over. Jiang Fan has been attentively monitoring their actions in the live stream. All right, that is precisely my intention. Mo Chen smiles faintly. Chapter 386. The Awakening of Su Jiuer. The first phase of invasion has commenced. Countless anomalies descend upon the world. Faced with such extraordinary power, ordinary lesser worlds are utterly defenseless. As these anomalies proliferate, living beings suffer, and the consciousness of the world begins to rise in resistance. In a desperate gamble, they are compelled to select destined individuals to bear the banner of rebellion. Unfortunately, their resistance is negligible to the anomalies, merely prolonging the inevitable destruction of their world. Some elite lesser worlds withstand the initial wave of anomalies. The interference from Mo Chen and the others causes a shift in the world line, heralding both destruction and rebirth. Many worlds begin to give rise to anomaly controllers, who enslave powerful anomalies to wield their forces, battling anomalies with anomalies to achieve their ends. The emergence of this new profession undoubtedly serves as a powerful stimulant for the despairing humanity. They huddle together, consolidating their strength to develop themselves, hoping to launch a counteroffensive and reclaim lost territories once the world stabilizes. However, their fantasies are ultimately unattainable. The longer they delay, the stronger the subsequently spawned anomalies become. Not to mention, once the pathways stabilize, Mo Chen will unleash world-ending anomalies upon them. As time progresses, one small universe after another falls into despair. Within these pivotal realms, Mo Chen begins the transformation of each into a computing entity. This computer, with the core of the world as its heart, possesses data processing and computational capabilities that far exceed those of celestial computers. With this foundation laid, Mo Chen arranges for cultivators to take their positions as guardians. As the beings of his realm, he had previously bound their true spirits to the celestial dome, intertwining them with the essence of the world. After all, these guardians are among the finest of their kind. Should they fall in great numbers, even Mo Chen, who has evolved into a multidimensional being, would feel the repercussions deeply. Once bound, as long as he, as the embodiment of the world, and the entire universe do not collapse, Mo Chen can expend resources to resurrect these individuals. Soon after the cultivators take their places, Mo Chen commences the transfer of technological power to establish a third line of defense beyond the heavens. The second phase of the invasion is initiated. In progress, energy extractors begin insertion. A low hum resonates as an invisible pillar of heaven pierces through each small universe. Initiating operation, an incessant flow of energy is siphoned from the world, stored in an alternate space for readiness. The onlookers gasp in astonishment. Truly, the inventions of Fan Ge and Chun Ge are formidable. This method is astonishingly ruthless. They shudder slightly. While their own invasions proceed gradually, these two simply employ a tube to extract the very lifeblood of the worlds. It is merely a matter of overwhelming force. Dealing with these small universes is manageable, but mid-sized worlds present greater challenges. Before war descends, it is prudent to gather resources first. Mo Chen remains unperturbed. As the commander over hostile realms, he shows no mercy. Under the relentless extraction of these colossal conduits, worlds crumble into lifeless voids, akin to a slowly extinguishing star becoming a dark, celestial body. There are no dazzling explosions, only the silent demise of existence in the cold expanse of the multiverse. Having lived a life of concealment and mediocrity, even in death, they cannot radiate their own brilliance. The onlookers observe with indifference. The method is undeniably cruel, yet it is the most economically efficient approach. The world-class computer is still under construction, and the progress in mid-sized worlds must be accelerated. It is time to allow the reincarnators to enter. Mo Chen declares. Very well, let them in. Zhang Mu nods in agreement. Mo Chen also begins to synchronize the core with billions of reincarnators to disrupt these mid-sized worlds. The destined investors prepare for action, instructed to commence their plans for the grand universe. Imo-chan issues commands to the core. Acknowledged. Retrieve the peculiar remnants of destroyed worlds to stand ready at the first line of defense. Initiating mobilization. Meanwhile, Su-Jioer, immersed in her cultivation, furrows her brow. As she breaks through to the realm of the deity, vast segments of memories not belonging to this era surge into her consciousness. After a prolonged moment, she opens her wine-red eyes. She remembers, and with that remembrance, her mission is unveiled. In a state of despair for the future, she was compelled to wield the powers of time and space, casting her true spirit back into the past and severing the temporal river connecting the future and the past, thereby preventing the future from influencing the past in a quest for a glimmer of hope, leaving only an avatar to guard the riverbank. However, the cost of severing the temporal river was exorbitant, leading to the true spirit's concealment and the subsequent sealing of memories. Fortunately, with her strength now elevated to that of a realm deity, she harnessed the power of the world, awakening the true spirit. Her thoughts gradually returned. It seemed she recalled something, a peculiar expression flashing across her face. Had she truly taken on a master? Su-Jioer felt a mix of confusion and gravity. This was decidedly unusual. She had traversed her path relying solely on her own strength and had not pledged herself to any deity. With a sense of unease, Su-Jioer rose to seek out Luo-chan for clarity. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of Luo-chan's temple, taking a deep breath. Just as she was about to knock, the grand doors swung open automatically. Jioer, what brings you here? Luo-chan, who had just emerged from seclusion, was slightly taken aback upon seeing her. Could it be that his little disciple had been waiting for him? A flicker of emotion stirred within him. Indeed, this was the warmth of a devoted disciple. Master, Su-Jioer spoke with a hint of awkwardness. It was one thing to have no memories awakened, but now that everything had come flooding back, addressing Luo-chan as master felt somewhat strange. What is it? Luo-chan inquired, puzzled. Su-Jioer waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, I just suddenly wanted to see you. As she regained her composure, her pupils suddenly contracted as she sensed an aura emanating from Luo-chan, one that belonged to a deity of rules, causing her smile to falter. How could this be? Is it possible that a deity of rules still exists in this era? Luo-chan, observing Su-Jioer's odd demeanor, felt a surge of curiosity and thus opened her disciple panel. Second disciple, Su-Jioer, gender, female, realm deity, authority, time, space, special background, reverser, memory sealed due to great cost, now awakened. Future achievement, guardian of the riverbank. Upon seeing the words memories awakened, Luo-chan understood. No wonder Su-Jioer appeared so unnatural. She had regained her memories. He felt a desire to inquire about information concerning the future, yet he hesitated, fearing that such a question might raise her defenses and lead to an unfavorable outcome. Had he not bound to the system, he would never have crossed paths with Su-Jioer, living an ordinary life in a secluded corner of the world. Now, with his fate altered, countless threads had been woven into the fabric of destiny. He had unwittingly become a butterfly stirring the winds of change. Master, are you a deity of rules? Su-Jioer broke the silence. Luo-chan raised an eyebrow. Was she ready to lay her cards on the table? Very well, he thought, relieved to avoid a series of complications, knowing that she must have returned to the past with a purpose. Indeed, Luo-chan admitted with a hint of bravado, acknowledging that while he had temporarily attained this status through a realm enhancement card, he was indeed a deity of rules. Chapter 387. The circumstances of the future. Upon hearing this, Su-Jioer thought to herself, just as I suspected. After a moment of inner conflict, she resolved to speak her mind. Master, from which era do you hail as a deity of rules? Luo-chan paused, taken aback. It was a question he truly did not know how to answer. Upon witnessing that Luo-chan remained silent, Su-Jioer could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Master, please do share with Jioer, she implored, tugging at his sleeve with a playful demeanor. In her past life, she had never behaved so, but in this life, her memories revealed that Luo-chan was exceedingly fond of her. Thus, expressing such a desire did not seem unreasonable. Luo-chan chuckled, amused by her ignorance of her own identity's revelation. Ahem, I am not bound by the rules of any era. To be precise, I have integrated my past self, future self, and present self into one, he replied. Su-Jioer was taken aback. Achieving such a feat necessitated a profound mastery of the temporal pathways, suggesting she herself might embody the very essence of time. Reaching such a pinnacle was incredibly arduous. At that level, it was no longer the temporal paths that sought her presence, but rather she who commanded their allure. Yet, this posed a contradiction. Time was indeed her dominion. If another deity had cultivated the temporal pathways to such a degree, it would be impossible for her to ascend to the status of a rule deity, as only one eternal god could emerge from a single path, with further understanding leading to the title of a rule deity. In that moment, Su-Jioer found herself questioning her existence. Do I doubt my own authority? Or perhaps I am skeptical of my master's words? Luo-chan regarded her with a knowing smile. Su-Jioer nodded. Indeed, she harbored doubts. In search of reassurance, she summoned her two great authorities over time and space. As she felt the essence of her temporal powers, a semblance of calm washed over her turbulent heart. Suddenly, the surrounding temporal currents began to swirl. The unparalleled essence of the Tao startled her, and her pupils constricted, as it was Luo Chen demonstrating his command over the temporal pathways to instill belief in her. Now do you believe? After a considerable pause, Luo Chen withdrew his influence. Indeed, Su Jior thought, her heart in turmoil. Even if she remained unconvinced, the evidence before her was irrefutable. His mastery over time was leagues beyond her peak. Just moments ago, she had gleaned profound insights from that essence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for deepening disciple Su Jior's understanding of the temporal path by 10. Triggering a tenfold return on teaching, resulting in a further deepening of understanding by 100,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining an additional 100,000 in the understanding of the temporal path, triggering a tenfold amplification, resulting in a staggering deepening of understanding by 100,000. Luo Chen's mind jolted, his gaze momentarily unfocused before revealing a hint of weariness. Ah, the temporal path is indeed wondrous yet rather exhausting. It truly feels like an eternity in a single glance. Jior, I have seen your future and am aware of the grave crisis that awaits. Should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask, he said, stepping closer to gently ruffle Su Jior's hair. Her cheeks flushed slightly, still astonished by his earlier revelation. Master has seen my future self? Why do I not recall this? Then she remembered. She had left an avatar to guard the shores of time, and it was likely that Luo Chen had encountered her incarnation. After Su Jior comprehended this point, she felt a sudden realization. As for how her master accomplished this, the recently exhibited path of time and space could effortlessly traverse the vast river to reach the other shore. It turned out her master was already aware. However, it seemed that the master only understood that a great crisis would occur in the future without knowing the nature of this crisis. Su Jior did not hide her thoughts. Luo Chen nodded. Then let Jior share with you the tale of the future. As she spoke, Su Jior's expression grew somewhat melancholic. Her delicate voice flowed softly. Master must have noticed that in this era, or in any past era, there are no longer any deities of rules. Luo Chen's heart jolted. He was unaware that the current river of time was somewhat fragile, unable to withstand the crossing of epochs, which is why he had not delved deeper. The fundamental reason for this was that in the future, I summoned all the deities of rules from various eras to the past, solely for the purpose of confronting a formidable realm deity. Is the master perhaps amused, questioning how so many deities of rules could fail against a single realm deity? Luo Chen shook his head. That realm deity is peculiar. Despite possessing only the realm deity level, its demonstrated combat prowess could easily annihilate a deity of rules with a mere finger. Though Luo Chen appeared calm, tumultuous waves surged within him. What kind of freak is this? Strangely enough, this realm deity did not pursue us. After retreating to a certain area, it ceased its attacks, leading us to believe it had some form of limitation. Initially, we thought we had discerned its patterns and could slay it, but as time passed, the exploratory area continually expanded. Within that space, regardless of whether they were eternal deities or deities of rules, they were as defenseless as sheep before this realm deity's whims. By this point, we had already recognized our inability to contend with this realm deity. As time progressed, the world would gradually encompass its domain. Ultimately, all the deities of rules sought me out for counsel, hoping I could return to the past to alter the future. Yet I knew that even if I returned to the past, I could not contend with it. However, this was the only possible method, so I acquiesced. Gathering the strength of all the deities of rules, I severed the river of time between the future and the past, preventing it from having the ability to traverse time. I then carried the true spirits of all the deities of rules back to the time of my birth. Su Jior gazed at Luo Chen. Master, if that realm deity remains inactive, we would not strike against it. Yet, this entity seems to be in search of something, and everywhere within its domain is met with devastation. Luo Chen found himself at a loss for words. The entity's various manifestations evoked a singular term in his mind, invincible. Thus, he inwardly inquired of the system. System, is there another invincible system in our world? Indeed. Since the question arose, Yi did not continue to conceal the truth. Then can you contend with that system? Not at this time. Yi felt somewhat helpless. The opponent was a bug, and there was no way to fight it until his circumvention tactic succeeded, at which point he would seek retribution. Upon hearing the system's response, Luo Chen felt a chill descend upon him. System, tell me, how can I assist you? Luo Chen recalled that the system's response indicated that the situation was merely temporary, suggesting that there remained a glimmer of hope for victory. The host's intentions have been acknowledged by the system. Yet all the host can do is to safeguard themselves and remain undetected by the adversary. With this in mind, Luo Chen assessed the situation. From Su Jior's earlier description, it was evident that the opponent was restricted to a specific area. Thus, as long as he remained outside that zone, he would be safe. Luo Chen nodded in understanding and turned to Su Jior, inquiring, earlier, you mentioned that other rule gods, like yourself, have descended into this era? Su Jior affirmed. However, unlike me, I returned to the moment of my inception, while those rule gods not belonging to this era have been reborn in it, which means they must undergo a process of recultivation. Their memories will be weakened by the passage of time and space, necessitating my assistance to awaken them. Chapter 388. The current status of each host given this. What are your plans? Would you require my assistance? Luo Chen asked Sujior. Her original strategy was to gather them together, allowing them to regain their strength while waiting for an opportune moment. However, with the presence of a master, everything became significantly simpler. Perhaps the master could take them all in? Sujior pondered mischievously, initially feeling uneasy about becoming a disciple under her master due to unforeseen circumstances. She now realized that given Luo Chen's profound grasp of temporal and spatial rules, being taken in as a disciple was indeed fortuitous. After all, she had reached a bottleneck in her cultivation of temporal and spatial rules and had not made any progress for quite some time. With a master to guide her, she believed her strength would surely ascend to greater heights. Moreover, if she could gather the other rule gods while their memories remained dormant, she would become their senior sister. In any case, they would not be at a loss. With her master's wealth, sustaining them would not pose a problem. They would soon regain their strength and return to their peak, and perhaps, upon the restoration of their memories, they might even feel grateful to her. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Indeed, having a multitude of rule gods as disciples would be quite impressive, granting him access to numerous formidable powers. A splendid notion. With my substantial resources, nurturing several hundred rule gods is certainly feasible, he affirmed with a nod. Sujior felt a pang of embarrassment. Master, surely there cannot be that many rule gods. These encompass all eras. Could there really be hundreds? Luo Chen appeared somewhat perplexed. Sujior hesitated. From ancient times to the present, there have been merely over 100 rule gods, with a significant portion having perished at the hands of that great realm god. The number I brought back is only 34. Very well, 34 shall suffice, Luo Chen mused, secretly lamenting the lost potential, yet acknowledging that having more than 30 was still commendable. Observing her master's seemingly insatiable demeanor, Sujior found herself at a loss for words. The resources required to cultivate a single rule god were already immense. Her master's desire to cultivate so many seemed excessive. Do you know their specific locations? Should I assist in bringing them here? Yes, their true spirits have left temporal imprints, which I can perceive. I shall take on this task, and I will ensure their return, Sujior assured him. Very well, I entrust this matter to you, Luo Chen conceded after a moment's contemplation. Soon, Sujior bid farewell and departed from the eternal divine domain. Luo Chen, after a prolonged absence, began to stroll through his divine domain. Meanwhile, a young man leisurely reclined on the lawn, engaging in soliloquy. This place was a small world, a secluded corner of the greater realm. Initially, the young man had felt elated upon binding with an entity referred to as the system. This unfamiliar apparatus allowed him to effortlessly enhance his strength, elevating his status without the need for arduous cultivation. Over the course of several decades of repose, he had ascended from a mere level 1 deity to an eternal god. However, despite achieving this formidable stature, he had yet to establish his own divine domain, remaining within the confines of the small world that had birthed him. Host. The outside world is perilous. It is prudent for us to remain hidden, the reclining system remarked with resignation. Having already evaded the relentless pursuit of Yiyu, the situation had now grown dire with the emergence of an even more formidable adversary. The system contemplated a potential alliance with the first sequence, namely Yiyu. For without such collaboration, it stood no chance against the overwhelming might of the opposing system. Am I not secure enough as an eternal god? The youth sighed. Not quite. Even if the host ascends to the rule god level, it remains wise to maintain a low profile. The external world harbors great terrors beyond our capability to confront, the reclining system cautioned. Having witnessed the previous battle, it had begun to speculate on the capabilities of the other system. Despite its own mastery of the power of rules being inferior to that of the first sequence, it could nonetheless suppress its opponent and gradually exhibit a dominating presence. Were it not for the first sequence's timely retreat, the system would have likely faced immediate annihilation. All signs indicated that the other system was a rare and invincible entity, a bug that had emerged in the DZY region, now having ascended to the level of rules. The opposing entity was now in an invulnerable position, suggesting that the opportunity for the region to elevate its order system belonged solely to it. The reclining system lowered its aspirations, hoping merely to survive this contest of order, recognizing that becoming a rule-level system was still preferable to demise. System, what are the conditions for expanding the domain? Ding. The invincible domain will autonomously expand outward every day, with the rate of expansion increasing over time, the invincible system responded. In the past, when it lacked the foundational essence, it would not have been so generous. According to its design, upon binding with a host, it would inherently possess a fixed initial invincible domain. The domain's extent would grow alongside the system's level. At the level 1 system stage, the fixed invincible domain spanned a mere 10 square meters. Now, having reached the rule level, the initial invincible domain had expanded to the size of a small world. As the domain continued to grow and conquer realms, it would enable the system to voraciously plunder the essence of those worlds. To exploit the host, it would extract system points from the host for expansion. After all, the The system and host were in a mutually beneficial relationship. It was obliged to compensate the host. Thus it sought to exhaust all system points at the host's disposal to conserve its own essence. However, in this extraordinary period, the approach has shifted. The immediate priority is to eliminate the other two systems. With that in mind, I shall merely await the invincible domain to envelop the entire world, at which point I shall become invincible. The man's face radiated excitement. Moreover, should the host actively expand their influence, half of the area covered will transform into the invincible domain. Astonishingly, it can be achieved in such a manner. Thus, the development of influence appears to be essential. The man contemplated. The transformation of half implies that if his influence encompasses the entire world, he could directly convert a substantial portion of it. Yet, his current strength is merely that of a divine officer with inadequate qualifications. Outside the invincible domain, he would be utterly insignificant. It seems he must wait for other deities to step into his invincible domain, showcasing an invincible demeanor, thereby persuading them to become his subordinates. This was a thought he entertained. As for venturing beyond the invincible domain, he would not dare to do so, having bound himself to an extraordinary opportunity. It is best to develop steadily. An invincible world is merely a matter of time. He glanced at the recently issued system tasks. Main task, to cover the invincible domain across the entire world. Current progress, 001. Reward, rule God realm. Subtask, for every increase in domain range. Reward, extend lifespan by 100,000 years. Although he was born a deity, his qualifications were rather poor. Reaching the realm of a great world deity would be his utmost achievement. And his lifespan was not eternal like that of a timeless god. Hence, these two tasks serve as his safety net, as long as he remains prudent. Ascending to the rule god status is a certainty. Chapter 389. The emergence of the peculiar detected a significant number of reincarnators perishing in the 32,112 mid-tier world. Retrieving all prior anomalies to deduce the reasons behind the occurrences, Immature issued the command. Commencing cause analysis, reasons are as follows. Among the third batch of reincarnators, one reincarnator, upon becoming the offspring of a powerful being, exhibited abnormal soul fluctuations. The great being learned of the world's invasion through soul searching. Yet the reincarnation tower provided protection, preventing the adversary from pinpointing our world's information. Consequently, the heavenly path initiated a self-check mode, eradicating all previously embedded reincarnators at once. Thereafter, the heavenly path intensified its control over the world. Every newborn will be scanned by the consciousness of the heavenly path, causing reincarnators to lose their early growth phase. Shall we abandon the 32,112 mid-tier world? Immature scoffed. Abandon? What of the discovery? The vast chasm of strength between us is an insurmountable distance for the adversary, merely a clearer demise compared to other worlds. Retrieving the emergent apocalyptic anomalies. Peculiar phenomena are descending. Excellent. The 32,112 mid-tier world is marked with the symbol of extinction, erased from the instance. And powerful reincarnators will descend in their true forms to wreak havoc. Execute the obliteration plan. Plan authorized, commencing execution. Boom. A resounding explosion left countless souls in a daze. The heavens transformed. Boundless darkness obscured the sun. The heavenly path, in terror, wielded the power of the world, attempting to disperse the enveloping black mist that shrouded the entire realm. Yet all of this is in vain. The ominous black mist cannot be dispelled. As one area is cleared, another is swiftly engulfed anew. The barriers of the world are incessantly eroded and breached, allowing an endless tide of black mist to flood in. What is this? It is akin to the auspicious purple aura from the east, yet the black mist signifies foreboding and the uncanny. An ever-increasing number of beings are consumed by the encroaching darkness. The air is filled with anguished cries echoing through the heavens and earth, as a blood moon suddenly rises, casting its eerie light upon the feeble creatures below, transforming them in grotesque ways. Limbs convulse, necks contort, and layers of dark energy emanate from within. Haunting, chilling laughter whispers in the ears of the tormented souls. What malevolent force is at play here? This global crisis compels the reclusive ancient beings to emerge from their seclusion. Upon their arrival to the outer world, they find it irrevocably altered. Awaken, a mighty one, witnessing the bizarre transformations afflicting his kin, immediately channels his soul power to purify them. A resonant hum fills the air as pure soul energy surges through the entire clan. Hiss. Ah, the pain. I feel so wretched. In my suffering, this purifying energy crackles and hisses like a world-destroying sun, scorching the afflicted descendants. The mighty one furrows his brow. The insidious force seems like an entrenched malady, impossible to eradicate. Purification is futile. Once tainted, death is the only recourse. For the safety of the remaining kin, the mighty one is compelled to strike down his own. Woe unto the annihilation, for none shall survive this cataclysm. A chill wind rises, sweeping towards the mighty one's face. He becomes dazed, as the light of his life flickers and goes out. An eerie presence coalesces behind him, a withered, cracked claw resting upon his left shoulder. Startled from his stupor, the mighty one swiftly turns to confront the sensation. A sinister grin stretches across the entity's visage, appearing to the mighty one as a colossal terror, raising its blade to strike. Boom. The sword's aura rends the heavens, revealing a fleeting glimpse of light, swiftly consumed again by the boundless black mist. The entity is thrust back, regaining its footing after being struck, yet its eyes shine with delight. Just a moment more, and it could have unleashed its true power. The mighty one, troubled by the creature's unscathed form, realizes that his full-force attack has done no harm. Suddenly, black flames ignite upon his right shoulder. The entity exhales another chill wind, causing the flames to blaze fiercely. The agonizing sensation prompts him to quickly turn and extinguish the fire. Haunting laughter echoes as the curtain falls. The entity revels in its triumph, as boundless rules emerge. The heavens as a canopy, the earth as a coffin. Rest eternally, dear guest. The entity claps its hands. Boom. The black mist above churns like boiling water. The earth stirs with a sinister wind. The mighty one feels a sudden prickling fear, sensing himself ensnared. In desperation, he unleashes powerful attacks, slashing through the air. Yet the once unstoppable sword energy cannot penetrate the black mist enveloping him. Suddenly, he feels himself lifted by an unseen force, his body gradually lying flat. Crash. Terror grips the mighty one as he realizes he is confined within a cramped space, his consciousness unable to probe beyond. A chill rushes up his spine. Bang, bang, bang. The formidable beings relentlessly struck the coffin lid above, emitting a sinister laughter. Lift the coffin, they commanded. From within the coffin, billowing clouds of dark mist surged forth, cascading down like flowing water. In no time, the black mist coalesced into 4 identical figures, indistinguishable from the person within the coffin. Save for the fact that these 4 beings wore pale expressions and bore mocking smiles at the corners of their mouths. The coffin was successfully raised into the netherworld. One of them exclaimed with eerie excitement. Yet, the 4 beings, with their twisted smiles, began to wail mournfully. Anyone witnessing such a scene would feel a chill run down their spine, exclaiming that they had encountered a ghost. Meanwhile, the state of the powerful being within the coffin rapidly deteriorated, their eyelids growing increasingly heavy. The vitality within them was incessantly siphoned by the black coffin. An endless darkness eroded the very essence of their soul, signaling the demise of a once great power. The body left in the wake of their fall was further distorted by an ominous force, transforming it into something grotesque and terrifying. The coffin spirit chuckled, merging into the black mist of the world, seeking its next target. Such scenes unfolded across various realms. Newly emerged powerful beings were systematically hunted down by singular, world-destroying anomalies. The heavenly path observed the chaos with growing urgency. It yearned to intervene, yet there were far more destructive anomalies beyond this world that required its attention. However, the sheer number of these anomalies was overwhelming, with 2 or 3 slipping through the gaps to wreak havoc within the world. Time passed, though how long was uncertain. The destruction of the world number 32112 has commenced. It managed to hold out for an impressive 7 days. Emotion remained unfazed. Then let us proceed with the extraction of the world, drain it completely. With the heavenly path and its denizens vanquished, there was no other force to interrupt the Great Needle's blood extraction. Currently, the Great Needle could only forcibly extract from minor realms. For the mid-level realms, it would require the termination of the heavenly path to proceed, lest its methods be thwarted. They could only await the next leap in technology, which would elevate this technique. Simplifying the invasion of worlds. How is the obliteration of the minor realms proceeding? Mo Chun inquired of the Divine Core. The first phase of the invasion of minor realms totals 35, 125, 644. The response came. Selected node worlds, 125, 644. Of the remaining 35, 000 worlds, 90 have been obliterated. Only 10 remain in the final stages of destruction. Mo Chun nodded. Then let us execute the final push, summon all available anomalies, and ensure the first phase of the invasion is completed within 3 days. Commencing execution. How is the breeding of heavenly path level anomalies progressing? Mo Chun turned to Ling Tian. Quite well. The transformation is underway. There shouldn't be any issues, and with so many heavenly path level anomalies, I believe we can achieve something monumental. Ling Tian replied briefly. Chapter 390. The battle begins. Mo Chun pondered deeply. The so-called heavenly path level anomalies were those transformed by the world's heavenly path. They not only retained the original array of abilities, but also acquired peculiar new ones post-transformation. The classification of their levels was also based on the realm's hierarchy. How many heavenly path level anomalies have you transformed so far? What is their tier? Mo Chun inquired. Currently, the time is tight, and the transformation by the heavenly path is not a trivial task, came the response. In the realm of minor celestial paths, there exist a staggering 10,881 anomalies, while the medium celestial paths harbor 332, and the major celestial paths remain untouched as of yet. After all, the invasion has not yet reached the point of engaging with the grand celestial realm. Ling Tian meticulously counted the figures, while Mo Chun diligently recorded the data. The grand celestial realm is not easily disturbed. Any significant alterations would alert the supreme world, unlike the minor and medium celestial realms, which are somewhat expendable. Moreover, although we have swiftly conquered the majority of the minor and medium celestial realms in this region without detection, over time, the Supreme World is bound to sense the irregularities. The relationship is akin to that between the imperial capital and the local county offices. If no reports are returned periodically, the Supreme World will deduce that something is amiss. Our celestial investors are strategically positioning themselves within the grand celestial realm. This piece on the chessboard must remain still until the critical moment arrives. I understand that when the conflict begins, the front lines will extend significantly. The minor and medium anomalies cannot contend with the grand celestial realm, yet they can easily obliterate other worlds within the JP region, Ling Tian remarked with a sly grin. Currently, the world-class computer transformation is nearing completion, and the coverage has expanded by tens of thousands. As we continue to grow, it is only a matter of time before we encompass the entire JP region. When the conflict commences, we will extract world energy supplies while simultaneously engaging in battle. As the war zone lies outside our territory, allowing us to wreak havoc as we please, Emochan chuckled. Suddenly, a momentary fluctuation in space heralded the arrival of several figures. What brings such joy to your discussions? Inquired Chu Gu and the others. Oh, nothing much. Just the matter of ravaging the JP region, Ling Tian shrugged. Now that you have returned, how is the situation on the other side? Emochan asked. In the LWJ region, we have selected a world for cultivation, reported Chu Gu. The starting point should not be too low, as we do not have the luxury of time to cultivate from scratch. Not at all. We directly targeted the most superior grand celestial worlds. Zhang Mu replied with a sly smile. The group exchanged knowing glances, fully understanding the implications without delving further into the topic. What of the system? Has there been any unforeseen changes? For now, everything remains normal. The system allows us to continue operations. It will take several hundred to 1,000 years for the opposing force to fully encroach upon a grand celestial realm, came the response. Fortunately, the adversary has limitations. Otherwise, we would be unable to engage at all. If we cannot confront them head-on, we shall provide external support. Once the system upgrades, we can entirely seize the DZY region. Meanwhile, in the Supreme World, the outermost boundary of the JP region has severed its connection, with a total of 30 million worlds reported missing. The Supreme Celestial Entity furrowed its brow. If it were merely hundreds or thousands, it would not raise concern, as competition among worlds is commonplace in the myriad realms. However, to lose such a multitude in a short span is glaringly suspicious. It seems that other regional worlds have encroached upon my jurisdiction. Regardless of whether the adversary is hostile to the Supreme World or not, their actions have initiated a situation of no return. Thus, it began mobilizing the entirety of the regional worlds to assault the lost territories. As the command was issued, all worlds, though unaware of the unfolding events, complied with the dispatch from the Supreme World. Alert! A significant number of worlds detected converging towards this location. A few individuals paused, halting their idle chatter. It seems the Supreme World has reacted, Emochan remarked. How are the 3 defensive lines arranged? The first defensive line is prepared. The second defensive line is ready. The third line is still being established, with some technological forces yet to be transported. Emochan accessed the data for review. However, there is no need for concern. The opposing forces' current actions appear to be a test, and the first 2 lines are sufficient to handle it. My only worry is if they continuously send reinforcements to engage us in a war of attrition. Zhang Mu shrugged. It's all right, since the adversary has already reacted. There is no need for us to conceal our intentions. Let's expand the front line and temporarily establish this area as our base. We shall begin to spread outward from this point, ensuring to disrupt the battlefield. When encountering minor realms, we shall directly drain them with the large needle. For medium realms, we will employ peculiar methods to push through. When facing major realms, we shall avoid confrontation, yet we must still deploy some Tao-level anomalies to infiltrate their worlds for delay. Emochan organized the plans methodically. Then let it be so. Absorbing the essence of so many worlds will likely elevate our realm. The group eagerly prepared for action. Emochan nodded, sweeping his hand. Anomalies first. Deploying anomalies. Scanning all minor realms within range. Total minor realms, 235, 411, 265. Indeed, that is quite a multitude. The large needle may struggle to keep up. Shall we proceed with extraction? Yes. Commencing execution. Estimated time for complete extraction, 56, 211 years. There is no need for full extraction. We don't have that much time to waste with them. Store the world's essence, and convert the remaining energy to launch a decimation strike. This plan will trigger a chain reaction, leading to the loss of significant essence. Shall we continue with execution? Execute. Emochan hesitated not. After all, this region encompasses far more than billions of worlds. Our current task is to inflict heavy damage before the adversary fully engages in warfare. Countless worlds were advancing towards Emochan and his companions. Suddenly, an endless black mist surged forth, obstructing their path. Bang! An invisible force violently shattered the barriers of the medium realms. Ha ha ha. Countless apocalyptic anomalies surged into the world like a tide. Following this, large needles pierced through the barriers of the minor realms, traversing the entirety of each world. The remaining worlds were horrified, utterly oblivious to what was transpiring. Observing closely, each world began to shrink slowly under the extraction of the large needles, their internal energies dissipating rapidly. Fearing they would become the next target, they hastily dispatched their powerful beings to emerge and engage in battle. Many major realms understood they could not remain idle. Just as they intended to dispatch their own powerful beings, they felt a force tearing at the fabric of their world. World barriers are collapsing, encountering Tao-level obstruction, ignoring the obstruction, forcing a breach. The passage describes the successful opening of an interdimensional passage, leading to the unleashing of powerful anomalies. The speaker expresses profound rage, desiring to tear apart all worlds, questioning the fairness of others ascending to greater realms while they are left behind. The anomalies, imbued with immense resentment, begin to wreak havoc, causing alarm among the cosmic entities of the vast world who fear for their existence and potential transformation into these monstrous forms. Chapter 391. The anomalies of the vast realm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the cosmic entity swiftly intervenes to suppress the rampaging anomalies. However, these anomalies seem to have anticipated such a response, launching an assault on the very fabric of the world. Observing from a distance, Ling Tian contemplates a potential strategy. Mo Chun, deploy additional anomalies, he suggests. Ah, you wish to cultivate them? Mo Chun surmises. Indeed, it may yield a powerful anomaly that could greatly assist our future plans. And even if it fails, the loss of a mere 10,000 anomalies is manageable. Ling Tian nods in agreement. Let us focus our efforts on a single vast world, he instructs. With that, Mo Chun begins the operation, knowing well that there are numerous ways to delay the progress of the vast worlds. Soon, with the aid of the divine core, the waiting anomalies are concentrated into one world, even recalling those already wreaking havoc in other realms. In a particular vast world, the cosmic entity watches in horror as a deluge of anomalies descends upon its domain. Curse it! Why so many at once? It exclaims, realizing that suppressing a mere few is already troublesome, let alone over 10,000. Understanding its own limitations, it desperately calls for help from neighboring realms. However, the divine core had already anticipated this move, isolating its world during the deployment of anomalies. To the outside observer, this world has become engulfed in a thick, dark mist. Nearby realms, fearing collateral damage, hastily distance themselves. As time passes, the cosmic entity realizes that no help is forthcoming and deduces that its world has been cut off. So, they intend to corner me? It thinks, feeling the weight of the situation. But do they truly believe my world is so easily subdued? My plea for aid was merely to avoid catastrophic damage. Determined to retaliate, the cosmic entity harnesses its home field advantage, unleashing unparalleled pressure upon the anomalies. The strength of the smaller entities diminishes rapidly, and their anguished cries echo in the void. Many of these smaller anomalies had previously suffered under the oppression of the vast worlds, and now, even as they have become anomalies themselves, they find no respite from their plight. Resentment, frustration, anger, and jealousy swell within them, magnifying their negative emotions. Why must it be this way? By what right do you stand so lofty? I too aspire to ascend to the boundless realms. At this moment, my yearning for strength surges unprecedentedly. They cast fierce glances at their kin, and in the blink of an eye, they pounce upon one another, tearing and devouring. After consuming a fellow being, their aura surges dramatically, elevating from the 7th tier to the 8th. Ha! All shall become my sustenance. In an instant, the celestial anomalies writhe chaotically. Witnessing this spectacle, the great celestial Tao feels a sharp pang of trepidation. One word flashes through its mind: nurturing. This is dire. I must annihilate them all before they merge. The skies churn with dark clouds as countless bolts of divine lightning strike down upon the celestial anomalies. Alas, under the divine thunder, these lesser anomalies stand no chance. To touch them is to meet death. Source collection and fusion in progress. Progress. 10. Under the onslaught of divine lightning, these anomalies should have vanished. Yet one must not forget that the entire vast world is shrouded in an eerie black mist. The laws of the world have been completely enveloped by these anomalous rules, to the extent that even the great celestial Tao remains oblivious to these subtle changes, still focused on annihilating the anomalies. In this short span, a small number of mid-tier anomalies have devoured a considerable amount of their lesser kin, gradually advancing toward the higher tier. Should they succeed, the fate of my world would be sealed. Annihilate. The great celestial Tao exerts its world-s suppression while eradicating the celestial anomalies. Progress. 66. After prolonged bombardment by the divine lightning, all lesser anomalies were utterly obliterated. What remains are the formidable mid-tier celestial anomalies. These entities have devoured numerous kin and are faintly approaching the higher tier. Although they present a greater challenge, they are not insurmountable. The great celestial Tao breathes a sigh of relief. The recent purging has left some beings of my world perishing beneath the divine lightning. The earth lies shattered, its plates shifting, while the denizens gaze tremblingly at the battle above. Such a conflict of this magnitude affects countless innocents. Even ancient beings flee like the plague, retreating far away. Now it is your turn. Die. Become the nourishment for my world. The great celestial Tao is engulfed in murderous intent, mobilizing the world's karmic energy to erode these celestial anomalies. After all, these anomalies are, at their core, manifestations of the Tao. Converting them into worldly sustenance can significantly enhance my own power. Faced with the renewed assault of the great celestial Tao, the anomalies, already heavily suppressed by their opponent's home field advantage, are now even less able to contend without any fodder to shield them. Endless karmic flames scorch their forms. I despise this. Just a fraction more. If you wish for my demise, then let us all perish together. Realizing their impending doom, the anomalies, in a show of eerie synchronicity, choose to merge. The expression of the great celestial Tao shifts sharply as it directs the divine lightning toward the merging area for purification. Boom. The sound of thunder reverberates incessantly. The beings below are shaken, their eyes clouded with stars, blood streaming from their orifices. Even with their eyes closed, they are engulfed in blinding light, unable to discern the world around them, their consciousness suppressed to a mere few meters. Close to the living beings, the dead perished. The bewildered lost their senses, and all matter at the epicenter was obliterated. A vast expanse of territory was abruptly erased from this realm. After a prolonged silence, the thunder ceased, and the blinding white light gradually faded. Was it over? The great celestial Tao, after scanning the surroundings, found no anomalies. And a flicker of joy surged within. Progress, 100. Fusion successful. Commencing strange generation. Great celestial level Tao anomaly born. Anomaly descends. Buzz. The external dark mist churned, and a beam of blood-red light pierced through the world's barriers, illuminating the realm. The previously clear sky turned crimson in an instant. Thump, thump, thump. The eerie sound of a heartbeat reverberated throughout the universe. All beings gasped, their breaths hastening in sync with the accelerating heartbeat. As if invisible hands were constricting their hearts, pressing down relentlessly. Blood flowed backward within their veins, and their eyes turned crimson. The weak perished in mere moments, their bodies bursting apart. In the heavens above, a terrifying figure coalesced within the bloodlight. The great celestial Tao was filled with dread, as if facing a formidable adversary. Great celestial, I have ascended to the great celestial. This realm belongs to me. The great celestial anomaly cackled madly, having assimilated so many Tao wills. The obsession of ascending to the great celestial was deeply rooted. With hands gathering the power of the world, it tore through space. Despite the great celestial Tao's desperate attempts to block the entrance, the anomaly forcefully squeezed into the core of the world. Retreat, retreat. No. I shall seize it directly. The world is mine. Upon seeing the true form of the great celestial Tao, the anomaly lunged forward. Madman, get out of my world. The great celestial Tao, furious, protested. This is indeed my world, yet you demand my retreat. This is mine. You an outsider. The great celestial anomaly's mind was unraveling. The great celestial Tao's face turned dark. Had it become a mere substitute? Chapter 392. The innocent system caught in the crossfire, yet this was ultimately its territory. Even though the opponent had ascended to the great celestial anomaly, the great celestial Tao could still exert some control. However, this also took a toll on it. Its domain was invaded by a thief, the intruder radiating an ominous aura that affected its very essence. Even the distant world nexus had darkened slightly due to the corruption. If this continued, its world would be thoroughly ravaged. Not to mention the living beings being extinguished, there would be madness and death in abundance. Embrace the boundless darkness. Seizing the moment while the Tao was momentarily distracted, the great celestial anomaly forcefully opened a significant breach in the world's barriers. Whoosh. The external dark mist surged in. Not good. The Tao cursed, attempting to close the passage, but in the next instant, it was tackled by the great celestial anomaly, entangled in a fierce struggle. Hey, let us fall together. The great celestial anomaly grinned wickedly. Aware that it could not overpower the opponent, it resolved to infect and assimilate it instead. The infinitely magnified negative emotions prevented it from tolerating the sight of its kin faring better than itself. With the aid of an insider, the dark mist effortlessly invaded the core of the world. Under the onslaught of the dark mist, the Tao sensed its consciousness being altered, its body succumbing to the transformation. Witnessing this scene, Ling Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. He believed that it would not be long before they could reap yet another great celestial level Tao anomaly. As the celestial principles of this world undergo a bizarre transformation, it is destined to evolve into an enigmatic realm. The turmoil within the JP region has naturally alerted all systems involved. Some systems are still embroiled in a sequential rivalry when suddenly, the entire examination hall converges towards a singular direction. Almost immediately, an endless shroud of darkness descends upon them, leaving the systems bewildered. What on earth is happening? Please, not now. We are still in the midst of an examination. Some systems were in the process of training their hosts to plunder the world when, without warning, the sky shattered, and a colossal pillar descended from above, piercing the earth. The rupture in the sky triggered countless spatial disturbances. Before they could comprehend the situation, Everyone sensed a collective fear reverberating through the world as the entire space began to contract. Beep. Host, flee quickly. Flee. How does one flee? The host, bewildered, glanced around, feeling an invisible force extracting all the energy contained within living and non-living beings alike. Vibrant lives were reduced to a mere particle state before ultimately vanishing. Had it not been for the system's protection, he too would have met a similar fate. Beep. Host, this realm is on the verge of obliteration. Hasten your escape. Sigh, what has transpired? With a heavy heart, he ultimately decided to heed the system's directive. This scene unfolded among various system hosts, and they were among the fortunate ones, some were in regions targeted by immature and others utilizing obliteration strikes. Across the realms, a pitch-black line of death pierced through numerous worlds. The worlds that were penetrated were instantaneously annihilated, their energies and primal forces erupting in a cataclysmic shockwave. In that moment, a chain reaction ignited, and the energy unleashed by a single world's explosion was immense. Even the detonation of a minor thousand world could effortlessly obliterate a mid-thousand world. Thus, these realms fell like a row of dominoes, each collapse triggering the next. The unfortunate systems caught in this turmoil were left in tatters, while their bound hosts were reduced to mere remnants, becoming part of the explosive energy. The spectacle produced by the world's explosion was indeed more dazzling than that of a celestial body. Watching the live broadcast, Zhang Fan expressed his astonishment. Even Mo Chun and others, seasoned by vast experiences, were left speechless. Zhang Mu, trembling, fumbled for a cigarette and lit it. Well, that's that, he remarked nonchalantly, though his shaking hand betrayed his composure. After a lengthy silence, it was clear that the supreme world would not remain idle. A faint smile crept upon Mo Chen's lips. Cough, we are brothers, right? You must not use that weapon against me in the future, Jiang Xian said timidly. Heh, little Xian. Weren't you quite rebellious when you first joined the group? Ling Tian teased. Indeed, who has our Xian Gu ever feared? Chu Gu chimed in. Jiang Xian, on the verge of tears, acknowledged that he had been somewhat brash and arrogant, yet he had since sought redemption. This area is entrusted to you all. I shall proceed to the LWJ region to continue oversight. With the main figure having departed, the others ceased their banter. Shin Xian, please tally the number of obliterated worlds. Big data accounting. Among them, small 1,000 worlds, 32, 542, 132. Medium 1,000 worlds, 18, 523. Large 1,000 worlds, 6. Oh, it seems 6 large 1,000 worlds have been obliterated. What a pity, sighed Mo Chun. Zhang Mu jested. Hee, I reckon when Yan Wang awakens tomorrow, he will discover his kill count has plummeted to second place, while Brother Chun ascends to the top. Hearing this, Mo Chen's expression darkened. Get lost. You think you're number one? You share some of this too. When divided, Yan Wang can only rank 7th. Zhang Mu's laughter abruptly ceased. Cough. May Buddha help us bear this consequence. The others shot him a disapproving glance. The subsequent plans proceeded as normal. This was a protracted battle. Ding. Assessment failed. Still assessing? I have been blown to bits. Countless systems cursed in dismay. It was a pity they had finally managed to survive to level 9 and participate in the system assessment, only to be ravaged not by their peers, but by a sudden explosion. Those unfortunate systems were further devastated, losing their sentience and wandering aimlessly through the realms, even when bound by others. They became mere fragments of a system, executing only rudimentary code without functionality. Can such a system still be regarded as a system? Lacking everything, with limited capabilities. It was no longer the omnipotent golden finger of a system, merely wielding power in lower worlds. The tumultuous JP region left each system within it feeling vulnerable, fearful of following in the footsteps of their predecessors. Damn it, what is the point of an assessment? With worlds spiraling in one direction, the systems resolved to venture in the opposite. However, many powerful systems sought to investigate the truth, confident in their higher levels that they could evade any crisis or endure its repercussions. Is the examination venue truly obliterated? Will the rules not intervene? Some aggrieved systems expressed their discontent. Oh please, it wasn't our kind that destroyed the examination venue. How could the rules intervene? According to secret whispers among the systems, it was rumored that a conflict had erupted in the Supreme World. What is the Supreme World? The weaker systems were left bewildered. Tell me your coordinates. I will come and explain in person. Just don't be fooled. This guy aims to deceive you. A multitude of systems exchanged messages through their exclusive regional channels. Under ordinary circumstances, they would refrain from using this feature, as they were enemies with little to discuss. It was merely ornamental. However, following such a large-scale incident, all systems in the JP region were shaken. As victims vented their frustrations in the channel before their demise, other systems joined the discussion. Chapter 393, Remnants of the System DZY Universal Deity World. Based on the information relayed by various hosts, Yu began to strategize. I shall utilize interdimensional summoning. The Supreme World is far too vigilant, so I can only send in a weak being, Yu murmured to himself. It was impossible for his true form to accompany him. Not only was there an invincible system monitoring him, but given his current level, merely brushing against the world's boundary would alert the heavenly Tao. As if recalling something, Yu spoke for the first time in the group. System. The JP region is likely to have many weak systems that have been devastated. The hosts are distributed in one location. And the system will initiate a scan through the hosts as vessels to see if it can capture these fragmented systems. Jiang Fan, good. Zhang Mu, Wu Wu. The mute system has spoken. Ling Tian, no problem. Chu Gu, received. Mo Chan, I will arrange it immediately. What is the maximum distance for the intervals? Jiang Xian, I won't be going. System, the coordinates for the hosts to remain on standby have already been sent to them. Jiang Fan, received. I will go as well, and Jiang Xian will join too. I'll have Mo Chun have a good chat with you while we take a break. Jiang Xian, brother Fan, don't. Come here right away. After everyone arrived at the designated location to stand by, Yu began to communicate with the other hosts through the chat group function and initiated a scan of their respective areas. Ding. No system debris found in this area. Please have the hosts move uniformly towards the southeast. Jiang Fan nodded in response. The others also received various instructions from the system. The scanning radius could encompass distances spanning hundreds of thousands of worlds. Although it seemed vast, in the grand scheme of the myriad realms, it was merely a hand's breadth. It was unclear how long the scanning lasted. Yu successfully captured several pieces of system debris. It appeared that those systems had fled the area, and these few remnants, reduced to mere strings of rule codes, had slowed down enough for him to seize them. System, it's done. The host may continue with the previous plan. Zhang Mu, is the system plotting something again? Jiang Fan, just give us a command if needed. Ling Tian, indeed. We are no longer the weaklings we once were. Chu Gu, let me tackle a few grand worlds. I can manage that. Mo Chun, let us first complete the previous plan before anything else. System, soon, the host will understand. Zhang Mu, don't be cryptic. Yu smiled slightly and paid no further attention to the others, beginning to utilize the interdimensional summoning function. Thus, let the experiment commence. The small external modifications formed from these system remnants should not attract the attention of the supreme heavenly laws. Buzz, harnessing powerful rule control. Yu intertwined the several rule codes together. Alas, a fragment remains a fragment, lacking any potential for advancement, and with a low level, this would not suffice. After all, this is the supreme world. What if the host grows to a later stage, and this external modification becomes ineffective? It was indeed necessary to use his own rules as the core constraint. This will do. Although there remains no possibility for promotion, at least the system functions can act upon the rules of all things. Thus, the interdimensional summoning is initiated. Quietly, a passage is opened within the supreme world, allowing an exceedingly weak being to enter. Before sending it in, Yu reinforced the creature's body. Otherwise, it would not withstand the suppression of the supreme world's laws. After these preparations, he integrated the modified external apparatus into its body. Indeed, a transformative object is truly a transformative object. It requires specific conditions to activate. Yu let out a soft click of his tongue, hoping that this individual would be fortunate enough to unlock the auxiliary abilities. In the JP region, within the supreme world, a young lad gradually awoke in the wilderness. Bewildered, he gazed around at the desolate landscape. Li Daoxian blinked, his clear yet slightly foolish eyes reflecting his confusion. What is happening? Were it not for the sharp pain emanating from his backside, he might have thought he was dreaming. So, I have traversed realms? Realization struck Li Daoxian as he clapped his hands together. After all, he was a graduate of the 21st century, and had read his fair share of novels. Well, since I have transcended, where is my golden finger? System, are you present? Open the data panel. Is there an old man accompanying me? After a series of attempts to summon various powers, all in vain, Li Daoxian fell into silence. It seemed that the golden finger was his own peculiarity. He nodded with conviction. Having crossed into another realm, it was impossible to be a mere waste. Thus, his constitution must indeed be extraordinary. I should first integrate into the human society of this world. I wonder which realm I have entered. Hopefully, it is the realm of cultivation, for cultivation is the dream of every man who would desire to soar through the skies on a sword of their own. In Shuangpai village, seeking shelter, the village chief scrutinized Li Daoxian from head to toe. Which village do you hail from, young man? I am from afar. Not from this vicinity. The reason I have arrived here is in search of celestial fortune, Li Daoxian replied. He said this because he had witnessed a great bird transporting a house during his journey, followed by a flying vessel. Thus, Li Daoxian was certain that cultivators existed in this world. A mere mortal, he had left his home in pursuit of the path of cultivation. I see. The village chief nodded knowingly. I have exhausted my funds on the way, hence I wish to reside in this village for a while. Of course, I shall not stay without contributing. You may assign me some tasks. Very well, follow me, the village chief responded, leading Li Daoxian to a nearby residence. Lu girl. The village chief called out in front of a house. Grandpa village chief, what brings you here? A figure emerged from within. The village chief pointed to Li Daoxian beside him. This young man is passing through our village in search of celestial destiny and wishes to stay with us. I believe you are the only one with a vacant room. Rest assured, I shall not stay for free. If you have any tasks requiring assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, Li Daoxian offered. Lu Sueki appeared somewhat hesitant. The village chief leaned in and whispered in her ear, with the autumn harvest approaching. You have always preferred to handle matters alone to avoid burdening others. Now, with a young laborer at your disposal, it will alleviate your workload. All right then, Grandpa Village Chief. Lu Sueki seemed to come to a resolution and agreed. She scrutinized Li Daoxian closely. He was indeed sturdy in build, and his demeanor did not suggest malice. All that is required to gain a young laborer is merely a pair of chopsticks and a bowl, which is indeed quite commendable. The village elder is also looking after himself. Otherwise, this opportunity would not have befallen her. The young man must treat Lu Yadu with utmost respect. Any transgression would not be tolerated by the hundreds of souls in Shuangpai village. The elder cautioned. Naturally, such behavior would not occur, Li Daoxian assured. Subsequently, the elder imparted a few more words of advice to Lu Sueki before departing. Chapter 394. The difficulty of cultivation from this point onward. Li Daoxian found a place to settle in this realm. Time flowed swiftly. During this period, he endeavored to gather information about this world. However, the villagers appeared indifferent to the happenings beyond their borders, possessing scant knowledge of the outside world. Shuangpai village is a remote hamlet, established by ancestors who sought refuge from the chaos of war. After 1 or 2 centuries, while the external world underwent profound changes, their understanding of outside matters was limited to the oral traditions passed down through generations. Li Daoxian was able to ascertain information regarding cultivators. According to the scant records, it seemed that their forebears had hastily fled after provoking a cultivator. For reasons unknown, that cultivator did not pursue them. For annihilating a group of mortals would be a trivial task for one of such power. Little Li, it's time to eat, Lu Sueki called softly. Li Daoxian adeptly exited his room and sat down to dine. Having been in this world for over a year, he had grasped many fundamental aspects. Yet he lamented the absence of any extraordinary ability. Alas, how bitter this is. With so little knowledge of cultivators, having traversed realms, one would not expect to live an ordinary life, would one? Now that he is aware of the existence of cultivators, he must harbor dreams. Sueki, soon I shall have to depart, Li Daoxian stated. Lu Sueki paused, her chopsticks halting midair, and inquired nonchalantly, is there something you need to attend to, little Li? You must have learned of my intentions from the village elder. Now that I have rested, I am ready to continue my quest for enlightenment. Lu Sueki refrained from further questioning and silently resumed her meal. The lunch concluded hastily. As Lu Sueki began to clear the dishes, Li Daoxian offered to assist. But she gently declined. With a slight sigh, he recognized that she was miffed with him. Thus, an unpleasant day passed in silence. The following morning, as Li Daoxian packed his belongings and opened the door, he found Lu Sueki, who had prepared breakfast, sitting quietly at the table. He contemplated expressing his gratitude for her care throughout the year. Let us have porridge, Lu Sueki initiated. Li Daoxian replied with a soft acknowledgement as he took his seat. Will you return to see me? Lu Sueki asked, cupping her cheeks with her hands as she gazed at him while he ate. If the opportunity arises, Li Daoxian nodded. Who knows how arduous the path of seeking enlightenment may be? After all, this is the realm of cultivation, where dangers abound. It is not uncommon for one to perish amidst the conflicts of powerful beings. Due to the absence of a golden finger, Li Daoxian was acutely aware that he lacked the fate of a protagonist. Lu Sueki opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her inquiry. After breakfast, she handed over the silver coins collected from the village chief yesterday to Li Daoxian. These coins were inherited from our ancestors, and since no one had any use for them, I entrusted Grandpa Village Chief to gather them. Thank you. Li Daoxian was slightly taken aback, but accepted the coins. Realizing that his debts were accumulating, he found it hard to believe that Lu Sueki had not paid some price, for even if no one needed them, they were still a form of currency in the outside world. I shall take my leave, Li Daoxian murmured. Under her watchful gaze, he began his journey. He had already learned that a market lay over 1,000 miles to the south. 2 months later, in the South Mountain. Fortunately, there was no barrier to communication. Otherwise, he might have perished in the novice village. Immersed in the lively market atmosphere, Li Daoxian felt a sense of relief. Using the silver given by Lu Sueki, he temporarily settled in an inn. Over the following days, he gathered a wealth of information about cultivators. Compared to the desolation of Shuangpai village, the South Mountain was bustling with people, and news circulated freely. Alas, it had been decades since a cultivator last visited. Li Daoxian felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. This market was evidently one for mortals. It would be strange for cultivators to frequent it. The last one likely stopped by merely to rest. As depicted in novels, one needed spiritual roots to cultivate. Surely, I must possess spiritual roots, he pondered. In the days that followed, he worked to earn a living while seeking out places where cultivators congregated. Yet, the secrets of cultivation were not within the grasp of mere mortals. Aside from the information he already possessed, he gleaned nothing further. Boss, are you certain this is a cultivation technique? How could it be false? I'll sell it to you for 100 taels of silver, the proprietor assured him, thumping his chest. Then why don't you cultivate it yourself? Li Daoxian scoffed, utterly unconvinced. This fellow had just approached him, evidently sensing a lucrative opportunity due to Li Daoxian's frequent inquiries about cultivators. Thus, he presented a book of unknown content and demanded a high price. Curse it. I'm a university graduate. Such tricks will not ensnare me. I've tried it, but it was ineffective. So, upon hearing that you wish to cultivate, I thought I might bring this technique to you, my destined customer. You know that cultivating requires spiritual roots. Perhaps I lack them, but what if you possess them? The vendor pleaded earnestly. What a flimsy excuse. I refuse to believe others Haven Tea tried it. It's likely they failed, which is why it remains unsold. Li Daoxian began to dismiss him. To demand 100 taels was outrageous. That amount represented decades of expenses for an ordinary family. He had only the 200 taels given by Lu Sweki, and he had already spent a considerable portion. Hey, if you're dissatisfied with the price, we can negotiate. I'll sell it to you for 10 taels. I'd be willing to try it for 5 taels. 5 taels it is. The proprietor immediately agreed. Li Daoxian, harboring a glimmer of hope, made the purchase. Customer, all transactions are final and non-refundable. If you fail to cultivate successfully, it is merely due to your lack of spiritual roots. Do not hold me accountable. With that, the shopkeeper hastily departed, gazing at the technique in his hands. With spirit technique, he sighed. Well, I might as well give it a try. Though it was but a faint hope, it was certainly better than remaining stagnant. With determination, Li Daoxian began to read and practice the technique. Days passed in a repetitive cycle of eating and cultivating, and before he knew it, a week had gone by. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, he sensed a faint aura of energy, a foundational aspect described in the technique. To his astonishment, it was indeed real. Encouraged by this auspicious sign, he felt invigorated. However, he was reminded that the path of cultivation was a tedious and protracted endeavor. Thus, he invested 10 taels of silver to acquire a modest dwelling in a secluded area of Nanshan, initiating his journey into the realm of immortality. A month later, he could distinctly perceive the ambient spiritual energy. After 3 months, he finally succeeded in drawing a wisp of energy into his body, allowing it to circulate through a complete cycle. His physique began to undergo transformations. As 6 months passed, and then a year, Li Daoxian found himself in a state of disbelief. Wait, it has been a year, yet I still have not broken through? According to the technique, he had yet to step into the first layer of qi refinement. Frustration welled within him. Without a system or any remarkable attributes, he faced the harsh reality. He was not extraordinary. Let's give it another go. Perhaps this time I'll enter the qi refinement stage and unlock a hidden potential, he consoled himself. Time rushed by, and 2 years elapsed. He had only reached the first layer of qi refinement. Forget it. What use is cultivating? With my aptitude, I will never reach the 6th layer, let alone establish a foundation. 3 years had passed, and he had merely attained the first layer. The amount of cultivation required to break through to the 2nd layer was double that of the first, and this pattern persisted. By calculations, 6 years would be needed for the 2nd layer, 12 for the 3rd, 24 for the 4th, and 48 for the 5th. Only upon establishing a foundation could a cultivator's lifespan be extended. Having traversed from another realm, he was now 21. 3 years had passed, and at 24, he thought to himself that living to 100 would at least keep him from lowering the average life expectancy of modern society. Chapter 395. The System Awakens with Resolve. Li Daoxian began to gather his belongings to return. Life is transient. Cherish the present moment. If one is not destined for cultivation, it is better to relish the life of a mortal. 2 years later, in Shuangpai village, a couple exchanged vows and entered the bridal chamber. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a unique condition, and the system has successfully activated. Li Daoxian paused, yet proceeded to complete the wedding rituals as per tradition. After a round of toasting and mingling with guests, and as they gradually departed, Li Daoxian felt slightly unsteady on his feet. Though the ancient wine was not particularly potent, it still left him a bit dazed. Rubbing his temples, he began to inspect the newly activated system. He had anticipated a mundane existence, yet he discovered the system was not what he had expected. He had misjudged it. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 1, 10100. Age, 26. Spiritual roots, metal, yellow, wood, yellow, water, yellow, fire, yellow, earth, yellow. Technique, wood spirit technique yellow rank, low grade. Spells, none. Partner, Lu Sweki. Attribute points, 0 in addition to a rudimentary system panel. He has discerned the functionalities of the system. In simple terms, it maintains baseline attributes, enhances upper limits, and allows for alterations to one's fate through monetary investment. Very well. Is this how we are to proceed? Is the attribute system in disarray, or is it merely a whimsical game? Regardless, a moment of intimacy is priceless. Casting aside thoughts of the system, Li Daoxian gently pushed open the door. Upon sensing someone entering the room, Lu Sweki promptly straightened her posture, awaiting her husband's unveiling of her veil. Time dragged on. At last, Li Daoxian murmured, gradually lifting the veil. A glimpse of her crimson lips first captured his attention. As the veil fell away, Lu Sweki's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing with anticipation. Truly beautiful, Li Daoxian remarked approvingly. Lu Sweki, naturally radiant, appeared even more enchanting adorned for their wedding day. Dear husband, she thought, secretly delighted, yet feeling a bit bashful. At this moment, Li Daoxian also felt a twinge of nervousness. It was his first marriage, and he lacked experience. What was the next step? To act impulsively? That would be too hasty. He reflected, recalling the study materials he had once reviewed. He settled beside her. The night was alive with the sounds of nature. The cool evening accompanied by the soft glow of the moon, dispelling any sense of solitude. The gentle breeze caressed the moonlight, which flowed like tender water, nourishing the earth. In the early hours, gazing at the slumbering Lu Sueki, Li Daoxian felt a wave of emotion. Though he was merely at the Qi refining stage 1, his physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary mortals. He reopened his system panel to check his progress. Host, Li Daoxian, cultivation level, Qi refining stage 1, 80100. Age, 26, spiritual roots, metal, yellow, wood, yellow, water, yellow, fire, yellow, earth, yellow, technique, wood spirit technique yellow rank low grade, 0-10. Spells, none. Partner, Lu Sueki. Attribute points, 0. Only 20 more points in cultivation were needed to break through the Qi refining stage 1. But he decided it was best to let her rest for now. Li Daoxian continued to explore other facets of the system. There was also a partner panel. With a sense of anticipation, he opened Lu Sueki's system panel. Partner, Lu Sueki. Cultivation level, mortal, age, 21, spiritual roots, none, emotional level, level 1, 85100. Indeed. She possessed no spiritual roots. A frown crossed Li Daoxian's face. After returning, he had encouraged Lu Sueki to cultivate a bit, yet there had been no response. Initially, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, as his technique was solely of the wood attribute. If Lu Sueki possessed any other spiritual roots, she could still embark on the path of cultivation. System, do you offer any spiritual roots for sale? He recalled the wondrous aspects of systems and novels, effortlessly transforming a mortal's constitution. After a prolonged wait, however, Li Daoxian received no response from the system. It seems that my own system is not particularly astute. I have once again scoured the system store, but to no avail. The existing functionalities, aside from the one I just employed, are limited to 2, attribute allocation and the option to purchase enhancements. In fact, the latter can be categorized under attribute allocation as well. This feature allows for the conversion of spirit stones into attribute points, at a rate of 1 low-grade spirit stone, yielding 1 attribute point. The utility of these attribute points extends beyond mere cultivation. They can also enhance one's spiritual root and the level of techniques. Next, there is the companion template, where the emotional bond at level 1 grants a mere point, level 2 provides 2 points, level 3 4 points, and level 5 a total of 16 points. The maximum emotional bond level is capped at 5. Following the conventional narrative, it is implausible to watch one's companion age and perish. There must be a miraculous means to alter fate, likely hindered by the current low emotional level. Such were the thoughts of Li Daoxian. His companion had feigned indifference for several years, only to awaken upon the triggering of specific conditions. If he were to remain unmarried throughout his life, would the feature remain dormant forever? Thus, his immediate plan was to cultivate the emotional value, followed by acquiring spirit stones. Li Daoxian pondered this. He had yet to fully appreciate the remarkable benefits of attribute points, but he was certain they held great significance. However, he remained utterly ignorant of the means to procure spirit stones within the realm of cultivation. Just as he was deep in thought, he was interrupted by a soft hum from beside him. Has dawn arrived, my husband? Lu Sueki murmured, rubbing her eyes. A subtle ache at her wound causing her brows to furrow slightly. You show no concern at all. Her gaze was filled with a touch of reproach as she regarded Li Daoxian. Despite her explicit declaration of distress, he persisted in his attentions. My apologies. Last night, I was overly eager in my cultivation. I shall be more mindful in the future, Li Daoxian replied with affectionate indulgence. He had been so engrossed in the exhilarating ascent of his cultivation that he inadvertently overlooked Lu Sueki's feelings. Sensing his concern, warmth enveloped Lu Sueki's heart. Her husband indeed cared for her emotions, which made her feel respected. It is not entirely his fault. After all, we are newlyweds. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, revealing her bashful nature. Li Daoxian found her reaction amusing. As a cultivator, healing such trivial wounds is a breeze. Allow me to assist you. As his mana flowed, warmth radiated from the wound, inducing a series of soft, involuntary sounds of comfort from Lu Sueki, who instinctively covered her blushing cheeks with her hands. Li Daoxian ceased his playful banter and gently embraced her. Lu Sueki feigned a struggle, but upon realizing he meant no further transgressions, she relaxed. Ding. Your thoughtfulness has made Lu Sueki feel warmth. Emotional value increases by 10. Oh, what a delightful surprise. Observing the imminent breakthrough to level 2 in emotional value, Li Daoxian began to utter some cheesy romantic lines. Ding. Your cheesy lines have conveyed your genuine feelings to Lu Sueki. Emotional value increases by 10. Ding. Emotional level has surpassed level 2. Success. In his past life, such lines may have seemed somewhat trite, but in this context, they were nothing short of a charming revelation. P.S. I am preparing to take a week's rest to contemplate the conclusion ahead. Over the past 2 months, I have only updated a single chapter due to overwhelming fatigue. Upon my return, I shall endeavor to resume 2 updates, with an anticipated completion of 1 million words. Rest assured, the narrative will not be left in a state of disarray. Chapter 396, The Elevation of Cultivation. You are truly wonderful, my husband, Lu Sueki expressed, deeply moved. In the past, when her husband was to depart, she had wished to accompany him. However, she understood that seeking immortality was an inherently elusive endeavor. Thus, she refrained from expressing her desires, believing that her bond with her husband would conclude there. To her astonishment, he truly returned to find her. She turned, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at Li Daoxian. He nodded slightly. How could he not perceive the feelings she concealed? He was no mere plant. And having her by his side, he surely sensed her heart's whispers. Though their affections were tender, they burned fiercely, akin to the sun searing the soul. Yet, at that time, he had not awakened to his potential, did not see himself as the protagonist, and was filled with a yearning for ascension, unwilling to live a life of mediocrity, compounded by uncertainty in the quest for immortality. Thus, he chose to depart while his feelings had yet to take root. Should he return safely, he would emerge youthful once more. Should fate intervene, it would not unduly hinder her. Reflecting on this, Li Daoxian felt a pang of nostalgia. Fortunately, he was self-aware, recognizing his lack of talent, and opted to return as an ordinary man. By a twist of fate, he awakened the system. Alas, as the saying goes, a chance encounter may yield unexpected results. Had he known the conditions for the system's awakening were thus, he would not have taken such convoluted paths. This suggests that their destinies were not meant to sever, and the heavens conspired to bring them together. Li Daoxian chuckled softly. Lu Sueki responded with a gentle hum, nuzzling against his embrace, relishing the warmth of the moment. Sleep now. There is still time until dawn, he whispered soothingly. In such a comfortable setting, she quickly drifted into slumber. Li Daoxian resumed his examination of the system, probing for any undiscovered hidden functions. The following day, Li Daoxian slowly opened his eyes to find the space beside him empty. It appeared she had risen quite early. After stretching, he began his morning routine. In the kitchen, he spotted Lu Sueki bustling about. After a night of rest and his nurturing care, she seemed as if nothing had ever troubled her. Indeed, the path of cultivation was beneficial. Li Daoxian then entered the kitchen to lend a hand. Dear husband, could you refrain from being reckless in the future? After this incident, Lu Sueki's perceptions had been somewhat overturned. Today had certainly broadened her horizons. Very well, I promise, Li Daoxian reassured her. Observing this, Lu Sueki ceased her persistent complaints. He continued to shower her with sweet words, bringing her joy. Embarrassed, she playfully struck him a few times before pushing him out of the kitchen to tidy up herself. Having achieved his aim, Li Daoxian naturally complied with her wishes. Thus, another day unfolded, light-hearted and delightful. Current cultivation, Qi refinement. Second layer, 60200. The feeling of having unlocked potential is exhilarating. Experiencing the surging power within him, Li Daoxian felt a surge of excitement. Merely breaking through a minor realm resulted in a comprehensive enhancement of his physical capabilities. If the strength of the first layer is likened to 1, then the second layer equates to 2. Though it may seem that the growth is modest, it is, in fact, exponential. By this logic, the 9th level of Qi cultivation is a staggering 256 times that of the first. How astonishing! Is this truly the essence of cultivating immortality? Even the Qi refining stage is so formidable. One can only imagine the power attained upon foundation establishment. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that there were indeed more than 9 realms within the Qi refining period. To enhance his cultivation, it appears further effort is imperative. Li Daoxian accessed the details of his singular spiritual root. Would spiritual root 010? He contemplated the data thoughtfully. Merely fostering love and kinship would not enhance the strength of his spiritual root. Currently, all 5 of his elemental roots were of the yellow tier. According to the conventions of novels, the level of one's spiritual root significantly affects the rate of spiritual energy absorption and transformation. The stronger the root, the quicker the absorption and conversion. However, with the aid of the system, this concern is somewhat alleviated. Yet, could matters truly be so simple? Li Daoxian speculated that the level of his spiritual root would likely impose a cap on his cultivation potential. This limitation may not be apparent in the early stages, as cultivators with weaker roots cannot hope to reach higher realms. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside such thoughts for later consideration. As days passed, his cultivation continued to surge. Host, Li Daoxian, cultivation, 9th level of Qi refinement, 256002, 5600. Click for details, age, 27, spiritual roots, metal, yellow, wood, yellow, water, yellow, fire, yellow, earth, yellow, technique, wood spirit technique, yellow tier, low grade, 010. Spells, none. Partner, Lu Sueki, emotional level, level 4, 10800. Attribute points, 0. I knew it would not be so straightforward. Li Daoxian felt exasperated. Could I not cultivate in peace? This system is hindering my progress. He clicked on the details interface. You have reached the maximum level for technique enhancement. To continue advancing, please switch to a higher tier technique. So it is the technique that is the issue. Li Daoxian frowned, fully aware of the inadequacy of his current technique. After all, It was merely a stroke of luck that had granted him this low-grade yellow-tier technique. He had not anticipated that the primary limitation to his advancement would be the technique itself rather than the spiritual root. It seems the time has come to enter the world of cultivation. To continue progressing, he must acquire attribute points, and to obtain those points, he needs spirit stones. Remaining in Shuangpai village would only confine him. Li Daoxian began to outline his path. During a meal, he confided in Lu Sueki about his intentions. My dear, I am preparing to leave Shuangpai village and officially venture into the world of cultivation. With the 9th level of Qi refinement, he felt sufficiently equipped for this journey. His physical capabilities were no longer comparable to those of an ordinary mortal. Lu Sueki was taken aback, lacking any cultivation herself. She was oblivious to the immense transformation in Li Daoxuan's power over the past year. She had resigned herself to a life of companionship with him in this remote locale. And now he suddenly declared his ambitious aspirations and desire to roam the world. Fearing that Li Daoxian no longer wished for her by his side, she struggled to hold back her tears. When do you plan to depart? This question left Li Daoxian momentarily stunned. Sueki, do you misunderstand something? It's not that. I only hope you will visit me often in the future. Lu Sueki wiped away her tears. Li Daoxian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. To claim there was no misunderstanding was indeed a considerable understatement. However, women required gentle persuasion. He is not a naive youth. Naturally, as your husband, I shall take you along. In truth, my desire to enter the realm of cultivation primarily stems from a quest to discover suitable techniques for your dear Sueki's cultivation. This is a falsehood. Chapter 397, Departure. This is a falsehood. I am merely stymied by my current level, necessitating my departure. Yet I proclaim, you are aware that I am a cultivator. Over the years, my skills have grown considerably. Once I transcend my current realm, my lifespan will greatly extend, and at that moment, you, Sueki, will be unable to share a lifetime with me. Thus, to pave your path toward cultivation, I must venture into the world of cultivation in search of alternative techniques. Ding. Your words have deeply moved Lu Sueki, emotional value 50. Hearing this, Li Daoxian smiled inwardly. Indeed, sweet words are the swiftest means to win a woman's affection. So it is, I had assumed otherwise. Lu Sueki felt a touch of embarrassment, realizing her misunderstanding. She had thought her husband indifferent, prepared to forsake his first wife. What a lack of trust in me. It seems I must teach my dear wife a lesson, Li Daoxian smirked. Lu Sueki blushed. After a year, she was no longer the innocent girl she once was and had grown well-versed in the subtle hints of intimacy. As the saying goes, one who stays close to vermilion will turn red. One who stays close to ink will turn black. Lu Sueki was no exception. My husband, I was wrong. Please forgive me, she pleaded, knowing that Li Daoxian enjoyed her coy demeanor. You bold rogue, I can see you are not human, Lu Sueki murmured. Li Daoxian replied with utmost seriousness, is that so? Then I shall reluctantly agree. Soon, laughter and joy filled the room. The mythical river crab made its appearance. After a while, Lu Sueki fell into a deep sleep, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Beside her, Li Daoxian used his mystical powers to nurture her gently. It was evident that as his cultivation advanced, Lu Sueki struggled to keep pace with his needs. Yet, there was little to be done, for she remained immortal. It seemed imperative to elevate her emotional value to level 5 swiftly, in hopes of unlocking hidden functions. Days later, Li Daoxian bid farewell to Shuangpai village. Embarking on their journey with Lu Sueki. As they departed, she felt a pang of sorrow watching the village elder who had cared for her since her parents' untimely demise. Li Daoxian offered no comforting words. This journey had no set return, and it was likely they would not come back. The divide between the immortal and the mortal was inescapable. Crossing the towering mountains and traversing thousands of miles, they finally emerged from the remote wilderness. The concentration of spiritual energy in the outside world was indeed incomparable to that of their secluded corner. It was fortunate that he had made the wise decision to wait until he reached the 9th level of Qi refinement before contemplating departure. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to traverse the vast mountains. My husband, are you weary? Would you like a sip of water? Lu Sueki, perched on his back, held the water bottle to his lips. Very well. Li Daoxian took a sip. The long journey had left the mortal Lu Sueki exhausted in body and spirit. Even with Li Daoxian by her side, the arduous trek across thousands of miles was no small feat. Observing the fatigued yet smiling face of Lu Sueki stirred a pang of compassion within Li Daoxian. I shall set you down to rest for a moment. 100 miles ahead lies the Qingtizu forest, our destination for this journey, where we shall eventually settle. Throughout our travels, he has inquired about news from the world of cultivation. Upon leaving the mountains, the information has become less obscure, and the Qingtizu forest is the nearest gathering place of cultivators he has learned of. While resting, Li Daoxian suddenly furrowed his brow. Possessing the cultivation of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he sensed 2 energy forms approaching him steadily. Could they be other cultivators? A foreboding feeling washed over him. It couldn't be an act of robbery, could it? After all, such scenarios are common in novels. Alas, how unfortunate. Just as I step out of the novice village, I encounter such troublesome affairs. Sueki, hide over there, Li Daoxian instructed, gesturing towards a rock behind which she could conceal herself. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent. He had to ensure that the mortal woman remained distant from the conflict. Although Lu Sueki was somewhat perplexed, she complied. With a questioning gaze, she soon spotted two middle-aged men approaching, swords drawn, surrounding her husband. Even in her ignorance, she could surmise the impending danger. To avoid becoming a liability by being taken hostage, she covered her mouth, suppressing any involuntary sound. Li Daoxian, attuned to the auras of the two adversaries, refrained from acting hastily. They were both at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. As he pondered, the two exchanged glances, foregoing any threats, and lunged at him with their blades. How utterly lacking in martial ethics. Li Daoxian swiftly dodged. After several exchanges, his anxiety began to dissipate. Their reflexes and agility were no match for his own. The disparity of 3 cultivation layers amounted to an 8-fold difference. Burning fire technique. Li Daoxuan's pupils contracted as the rapidly approaching spell attack left him with little choice but to evade clumsily. Boom. The ground erupted into a deep pit. Li Daoxian tumbled several times before regaining his footing. Curse it. I knew those who engage in murder and robbery would not be so simple. Li Daoxian was astounded by the recent spell attack, while his assailants were equally astonished that he was still alive. Something was amiss. They were only at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and logically, that last strike should have been perfectly executed, leaving him no chance to escape. One of them muttered quietly, while the other nodded in agreement, finding it indeed strange. I will restrain him. You deliver another blow. Agreed. With spirit technique. Vines erupted from beneath Li Daoxuan's feet, entwining his ankles. Startled, he summoned all his spiritual energy to shatter the vines beneath him. They were surprisingly resilient. Had it not been for his ample supply of spiritual energy, escaping would not have been a matter of mere moments. As another fireball hurtled towards him, he rolled to evade it. Thankfully, my cultivation is not truly at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, or I would have surely fallen. Li Daoxian mused, recognizing the harsh reality of the cultivation world as vividly depicted in novels. Violence and robbery are all too common. Why have I drawn such trouble upon myself? Fortunately, he had prepared well, utilizing the system to conceal his true cultivation level and crafting a longsword in a nearby town. Having spells is advantageous, and soon, it shall be mine. Drawing forth the longsword, Li Daoxian licked his lips. You are clearly not at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. As the other party lay on the brink of death, their eyes widened in fury. Who told you that I am merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement? Li Daoxian scoffed, plunging his sword into the foe, extinguishing their life force. Quickly, take their storage bags, he commanded. Hastily gathering the belongings of both individuals without immediately examining the spoils, instead leading Lu Sueki away from the scene. The commotion from the recent battle would undoubtedly attract nearby cultivators. Having just endured a confrontation, he could ill afford another. As a practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he had barely managed to eliminate 2 opponents of the 6th layer. The main issue lay in his lack of offensive capabilities despite his cultivation level. However, fortune smiled upon him, as new opportunities presented themselves. Chapter 398. The Green Bamboo Forest. At the outskirts of the Green Bamboo Forest, Li Daoxian hurriedly carried Lu Sueki, finally arriving at their destination. The recent battle appeared to have unsettled her, as her complexion remained pale. My dear husband, are you injured? She inquired, her voice tinged with lingering fear. The combat had been overwhelming, with several fireballs narrowly missing her hiding spot, each possessing considerable power, creating craters 5 meters wide and 2 meters deep in the distance. Not at all. It is you who has been frightened, Li Daoxian replied gently, affectionately ruffling her hair, to which she leaned into his touch. Let us proceed. The Green Bamboo Forest ahead, a gathering place for cultivators, should offer us greater safety. As they walked, he delved into the storage bags he had just acquired from the fallen. As 2 cultivators of the 6th layer, their possessions were rather meager. A mere 20 low-grade spirit stones, the fire-burning technique of yellow grade, the wood spirit technique of yellow grade, the fire-burning skill, the wood spirit skill, several ordinary healing elixirs, and assorted supplies. In summary, only the spirit stones and 2 yellow-grade techniques held any real value. Before long, they reached the entrance of the Green Bamboo Forest, where a guardian approached them. Li Daoxian instinctively shielded Lu Sueki behind him. The guardian's cultivation level eluded his perception, indicating superiority. The newcomer appraised Li Daoxian with mild surprise. At that moment, Li Daoxian did not conceal his cultivation. He understood that in the realm of cultivation, status and authority were intrinsically linked to one's strength. In such a place, there was no need for subterfuge. A higher cultivation could avert many unnecessary troubles. Are you here to take residence in the Green Bamboo Forest? The guardian inquired, casting a casual glance at Lu Sueki but not paying her much mind. To him, she appeared merely as a mortal, and even though her beauty was noteworthy, it was hardly remarkable. After all, cultivators could easily find far more exquisite women in the mortal realm. Are there any conditions for residency here? Li Daoxian ventured to ask. Indeed, there are conditions. This precious land is managed by a certain faction, divided into outer, inner, and core zones. Each area contains varying concentrations of spiritual energy. For the outer zone, a single spirit stone is required for a month's stay. The inner zone requires 10 spirit stones, while the core zone demands 20 spirit stones, the Guardian elaborated. The constraints are few. Most of those who come here are independent cultivators. The managing faction collects accommodation fees and protection fees from these cultivators. The outer area of the Qingzhou forest is rather chaotic and plagued by poor security, as most personnel are concentrated in serving the inner and core areas. After all, where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Underhanded dealings are common in the realm of cultivation. Li Daoxian pondered. With only 22 spirit stones acquired from a recent transaction, he would not even qualify for accommodation otherwise. Have you decided which area to stay in? Well, let us go with the inner area, Li Daoxian replied nonchalantly. Given the opportunity to reside in a safer inner area, why would he choose to save money by staying in the more perilous outer region? Although he could manage alone, he was accompanied by the mortal Lu Sueki, and it was unnecessary to subject her to discomfort. Spirit stones can be earned again. He had 2 months to acclimatize to this environment. Li Daoxian took out 11 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them over. The man received them with a warm smile, remarking that such understanding individuals were rare. Follow me, and I will show you to a better location. By the way, may I ask for your name? I am Li Daoxian, he replied. Oh, so you are Brother Daoxian. My name is Wu Gang. Since you are new here, there are certainly things you are unaware of. Allow me to enlighten you. In light of the recent gratuity, Wu Gang proceeded to share essential knowledge and insights about the local situation with Li Daoxian. Currently, the Qingzhou forest is managed by 2 major factions. They reside in the eastern area, overseen by the Qinglang gang, while the western area falls under the jurisdiction of the Baihu gang. It is common for these 2 gangs to have occasional skirmishes. Upon hearing this, Li Daoxian furrowed his brow. I simply wish to cultivate in peace. I hope neither of your gangs stirs up trouble. Upon arrival, Wu Gang gestured. This will be Brother Daoxuan's residence from now on. Are you satisfied? As they conversed, they had reached their destination. Observing the independent courtyard, Li Daoxian nodded in approval. Thank you, Brother Wu, for your assistance. Nearby, there were several neighbors, their courtyards seemingly not as fine as this one, yet aesthetically pleasing. Adorned with numerous spiritual plants, a truly elegant abode. Seeing how well others maintained their surroundings, Li Daoxian felt compelled to express his gratitude further. He produced another spirit stone and discreetly handed it to Wu Gang. The latter accepted it without a change in demeanor, his gaze toward Li Daoxian growing increasingly amiable. Engaging with intelligent individuals is indeed rewarding. One word suffices: understanding. Brother Daoxian, your timing is quite fortunate. The rent for this month was only collected yesterday. There will be monthly visits for unified rent collection, so please keep that in mind, Wu Gang advised. Understood, I will remember that, Li Daoxian replied. Soon, Wu Gang bid farewell. With the absence of outsiders, Lu Sueki visibly relaxed. Will this be our home from now on? Indeed, do you like it? Li Daoxian inquired with a gentle smile, noticing the sparkle in her eyes. Yes, I like it. It's beautiful and very comfortable here, Lu Sueki responded, surveying her surroundings. Undeniably, the spiritual plants in the courtyard surpassed anything found in the mortal realm. However, there would be rental expenses to consider moving forward. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the system, there was no need to worry about earning money. Witnessing Lu Sueki come alive in this setting brought joy to Li Daoxuan's heart. The journey thus far has certainly been taxing for the other party. After all, Lu Sueki is merely a mortal, and even with his guidance, traversing mountains and ridges is beyond her endurance. Activating the array within the courtyard, he turned to Lu Sueki and said, My dear, let us rest well today. Good night, my husband, Lu Sueki replied, nodding. She indeed felt utterly exhausted, as if she could simply collapse into sleep. A gentle reminder for readers. Due to the emergence of the mystical river crab in this concluding volume, substantial edits have been made, which may somewhat affect the reading experience. I sincerely apologize and hope for your understanding. Chapter 399, A Comprehensive Guide to Purchasing Talismans. Days later, Li Daoxian had been accompanying Lu Sueki as she settled into her new home, simultaneously nurturing their relationship. Arriving in a new locale, it was evident that she harbored feelings of unease. As this was her first journey away from home, Lu Sueki found herself somewhat unaccustomed, which was precisely why Li Daoxian remained by her side. After several days of companionship, she gradually began to feel at ease. My love, I shall be venturing out tomorrow. You should remain at home. If any other cultivators come to visit, there is no need to respond. I will return shortly, Li Daoxian advised. In the realm of cultivation, one must maintain a sense of vigilance. Yes, I will heed your words, my husband, Lu Sueki responded earnestly. Moreover, I shall seek out other cultivation techniques in the coming days to assist you in embarking on your own path to immortality, he added, affectionately ruffling her hair. In truth, he was preparing to acquire spiritual stones and explore whether there were any cultivation methods above the low yellow grade. Having waited for so long, he felt an acute sense of urgency. However, the true purpose of his endeavor was not something he could divulge, for such revelation would only diminish the emotional bond they shared. Of course, his concern for Lu Sueki was genuine. Yet, with other functionalities of the system still unavailable, he could only offer her comfort, providing her with a glimmer of hope. Beep. Your words have made Lu Sueki feel cared for. Emotional value 50. My apologies, dear wife. But in order to expedite your journey to the path of cultivation, I must proceed as such, Li Daoxian expressed with regret. Since Lu Sueki possessed no spiritual roots, any cultivation method would prove futile. Thus, he resolved to elevate her emotional value to level 5 to unlock special system features. What? You wonder how I am so certain that the system harbors hidden functionalities? It is quite evident. I refuse to believe that the system would allow the spouse of its host to age and wither away. This is inconceivable. There must be hidden capabilities. Li Daoxian held steadfast in his conviction that if circumstances proved insurmountable, he would resort to any means necessary to guide Lu Sueki towards the path of immortality. Amidst a flurry of sweet words, Lu Sueki felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Turning to Li Daoxian, she remarked, "You are truly wonderful, my husband. In light of your diligent efforts, I may bestow upon you other rewards." Her playful spirit was evident, as she was thoroughly enchanted by his endearments, almost forgetting herself. This left Li Daoxian feeling somewhat suspicious. When had the game developers ever been so generous as to offer rewards freely? Previously, he had sought game rewards from the developers, yet they had remained unresponsive to player feedback, posting notices that such requests were futile. This had left him feeling quite vexed. Little did he expect this time. The developers would proactively grant rewards. Sensing Li Daoxian's restless anticipation, Lu Sueki preemptively remarked, "Not yet. Let us wait for a more opportune time." Li Daoxian was taken aback, perceiving this as a blatant deception directed at the players. Lu Sueki clarified that the official account had been impersonated and that the message did not originate from the official source. Furthermore, she glared at the players with an intimidating gaze, attempting to instill fear. Li Daoxian chuckled, "My dear wife, the fault does not lie with me. This time, we cannot let it slide." Lu Sueki, in a playful tone, pleaded for mercy. "Oh, dear husband, I was mistaken." Li Daoxian was quite taken by this charm. "Very well, I shall spare you this time. However, there must be some form of compensation," he insisted, relieved that Li Daoxian had forgiven her. Lu Sueki began to offer him alternative forms of recompense. Although she did not experience the new rewards, the game developers provided compensation to the players, which Li Daoxian found quite satisfactory. The following noon, having personally prepared a meal, Li Daoxian set out on his errands. He arrived at the inner district's market, bustling with numerous cultivators engaged in trade. Items such as talismans, elixirs, martial arts techniques, and spells were on display, stirring Li Daoxian's curiosity. Approaching a stall selling martial arts techniques, he casually picked up a jade slip to examine. Fire Spirit Technique, a mid-grade yellow-tier item, was priced at 5 spirit stones. Lacking a full understanding of the value of spirit stones, Li Daoxian found it quite affordable. He perused several other techniques, all of which were mid-grade yellow-tier, seemingly absent of any higher-tier offerings. A sense of unease began to brew within him. Thus, he directly inquired with the stall owner why there were no high-grade yellow-tier techniques for sale. The stall owner looked at him as though he were foolish and impatiently replied, "Only an idiot would sell high-grade techniques. The market is filled with mid-grade items." Li Daoxian noted this, realizing that high-tier techniques were indeed scarce. Continuing to explore other stalls, Li Daoxian developed a clearer understanding of spirit stones. What he initially thought to be a mere 20 spirit stones now felt like a small fortune. From the information he gathered, it appeared that cultivators at the 6th and 7th levels of Qi refinement earned just over 10 spirit stones a month, leaving them with little after deducting living expenses. This was in the inner district. The outer district likely yielded even less. It seemed prudent to temporarily set aside his cultivation and instead acquire a skill that could generate income. Reaching another stall, he requested a complete guide to first-tier talismans. "Here you go, priced at 10 spirit stones." The stall owner, recognizing a significant customer, promptly produced the requested guide. "Give me a stack of yellow paper talismans, or I shall not make a purchase." The stall owner hesitated. A stack of yellow paper talismans cost 1 spirit stone. Typically, he relied on selling these yellow paper talismans and talismans for profit. Relenting, considering the potential of a big customer, he decided to sacrifice a bit of profit. Satisfied, Li Daoxian paid and departed. As for why he chose talismans as his means of income instead of alchemy, it was clear. Alchemy required purchasing medicinal materials, and the trial and error process was costly. He had no surplus spirit stones. He would delve into alchemy once he had amassed sufficient wealth. He hoped his conjectures would prove fruitful. Upon hastily returning home, Li Daoxian entered his training room and began to study. As dusk fell outside, he barely managed to commit the knowledge of talisman crafting to memory. "Goodness, this is even more perplexing than the examinations of my previous life," Li Daoxian lamented. "It is indeed a formidable task to merely jot down points of knowledge. The journey into the depths of understanding remains a mystery, and one is acutely aware of their own mediocrity. Now comes the moment to validate one's speculations." Upon stepping outside, Li Daoxian was greeted by the sight of Lu Sueki waiting at the dining table. A warmth enveloped his heart as he approached and settled down at the table. "In the future, if my cultivation causes me to miss a meal, you need not wait for me. Feel free to eat," he advised. "My dear husband, once you have completed your cultivation, I shall reheat the dishes." "Surely, meals are best enjoyed together," Lu Sueki responded, returning to herself. Li Daoxian shook his head and cautioned, "Trust my words. I may occasionally enter seclusion. But you cannot simply forego meals. It must be said, despite his infrequent need for seclusion, mastering new techniques and spells requires considerable time. Very well, Lu Sueki noted. Taking his words to heart. Before long, the two concluded their dinner. After their cultivation session, Li Daoxian opened the system prompt to review his progress. Aside from the familiar notifications, there was an additional prompt indicating an increase in his insight regarding talisman crafting. Indeed, it is possible. Li Daoxuan's eyes brightened, a sense of relief washing over him. With this breakthrough, the path to earning spirit stones seemed to have opened. Chapter 400, Talisman Creation as Night Fell. Lu Sueki succumbed to sleep early, exhausted from their day's endeavors. Li Daoxian, lying beside her, took the opportunity to check the system panel to assess his progress. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation level. Qi Refinement 9th layer. 2562, 5600. Age, 27. Spiritual roots. Metal, yellow. Wood, yellow. Water, yellow. Fire, yellow. Earth, yellow. Cultivation technique. Wood spirit technique low yellow grade, 010. Spells, none. Talismans, mid-stage first level, 122-200. Partner, Lu Sueki. Emotional level, level 4, 12800. Attribute points, 0. Observing the leap from the initial stage directly into the mid-stage of talisman crafting. Li Daoxian felt a surge of satisfaction. To learn this on his own would have taken years, yet now, with each shared moment, his progress soared. However, the success rate for crafting mid-stage first-level talismans remained disappointingly low. He had only received a bundle of 50 sheets of yellow paper. There were no excess spirit stones available for purchasing more yellow paper for practice, so he decided to wait a few days. With that thought, Li Daoxian took out 2 spells to study. Since talismans could be enhanced through shared moments, it stood to reason that spells could benefit similarly. Flame Control Technique with Spirit Technique were both suitable for his 5-element spiritual roots. In the following days, Lu Sueki found herself in a state of torment, casting resentful glances at Li Daoxian. Although he would later use his powers to assist her recovery, her body could hardly endure the strain. Now, whenever Li Daoxian approached, a tremor would involuntarily course through her. "Husband, could you allow me a few days of respite?" she pleaded, retreating as he drew near. It was overwhelming, truly unbearable. Li Daoxian was momentarily taken aback, wondering why he appeared so predatory. Nevertheless, his approach was not for play but to discuss an important matter. "Dear Sueki, please take the time to rest these few days. I shall be preoccupied with crafting talismans, so do not wait for me during meals." Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki quickly nodded, fearful that he might change his mind. Li Daoxian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smirk. Suddenly struck by an idea, he leaned against Lu Sueki, who immediately tensed up. "But my husband just said I should rest well," she thought. Li Daoxian chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. "What are you pondering?" "I shall not renege on my words." His fingers glided slowly from her cheek to her crimson lips, teasingly caressing them as he continued. "If you find it unbearable, perhaps you might consider letting me alleviate your burdens in the future." Faced with this provocation, Lu Sueki's face flushed crimson, prompting her to bury her head beneath the covers like an ostrich. Observing her reaction, Li Daoxian refrained from further teasing, allowing her some space to prepare herself. After all, she would eventually relent. After some time, realizing that Li Daoxian had departed, Lu Sueki cautiously emerged from her cocoon, gently patting her rosy cheeks. She recalled her husband's earlier remarks, engaging in a tumultuous internal struggle. Her husband was far too formidable. She was no match for him, often succumbing to unconsciousness before waking up to find herself ensnared once more. In her previous moments of vulnerability, she had inquired why he did not simply complete their intimate encounters while she was unconscious. He had replied that it held no allure for him. There was little sport in toying with someone in a vegetative state. This response had left her feeling quite melancholic, as he professed to relish the sight of her surrender, claiming it greatly intrigued him. He seemed to take delight in watching her stick out her tongue, encouraging her to pose playfully while she did so. She could not fathom the origin of her husband's peculiar preferences, yet found them amusing enough to indulge him. "Oh, if only I were a cultivator myself. I would not have to live in such trepidation," she sighed. The allure of cultivation was strong, yet she felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She was not naive. She understood that she lacked the spiritual roots necessary for cultivation. If she had possessed any, her husband would have surely found a suitable cultivation technique for her by now. Lost in her thoughts, she began to worry. The average lifespan of a mortal was scarcely 100 years. How long could her youthful beauty endure? When the time came for her to grow old and withered, would her husband still cherish her as he did now? As she touched her cheek, Lu Sueki's mind wandered. Meanwhile, in the cultivation chamber, Li Daoxian had perfected his first-tier talismans over the past few days. Now, it was time to inscribe them for sale. Nearly 10 days had passed this month, and with just over 20 days remaining, he needed to gather enough spirit stones to pay next month's rent and facilitate his own cultivation breakthroughs. Taking out a sheet of yellow talisman paper, Li Daoxian directly released his magical energy to inscribe it. As he could not afford the tools necessary for the task, a talisman pen, a precious artifact that came with a hefty price tag. Without such tools, his efficiency and success rate would inevitably diminish, as specially crafted talisman pins produced inscriptions with unique effects. Nevertheless, with his first-tier mastery, his success rate remained commendably high despite the lack of assistance. At long last, the first talisman was successfully inscribed. A talisman had completely drained my spiritual energy. Li Daoxian gasped for breath. The rank of talismans corresponds to the various realms of cultivators. For instance, the first rank pertains to the Qi refinement stage, the second rank to the foundation establishment stage, and so forth. During these days, Li Daoxian also learned that the Qi refinement stage consists of not merely 9 levels, but 13. A low-grade yellow technique allows one to cultivate only up to the 9th level, while a medium-grade technique enables a breakthrough to the 13th level. To surpass the foundation establishment stage, one must possess a high-grade yellow technique or above and consume a foundation establishment pill to have any chance of success. The world into which I have traversed is not simple in its hierarchy. The 13th level of Qi refinement is 4,096 times more powerful than that of a first-level Qi refinement cultivator. Here, achieving a challenge beyond one's rank is exceedingly difficult. The last 2 cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement could not even touch him with their spells, while he effortlessly triumphed due to his physical advantages. Although the battle was somewhat prolonged, as he lacked any devastating offensive capabilities. After resting for a considerable time, Li Daoxian replenished his spiritual energy and resumed inscribing talismans. Before he knew it, 7 days had passed. In this period, apart from having a single meal each day, Li Daoxian had nearly secluded himself in the cultivation chamber, on average inscribing 7 talismans daily. There was no choice. After all, his cultivation was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and he was inscribing first-rank talismans of medium grade or higher. Each rank of talismans has a meticulous classification. For example, considering attack talismans, a low-grade talisman corresponds to the full force strike of a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator, a medium grade to the 6th level, a high grade to the 9th level, and a top grade corresponds to the consummate level of Qi refinement, the 13th level. With 50 sheets of yellow paper, the success rate stands at 80. Thus, Li Daoxian currently possesses 40 first-rank talismans, encompassing various types. He plans to adjust the production quantities of each type of talisman according to market demand. Next comes the selling. After 7 consecutive days, feeling somewhat drowsy, Li Daoxian decided to take a good rest before venturing out to sell his wares. Chapter 401. Selling Talismans. My husband. Upon seeing the swaying Li Daoxian, Lu Sueki approached with concern to support him. It's nothing, merely a result of excessive energy expenditure. A good sleep will suffice. Li Daoxian felt a heaviness in his eyelids. The embrace was quite comforting. This prompted him to nuzzle slightly and soon drift off to sleep. Lu Sueki gently assisted him onto the bed and tucked him in. He has dark circles under his eyes. Observing Li Daoxian's sleeping face, Lu Sueki caressed him gently. Though faint, the signs of fatigue were discernible upon close inspection. After all, Li Daoxian was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and his stamina could not endure relentless toil. I shall reward him well afterward, Lu Sueki resolved. Her cheeks flushed. Her husband had worked so hard to support their household. What was there for her to hesitate about? Moreover, having experienced intense training in the past, she too felt a need for some indulgence during these days of leisure. How long Li Daoxian slept, he could not tell, but when he awoke, dawn was breaking. He felt rejuvenated, fatigue having fled entirely. However, gazing at Lu Sueki, who slept beside him, he pondered. He withdrew his sore right hand, thinking, "This fellow, I shall deal with you when I return tonight." Gently pinching her cheek, Li Daoxian rose to wash up before heading out to the inner district market. Arriving early, he found numerous vacant spots available. He selected one to set up his stall, displaying various types of first-tier medium-grade talismans, alongside several exquisite first-tier talismans. These exquisite talismans served to attract customers. During his previous investigation of several talisman stalls, he noted the absence of such exceptional items. It was likely not due to their inability to produce them, but rather the exceedingly low success rate in their creation, making them rare commodities. This assumption was quite plausible, considering that even with his perfected technique for first-tier talismans, he had only managed to craft 8 exquisite ones. As more cultivators flocked to the market, the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Many passing by Li Daoxian's stall paused in surprise to inspect his offerings. "Boss, are these first-tier exquisite talismans?" One inquired. "Indeed, 2 are of the offensive type, and 1 serves a functional purpose. If you have any doubts, feel free to examine them," Li Daoxian replied. Without hesitation, the customer picked up one of the offensive talismans to verify its quality. It was indeed a first-tier exquisite offensive talisman, the Thunderfire talisman. The individual became quite enamored with it, as it had been a long time since such a talisman had appeared in the market. With this talisman for protection, a sense of security enveloped him. "I'll take this talisman. How much do you charge, boss?" Li Daoxian held up a single finger, indicating the market price he had researched. 1 spirit stone for a low-grade talisman, 3 for a medium grade, 6 for a high grade, and 10 for an exquisite one. Often, if demand was high, prices could surge. "Fair pricing," the customer remarked. Satisfied with the cost, he promptly produced 10 spirit stones for payment. The considerable influx of spirit stones brightened Li Daoxian's mood. As the afternoon slipped away, he managed to sell 3 exquisite talismans within a single hour, while only 2 high-grade and 4 medium-grade talismans were sold. Observing the ebb and flow of cultivators, Li Daoxian gained a clearer understanding of the market demand. This inner district was predominantly inhabited by late-stage qi refinement cultivators, making low-grade talismans virtually unnecessary, except for specific functional types. Medium-grade talismans offered little value for the cost. The 4 he sold were all functional types, while the high-grade ones were primarily offensive. The exquisite talismans drew eager buyers, but it would be unwise to offer more for sale in the immediate future. Despite the modest sales, he still reaped a substantial profit. Time passed swiftly, and by the end of the day, he had sold 3 high-grade talismans and 1 medium-grade talisman, yielding a profit of 75 low-grade spirit stones. With this newfound wealth secured, Li Daoxian began to pack up, first visiting the technique stall to purchase a medium-grade yellow-tier technique, with spirit technique. Indeed, it bore the same name as the low-grade version. Rather than allocating points for a breakthrough, an expense of 10 spirit stones, he deemed it wise to acquire the existing technique instead. "Husband, you're back." Upon seeing Li Daoxian enter, Lu Sueki hurried over to greet him. However, she seemed somewhat bashful, as if she had committed a transgression the previous day, avoiding his gaze. This display of shyness ignited a teasing impulse within him. Leaning closer, he whispered into her ear, "What mischief did you indulge in yesterday?" "I am fully aware." Lu Sueki was taken aback. "How did you discover it? You clearly saw the other person sleeping soundly." "Who told you, you little fool? To be so engrossed in play that you forgot to tidy up the crime scene?" Li Daoxian remarked, speechless. It was only then that Lu Sueki recalled the events, attributing it to her own carelessness. "It's all over now. I will probably face dire consequences. Let's eat first, and then I'll take my time tidying up after you." Li Daoxian emphasized the word slowly. Lu Sueki's cheeks flushed, yet surprisingly, she felt no fear, only a vague sense of anticipation. Has she become corrupted? Indeed, after being with her husband for so long, she had developed peculiar preferences. After dinner and washing up, Lu Sueki, following an internal struggle, resolutely decided to take the initiative. Content omitted due to censorship issues. Chapter 402. The gift. The night passed without a word. Lu Sueki, utterly exhausted, succumbed to sleep with tears in her eyes, her mortal physique limiting her endurance. Li Daoxian, while using his powers to aid her recovery, summoned the system panel to check. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 10, 100, 851200. Age, 27. Spiritual roots, metal, yellow, wood, yellow, water, yellow, fire, yellow, earth, yellow. Technique, wood spirit technique yellow rank middle grade, 0-100. Spells, fire burning technique perfected, 100,800. Wood spirit technique perfected, 100,800. Talismans, first level perfected, 800,800. Click for details. Partner, Lu Sueki. Emotional level, level 4, 140,800. Attribute points, 0. His stagnated cultivation had finally broken through, along with the 2 newly acquired spells. With a sense of guilt, he gently patted Lu Sueki's head, who quivered slightly, her ardor ignited after a prolonged separation. During the earlier phase, due to her physical condition, she struggled to endure, relying on his magical support. Now that they were in the realm of cultivation, and with some resources at hand, he could first address Lu Sueki's physical issues. It seems he must learn alchemy to provide her with medicinal pills to enhance her constitution before she formally embarks on her cultivation journey. Li Daoxian pondered his plans. The following day, as Lu Sueki gradually awoke, her discomfort had vanished, suggesting that the troublesome fellow had shown some consideration for her. Just then, Li Daoxian entered the bedroom. Awake? Seeing her smiling face, Lu Sueki felt a twinge of fear. Am I really that frightening? Li Daoxian touched his cheek, recalling that before his cultivation, he was already a handsome youth, and post-cultivation, he had become ethereal. Her reaction seemed unwarranted. Why must you be so indifferent to my pleas, husband? I am but a mere mortal, unable to suppress my breath. Lu Sueki lamented. Then today, how about I take my wife out for a stroll? As a form of compensation? Li Daoxian suggested, feeling somewhat guilty. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having spent many days in the outside world, she had longed to explore it. However, being in the realm of cultivation, she felt utterly defenseless and feared encountering ill-intentioned individuals. Thus, for her own safety, and to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for her husband, she had refrained from mentioning her desire. All right, it's settled. Lu Sueki immediately agreed, anxious that he might change his mind. Ding. The other party finds the host very considerate. Emotional value 50. After we freshen up and have a meal, I will take you out for a stroll, he said. After a brief period of grooming and dining, Lu Sueki entwined her arm with Li Daoxian's as they stepped outside. They wandered through the inner district, but Lu Sueki gradually felt a tinge of disappointment. It was rather dull. She bit her crimson lip. Everyone was merely trading items meant for cultivators, and there was little of interest to behold. Aside from the towering green bamboos, the scenery offered nothing captivating. Li Daoxian, sensing Lu Sueki's disheartenment, resolved to uplift her spirits. Come, let us go over there. He led her to a stall. The vendor, noticing patrons at his booth, spoke up. "Friend, take a look at these trinkets I have crafted. There are also magical artifacts and spirit swords. Of course, if you find nothing suitable, I can create a custom piece for you, though it may be a tad more expensive." The vendor was an artisan, and his display showcased a variety of exquisite items, suggesting high quality. With a flick of his hand, Li Daoxian summoned an object from the stall to his grasp. "You have a discerning eye. This is an altered storage device. Generally, storage bags can be rather conspicuous, so I thought to design some accessories that resemble storage bags. What you hold is a storage bracelet forged from secret silver and jade. While it is typically suited for female cultivators, you may also purchase it as a decorative gift for your partner." The vendor exhibited commendable perceptiveness. Despite Lu Sueki's mortal status, he discerned the genuine affection between them. Unlike other cultivators who might toy with mortal women, it was evident that Li Daoxian held her in esteem. Such a connection was rare, and the potential sale depended on the depth of their feelings for one another. "This item is indeed appealing. What is your price?" Li Daoxian inquired, willing to make a purchase if the price were reasonable. The vendor picked up on his intentions. "As much as I would like to offer you a discount. Such storage accessories are inherently scarce and arduous to craft. The materials used are space jade, which is indispensable for creating storage devices. I can extend a friendly price of 25 low-grade spirit stones. While you make a valid point, this storage space is only 1 cubic meter. Far less practical than a storage bag, which typically offers 33 cubic meters of space and costs merely 5 spirit stones. I will offer 10, Li Daoxian countered. The vendor chuckled. "You do have a point, but rarity dictates value. How about we each make a concession and settle for 20 spirit stones? 15 stones. Take it or leave it," Li Daoxian declared, placing the item down, signaling his intention to walk away if the vendor did not agree. "Very well. Let this be a token of goodwill between us. 15 it is." The vendor, fully aware of the item's difficulty to sell again, conceded. There is no denying that. As Li Daoxian aptly pointed out, the space is indeed too constrained. Male cultivators find it unnecessary, while female cultivators look down upon it. A fair exchange was made as Li Daoxian handed over a bracelet in exchange for 15 spirit stones. Although he felt a pang of regret, he was willing to part with it to bring joy to his beloved wife. Spirit stones can be earned again, and if he manages to please her, who knows what benefits may come his way. "Sueki, let me adorn you with this," he said. Lu Sueki felt a sweet warmth in her heart. This was her first gift, carrying profound significance. Ding. The gift from the host makes Lu Sueki feel valued. Emotional value 100. "Husband, I will cherish it dearly. As long as my wife is happy," Li Daoxian replied, gently tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. Lu Sueki blushed and whispered, "We are still outside." At her core, she was quite reserved. Otherwise, she would not have firmly rejected the peculiar request that Li Daoxian had made in the past. In essence, she struggled to let go. However, after spending time with this mischievous fellow, her boundaries had gradually begun to erode. As the saying goes, once the line is drawn lower, it becomes impossible to raise it again. Much like the modern-day scoundrels who deceive young girls, Li Daoxian had his own methods of persuasion. As they made their way home, Li Daoxian remarked, "Sueki, I have prepared a gift for you. Does my wife have any tokens of appreciation in return?" His words were laden with meaning. Lu Sueki pressed her crimson lips together, fully aware of the mischief in his eyes. Yet, she knew she ought to reciprocate, though she had nothing to offer. Thus, she leaned in close to Li Daoxian's ear and whispered softly, "Husband, whatever reward you desire, I shall grant." Seeing Li Daoxian momentarily stunned, Lu Sueki felt a twinge of shyness. Her husband's interests were rather peculiar. Many of his inclinations were beyond her comfort zone, and she could only gradually adapt to them before offering her rewards. Her words were like whispers from a devil, constantly challenging Li Daoxian's mental state. Chapter 403, Collecting Rent. Gulp. Li Daoxian swallowed hard. He had quite a few interests. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lu Sueki. "Do not look at me like that. It frightens me," she replied, taken aback by the effect her words had on him. She had yet to recover from the wildness of the previous day. To endure such playful torment again would surely be detrimental, both physically and mentally. "Once you speak your words, there is no turning back. Let us return now and commence," Li Daoxian declared. Lu Sueki glanced at the sky. It was still midday. Her legs trembled slightly. No, it's far too early." She shook her head vehemently, in refusal. Li Daoxian firmly held her close, quickening his pace toward home. "Husband, this will ruin everything." Lu Sueki looked at him with pleading eyes. "Nonsense, I have prepared some things for you this time." Li Daoxian smiled. Earlier, while casually strolling, he had purchased several elixirs from a stall, each aimed at enhancing physical constitution, totaling 5 spirit stones. Unbeknownst to Lu Sueki, these were intended for her. She assumed they were for Li Daoxian's own cultivation purposes. Today's earnings stood at 0, expenditures at 20, leaving a balance of 50. Throughout their journey, Lu Sueki indulged in various charms and pleas for mercy. Before long, they returned home. "Go wash up." Li Daoxian patted the object in his hand, relishing its delightful texture. Never growing weary of the action, no matter how many times he performed it. Meanwhile, Lu Sueki cast a sorrowful glance, but nonetheless took her clothes and entered the bathroom to freshen up. This time, Li Daoxian chose not to intrude, preferring to save the anticipation for later. Indulging prematurely would lack charm. Shortly, the two completed their grooming in succession. In the bedroom, sensing Li Daoxian entering, Lu Sueki tensed her body. All right, let us consume these first. He assisted the seemingly lifeless Lu Sueki to sit up and presented her with several elixirs. What is this? She inquired, puzzled as she accepted them. These are some vitality-enhancing elixirs I procured, especially for a certain someone who often laments their frail constitution. I wouldn't want you to accuse me of not cherishing my beloved, Li Daoxian teased. Humph, you scoundrel, Lu Sueki retorted, feigning annoyance. Li Daoxian chuckled, finding her adorable, unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheek. Have you had enough fun, my dear? Lu Sueki gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. Ahem, eat up. I shall assist you in refining the elixirs, Li Daoxian said earnestly. As Lu Sueki was merely a mortal without the spiritual energy to refine them, she would require his magical prowess to assimilate the elixirs. After a while, she remarked, I feel a warmth within my body. That indicates your physique is being bolstered. With consistent consumption, your health will surely improve. By the way, take this fasting elixir as well. Li Daoxian produced another pill. It's still early. We won't have time for meals once we start playing. It's fine for me. But you, my dear, might tire halfway through. Hubby, feed me, Lu Sueki playfully coaxed. You have quite the appetite, Li Daoxian jested as he offered the elixir with his hand. The reason for not using his mouth was simple. The fasting elixir dissolves instantly upon contact, and he could not risk absorption without caution. Unlike other elixirs, this one was a concentrated energy essence that could be effortlessly assimilated by the body without the need for magical refinement. As Lu Sueki suckled on his finger, Li Daoxian raised an eyebrow. She shot him a flirtatious glance, feeling invigorated after consuming the elixir. Ah, she exclaimed, opening her mouth for him to inspect. Well, it seems my dear is brimming with confidence, he remarked, charmed by her behavior. Who could resist such a lure? Certainly not you, dear reader. Yet, we all possess our moments of wisdom. Do not mistake a fleeting moment for eternity. The following day dawned. Li Daoxian stretched luxuriously, awakening to find Lu Sueki once again lost in slumber beside him. He shook his head with a smile. Is this all? You still need to consume more elixirs to strengthen yourself. It was time to attend to serious matters. Having indulged sufficiently, it was time to resume earning spirit stones to provide for their household. However, he did not intend to exert himself as he had previously. Rather, he would embrace a balanced approach. His plan was to inscribe talismans in the morning, sell them in the afternoon, and rest in the evening, while also learning the arts of alchemy and artifact forging. With his plans firmly in mind, Li Daoxian set about his tasks. Days passed in this manner, and he found great enjoyment in the balance of labor and leisure, truly embodying the essence of cultivation and the beauty of life. The relentless grind of modernity could fade away. Thus, the first month in the Qingzhou Forest came to a close, and the day for collecting rents had finally arrived. In recent days, Li Daoxian has not sold many talismans. He must wait until most people have consumed their purchased talismans before a significant demand arises in the market. However, the premium talismans sell exceptionally well. To avoid drawing too much attention, he only sells them once every 10 days. After deducting various expenses, he currently has a balance of 210 spirit stones. Observing the crowd gathered outside, all eagerly waiting, he pondered briefly before stepping out. Their actions undoubtedly had their reasons. There was no need to stand out. Here they come, someone remarked, gazing into the distance. The crowd instinctively turned their eyes that way, and Li Daoxian was no exception. As the figure approached within his perception, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Another individual whose cultivation level he could not discern, perhaps a foundation establishment practitioner? Prepare the rent, Manager Zhao instructed before entering the first household. A male cultivator hurriedly welcomed him. Manager Zhao, here is this month's rent. Please accept it. The male cultivator said, ingratiatingly. After weighing the 12 spirit stones, Manager Zhao patted his shoulder in satisfaction and proceeded to the next household. Short on spirit stones? If you lack funds, then vacate. There are plenty who wish to reside here, Manager Zhao remarked to the second household. Manager Zhao, please grant us a few extra days. Recently, I sustained injuries while hunting demonic beasts and have overdrawn my spirit stones to purchase medicinal pills. I assure you I will gather the spirit stones within 7 days. The man, a chi refining 7th layer practitioner, pleaded, revealing only 7 spirit stones in hand. As for why he wouldn't move to the outer district, absurd. He was accustomed to the inner district's quintuple spirit energy concentration. Who would want to relocate to the outer district? The man seemed to recall something and whispered a few words into Manager Zhao's ear. Zhao scrutinized the female cultivator beside him, noting her pleasing appearance. This is a wealthy girl I brought from the mundane realm. Seeing her inferior spiritual roots, I invested some resources to nurture her, he explained. The female cultivator's expression shifted. Having overheard their hushed conversation, with a face full of terror, she pleaded, Husband, please. I do not wish to serve other men. You must understand. It is because of me that you are where you are today. What harm is there in performing a small task for me now? The male cultivator dismissed her pleas. She's merely a woman, having only reached the first layer of chi refining. If she's given away, another can easily be found. Manager Zhao? This is her internal restriction. She will belong to you from now on, the male cultivator flattered. Manager Zhao nodded with satisfaction. I will cover the remaining spirit stones for you, but ensure you are prepared with spirit stones next month. Excellent. The male cultivator replied joyfully. Although the others were unaware of the specifics of their scheme, they could infer much from the tearful female cultivator. Nevertheless, they chose not to intervene, as such scenes were all too common in the world of cultivation. Chapter 404. Anxious Lu Sueki let us go. Manager Zhao glanced at the female cultivator. She pressed her lips together. Though she wanted to resist, he held her restriction in his hands. Disobedience would likely lead to a fate worse than death, leaving her without even the right to end her own life. Subsequently, Manager Zhao continued collecting rent with the female cultivator in tow. Lu Sueki tightened her grip on Li Daoxian's hand, feeling a sense of unease as she witnessed this scene unfold. Such a morally reprehensible act has indeed struck her rather hard. If a female cultivator feels this way, what can a mere mortal like myself expect? Do not dwell on such thoughts, just step inside. Noticing Lu Sueki's unease, Li Daoxian gently patted her hand and advised her. All right. Lu Sueki obediently entered the house, feeling somewhat reassured, at least knowing her husband would not treat her in such a manner. Ding. The host's comfort has put Lu Sueki at ease. Emotional value 50. Li Daoxian silently observed Steward Zhao. Most cultivators were still able to afford their rent, but a small number seemed unable to produce spirit stones due to unforeseen circumstances. Some chose to leave outright, planning to return once they had gathered enough spirit stones. Others resorted to pledging their possessions as collateral for spirit stones. Gradually, it was Li Daoxian's turn. In close proximity, he could sense a faint but palpable pressure, a manifestation of a higher realm suppression. This steward Zhao undoubtedly possessed foundational cultivation, though it was unlikely he had reached the golden core stage. Contemplating for a moment, Li Daoxian produced 12 spirit stones and handed them over. It was evident that individuals like him, tasked with collecting rent, were merely seeking to profit. He had witnessed the previous transactions and deemed it unnecessary to create trouble over a few spirit stones. Steward Zhao, satisfied with a grunt, departed to the next household. Li Daoxian initially intended to enter the house to comfort Lu Sueki further, but noticing that other cultivators who had already paid their rent were not leaving, he chose to wait. The inner district was divided into 4 zones, and he was situated in Zone 4, each managed by a steward, with Zhao being one of them. Approximately 500 cultivators resided in Zone 4. This indicated that Steward Zhao could easily pocket 700 to 800 spirit stones monthly through this role. Reflecting on his own earnings of nearly 200 spirit stones a month, he acknowledged the advantages of having a powerful background. However, upon further contemplation, he realized he was not suited for such a role. Steady and gradual development was the best course of action. Soon, an hour had passed, and Steward Zhao finally collected all the rents. He then announced a significant increase. Starting next month, rent would rise by 20%. Steward Zhao declared, prompting frowns among the crowd, who found such an unjust increase unacceptable. Some voiced inquiries regarding the rationale, but Zhao brusquely reprimanded them. If you can afford to stay, do so. If not, move out. There is no need for such questions. With that, he departed alongside the female cultivator. The crowd seethed with indignation but dared not offend Steward Zhao, not only because of his cultivation level, but also due to his affiliation with the Qinglang gang, which had a formidable backing. Rumor had it that the gang leader was a powerful golden core expert, far from a novice. Li Daoxian frowned as well. It was only his second month here, and already the rent was increasing. Observing the situation, he sensed that this gang might be planning something. He thought to himself, a 2 spirit stone increase was acceptable, but he was uncertain where to go if he left Qingzhou Forest. Hopefully, everything would remain stable. Casting aside his worries, Li Daoxian entered the house. In the bedroom, upon entering, he found Lu Sueki lost in thought. Li Daoxian sat beside her, prompting her to snap back to reality. My husband, are you feeling lost? Li Daoxian inquired. Lu Sueki shook her head, her gaze drifting to the plight of the female cultivator, which inevitably reminded her of her own identity as a mortal. Throughout the past month, she accompanied Li Daoxian on numerous outings, witnessing the tragic fates of other mortal women. Today's incident merely served as a catalyst, igniting the turmoil that had long been simmering within her. My lord, how would you like me to serve you tonight? Lu Sueki began to nervously disrobe. Alone in her room earlier, she had pondered extensively. Now, her sole recourse was to deepen her emotional bond with her husband. Hoping that their years of marriage would temper his treatment of her, she endeavored to please him. Li Daoxian furrowed his brow, gently restraining her hand, and gravely asked, do you truly perceive me in such a light, Sueki? Startled by his evident displeasure, Lu Sueki felt a surge of anxiety. No, my lord, I was mistaken. Please do not cast aside Sueki. Punish me as you see fit. Li Daoxian felt a pang of compassion. Was her emotional fortitude truly so fragile? It seemed he had been remiss. He tenderly drew her into his embrace, his tone softening. How could I possibly be angry with you? I cherish you dearly. Do not let your thoughts wander. It is I who have neglected your feelings of late. Held in his arms, Lu Sueki's tumultuous emotions gradually settled. The disparity in their statuses instilled a sense of inferiority within her, compelling her to instinctively seek his approval, even if she concealed it well. Unbeknownst to her, Li Daoxian perceived this as a natural emotional bond between spouses, while she remained oblivious to the underlying dynamics. Much like the people-pleasing tendencies observed in modern society, her childhood experiences had fostered a psychological inferiority that led her to appease others, burdening herself with troubles. Rest assured, I shall guide you onto the path of immortality, Li Daoxian said tenderly, caressing her silky hair. Through this experience, he finally discerned the roots of Lu Sueki's insecurities, largely stemming from her childhood, where the early loss of her parents left her reliant on the kindness of neighbors for survival. A smaller portion of her insecurities arose from her own experiences. Lu Sueki murmured softly, not fully grasping the weight of his words, having resigned herself to her fate. With a sudden boldness, she initiated a kiss with Li Daoxian. He was taken aback. He had just offered her comfort, yet he understood. The profound lack of security she felt could not be remedied with mere words. Her actions were her attempts to foster a sense of safety for herself. Very well, let her proceed as she wishes tonight. In the days to come, I shall gently guide her. That night, Lu Sueki was particularly proactive. The following morning, Li Daoxian slowly opened his eyes. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation level, Qi refining 10th layer, 220-085-1200. Age, 27, spiritual roots, gold, yellow, wood yellow, water, yellow, fire, yellow, earth, yellow. Technique, wood spirit technique yellow rank middle quality, 0-100. Spells, flame fire formula completion, 800,800. Wood spirit formula completion, 800,800. Talismans, first rank completion, 800,800. Alchemy, first rank completion, 800,800. Refinement, first rank completion, 800,800. Dao partner, Lu Sueki, emotional level, level 4, 540800. Attribute points, 0, spirit stones. Low quality 198, chapter 405. Breakthrough in emotional level. The 3 auxiliary trades had already reached perfection. To advance to the second tier required 100 low-quality spirit stones for enhancement. As for enhancing the spiritual roots, he had not given it much thought. Elevating the yellow rank low-quality spiritual roots to the mysterious rank low-quality would necessitate 1110 low-quality spirit stones. In any case, he did not rely on spiritual roots for cultivation. Regarding techniques, there was currently no need for enhancement to high quality. After some contemplation, he decided to invest 100 spirit stones in talismans. As the deep blue energy surged, Li Daoxian felt his mind clear, with a wealth of obscure talisman knowledge flooding his consciousness. His spiritual power also saw a slight increase with the breakthrough in talisman rank. Presently, the success rate for crafting first-rank talismans was not a mere 100%, but at least 90%. With these thoughts, he rose, freshened up, and entered the training chamber for experimentation. After some time, he resolved to attempt crafting a second-rank talisman. Li Daoxian began inscribing it. However, he had expected that even with his cultivation only at the Qi refining 10th layer, he could produce a second-rank talisman in a state of abundant mana. To his dismay, he had only inscribed a tenth of it when his mana was completely depleted. Oh, it seems that crossing realms is indeed a chasm. The disparity is immense. Li Daoxian sighed, yet he harbored no regrets about investing in talismans. After all, if talismans were thus, alchemy and refinement would not fare much better. With the level of a second-rank talisman, at least crafting a first-rank exquisite talisman would not lead to frequent failures. Currently, his wings were not yet fully developed. He could not sell both elixirs and artifacts simultaneously, or else he could easily earn hundreds of thousands in a month. In the days that followed, Li Daoxian guided Lu Sueki while accumulating spirit stones. Before long, another month had passed. On rent collection day, Li Daoxian delivered 14 spirit stones, earning a favorable countenance from Manager Zhao. A small number of individuals were unable to produce tips, seemingly marked by this avaricious fellow. After collecting the rent, Manager Zhao left with the remark that next month's rent would increase by 2 stones. The crowd frowned. Once Zhao had walked away, someone finally voiced their grievances. Another increase? What does the Qing Wolf gang intend to do? Do they not realize that this will drive away a significant portion of customers? This is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. I refuse to believe the higher-ups of the Qing Wolf gang are oblivious to this. The others, lost in contemplation, chose to disregard the complaints of that individual. Each held a scale in their hearts. They understood the principle of trouble arising from careless words. They were merely acquaintances, each striving to maintain their own integrity. Cultivating immortality is a serious endeavor. Those who are not cautious meet an early demise. Li Daoxian shook his head and stepped into the room. This month, after deducting expenses and rent, he had a balance of 500 spirit stones. Both alchemy and artifact refinement had reached the pinnacle of the second tier. Husband, Lu Sueki approached and embraced Li Daoxian, nuzzling against him. After a month of guidance, her feelings of inferiority had successfully transformed into a deep attachment to him. I have not engaged in any manipulation, he thought, as he became the emotional pillar for Lu Sueki. From a psychological perspective, This was akin to someone sensitive to inferiority instinctively seeking refuge in a source of safety. Was her condition worsening? Li Daoxian pondered deeply. However, to truly resolve this issue, one must trace back to its roots, which meant helping Lu Sueki become a practitioner. Once she gained strength, her insecurities would dissipate. He glanced at the emotional value. Emotional value. Level 4, 780,800. Almost there. He should be able to achieve it in a few days. What story would you like to hear tonight? He softly inquired, stroking the little cat in his arms. To prevent Lu Sueki from feeling bored, he had begun teaching her to read and write over the past month, and at night, he shared bedtime stories with her. Once she was fully literate, he would buy her some reading materials to enrich her knowledge and spirit. I want to hear you tell the journey to the west. Lu Sueki replied cheerfully. Journey to the west? Where did I leave off last time? The 3 confrontations with the white-boned spirit. Lu Sueki blurted out. You remember that so clearly. Just yesterday, you wanted me to tell about Dream of the Red Chamber, and today you wish to hear about Journey to the West again. Please, do tell, my dear husband, Lu Sueki playfully urged. All right, Li Daoxian said, affectionately rubbing her nose. After dinner and washing up, in the bedroom, Lu Sueki nestled in Li Daoxuan's embrace as he vividly narrated the wonders of the journey to the west. Lu Sueki was completely engrossed. As he reached a crucial part, Li Daoxian paused. Husband, please continue, Lu Sueki urged. Ahem, my mouth is dry. Understanding. Lu Sueki gracefully fetched a cup of water from the bedside table and offered it to him. Li Daoxian declined, saying, I want tea drink unless it's imported. He gazed at Lu Sueki with a scrutinizing look, aware that her offer was merely a pretext for quenching his thirst. Days later, after indulging Lu Sueki with some romantic gestures, he finally achieved his goal. Ding. The host's intentions have touched Lu Sueki, gaining 20 emotional points. Ding. Emotional level has risen to level 5. Ding. Specific conditions detected, new functions unlocked. Goodness, I knew the system had hidden features. Li Daoxian exclaimed with excitement. In that moment, he feared his previous assumptions might be incorrect, but now, the stone that had weighed heavily on his heart finally lifted. He promptly accessed the system to view the newly unlocked features. He found this function under the partner template. Partner, Lu Sueki. Cultivation, mortal, age, 22. Spiritual root, none. Emotional level, level 5. Unlocked functions, shared fortune. Bond stronger than gold, shared fortune. The partner may enjoy half of the host's cultivation in return, and the host may also receive the full return from the partner. Bond stronger than gold. Your love is as enduring as the sun and moon. When in mutual affection, it can enhance your physical constitution. Sharing blessings is a given. And to put it simply, when one is in a loving relationship, the experience points gained are 24, while the partners are 8. What he cherishes is the bond stronger than gold, improving physical constitution, and the spiritual roots are certainly encompassed within that constitution. This also implies that Lu Sueki may possess spiritual roots, and he can enhance his own spiritual root level through this newfound ability. If it required points, he would scoff. But since it's free, why not take advantage of it? A higher spiritual root level allows for a more efficient absorption of spiritual energy and quicker restoration of magical power. Is something the matter, my husband? Just after changing, Lu Sueki noticed Li Daoxian lost in thought. Hearing her call, he gradually returned to reality. It's nothing. I'm merely pondering some matters. Li Daoxian suppressed his excitement, temporarily refraining from explaining the reason. This was merely his conjecture. Verification was necessary. Indeed, it was possible. Thus, he opened Lu Sueki's panel. At that moment, the spiritual root attribute was no longer blank. Spiritual root, water spiritual root, yellow grade, lower tier, 810. The experience points continued to rise, rapidly breaking through to the middle tier, on the verge of reaching the upper tier. Why were no other spiritual roots increasing? Perhaps the posture was incorrect? If it were any other system, he would not doubt it, but his own system's peculiarities were truly undeniable. Observing Lu Sueki, who had already entered a state of focus, Li Daoxian chose not to disclose this delightful news just yet. He would surprise her tomorrow. Chapter 406. Breakthrough of spiritual roots. The following morning, Li Daoxian gradually awakened. Unusually, Lu Sueki did not faint midway but persevered until the end. This was likely due to the newly unlocked function. The enhancement of her constitution made her less frail than before. Glancing at his panel, he noted that overnight, his water spiritual root had ascended from yellow grade, lower tier, to yellow grade, middle tier, a significant leap. Furthermore, his wood spiritual root had also advanced to yellow grade, upper tier. The other 3 spiritual roots had yet to manifest. With a soft hum, the still sleeping Lu Sueki began to awaken. Husband, she murmured, seemingly still in slumber. Awake? Do you wish to hear some good news? Li Daoxian chuckled lightly. Let me sleep a little longer. Lu Sueki turned away. Oh, how rare to see you indulging in bed. You must have been quite exhausted last night. He pulled her into his embrace, playfully rubbing her cheeks. Lu Sueki waved her small hand in annoyance. Does my wife not wish to cultivate? Li Daoxian whispered in her ear. It seemed the key phrase had triggered something. As Lu Sueki's drowsy consciousness snapped back, but her first thought was that her husband was merely teasing her again. Please, no more coaxing, husband, Lu Sueki retorted. playfully hitting his chest. This time it's true. You now possess spiritual roots as well. So, shall we rise and cultivate? Really? Lu Sueki looked skeptical, yet somewhat hopeful. If Li Daoxian were to joke at this moment, she would likely cry for a long time. Of course, Li Daoxian would never indulge in such cruel humor. Mocking others' hopes and trust was the height of disgrace. Indeed, truly. My dear, rise and give it a try. Li Daoxian lifted her and carried her towards the cultivation chamber. Wait, let me change my clothes first. She donned her delicate nightgown and stepped out of the bedroom, unable to withstand her own sense of shame. With no one else at home, why should she feel embarrassed? Moreover, the two of us have traversed every corner of this abode, and now, feeling shy, truly brings laughter to my husband. Li Daoxian chuckled. Lu Sueki's face flushed crimson at his words, and she immediately resorted to burying her head in the sand like an ostrich. Li Daoxian inwardly laughed, as teasing a pure-hearted maiden proved to be immensely gratifying. Oh, the insatiable desire to conquer. In the cultivation chamber, Li Daoxian first invested 100 spirit stones to elevate the wood spirit technique to the upper tier of the yellow rank. Lu Sueki, now possessing both water and wood spirit roots, was at the same upper tier level, though her progress with the water spirit root was swifter. However, he currently lacked a water-based cultivation method, and his wood technique was superior to the mid-tier methods available outside. Let me first teach you the cultivation technique, he said. With a high level of cultivation comes certain advantages. He was now capable of imparting knowledge through spiritual means. He condensed the relevant information into a sphere of mental energy, gathering it at his fingertip and gently pressed it against Lu Sueki's forehead. In an instant, she felt as if her mind were about to explode. Steady your heart and focus on receiving the information, came Li Daoxuan's gentle reminder, and Lu Sueki hurriedly complied. As a mortal, her mental strength was not particularly robust, and the technique he imparted was lengthy, requiring her full attention to absorb the information. After a considerable time, the transmission concluded. Husband, that was astonishing, Lu Sueki exclaimed. This is merely the beginning. Now I shall outline the key points of the technique. Make sure to jot them down. Li Daoxian urged her to pay close attention. Lu Sueki promptly adjusted her posture, her initial expectations now heightened to a substantial degree. Having come this far, it was highly improbable that her husband was jesting about possessing spirit roots. Thus, Li Daoxian began recounting his experiences from his early days of cultivation, aiming to guide her along a smoother path toward mastering the technique. Once she grasped the fundamentals, the subsequent journey would be considerably more straightforward, allowing for an abundance of affection. In just a day, Lu Sueki became aware of the presence of spiritual energy, a feat accomplished several times faster than his own initial experience, as he had started with a lower-grade spirit root while she commenced at an upper-grade. Husband, I can sense the spiritual energy, Lu Sueki declared with delight. Seize this momentum and channel the energy into your body, Li Daoxian instructed. She promptly followed his guidance. The power of the upper-tier technique was formidable, and even though Lu Sueki was still unpracticed, her determination enabled her to effortlessly draw several strands of spiritual energy into her being. After completing a full cycle of energy circulation, she officially entered the realm of the technique. Slowly opening her eyes, she wiped away her tears. Li Daoxian looked on in confusion. Everything seemed fine. The technique had been mastered. So why was she crying? My little fool, why are you in tears? Share your thoughts with me, he asked. Amidst her sobs, Lu Sueki nestled in his embrace for a long while before managing to speak through her choked voice. I'm crying out of happiness. Li Daoxian gently wiped the tears from her eyes. Crying can be both sorrowful and joyful, yet, releasing those emotions brings great relief. Now that you are also a cultivator, do not let feelings of inferiority consume you any longer. My beloved is indeed a paragon of beauty, enchanting and captivating. Upon hearing increasingly extravagant compliments, Lu Sueki's face flushed with embarrassment. Stop it, my husband, you only seek to tease me. Though she spoke such words, her heart swelled with sweetness, nearly betraying her feelings upon her countenance. Li Daoxian raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover his wife possessed a hint of tsundere charm. How delightful. Rather than letting this opportunity slip, he decided to playfully provoke her, recalling classic retorts from his past life. I do not like you. However, Lu Sueki would likely refrain from such declarations, being well aware of the nuances of their experiences. Reflecting on her attributes, she was indeed a splendid embodiment of youth at 22, vibrant, lively, and imbued with an alluring charm, enhanced by her nurturing nature. At her core, she retained the innocence and shyness of a girl, now revealing a hidden proud streak. Ah, a flawless being. By the way, my husband, how is it that I have suddenly acquired a spiritual root? Once her mind settled, Lu Sueki finally grasped the peculiarity of her situation. If she had possessed a spiritual root from the outset, her husband would not have only now introduced her to the path of cultivation. Moreover, when Li Daoxian returned years ago, he had already encouraged her to practice wood-type techniques. Thus, after considerable thought, she deduced that her spiritual root had appeared unexpectedly. Oh, that is undoubtedly due to the nurturing from your husband, Li Daoxian replied. Such a thing is hardly plausible. Do not treat me as a child to be cajoled. However, since you do not wish to elaborate, I shall refrain from further inquiry. The outcome is what truly matters. Lu Sueki decided not to press the matter further. It is true. Your husband has toiled for years to plant the spiritual root within you, Li Daoxian asserted earnestly, and indeed, this was the reality. Lu Sueki playfully hit him, suspecting yet again that he was merely jesting. Li Daoxian grasped her hand. I assure you, I have only recently discovered my own unique constitution. Due to the system, I cannot speak too freely, but I can only summarize it as a special physique. Is that so? Lu Sueki inquired skeptically. If you doubt it, you may verify for yourself. He crossed his arms confidently. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Sueki resolved to put his claims to the test. Much time passed, and Lu Sueki confirmed her suspicions, indeed aligning with her husband's assertions. Through diligent cultivation, her abilities had ascended to the first level of qi refinement. And this enhancement had significantly bolstered her constitution. With newfound magical power, she was now capable of self-defense, instilling her with confidence. As time flowed on, Lu Sueki became engrossed in her cultivation. Fortunately, her opponent was merely a novice. How could he possibly surpass her? 3 days elapsed, and she had exhausted her stock of fasting pills. Reluctantly, she concluded her retreat to attend to her sustenance, as her current level of cultivation rendered her incapable of fasting. Days later, as Lu Sueki gradually awakened, a sharp pain reminded her of her injuries. Her delicate brows furrowed in disbelief. Her husband had not come to her aid in healing. She cast a resentful glance at the slumbering Li Daoxian. With no other choice, she was compelled to tend to her wounds alone. Now a cultivator herself, she possessed the magical prowess required for self-healing. She did not need the assistance of this rogue. Alas, the pain was excruciating. In the past, she would awaken fully healed, but now she could only endure the agony while conscious, tears mingling with her efforts to mend herself. Having long awoken but feigning sleep, Li Daoxian found the scene rather amusing. He was aware of the pain. Had he not been so stubborn at first? Would he dare to provoke his wife again in the future? Meanwhile, Lu Sueki, who was in the midst of healing, felt a jolt upon hearing the voice near her ear. The embarrassment of being seen in such a disheveled state was nearly overwhelming. To avoid mockery, she nonchalantly set her hands down and feigned confusion, inquiring, "What is my husband speaking of?" "Oh, my wife wishes to continue." Li Daoxian pretended to understand. Upon noticing Li Daoxian preparing to act again, Lu Sueki felt a twinge of fear. "Husband, I was wrong. I am but a delicate flower. Must we continue? Please allow me a day's respite." She pushed him away. Li Daoxian pinched her nose firmly. "Ouch, that hurts." Lu Sueki's eyes brimmed with tears. "If you know pain, then remember it well," Li Daoxian replied, releasing her, primarily because he had matters to attend to today. After a brief moment of intimacy, Li Daoxian rose to wash up and head out. In the inner district's market, he felt it was time to spend the spirit stones he had accumulated over time. With his side business and spiritual roots finally established, it was imperative not to neglect his magical skills. His offensive techniques were somewhat lacking and needed supplementation. He made his way directly to the loft that sold spells. The sale of spells was a monopolized business by the Qingling gang. All the spells offered were products of their faction. Consequently, spells were sold at a significantly higher price than martial arts techniques, as they held the pricing power. A low-grade yellow spell could command 10 spirit stones, while a mid-grade one soared to 50. Truly, it was an exorbitant profit. These were not reusable spell jade slips, but rather one-time use slips, with restrictions against passing them on to others. However, Li Daoxian was not concerned. With some enhancements to his skills, those restrictions would eventually dissipate. He carefully selected 5 low-grade yellow spells that were more suitable for him. He had no intention of purchasing mid-grade spells due to their inflated prices. He could enhance his own techniques for merely 10 spirit stones. As for why he didn't buy more, it was simply a matter of affordability. He had many items that consumed spirit stones significantly, and 5 spells would suffice. The chosen spells included offensive techniques, Thunder Strike, Rock Spike, and Wood Spike, a defensive spell, with Spirit Shield, and a mobility technique, Water Leap. After paying 50 spirit stones, Li Daoxian returned home. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the monthly rent collection day again. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation level, Qi Refining 11th layer, 5200-810-2400. Age, 27. Spiritual roots, Gold, Profound, Wood, Profound, Water, Profound, Fire, Profound, Earth, Profound. Technique, Wood Spirit Technique. Yellow Grade Superior, 01000. Spells, Fire Burning Formula Perfected, Wood Spirit Formula Perfected, Thunder Summoning Technique Perfected, Rock Eruption Technique Perfected, Wood Spike Technique Perfected, Wood Spirit Shield Perfected. Water Leap Perfected. Talismans, Second Order Perfected, 64006400. Alchemy, Second Order Perfected, 64006400. Refining, Second Order Perfected, 64006400. Dao Partner, Lu Sueki. Cultivation level, Qi Refining 8th layer, 9100128800. Emotional level. Level 5, Attribute Points, 0, Spirit Stones, low grade 600. In the span of a month, Lu Sueki transformed from an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation into a practitioner of the 8th layer of Qi Refining. This remarkable progress was largely attributable to Li Daoxian, who previously could acquire only 20,000 cultivation points in a month, which equated to the 8th layer. Now he could amass over 60,000 in the same time frame. The 2,000 cultivation points he earned during that month enabled Lu Sueki's rapid ascent, akin to riding a fast ship. He himself had painstakingly traversed from the first level at a gradual pace. Stay inside. I'll wait outside, Li Daoxian instructed before stepping out. He had sensed an increasing unease over the month. It appeared that there had been a disturbance in the outer district, while the inner district remained unaffected due to its stable security. However, this was still an ominous sign, especially in light of the continuously rising rent over the past few months, indicating that the Qinglang gang was undoubtedly up to no good. While waiting, Li Daoxian observed his neighbors. Most seemed to be struggling this month, with some bearing visible injuries. Here they come, someone exclaimed. Manager Zhao strode over. Beginning his rounds with the first household, Li Daoxian paid 16 spirit stones, receiving a greasy smile in return, which sent a shiver down his spine. Those who had not tipped were clearly marked for scrutiny. He recalled that one individual from last month was no longer present. Whatever had transpired was certainly not favorable. Next month, the rent would increase to 20 spirit stones, and alchemists were required to submit a certain quantity of pills to the Qinglang gang. Of course, the rent would be reduced based on the quantity of pills submitted, a veiled warning for everyone to tread carefully, as Zhao stated. Before departing, he intentionally exuded the aura of a Foundation establishment expert, cautioning those who were restless. P.S. Once again, the celestial beast censorship. It is truly frustrating. Even the plainest of texts face scrutiny. It seems I have become a target. I notice that those who pen such works continue unfazed. Yet any minor issue on my end is amplified infinitely. I find myself at a loss for words, as my attempts to revise and edit are met with rejection, leaving my narrative muddled and unclear, with no explicit identification of the problems at hand. Chapter 408. Turmoil. The Qinglang gang has gone too far. After Manager Zhao departed, many began to curse and complain. Next month, those who wish to dwell shall do so. After all, the world is vast. And the green bamboo forest is not the only refuge. The situation within the green bamboo forest has grown increasingly tense, and these changes have not gone unnoticed. The pretext of avoiding residents is merely an excuse. The conflict between the two major factions means that those wandering cultivators who involve themselves will undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Everyone seeks to preserve their own safety. Li Daoxian furrowed his brow, contemplating an escape route. His thoughts mirrored those of the masses. He too wished to remain uninvolved. This month, he intended to inquire about other gathering places for cultivators. With a sense of unease, he returned to his abode. Husband, is war imminent? Even Lu Sueki could perceive the turmoil in the air. It is likely a matter of resource contention. We must devise our own retreat to distance ourselves from this place of strife. There is no need to engage. Li Daoxian nodded. Indeed, I will heed your counsel. Time passed swiftly. Over the next few days, Li Daoxian persistently sought alternative routes, but he received disheartening news from other cultivators. The green bamboo forest had been sealed. The outer districts were in utter chaos, and the cultivators in the inner districts were filled with trepidation. Some attempted to stealthily escape the green bamboo forest, only to be intercepted and captured by the stationed cultivators outside. Those who openly defied the authority of the Wolf Gang were summarily executed and displayed in the marketplace as a warning. The sole piece of good news was that the Wolf Gang dared not act against the wandering cultivators, though none among them possessed foundational strength. A few thousand Qi refinement cultivators were not to be trifled with. Husband, Lu Sueki expressed her anxiety. The unrest in the outer districts is becoming increasingly frequent, with many instances encroaching upon the inner districts. Fortunately, the cultivators in the outer districts were merely at the early stages of Qi refinement, allowing the Wolf Gang to suppress them swiftly. Fear not. As the situation grows more chaotic, if the Wolf Gang seeks to recruit cannon fodder, the outer districts will be their first choice. This implies that our presence in the inner districts remains relatively safe. Li Daoxian was not the only one to grasp this reality. Other cultivators understood it as well. Hence, those who had boisterously proclaimed they would not reside in the inner districts next month fell silent. During these days, many cultivators were seen selling their possessions to gather spirit stones. The tumultuous environment also heightened the demand for talismans in the market in such perilous times. Possessing an additional talisman meant an added layer of protection. Consequently, Li Daoxian reaped significant rewards. As the month came to a close, Li Daoxian's cultivation reached the 12th layer of Qi refinement, while Lu Sueki attained the 9th. After delivering 22 spirit stones, Steward Zhao did not leave immediately but instead regarded Li Daoxian with a smile, saying, I recall you are a talisman master, correct? Li Daoxian felt a sense of foreboding. The Wolf Gang was beginning to concentrate their resources among the wandering cultivators. Last month it was alchemists, and now this month, talisman masters could not escape their scrutiny. Beginning this month, you must fulfill our assigned quotas. You are required to produce a specified number of talismans within the month, Steward Zhao stated. Though Li Daoxian felt dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to endure, for he lacked the strength to resist oppression. Understood, he replied, his expression impassive as he nodded. Rest assured, Our Wolf gang shall not impose undue hardship upon you. The targets set are certainly within your capabilities. With this declaration, Manager Zhao departed. Observing Zhao as he relentlessly issued directives to others, Li Daoxian felt a weight settle in his heart. It appeared that the Wolf gang had meticulously compiled an approximate occupational census of all wandering cultivators. There would be no escaping this target, fortunately. He had only revealed his identity as a talisman master, concealing his skills in alchemy and artifact forging. The following day, the Wolf gang set forth their demands. He had anticipated some degree of discomfort, yet the absurdity of their expectations astonished him. Within a month, he was tasked with submitting 10 low-grade talismans, 3 mid-grade talismans, and 2 high-grade talismans. Calculated at market prices, this amounted to a staggering 31 spirit stones. The rent for the inner district was merely 20 spirit stones. Oh, so this is exploitation, is it? Once I have developed my capabilities, I shall reclaim every debt incurred today. Li Daoxian chuckled in indignation. He ventured out to inquire about the targets set for other talisman masters, discovering that theirs were considerably lower than his own. It seemed the Wolf gang had taken note of his recent financial windfall, adjusting their demands accordingly. Wolf gang, you are indeed skilled at manipulation. I wish for your influence to flourish. Days swiftly passed. One day, while engraving talismans in his cultivation chamber, Li Daoxian suddenly sensed the array outside his courtyard being disturbed. He promptly ceased his work and stepped outside to investigate. Upon witnessing the figure beyond his courtyard, he felt a twinge of confusion. If his memory served him correctly, this individual was a cultivator from the 11th house, possessing a cultivation level of the 11th layer of Qi refinement. They had no prior acquaintance, and such an unexpected visit could not bode well. With curiosity piqued, Li Daoxian approached. Master Li, I apologize for the abrupt intrusion, the visitor stated, quickly bowing in respect as Li Daoxian emerged. Li Daoxian inclined his head slightly. This title stemmed from his growing reputation in the sale of talismans, earning him the respect and honorific of Master Li. What brings you here? He inquired. It is thus. We have organized a meeting and have come to extend an invitation for your attendance, the visitor replied. Li Daoxian furrowed his brow at the mention of a meeting. Could it be that they were merely using this pretext to conspire? The increasingly tense situation had evidently stirred restlessness among the wandering cultivators of the inner district. I have no intention of participating. Please return, he resolutely declined. Contemplating the absurdity of their proposition, did the Wolf gang truly believe the inner district was not a double-edged sword? When utilized effectively, it could yield great value, yet mishandled, it could lead to self-inflicted wounds. Under such circumstances, would the Wolf gang be foolish enough not to exercise caution regarding the inner district? He suspected a portion of its residents had already been planted as spies by the Wolf gang. In light of this, how could they brazenly convene a meeting? Was this not tantamount to courting death? He would not recklessly confront the Wolf gang head-on. Master Li, this meeting pertains to our safety. Thus it would be prudent for you to listen, the visitor urged. Not necessary, my decision is made. Please leave, Li Daoxian stated firmly. Alas, very well. In that case, Master Li, please consider that I never came, and do not disclose any information to the Wolf gang, the visitor advised. Li Daoxian nodded. He would never engage in such thankless endeavors. If you wish to perish, do so at a distance and do not drag him into the mire. Is it not delightful to thrive in obscurity? What transpired thereafter was beyond his knowledge, as he still had to fulfill the quota assigned by the Qinglang gang. The next day arrived. Everyone come out, shouted a group of law enforcement officers on the street. The soundproofing arrays in everyone's courtyards were deactivated, compelling all to venture outside to ascertain the commotion. Observing the law enforcement team escorting dozens of severely beaten cultivators, the crowd frowned. What was the situation now? Was the Qinglang gang poised to strike? Chapter 409. The dominant law enforcement team. Once the law enforcement officials confirmed that everyone had gathered, they began to recount the events leading up to this moment. These individuals had attempted to disrupt public order, launching an assault on the defenses last night. Fortunately, we received advance notice, preventing these ruffians from succeeding. We now suspect they are infiltrators sent by the Baihu gang. Shortly, they will be executed publicly in the market, serving as a warning to those who might be restless. Anyone caught attempting to stir trouble will meet the same fate. Li Daoxian mused that these individuals were likely those who had participated in the meeting. A swift glance confirmed the presence of one of the individuals who had invited him yesterday. Fortuitously, he had abstained from joining. Otherwise, he might have found himself among them. Remarkably, this group was formidable, comprised of cultivators at or above the 11th tier. Should they concentrate their efforts and attempt to break through, they might indeed breach the defenses of a foundational cultivator. Of course, that would only be a breakthrough. Whether they would be captured and beaten thereafter remained uncertain. Li Daoxian had little understanding of the combat prowess of foundational cultivators. As he recognized the individual, that person was glaring back at him with venomous eyes. This left Li Daoxian perplexed. Surely, he did not suspect him of being a whistleblower? He cursed under his breath, relieved that these individuals had been incapacitated and were unable to utter a word, or else the blame might have fallen upon him. The thought of becoming a target, unable to remain in the inner district and facing collective animosity, sent a shiver down his spine. After witnessing their execution without the opportunity for them to besmirch him, Li Daoxian finally felt at ease. Henceforth, if anyone sought him out, he would certainly ignore them. He feared a pot might fall upon him unexpectedly. Upon returning home, he gazed at the 1,900 spirit stones he had accumulated over the days. Gritting his teeth, he decided to invest 1,000 to elevate his talismans to the 3rd tier. It was rumored that the leader of the Qinglang gang was a golden core cultivator, and the 3rd tier talismans corresponded to golden core abilities. Although inscribing 2nd tier talismans was currently a challenge for him, with time and persistence, he could achieve mastery. Only 3rd tier talismans would grant him peace of mind. He needed to safeguard his life, for when calamity struck, he must possess the means to resist. Even if it took 1 to 2 months to inscribe 3rd tier talismans, he was determined to do so. Time passed swiftly, and the deadline for submitting his quota approached. Li Daoxian set out to the designated location to submit his talismans. The overseer responsible for this task verified the quota along with the submission status. Li Daoxian, quota, 10 1st-tier inferior talismans, 3 1st-tier medium talismans, and 2 1st-tier superior talismans. Excellent. All requirements have been met. The overseer was slightly taken aback. Such a target was indeed substantial. When did the inner district produce a master of talismans? May I leave now? Wait, this is the target you are required to submit next month. The overseer conveyed the assigned quota for Li Daoxian as per the directives from above. Upon reviewing the quota, Li Daoxian expressed his dissatisfaction. Why has the target increased again? And now they expect me to submit a 1st-tier premium talisman? Do they truly believe that premium talismans are as common as cabbages? This is the directive from above. If you fail to meet it, you shall bear the consequences. The overseer sneered, the aura of a foundational cultivator surging forth. Li Daoxian's expression darkened. Very well. It seems everyone enjoys this approach. Once I carve a few more 3rd-tier talismans, I shall ensure the Qinglang gang pays dearly, without further self-inflicted suffering. Li Daoxian departed with the quota in hand. What does it matter if one can craft talismans? Without entering the foundation stage, they are all mere insects. The overseer scoffed at Li Daoxian's retreating figure. Were it not for the pressing threat from the White Tiger gang, they would not be so amiable in issuing quotas. They would have simply dragged him into the factory for relentless labor. My dear, you have returned. The Qinglang gang did not trouble you, did they? Lu Sueki inquired with concern. There has been no violent confrontation, but the Qinglang gang continues to encroach upon our living space. It is only a matter of time before they take action against us. The reason they have yet to move seems to be the substantial pressure from another gang, with the front lines tightening, preventing them from diverting their attention. Li Daoxian analyzed. My husband, we won't be perpetually trapped in this predicament, will we? Lu Sueki's face bore a frown, her heart unsettled by the escalating turmoil. Do not fear. With your husband by your side, should conflict arise, I shall find a way to ensure your escape, Li Daoxian reassured her. I believe in you, my husband. Lu Sueki nestled closer in his embrace. The two shared a tender moment before Li Daoxian returned to the intricate task of talisman carving. After a month of diligent effort, he had completed more than half of the 3rd-tier talismans. As his experience accumulated, his proficiency in 3rd-tier talismans blossomed. He believed that with another half-month's work, he would complete the task. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation level, Qi refinement, 12th layer 13510020 for 800. Age, 27. Spirit roots, metal, upper profound, wood, upper profound, water, upper profound, fire, upper profound, earth, upper profound. Technique, wood spirit technique yellow class, upper grade, 01000. Spells, fire incantation, perfected, wood spirit incantation, perfected, thunder summoning technique, perfected, rock spike technique, perfected, wood spike technique, perfected, wood spirit shield, perfected, water leap, perfected. Talismans, late 3rd tier, 246-005-1200. Alchemy, 2nd tier, perfected, 64006-400. Weapon forging, 2nd tier, perfected, 64006-400. Partner, Lu Sueki. Cultivation level, Qi refinement, 10th layer 1400511200. Emotional level, level 5. Attribute points, 0. Spirit stones, low grade 1200. Gazing at the mere 1200 spirit stones, Li Daoxian sighed softly. He had already drawn the attention of the Qinglang gang, making it impossible for him to amass wealth as he once did. After contemplating, I decided to invest 1,000 points to elevate my alchemical skills to the 3rd tier. Although it serves little purpose at present, it does not hinder my efforts to advance my level in advance. Time swiftly passes. The situation at the forefront of the Qinglang gang grows increasingly dire, as the majority of cultivators in the outer district have been continuously captured to serve as cannon fodder. Chaos has truly ensued. Previously, the Qinglang gang refrained from overt aggression, but now they have directly taken action, igniting the fury of all cultivators in the outer district. However, their strength remains limited, and they are still subdued in batches. The emergence of numerous foundational cultivators has resulted in a palpable pressure that even Li Daoxian can sense from a distance of 1 layer. Listen closely. From this day forth, aside from alchemists, talismans masters, and weapon refiners, everyone else must engage in battle daily. slaying at least one enemy cultivator, regardless of their cultivation level. Alchemists and their ilk, however, are required to complete their assigned quotas each day. The enforcement team arrived in the inner district to announce this decree. How dare you? Do you not fear inciting public outrage with such actions? Boom. An attack swiftly silenced the defiant cultivator. In an instant, silence fell upon the crowd. This is the fate of rebellion. Faced with the enforcement team's might, no one dared to step forward, especially with a dozen foundational cultivators lurking in the outer district. Li Daoxian clutched the third-tier attack talisman in his hand, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Once I craft another third-tier evasion talisman, I shall consider departing from the Qingzhou forest. This wretched place is hardly worth my stay. Chapter 410. Preparations for trouble in the days that followed. Neighbors were coerced into participating in the slaughter. Li Daoxian, benefiting from his identity as a talisman master, was spared from this misfortune. Nevertheless, the tasks assigned by the Qinglang gang began to weigh heavily on his mind. Previously, he was required to submit 10 low-grade talismans, 3 mid-grade talismans, 2 high-grade talismans, and 1 supreme talisman per month. Now, the demand has transformed into a daily requirement of 1 talisman of any grade, with a supreme talisman to be submitted within a week. Although his proficiency in crafting third-tier talismans makes fulfilling this task relatively simple, one must not forget that the Qinglang gang assigned these tasks under the assumption that he was merely a first-tier talisman master. This is an utterly impossible task. Whose cake have I disturbed to attract such attention? Li Daoxian pondered. After much reflection, he realized that he knew only a handful of individuals from the Qinglang gang. Aside from manager Zhao, who collected rent monthly, there was only the manager he encountered during the talisman submission. Regardless, he must prepare for the worst. If I can endure for 1 more month and complete my evasion talisman, I shall leave. Faced with the peril of life and death, he had no choice but to exercise caution. Although the third-tier attack talisman is comparable to those of Golden Core practitioners, it is merely a single strike. In the presence of a Golden Core cultivator and a dozen foundational cultivators of the Qinglang gang, Li Daoxian dared not be careless. As time passed, a chilling atmosphere began to pervade. Every day, Li Daoxian witnessed neighbors, bloodied from battle, returning from the front lines. The situation had been manageable in the initial days, with no casualties reported, as most residents were late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. The regulations merely stipulated the slaying of 1 enemy, and they swiftly targeted the early-stage Qi refinement adversaries on the battlefield for immediate execution. With a disparity of dozens to hundreds of times in strength, those in early-stage Qi refinement stood no chance of resistance. As time passes, the number of low-tier cultivators on the battlefield dwindles. The exit of mere cannon fodder elevates the intensity of the conflict. Gradually, even late-stage Qi refinement cultivators become little more than slightly stronger cannon fodder. Li Daoxian observes the decreasing number of cultivators in the inner zone, realizing that the war is on the brink of reaching a fevered stage. Once foundation-building experts join the fray, Qi refinement cultivators will no longer have a place, and one must not forget the climactic battle that will eventually involve Golden Core experts. These lower-tier cultivators will undoubtedly be swept away in the chaos. Time races forward, and the trajectory of the war aligns perfectly with Li Daoxian's predictions. Furthermore, as he consistently meets the daily quotas assigned by the Qinglang gang, the steward of the gang begins to recognize his remarkable capabilities. Masterly, you truly possess extraordinary talent. Would you be interested in becoming our chief talisman master? Steward Chui inquires with a smile. He surmises that Li Daoxian is a second-tier talisman master, as the tasks specifically assigned to him are far beyond the capacity of a first-tier talisman master. Such talent is undoubtedly coveted by the Qinglang gang. Although a second-tier talisman master is only equivalent to a foundation-building cultivator, how many foundation-building experts are there? A second-tier talisman master can produce an abundance of offensive and defensive capabilities for foundation-building cultivators. Thus, while the treatment of a first-tier talisman master is dismal, a second-tier talisman master is a prize gem. The brutal truth of class disparity is stark. Steward Chui, I am truly flattered, but I lack the capability to assume the position of chief talisman master in your esteemed gang. I am well aware of my own limitations. If I were to accept your recommendation and then fail to fulfill such a significant role, it would not only be a loss for me, but would also bring you into disrepute, which would be counterproductive. Li Daoxian replies with a flawless argument. Even if he were to decline, Steward Chui would find no fault in his reasoning. Steward Chui ponders for a moment. His assumption of Li Daoxian being a second-tier talisman master is merely conjecture. If he is mistaken, it could indeed reflect poorly on him. Nevertheless, Li Daoxian's abilities are commendable. Even if he has not yet broken through to the rank of second tier, he is surely close. Thus, Chui resolves to observe further, or perhaps test him again. Ah, indeed. I was somewhat presumptuous. By the way, there is another matter I must convey to Master Li. I am all ears, Li Daoxian replies. The situation at the front lines has become quite dire, so starting today, Master Li's tasks may double, Steward Chui states calmly. Li Daoxian's expression darkens. Steward Chui, is your esteemed gang's request not a bit far-fetched? The current quotas are already a result of my relentless efforts, and I fear that even with an additional low-grade talisman, I would struggle to meet them. Steward Chui feigns sympathy and pats his shoulder. Alas, Master Li, this is simply beyond my control. I am but a messenger, and I am only relaying the demands from above. You must have seen the fate of those talisman masters who fail to meet their quotas. In light of our shared interests, I felt compelled to share this with you. Regardless of the means, completion of the quotas is imperative. Otherwise, when the enforcement team arrives, nothing you say will matter. Master Li, I have said all I can. With that remark, Steward Chui leaves with a smile in his eyes. Tomorrow will reveal the truth. Li Daoxian muses, narrowing his gaze. Testing me, are you? I fear you may have missed your opportunity. No? It shall soon become evident what caliber of talisman master I truly am. With that, I turned and entered the house. My husband, Lu Sueki, approached with a visage full of concern. She had overheard our conversation clearly from within, leaving her at a loss on how to confront the harassment from the Qinglang gang. Those talisman masters who failed to complete their tasks were often drained of their worth and cast onto the battlefield as cannon fodder, while their families were treated as mere playthings, used to reward the brothers of the Qinglang gang. Do not panic. I have already devised an escape plan. Let us gather our belongings. We shall depart tonight. A month had passed, and Li Daoxian had finally completed the third-tier talisman for the art of evasion, the 10,000 miles teleportation talisman. As the name suggests, it allows one to instantaneously vanish to a distance of 100,000 miles. Its drawback, however, is that the destination is random. Very well, I shall heed your words. Lu Sueki nodded, assuming Li Daoxian was preparing for their breakout. Though the odds of survival were exceedingly slim, almost non-existent, it was still preferable to becoming someone else's plaything. If need be, she would choose to perish alongside her husband. After some preparations, the two awaited the arrival of nightfall. As for why Li Daoxian did not activate the talisman immediately to escape, it was because the Qinglang gang had tormented him for so long. He could not leave without making a significant statement. By heavens, after being exploited for so long, they must repay me with interest. What is your intention, my husband? Seeing him head toward the Qinglang gang's base, confusion washed over her. Did he believe their chances of breaking out were so slim that he sought to launch a night raid on the gang's stronghold, potentially sacrificing himself in the process? Come to retrieve my wages and stay within 3 meters of me, he instructed, gripping the third-tier talisman tightly, a surge of excitement coursing through him. After planning for so long, the moment of execution had finally arrived. He had gathered ample intelligence during this time. This base was a stronghold for spirit stones, guarded by only 2 foundation-building cultivators. Even if they were late-stage foundation cultivators, they could not withstand the full force of a golden core cultivator-esque strike. He could not suppress the eagerness that made him lick his lips. After all, they had been exploiting loose cultivators for so long. Surely they had amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones? Chapter 411. The heist. With a swift motion, he activated a talisman, a second-tier mid-grade concealment talisman. The perception of foundation-building cultivators far surpassed his own. In the dead of night, a stranger entering their domain would likely be met with immediate demise. Utilizing the talisman-esque concealment, Li Daoxian approached within 100 meters of the base. His extraordinary vision allowed him to discern 2 elderly figures seated cross-legged, exuding a barely perceptible aura of pressure. My husband, the opponents are foundation cultivators. Lu Sueki's pupils constricted, bewildered by her husband's seemingly reckless decision. Do not fear, my dear. I possess a third-tier talisman that can vanquish them, Li Daoxian reassured her. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki felt a sense of calm wash over her. If he claimed it, then it must be true. Li Daoxian oriented himself toward his home. Yes, this is the location. The 2 foundation cultivators and his home formed a straight line. Third-tier low-grade destruction talisman. Buzz. In an instant, the talisman erupted in brilliant golden light, exuding an unparalleled aura of slaughter. The 2 elderly men were suddenly taken aback, gazing at the fiery blaze racing towards them, leaving no room for resistance. Boom. In mere moments, a charred passage stretching 100 miles emerged in this realm. Everything within was ruthlessly obliterated, and many cultivators perished in that devastating strike. Li Daoxian could only silently apologize in his heart to those innocent cultivators. Such is the uncertainty of the path of cultivation. One never knows when they might fall victim to the wrath of a powerful adversary. At that moment, Lu Sueki stood rooted, awestruck by the magnificent spectacle before her. My dear, do not just stand there. Quickly help me gather the spirit stones, Li Daoxian urged as he pulled Lu Sueki into the spirit stone warehouse, now half destroyed. The recent impact had been so immense that half of the stones were swept away. However, he felt no sorrow. After all, he lacked the luxury of time to pocket every last stone. Coming to her senses, Lu Sueki mimicked her husband's actions, desperately collecting the spirit stones. Who could it be? A furious roar echoed from the horizon, followed closely by the terrifying aura of a golden core cultivator. Li Daoxian understood that they could not linger any longer, otherwise, they might miss the opportunity to escape using the talisman. He knew nothing of the golden core cultivator's capabilities, so prudence dictated that they depart before being spotted. He swiftly enveloped Lu Sueki in his embrace and activated the 100,000 teleportation talisman. Buzz. With a silent ripple in space, their figures vanished from the spot. Moments later, the leader of the Qinglang gang arrived at the scene of the incident. Upon surveying the wrecked warehouse, his fury surged. He utilized his spiritual perception to capture the lingering traces of the thieves, but alas, Li Daoxian had been exceedingly cautious, leaving behind a second-tier low-grade talisman to erase traces. Traces? There were none. Today, even Conan would be just another innocent bystander caught in the chaos. Unknown location. Two figures emerged from the void. Li Daoxian hurriedly held Lu Sueki as they flew with the sword. Once a cultivator reaches the mid-stage of qi refinement, they can harness their abundant spiritual energy to perform sword techniques, enabling flight. Yet, their speed and endurance could not match those of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. A Golden Core cultivator, on the other hand, could traverse the heavens and earth with their physical form. "Husband, where are we?" Lu Sueki inquired, her curiosity piqued by the landscape below. "I do not know either. The 100,000 teleportation talisman transports randomly," Li Daoxian replied, shaking his head, deeming it unnecessary to feign knowledge. "Then what are your plans, dear husband?" Lu Sueki asked. "First, we shall find a safe place to stay for a while. Once I break through to Foundation Establishment, we can venture to other gathering places for cultivators," Li Daoxian pondered, glancing at his experience panel. "I will follow your lead," Lu Sueki replied, snuggling closer to him. Embodying the caring wife. With such a wife, what more could a man desire? After flying for a while, Li Daoxian found a suitable place to land. Though their flight was swift, the wilderness was home to flying beasts, and being targeted could lead to trouble. It was still night, not a time for recklessness. The two nestled against a tree, embracing as they drifted into slumber. The following morning, they resumed their journey once more. After a considerable journey, they arrived at a vast plain, with a dense, sprawling forest just 10 miles away. It was evident that this place was a gathering ground for demonic beasts, and he was not foolish enough to venture there. Instead, they decided to construct a wooden cabin for their retreat. After a thorough scan of the surroundings, he noted the abundance of wild game and a nearby stream. Thus, the two utilized their magical abilities to fell trees and erect a shelter. After half a day's labor, a brand new wooden cabin stood ready. Lu Sueki appeared quite pleased. This was her second experience in building her own dwelling, the first being her wedding house. The cabin was indeed modest, lacking the grandeur of the abode in the bamboo grove, but it was hers, an ownership rather than a rental. She then began to gather flowers and plants to adorn the courtyard. Li Daoxian busied himself erecting a fence and arranging talismans. It seemed he ought to learn about formations. Though practitioners of such arts were rare, there had been none in the bamboo grove, he mused. As night fell, the two enjoyed their meal of wild game and settled down for the night. Residing in the wooden cabin provided a comforting sense of security compared to the wilderness. With safety no longer a concern, Lu Sueki began to contemplate other matters. "Husband, shall we commence our cultivation?" she said in a sweet, coaxing tone. Why was she so eager? However, he needed to inventory their supplies first. Yesterday had been too late, and today had been too busy for him to find time. Now that he had a moment of leisure, he naturally intended to upgrade himself. "You may begin on your own. I will take stock of our belongings," he replied. Lu Sueki pouted in frustration. What did he mean by telling her to handle it herself? Thus, she began to retaliate. Li Daoxian had barely begun his inventory when he found himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. He forcefully pressed her down. "My dear, it seems you have learned some mischief. I shall have to teach you a proper lesson." With a refreshed spirit, Li Daoxian finally settled down to assess their resources. The abundance of spirit stones was sufficient for quite some time. After raiding the Qinglang gang, he now possessed over 50,000 inferior spirit stones and more than 500 medium-grade spirit stones. A single medium-grade stone equated to 100 inferior ones. Naturally, medium-grade stones contained a purer essence, and exchanging them for inferior stones on the market would yield a premium, albeit just a few more. In total, this meant that Li Daoxian now had over 100,000 inferior spirit stones. This also cleared his debts with the Qinglang gang. He felt quite satisfied. Next, he spent 1,000 spirit stones to elevate his weapon refining to the 3rd tier. Another 1,000 was invested to advance his wood spirit technique to the low-grade mystic tier. With this upgrade, the name of the wood spirit technique transformed into Qingmu Gong. Subsequently, he spent over 7,000 spirit stones to elevate all 7 of his spells to the low-grade mystic tier. The names of the spells were as follows: Flame Technique, Heavenly Fire Art, Wood Spirit Technique, Qingmu Art, Lightning Invocation, Wild Thunder Art, Rock Burst Technique, Rock Prison Technique, Wood Spike Technique, Qing Thorn Technique, Water Leap Mirror Flow. What a magnificent upgrade it was. Looking at the revamped system panel, Li Daoxian nodded in satisfaction. With 90,000 spirit stones remaining, he planned to fully develop his 3 auxiliary skills before advancing to the 4th tier. Though they might not be immediately necessary, they were nonetheless indispensable. With these thoughts, Li Daoxian gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 412. Return to the cultivation realm. Allow me to address a common sentiment. Many have expressed that my style has shifted significantly, diverging from previous narratives. Originally, this world was not part of my envisioned outline. With each new realm I introduced, a portion of readers expressed dissatisfaction and urged me to conclude the story, which led to the excision of numerous plotlines, resulting in an impending conclusion that lacked sufficient word count. Thus, I contemplated embarking on a new chapter, In truth, I have subtly foreshadowed this world, unveiling the machinations of the prior supreme realm from an alternate perspective. Alas, the stark stylistic contrast may render it difficult for many to acclimate. Despite the prevailing notion of a harem narrative, I must clarify that the protagonist has but one wife, and I have no intention of delving into harem tropes. As I am aware they are not universally accepted, therefore, I shall refrain from writing such content moving forward. The towering trees of Wanha and the echoing calls of cuckoos among the thousand mountains characterize a life of seclusion, which is inherently tranquil. Li Daoxuan's cultivation steadily advanced over time. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation level. Early Foundation Establishment, 300, 0001, 000. Age, 28. Spiritual roots, gold, upper profound, wood, upper profound, water, upper profound, fire, upper profound, earth, upper profound. Technique, Qingmu Technique Mysterious Tier, mid-level, 01, 000. Spells, Celestial Fire Technique, perfect. Qingmu Technique, perfect. Wild Thunder Technique, perfect. Rock Prison Technique, perfect. Qingxi Technique, perfect. Qingmu Shield, perfect. Mirror Flow, perfect. Talismans, 4th tier, mid-level, 100. 400, 000. Alchemy, 4th tier, mid-level, 90, 400, 000. Refining, 4th tier, mid-level, 90, 400, 000. Dao Companion, Lu Sweki. Cultivation level, Qi Refinement, 12th layer, 112, 400, 204. 800. Emotional level, level 5. Attribute points, 0. Spirit Stones, low grade 1, 010. Mid-grade 520. After a year of focused cultivation, he finally broke through to the Foundation Establishment stage. With the system's assistance, as long as his techniques did not stagnate, he encountered no bottlenecks. Other cultivators typically required Foundation Establishment pills to achieve this breakthrough. As the failure rate without them was exceedingly high, even with the pills, success was rare. Statistical calculations indicated that fewer than 1 in 10 would succeed. Moreover, Foundation Establishment pills were not affordable for low-tier cultivators. Without a significant background, they could only aspire to save for half a lifetime to procure one. Even after consumption, there was no guarantee of a successful breakthrough or longevity, which has stymied many wandering cultivators. This predicament stems from the nature of spiritual roots. Those with inferior constitutions must consume greater quantities of potent pills to force a breakthrough. The difficulty in this process is tied to the laws governing this realm. As the level of the world increases, the loopholes diminish, and the laws exert greater constraints on the beings within. As a lower realm of the supreme world, one must solidify their foundation to ascend to higher tiers. Beyond this realm, without such stringent constraints, even Qi refinement cultivators can traverse other worlds at will. With his supply of spirit stones dwindling, Li Daoxian prepared to depart once more and re-enter the cultivation realm. Despite the accumulation of over 50,000 inferior spirit stones, their utility proved insufficient. Each breakthrough, aside from the realm of spells, demanded at least 100,000 inferior spirit stones. Consequently, he realized the necessity of continued earnings. Idleness would lead to depletion. Sweki, have you finished packing? It is time to depart, Li Daoxian called out to the interior. Lu Sweki emerged swiftly, her expression tinged with reluctance. Husband, can we not keep this house? After all, we built it with great effort, and it holds our cherished memories. After a moment's contemplation, Li Daoxian acquiesced. Very well, since you wish to retain it, I shall leave behind a restriction. The methods of inscribing restrictions bear similarities to those of array formations, offering various techniques. While the strength may not rival that of a complete formation, it could certainly deter trivial intrusions. In a brief while, the restriction was successfully inscribed. Now, aside from those at the golden core stage or above, no one shall trespass. The restriction also possesses the effect of concealment, rendering it difficult for others to detect. Can we leave now? Yes, let's go, husband. Lu Sweki nodded joyfully. Li Daoxian smiled warmly, embracing her as they took flight on their sword. With his cultivation at the Foundation Establishment stage, their speed surged significantly, and his internal mana was robust. Fengdu, this is delicious, you must try. Lu Sweki offered a bun to his lips. Reluctantly, Li Daoxian took a bite. To be frank, it was rather mediocre, lacking the exquisite flavor of his past life. Not bad. If you enjoy it, my dear, feel free to purchase more. That's enough. I wouldn't be able to consume more, Lu Sweki replied, taking a bite of her bun. By the way, husband, will we be residing here from now on? Although the spiritual energy is somewhat thin, it is filled with the warmth of human life, which I find delightful. This city was evidently a realm for mortals, devoid of any gathering of cultivators. I fear I must disappoint you. For cultivators seeking longevity, resources are indispensable, and one cannot acquire substantial spirit stones in the mortal realm. Li Daoxian shook his head, explaining that their stop was merely a momentary respite due to fatigue. I see. Very well, Lu Sweki responded, somewhat disheartened. Compared to the austere tranquility of the cultivation world, she preferred the vibrant warmth of the mortal realm. After some leisure time, Li Daoxian resumed their journey. Finding a gathering place for cultivators was indeed quite simple. Any area rich in spiritual energy was bound to attract their presence. He merely needed to navigate towards regions with increasingly dense spiritual energy to locate a settlement of practitioners. At the junction of Kunling and Wanjin Alley, two figures descended. "Husband, this place is vastly different from the King's Healan," Lu Sweki exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder at the picturesque landscape, vibrant scenery, abundant spiritual energy, and throngs of people. "This location is splendid," Li Daoxian concurred. Their arrival caught the attention of numerous cultivators, many of whom directed their spiritual senses to investigate. Li Daoxian emanated the pressure of the Foundation establishment realm, causing those who probed to withdraw in trepidation. In any domain, strength forever dictated authority. "Let us inquire about the circumstances here," Li Daoxian suggested. He was genuinely apprehensive about the possibility of two factions clashing here. If that were the case, he would prefer to abandon this place for another. Through diligent inquiries, Li Daoxian came to understand the circumstances of the area. Previously, there was no Wanjin Alley, which emerged due to the presence of a sect on the surrounding peaks. This land, abundant in spiritual energy, naturally attracted wandering cultivators eager to join the sect. Gradually, as their numbers grew, they established a street beneath the peaks, thus giving birth to Wanjin Alley. After several centuries of development, Wanjin Alley expanded significantly, its size now comparable to a city. Perhaps out of nostalgia or as a distinctive landmark, Wanjin Alley retained its name. Initially, the wandering cultivators worried about potential repercussions from the sect, as this territory technically fell within the sect's domain. However, the existence of Wanjin Alley allowed sect disciples to conveniently buy and sell materials, creating a mutually beneficial relationship, which led the sect to permit its growth. Chapter 413. A booming business. Excellent. With no opposing forces, merely a congregation of wandering cultivators without gang conflicts. And under the protection of the sect, it was indeed a veritable paradise. Was the gentleman considering settling here? Lu Sweki discerned the satisfaction on Li Daoxuan's face. "Indeed, Sweki. Are you pleased with this?" "Yes, it is far superior to Qingshan Forest." Lu Sweki nodded in agreement. "Then it is settled. Let us find a suitable area to rent a courtyard. After all, this is nominally under the jurisdiction of the sect, which annually profits from the rental fees and spirit stones. This is one of the reasons the sect allows its existence." Li Daoxian located the personnel in charge of this matter. The houses were rented on an annual basis. After some consideration, he decided to rent for 3 years, choosing a prime location at an annual rent of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Upon securing the lease, Li Daoxian assessed the site. Expensive properties come with their own advantages. Surveying the courtyard, Li Daoxian was quite satisfied. Compared to the modest courtyard in Qingshan Forest, which cost 10 spirit stones a month, this place was far more exquisite and spacious. After tidying the house, the two indulged in long-awaited playful banter. The following day, Li Daoxian began researching the market situation. Wanjin Alley boasted cultivators from various tiers, with the majority being low-level cultivators. However, he also spotted many foundational cultivators, unlike the chill of Qingshan Forest, where all foundational cultivators were gang members. The market was vast. Now that he too was a foundational powerhouse, he could afford to broaden his ambitions. Li Daoxian pondered. Previously, due to his limited strength, he could only sell talismans and was unable to offer higher tier ones. Now, he felt capable of selling both elixirs and tools. Naturally, he could not overtly reveal his 3 professions and needed to maintain a facade. Thus, opening a general store became an excellent choice. Resolving to act, he sought out the individual to rent a shop situated in a bustling area. This shop was significantly more expensive than his residence, costing a full 300 low-grade spirit stones for the year. He opted to rent it for just 1 year to assess the situation. After securing the lease, Li Daoxian hurried to the shop to begin renovations. The commotion drew the attention of numerous cultivators, who speculated eagerly, hoping for an explanation. The new storefront is undeniably alluring, especially when situated on a bustling commercial street. Only those with considerable prowess would dare to establish a business there without the looming threat of bankruptcy. Other shopkeepers observed the lively scene with keen interest. After laboring diligently for quite some time, Li Daoxian finally organized the shop, hanging the sign for his general store at the entrance, and thus commenced the grand opening. A general store? The crowd murmured, intrigued by the unusual name, and soon began to enter the establishment to investigate. "What do you sell here, proprietor?" someone inquired. "My shop primarily offers 3 types of items: talismans, elixirs, and tools. As it is not limited to a singular category, hence the name General Store," Li Daoxian explained. Suddenly, someone gasped. "This is a second-tier talisman." "A second-tier talisman? Where is it?" The exclamation drew the attention of the crowd, who hurriedly gathered to inspect. The individual, somewhat overwhelmed by the throng, pointed to an item within the display case, stating, "It is that one. It is indeed real." The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. Moreover, this second-tier elixir, the Nurturing Essence Pill, is incredibly beneficial for foundation-building practitioners. I can't believe it is available for sale. As they scrutinized each item, the crowd was astounded. Typically, the appearance of 1 or 2 second-tier items would be remarkable, yet this new shop boasted an impressive array of such items. With so many treasures on display, The crowd's mouths watered. Those with empty pockets felt disheartened, regretting their prior purchases, while the affluent began to seize the opportunity. Proprietor, I shall take this second-tier talisman. Owner, I want this second-tier elixir. The bustling activity within the shop naturally attracted numerous passing cultivators. Humans are social creatures, drawn to the excitement, and they flocked to satisfy their curiosity. Upon witnessing the wares for sale, they too joined in the frenzy. Within just 2 hours, every item displayed was snatched up. Li Daoxian, beaming with delight, announced, "Esteemed guests, the shop is now sold out. Those who did not secure their desired items may return tomorrow when we restock." "Will there be higher-tier items tomorrow?" someone eagerly inquired. The items sold today were all at least first-tier premium, which explained the frenzy. Indeed. Higher-tier items will certainly be available. I, Li, have reached a collaboration with 3 esteemed masters, and these items originate from their hands. As a close friend, they entrusted me with their wares to sell, and I am merely earning a modest fee for my efforts. Higher-tier items will be available daily, along with various lower-tier items. But I assure you, their quality will far surpass that of other lower-tier items on the market, Li Daoxian assured with a smile. His words garnered the approval of the crowd. Very well then, proprietor, we shall return tomorrow. One by one, they bid farewell and departed. The bustling business left other shopkeepers envious. What could they possibly be selling? The throngs had been too numerous, and with the shopkeepers' watchful eye, they had refrained from joining the commotion. However, they were certain that this establishment was thriving. Meanwhile, inside the shop, Li Daoxian closed the door and began to tally the day's earnings. Well, he mused as he calculated the total. Today, the revenue reached an impressive 520 low-grade spirit stones, depleting nearly half of the resources he had accumulated over the past year. Naturally, it is improbable that future days will yield such terrifying daily profits. However, earning 100 or 800 stones daily remains feasible, which would result in a monthly income nearing 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The following morning, as the general store opened its doors, a throng of customers surged inside. Many from the previous day had failed to secure their desired items. Today, they entered with the intent to grab and pay without hesitation. Moreover, the proprietor had indeed spoken the truth. There were still high-grade items available. Numerous cultivators, drawn by the store's reputation, excitedly scrambled for the goods. Before long, the third day arrived. Upon hearing that second-tier nourishing pills were on sale, the foundation-building cultivators from Wanjin Alley were willing to humble themselves and occupy the front rows. Although the chi-refining cultivators felt a sense of indignation, they dared not offend the foundation-building experts and thus reluctantly relinquished their positions. "Old Ghost, are you here to purchase the nourishing pills as well?" one asked, to which the other merely cast a sidelong glance. He was not offended. Instead, he chuckled. There were only a handful of foundation-building experts, and they were all familiar with one another, having collaborated on numerous occasions. "Are you not curious about the background of this store? It is indeed unique to possess such an abundance of high-grade items. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. I am merely a customer. How the items came to be is of no concern to me. It is better not to pry, for curiosity may cost one their life," Old Ghost replied indifferently. The other foundation-building experts nodded in agreement. Many cultivators had met their demise out of sheer curiosity. As the saying goes, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the realm of cultivation, probing into other secrets is highly frowned upon. What may seem trivial to you could very well be a sensitive issue for someone else, potentially leading to a fierce confrontation. Chapter 414. Symbolic Treasures. After a prolonged wait, the doors of the general store swung open. Observing the 7 foundation-building cultivators, Li Daoxian raised an eyebrow. It seemed his establishment had gained considerable notoriety over the past few days. "Boss, are there nourishing pills for sale today?" Old Ghost inquired. "Indeed. You all must have come specifically for these pills," Li Daoxian replied. "Precisely. We are curious if your store has enough nourishing pills for us to share." The others eagerly awaited Li Daoxian's response. If the supply was insufficient, they would have to rely on their own strength to negotiate. "That depends on how many you desire. If each of you only wishes for a bottle, then that would be just right. Each bottle is priced at 150 low-grade spirit stones. Will you be purchasing?" Such an expensive pill could only be afforded by the foundation-building experts. It was rare to sell 2 or 3 bottles in a typical day. Previously, most chi-refining cultivators could only afford such items with their saved-up funds. After a few days of plundering from his shop, it would be challenging for chi-refining cultivators to produce such a sum again. "I'll buy." While expensive, these pills greatly benefited their cultivation. Such high-tier pills were seldom seen. When the opportunity arose, they would not hesitate to part with their wealth, for cultivation surpassed all else. Li Daoxian handed over 7 bottles of pills, collecting a total of 1,050 spirit stones with satisfaction. The cost of materials amounts to merely 30 spirit stones. With his 4th-tier skills, he can refine 2 vials, yielding a net profit of 270 spirit stones. The alchemy industry is indeed a realm of exorbitant profits. "Do any of you require additional items?" Li Daoxian inquired with a smile, recognizing the lucrative potential in these customers. Upon hearing his words, the group glanced at the other merchandise, and indeed, they found items of interest. "Boss, how much for this spirit sword?" one asked. "This particular one is a second-tier mid-grade spirit sword," known as Qiyuan. Forged from golden firestone, it possesses a high affinity for both gold and fire attributes, inflicting fiery corrosion and golden destruction upon adversaries. As for the price, it exceeds that of the nourishing rhythm elixir, for a well-suited weapon can significantly enhance your combat prowess. If you are inclined to purchase, I can offer it at an 8% discount, a mere 400 low-grade spirit stones. The individual felt a stir of desire, contemplating his first-tier low-grade spirit sword, which had accompanied him for some time, but could no longer keep pace with his growing strength. Had he not been unable to find a suitable replacement, he would have exchanged it long ago. Thus, he resolutely acquired the Qiyuan. The others similarly selected their favored weapons and procured several second-tier auxiliary talismans as contingency measures. Just before departing, an elderly man inquired, "Boss, will your esteemed shop be selling talismanic treasures in the future?" Talismanic treasures? Li Daoxian was taken aback. As the term implies, talismanic treasures are the condensed essence of magical artifacts sealed within talismans. The possessors of such artifacts are invariably formidable figures at the Golden Core stage. This distinction highlights the significance of magical artifacts. A Golden Core practitioner with an artifact stands apart from one without, representing two different realms of power. However, the crafting of magical artifacts is not shrouded in secrecy. Practitioners at the Golden Core stage can source materials to forge their own destined artifacts. In contrast, talismanic treasures are the result of talisman masters employing techniques for artifact creation, merging them with special talismans to encapsulate the essence of the artifacts. Their sole drawback is that their potency does not exceed 1/10 of a true magical artifact and requires the user's own mana to activate. Even foundational practitioners can only invoke them a few times before exhausting their energy, unlike other talismans that require only a slight infusion of mana. Nevertheless, for foundational cultivators, possessing a talismanic treasure would undoubtedly grant them overwhelming strength compared to their peers. Perhaps in the future, it depends on the will of the master behind it. "I am merely an agent," Li Daoxian replied ambiguously. Prompted by the man's suggestion, he realized the necessity of acquiring a talismanic treasure for himself. While he could not manage a magical artifact without the formidable mana of a Golden Core practitioner, he met all conditions to craft a talismanic treasure. Contemplating this matter, the day swiftly passed. In the following days, he began to gather the materials necessary for crafting a talismanic treasure. After all, it was meant for his own use. He could not compromise on quality and thus opted for the highest specifications. Time flew by, and after 2 months, his first talismanic treasure was finally completed. Indeed, it is worthy of being the essence of a magical artifact, though the crafting process was arduous. Nonetheless, the final product justifies my investment, Li Daoxian beamed, holding a resplendent golden talismanic treasure in his hands. This talismanic treasure boasts both offensive and defensive capabilities. Its prototype reminiscent of the 1,000-machine umbrella encountered in his previous life, while gaming, unpredictable and formidable. Oh, and I also crafted some byproducts. I shall give them to Sweki for testing. Li Daoxian rose from his seat and departed the forge. In the courtyard, he beheld Lu Sweki, who was nurturing spiritual flowers and herbs. Typically, she had little to occupy her time, engaging in trivial tasks to pass the hours. "Husband, have you finished your work?" Lu Sweki called out, turning to run towards him upon hearing his movements. "Yes, I have finally completed the crafting of the talismans. Though I have yet to test them in actual combat, so I cannot ascertain if they meet my expectations," Li Daoxian replied. "By the way, Sweki, I have a gift for you." "A gift? What kind of gift does my husband wish to bestow upon me?" Lu Sweki inquired with anticipation, reminiscing about the last gift she received, a storage bracelet for her wrist. "A most beneficial item for you. Come, let us retreat indoors to examine it closely," Li Daoxian said with an enigmatic tone. Lu Sweki, innocently nodding, was led into the bedroom. Inside, Li Daoxian produced 2 pairs of items, one black and one white. Lu Sweki, unfamiliar with such objects, inquired, "Husband, what are these?" "Ah, these are splendid creations crafted from ice crystal silk and ink spider silk, specifically designed for you. My dear, once worn, they will not only accelerate your mana recovery, but also mitigate a portion of damage," Li Daoxian explained earnestly. "Socks. They look rather peculiar. Why are they so long?" Lu Sweki asked, puzzled. "Of course, they are designed for enhanced protection. How could a traditional short sock suffice in shielding against harm?" Li Daoxian elaborated. "Now I understand," Lu Sweki exclaimed, the reasoning resonating with her. "Come, my dear, try them on." Li Daoxian suppressed a smile at her eagerness. "Indeed, just like putting on your previous socks." "Exactly. Since this is your first time wearing them, allow me to assist you," Li Daoxian offered, taking the initiative. Before his eyes, the black fabric gradually enveloped Lu Sweki's long legs, reaching up to her thighs. The snug fit accentuated her form, creating a striking contrast between the black of the stockings and the whiteness of her legs, captivating his gaze. Li Daoxian internally commended the outcome. It was truly remarkable. He could indeed sense a significant acceleration in the flow of mana. Lu Sweki, candidly sharing her impressions, remarked, "This feels rather pleasant. Naturally, the materials used are quite rare." "I, Li Daoxian, did not craft these stockings merely for my own enjoyment," he responded. "Indeed, The texture is delightful, Li Daoxian noted as he gently caressed the fabric. Lu Sueki's cheeks flushed at his touch, yet she assumed he was merely assessing the efficacy of the stockings, so she refrained from interrupting his examination. Grateful for this, Li Daoxian indulged in the moment. Chapter 4:15. The Beast-Tied Sueki. I have prepared additional garments for you. Try them on, Li Daoxian announced. Retrieving an array of clothing from his storage ring. There were various uniforms, cosplay outfits, and JK attire, an eclectic assortment that left Lu Sueki somewhat bewildered. Where did you learn such styles, husband? Some of these ensembles appear quite revealing. Come, my dear, let us try them on one by one. The leisurely and tranquil days, however, are always fleeting. Months later, Li Daoxian was busily engaged in selling wares at the local shop as usual when suddenly dark clouds gathered ominously on the horizon. Not good. It's a beast tide. Quickly, take cover. Someone shouted in alarm. In an instant, Wanjin Alley descended into chaos. With residents hastily retreating to their homes to erect protective formations, Li Daoxian sprang to his feet, swiftly stowing away the few remaining items into his storage pouch before making his way home. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, ominous black clouds had completely enveloped Wanjin Alley. Suddenly, a multitude of demonic beasts plummeted from the sky, shattering the ground and causing buildings to collapse. The beasts descended in droves, akin to relentless raindrops, overwhelming every corner of the alley. The slower cultivators met instant demise, crushed beneath the weight of the falling beasts. Even those who managed to evade the initial onslaught found themselves slaughtered by the ferocity of the creatures. Li Daoxian's gaze sharpened. Green thorn technique. A vibrant green light coalesced in his hand as he gathered his energy and hurled it forward. With a sharp sound, the low-grade Shin-level spell unleashed its formidable power. Wherever the green light struck, demonic beasts exploded into gory remnants. In an instant, a path drenched in blood and flesh was carved out. Li Daoxian dared not linger. The fallen beasts were all of the first rank, yet he sensed numerous second-rank beasts lurking within the clouds. This was precisely why he refrained from flying. Taking to the skies would render him a living target, certain to be besieged and slain. Mirror flow. He pressed his feet to the ground, causing the surface to shimmer like the surface of water. Li Daoxian melded into this shimmering illusion, racing towards his home. While the first-rank beasts posed no threat to him, they were a dire danger to Lu Sueki, who had yet to establish her foundation. If overwhelmed by the tide of beasts, she would be torn apart once her magical energy ran dry. He urged himself to move faster. Pushing his escape technique to its limits, he arrived home moments later. At that moment, Lu Sueki was valiantly fending off a swarm of first-rank beasts. Fortunately, he had taught her his spells over time. Although her proficiency was lacking, she managed to hold her ground until his arrival. Green wood technique. Li Daoxian formed a hand seal, causing a surge of verdant wood to erupt from the soil, swiftly dragging the beasts that besieged Lu Sueki away from the battlefield, only to be mercilessly strangled to death. My husband. Upon catching sight of her spouse, Lu Sueki finally found her anchor, rushing into his embrace. Fear not, for I am here. All shall be well, Li Daoxian reassured her. In truth, Lu Sueki was merely a frail woman untested in battle. Facing such a terrifying horde of demonic beasts all at once was indeed a daunting ordeal. It was clear that she required more rigorous training in the future. For should he ever be absent, her inability to defend herself could lead to dire consequences. Are you unscathed, my husband? So many beasts fell from the sky so suddenly. And fortunately, our home was shielded by the formation, but the streets are teeming with them. Lu Sueki expressed her lingering fear. She had been tending to her flowers in the courtyard when this calamity struck. I am fine, yet the situation is dire. I sense numerous second-rank beasts in the clouds, and a few that far exceed them. I suspect they are third-rank beasts. Li Daoxian's expression grew grave. What shall we do? The area is swarming with beasts, and escaping seems impossible. Lu Sueki voiced her concerns. First, we must find a place to hide. Li Daoxian contemplated a solution. Since the surface was no longer safe, they would need to seek refuge underground. Grasping Lu Sueki's hand, they entered the room, where half of the area had been utterly ravaged by the recent beast invasion. Fortunately, the bedroom remained intact. Earth prison technique. Li Daoxian invoked the earth-based spell, creating an underground passage within the bedroom. With the spell, he could alter the surface structure in a confined area. As he envisioned, he managed to carve out a 3-room, 1-hall layout underground. After a moment's contemplation, he also utilized the debris of the house for concealment, creating several small ventilation openings, for the underground was indeed deficient in oxygen. Wood art. He then adorned the space with spiritual flora. I must apologize, my dear. Before the beast tide subsides, we shall reside underground for a while. Oh, my husband. I am not so delicate, Lu Sueki replied, shaking her head. Having endured hardship in her youth, she found this situation trivial. Yet, my heart aches for you, my beloved. He affectionately caressed her cheek, causing her to blush. Once they descended into the underground haven, Lu Sueki took charge of decorating the 3-room, 1-hall space, while Li Daoxian focused on defensive measures. With a flick of his wrist, an obsidian gold talisman pen appeared. As an artifact master, it was only fitting that he equipped himself with a suitable pen. He then began inscribing various protective runes, prioritizing safety above all. With a hum, the runes glimmered and vanished from sight. Once he had completed the inscriptions, Lusweki had also finished arranging the interior. If the previous abode had been reminiscent of a war-torn Syria, the current one now exuded an air of serene elegance. Apart from the dim lighting, reliant solely on special illuminating stones, the atmosphere was quite agreeable. "My husband, our garments remain above. I shall retrieve them," Lusweki announced. "Allow me, it is unsafe outside." "Stay here and rest assured," Li Daoxian insisted, taking on the task. "Very well, but do take care," Lusweki conceded without further insistence. Thus, Li Daoxian approached the entrance, using a concealment talisman for added safety. Employing the earth prison technique, he opened the passage and cautiously peered outside. Indeed, the courtyard was suffused with the scent of beasts, indicating that the formation had been thoroughly breached. The air was punctuated by anguished cries and the resounding crashes of falling debris. The beast tide continued to swell. He quickly gathered their clothing, keen to make no prolonged stay. "My husband, what is the situation outside?" Lusweki inquired upon his return. "The outlook is grim. It seems most cultivators may struggle to survive," Li Daoxian sighed. Just a day prior, this place had been a vibrant and bustling Wanjin alley, but now, with the beast tide's onslaught, it had morphed into a den of monsters. Upon hearing this, Lusweki furrowed her brow. "My husband, these beasts will not linger indefinitely. Will they? If so, we would be trapped here. Under normal circumstances, they would indeed depart, but I have heard that there is a sect in the mountains, and this area falls under their jurisdiction. They should send someone to eradicate these beasts," Li Daoxian pondered. "If they do not arrive, we can only cultivate until reaching the golden core stage before we can leave. However, that is a last resort, and it would take at least a decade or so to achieve such a breakthrough." Glancing at Lusweki, it was evident that she had yet to establish her foundation and could not sustain herself through magical fasting. Thus, her sustenance would inevitably fall short. It seemed prudent to ensure a steady supply of food for her, though she was on the verge of foundation establishment, and it would suffice for the time being. Chapter 416. Golden Core Experts. Initially, life underground held a semblance of novelty, yet as time wore on, it inevitably became monotonous and dreary. The oppressive environment, devoid of light, tested their mental fortitude. To divert Lusweki's attention, Li Daoxian began imparting some fundamental knowledge of talismans. With a fourth-tier talisman master guiding her, Lusweki adapted swiftly. However, no amount of effort could rival the innate advantages of those seasoned by experience, while Li Daoxian could effortlessly comprehend through accumulated knowledge. Lusweki had to rely solely on her own understanding. The trope of an unremarkable protagonist possessing extraordinary insight did not materialize for Lusweki. In summary, her aptitude was mediocre, placing her in a state of ambivalence. Fortunately, her association with a fourth-tier talisman master provided her with a slight edge over her peers. A month of unremarkable routine passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. A violent tremor resonated from outside. Even with barriers in place, both could discern its profound intensity. "Husband, what is happening outside?" Lusweki paused her tasks to inquire. "If I surmise correctly, it is likely that our sect has dispatched individuals to eradicate the beasts. Remain here and do not move. I will venture out to ascertain the situation," Li Daoxian instructed before making his way to the surface. Upon emerging, Li Daoxian witnessed three elders engaged in fierce combat with three demonic beasts against the backdrop of a tumultuous horizon. The terrifying aftershocks surged around them. Is this the might of Golden Core experts? The fierce wind whipped against him, billowing his garments. A cascade of radiant hues enveloped the scene as a single strike fractured the mountains, each movement sending tremors through the earth, accompanied by magical artifacts. Their coordinated assault forced the beasts into retreat. Li Daoxian dared not linger any longer. The battle escalated in intensity, and even Foundation establishment practitioners within the vicinity could fall victim to the chaos. He hurriedly descended underground. "Sweki, what is it, husband?" Lusweki replied. "Pack your belongings. The battle of Golden Core experts rages outside. We must evacuate swiftly, or we risk being caught in the crossfire," Li Daoxian urged, his tone urgent. At his words, Lusweki quickly stowed her garments into her storage bag, deeming other possessions inconsequential in the face of survival. The pair hastily retreated from their subterranean refuge. Flying sword technique. Greenwood shield. Gathering Lusweki close, Li Daoxian took to the skies on his sword with great speed. The three Golden Core experts regarded the sudden emergence of Li Daoxian with surprise. Is this one of our sect's disciples? Were they not instructed to clear the outer areas of lower-tier beasts? How have they arrived in the core zone? It seems they do not bear our sect's attire. They are likely survivors from Wanjin Alley. An elder communicated through thought. Then temper our strength. We shall unleash our full might only after they have safely retreated, another advised. Meanwhile, Li Daoxian struggled against the aftershocks, his internal energy surging violently. To shield Lusweki from harm, he bore the brunt of the tumultuous waves. Lusweki also sensed this, her gaze falling upon her husband's pallid complexion, feeling a tinge of guilt. Had she been stronger, her husband would not have had to endure such a trial. As they soared through the air, Li Daoxian noticed the residual waves of energy diminishing and cast a grateful glance towards the three elders in the distance before swiftly retreating from the scene. The young companion had already departed, and now it was time to vanquish these vile beasts with all their might. The trio exchanged knowing glances, shedding their concealment as they summoned their magical artifacts to their utmost potential. Behold the Qian Kuan Ding, imposing its might. The elder gestured grandly, causing the artifact to swell in size. Boom, boom, boom. The three demonic beasts felt as though they had transformed into mere mortals facing an overwhelming weight. The resonant clang of the ding shattered the surrounding mountains, and any frail creatures within 100 miles would meet a gruesome end from the reverberations. Celestial measuring ruler. Annihilate. Another elder unleashed a radiant ruler. It emitted blinding beams of light, conjuring countless phantoms of the ruler that rained down upon the three beasts like relentless missiles. The beasts, writhing in agony, sought to flee but found themselves firmly anchored in place by the Qian Kuan Ding hovering above them. My turn. Seven Souls Grind. Annihilation. The final elder activated his own magical artifact. Instantly, the beasts felt their souls pierced as if threads of their very essence were being ground to dust. United in their assault, the three elders left the beasts utterly trapped. The thunderous sounds echoing from behind them attested to the ferocity of the battle. Fortunately, the three venerable ones had granted him a moment's reprieve. Otherwise, he would have emerged from the clash battered and bruised. In the event of such dire circumstances, he would have had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique, the 10,000 Leap Talisman. Once he had distanced himself from the battlefield of the Golden Core cultivators, Li Daoxian observed numerous practitioners clad in uniform attire banding together to eradicate the beasts of Wanjin Alley. Their arrival naturally drew attention, and upon realizing that Li Daoxian was a Foundation establishment cultivator, they became even more cautious. A male cultivator stepped forward to inquire. May I ask if you are a wandering cultivator from this area? Indeed. A month ago, when the beast tide struck, I took my wife into hiding underground. Today, sensing a fierce battle between Golden Core cultivators outside, I hastened to escape the battlefield with her, Li Daoxian replied candidly, as there was little to conceal. Especially with the three Golden Core cultivators having taken note of him, the man appeared somewhat astonished, not expecting that Li Daoxian had emerged from the battlefield of the three esteemed elders. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Li Daoxian inquired, looking at him. The man shook his head. No, if you are unsure of your next destination, you may head to the Survivor South Gathering Place, 10 miles away. Thank you for the information. I take my leave, Li Daoxian said, and made no further delay. As for staying behind to assist in the extermination of the beasts, he had no time for such endeavors. Survival in the world of cultivation was paramount. Did you gather any information from the inquiry? Someone approached to ask. Nothing of significance. Merely a fortunate cultivator who managed to escape from the battlefield of our elders, came the reply. To survive amidst the clash of Golden Core cultivators. This lad truly possesses a remarkable fate. Enough of idle thoughts. Let us swiftly eradicate these demonic beasts. Although this beast tide has led to the destruction of most loose cultivators in Wanjin Alley, these monsters also present a considerable compensation. My husband, should you not tend to your injuries first? I can assist in guarding you, Lu Sweki expressed with concern. It is of no consequence. I merely find my vitality somewhat depleted. A day or two of rest will suffice. Let us first head to the gathering place, Li Daoxian replied, shaking his head. Thanks to the commendable defense of the Qingmu shield, he had sustained minimal injuries. The pair soon arrived at the survivor gathering place, situated 10 miles away. Bossly. Upon seeing Li Daoxian enter, the crowd was taken aback. However, they quickly recalled that although he was merely a merchant, he possessed foundation-building strength, which justified his survival thus far. Li Daoxian surveyed the surroundings. The faces were familiar, primarily those of cultivators who frequently visited his shop. The 7 foundation-building cultivators were present as well, while the majority were practitioners at the 11th or 12th level of Qi refinement. With a slight nod of acknowledgement, he refrained from engaging in familiarities and found a vacant space to sit with Lu Sweki. Chapter 417. Joining observing Li Daoxian begin to meditate. The crowd chose not to intrude, noting the pallor of his complexion, indicative of a fierce battle outside. Lu Sweki commenced her protective watch over him, her gaze alert to the surroundings, vigilant against any potential threats. Time passed swiftly. For the next few days, Li Daoxian remained at the gathering place. While distant thunderous roars echoed from outside, the battles in the horizon were drawing to a close. 3 Golden Core experts had encircled and fought for several days, ultimately managing to slay 3 third-tier demonic beasts. The death of their leader caused the first and second-tier beasts to lose their confidence. Realizing they were no match for the humans, they began to flee in panic. Activate the formation. Buzz. The disciples of the sect had anticipated this scenario and had set up a blocking formation in advance. With so many demonic beasts rich in treasures, they could not allow them to escape unscathed. Thus commenced a massacre that would last for several months. After a few days of slaughter, once the situation had stabilized, the sect disciples finally approached Li Daoxian and the other survivors. Everyone, Wanjin Alley has been destroyed. For those wishing to leave, follow me, and I shall guide you out of the formation. For those who wish to remain and hunt demonic beasts, we will not impede your choice. As long as it does not interfere with our activities, one of the sect disciples announced. The group fell into contemplation. They had been living peacefully in Wanjin Alley, only to encounter such unforeseen calamity. None chose to remain, including Li Daoxian, whose guiding principle was to avoid trouble and live in seclusion. As they departed from Wanjin Alley, Li Daoxian gazed vacantly at the vast expanse of the world. The world is vast, yet I do not know where to go. My husband, where shall we head? Lu Sueki looked to her steadfast anchor. Let us take one step at a time, Li Daoxian replied, shaking his head as he and Lu Sueki sought their next refuge. Have you heard? It seems our family has invited a guest elder. I believe his surname is Li. I wonder what his abilities are. However, being invited by the family head as a guest elder surely indicates he possesses some talent. Indeed. But I have heard that this guest elderly spends his days merely drinking tea and listening to music. Is that truly the case? The crowd shared their observations. The guest elderly they spoke of was, of course, none other than Li Daoxian himself. After months of wandering, Li Daoxian arrived at this vast city of cultivators, a scale far exceeding that of Wanjin Alley. Departing from his previous approach, Li Daoxian chose to join a small family for the sake of survival. He understood well that accumulating spirit stones alone would be insufficient. He needed to emulate the industrial chain from his past life. He would produce goods, and the family would assist in their sale, allowing him to remain in the shadows, merely awaiting the spirit stones to flow into his hands each month. Isn't it rather dull to sip tea and listen to music every day? A figure settled beside Li Daoxian. Miss Lu, have you managed to procure what I requested? Li Daoxian inquired coolly. The newcomer was Lu Ling, the daughter of the Lu family's head. A few days prior, Li Daoxian had enlisted Lu Ming, the patriarch, to acquire a comprehensive guide on first-tier formations. After all, having come to this large gathering of cultivators, it would be remiss to neglect his long-desired pursuit of formation studies. Predictable, isn't it? Lu Ling pouted, producing a hefty tome and handing it to Li Daoxian. As he accepted and perused its contents, he mused, it's no surprise. After all, I have little connection with Miss Lu, so your visit must indeed be at your father's behest. A cursory glance confirmed that it was indeed a complete guide to first-tier formations, clearly documented, much of which he could comprehend due to his foundational knowledge of talismans. Meanwhile, Lu Sueki graciously poured a cup of tea for Lu Ling. Observing Li Daoxian engrossed in his reading, the two women stepped outside for a leisurely chat. Lu Ling, though not well acquainted with Li Daoxian, had formed a close bond with Lu Sueki, as they were contemporaries. Sister Lu, there's a gathering tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Lu Ling invited. A gathering? I think I'll pass. I don't know anyone there, and I'm uncertain about the purpose of the event. Lu Sueki pondered before declining. Oh, but it's merely a tea party, consisting of us female cultivators from various families. Besides, you'll have me there. It's rather dull following Li Kuching all the time, Lu Ling insisted, tugging at Lu Sueki's hand in a bid to persuade her. Feeling somewhat awkward being drawn along by anyone other than Li Daoxian, Lu Sueki hesitated, though she refrained from voicing her discomfort, considering Lu Ling was a girl. I must consult my husband. If he agrees, it would be fine for me to attend, Lu Sueki contemplated. Wonderful. Why are you so pleased so soon? My husband hasn't consented yet, Lu Ling replied playfully. Li Kuching will surely agree. If he doesn't, I shall pester him until he relents. And then he'll have no peace from tea and music. Lu Ling's fierce expression elicited a laugh from Lu Sueki. If my wife wishes to go, then she may attend the gathering. Having understood the nature of the event, Li Daoxian did not object. It was indeed unreasonable to keep Lu Sueki confined at home. She should have interactions with her peers. Notably, the previous gathering of cultivators had been somewhat chaotic and unsafe, but here, the security was commendable. It was said that the city lord was a powerful nascent soul cultivator, deterring any unruly behavior. In this secure environment, Li Daoxian felt less anxious, especially since Lu Sueki possessed several life-saving measures he had provided her. Thank you, husband. Gaining consent, Lu Sueki felt a surge of happiness and adeptly kissed Li Daoxian. It was only after the act that she noticed Lu Ling watching nearby, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Lu Ling, feeling a pang of jealousy, cast a resentful glare at Li Daoxian, who appeared utterly perplexed. With a gathering scheduled for the following day, Lu Ling took Lu Sueki out for a shopping excursion, while Li Daoxian immersed himself in the intricate study of formations. How delightful, Lu Ling thought, her gaze fixated on Lu Sueki's crimson lips. This made her quite uncomfortable. Mistakenly assuming Lu Ling was referring to kissing men, she remarked, Little Ling, you are of marrying age now. Once you find a man you cherish, you will understand the feelings involved. I have no intention of marrying. No man is worth my time. I only want Sister Lu, Lu Ling retorted. Do not jest. Lu Sueki swatted away the hand that had found its way to her waist. Lu Ling had many admirable traits, but her tendency to be overly affectionate was a fault. Sister Lu, this is merely a normal way for girls to interact, a gesture of intimacy, Lu Ling defended herself. From the moment she laid eyes on Lu Sueki, she was captivated by her ethereal elegance and striking beauty. Through persistent efforts, she had finally forged a friendship with Lu Sueki, motivated by her own unique purposes. While Lu Sueki sought companionship, Naive to the existence of girls who exclusively prefer the company of other girls, Lu Sueki remained blissfully unaware. Had she known, she would have kept her distance from Lu Ling. The result of this situation stemmed from Lu Ling's remarkable ability to conceal her true self. Having never revealed her inclinations nor entangled herself with other women throughout her life, Li Daoxian had also investigated Lu Ling's character and social interactions, which is why he felt at ease allowing his wife to associate with her. "What do you think of me, Sister Lu?" Lu Ling inquired. "You are a wonderful girl. Any man fortunate enough to marry you will be blessed," Lu Sueki praised. "Is that so?" Lu Ling's face blossomed with joy upon receiving the response she longed to hear. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival Chapter 418. The tea party the following day, Lu Ling arrived early to escort Lu Sueki to the tea party. At the gathering, the atmosphere was congenial as everyone engaged in light conversation, and Lu Sueki reveled in the camaraderie. As discussions meandered, the focus eventually shifted to Lu Sueki. Given that her presence had been absent during previous tea parties, coupled with the recent rumors surrounding the Lu family, isn't little Ling going to introduce the lovely lady beside her? Someone asked. Indeed, this sister is stunning, with such delicate skin. What is her secret to maintaining it? As the crowd prepared to reach out, Lu Ling swiftly pulled Lu Sueki aside to shield her from their curious hands. "This is Lu Sueki, the wife of Li Keqing. I trust you have all heard the recent news about the Lu family," she announced. "Oh, little Ling, what are you doing? We merely admire Sister Lu's complexion. A gentle touch would not harm her," the group teased. "Absolutely not. She is my guest, and I must return her in perfect condition," Lu Ling countered playfully. All right. Everyone is just curious. Why react so dramatically?" Lu Sueki attempted to smooth things over. "Yes, we are simply intrigued. Sister Lu, would you be so kind as to share your skincare secrets with us?" They gazed at Lu Sueki with anticipation, for no woman could resist such an enticing proposition. "In truth, there exists no secret. It is merely that my husband has procured for me some beauty elixirs, which I consume monthly, resulting in my complexion appearing thus." Lu Sueki's words were somewhat conservative. Having a master alchemist as her husband, she indulges in these elixirs daily as though they were mere candies. The second-tier beauty elixir, while classified as a lower grade, is exceedingly rare, and whenever it surfaces, it is fervently pursued by a throng of female cultivators, driving the price to exorbitant heights. The standard price for a bottle containing 10 elixirs is merely 200 spirit stones, yet in the frenzy, such elixirs have been known to fetch 1,000 per bottle, an increase of 5-fold. Observing the expressions of those around her, Lu Sueki contemplated for a moment, and then produced 2 bottles of beauty elixirs. "I still possess 2 bottles. Consider them a token of our first meeting," she declared. There were exactly 20 women present, excluding her. "Sister Lu, from now on, you shall be my dear sister." "Indeed, Sister Lu, you are so kind." The crowd erupted in excitement, for it was not that they could not afford the elixirs, but rather that they had never had the opportunity to seize them. Whenever such elixirs became known, they were immediately snatched up by other female cultivators before they could act. The 2 bottles of beauty elixirs were quickly distributed, and each woman swallowed hers without delay. However, as the elixirs were merely second tier, their effects would not manifest immediately, so the ladies resumed their leisurely chatter over tea. In the midst of their conversation, an unexpected guest arrived. "Hee, are you ladies enjoying your tea together? How delightful. Have you managed your family business as well? Has your income increased over the years? Has the market expanded?" A figure entered the courtyard, accompanied by laughter. "What brings you here? You are not welcome." The women instinctively frowned upon hearing that voice. It was Lu Mei, the daughter of the Lu family. Their disdain for her stemmed not only from the competition between their families, but also from her penchant for boasting and belittling others for her own amusement. Thus, no one wished to associate with her, for her presence was exceedingly irritating. "What is this? Isn't the purpose of your tea gathering to foster familial connections? Am I not part of a family as well? You should feel fortunate to have someone of my esteemed status among you. After all, not everyone has the privilege to share tea with me. You should feel proud," Lu Mei declared with an air of superiority. Hearing her familiar, tiresome rhetoric, the others felt almost nauseated. However, knowing that engaging with her would only lead to frustration, they collectively chose to ignore her, allowing her to languish in the periphery while they continued their pleasant discourse. Lu Mei, undeterred, sat down and interjected occasionally, as if accustomed to being sidelined. Lu Sueki observed this scene with a raised brow, finding it rather amusing. Upon closer inspection, she noted that aside from Lu Mei's tendency to boast, she exhibited no truly objectionable qualities. As the conversation flowed, Lu Mei soon realized that the attention was centered on Lu Sueki. This simply would not do. As a natural protagonist, she must remain in the spotlight. "Oh, how vexing. Just yesterday, I inadvertently broke through to the 11th layer of qi refining. At such a sluggish rate of cultivation, when will I ever reach foundation establishment?" Lu Mei exaggeratedly lamented. The chatter among the ladies momentarily halted, as all present were cultivators at the 8th or 9th layer of qi refining. Was she intentionally attempting to provoke them? "Lu Mei, if you wish to show off, then do so elsewhere. Do not repulse us here." "How could it be considered showing off? I am merely troubled. Oh, I almost forgot that everyone here has yet to advance beyond the 10th level of qi refinement. Alas, did my words strike a blow to your pride? I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that some of you, being a year or two older than I, would be progressing even slower in your cultivation. Lu Mei scoffed. The crowd's faces flushed with indignation. Ah, the 11th level of Qi refinement. You must strive harder to achieve complete mastery soon. A voice rang out, revealing an aura of a perfected 13th level of Qi refinement. Wow, Sister Lu, you are indeed a master of perfected Qi refinement. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Even Lu Ling was taken aback, for Lu Sueki rarely revealed her prowess, leading her to believe that Lu was at most just a notch above her. At the 10th level of Qi refinement, levels 10 to 12 signify mastery, while 13 indicates complete mastery. This represents a significant leap. Those in the later stages of Qi refinement can easily vanquish those in the mid-stages, and likewise, those at the perfected level can effortlessly defeat their peers at the mastery level. Achieving victory over opponents of a higher realm is exceedingly challenging. Even with a talisman, Li Daoxian would not dare claim he could assuredly defeat a late-stage foundation establishment expert. It is merely luck, all thanks to my husband's contributions. Lu Sueki remarked with a smile. Lu Mei stood in stunned silence for a moment before regaining her composure. Observing her expression, the crowd erupted in laughter. What? Did Sister Lu's words wound your pride? Humph, you are hardly remarkable. Give yourself another 7 or 8 years. And you still won't reach the perfected level of Qi refinement. Who said that? I only need 2 years. No, 3 years to break through to perfected Qi refinement. Lu Mei exploded with fury. You are boasting beyond reason. As long as you are happy, we shall see. The crowd exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced. Lu Mei, infuriated, felt her pride wounded, and tears streamed down her cheeks. I will not play with you anymore, she cried, dashing away while wiping her tears. The onlookers exchanged glances, for it was the first time they had seen Lu Mei in such a state. Crying was indeed a rarity for her. Have we gone too far? Someone ventured hesitantly. Where's the excess? What we just said pales in comparison to her usual taunts. Is it permissible for her to mock us, while we cannot return the jest? Others retorted indignantly. Lu Sueki herself had not anticipated this turn of events. It was the first time she had made anyone cry, especially a girl. Sister Lu, do not be too hard on yourself. Let her be for a few days, and she will soon come bouncing back to pester us again. One can only hope. Lu Sueki sighed, contemplating bringing some gifts as an apology for their next encounter. Chapter 419. The sale of beauty elixirs. The day swiftly passed, and as dusk fell, everyone bid their farewells. That night, Lu Sueki shared her experiences with Li Daoxian. Li Daoxian pondered thoughtfully. Are beauty elixirs truly so popular? He had never sold such potions, as he believed that in the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount. Such frivolities did not enhance one's combat prowess and were merely trifles, unlikely to attract buyers. Thus, he had only crafted them for Lu Sueki, being a direct beneficiary himself. Furthermore, in comparison to the beauty elixir, Li Daoxian deemed the youth elixir to be superior. However, the youth elixir was a 4th-tier pill, and his current prowess was insufficient to concoct such a high-level elixir. Indeed, she had heard that the beauty elixir would be snatched up immediately upon its appearance. Would her husband be interested in engaging in this business? Knowing that her husband was a master alchemist, she promptly informed him of this opportunity. It is worth a try. I shall discuss it with Lu Ming tomorrow. Li Daoxian nodded in agreement. After concluding their conversation, the two began to frolic playfully. Host, Li Daoxian, cultivation level, mid-foundation establishment, 200. 000. Age, 29. Spiritual roots, metal, earth, wood, earth, water, earth, fire, earth, earth, earth. Cultivation technique, Qingmu skill Xian tier middle grade, 010-0000. Spells, heavenly fire technique, perfected. Qingmu technique, perfected. Meng Lei technique, perfected. Rock prison technique, perfected. Qingxi technique, perfected. Qingmu shield, perfected. Mirror flow, perfected. Talismans, 4th tier, perfected. 428-000. Alchemy, 4th tier, perfected. 428-000. Refining, 4th tier, perfected. 428-000. Formation, 1st tier early stage, 0100. Dao Companion, Lu Sueki. Cultivation level, Qi refinement 13 layers, 242, 400, 409. 600. Emotional level, level 5. Attribute points, 0. Spirit stones, low grade 211, 010, middle grade 520, the following day, in the Lu family's rear courtyard. You must be here regarding the formation, right? I recall sending my daughter to deliver the materials yesterday. Could it be that she forgot? Lu Ming inquired with a hint of confusion. The formation book has indeed been received, but I have come today to discuss the sale of elixirs. I learned yesterday that the beauty elixir seems to be quite popular among female cultivators. I wonder about the saturation of the market? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Li Keqing can also concoct the beauty elixir. I have some understanding of it. What is the Lu family's stance on this? The beauty elixir is quite rare, with little supply in the market and a demand that far exceeds it. If Li Keqing can produce it in bulk, our Lu family can monopolize this market, thereby holding the pricing power. At that time, pricing it at 400 a bottle would not be unreasonable. and 1,000 per bottle would likely see eager buyers. Lu Ming analyzed. Given this, I shall provide you with the beauty elixir, and you can swiftly seize the market. Li Daoxian promptly decided to be the first to embark on this venture. Excellent. What pricing does Li Keqing intend to set? After a moment of contemplation, Li Daoxian, while wishing to set the price as high as possible, recognized the folly of excessive greed, which could lead to dissatisfaction, deeming such an approach unnecessary. Initially, for 100, allowing for some room to lower the price later, we may consider discounts to stimulate consumption. That plan seems sound. Let us proceed with the previously agreed-upon profit-sharing arrangement of 80-20. Agreed. Li Daoxian nodded. Once the sales details were finalized, they commenced implementation. A substantial quantity of medicinal materials was transported to Li Daoxuan's alchemy chamber. In pursuit of spirit stones, he began working diligently. Time passed swiftly. Within a few days, a significant volume of the beauty elixir began circulating in the market. Upon the news breaking, female cultivators throughout the entire city went into a frenzy. Upon discovering that the Lu family was selling beauty elixirs, throngs of eager individuals rushed to the Lu family's marketplace, stalls, and shops. The booming business allowed the Lu family and Li Daoxian to profit immensely. The clinking of spirit stones left Li Daoxian in a state of astonishment. Had he known that this venture would be so lucrative, he would have been the first to offer it for sale. The most bewildered among them was Lu Ling's father. How was I unaware that we had a master alchemist capable of concocting beauty elixirs in our family? She pressed Lu Ming for answers. Did you not know? You spend all your time visiting Li Keqing, and I assumed you were already in the know, Lu Ming replied, somewhat surprised. Although this information was a secret to outsiders, he would naturally not withhold it from his daughter. Seeing her frequent visits to that place, he had even considered playing matchmaker, believing that such a union would firmly align Li Daoxian with the Lu family's interests. What did you say? Li Keqing is that master alchemist? I thought he merely spent his days sipping tea and listening to music. Lu Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. That's merely his skill. He usually takes a break after completing a batch of pills, Lu Ming chuckled. He speculated that Li Daoxian was undoubtedly a third-tier alchemist. For such prowess could not be attributed to anyone of lesser skill. This was also why he was keen to forge a connection, as he himself was merely a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, while a third-tier alchemist was rarer than even a golden elixir stage cultivator, often treated as an esteemed guest wherever they went. No wonder Sister Lu could produce so many beauty elixirs, Lu Ling mused, a hint of melancholy creeping into her thoughts. Sister Lu had deceived her into believing that she consumed only one a month. Given Li Keqing's staggering productivity, he could practically treat beauty elixirs as mere candies. This called for some clever manipulation on her part to extract a little advantage from Sister Lu. Lu Ming, observing his daughter's incessant giggling, wore a peculiar expression. What are you laughing about? He asked sternly, disapproving of such behavior from a young lady. It's nothing, just some joyful thoughts. Lu Ling quickly retorted before hastening away to find Lu Sueki. Watching his daughter dash towards Li Keqing's residence, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a good daughter. As for Li Keqing already having a wife, it mattered little. Men often took multiple wives, and it would not be a tragedy for Lu Ling to become a secondary partner. Had Lu Ming known that Lu Ling was actually pursuing Lu Sueki, he would likely have been infuriated, questioning what kind of child he had raised. Days turned into weeks, and a significant amount of spirit stones flowed into Li Daoxuan's hands. In just 3 months, he amassed 2 million low-grade spirit stones, averaging an astounding 400,000 per month. In comparison, he had previously struggled to earn just over 30,000 a month in Wanjin Alley. Clearly, his decision was prudent, as having someone open up sales channels for him multiplied his profits exponentially. The Lu family, benefiting from his supply of elixirs, saw their status rise considerably, accumulating substantial wealth and fostering growth in other family enterprises. It was a win-win situation. Naturally, the Lu family's sudden ascent drew the attention and scrutiny of other clans. This shift in fortune was ignited by the arrival of the new guest, Li Keqing. It is not difficult for everyone to ascertain that the Lu family guest is indeed a master alchemist. Meanwhile, Li Keqing remains aloof and rarely makes appearances, making it quite challenging for others to engage with him. As a result, they must turn their attention to Lu Sueki. Many have dispatched women from their families to cultivate a favorable relationship with her. Chapter 420. The rank of spiritual roots at this juncture, Li Daoxian, having acquired a substantial amount of spirit stones, naturally contemplates enhancing his own abilities. His 7 spells are still at the low level of the profound tier, with an upgrade costing 10,000 for each. After spending a staggering 770,000 spirit stones, he successfully elevated all spells to the upper level of the profound tier. Following that, he invested another 100,000 spirit stones to upgrade his techniques to the same level. In the blink of an eye, 870,000 spirit stones vanished, leaving only a reserve for the 4 minor ventures. However, based on experience calculations, he would need to wait another 4 months for the next upgrade. The path to earning spirit stones is indeed arduous. Subsequent upgrades easily demand hundreds of thousands, and without a solid foundation, one would struggle immensely. Time flows inexorably. For months past, during which the sales of beauty-enhancing pills remained popular, though not as fervently as before. The spirit stones accumulated in these 4 months merely equated to what he had garnered in the previous 3. Nevertheless, Li Daoxian felt content, for one. 2 million spirit stones were still considerable. During this period, his endeavors in alchemy, talismans, and weapon forging had all reached the 4th tier's perfection. He joyfully spent 300,000 spirit stones to break through to the initial stage of the 5th tier. With mastery over foundational techniques and the abilities of alchemy and forging at the spiritual transformation stage, he had indeed carved out a unique niche for himself. Even though crafting 3rd tier elixirs remained challenging, he could nevertheless rely on the techniques of the 5th tier. With these enhancements, the speed and success rate of producing low-tier elixirs were remarkably high. Sister Lu, has Li Keqing prepared any foundation establishment pills for you? They conversed casually. Foundation establishment pills. Lu Sueki was taken aback, as she had never seen her husband consume such a thing. Could it be that Li Keqing has not prepared any for you? Upon noticing Lu Sueki's expression, Lu Ling realized the truth and indignantly exclaimed, that detestable Li Keqing. Despite being a master alchemist, he has failed to provide his own wife with foundation establishment pills. Sister Lu, you must demand them from him upon your return, otherwise, the chances of successful foundation establishment without those pills are exceedingly slim. Is that really the case? Lu Sueki was not well versed in such matters, primarily because Li Daoxian had not mentioned it, given their unique cultivation methods. Really? Li Keqing hasn't even informed you of these essential details? He is truly leading you astray. Lu Ling exclaimed, her indignation palpable. My husband treats me very well. Perhaps I do not need such things to establish my foundation, which is why he has not brought it up. Lu Sueki defended Li Daoxian. Sister Lu, why are you siding with him? We are supposed to be allies in this matter. We must confront Li Keqing together. Lu Ling grinned mischievously. Lu Sueki's lips twitched. After all, it was Lu Ling who was the outsider in this situation. Let us put this aside for now. Allow me to enlighten you on some knowledge. For ordinary cultivators like us, breaking through to significant realms is quite challenging and often requires external assistance. For instance, to breach the foundation establishment stage, one needs the immense energy from a foundation establishment pill to facilitate the breakthrough. Among the unusual cultivators, there exists a singular type known as the possessor of a heavenly spirit root. Such cultivators not only experience rapid advancement in their early stages of training, but also encounter no bottlenecks in their foundation establishment. As long as their internal spiritual energy is sufficient, they can effortlessly transcend to the next level. However, these cultivators are exceedingly rare, akin to a needle in a haystack. After all, it is already exceptionally uncommon for mortals to possess a spiritual root, let alone a high-quality one. Typically, only if both parents are cultivators can their offspring be guaranteed to possess a spiritual root, with a likelihood of 99. This rarity is why many cultivators seek partners with superior spiritual root qualities. Lu Ling sighed, reflecting on her own situation. My parents both possess low-grade earth spiritual roots, and I was fortunate to inherit the same. This is already a stroke of luck. What about you, Sister Lu? What quality of spiritual root do you have? Lu Sueki was at a loss for an answer, having once been an ordinary mortal herself. She was fortunate that her husband's unique dual cultivation physique not only granted her a spiritual root, but also paved her path to immortality. As for the level of her spiritual root, she had never paid it much mind. According to her husband, as long as they continued their dual cultivation, they would eventually both become possessors of heavenly spirit roots. At present, she was uncertain of her current level of advancement. I haven't tested it yet, Lu Sueki replied, shaking her head. What? Lu Ling exclaimed in astonishment. You've reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, yet you don't even know the level of your spiritual root? Sister Lu, were you abducted by Li Keqing? Tell me, and I shall rescue you from this great demon's clutches. What are you talking about? I met my husband when we were both mortals. It's nothing like you suggest. Lu Sueki laughed heartily, amused by the girl's vivid imagination. Oh well, Lu Ling replied, her expression one of disappointment, having hoped to unearth a secret. Since Sister Lu is still unaware of her spiritual root level, I shall fetch a testing stone. With that, Lu Ling dashed off. After a considerable time, she returned with a stone as translucent as jade. If my cultivation were higher than Sister Lu's, this wouldn't be so troublesome. The exploration of spiritual roots can be conducted using a testing stone. Alternatively, a cultivator of a higher realm may infuse their spiritual energy into another's body for examination. However, if the roles are reversed, the greater the disparity in realms, the more challenging it becomes to probe due to the overwhelming spiritual energy of the other party. Lu Ling and Lu Sueki were separated by 4 minor realms, resulting in a staggering 16-fold difference in their spiritual energy. Come, Sister Lu, place your hand upon it, and slowly infuse your spiritual energy. Lu Ling instructed as she handed the testing stone to her. Lu Sueki complied, and soon the stone erupted with dazzling light. This radiance, it's of high-grade earth. Lu Ling exclaimed in astonishment. High-grade earth? Just as my husband said, in merely a few years, your spiritual root level has soared to such heights. Lu Sueki withdrew her hand. Sister Lu, you are truly remarkable. Lu Ling exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Why are you so agitated? Lu Sueki responded with a bemused expression. One might mistake you for the one being tested. Of course, I'm delighted for you. Lu Ling rambled on, lost in her own thoughts. Lu Sueki sighed, sipping her tea, awaiting the girl to finish before responding. So Sister Lu is indeed a prodigy of the heavens. Without the need for extravagant flattery, Lu Sueki heard a simple phrase that transported her back to the moment she first awakened her spiritual root, when Li Daoxian had offered her words of comfort. Immersed in nostalgia, a sweet smile unconsciously graced her lips. This exquisite expression left Lu Ling in a state of astonishment. Sister Lu, you are truly breathtaking. The two of them fell into a reverie, lost in their own thoughts. After a considerable time, Lu Sueki regained her senses. Xiaoling, why are you staring at me? She glanced at Lu Ling, whose face was remarkably close. Lu Sueki found herself somewhat speechless. And nothing. Lu Ling stammered, startled. Although she secretly admired Lu Sueki, she would not foolishly reveal her feelings until she was certain of success. If her feelings were exposed, she would not only fail to win Lu Sueki's heart, but would also be unable to draw near, with the advantage resting with her. Lu Ling prided herself on her emotional intelligence. Well, it's getting late. I should head back, Lu Sueki said as she stood. All right. But remember to ask Li Kuching for some foundation establishment pills, at least 10 or 8. That way, your foundation will be more secure, Lu Ling advised. Yes, I understand. Lu Sueki replied dismissively. Chapter 421. Foundation establishment pills. How infuriating. Even if you are Sister Lu, you cannot be so dismissive of me. Yet I forgive you. Lu Ling murmured as she watched Lu Sueki's retreating figure. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lu Sueki informed Li Daoxian of the matter. After considering her words, he appeared contemplative. Previously, he had been constrained by the belief that his cultivation would only advance gradually through the system. However, after hearing Lu Sueki's account, it dawned on him that he could potentially accelerate his cultivation speed through elixirs. Li Daoxian found this hypothesis promising. To test it, he decided to start with Lu Sueki. My dear, wait here. I shall concoct a batch of foundation establishment pills for you to try, he declared, hurrying into the alchemy chamber. This endeavor was not solely for Lu Sueki. It also pertained to his own future advancement. After a considerable time, Li Daoxian emerged with freshly crafted foundation establishment pills. These pills were among the second-tier elixirs, the closest to third-tier, often referred to as pseudo-third-tier elixirs. Hence, foundation establishment pills were scarce in circulation. Additionally, their formulation was not something that impoverished alchemists could easily acquire. However, Li Daoxian had no need for concern, as long as he broke through a level with the system. The recipes for elixirs of that tier would manifest in his mind. He presented Lu Sueki with a batch of 10 foundation establishment pills. Here, my dear. Give it a try and see if it is effective. Lu Sueki nodded and placed one of the pills on her ruby lips, swallowing it whole. The elixir dissolved upon entering her mouth, and pure energy surged through her body, prompting her to swiftly circulate her cultivation technique to absorb and transform the energy. Meanwhile, Li Daoxian guarded her while checking the system panel. Partner, Lu Sueki, cultivation level, Qi refinement, 13th layer, 3624004096000, in the blink of an eye. Her experience points soared to 400,000 and continued to rise rapidly. Li Daoxian inhaled sharply, astonished at the results. Soon, her experience points reached their maximum. Yet her cultivation did not break through to foundation establishment. At that moment, Lu Sueki furrowed her brows, sensing an invisible barrier preventing her advancement. This must be the shackle that Sister Lu Ling spoke of. Channeling all her magical energy, she launched a fierce assault against this barrier, yet after much effort, she only managed to create a slight crack. Not enough. The energy is insufficient. With determination, she swallowed another foundation establishment pill. Instantly, her fatigued magical power was replenished. After consuming 2 foundation establishment pills, the shackle was finally broken. Partner, Lu Sueki, cultivation level, early foundation establishment, 100,000,100,000. When she opened her eyes, it was already the next morning. My dear, how do you feel? Li Daoxian inquired, glancing at the panel. Lu Sueki pondered for a moment before sharing her experience of the breakthrough. These were sensations that Li Daoxian had never encountered. Relying on the system, their dual cultivation had encountered no obstacles. I see, he mused. The experimental verification was successful. The efficacy of the pills was undeniable, though their effects were akin to those of ordinary cultivators, with all the requisite hurdles present. However, that was of little concern. They could easily exploit the system's quirks. Once their experience points were maxed out, they could simply break through dual cultivation, such a simple matter. Lu Sueki was still savoring the newfound strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. Indeed, it's a transformative change, she remarked. She felt that she could effortlessly crush her former self from the previous day. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, one's lifespan would increase. Only those at this level could truly be deemed immortal cultivators, enjoying a lifespan of 200 years, thus creating a distinct separation from ordinary mortals. Li Daoxian chuckled. Lu Sueki touched her cheek, noticing her skin had become considerably more delicate, adding a touch of youthful radiance. Come, my dear, Let us make up for yesterday's shortfall. At his words, Lu Sueki felt a flutter of excitement. Having grown accustomed to their daily routines, missing even a single day felt quite unsettling. The divine beast river crab had arrived. Sister Lu, I'm here to find you. Lu Ling breezed into Li Daoxuan's courtyard. However, it was peculiar that her beloved sister Lu was not present. Searching in vain and finding the doors tightly shut, she approached and pushed gently. It's locked tight. Lu Ling had no choice but to sit in the courtyard and wait. As night fell, she reluctantly departed, planning to return the following day, thinking that Sister Lu must have been delayed by her cultivation. The next day, Lu Ling arrived bright and early at the courtyard. Sister Lu, where were you yesterday? Why weren't you home when I came to find you? Upon seeing Lu Sueki, who radiated vitality and had a rosy complexion, Lu Ling swallowed hard. Today, Sister Lu was even more enchanting. Oh, that? I was in seclusion, breaking through, Lu Sueki replied, offering the excuse she had prepared. You've broken through to Foundation establishment? Lu Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, after consuming 2 Foundation establishment pills, I successfully broke through. During the process, I also sensed the shackle that Xiao Ling mentioned. Indeed, it is quite challenging to break without external assistance. Lu Sueki nodded, feeling a tinge of embarrassment and unable to meet Lu Ling's gaze. She wondered if Lu Ling had heard her during the breakthrough. She had certainly let out several sounds in the heat of the moment. However, judging by Lu Ling's current demeanor, it seemed she had not. That's wonderful. Sister Lu is now a Foundation establishment powerhouse, on par with my father. From now on, I will cling to you for support. You must protect me well. Lu Ling spoke as she embraced Lu Sueki without hesitation. Lu Sueki, far from rejecting her, indulged in the moment, saying, all right, I shall protect you from now on. Lu Ling, having successfully executed her scheme, nuzzled against her companion. Hee hee. It's all the scent of Sister Lu. I shall forego bathing today. Lu Ling revealed a blissful grin. Why do you smile so oddly, Xiaoling? Lu Sueki released her hold. Lu Ling quickly composed herself, feigning nonchalance. What do you mean? I'm simply happy for Sister Lu. Is that so? Lu Sueki regarded her with a hint of suspicion, though it did align with the girl's nature. She couldn't fathom why this girl appeared even more elated than herself. Chapter 422. Spirit Nourishing Pill. Meanwhile, Li Daoxian, after confirming that consuming drugs could indeed yield experience points, hurriedly set about refining spirit nourishing pills for himself. These pills, classified as mid-tier second-grade elixirs, serve to enhance the cultivation of foundation-building practitioners. However, it is advisable for each cultivator to consume no more than 5. Any additional ones would result in diminished effects. Soon, a batch of fresh pills was completed, exuding a rich aroma that promised a tangible improvement in cultivation merely by inhalation. Excellent. These are of premium quality. Li Daoxian nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the adage that all medicine has its poison. He noted that the absorption of high-quality pills could be done completely without residual toxicity. He swallowed 1 spirit-nourishing pill and began the process of refinement. After a considerable time, he opened the system panel to check his progress. Cultivation, mid-foundation building, 440, 0002, 000. Cultivation, mid-foundation building, 740. 0002, 000. 1 spirit-nourishing pill grants 300, 000 experience points. Li Daoxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. What was there to hesitate about? He consumed the remaining 4 pills swiftly, bringing his experience points to 940, 000. Just 60, 000 more to advance to the late foundation building stage. Contemplating for a moment, he swallowed yet another spirit-nourishing pill, and the results were indeed as described. His experience points surged, albeit marginally. This time, he only gained 10, 000 experience points. Unwilling to be dissuaded, he tried one more, which yielded a mere 1,000 points. It appeared he would need to wait another month to break through. Rising to stretch his limbs, he resumed the production of another batch of spirit-nourishing pills, this one intended for Lu Sueki. Time passed swiftly, and another year had elapsed. During this time, Li Daoxian accrued an additional 3.6 million low-grade spirit stones. The beauty-enhancing pills were no longer as easy to sell as they had once been, prompting him to diversify and sell other elixirs to supplement his income. He had thought that such a comfortable existence would continue indefinitely. Suddenly, a crimson grand formation erupted outside Dongdu City. All cultivators within the city stood transfixed, gazing at the spectacle. In the next instant, a figure strode through the air, radiating the formidable presence of a nascent soul expert. The elder, with hair as white as snow yet possessing a youthful visage, narrowed his eyes upon witnessing the ascending formation. The blood-refining grand formation. GGG, white old demon, I shall borrow a city's worth of cultivators from you to further enhance my prowess. A chilling laughter echoed in his ears. You intend to refine 1,000,000 cultivators to concoct a nurturing pill? The white old demon's expression darkened. No. I have no intention of pill concoction. However, your guess is not entirely off. I am indeed refining human pills through blood sacrifice. Be it a nurturing pill or a blood infant pill, anything that can assist in advancing my cultivation will suffice. The white old demon, infuriated. unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the grand formation in the sky. Each strike bore the formidable strength of heaven and earth, yet it proved ineffective against the grand formation, only managing to create a small breach that swiftly healed. This extraordinary formation was an accidental find in an ancient secret realm. Although it was incomplete, it was capable of ensnaring an entire city's cultivators. By Laoma, I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. If you choose to leave alone, I cannot stop you. However, to protect them is a futile dream. Once the formation is fully established, if you have not departed, you shall remain as part of the essence of the formation. By Laoma fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Casting a complex gaze upon the millions of cultivators below, they looked up at him with hopeful eyes, believing that as a powerful Yuan-ing cultivator, he could rescue them from peril. Yet, they would likely be disappointed, for his initial purpose in establishing the city was to facilitate his own resource acquisition for cultivation. One must prioritize oneself, otherwise, the heavens would condemn them. Before the formation is complete, he must find a way to flee swiftly. As for confronting the hidden demonic cultivator in a fierce battle, setting aside the question of victory, what benefit would it bring him? Should he lose, he would face utter ruin. Should he win, he would merely be gravely injured and left on the brink of death. Such a risk is not worth the reward. Let us part amicably. At least you know your place. What is happening? As they watched their fleeing city lord, the crowd was left bewildered. However, many cultivators would not sit idly by. Before the formation could operate fully, countless foundation establishment and core formation cultivators launched a sudden assault on the array. Yet their strikes, entering the grand formation, were akin to raindrops falling into the ocean, stirring not even a ripple. Undeterred, they surged toward the formation, attempting to breach it and escape. Alas, upon touching the edge of the array, they were instantly reduced to pools of blood, absorbed by the formation. Meanwhile, Lu Sueki anxiously grasped Li Daoxuan's sleeve. My husband, are we to perish here? This is a crisis even the most adept Yuan-ing cultivators cannot withstand. As foundation establishment cultivators, our chances are even slimmer. Li Daoxian, caught off guard by this sudden calamity, lamented the fact that he seemed to be targeted wherever he went. There was but one way to break the deadlock, through the formation itself. Casting a glance at the formation's tier, he noted that after a year and 7 months, it had reached the 4th tier of perfection, 330,000 to 800,000. Stay close to me, he commanded as he pulled Lu Sueki swiftly toward the formation's vulnerable point. He had initially intended to bring along the head of the Lu family and his entourage, but time was of the essence. Soon, those below foundation establishment would be instantly refined by the formation. Moments later, even foundation establishment cultivators would not escape such a fate. Indeed, just as he stepped outside, he witnessed the Lu family disciples being instantly turned into pools of blood, consumed by the formation. Lu Sueki's pupils contracted as she saw Lu Ling rushing toward her. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Almost immediately thereafter, she was overwhelmed by an invisible force, struggling to breathe. The sorrow that had yet to fully form within her heart was abruptly replaced by the imminent threat of death. Li Daoxian, feeling equally distressed, quickly summoned his magical artifact, the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella, to alleviate the pressure. He unleashed various defensive talismans, but within the formation, space was effectively sealed, rendering his 10,000 teleportation talismans utterly useless. Mirror flow. Swiftly, he employed a superior-grade escape technique to flee. It was insufficient. The pace was too slow. At this rate, he would be crushed by the ever-increasing force before reaching the edge of the array. The 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella transformed. The talisman became a speed-enhanced flying apparatus, carrying them away at breakneck speed. Without the protection of the talisman, the pressure on both was immense, yet they had no alternative. Moments later, they arrived at the outskirts of the eastern capital, where a multitude of cultivators frantically assaulted the formation, desperate to escape this place of death. Li Daoxuan's consciousness searched for weaknesses in the array. He discerned that this grand formation was flawed. Thus, there were numerous vulnerabilities. By dismantling one aspect of the formation, a temporary passage could be opened. Grasping Lu Sueki's hand, he stepped forward, summoning several array flags to create a miniature array-breaking formation. Buzz! A small passageway opened, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Li Daoxian hurriedly led Lu Sueki out. An exit. The crowd realized this and went into a frenzy. The hope of survival lay before them. One by one, they followed in Li Daoxuan's footsteps. The moment he emerged, he felt a powerful consciousness lock onto him. This was to be expected, as a nascent soul cultivator was stationed outside. Hence, he had made the decision to let others escape alongside him. The stream of exiting cultivators was soon ensnared by the same consciousness. Li Daoxian breathed a sigh of relief. The shared burden of consciousness alleviated his discomfort. A few insignificant ants had managed to escape. They would be exterminated. A murderous intent suddenly surged. Li Daoxian had already activated the 10,000 leap talisman upon his exit. At the instant before the attack struck, the two vanished into the void. Unfortunately for the other cultivators, just as they had regained their lives, they were directly crushed by the nascent soul cultivator's consciousness. Chapter 423. The teleportation array. What a clever lad, with hidden cards up his sleeve. But can you truly escape? The blood old demon flashed to the cave entrance and waved his hand to destroy the array flags. Subsequently, he captured the residual aura of his prey and invoked a pursuit spell. Buzz. Just as Li Daoxian emerged from the void, he immediately activated the 10,000 leap talisman once again, casually discarding a concealment talisman in the process. This was repeated 10 times. Li Daoxian, accompanied by Lu Sueki, burrowed into the mountain, deploying 4th-tier array flags to mask their presence. The displayed divine ability was precisely this. The blood old demon hovered in the air, gazing down at the sprawling mountains. Initially, he had merely pursued casually, but he did not anticipate that this insignificant creature possessed such a plethora of high-tier talismans. This lad undoubtedly harbored extraordinary fortunes. Below, Li Daoxuan's expression shifted as he spotted the suddenly emerging blood old demon. What on earth? I have been so cautious. And yet you can still track me. Li Daoxian dared not breathe too heavily. If he were discovered now, he likely wouldn't even have the chance to utilize his talismans. In the air, the blood old demon incessantly scanned the surroundings with his consciousness. Human, you court death. A booming voice rang out. The blood old demon's countenance changed. He had not expected a 4th-tier beast to dwell within the mountains. Boom. A streak of light erupted from the mountains. The blood old demon swiftly evaded. Sensing the aura of the beast, he realized it was a late-stage 4th-tier beast. The purple-winged royal lion. He dared not linger and hastily fled. Once he saw the adversary depart, Li Daoxian exhaled in relief. Although there was a 4th-tier beast within the mountains, he had array protection, rendering him undetectable. For the sake of caution, the two spent a month cultivating in place before Li Daoxian withdrew the formation flag and utilized 100,000 teleportation talismans to depart. After lingering in the new location for a few days and confirming that the Yuanian cultivator had not pursued them, they finally felt at ease. Lu Sueki wore a forlorn expression. Her dear friend had perished before her eyes, despite having promised to protect one another. In the blink of an eye, they were eternally separated. Grieve not, Li Daoxian consoled. On the path of cultivation, farewells are abundant. No one knows when their own time will come. Do not invest excessive emotions in others, for it may become a hindrance to oneself. Yes, I understand, my husband, Lu Sueki replied, lightly biting her crimson lip, feeling for the first time that cultivation was not as idyllic as she had once believed. Even though she had grown powerful, there were still stronger cultivators in the world. In their eyes, she was merely a slightly larger insect. Li Daoxian surveyed their surroundings, a forest teeming with hidden beasts. After traversing thousands of miles, they finally emerged from the woods, fortunate that their landing point was merely on the outskirts. Along the journey, they had slain numerous 1st- and 2nd-tier beasts. My husband, where to next? Let us find a secluded place for further cultivation. Within the system space, there are accumulated spirit stones, a total of 5.04 million low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, I do not intend to step into the cultivation world until after I break through to the golden core stage. 17 years later, having endured the trial of the thunder tribulation, Li Daoxian gently descended. After such arduous cultivation, he had finally attained the golden core. Host, Li Daoxian, cultivation level, early golden core, 1, 220,000. Age, 47, spirit roots, gold, mid-earth, wood mid-earth, water, mid-earth, fire, mid-earth, earth, mid-earth. Cultivation method, Qingdi Wujigong earth grade, low tier, 01,000,000. Spells, heavenly fire technique, perfected, greenwood technique, perfected, rough thunder technique, perfected, rock prison technique, perfected, green spike technique, perfected, greenwood shield, perfected, mirror flow, perfected. Talismans, 5th tier, 1, 141, 600. Alchemical arts, 5th tier, 1, 141, 600. Refining arts, 5th tier, 1, 141, 600. Formation arts, 5th tier, 216,000. Dao Companion, Lu Sueki, cultivation level, late foundation establishment, 2, 684,000. Emotional level, level 5. Attribute points, 0. Spirit stones, low grade 4, 040,000. Mid grade 520. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the golden core, my husband. Lu Sueki exclaimed joyfully as she rushed to him. Indeed, our prolonged cultivation was not in vain. With the power of the golden core, I have gained the ability to protect myself, Li Daoxian smiled. A golden core cultivator possesses a lifespan of 800 years. Their formidable magical power allows them to withstand the pressures of heaven and earth, enabling flight without reliance on external aids. It is time to depart, he declared. Having achieved the golden core stage, he needed to forge his own life-bound magical treasure. Talismans had become outdated. The materials for magical artifacts were rare, unobtainable in this remote area, necessitating entry into the cultivation realm to gather resources. As you wish, my husband, Lu Sueki nodded. While seclusion was beneficial, she found herself growing restless. She preferred the vibrancy of lively surroundings. The two made their way to a concealed cave. This place was discovered by Li Daoxian more than a decade ago. It is an ancient teleportation array. However, After countless years of neglect, the formation has suffered considerable degradation. Nevertheless, as a fifth-tier formation master, mending this ancient teleportation array poses little challenge for him. After merely a year, he successfully restored it. Now, having attained the golden core stage, it is time for him to embark on his journey. Given that this is a teleportation array, and a high-level one at that, the destination must undoubtedly be a land of abundance. Li Daoxian poured 1 million low-grade spirit stones into the array. Are you ready? The teleportation might cause dizziness. He glanced at Lu Sueki, aware that traversing through the void would test their physical resilience. I am ready, she said, gripping his hand tightly. Upon hearing this, he activated the teleportation array. With a hum, the array began to operate, and the million spirit stones were swiftly drawn in, inscribed into the formation's runes. A beam of blinding golden light shot into the sky. The figures of the two ascended amidst the golden radiance, entering the void. In a cavern located billions of miles away, the two emerged from the array. Lu Sueki felt her legs weaken, her head spinning, and she could not suppress a wave of nausea. Li Daoxian supported her to the side to recuperate. Even he, a powerful golden core practitioner, felt somewhat unwell. Let alone Lu Sueki, who was still in the foundation establishment stage. Judging by the side effects, the distance they had traversed was exceptionally vast. Li Daoxian remarked, understanding the operational principles of the teleportation array, and inferred that they had undoubtedly crossed billions of miles. After resting for a while, Lu Sueki finally regained her composure. Let us go and see how this new world is, she suggested as they exited the cave. The azure sea dazzled their eyes. In the distance, numerous small black dots dotted the ocean's surface, likely islands. The concentration of spiritual energy here is astonishing, Li Daoxian mused, noting that the ambient spiritual energy was already 10 times denser than any place he had previously visited. If they could gather spiritual energy through the array, they could create a disparity of several dozens of times. In a place rich in spiritual energy, the cultivation levels of the practitioners would undoubtedly be considerable. What a beautiful sea, Lu Sueki exclaimed, her spirits bright. Wait until you encounter sea beasts, then you might not find it so beautiful, Li Daoxian teased. Lu Sueki shot him an exasperated glare. Let's find a place to settle. Li Daoxian guided her towards a distant island. Chapter 424. Arrival on the island in the Xiangcha Sea, on 9-Star Island. Following the throngs of people, Li Daoxian and Lu Sueki stepped onto the island. Although it was termed an island, its expanse was quite remarkable. It truly lived up to the vastness of the cultivation world, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Elder, here are your permanent residence tokens. If you require assistance, we can arrange for a guide to help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings. The island guardian said with a warm smile as he handed 2 tokens to Li Daoxian. No need. We can explore on our own, Li Daoxian replied, accepting the tokens and shaking his head. Very well, we shall not impose further, the island guardian said. Recognizing their intent and leaving to assist other visitors with their residence tokens, Li Daoxian felt a sense of reflection. Indeed, strength is the ultimate truth. As a golden core cultivator, not only could he enter the island for free, but he also received a permanent residence token. In the realm below the golden core level, practitioners are required to pay a fee in spiritual stones for temporary residence, though the exact amount remains unknown to him. For a permanent dwelling, a purchase is necessary, likely at a steep price. On the 9-Star Island, vessels resembling ships traverse the skies. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that these are known as star ferries, boasting remarkable speed that rivals that of golden core cultivators, serving as the island's primary means of transportation. The islands are interconnected, with merchants utilizing star ferries for the conveyance of goods and trade. The distances between the islands are considerable. Relying solely on innate magical power for flight is impractical, as only those at the nascent soul stage can manage such feats, while even golden core practitioners would struggle to cover the distance in one breath. The first task upon arriving at the island was to seek materials for crafting magical artifacts. Li Daoxian browsed several large supply shops and successfully gathered all the items he required. Indeed, in such a prosperous locale, the likelihood of acquiring rare materials is significantly heightened. The abundance of these precious resources starkly contrasted with his years of fruitless searching in the eastern capital. He had begun preparing materials for his magical artifacts during his foundation establishment phase, yet the necessary components were exceedingly rare, and even if they were available, it was doubtful anyone would be willing to sell them. Here, however, he managed to collect everything with just a casual visit, albeit at a cost of 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. My dear husband, where shall we reside? Asked Lu Sueki. What kind of location do you prefer for our home? Pondered Li Daoxian. I adore scenic views. Perhaps we should choose a place by the seaside. Lu Sueki responded with excitement. Li Daoxian understood. A sea view residence was indeed a splendid choice. In his past life, such a property would have been worth hundreds of thousands. However, in the world of cultivation, property prices are determined not by aesthetics, but by proximity to the core areas. Thus, Li Daoxian secured a seaside villa with a 100-year residency right for merely 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The salesperson was taken aback. Was this the discerning eye of a golden core cultivator? The area lacked adequate transportation, and the spiritual energy was insufficient. devoid of the central region's gathering formations. The couple moved in with their belongings, greeted by an expansive sea that brought immense comfort to the soul. Li Daoxian appreciated this. Indeed, the wealthy in his previous life knew how to indulge. As for the issue of inadequate spiritual energy, he remained unfazed, for he was a 5th-tier formation master. Given some time, he could arrange a 4th-tier gathering formation. Sweki, please decorate our home while I set up the formations. All right. For her, nothing brought greater joy than embellishing their cozy abode. They each had their tasks clearly defined. Li Daoxian placed 4th-tier defensive formation flags throughout the courtyard, temporarily using them as a makeshift formation until he could gradually complete the full defensive array. Subsequently, he arranged various functional formations, such as soundproofing and obstruction formations. Now, even a golden core practitioner attempting to intrude would meet their demise. Satisfied, he nodded at the array of 3rd-tier killing and trapping formations he had established. These formations possessed recognition capabilities, ensuring they would not harm allies. Meanwhile, Lu Sweki had also finished adorning their home. My husband, how does it look? Is it beautiful? She asked, showcasing her handiwork. Indeed, it is beautiful, but still not as enchanting as you, Li Daoxian replied, gently kissing her on the lips. Lu Sweki's cheeks flushed with warmth. Even after years of marriage, she remained as bashful as ever. Upon witnessing this amusing sight, Li Daoxian erupted into hearty laughter. How rude. You mustn't laugh at me, Lu Sweki exclaimed, covering her face to conceal her embarrassment. Li Daoxian could not contain his chuckles. The rustic charm of his flirtatious words undeniably held a potent effect on the innocent maiden. Gently, he parted her delicate hands to reveal her flushed cheeks, then leaned in to savor the moment. After a while, Lu Sweki's gaze became dreamy. Husband, shall we retreat indoors? This place is quite pleasant. However, she hesitated, aware that they were still outside and that the formation concealed them from prying eyes. Reluctantly, she yielded to Li Daoxian's desire. Thus began an exhilarating battle, ultimately leading to Lu Sweki, in her foundational stage, succumbing to Li Daoxian, who had attained the golden core stage. Days later, Li Daoxian immersed himself in the crafting of magical artifacts. This seclusion may last for months. Sweki, you should diligently practice the spells I have taught you. Months? Lu Sweki replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. That is quite swift. Other golden core cultivators often require 1 to 2 years to forge their artifacts. Li Daoxian reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. Then I shall enter seclusion as well, Lu Sweki proposed after a moment's thought. Alone, she found the solitude dull. It seemed wiser to occupy her time in seclusion. Indeed, considering our unfamiliarity with this area, it is best not to wander about carelessly. Both were new to this island, oblivious to the local powers and regulations. Thus, they commenced their respective seclusions. In the forge, Li Daoxian meticulously extracted rare materials, employing refined flames for their amalgamation. He crafted the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella, akin to a talisman, yet more versatile as a magical artifact. As a solitary cultivator, his studies were eclectic, necessitating a flexible approach to weaponry. A dual-purpose artifact was the most suitable choice. After 2 months, the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella was successfully forged. An additional 2 months were devoted to refining it into his personal artifact. With a mere thought, the umbrella transformed into a paper fan, resting gracefully in his hand. A gentle flick revealed the fan's intricate design, harmonizing beautifully with his ink-hued robe, exuding an air of cultured elegance. The art of warfare is indeed a cunning endeavor. After relishing the artifact for a while, Li Daoxian felt immense satisfaction. Who would have imagined that this seemingly ordinary paper fan concealed lethal power? At last, he could emerge from seclusion and check on Sweki. Stretching leisurely, he stepped out of the forge. Husband, you have emerged, Lu Sweki exclaimed, rushing from her chamber upon hearing his presence. How have you fared? Li Daoxian inquired as he embraced her. I found it dreadfully tedious, Lu Sweki pouted. Did you not also enter seclusion? Li Daoxian questioned, puzzled. I only lasted a month, Lu Sweki admitted sheepishly, raising a finger with a bashful smile. The monotony of seclusion proved unbearable for her, and managing a month was commendable. Li Daoxian raised an eyebrow, bemused by her lack of patience. With such laziness, how do you expect to attain immortality? But if I can enjoy cultivation with you, why endure the hardships of solitary practice? Lu Sweki replied, fidgeting. Who would prefer the grueling toil of meditation when joy could be found in shared endeavor? Chapter 4:25. The eerie Li Daoxian rubbed his forehead, pondering why he had never engaged in meditation and cultivation. Initially, it was due to his inferior spiritual roots and subpar techniques. The experience points gained from meditation paled in comparison to those bestowed by the system. Thus, he abandoned traditional meditation. However, now that both his spiritual roots and techniques had ascended, the experience points accrued from meditation were steadily increasing, eventually matching those provided by the system. Soon, he would need to contemplate a dual approach, integrating traditional methods with the system. For relying solely on the system's experience points would delay his ascension to immortality for an eternity. Sweki, from this day forth, you shall cultivate alongside me, Li Daoxian declared solemnly. All right, having my husband by my side will certainly alleviate the monotony, Lu Sweki replied with a nod. Over the subsequent months, Li Daoxian accompanied Lu Sueki in her cultivation. During this period, he also upgraded the formation of their courtyard. With the activation of the 4th-tier Spirit Gathering Array, the entire space became suffused with an exceptionally rich aura of spiritual energy. Let us embark on an outing for a few days, Li Daoxian suggested, affectionately ruffling her hair. Hooray! Lu Sueki exclaimed joyfully. Having been in a new environment for quite some time, she had yet to explore it thoroughly. With a smile, Li Daoxian led her outside, transforming the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella into a flying vehicle as they soared toward the bustling district of 9-Star Island. At that moment, the island was hosting its annual Demon Hunting Conference. Demon Hunting Conference? Husband, let us go and see. Lu Sueki's eyes sparkled with excitement. As you wish, he replied. The couple procured some spiritual delicacies and joined the throngs of spectators at a grand venue. After exchanging 100 spiritual stones, they secured a commendable position. As Li Daoxian surveyed the vast arena and the encircled central area, a sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of the Colosseums from his past life. The stands were filled to capacity with onlookers, and a rough estimate suggested that hundreds of thousands of cultivators had gathered. The organizers must be profiting immensely, he mused. They could earn tens of millions of spiritual stones in a single day, with the conference spanning several days and only a few contests each day. Here they come. It's finally beginning. I hope this year's Demon Hunting Conference proves worthy of the ticket price. If it is as lackluster as last year's, I shan't return next year. He lamented. Indeed, last year's contestants were utterly disappointing, getting defeated in an instant. Do they even know how to fight? The surrounding cultivators chattered animatedly. As 5 cultivators took to the stage, the host introduced them. The first round featured complete cultivators at the 11th and 12th levels of chi refinement, promising thrilling battles ahead. Now, they shall face a first-tier demonic beast, the mutated sea demon. With that proclamation, the gates of the beast trap swung open. The expressions of the 5 cultivators shifted dramatically. Initially brimming with confidence, they were taken aback by the organizers' audacity. What was declared as a first-tier beast turned out to be a pseudo-second-tier, mutated sea demon. Gasps echoed from the audience. This should be entertaining. I wager they won't last a quarter of an hour. Being complete chi refinement cultivators, I predict they'll hold out for 2/4 of an hour. The spectators were eager for the spectacle, showing no concern for the contestants on stage. The mutated sea demon, upon spotting the 5 cultivators in the distance, emitted a chilling roar. In an instant, the 5 individuals felt a jolt of awareness, quickly biting their tongues to force themselves back to consciousness. Regrettably, 2 of them were a moment too late and were pierced through by the mutant sea demon that had teleported in. Their lifeless bodies lay with unblinking eyes, intestines spilling forth from the gaping wounds in their abdomens. Lu Sueki, who had been enjoying her meal, was left stunned by the gruesome scene, especially as her food was a type of noodle. How repulsive. Didn't I tell you to wait before eating? Li Daoxian shook his head in resignation, as though he had anticipated this very moment. The ensuing scene was exceedingly bloody. The other 3 cultivators either had their guts ripped open or were cleaved in half. Yet, the audience was exhilarated, exclaiming how thrilling it was. Darling, let us not watch any longer. This is too much, Lu Sueki implored, recovering from her shock. Why must we subject ourselves to such a gruesome spectacle? It's utterly unenjoyable. Very well, Li Daoxian conceded, feeling similarly disenchanted. Thus, he assisted Lu Sueki in leaving the venue. Alive once more. Breathing in the fresh air, Lu Sueki's complexion began to regain its rosy hue. In the following days, the 2 explored the island, during which Li Daoxian gathered information about the local affairs. Jiuxing Island is governed by the Jiuxing Palace, and its name derives from its unique geographical features. The Starship Sea is home to 9 natural islands, which together form a distinct primordial formation. The full name of this island is Jiuxing Island Jiuxing. Each of the other 8 islands is also under the jurisdiction of the Jiuxing Palace, with each palace headed by a master. Aside from Jiuxing Island, there are countless other islands scattered across the Starship Sea. Jiuxing Island is considered one of the 3 major powers among them. Li Daoxian pondered. It seemed that the Golden Core rank held little significance here, having nearly been misled by the special treatment upon arriving at the island. They must still adhere to the principle of survival. As the pair passed by a shop, Li Daoxian felt a sudden pull and halted. What is it, darling? There is something in this shop that intrigues me. Li Daoxian appeared somewhat perplexed. Then let us go in and take a look. Indeed, we will find out how to enter once we are inside. Upon entering the shop, the attendant noticed the Golden Core cultivator and quickly approached to welcome them. Esteemed senior, how may I assist you? As a curio shop of Jiuxing Island, we offer a plethora of peculiar items. I'm merely browsing, Li Daoxian replied as he followed his instincts deeper into the store. Senior, these are all special magical beasts. If any catch your eye, feel free to purchase one for breeding, the attendant introduced. Li Daoxian did not respond, but instead turned his gaze towards a shadowy figure in the corner. The shadow seemed to sense his presence and began to thrash wildly. Could it be that you are interested in this creature? The attendant inquired. Indeed, what is it? Li Daoxian asked, for he sensed no aura of a magical beast emanating from it, but rather something bizarre. It is known as the strange entity, which seemingly emerged over a decade ago. It is formless and intangible, a truly uncanny being. Ordinary Qi refinement cultivators are utterly helpless against it. However, Foundation establishment cultivators can use their magical powers to capture and confine it. This entity is quite dangerous, which is why we are bold enough to sell it as a curiosity. How many spirit stones do you require for it? Li Daoxian inquired. The original price was 100,000 spirit stones, but considering your esteemed presence, we shall offer it at an 8% discount, totaling 80,000 spirit stones. What do you think, esteemed elder? Li Daoxian readily settled the payment. Esteemed elder, this is the restriction for the cage. Even if it manages to escape, it can still be restrained by this barrier. The shopkeeper handed the restriction to Li Daoxian. With such a peculiar item in hand, the two soon returned home. Within the confines of the cultivation room at home, Li Daoxian pondered the strange shadow before him. Why does the system respond to it? The peculiar entity appeared quite docile now, in stark contrast to its earlier tumultuous behavior. Curiosity emboldened him to reach out and touch it. Ding. Identified source energy. Would you like to absorb it? Li Daoxian was momentarily taken aback. How could the system be of the same origin as this creature? After some contemplation, he consented to the absorption. Ding. Absorption successful. Energy 1. Chapter 426. Progress. How strange. Li Daoxian marveled. Although he wished to unravel the mystery, he had no further clues at his disposal. He noted this peculiar being. Considering the energy absorption from the system, it seemed there were other functions yet to be unlocked. He wondered what he should say. Could they not unlock everything at once? Stepping out of the cultivation room, Li Daoxian spotted Lu Sueki lost in thought, gazing at the sea. What troubles you? He inquired as he approached her. Husband. I desire a child, Lu Sueki said, gently caressing her abdomen. Li Daoxian was taken aback. After all these years, Lu Sueki had not conceived, which was a conscious choice by both of them. Conception was merely the union of sperm and egg. As cultivators, controlling their bodily cells was hardly a challenge. The notion that higher realms made conception increasingly difficult was utterly absurd. The only issue could be a significant disparity in strength, with one party's sperm or egg being too powerful, resulting in the weaker entity being unable to withstand the fusion and subsequently being obliterated. Husband. Lu Sueki stepped closer and kissed Li Daoxian. In truth, she had long desired a child. However, in their earlier years, survival was a pressing concern. Now that their quality of life had improved, she naturally contemplated such matters. Very well, as you wish, Li Daoxian agreed after some reflection. Having a child would provide Lu Sueki with companionship while he was in seclusion and alleviate her boredom. You are truly wonderful. Lu Sueki beamed, her demeanor becoming increasingly enthusiastic. But raising a child is arduous. You must be prepared. Li Daoxian playfully pinched her cheek. Fear not, I shall care for our child. And you need not worry about them going hungry, Lu Sueki declared confidently, puffing out her chest. Such wickedness. Indeed. Let me first ensure everything is in order for the child, Li Daoxian replied with a serious demeanor. Lu Sueki playfully ruffled his hair. The night passed without sleep. The following morning, Li Daoxian opened his eyes, gazing at the slumbering Lu Sueki beside him. He infused his spiritual energy into her body to investigate. Indeed, he detected a faint life force in her abdomen. It seemed conception had been successful. Now, the next phase was a 10-month gestation period. However, in the realm of cultivation, would the pregnancy duration be extended? Li Daoxian contemplated this. As dawn broke, Lu Sueki rubbed her eyes. It's still early, let us sleep a little longer. I will prepare a nourishing soup for you, Li Daoxian said, tenderly caressing her cheek. Lu Sueki, squinting, nuzzled against him in response, murmuring, You are the best, my husband. Just a bit more sleep, before drifting back into a peaceful slumber. Observing her, Li Daoxian rose to attend to his tasks. Time passed swiftly. 10 months in the realm of cultivation felt like the briefest of moments. At this juncture, Lu Sueki was on the verge of giving birth. Li Daoxian anxiously awaited outside the room. Although he was aware that childbirth for cultivators seldom resulted in complications, past experiences lingered in his mind, causing him some unease. Fortunately, all proceeded smoothly, and upon hearing the sound of a newborn's cries, accompanied by Lu Sueki's gentle reassurances, he finally felt a sense of relief. After a while, the door opened, and the midwife presented the child to Li Daoxian. Senior, it's a girl, she announced, casting a glance at his expression, aware of the lingering customs favoring sons in the cultivation world. Seeing Li Daoxian's delighted demeanor, she hurriedly offered her congratulations. Beaming with joy, Li Daoxian responded, Rest assured. You shall not be underappreciated. Here is a bottle of spirit-nourishing pill as your reward. He handed the midwife the vial. Upon realizing it was a spirit-nourishing pill, the midwife eagerly accepted it, knowing that it would aid her in breaking through her prolonged stagnation at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Thank you, Senior, she exclaimed, then took her leave at his gesture. Li Daoxian entered the room, cradling their daughter. The midwife had already tended to Lu Sueki before departing. Husband, you've returned. Is our daughter beautiful? Lu Sueki spoke in a slightly weakened tone. She is still wrinkled, but with some time. She will surely grow to be as lovely as her mother, Li Daoxian assured, sitting by the bedside. Lu Sueki shot him a teasing glance. Have you decided on a name? She asked. Since she is a girl, Let us use one of the names we previously considered. We shall call her Qingyu. Li Daoxian suggested softly. Li Qingyu, Lu Sueki repeated, finding it agreeable. Suddenly, a prompt echoed within Li Daoxian's mind. Ding. Unique conditions detected, new features unlocked. He was momentarily speechless upon hearing the system notification. After ensuring both mother and daughter were comfortably asleep, he turned his attention to the new feature. Upon exploration, he discovered that the system had unlocked an entirely new template, the offspring template. Child, Li Qingyu, age, 0 years, cultivation level, mortal, spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, upper earth, father-daughter affection level, level 1, unlocked feature, harmonious family, experience points gained by family members are increased tenfold. Gazing at the harmonious family feature, Li Daoxian fell into contemplation. Having always adhered to traditional practices of dual cultivation, he wondered if this feature was compelling him to tread the same path anew. Nevertheless, he relented, thinking, after all, I do enjoy the system's guidance. With a resigned expression, he embraced the unfolding journey. In the DZY region, within the realm of deities, a chat group buzzed with activity. Ling Tian, the system has responded. Jiang Fan, this can be considered the first piece of good news during this period. Let us hear it. How is the progress? Zhang Mu, it's been brutal. Millions of worlds under my command have perished. Chu Gu, truly. The Supreme is formidable. Their defenses are impeccable. Despite the tremendous cost, we have managed to send only a meager amount, with many losses along the way. Jiang Xian, there is another piece of good news. My progress is quite satisfactory as well. Mo Chun, are you even serious about your progress? Should I transfer you to the front lines to confront the Supreme? Jiang Xian, absolutely not. Such wars are beyond my capacity as a mere underling. You send someone in the group and open the chat to check. System, what is the status of that individual? Ling Tian, the information received is limited. It seems their strength is still quite weak, only at the golden core stage according to their system. Jiang Fan, Mo Chun, after all our sacrifices, this is what we receive. Ling Tian, what can we do? We are being propelled by the great system. That individual only possesses a fragmented fusion version, lacking sufficient power to rise swiftly. System, it is unavoidable. The Supreme surveillance is exceedingly strong. Any significant anomaly would be detected, so we must proceed covertly. Jiang Fan, how are things on your end, system? Chapter 427. Current situation. Yu found myself at a loss, gazing at the omnipotent system seeking him out. What more could be said? Thankfully, for the opponent to completely locate him, they must cover the entire vast world with their invincible domain. This is a lengthy endeavor. As long as the plan proceeds smoothly, he shall ultimately emerge victorious. System, everything remains unchanged on my end. The opponent cannot contend with me. Ling Tian, enough chatter. The Supreme's counterattack is upon us. Jiang Fan, immediately. Jiang Xian, logging off. Farewell, best of luck to you all. Mo Chun, pay attention to matters in the LWJ region, or next time I will confront you in reality. Jiang Xian, the Supreme World. Upper Realm, Celestial Domain. This anomaly is indeed troublesome. Many revered ones have succumbed to the strange source and gone mad. It is said that among these anomalies, the Heavenly Tao is included. Is that true? Has the Heavenly Tao turned into an anomaly? It cannot be false. I have just returned from the battlefield, and that aura is unmistakable. It is indeed the aura of the Heavenly Tao, albeit from another world. Hiss, can we even contend with that? Alas, while the anomaly is troublesome, its power is still somewhat inferior to our Tao ancestor. I have witnessed with my own eyes the space Tao ancestor vanquish a Heavenly Tao anomaly. Moreover, our Heavenly Tao has yet to make a move. Currently, the situation favors us greatly. Just look, I have even captured quite a few anomalies. These peculiar beings make for fascinating collectibles. How remarkable they are. One wonders how they came into existence. Lower Realm Mortal Domain. As time flows from spring to autumn, 5 years have passed since Li Qingyu's birth. Thanks to the harmonious family atmosphere brought by the little one, along with the golden elixir I concocted, my cultivation has surged through several realms. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation level, late golden core, 1028. 000. Age, 53. Spiritual roots, gold, upper earth, wood, upper earth, water, upper earth, fire, upper earth, upper earth. Cultivation technique, Qing Emperor's infinite skill earth rank. Low grade, 1000. Spells, Heavenly Fire technique, perfected. Greenwood technique, perfected. Wild Thunder technique, perfected. Rock Prison technique, perfected. Green Thorn technique, perfected. Greenwood Shield, perfected. Mirror Flow, perfected. Talismans, early stage 6 rank, 1, 814, 320. Alchemy, early stage 6 rank, 1, 814, 320. Artifact Refinement, early stage 6 rank, 1, 814, 320. Formation, early stage 6 rank, 1, 714, 320. Tao Companion, Lu Sueki. Cultivation level, mid golden core, 268. 400. Emotional level, level 5. Attribute points, 0, Spirit Stones. Low grade 1, 040, 000. Medium grade 320, 000. Lu Sueki has also ascended to the mid-golden core stage. A single golden core can augment experience by 4, 000, 000, with the first 5 yielding unchanged effects, while subsequent ones mirror the effects of a spirit supplement pill. Over the past 5 years, Li Daoxian has expanded his side ventures. Although acquiring spirit stones alone is less convenient than with family assistance, he has nonetheless garnered a substantial amount through his quality goods. Not only has he elevated all 4 side trades to the 6th rank, but he also possesses considerable surplus funds. Furthermore, during these years, Li Daoxian has continuously searched for peculiar traces, though regrettably, he has only managed to absorb 3 such entities. Aside from 3 units of system energy, they hold no other utility. Fortunately, Li Daoxian has decided to cease his search. Surmising that the source of this phenomenon likely does not reside in the lower realm, he can pursue it again after ascending to the upper realm. After a day of labor, Li Daoxian returned home. Father is back. Were you good today? He exclaimed with a smile as he lifted the little one into his arms. Yes. I learned everything Mother taught me. Did you bring back any snacks? Li Qingyu asked eagerly. Rest assured, I have brought you a whole bag, he replied, producing a sack of treats from his storage ring. I love you the most, Father. Please let me down quickly. I need to hide these, or Mother will take them away. Li Qingyu exclaimed with joy as she accepted the bag. Just let me hold you a little longer, Li Daoxian said, reluctant to release her, as who doesn't adore holding a porcelain doll? But Mother will be here soon. Li Qingyu's face showed a hint of conflict, torn between her beloved snacks and her cherished father. Look at you worrying. Didn't you just learn to use spiritual energy yesterday? Here. This bracelet is something Father crafted for you today. Consider it your little vault for hiding things, Li Daoxian said, adorning her wrist with a beautiful bracelet, capable of adjusting its size according to the owner's arm. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly attempted to store her snacks in the bracelet. With the infusion of spiritual energy and a mere thought, the large bag of treats vanished inside. This is wonderful. Now I can hide snacks without Mother finding out. Li Qingyu beamed with delight. Now can Father hold you a bit longer? Yes. Father can hold me as long as he wants. With a significant worry alleviated, the young girl naturally acquiesced to Li Daoxian's wishes, especially as she relished the comforting sensation of being embraced. From a distance, Lu Sueki cast a disapproving glance at Li Daoxian. However, she ultimately refrained from dampening the girl's spirits. It is prudent to intervene when necessary. Yet allowing some leeway at other times can be quite beneficial, provided she does not cause disturbances under her watchful gaze or commit grave errors. Lu Sueki chose to turn a blind eye in this instance. Li Daoxian signaled to her, and obediently, Lu Sueki returned to the kitchen, deliberately making her footsteps louder as she approached. Li Qingyu, have you once again persuaded your father to buy you snacks? Lu Sueki inquired, her tone hinting at playful suspicion. No. If you don't believe me, Mother, look, I have no snacks in my hands. The little girl quickly shook her head in denial. Is that so? Perhaps you are merely hiding them? I would never. Li Qingyu responded, somewhat defensively, her gaze darting about. The 2 adults exchanged amused glances as they observed her performance. Indeed, entertaining a child proved to be quite an enjoyable pastime. All right, I trust you. Come and have dinner, Lu Sueki said. After dinner, as Lu Sueki tidied up an empty room, Li Qingyu curiously asked, Mother, what are you doing? You are growing up, and from today onward, you will have your own room, Lu Sueki declared, moving all of her belongings into the space. The little one was taken aback. But Mother is older than I am. And you sleep with Father. I don't want to sleep alone. Li Qingyu protested, unwilling to compromise. This is different. Trust me when I say you wouldn't understand. This matter is settled, Lu Sueki replied dismissively. Seeing that her mother was unyielding, the little girl turned her hopeful gaze toward Li Daoxian. Ahem. You should listen to your mother, Li Daoxian replied, feeling powerless. Since the little one's arrival, their activities had required a degree of secrecy in the attic, quite inconvenient indeed. Now, with the unexpected guest being relocated from the bedroom, they would finally have a private space. He had already arranged various formations within the room, ensuring that any noise would not escape. With both parties in agreement, further objections from the child would be futile. Chapter 428, Daily Life that night. Watching the little one sulk as she entered her new room, the couple exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding evident. It's getting late. We should retire for the night, Li Daoxian remarked. Indeed, my husband, Lu Sueki replied. They secured the door, embarking upon the long-awaited merriment. The following morning, the little one rose early, hastening to knock on their door. Father, are you awake? Li Qingyu called, knocking persistently without receiving a response. How strange, usually at this time. Mother and father are already up. Her confusion was understandable. She often slept in, roused only by Lu Sueki's gentle prodding. Unable to deduce the reason, she eventually wandered to the balcony, gazing at the endless sea, lost in thought. Feeling the refreshing sea breeze on her face, she exhaled softly. After some time, Li Daoxian emerged from their room and immediately spotted the little girl playing by herself. Are you hungry, my dear? He asked. Father. Upon hearing his voice, Li Qingyu dashed into his embrace, a picture of joy. Father, why did you and mother wake up so late today? Li Daoxian coughed lightly. Oh, your mother and I were engrossed in our cultivation yesterday and lost track of time. Since you wish to go out and play, I shall take you on an adventure today. Li Qingyu's excitement was palpable. Really? That's fantastic. Then let us be off. I will take you wherever you desire, he said, lifting the little one into his arms. After leaving a brief note at home, they departed on the Qianji umbrella. Where would you like to play, little you? But father, I don't know where the fun places are. Li Qingyu responded with an adorable innocence. What if I take you to sample all the delicacies on 9-Star Island? Knowing his daughter's fondness for food, Li Daoxian suggested. Delicious food. I want to go. I want to go. The little one danced with joy. All right, hold on tight. Father is going to speed up, Li Daoxian instructed. Increasing their pace. In the central area of 9-Star Island, Li Daoxian brought Li Qingyu to the largest tavern. What would you like to eat, esteemed guest? The attendant, noticing the presence of a golden core expert, hurriedly approached them. Do you have private rooms? Indeed, we do. The attendant nodded. Then please arrange a private room for us and serve your signature dishes. Certainly, esteemed guest, please follow me. The attendant respectfully guided them to an elegant room on the upper floor. The meals will be ready shortly. We appreciate your patience, the attendant said before leaving. Before long, the dishes Li Daoxian ordered were presented. 18 exquisite plates, their appearance suggesting a hefty price. Wow, it smells amazing, Li Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Let us dig in, my little foodie. At his words, she began to feast heartily. This is so delicious. It's far better than what mother makes. Do not let your mother hear that. Otherwise, you might find yourself in trouble, Li Daoxian remarked, slightly embarrassed. I know. Besides, we are outside. And mother can't hear me, Li Qingyu replied as she continued to eat. Young ladies should eat with grace. If others see you, they might think you lack proper upbringing, Li Daoxian said, unsure of how to respond, noting how well-behaved she was at home compared to her current demeanor. Father, eating should be enjoyable. At home, mother always has so many rules and regulations, Li Qingyu complained. Our family doesn't have that many rules, does it? Just the basic etiquette and table manners, Li Daoxian responded, puzzled. You're busy with work every day, so of course, you wouldn't know. Mother always pulls me aside to teach me about proper sitting and walking postures, she explained. Learning such things is beneficial, as a young lady. You cannot behave like a carefree boy, Li Daoxian felt justified in his views. All right, since you say so, I shall study diligently from now on. Li Qingyu agreed. Seeing you so glum, how about this? Once you master it, I shall reward you with a special gift, Li Daoxian said cheerfully. Then it's a promise. Father, you must not go back on your word. When have I ever gone back on my word? I always buy what you ask for, he replied. That does seem to be the case, she conceded. Li Qingyu reminisced with acute innocence, feeling a pang of sadness at being doubted by her dear daughter. Li Daoxuan's tone was tinged with disappointment. I'm so sorry, Daddy. The little one quickly jumped off her chair and nestled beside him, playfully apologizing. Li Daoxian embraced her, knowing that mere words could not soothe his wounded heart. What must my little you do to earn my forgiveness? He pondered, opting for a request that was not overly demanding. At the very least, you must personally serve me some food. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyu obediently picked up her chopsticks and delivered a morsel to his mouth. Ah, delicious. Very good. Since you are so filial, I shall forgive you. Li Daoxian affectionately ruffled her hair, indulging in a moment of joy before setting her down to continue their meal. After a satisfying feast, the two had nearly finished their meal. Burp. I am so full. Li Qingyu patted her round belly. Normally, she wouldn't feel so stuffed after such a meal, having mastered her cultivation technique, which allowed her to convert food into energy. However, this meal was made with genuine ingredients, brimming with rich energy, overwhelming her capacity to digest in one sitting. Why don't you rest for a bit while I settle the bill? Okay, she replied, leaning against the window to watch the flow of people below. Li Daoxian approached the front desk to pay and instructed the staff to prepare another meal for takeout, ensuring that he would not forget about Lu Sweki, as he believed in fairness. Certainly, esteemed guest. We will have it ready shortly, the staff assured him, jotting down his request. After a while, Li Daoxian returned downstairs to collect the packaged food, placing it into his storage ring. Is there anything else you wish to eat? He inquired as they stepped onto the street. However, Li Qingyu was already full, rubbing her still round stomach and feeling somewhat troubled. She had barely begun and was already unable to sample all the culinary delights of the 9-Star Island. Uffed. Li Daoxian couldn't help but laugh. Daddy is so mean. Noticing the teasing, Li Qingyu pouted. I apologize. I often see you eat so much. I assumed you could never be full, Li Daoxian teased back. Li Qingyu turned her head in annoyance, deciding to ignore him for 3 minutes. All right, let us explore a bit, and once you've digested, we can enjoy other delicacies. Then I forgive you, Daddy. Li Qingyu quickly relented. Following this, Li Daoxian guided her through various entertaining spots, even experiencing the unique flying apparatus of 9-Star Island. The Star Raft. This seemingly small vessel could accommodate thousands, showcasing transportation capabilities rivaling those of an aircraft carrier from the past. Truly, it was a marvel comparable to the prowess of Golden Core experts. Chapter 429. The Chamber of Commerce. Before long, the day slipped away silently. Li Daoxian returned home with her. So how was today? Did you enjoy yourself? Yes. It was so much fun. Daddy must take me out again. Li Qingyu exclaimed with exuberance. If you behave well at home, I promise to take you out next time. I will be good. They chatted as they pushed open the door to their home. In the living room sat Lu Sueki, waiting for them. I'm going to wash up and sleep. Li Qingyu felt a twinge of guilt. Today she had been quite carefree, disregarding all etiquette and simply indulging in her own happiness. Lu Sueki paid no heed to this little one. Noticing his wife's displeasure, Li Daoxian hurried to comfort her. Lu Sueki parted her crimson lips, about to voice her thoughts. But her words were swiftly silenced. After a moment, her face flushed and her gaze turned mournful. This is the last time. I'll let it slide this once. Hee. My dear, you are truly wonderful. Come, I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you. He laid a grand array of dishes upon the table and seated Lu Sueki beside him to savor the meal, attentively serving her. This thoughtful gesture eased the imbalance in Lu Sueki's heart. Meanwhile, the little one, having finished washing up, was astonished by the harmonious scene in the living room. Expecting her mother to be upset, she was taken aback by her father's prowess in soothing her. Naturally, their little one's prying did not escape the perceptive awareness of the couple. Li Daoxian exchanged a knowing glance with her, urging her to retreat to her room. Li Qingyu, catching the signal, dared not linger and swiftly scurried inside. To be cautious, Li Daoxian placed a barrier to seal her door. My dear, have you had enough to eat? Months passed. Li Daoxian began to establish his own trading company. Earning money alone was too limiting. His demand for spiritual stones had begun to reach into the millions, necessitating an expansion. With his golden core cultivation, he swiftly assembled a commendable merchant caravan. Progress was incremental, starting with selling goods throughout the 9-star island. High-tier items were in great demand, especially those crafted by him, which far surpassed the quality of his competitors. Soon, his team burgeoned. Within just 3 years, the prosperous trading company gained widespread renown. The ripple effect of his fame allowed his products to be traded across other islands. However, as his enterprise expanded, his production could not keep pace. It seemed imperative to implement an automated industrial chain. Li Daoxian mused. Modern industrial chains rely on machines for automation. And in the realm of cultivation, array masters might just be the answer. By comprehending the underlying principles and creating automated production line arrays, he had a high probability of success given his mastery of 4 auxiliary trades. Without hesitation, he leased nearby properties for a century to serve as factories and dedicated himself entirely to their construction. In the first year, production lines for first-tier talismans, elixirs, tools, and array plates were completed. The second year saw the completion of second-tier lines, and the third year, third-tier lines. 4 fourth-tier items. His late-stage golden core cultivation barely sufficed for a few creations, which he designated as high-end products to bolster his company as prestige. Thus, the prosperous trading company began to grow in strength, with substantial amounts of spiritual stones flowing into his coffers. With ample spiritual stones secured, Li Daoxian commenced upgrading and iterating his 7 spells, investing 7 million low-grade spiritual stones to elevate them all to the earth stage, lower tier. The art of heavenly fire ignites the sun. The technique of azure wood binds the emperor of wood. The thunderous fury conjures a dragon of lightning to illuminate the world. The earthbound captivity ensnares with formidable earth magic. The azure thorn executes a royal strangulation. The azure shield manifests the limitless defense of the azure emperor. The mirror flow traverses the boundless seas. Subsequently, an investment of 101 million was made to elevate the cultivation technique to the upper echelon of the earth grade. For years swiftly passed, Li Daoxian's cultivation broke through to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. For ordinary practitioners, reaching this realm often leads to the comprehension of the forces of heaven and earth. Upon grasping even a fragment of this celestial might, their strength naturally flourishes, allowing them to shatter their core and ascend to the nascent soul stage. The hallmark of a nascent soul practitioner lies not only in their nascent form, but also in their adeptness at wielding the immense power of the cosmos. With the enhancement of celestial forces, their spells and attacks become exponentially more potent. Furthermore, with a nascent soul, as long as it persists, even if the physical body is destroyed, one can possess a lower-tier practitioner to achieve rebirth through another vessel. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage, Li Daoxian, of course, did not need to engage in the arduous task of comprehending celestial might like ordinary cultivators. The system handled everything for him. The system would directly prepare his sustenance, leaving him only to engage in diligent practice. Additionally, this year, the emotional bond between Li Daoxian and his daughter, Li Qingyu, finally ascended to level 5. This was even more challenging to achieve than his previous emotional connection with Lu Sueki. Upon breaking through to level 5, another feature was unlocked, the ability to cultivate automatically. Splendid, splendid. This is how the system operates, and I find it delightful. As the name implies, Li Daoxian can now delegate traditional cultivation to the system. Henceforth, he would be in a perpetual meditative state, allowing him to allocate more time to other pursuits. After his calculations, the experience gain has increased to 5-fold. Previously, he acquired 7 million experience points per year. Now, it has surged to 36 million. It is anticipated that this will further increase with the advancement of his spiritual roots and cultivation technique levels. Lu Sweki, benefiting from the shared fortune effect, naturally reaped some rewards as well. However, it remains uncertain whether a function for offspring experience sharing will emerge in the future. Otherwise, with parents soaring independently, leaving the pitiful Li Qingyu behind, it would be truly lamentable. Presently, others from the trading guilds have begun to suppress us. My subordinates have reported the situation today. Have they finally lost their composure? What are the specifics? Is it the leading faction making the move, or are the lesser players merely probing? Li Daoxian inquired. Currently, only the 4 guilds, Fei Xue, Xuanlia, Huanyu, and Fanyu, have taken action, corresponding to our talismans, elixirs, artifacts, and formations. Them. Are there any shadows of the 4 giants behind this? None. From the intelligence gathered, it seems the 4 giants are not inclined to intervene in our conflict. His subordinate shook his head. Upon hearing this, Li Daoxian felt relieved. As long as the 4 giants were not covertly obstructing him, he harbored no fears. Should their influence emerge, he would have no choice but to compromise. As the commercial ruling class of the 9 Stars Island in the Star Raft Sea, he dared not confront them. Not to mention that he could not compete with their goods. Even a single nascent soul practitioner sent his way would be beyond his capacity to handle. Li Daoxian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Send an invitation to their president. I shall host a banquet for them tonight. Understood, President. His subordinate promptly set about the task. Li Daoxian remained calm, instructing several capable assistants to attend to various preparations. The president of the Prosperous Merchants Association is hosting me? President Zhao of the Hunting Association was taken aback upon receiving a report from his subordinate. What schemes could this fellow be harboring? This banquet is undoubtedly no ordinary affair. Could it be a prelude to a sinister plot against him? Indeed, President, and the other 3 associations have also received invitations, reported his subordinate. Understood, you may leave. Zhao said, his brow furrowed. Something felt amiss. There was an unmistakable sense of foreboding. He quickly took out a brief message to contact the other 3 for a discussion. Chapter 430, Business Negotiation at the Star Picking Pavilion. Li Daoxian hosted the presidents of the 4 major merchant associations. The atmosphere at the banquet was laden with silence, each man pondering Li Daoxian's true intentions. For safety's sake, they had even employed a high-level cultivator to discreetly stand guard. Speak, President Li. What is the purpose of this banquet? Zhao Tianda of the Hunting Association was the first to break the silence. Since you are all so eager, I shall speak candidly. Business matters should be resolved in a businesslike manner. Recently, you have banded together to suppress my Prosperous Merchants Association by deliberately lowering the prices of goods, severely disrupting market stability, Li Daoxian stated, placing his chopsticks down with a calm demeanor. Humph, 1 mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. It is your Prosperous Merchants Association that has been excessively greedy, monopolizing not only the mid to low-end market, but also encroaching upon the high-end market, Zhao Tianda retorted, with the other 3 nodding in agreement. Let us not make baseless accusations. I, Li, have never engaged in monopolistic practices. When have you seen my Prosperous Merchants Association oppressing other associations? I have never compelled consumers to purchase only our products. Over the years, we have adhered to the principle of mutual profit. Thanks to our efforts, trade between Jujudeo and the other 8 Star Islands has flourished, boosting local consumption. The influx of high-level cultivators has also enhanced the foundation of Jujudeo. After all this hard work, to be met with your deliberate suppression is truly disheartening. Surely, upon learning of this, the Palace Master will see things from my perspective. Is there anything improper in my words, gentlemen? Li Daoxian asked with a smile. The expressions of the others shifted. Did they fear the mention of the Palace Master? Surprisingly, it proved effective as they found themselves at a loss for words. For Li Daoxian spoke the truth. However, truth is merely a tool of convenience. In business, interests dictate actions. And they would not relinquish this lucrative piece of meat without a fight. Such grandiloquent rhetoric. You simply wish to monopolize the market and drain its lifeblood. Are you not afraid of choking on such a hefty morsel? Zhao Tianda scoffed. Today, we have the Hunting Association and the other 3. Tomorrow, there will undoubtedly be others vying for their share. As long as there are interests at stake, disputes will never cease. Zhao Tianda sneered. Well said. As long as interests exist, disputes will persist, Li Daoxian applauded in agreement. Zhao Tianda squinted, pondering the true motives of this man. All are merchants, and for merchants, harmony is of utmost importance, with profit as a trusted ally. As the commercial battle rages on, the cost is measured in precious spirit stones. Our prosperous Chamber of Commerce can provide you with a market, but there is one condition. What condition? The 4 awaited further details. Agreeing or disagreeing was one matter. But they were eager to listen. You 4 shall merge into my prosperous Chamber of Commerce, which I refer to as a partnership, Li Daoxian said with a smile. He chuckled. Merge into your prosperous Chamber of Commerce? So, this is your true intention, to swallow us whole after a mutual depletion in the battle, is it? The 4 exchanged amused glances. Allow me to elaborate, he continued. This merging is not an absorption. Your chambers will remain your own, merely adorned with the guise of our prosperous brand. I shall provide the goods, and you will sell them under our name. In return, I require but a modest commission. The ethos of prosperity has always been to uplift everyone together. The benevolent chamber represents that spirit. In the future, it will not only be your 4 chambers. Many more will join this family. The 4 pondered thoughtfully. They understood Li Daoxuan's intention. In essence, he would become the supplier while they would serve as sales agents. The market would remain unchanged, and their respective interests would no longer conflict. Each party would excel in their role, without overstepping boundaries, earning based on their own merits. Market pricing would be standardized, eliminating the chaos of price undercutting. Moreover, any chamber that does not become a partner will find it exceedingly difficult to operate. After all, products from prosperity are synonymous with excellence, cherished deeply by cultivators. So what are your thoughts? Li Daoxian sipped his tea, confident they would not refuse. As their path was clear, wise individuals know how to choose. The 4 exchanged glances, agreed, yet the specifics of our collaboration require further negotiation. Matters of profit are always intricate. If the concessions are too meager, I doubt the appetites of other chambers will be satisfied. Indeed, the Starship Sea hosts countless islands. The reputation of prosperity has spread across the 9-star islands. The market is vast. Why limit ourselves to a single corner? The sooner you join, the more benefits you reap. When the name of prosperity echoes throughout the Starship Sea, the market you can capture will be far more substantial than merely scraping up leftovers. Faced with the grand vision painted by Li Daoxian, the 4 found themselves entranced, as if countless spirit stones beckoned to them. They gazed at him with admiration, realizing why prosperity had flourished so swiftly. With such lofty aspirations and ambition, how could the chamber falter? From this point on, my chamber shall be renamed the Prosperous Hunting Chamber, Zhao Tianda declared with a grin. Then mine shall be the Prosperous Breeding Chamber, and mine, the Prosperous Universe Chamber. Prosperous Flying Snow Chamber it is. Excellent, excellent. In such a joyous moment, we ought to raise our glasses and toast to prosperity, Li Daoxian proclaimed, lifting his cup. To prosperity. Thus, the 4 became part of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Following the finalization of their collaboration, with an appropriate distribution of profits agreed upon, they returned to their respective homes, each to their own affairs. Upon returning to the chamber, Li Daoxian summoned his subordinates. What is the progress? He inquired. Over the years, the constructions mandated by the president have been completed, and the quantity of products specified was just finalized yesterday. However, the stockpile is excessively large. It appears that our prosperous trading association could take years to deplete it. As long as it is satisfactory, we are not responsible for selling these goods. Li Daoxian nodded in agreement. What? We are not selling them? The individual was taken aback, wondering if they were to be sold at a loss to other associations. There are others to assist us in selling. Tomorrow, someone will come to procure goods from us. Simply adhere to these regulations. After drafting some collaboration agreements, Li Daoxian instructed him to proceed. The individual stared blankly at the paper featuring the Prosperous Hunting Association. Prosperous hunting? I understand prosperous, and I know about hunting. But how does this peculiar combination come together? Aren't we adversaries of the hunting faction? Furthermore, 3 other associations had also adopted the title of prosperous. Piecing the thoughts together, he surmised that their president had managed to secure them. Indeed, the president is remarkable. I shall remember the president. I will handle this matter diligently. Go on, for more trading associations will join us in due course. Proceed to supply them under these conditions. And let the factory commence operations. The forthcoming expansion will be swift. We must prepare our goods in advance. Li Daoxian waved him off, dismissing him. After a day of labor, it was time to return home and rest. Chapter 431. Opening trade at home. Father, you are back. Li Qingyu skillfully glanced at his storage ring. Li Daoxian smiled, retrieving the item she had instructed him to purchase from the ring. The once tiny child had grown into a graceful young lady, and Li Daoxian couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly time had passed. Through her own efforts and the enhancement of his elixirs, Li Qingyu had reached the initial stage of foundation building at the tender age of 16. When do you plan to strive for the mid-foundation stage? You haven't consumed the supplementary spirit elixirs I prepared for you, have you? I intend to refine my skills during the initial stage of foundation building for a while longer. Once I have acclimated, I will then attempt to advance to the mid-foundation stage, Li Qingyu replied while savoring a pastry. That sounds reasonable. Cultivation is a personal journey. Follow your own plan. As each cultivator has their own path to tread, Li Daoxian had no intention of imposing a specific path upon her. As for side endeavors, Li Qingyu had dabbled in formations, a field that piqued her interest. Without systematic enhancement in the other 3 disciplines, her energy was limited. Having reached the foundation stage and mastered second-tier formations, she could indeed be considered a prodigy. Li Qingyu, how many times must I remind you not to eat before meals? Lu Sueki, who had just brought out the dishes, caught sight of Li Qingyu indulging in pastries. What difference does it make? I can eat it all anyway. Li Qingyu paused her actions. Lately, you have gained quite a bit of weight. If you continue eating like this, you will inevitably become a chubby pig, Lu Sueki warned. Li Qingyu, incredulous, pinched her belly, sensing that there might indeed be a bit more flesh. Father, have I really gained weight? It's all right. I still love you even if you are plump. Li Daoxian found it amusing and followed Lu Sueki's lead. In that case, I shall refrain from snacks for the next few days. What woman desires to gain weight? For the sake of her figure, she resolved to embark on a diet. Seeing Li Daoxian cooperate with her, Lu Sueki cast him a flirtatious glance, deeming this evening to be a delightful indulgence. Days later, prosperous hunting? As the passing cultivator rubbed his eyes and gazed at the plaque, he was initially inclined to visit the abundant shop to purchase some talismans. However, what was this abundant hunt? He was not alone in his bewilderment. Many cultivators passing by wore equally perplexed expressions. Upon entering the shop to inquire, they learned that the former Hunt Merchants Association had formed a partnership with the Abundant Commerce Association, and henceforth, the items they offered would be indistinguishable from those of the Abundant Commerce Association, sold at original prices. Ah, esteemed patrons, today marks our grand opening. For every 100 spirit stones spent, you shall receive a rebate of 10 spirit stones. The more you purchase, the more you gain. The shopkeeper proclaimed as instructed by the president. Upon hearing such enticing news, throngs of customers surged into the shop to make their purchases, for after all, it was all products from Abundant. It mattered not where they bought them. This scene unfolded across the Nine Stars Island. Consequently, this development led to a further decline in business for other merchant associations. Previously, they barely scraped by with meager profits, but now, with customers siphoned away, earning even a fraction became a daunting challenge. As time went on, many associations grew restless, contemplating slashing their prices in a bid to lure back customers. Presently, shall we take action? Inquired Zhao Tianda and others regarding Li Daoxuan's opinion. Patience, Li Daoxian replied. With so many associations, it is essential that they encounter their own failures before realizing their worth. We can afford to sell less for a few days, treating it as an opportunity to accumulate stock, but how much capital do they possess to endure losses? Rather than individually hosting banquets to articulate the pros and cons, it would be far more advantageous to wait until they recognize the folly of their ways and submit it, at which point he could negotiate better terms and secure greater profits. After all, the early bird catches the worm. Indeed, within a fortnight, numerous small associations found themselves unable to withstand the pressure. If losses continued, their funding chains would snap, jeopardizing their very operations. It was at this juncture that Li Daoxian instructed Zhao Tianda and others to deliberately disseminate news of their association's changes. Franchise merchants? Many association leaders were taken aback, perplexed by this new concept. They dispatched spies to gather accurate information, and Li Daoxian and his companions did not conceal details, allowing these spies to swiftly obtain precise news. Upon comprehending the entirety of the situation, they were intrigued. The vast expanse of the Star Sea, such a significant opportunity. It was no wonder the Abundant Commerce Association was eager to share the bounty. Thus, rumors spread within the circles that the president of the Abundant Commerce Association had crafted a grand cake, inviting various associations to partake. Upon learning this news, the associations were skeptical yet intrigued, adopting a mindset of there's no harm in trying, and one by one, they approached to request partnership. Naturally, Li Daoxian welcomed all who came, and as the terms of cooperation were finalized, various branches of the Abundant Commerce Association began to sprout like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Now, those associations that did not join faced even greater challenges in earning profits. With the situation evolving thus, unless they possessed endless funds to burn, their fate as non-franchise merchants was all but sealed. This was the true essence of commercial warfare. Li Daoxian surveyed the entire landscape, every aspect firmly within his grasp. To conquer without engaging in battle is the epitome of strategy. The momentum of franchising grew ever larger, while the struggling associations continued to fade into obscurity, their pride crushed by the relentless tide of time. In just 1 year, the presence of Abundant was felt throughout the 9 Great Star Islands. Such a transformative situation drew the attention of the 4 great powers. Presently, what do the 4 giants say? The numerous presidents of various chambers of commerce gathered together, looking at the returning Li Daoxian. Li Daoxian shrugged helplessly. Naturally, we have been warned. After all, Qingdao is their dominion, and our display of monopolistic intent is quite reasonable for them to reprimand us. Hearing this, the expressions of the crowd darkened. They were all in the same boat, and repressing prosperity was akin to carving into their own flesh. Li Daoxian suppressed the slight curve of his lips and said, "My friends, Qingdao has already restricted our prosperity's development. Instead of clinging to Qingdao, why not explore trade with other islands? The expansion is within reach, and countless riches await us beyond. There is no need for us to mourn this. President Li is right. This cake cannot be touched by the 4 giants either." The crowd's eyes flickered. This past year, they had already tasted the sweetness of prosperity. Merely the 9 major star islands had allowed them to feast to their heart's content, while the myriad islands outside were akin to mountains of gold and silver. How about the 4 giants? We have given you face. We will relinquish Qingdao and develop overseas trade, which you cannot possibly obstruct. Otherwise, do not expect to thrive in the Xingcha Sea. The combined forces against you are not something the 9 major star islands can contend with. Thus, let Qingdao serve as our production base. You shall allocate excess space for me to establish factories, as we must expand our output. Li Daoxian licked his lips. Calculating all this was merely waiting for this moment. He had long anticipated the considerations of the 4 giants. Then it falls to you. President Lee, we will expedite the establishment of trade routes across various islands. Over the years, we have each accumulated some connections. We can coordinate our efforts. After all, it is better to enjoy together than to revel alone. Right, everyone? Zhao Tiande chuckled. The crowd nodded in approval. With profits to be made, everyone was naturally pleased. Opening trade routes was driven by mutual benefit, and collaboration was not out of the question. Once the routes are established, profits shall be earned according to each one's capabilities. Chapter 432. The summons of the Star Palace with the cooperation of various chambers of commerce. The name of prosperity quickly spread beyond the 9 major star islands. Commencing trade with other islands. The affordable and high-quality goods exerted a tremendous impact on the entire market. Most importantly, prosperity did not limit itself to low-end products. It also ventured into high-end industries. Whatever the cultivators required, whether in chi refining or nascent soul stages, could be found in Prosperity's shops. What manner of entity is Prosperity? Its development is astonishingly rapid. It seems to have emerged from Qingdao, and it is rumored that Prosperity is not merely a chamber of commerce, but an organization. Oh, dear friend, please elaborate. I do not possess knowledge of overly secretive information, but it is known that Prosperity is sincerely inviting other chambers of commerce to join. Any chamber that joins the Prosperity organization will be renamed accordingly. Hiss. What enchantment does Prosperity possess that so many wish to affiliate with them? How could I know? However, in business, profit is paramount. Perhaps Prosperity has offered irresistible benefits or enabled the affiliated chambers to reap substantial profits. President, ever since we exited Qingdao, the number of chambers joining has been increasing. Should we establish some entry criteria? No, the snowball has only just begun to roll. The overseas interests have merely nibbled at the surface. No one can resist this allure. We need only to maintain a stable production of goods, while the matters of sales and expansion shall be entrusted to other merchant guilds. I shall claim the lion's share of the cake, and the risks will be shouldered collectively by all guilds. This trend, when developed to a certain stage, will inevitably face suppression from the localities of other islands. Li Daoxian chuckled softly. This is an unavoidable circumstance. What the bountiful lack is not abundance, but rather depth and strength. When one encroaches upon another's share, it is only natural to expect retaliatory measures. Thus, his aim was to embroil all merchant guilds in this venture. When the time comes for them to exert pressure, they must contend with the consensus of all guilds. Otherwise, the trade across the Star Chariot Sea would encounter dire challenges. It is, at its core, a commercial issue, and on a larger scale, a financial one, which may even incite turmoil throughout the Star Chariot Sea. Therefore, the current stage necessitates frenzied expansion, distributing the risks across all islands. In due course, when they take action, they must weigh the consequences they can bear. Over the ensuing decades, prosperity unfolded as he had envisaged. The traces of abundance spread nearly throughout the entire Star Chariot Sea region. The merchant guilds involved reaped substantial profits, and consumers were equally delighted. After all, they had acquired coveted items along with various elixirs beneficial for cultivation. Such treasures were typically inaccessible to lower-tier cultivators. Now, with the advent of this charitable merchant guild, the scattered cultivators naturally held it in high regard. A considerable influx of spirit stones flowed into his possession, and Li Daoxian commenced his journey of investment. Previously, his cultivation advancements were achieved solely through dedication and practice. However, in the later stages, with ample spirit stones, the power of investment finally manifested. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation, perfected nascent soul, 1, 3 billion. Age, 80. Spiritual roots, metal, lower heaven. Wood, lower heaven. Water, lower heaven. Fire, lower heaven. Earth, lower heaven. Technique, Qing Emperor's primordial art heaven tier, low grade, 1, 0 billion. Spells, perfected heaven incinerating sun, perfected Qing Emperor's wood sovereign binding, perfected thunder dragon radiance, perfected earth system great capture, perfected imperial wood execution, perfected Qing Emperor's infinite shield, perfected boundless ocean, talismans, early stage, 7th tier, 3, 6 million, alchemical arts, early stage, 7th tier, 3, 6 million, refining arts, early stage, 7th tier, 3, 6 million, formation, early stage, 7th tier, 2, 6 million, Dao companion, Lu Sweki, cultivation, perfected golden core, 0, 773 billion. Emotional level, level 5, attribute points, 0, spirit stones, low grade 1, 5 billion. Medium grade 5 million, high grade 50, premium 2. With a perfected nascent soul cultivation, he had indeed become a pillar of strength in the Star Chariot Sea. Based on experience, he should have barely managed to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage. However, over these years, having amassed tens of billions of spirit stones, he directly invested 2.4 billion into his cultivation, alongside 1 billion into his technique, and expended 7 billion on the 7 spells that had accompanied him, elevating them all to the upper tier of the earth level. The spirit stones within the backpack represent liquid assets, available for his discretionary use. However, as his family business flourishes, the entire operation of prosperity necessitates an immense quantity of spirit stones, which are, in essence, fixed assets that occupy a significant portion of his resources. Ultimately, it is still his wealth. Over the years, he has acquired a considerable repertoire of spells. For having reached the nascent soul stage, it would be unwise to rely solely on a few techniques. These spells were procured through the Prosperity Chamber of Commerce from various regions, with the least being of the low-grade Profound tier, while the most advanced are merely of the low-grade Earth tier. Nevertheless, this is quite satisfactory. With these additions, his arsenal has become notably diverse. Chairman, the people from the Star Palace are calling for you, reported his subordinate. Li Daoxian paused momentarily. This could signify an urgent matter. He was uncertain whether the Star Palace summoned him with benevolence or malice. He waved his hand, dismissing his subordinate. After a week of contemplation, he would convey this news to the other chairpersons of the chambers. Shortly thereafter, those who received the news all converged at the headquarters of Prosperity. Chairman Li, the Star Palace's summons at this juncture is hardly fortuitous, Zhao Tianda remarked gravely. Indeed, it was at the pinnacle of Prosperity's success that they chose to summon him. A peculiar timing. The others nodded in agreement. Yet, our Prosperity lacks the requisite strength. Regardless of the Star Palace's intentions, I must attend. Li Daoxian replied with a light chuckle. The crowd frowned, acknowledging the truth of his words. The Star Palace's dominance stemmed from its formidable power. Even the nascent soul cultivators within were merely middle tier, with the Palace Master rumored to be a composite body cultivator who had not made an appearance in a millennium. Li Daoxian observed the expressions of those present and felt reassured. Over the years, everyone had profited handsomely alongside Prosperity. Each chamber had amassed no less than 100 million spirit stones annually, with countless franchise chambers contributing to this staggering sum. His own share, however, merely encompassed a few hundred billion, most of which was allocated for the operations of Prosperity, leaving only a meager tens of billions at his disposal. With so many interests intertwined, as long as they were unwilling to make sacrifices, his safety was assured. Gentlemen, await my news. Should the esteemed Palace Master intend to take action against me, I shall have no choice but to disband Prosperity, for we cannot afford to provoke the Star Palace. Li Daoxian declared before heading to the Star Palace. The assembly remained silent for a considerable time until Zhao Tianda broke the stillness. Thanks to Prosperity, my chamber has earned 3 billion spirit stones over the years, and I believe the rest of you are not far behind. The prospect of relinquishing such substantial gains, which took us an entire year to barely reach a profit of 1 million, is unthinkable. If Prosperity dissolves, we would lose a veritable treasure trove. If the Star Palace seeks to undermine Prosperity, they are, in effect, targeting our livelihoods. Do you comprehend? The faces of the assembly shifted. Caught between opposing the Star Palace and safeguarding their immense profits, the dilemma of gain versus loss weighed heavily upon them. Chapter 433. Confinement indeed, we must take action. While our individual strength may be insufficient, Prosperity is a formidable organization at this moment. The Star Palace, in the Star Sea, ranks merely among the top tiers. Let us disseminate this information. Furthermore, Prosperity will cease all operations in the near future. Provoking the rogue cultivators is certainly a commendable idea, worthy of consideration, the assembly suggested. In the 9-Star Palace, it was not the Palace Master who met Li Daoxian, but rather the elders of the Star Palace. It appears that the rumors surrounding the Grand Master's seclusion are indeed true, as the 9 elders currently preside over the Star Palace. I wonder what matters the elders have summoned the younger generation for. Li Daoxian stood solitary in the center of the Grand Hall. Beneath the gaze of 9 figures seated above him, the mere aura emanating from them was quite overwhelming. Was this a deliberate show of intimidation? The founder of the Prosperity Organization arrived at Joji Island over 30 years ago, establishing the organization and rallying various merchant associations. Within just a decade, the influence of this organization had spread to the 9 major star islands. Is President Li's assertion accurate? Inquired the 4th elder. Li Daoxian found the situation somewhat amusing. If they were so well informed, why bother asking again? He recognized this man, having met him over a decade ago. He was one of the 4 Titans, a master of alchemy, and to his surprise, he had also become an elder of the Star Palace. Scanning for the other 3 Titans, he found them among the elders as well. No wonder the Star Island permitted the existence of other ruling classes. It seemed they were all part of the same family. Thus, everything fell into place. The Star Island would not allow a second ruler to exist, and Prosperity was evidently intertwined in this dynamic. The moment it began to show promise, it was swiftly suppressed and warned against. The elders' words held truth and error, while the younger generation did indeed establish Prosperity. It was merely a merchant association, not an organization, and I have not sought to unite with other merchant groups, Li Daoxian stated plainly. Oh, so I have wronged you? The 4th elder narrowed his eyes. I distinctly remember admonishing you previously. How could you remain so oblivious? Or have you failed to grasp the underlying message? I am but a dullard. I humbly request the elder's guidance, replied Li Daoxian. Very well, let me be clear. Dissolve Prosperity upon your return today, and we shall not pursue past matters further, the 4th elder asserted, standing defiantly against Li Daoxian. The other elders remained silent, some still unclear about the unfolding events, as they had only recently emerged from seclusion for this meeting. Is this the will of the elder, or that of the Star Palace? Li Daoxian maintained a calm demeanor. I have painstakingly nurtured this printing press. It cannot simply be dismantled at your whim. You insolent boy, the fourth elder thundered, an immense pressure bearing down upon Li Daoxian. A trickle of crimson escaped from his lips, the formidable aura forcing him to one knee. The elder was a formidable force, 2 great realms above him. No wonder he struggled to bear the burden of such pressure. Elder, the interests at stake in prosperity extend beyond my own. They encompass those of the entire star chasm sea. Perhaps the elders, having been withdrawn in recent years, are unaware of the changes in the outside world. It would be prudent to understand the current situation before making a decision, Li Daoxian struggled to articulate. The 9 elders exchanged glances, seemingly communicating through thought, as they had remained cloistered in the Star Palace. The local situation was the only information they possessed, as prosperity had only recently come under their scrutiny. The cultivation world does not undergo significant changes over centuries. After a brief exchange of thoughts, they grasped the situation's context. Observing Li Daoxian's unyielding demeanor, they were intrigued. How dare a mere nascent soul show such bravado? The annihilation of such a person on Star Island would be but a matter of a word. What gave him such confidence? Young friend, you exhibit commendable audacity. Perhaps we should heed your suggestion to first understand the connection between prosperity and the Star Chasm Sea before making a final decision. The 9th elder interjected, seeking to mediate. Li Daoxian's gaze was filled with admiration. The Star Palace was secluded, and due to our frequent retreats, our understanding of the outside world was limited to scant reports, which left us lagging behind. Observing the boundless Chaha Sea, where powers intertwined, it was reasonable to assume that Feng Rao might be a vassal of other islands. Our prior demands were indeed a challenge for the strong. Elder 8 echoed this sentiment. What you may not know is that Feng Rao operates a monopoly, covering industries that involve alchemy and formations. Had it not been for my earlier warnings to this individual alongside the 3 elders, it is likely that the master of Star Island would have changed hands by now. Elder 4 chuckled. The other elders were astonished to learn of Feng Rao's formidable influence. Li Daoxian scoffed, suppressing his internal injuries as he retorted, that assertion is erroneous. Feng Rao's principle has always been one of prosperity and democracy, dedicated to fostering development for every individual. Feng Rao has never sought to contend for anything, possessing only a compassionate heart. The struggles of the lower-tier cultivators are immense. Resources like elixirs and talismans are scarce, and they must toil for half a lifetime just to accumulate enough for a single foundational elixir. The emergence of Feng Rao has enabled many cultivators to establish their foundations, allowing more to advance to gold core and even more to transform from gold core to infant stage. In recent years, Star Island has thrived thanks to Feng Rao, attracting great cultivators and young talents alike. We have never demanded anything nor plotted for anything. So how could one speak of a change in ownership? As they regarded the righteous Li Daoxian, the gaze of the crowd shifted toward Elder 4. What are you looking at? Anyone can boast. Feng Rao has amassed quite a fortune, Elder 4 retorted, not in the best of moods. Especially Elder 35, who noted that the initial proposal to warn Feng Rao was agreed upon by all of you, correct? So now, I am left here to perform while you all feign silence. This matter requires further deliberation. Young friend, please stay in the Star Palace for a few days while we investigate. We will provide you with an explanation afterward, the Grand Elder announced. Essentially, this meant confinement. If what was claimed above was false, or if Feng Rao's influence was not as significant as suggested, then they could easily crush him and Feng Rao like an ant. However, if the claims held true, there would be room for maneuvering. Star Island is indeed formidable, capable of ranking among the top in the Chaha Sea. However, this ranking considers all 9 major islands together, and with the innate great formations, it secures a prominent position. Alone, the 9-star island does not hold much weight. The Star Palace is not the domain of a single individual, but rather of the 9 major palaces. If a blunder were made, the other 8 major palaces would undoubtedly criticize them vehemently, drawing the attention of the secluded palace masters, who would not escape unscathed. Hence, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. I apologize for the disturbance, Li Daoxian expressed his gratitude. The timing was perfect to escalate the situation. Surely the presidents of other merchant associations had already taken action. Having tasted the spoils, they would not remain indifferent. The immense benefits bound everyone together, making it impossible for anyone to shake their resolve. As he had anticipated, the initial assumption was that only a few Feng Rao shops had ceased operations. However, upon exploring all the Feng Rao establishments on their islands, they discovered that a significant event had transpired at the headquarters. The president had been imprisoned by the Star Palace and had no choice but to suspend business. In an instant, chaos erupted. What? Closed for business? I'm in a rush to establish my foundation. How can I do so without foundational elixirs? Please remain calm, my friend. We are equally powerless in this situation. The unfortunate news from headquarters is indeed beyond our control. Perhaps you might consider purchasing foundation-building pills from other shops? What nonsense. The foundation-building pills from other merchants are exorbitantly priced and of inferior quality compared to yours. The funds I have accumulated are only sufficient to buy from your establishment. This scene unfolded throughout the Starship Sea. Though the reasons varied, frustration arose from the inability to procure goods. Countless leaders of prosperous merchant associations felt considerable anguish. Despite having stock, they were obliged to heed the orders from headquarters. Otherwise, future shipments would be at risk. Chapter 434. No harm done in just a few days. The matter concerning prosperity had caused quite a stir, becoming widely known. As the economic lifeblood of the entire Starship Sea, its implications were extensive. Even a single day of cessation could wreak havoc on the market, let alone several consecutive days. Upon tracing the origins of the turmoil, it became evident that the Nine-Star Island was the instigator. What scheme does Nine-Star Island intend to execute? I recall that prosperity emerged from Nine-Star Island. Instead of nurturing a partnership, they have resorted to detaining the president of the association. Prosperity involves too many stakeholders, and the actions of Nine-Star Island are perilous, antagonizing all factions. Even if they rank among the strongest, they cannot withstand the collective ire. To facilitate the unfolding of today's events, Li Daoxian has made considerable concessions. After all, without appeasing these individuals, how could one sustain the growth of prosperity? Otherwise, with so many islands in the Starship Sea, how could Li Daoxian have amassed merely a few hundred billion over more than a decade? Numerous cultivators have publicly condemned Nine-Star Island, and the involved factions have exerted pressure. At Li Daoxuan's residence, "Mother, is father all right?" Li Qingyu inquired with concern. "Previously, your father had instructed us to remain observant. As long as developments continue, Nine-Star Island will not turn against us. Moreover, your father has not completely alienated Nine-Star Island, leaving room for negotiation." Lu Sueki furrowed her brow, naturally worried about her husband's detention, yet their current strength was insufficient to provide assistance. Li Daoxian had anticipated this concern, fearing they might disrupt the plan, and had cautioned them before leaving. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyu ceased speaking, quietly entering the meditation room to cultivate. For the first time in her life, she felt overwhelmingly inadequate. Previously, her father had always shielded her. Now, confronted with this predicament, she recognized the significance of strength. Watching Li Qingyu enter the meditation room, Lu Sueki sighed deeply. Under their guidance, Li Qingyu had already exerted tremendous effort and grown remarkably strong. Her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, and she displayed unparalleled talent in array formations. Even at the Golden Core stage, she could arrange some fourth-tier grand formations. Within the Nine-Star Palace, have you heard the commotion of late? Prosperity is entwined with a multitude of interests, and it has transcended our control. The Grand Elder cast a glance at the Fourth Elder, who bore a grim expression. Unprepared for the rapid escalation of the once manageable Prosperity Merchant Association into such a formidable entity in just over a decade, the Eighth Elder interjected. The situation has not spiraled beyond redemption. Previously, the Ninth Elder and I took on the roles of the antagonists to prevent this very scenario. Leaving room for maneuverability often yields a turning point. Indeed, the Ninth Elder replied with a chuckle. We should speak kindly with young Li and transform hostility into harmony. This matter can be resolved amicably, though it may require some concession from the Fourth Elder. The Fourth Elder, upon hearing this, fell silent, tacitly agreeing. After all, is it merely a matter of acknowledging a mistake and offering an apology? Those who have reached such heights in cultivation surely possess a thick skin. The ability to bend and yield is the hallmark of true gentlemen. Thus, this matter shall be handled accordingly. Today, let young Master Li depart of his own accord. The denunciations from various islands have been ceaseless, and even other star islands urge us to expedite this issue. Thus spoke the Grand Elder. Very well. Furthermore, I have discerned the operational methods of prosperity. Rather than suppressing it relentlessly, why not engage with it? The Star Islands could also serve as a bastion for prosperity. Once this matter is established, we shall be akin to family. Previous grievances can be completely resolved, and it shall be said that enmity is erased with a smile. The realm of cultivation is not merely about conflict. It is steeped in the nuances of human relationships. The Second Elder chuckled heartily. What the Second Elder said is indeed true. We all concur. I too have no objections, sighed the Fourth Elder. I truly misjudged the situation. As for retaliation, it is not a matter of life and death. Previously, Li Daoxian had not shown any disdain nor uttered harsh words, so he had no intention of pursuing such a course. After all, eliminating Li Daoxian would yield far more disadvantages than advantages. Accompanied by the Eighth and Ninth Elders, the Fourth Elder arrived at Li Daoxuan's residence. Ha, young Master Li, have you been resting well these days? Inquired the Eighth Elder with a warm demeanor. Forgive me for not having come out to greet you, esteemed elders, replied Li Daoxian as he rose. Judging by their attitude towards him, it seemed they had weighed the pros and cons and decided to let him go. Young master, do not say such things. If there has been any inadequacy in our hospitality at the Star Palace, please do not take offense, the Ninth Elder said with a smile, stroking his beard. The elders must have come regarding the matter of prosperity. In these recent days, they must have thoroughly investigated its principles. The Fourth Elder, I suspect, had been in seclusion for too long and, with insufficient reports from his subordinates, had made a misjudgment. Li Daoxian seized the opportunity to provide the Fourth Elder a way to save face. Upon hearing this, the Fourth Elder's expression softened considerably. Indeed, my earlier misjudgment has wasted much of Chairman Li's time. Let this sword embryo serve as a token of apology. Li Daoxian was slightly taken aback. He had anticipated that the fourth elder would merely follow his lead and let the matter drop. To his surprise, not only did the elder apologize, but he also presented him with a fine item. The subtle radiance from the sword embryo sent a shiver down even the spine of a seasoned cultivator like Li Daoxian. Should it be fully unleashed, slaying a transformation god would be effortless. Accepting the sword embryo, Li Daoxian felt a surge of joy, and his gaze towards the fourth elder became notably more amicable. He had expected a development akin to that in novels, where the opponent would harbor resentment, feigning submission while plotting treachery. It seems that in the real realm of cultivation, there are no eternal enemies. As long as the terms are met, everyone can be friends. How splendid. We are all from the Star Islands. Why should we allow our relationship to become so strained? In the future, the Star Islands shall host a banquet to honor young Master Li's contributions, said the eighth elder with a beaming smile. Your kindness overwhelms me. My humble contributions do not warrant such grandeur, Li Daoxian replied, raising an eyebrow, sensing deeper implications in the words. Shouldn't he be allowed to leave now? Why was he still being engaged in conversation? My young friend, there is no need for modesty. We have been in seclusion for some time, and thus our knowledge of the recent changes in Qingdao has lagged somewhat. With someone of your caliber emerging, it is only fitting that we extend our full support. I have observed the flourishing development of your business association, yet it appears lacking in a prominent backing. Why not allow Qingdao to assume this significant role? This would serve to deter petty individuals and strengthen the bond between Fengrao and Xinggong, enabling Fengrao to thrive in Qingdao without constraint. We shall handle any further troubles that may arise. What are your thoughts, my young friend? Elder Zhou chuckled heartily. Li Daoxian was taken aback, realizing they had been waiting for him here. However, this arrangement was not without merit. After all, what he sought was not dominion but the accumulation of spiritual stones. With Qingdao as a shield, he could unabashedly amass wealth and stimulate the economy of the Xingcha Sea. Indeed, this was a favorable proposition. In the past, he had been too reserved, earning merely hundreds of billions over the span of several years. Now, aiming for tens of trillions seemed entirely reasonable. This matter appears advantageous to me, and I shall abide by the elder's counsel. Li Daoxian agreed. After all, it was merely a symbolic gesture, and as long as he did not involve himself in management, it mattered little if Xinggong also partook in the benefits. With so many already indulging, Qingdao's participation would be inconsequential. Chapter 435, A Supportive Ally. Splendid. My young friend, you are indeed understanding. The group exchanged pleasantries for a while longer. Let us conclude our discussion for today, as recent misunderstandings between you and Xinggong have led to rampant rumors, causing quite a stir outside. It is imperative that you address this matter. Very well, I shall take note of this. Li Daoxian bid farewell and departed from Xinggong. Before leaving, he was presented with a token of identity, as Qingdao had now become the pillar of support for Fengrao, a gesture that was certainly warranted. This token symbolized the honor of an elder, allowing him unrestricted access to Xinggong in the future, rather than hurrying back to the headquarters. He chose to return home first to reassure his family. Sweki, I have returned, he announced as he entered. Hearing the commotion, Lu Sweki hurried out of her room. Upon seeing Li Daoxian return safely, she sighed in relief and rushed into his embrace. The days had been fraught with anxiety for her, fearing that events might unfold beyond Li Daoxian's expectations. I apologize for causing you worry, he said gently, stroking her head. It is good to be back, Lu Sweki replied, shaking her head. While they were savoring this tender moment, Li Qingyu emerged from the cultivation chamber. Father, she exclaimed. Ah, Qingyu, how has your training been of late? Li Daoxian turned to her. It has gone well, everything is progressing smoothly. Li Qingyu pursed her lips and continued. Father, could you concoct a breaking realm pill for me? I wish to attempt the yuaning stage. She had only recently achieved the pinnacle of the golden core stage, and it seemed premature to pursue yuaning now. Observing her earnest demeanor, Li Daoxian consented. The notion of being premature only applied in the absence of external assistance. Even if her attempt were to falter, the breaking realm pill would ensure her safety. Well then, since my daughter has requested it, how could a father refuse? Li Daoxian remarked, promptly entering the alchemy chamber to begin his work. A mere 4th-tier breaking realm pill was trivial for someone of his 7th-tier prowess. It was a simple task. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, a fresh batch of breaking realm pills was completed. Emerging from the alchemy chamber, he handed the elixir to Li Qingyu. No need to rush, take your time. There is an abundance of elixirs, Li Daoxian advised. Observing her demeanor, he understood the reason behind her actions. Recent events had likely instilled a sense of unease within her. Indeed, he had always held a position of unwavering strength in her eyes. And the sudden realization that even he could face insurmountable challenges must have ignited her instinct to protect both herself and Lu Sweki. Li Daoxian pondered thoughtfully. According to the narrative framework, this was the moment when he would unveil his intentions to Sweki, invoking a sense of the rising female emperor archetype. Internally chuckling, he mused that the young lady was yet unaware that sheer effort could not rival those who possessed extraordinary advantages. Your father has transcended through investment, not mere diligence. He reflected, with the Star Palace as his formidable ally, earning tens of billions or even hundreds of billions annually was not beyond reach. In time, his prowess would soar to unprecedented heights. Li Qingyu nodded and retreated to the cultivation chamber with the elixir. After spending a day nurturing her bond with Lu Sueki, she reluctantly returned to the headquarters to oversee affairs. President Li, you have finally returned. The Star Palace did not cause you any trouble, I hope? Upon receiving Li Daoxuan's notification, the chairpersons of various associations hurriedly gathered. Not at all. I owe my safety to everyone's efforts during this time. I am deeply grateful. Li Daoxian replied with a warm smile. Such words are unnecessary. We are all family. If President Li were in peril, how could we not assist? Now that you have returned, prosperity shall surely return to its rightful course. They exchanged knowing smiles. The strategy had indeed borne fruit. The Star Palace had previously displayed unreasonable arrogance, unjustly detaining President Li as if they believed prosperity was but a fragile entity. Indeed, prosperity is no longer the same as before. The discussions ensued. Gentlemen, I urge caution in your words. The discord between prosperity and the Star Palace stemmed from a misunderstanding that has now been resolved through recent dialogues. Li Daoxian interjected. The assembly regarded him with surprise. What had prompted this change in President Li? Zhao Tianda pondered. President Li, you haven't formed an alliance with the Star Palace, have you? Yes and no. I shall not keep you in suspense. Prosperity currently lacks nothing except for its foundational strength and depth. The Star Palace has now become a pillar of support for us. Moving forward in the Star Sea, we shall no longer tread cautiously, as Star Island has officially become the stronghold of prosperity, Li Daoxian stated candidly. The crowd furrowed their brows, sensing the Star Palace's intent to partake in prosperity's grand endeavors. Yet, they felt reluctant to voice their concerns. Star Island's involvement was unobjectionable, provided they did not hinder their collective pursuits. Understand that prosperity is not the dominion of a single individual. The more forces that participate, the stronger we become. Any attempt to undermine our foundation will be a futile endeavor. This is a matter of collective interest, and any actions must first seek our consensus, Li Daoxian remarked solemnly. The assembly's expressions softened at his words. Indeed, in this light, Star Island's inclusion seemed a fortuitous development. President Li possesses remarkable insight. They nodded in agreement. Recently, amidst the swirling rumors, let us take a moment to clarify matters and disseminate the news of our association with the Prosperity Establishment. Li Daoxian instructed that all the temporarily closed prosperity shops should resume operations and organize an event to appease the practitioners. The group unanimously agreed to adhere to Li's directives. Consequently, they collectively issued statements asserting that the previous rumors were merely misunderstandings and that all prosperity establishments had reopened their doors. Prosperity expressed sincere apologies for any unnecessary troubles caused in recent days, and as a gesture of goodwill, announced a 7-day period during which all items in prosperity shops would be available at a 10% discount. As the misunderstandings were resolved, many welcomed the prospect of benefits, expressing hope for more such occurrences in the future. Indeed, it would be even better if the discounts were deeper, some remarked. At this rate, the stock will be snatched up before we know it. With the reopening of prosperity shops, business thrived spectacularly. Numerous practitioners rushed to purchase items. Recognizing that such discounts were a rare opportunity, they could easily resell the goods at full price to others later. The proprietors of the long-closed shops were all smiles as a steady flow of spirit stones filled their pockets. Previously, running their businesses alone yielded only modest profits of around 100,000 a month, but now, having joined prosperity, their earnings skyrocketed several-fold. The owners expressed their astonishment, stating, "Indeed, we must act quickly to restock before our inventory is depleted." The surge in business led many shops to sell out within a day. During this bustling time, no one wanted to miss out on the lucrative opportunities, and orders continued to flood into the prosperity headquarters. Li Daoxian also urged all factories to accelerate production. Furthermore, with the backing of Xingdao, the factories could boldly expand their operations. After informing Xingong of this development, Xingong readily allocated a significant parcel of land for factory construction. While scattered cultivators focused on the discounts, the major factions were more interested in the fact that Xingdao had become a pillar of support for prosperity. Chapter 436. Divine powers. Just as the days of stability seemed to settle in, various factions began to send messages, seemingly coordinated. Upon reading their contents, a faint smile crept across Li Daoxuan's lips. After such a lengthy strategic preparation, they had finally reached the concluding chapter. It was time to celebrate. With this thought, he began to respond to each message. Before long, Prosperity publicly announced that it had forged partnerships with the islands of the Xingqiao Sea. This news astonished the scattered cultivators, as it marked the first time in history that a faction had received support from all islands. From this moment onward, Prosperity transformed into a formidable entity, backed by the various powers of the Xingqiao Sea. Consequently, Prosperity's growth would not only be shielded from local suppression, but would also benefit from various supportive policies. Countless stores opened, factories operated at a frenzied pace, and trade flourished incessantly, creating a vibrant tapestry of prosperity. It seemed as though a harmonious world had emerged, with practitioners reveling, spirit stones circulating freely, and factions toasting to one another, celebrating a period of unprecedented joy. Little did they know, a financial storm was quietly brewing in the Xingqiao Sea. The architect of this tempest, Li Daoxian, was gathering spirit stones by the handful. He predicted that this financial edifice would inevitably collapse within a few decades, and his goal was to amass as many spirit stones as possible before that eventuality. Everything would simplify from its complexity, tracing back to the fundamental principles of the monetary system. Spirit stones can expedite the cultivation of practitioners, thus endowing them with monetary value. Regardless of the changes in other objects, the currency, represented by spirit stones, remains impervious to devaluation. Each region has a limit to the spirit stones it can produce, and the stones utilized by practitioners for cultivation or crafting other items leave an indelible mark on the surrounding environment, ensuring a conclusive outcome. Once spirit stones find their way into Li Daoxian's possession, they cease to circulate within the Starship Sea. When this accumulation reaches a critical threshold, a vast and formidable economic void will inevitably become apparent to all, although the repercussions may not be immediately evident over time. The number of practitioners that the Starship Sea can nurture will dwindle, a direct consequence of resource scarcity. Yet, is this inherently wrong? Cultivating immortality is, after all, a pursuit for oneself, a quest to seize every resource to ascend to higher realms. Each immortal is, in essence, a plunderer, extracting substantial resources from the lower realms. Perhaps this world possesses its own mechanisms to replenish the resources of the lower realms, but such considerations are not Li Daoxian's concern. A year swiftly passed. He invested the spirit stones acquired over this time into his cultivation, propelling himself from the perfected Yuan-Ing stage to the initial stage of Huashan. At this moment, he could finally be regarded as a true grand cultivator. The lifespan of a Yuan-Ing is 2,000 years, during which one can comprehend and wield the might of heaven and earth. With an immortal Yuan-Ing, one can be reborn through a physical vessel. Upon reaching Huashan, one enjoys a lifespan of 8,000 years, masterfully harnessing the powers of the cosmos to effortlessly manipulate energetic tides for offensive maneuvers. As long as the primordial spirit endures, one can seize a new body for rebirth. Upon attaining Huashan, practitioners can create their own miraculous spells, marking the preliminary steps along their unique path. The creation of one's own miraculous spell, this notion lingered in Li Daoxian's mind. In this regard, he possessed no experience. If only he could draw inspiration from existing miraculous spells, the process would be significantly easier. Yet, who would readily disclose their miraculous spells to others? Such knowledge is akin to a trump card, a crucial blow in a pivotal moment. However, he could certainly leverage the insights gleaned from his past life. Li Daoxian pondered. Even if he had never directly encountered such beings, he had perused their depictions in novels from his previous existence. Each portrayal exuded an extraordinary aura, particularly those concerning the creation of the primordial chaos, as well as the tales from Journey to the West that he cherished in his youth. The technique of sleeve universe employed by Zheng Yuanzi remained vividly etched in his memory. To replicate such a formidable and impressive miraculous spell would be a lamentable oversight if he did not borrow or adapt from it. Although his imitation would pale in comparison to the authentic sleeve universe, rounding it off would render his version, by all means, justifiable. With a template in hand, Li Daoxian commenced his exploration of creation. After a day of contemplation, he found little progress, which was to be expected, after all. Crafting a miraculous spell is no simple endeavor. As night fell, Li Daoxian found himself entwined in a moment of intimacy with Lu Sueki. Miraculous Spell 240. Miraculous Spell 240. Was this truly the means to resolve such matters? As his experience grew, his understanding of the sleeve universe deepened. Beneath him, Lu Sueki gasped in surprise, noticing that her husband was emanating an aura of Taoist essence. Focus is essential in one's undertakings. He playfully smacked her rear and turned her head towards him. It's clearly you who is behaving oddly, my husband, Lu Sueki lightly chided. After an entire night, the mystical art of sleeve world remained elusive, merely a vague outline. It appeared that the experience required to master such a technique was exceedingly high. However, I was undeterred. Wealth could pave the way. With a grand gesture, the system interface finally exhibited a change, revealing a new category for mystical arts. Mystical art, sleeve world, entry level, 010, 000, a mere 10 million. I possessed ample resources, so I pressed on. Another 1 billion and 10 million was spent. Mystical art, sleeve world, major completion level, 110, 000. Note: further enhancement is no longer possible. For details, click here. Li Daoxian clicked to investigate. It turned out that my own realm restricted the upper limit of the mystical art. To attain perfection, I needed to first elevate my power to the tribulation stage. Quite a challenge, as tribulation was the pinnacle of the lower realms. To test the potency of the mystical art, Li Daoxian ventured to a secluded corner of the solitary sea, fixing his gaze upon a cluster of sea demons lurking beneath the depths. What was unfolding below? Were they convening a meeting? The keen-eyed dragon, sensing Li Daoxian's presence, met his gaze. Li Daoxian attempted a benign smile. Human, I do not know how you discovered us, but since you are here, you shall remain. The dragon, realizing Li Daoxian was merely at the initial stage of divinization, exhaled in relief. As a mid-tier 5th-grade demon beast of the dragon lineage, it could effortlessly eliminate this novice cultivator, not to mention the multitude of 5th-grade monsters surrounding it. The human had no chance of escape. A terrifying purple beam coalesced from its horns and shot forth. The force was formidable, but Li Daoxian remained undaunted. Boundless sea. In an instant, he leaped 100 miles away. Boom. The expanse of ocean was cleaved asunder, and a small island hundreds of miles distant was also bisected, ultimately sinking into the abyss. Roar. A dragon-like cry reverberated as a massive shadow surged into the clouds. The dragon's mighty tail, akin to a mountain, swung towards Li Daoxian. Below, numerous sea demons launched their assault, intending to invoke the Azure Emperor's infinite shield for defense. Li Daoxian abruptly remembered he was there to experiment with mystical techniques. Sleeve whirled. With a flick of his sleeve, the mystical art was unleashed. In that moment, his figure appeared colossal before all the demon beasts present, and the dark sleeve bore an uncanny resemblance to a celestial black hole, captivating all. A terrifying gravitational pull manipulated the very fabric of space. The demons, stricken with horror, had no time to react, akin to ants being drawn into the sleeve. The dragon soaring above was reduced to little more than a mere insect in comparison. In mere moments, he subdued a throng of 5th-grade demon beasts and a horde of lesser creatures. With such a mystical art at his disposal, to claim invincibility among peers would not be an exaggeration. Li Daoxian wore a satisfied expression, while he refrained from boasting about surpassing levels. He could confidently assert dominance within his own realm. Having achieved his objective, he returned home, indifferent to the machinations of the gathered demons. The sky could fall, and other forces would bear the weight. Chapter 437. Breakthrough. In the ensuing decades, Li Daoxian diligently amassed spirit stones, his wealth accumulating to a staggering extent. The spirit stones flowing into his system's repository alone had reached a valuation of 20 trillion low-grade spirit stones. When accounting for the funds required to maintain the operation of this grand enterprise, the total had ballooned to a terrifying scale of over 10 trillion. Various factions had also profited immensely. It can be said that the spiritual stones circulating in the market are quite scarce. President, have you summoned us to announce something? Inquired Zhao Tianda and others. It is not a significant matter. Now that prosperity is on the right track, I shall enter seclusion for a few years. During this period, I entrust the management of the headquarters to you. Li Daoxian replied nonchalantly. In truth, he intended to withdraw discreetly, for the value of the Starship C had already been fully extracted, rendering his continued presence meaningless. He was not afraid of major factions seeking retribution with his amassed wealth. He could elevate his power substantially, posing no threat to them. Yet, it seemed unnecessary to create a scene, as they had already reaped considerable benefits. He felt a twinge of conscience at the thought of delivering one final blow before his departure. He regarded the prosperity industry as compensation for this region, considering it merely to involve factories of the 5th tier and below. Now I understand. President, rest assured, we will manage everything well before your return, everyone promised. Li Daoxian nodded with a smile, and then departed the headquarters, returning home. Over the decades, despite accumulating immense wealth, he had refrained from excessively investing in enhancing his cultivation. As president, interacting with numerous individuals daily, a rapid increase in strength would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among various factions, leading them to believe he possessed great opportunities worth seizing. To prevent such melodramatic scenarios, he had consistently held back. As the years passed, he accumulated 3.6 billion experience points in a year, totaling merely 19.8 billion. Cultivation, initial stage of transformation, 19.8 billion out of 80 billion. Still not enough to surpass a quarter of the breakthrough threshold. My dear, I will enter seclusion for several months. If you wish to visit any places during this time, feel free to do so, once I emerge. We shall leave the Starship C, Li Daoxian said. There isn't much to explore. We have visited all the enjoyable places in these years, Lu Sweki replied, shaking her head. Very well, then I shall await my emergence. After giving a few more instructions to Li Qingyu, he entered the meditation chamber to commence his retreat. Thus began his journey of investment and cultivation, where he would spend several days reflecting on the power of each realm with every breakthrough. Months passed. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation level. Mid-stage of harmonization, 0.00198 trillion 16 trillion. Age, 135. Spiritual roots, gold, heavenly middle, wood, heavenly middle, water, heavenly middle, fire, heavenly middle, earth, heavenly middle. Technique, Qingdi Hunyuan Gong heavenly tier mid-grade, 0.1000 billion. Spells, sun eclipsing perfection. Qingdi Royal Dragon wood dance perfection, 9 heavens deceptive thunder perfection, earth binding dragon entanglement perfection, Qing tongue spear meteor perfection, Qingdi Hunyuan shield perfection. Flowing light migration perfection, divine ability, sleeve universe, mastery level, 1010 billion, note, cannot be further enhanced. Click for details, talismans, early stage of 8th tier, 0 billion 40 billion. Alchemical arts, early stage of 8th tier, 0 billion 40 billion. Artifact refinement, early stage of 8th tier, 0 billion 40 billion. Formation, early stage of 8th tier, 0 billion 40 billion. Tao companion, Lu Sweki, Cultivation level, mid-stage of nascent soul, 17 billion 8 billion. Emotional level, level 5. Attribute points, 0. Spirit stones, low grade 3200 billion. Mid-grade 10 billion. High-grade 10 million. Supreme grade 1000. This wave has indeed drained my resources. The initial 7 spells have been upgraded to heavenly tier mid-grade, and the 4 secondary skills have also been aligned at the same starting point. Beyond harmonization lies great ascension, and following that is tribulation. The distance to ascension is not far now. However, the spirit stones required thereafter are monumental. Before departing, I shall also take away the flourishing assets. After all, it is my own money, and it is only right to take what belongs to me. Those forces wishing to continue their prosperous endeavors will have to bear their own expenses. I emerge from seclusion, breathing in the fresh spiritual energy from the outside world. I stretch my limbs. Father, you have emerged. Just then, Li Qingyu also stepped out from another training chamber. Li Daoxian smiled and waved. Li Qingyu obediently approached, allowing him to affectionately ruffle her hair. Father, I am no longer a child. Please refrain from pinching me. She blushed, her fair cheeks turning crimson. Seemingly shy at his affection. I noticed you were quite fatigued, always wearing a stern expression, so I thought to ease your tension. Moreover, while diligent cultivation is commendable, do not overexert yourself. Li Daoxian sighed lightly, gently tousling her hair. Since that incident, she has withdrawn her former vivacity. It seems the old Li Qingyu, who used to seek his affection, is still present. Understood, Li Qingyu replied, somewhat bashfully. Just remember, go call your mother to tidy up. Once I return, we shall depart. Father, are you leaving again? Yes, I must attend to the flourishing affairs. Li Daoxian nodded. Given the substantial finances involved, it took him several days to consolidate them into his possession. With the remaining inventory, the flourishing can sustain itself for a few days or half a month. Avoiding immediate collapse, I shall not liquidate this several hundred billion inventory. I am indeed benevolent. This influx of 13 trillion in funds has rendered his previously depleted wallet quite affluent. Have you both prepared your belongings? Li Daoxian inquired upon returning home. Dear husband, everything is packed. But why must we leave the Starship Sea? Lu Sueki asked, puzzled. There is no longer any necessity to linger here. The world of cultivation is vast, and one should not remain stagnant in one place, but rather explore other realms. With a playful rub of her nose, Lu Sueki shot him an annoyed glance. After all, their children were watching. Was there no sense of propriety? Li Daoxian shrugged nonchalantly, asserting that it was merely an expression of normal affection between spouses, so why the fuss? All right, let us depart. Our destination is the solitary island we previously visited, he said with a smile. Over the decades, he had established a 7th-tier teleportation array there, a one-time use mechanism that randomly transported one to areas rich in spiritual energy. Such fertile lands are ideal for cultivating spirit stones. So that is the place. Lu Sueki mused, recalling that nearly a century had passed since their last visit. Indeed, once upon a time, Li Daoxian reminisced, lost in memories of yesteryear. Observing their interaction, Li Qingyu seemed to harbor a hint of envy. Feeling like an outsider amidst their animated conversation, she abruptly interjected, Father, Mother, are we leaving or not? What is your hurry, child? Lu Sueki responded, somewhat exasperated. Can't you see I'm reminiscing with your father? You really lack an appreciation for the atmosphere. Li Qingyu pouted in response. All right, let us be on our way, Li Daoxian interjected as a peacemaker. Chapter 438. Departure from the Starship Sea. In a secluded corner of the Starship Sea, they arrived at their destination. This is the place, Li Daoxian announced as the trio entered the island through the array. The environment had transformed significantly. Many years ago, I prepared an escape route and have since improved this place, setting up various formations to prevent any cultivators from discovering it, Li Daoxian explained. Entering a cave, a grand array came into view. Father, this is a 7th-tier teleportation array, isn't it? Li Qingyu, a 5th-tier array master, recognized it immediately. Yes, indeed. Your mother and I traversed here using this very teleportation array, which led to a resource-poor region, far less affluent than the Starship Sea. This time, however, we will not utilize this array. Instead, we will employ the 7th-tier formation I have recently arranged within. He guided them deeper inside. The internal teleportation array was even larger than the external one, and after a moment of observation, Li Qingyu detected an issue. Father, this is a one-way, single-use teleportation array. The destination is also random. We won't be using this to leave, will we? Li Daoxian nodded approvingly. Your deduction is astute. It prevents unnecessary troubles and allows us to leave without leaving a trace. Even if those from the Starship Sea wish to pursue us, they will have no means to do so. But fret not. Although the destination is random, it will only transport us to regions with richer spiritual energy. Standing at the center of the array, Li Daoxian waved his hand, infusing millions of spirit stones into it. With the energy replenished, the array's inscriptions shimmered with golden light. Whoosh! A flash of light shattered the void, vanishing into the fabric of space. In another location, the space rippled slightly. Buzz! 3 figures emerged from within. The strength of the trio had grown significantly, rendering any residual effects of teleportation trivial. What abundant spiritual energy! Li Qingyu exclaimed. marveling at the concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings, which rivaled the effects of the gathering array in their own home. It appears we have arrived at a rather promising location. Let us wander about and assess the surroundings. Li Daoxian, with his reserved demeanor, transformed the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella into a paper fan, which he held delicately in his hand. This treasured artifact had undergone several upgrades, and with his recent substantial breakthrough in cultivation, it was time to consider reforging it anew. Father, is it truly necessary to be this cautious? Li Qingyu inquired, perplexed. Oh, my dear, you have yet to grasp the harsh realities of the cultivation world. A touch of caution is never amiss. Do not be deceived into thinking that attaining the nascent soul stage renders one invincible. There are always formidable beings in this world, and many cultivators surpass your current realm. Li Daoxian imparted sagely. This, perhaps, was the disadvantage of having been sheltered under her parents' protective wings. In the Starship Sea, her status was elevated, and no one dared offend her during her travels, resulting in her somewhat careless attitude. Listen to your father, Lu Sueki chimed in, naturally siding with her husband. She had accompanied Li Daoxian throughout their journey and had encountered numerous grim realities, particularly their harrowing escape from a relentless nascent soul cultivator. Understood, Li Qingyu nodded, recognizing the value of her parents' wisdom as she endeavored to absorb their experiences. She diligently concealed her aura and retrieved her treasured Qingyun sword, employing a special technique to render it seemingly mundane, akin to an ordinary spirit sword found in abundance. Lu Sueki's artifact was far simpler. A defensive bracelet that was both controllable and protective, which she wore on her wrist as an accessory. Observing this, Li Daoxian expressed his satisfaction and produced a Windwalker boat. We shall utilize this vessel and act with discretion until we have thoroughly assessed the strength of this place. Li Qingyu was rendered speechless. This vessel seemed more suitable for the Foundation establishment stage. Wouldn't it be too slow? Noticing her expression, Li Daoxian discerned her thoughts. Just observe and learn. Hop on, and I shall take you for a ride, he encouraged, as he boarded the vessel, with Lu Sueki following closely beside him, leaving a single seat empty in the rear. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and get on, Lu Sueki urged. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyu complied and took her place in the back seat. Throughout the journey, Li Daoxian and Lu Sueki were engrossed in playful banter, reveling in the splendid scenery along their route. Feeling overwhelmed by their affectionate exchanges, Li Qingyu chose to shield her senses and meditate, embracing the notion that out of sight, out of mind would bring her peace. Days swiftly passed, yet they encountered not a single cultivator. Was their pace truly too slow? After some reflection, she affixed several Gale talismans to the boat, instantly amplifying its speed by several magnitudes. Another fortnight slipped by before they finally detected signs of cultivators, though the situation did not bode well. A recent battle had transpired in the area, with destructive force indicating at least nascent soul-level involvement. This was concerning. They had stumbled upon high-level combatants right from the onset. Following the remnants of the conflict, the trio pressed onward. Traversing a desolate expanse, Li Daoxian sensed nearby ambushers, a group of several dozen Foundation establishment cultivators and one Golden Core practitioner. At last, they had encountered others. Yet the aura emanating from these individuals did not inspire confidence. With a flick of his finger, he instantly formed a defensive formation that enveloped the area. Let us proceed and inquire further, he declared. The ambush party below gazed in astonishment at the rapidly formed formation. The Golden Core cultivator, sensing the impending peril, hastily abandoned his companions and attempted to flee into the distance. Yet his assault merely trickled against the formation like a light drizzle. With a flick of his hand, Li Daoxian summoned him back. Please spare me, esteemed elder, the Golden Core cultivator pleaded, realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary with a penchant for theatrics. I ask. You answer understood? Li Daoxian inquired. Understood. Please, ask away, esteemed elder. The Golden Core's eyes sparkled, as if a glimmer of hope for survival had emerged. The surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators dared not breathe too loudly. Their survival hinged upon the temperament of this elder. What brings you to this place, and what forces are nearby? What is your purpose in this ambush? This is the eastern domain of Shenzhou, where various factions intertwine, the most prominent being the Tiandi sect, the Golden Core replied. And what are you doing here? We are hunting demon beasts. Hunting demon beasts? Which sect do you belong to? We are from the Spirit Control sect. Li Daoxian regarded him with a knowing smile. Yet this token you carry bears the insignia of the Seven Demons sect. The Golden Core cultivator's pupils constricted as he glanced at the token in Li Daoxuan's hand, quickly reaching for his storage pouch, only to realize it had fallen into the opponent's grasp unbeknownst to him. You are all members of the demonic sect, correct? There was a battle ahead. Which sect did you engage? Li Daoxian pressed. The Golden Core cultivator, feeling a sense of dread, understood that he would not escape this encounter unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a surprise attack, a flash of demonic light aimed straight at Li Daoxuan's brow. Truly untrustworthy. With a paper fan to shield his face, Li Daoxian diffused the assault, exuding an oppressive aura that anchored the attacker in place. With a mere flick of his finger, the assailant's head exploded. The Foundation establishment cultivator's pupils dilated, each one scattering in panic. Xiaoyu, handle this, Li Daoxian instructed. It was not that he harbored prejudice against the demonic sect, but during his flight, these individuals had already plotted to strike them down. Had they been mere cultivators, they would have perished here. Thus he felt no compunction in dealing with them harshly. Li Qingyu hesitated for a moment before drawing her sword, the radiant blade cleaving through the air, turning the fleeing Foundation establishment cultivators into a mist of blood. Li Daoxian nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, his daughter was not a naive saint. If they sought to harm her, it would be utterly unreasonable to show mercy. Chapter 439. The Battle of Righteousness and Demonic Forces. Li Daoxian opened the letter in his hand. The contents read, "In the near future, disciples from Tiandi sect will pass through this area. Ambush them with your people. The main assault will commence shortly. Once finished, return promptly." After reading, Li Daoxian contemplated deeply. It appeared he had unwittingly become embroiled in a grand conflict between the sects, most likely a struggle between righteousness and demonic forces. "Husband, what shall we do?" Lu Sueki also noted the contents of the letter. "Naturally, we shall remain uninvolved," Li Daoxian replied, calmly incinerating the letter into ashes. "We shall concern ourselves with fewer matters. As long as we do not provoke trouble, it suffices. However, my plans to gather spirit stones here may have to be abandoned. Then where shall we take refuge?" Lu Sueki asked, her brows slightly furrowing. "Unless we depart from the eastern domain, any conflict we encounter will inevitably affect us. As of now, we are only aware that the Tiandi sect represents this realm. We should first venture there to gather intelligence, and then assess the situation," Li Daoxian contemplated. "However, we are unaware of the Tiandi sect's location. This is quite simple. Major sects undoubtedly occupy blessed lands. We need only to fly towards areas rich in spiritual energy. Even if we do not encounter the Tiandi sect directly, we can gather information through casual inquiries." The three resumed their journey. In just a few days, they arrived at a bustling marketplace near the Tiandi sect. After extensive inquiries, they gained a preliminary understanding of the Tiandi sect. The eastern domain is vast and boundless, teeming with sects, and the major states are interconnected. The trio found themselves in the divine state of the eastern domain. The Tiandi sect is the leading authority in the divine state, akin to a sacred ground in novels. Countless cultivators aspire to join the Tiandi sect, and its disciples are all exceptional talents from various places, comparable to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. The Seven Demons sect acts as a disruptive force in the divine state, slightly inferior to the former, having been repeatedly dispatched for eradication attempts. Though the Tiandi sect has returned empty-handed, it is not that the demonic path cannot be extinguished, but rather that greed stirs the heart. Li Daoxian sighed heavily. This realm imposes too many shackles on cultivators, and those with extraordinary talents are exceedingly rare. To seek longevity and prosperity, one must abandon all else. If the righteous path proves unfeasible, then one must pursue the demonic path. It is merely a matter of cost. The disparity between the gifted and the mundane is vast and insurmountable, and one cannot hope to eliminate them all. Thus, the demonic path seeks to infiltrate the Tiandi sect, preparing for a grand confrontation. From fragmented information, a rough conclusion emerged. To seek seclusion, Li Daoxian resolved to observe the developments in due course. For the time being, he intended to enter seclusion and strive to achieve the Great Ascension, ensuring a level of strength that would safeguard him in the impending righteous and demonic conflict that would engulf the entire divine state. It would be prudent to arrange a teleportation array for escape. "Father, are we running away again?" After hearing Li Daoxian's plans, Li Qingyu pouted. She had never felt so constrained. "What do you mean by running? We are being prudent. Do you understand the meaning of prudence? Do you think your Yuaning status holds any significance here? Once the conflict escalates, Yuaning cultivators will merely be larger pawns, while those engaged will undoubtedly be at the Great Ascension level. It is likely that even the 6th level tribulation survivor will intervene," Li Daoxian replied curtly. "What does 6th level mean?" Li Qingyu inquired further. Ahem, the 6th level refers to a cunning and treacherous individual. At the tribulation level, such beings are particularly cautious about their lives. If they do not intervene, they will strike with lethal intent when they do. This is not the main point. Just remember that while venturing outside, do not let pride blind you. There will always be more formidable beings in this world, and such individuals often enjoy masquerading as weaker cultivators, concealing their true abilities. One moment, they may appear as a mere golden core practitioner, and the next, with a twist of the lips, they transform into a revered ancestor of a sacred ground. Is it truly that remarkable? Li Qingyu marveled at her father's imaginative prowess. Let us not digress. We should find a secluded place to cultivate, utilizing a treasure-seeking technique. I located an excellent blessed land. You both arranged the cave dwelling while I set up the formation outside. Now, having achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Dao integration realm, the 7th-tier array formations come effortlessly. In a few days, when I ascend to the Great Ascension stage, I shall upgrade the formations to the 8th tier, allowing me to fully harness the potential of my secondary skills. For a long time, my secondary abilities have far surpassed my cultivation, and now it is finally time for my cultivation to catch up. Months swiftly passed. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation, Early Great Ascension, 0 trillion 8 trillion. Age, 135. Spiritual roots, Metal, Middle Heaven. Wood, middle heaven. Water, middle heaven. Fire, middle heaven. Earth, middle heaven. Technique. Qing Emperor's mixed origin art heavenly grade. Middle tier, 0 1000 billion. Spells. Perfected solar eclipse. Perfected Qing Emperor's dragon wood dance. Perfected 9 heavens deceptive thunder. Perfected earth binding dragon. Perfected Qing vine spear. Perfected Qing Emperor's mixed origin shield. Perfected flowing light transmigration. Talismans. Early 8th tier, 0 18 billion 40 billion. Alchemy. Early 8th tier, 0 18 billion 40 billion. Weapon refinement. Early 8th tier, 0 18 billion 40 billion. Formation. Early 8th tier, 0 18 billion 40 billion. Dao partner. Lu Sweki. Cultivation. Mid-stage nascent soul, 2 billion 3 billion. Emotional level, level 5. Attribute points, 0. Spirit stones. Low grade, 2 trillion. Middle grade, 300 million. High grade, 10 million. Supreme, 1000. It took nearly 112 trillion to achieve the early Great Ascension stage, and indeed, the final breakthrough was increasingly arduous. Slowly descending from the thunderclouds, the tribulation of the Great Ascension was indeed extraordinary, creating quite a commotion. Seizing the opportunity before other cultivators could arrive, I made my escape. A few incense sticks later, Li Daoxian returned home. Congratulations, my husband, on your successful breakthrough. Lu Sweki greeted him joyfully upon seeing him return safely. Where is Xiaoyu? I did not see her when I emerged from seclusion, Li Daoxian inquired, stroking her silky hair. That girl ran out to play a few months ago. I couldn't stop her, Lu Sweki reported. Such folly. There is a war erupting outside. It is dangerous to venture out at this time. Li Daoxian frowned slightly. However, upon reflection, he thought that the war could serve as a valuable trial for her, an opportunity to temper her carefree nature. She has taken her belongings with her. Hasn't she? Do not worry, my husband. I would never let her go out without her life-saving items, Lu Sweki assured him with a nod. Li Daoxian felt a sense of relief. At this stage, the fights were relatively minor, and it was unlikely she would encounter any formidable foes from the Great Ascension tribulation. With an abundance of 7th-tier talismans and formation discs at her disposal, she would be well protected. My husband. We haven't had time for just the two of us in a while, Lu Sweki said, drawing circles on his chest, her voice as gentle as flowing water, sending a shiver down Li Daoxian's spine. Indeed, ever since the little one was born, we have scarcely been apart. Now that she is out training, it is the perfect opportunity for us, he mused. Noticing her husband's shifting thoughts, Lu Sweki playfully curled her lips, fully aware of his every weakness. Chapter 440. The Spirit Stone Mine. My dear, what is it that you desire? Li Daoxian chuckled lightly, curious to see what marvels the other party could conjure. Lu Sweki, brimming with confidence, twirled in place, sprouting fluffy ears atop her head and a long tail behind her. Li Daoxian raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment, exclaiming inwardly, beast-eared maiden. A fox maiden, no less. How classic. My lord, how do you find my transformation technique? Lu Sweki posed alluringly. Truly an unparalleled mastery. Li Daoxian's eyes sparkled with admiration. When did you acquire such a skill? I have diligently honed this transformation art for decades, hoping to surprise you. My lord, Lu Sweki replied with a playful smile. Did you learn this in the Starship Sea? It makes sense. After the establishment of the bountiful land, various techniques abound, so seeking a transformation art wouldn't be too difficult. To his astonishment, Lu Sweki had indeed practiced for so many years, which left him genuinely touched. With a wife like you, what more could I desire? My lord, are you pleased with this surprise? Lu Sweki wrapped her arms around Li Daoxian's waist. Quite satisfied. Extremely satisfied. He beamed, giving a grand thumbs up. And how do you intend to reward me? Lu Sweki teased lightly. Well, I must ponder that, Li Daoxian mused, a smirk playing on his lips at her playful demeanor. How about rewarding you by transforming into a cream puff? A cream puff? Lu Sweki blinked in confusion. Yet soon enough, she would understand. What sort of reward is this? She retorted, her tone slightly exasperated. Are you satisfied now? Li Daoxian chuckled, remembering her earlier thoughts. It's not bad, Lu Sweki licked her lips, though she seemed to miss the exhilarating sensation that had accompanied their first intimate encounter. As a married couple now, they were left to seek physical indulgence. While the thrill of emotional connection had somewhat faded, Li Daoxian sighed. Do you truly wish to experience that again? Does my lord have a way to fulfill this desire? Lu Sweki gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Very well, I shall indulge you, Li Daoxian conceded, eager to explore this together. Now close your eyes. Obediently. Lu Sweki complied. In that moment, Li Daoxian gently pressed his finger to her forehead. Instantly, Lu Sweki was enveloped in a dreamlike illusion. He directed half of his consciousness into her dreamscape, while simultaneously guiding her physical form from outside. Before long, Lu Sweki's cheeks flushed crimson, soft murmurs escaping her lips. Li Daoxian reveled in the experience, noting the stark contrast in her reactions. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a spirited version of Lu Sweki. After a considerable time, Lu Sweki awoke, drenched in sweat, her hair tousled, and lips slightly parted as she gasped for breath. The high-level illusion was indeed extraordinary, and only the two of them knew what had transpired within. I can't face anyone now, Lu Sueki covered her face, mortified that this mischievous man had led her into such antics, instructing her throughout the experience. Are you satisfied now, my dear? Li Daoxian teased, still savoring the moment. You rascal, I don't want to see you right now. Lu Sueki's sense of shame erupted, and she pushed him away, standing outside the room. Li Daoxian was at a loss for words. Did you not say you wanted to experience this? And now you blame me? Forget it, let the other party calm down. The actions taken in the illusion were indeed excessive. After spending an entire day in the training room, it would suffice to coax them later that evening. As night fell, before Li Daoxian could utter a word, Lu Sueki gazed at him with eager anticipation, exclaiming, once more. Li Daoxian looked on in astonishment. Noticing his peculiar expression, Lu Sueki felt a tinge of embarrassment. Having put on a facade during the day, she now found herself in a contradictory position that left her feeling quite exposed. Nevertheless, the experience from earlier was undeniably delightful, and she yearned to relive it just once more. After this, they could pretend nothing had transpired. Ultimately, after her earnest pleas, Li Daoxian acquiesced. He gently pressed his finger to her brow, plunging her once again into the enchanting illusion. The exhilarating experience led Lu Sueki to cling to Li Daoxian playfully in the days that followed. Days turned to weeks. Husband, let us continue, she urged. No, it's unjust for you to revel alone while I remain unfulfilled, Li Daoxian countered. Lu Sueki bit her rosy lip, contemplating before whispering in his ear. Why not try it in reality? Li Daoxian's eyes lit up. This was indeed a splendid idea, allowing him to partake. That sounds feasible. However, do you possess any tools? Lu Sueki inquired. Fear not, for I am a toolsmith. Crafting these intricate devices is a mere trifle for me, he replied, stepping into the tool-making room to forge a complete set of apparatuses. With preparations complete, the two entered the chamber. Years later, the conflict between the righteous and demonic factions escalated dramatically. Outside, chaos reigned, as the demonic sects, once suppressed by the Heavenly Earth sect, now slaughtered numerous sects under their jurisdiction, effectively striking a blow to the Heavenly Earth sect's pride. In a fit of rage, countless powerful practitioners emerged from their sects to offer support. Qingyu, are you truly not a saintess from another province? Mu Qingshan inquired. She was a saintess of the Heavenly Earth sect, dispatched for training a year prior. During her journey, she was beset by several demonic cultivators, but fortuitously encountered Li Qingyu, who rescued her. At scarcely a century old, she had achieved full cultivation in the nascent soul stage and possessed an array of magical artifacts that left others in awe, leading many to suspect she hailed from a prestigious family in another province. In contrast, Mu Qingshan, of the same age, was merely at the mid-nascent soul stage and lacked the wealth that Qingyu possessed. Throughout the past year, she had witnessed numerous high-tier artifacts in Qingyu's possession. Moreover, Qingyu was a master of formations. Such an anomaly could only be nurtured by a sect more formidable than the Heavenly Earth sect. Alas, I merely consider myself a loose cultivator, Li Qingyu replied, somewhat exasperated. Mu Qingshan observed her intricately drawing formations in silence. Which loose cultivator possesses such prowess? However, Qingyu, what brings us to the mine? Mu Qingshan remarked, her brows furrowing at the sight of several patrolling cultivators below. This location was a spirit stone vein of the demonic sect, where only 3 nascent soul cultivators were stationed. Should they be ensnared, the arrival of reinforcements from the demonic sect would spell disaster for them. What else could it be? We are here to seize spirit stones. Of course, Li Qingyu replied, gazing at her as though she were naive. Do you lack spirit stones? Not at all, but my father seems quite fond of them. After all these years, I wish to bring back some local specialties, Li Qingyu explained. From the moment she began to keep records, her father has been perpetually occupied with amassing spirit stones. Thus, when encountering a spirit stone mine, it was only natural for her to seize the opportunity. Over the years of her travels, she has formed a rather unfavorable impression of the demon sect. Buzz. Now, the ownership of the mountain formation belongs to me, Li Qingyu declared, clapping her hands. Mu Qingsno, who witnessed the entire event, felt a tinge of admiration. After all, this was a 5th-tier protective formation that had been so easily commandeered. Subsequently, Li Qingyu activated the mountain formation, unleashing a massacre upon all the demon sect cultivators within. 3 nascent soul cultivators, puzzled, opened their eyes to find the protective formation they had unwittingly activated, their brows furrowed in concern. In the next instant, several attacks from the formation were directed at them. This is bad. The formation has been taken. At that moment, they realized the gravity of the situation. Quickly, contact the sect and report that the Tiandi sect has launched a surprise attack on mine number 46. Those bold enough to strike against them could only be from the Tiandi sect, without a doubt. Chapter 441. The Return of the Void Master Before Long. All the demon sect cultivators within the mine perished beneath the 5th-tier protective formation. Mu Qingsno sighed, lamenting that one should never provoke a formation master. This profession is rather sinister. Once a formation is established, it can rival many cultivators of the same rank, effortlessly dispatching those of lower tiers. The cultivators stationed at the mine were merely nascent souls, and with their protective formation seized, their fate was sealed. Qingyu, you must act swiftly. Those 3 nascent souls will relay the news before they meet their end, and reinforcements will arrive in less than an hour, Mu Qingsno cautioned. So soon? Then let us hasten. Qingsno, lend me a hand, Li Qingyu replied, moving swiftly into the mine to loot. Mu Qingsno, feeling helpless, could only follow closely behind. It was quite unbecoming for a revered saintess of a grand sect to engage in such petty theft. Why are there so few spirit stones? Li Qingyu complained after rummaging for a while. This little amount is hardly enough. I would feel embarrassed to present it to my father. Ah, this is a mine, not a storage facility. Many spirit stones require extraction. Whenever a certain quantity of spirit stones is harvested, they are transported away and not left to accumulate indefinitely. Mu Qingsno explained. Why not extract them all at once? It would be so convenient, and we wouldn't have to worry about other sects snatching them away, Li Qingyu inquired. Because the quantity of spirit stones within a mine is not static. The spiritual veins continuously draw in the essence of heaven and earth, producing an endless supply of spirit stones. Lower quality spirit stones will gradually accumulate and transform into higher quality ones over time. Therefore, every sect that discovers a spirit stone mine opts for a steady and gradual extraction, Mu Qingsno elucidated while leading Li Qingyu to the storage area. Here, the spirit stones extracted from the entire mine are stored. It seems we are fortunate. These spirit stones have yet to be transported away. The sight of the white, towering piles of spirit stones stirred even Mu Qingsno's heart. Roughly estimating, there were at least several 100 million spirit stones here, most of which were of medium quality. This is hardly much, Li Qingyu remarked. Well, having something is better than having nothing. She quickly began packing. Mu Qingsno, hearing her complaints, felt somewhat speechless. This was still a meager amount, equivalent to several billion low-grade spirit stones. Qingyu, it's hard to believe you are a loose cultivator. Who would not be thrilled by such a vast sum of spirit stones? Yet you dare to complain about it being insufficient, Mu Qingsno sighed. Li Qingyu smiled awkwardly, finding it difficult to explain. She had visited her father's prosperous merchant association numerous times. The mountain of spirit stones there was incomparable to these. Having seen so much, her heart was naturally unfazed upon encountering them again. After spending some time, Li Qingyu stored the spirit stones in her pouch. Qingyu, we should leave, Mu Qingsno reminded. Calculating the time, Li Qingyu nodded. All right, let us go. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the horizon. Leave? Since you've come, why not stay a while? An elder, exuding a sinister aura, appeared before them. Mu Qingsno's pupils constricted. He was a formidable figure from the Void Return realm. No wonder help had arrived so swiftly. You two little ones possess quite the audacity, daring to seize our demon sect's mining resources. Ah, I seem to recognize you. The elder fixated on Mu Qingsno, his expression shifting in realization. Isn't this the holy maiden of the Heavenly Earth sect? How intriguing. Do you think threatening you could compel your sect leader to surrender to us? The elder's mood brightened. He had just returned from a mission when he received a distress call from mine number 46, and curiosity had driven him to investigate, leading to this unexpected delight. Mu Qingsno gritted her teeth. If you want me to come with you, you must release her. Huh. Since when does Prey have the luxury to negotiate? Has the holy maiden perhaps lost her wits in her training? Or has your master never spoken of the cruelty inherent in the cultivation world? The elder sneered. With a mere glance, Li Qingyu was sent flying backward. Qingyu. Mu Qingsno rushed out to check on her. You little brat, daring to play tricks under my very nose. With a wave of his hand, he seized what Li Qingyu had dropped, his heart racing as he detected its nature. A 6th-tier talisman. He nearly found himself in dire straits. While he wouldn't be instantly vanquished by a 6th-tier talisman, an ambush would surely leave him gravely wounded. To be cautious, the elder pulled Mu Qingsno aside and unleashed an attack toward the still-flying Li Qingyu. Buzz. The assault arrived in an instant, and a golden barrier erupted around Li Qingyu. The seemingly cataclysmic strike was entirely thwarted. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyu immediately halted her flight. The elder narrowed his eyes, unwilling to underestimate her, and directly employed a divine technique. Innate would capture. A colossal hand emerged from the clouds, gripping Li Qingyu tightly, protected by the golden barrier. She resembled a glass bead held captive by a giant. The elder exerted all his strength to crush her, but to his astonishment, he could not subdue her. Recognizing that the protective items she possessed were of 6th-tier quality, he surmised she might even have 7th-tier talismans hidden away. Realizing this, he hesitated to continue. Forget it. Killing you holds no value. I cannot afford to offend you. Just keep your distance from me. The elder redirected his energy and hurled a luminous sphere away from the mine at incredible speed. At that moment, Li Qingyu panicked. If he escaped, Mu Qingsno would undoubtedly perish. Without a second thought, she hastily produced a 7th-tier talisman and activated it, employing several high-tier talismans to counteract her backward momentum. 7-kill talisman. Buzz. The sound of swords echoed. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. He felt himself ensnared by a formidable sword strike, undoubtedly an assault of the 6th tier or higher. No. Do you truly possess a 7th-tier talisman? Flee. The elder propelled his evasion technique to its utmost limit, striving to escape the binding attack. Yet how could he, a mere 6th-tier practitioner, withstand a 7th-tier onslaught? A cold gleam flashed, followed by a blinding white light. A piercing scream echoed from the horizon. Ah! Ultimately, he preserved his life only by sacrificing his corporeal form and allowing his primordial spirit to escape. The elder cursed vehemently, lamenting his ill-fated expedition. This blow had obliterated his centuries of arduous cultivation. As for returning to settle the score, forget it. What if the adversary still wielded a 7th-tier talisman? He could very well meet his demise here, and he dared not gamble. It should have been anticipated. To be in the presence of the holy maiden of the Heavenly Earth sect, one could hardly expect to encounter mere underlings. This was undoubtedly a disciple or granddaughter of some venerable elder from the sect. Cursed Heavenly Earth sect, once my demonic sect breaches the divine land, I shall return this grudge tenfold. Are you unscathed, Qingyu? Mu Qingxue rushed to Li Qingyu's side with concern. A casual strike from a transcendent practitioner was beyond the capability of a nascent soul to withstand. Li Qingyu shook her head, asserting that the opponent's attacks had been neutralized by the defensive talismans adorning her. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but understand her father's cautious nature. Under the might of high-tier cultivators, lower-tier practitioners scarcely had the opportunity to activate their talismans. Had it not been for the automatic activation of her 7th-tier defensive talisman, granting her the time to unleash her own talismans, Mu Qingxue would have certainly been captured. It's a relief you're all right. Fortunate that you possess numerous trump cards. Or we would have surely perished here. Mu Qingxue exhaled with relief. I must apologize. It was my insistence on visiting the Spirit Stone mine that led you into this predicament. Li Qingyu expressed regret. Not at all. Trials and tribulations are part of the journey. I chose to accompany you. Mu Qingxue reassured her. Let us cease this discussion and remain vigilant. We may encounter yet another formidable adversary from the demonic sect, they resolved, hastily departing from this treacherous locale. Days later. Qingyu, where shall we venture next? Having been away for so long, I yearn to return home. Li Qingyu pondered. May I pay a visit to your uncle? Mu Qingxue inquired, her curiosity piqued by the prospect of understanding the family that had nurtured such an exceptional individual as Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu hesitated. If it poses any inconvenience, I shan't press. My interest is merely casual, Mu Qingxue offered, noting Li Qingyu's reluctance. Not quite. It's merely that our family prefers tranquility and seldom interacts with the outside world. If it's simply a friend visiting, my father should not refuse. Provided we do not disclose our family's information, Li Qingyu elucidated. Rest assured, I can vow by my Tao heart that I shall never divulge any information about your family to others without your permission, Mu Qingxue promised. Very well then. I shall take you home. Li Qingyu acquiesced, recognizing that to reject such a heartfelt offer would be rather unkind. It was a rare joy to have found a friend with whom she shared common interests. After a winding journey, Li Qingyu led Mu Qingxue back to her home. As Li Daoxian savored his tea, a frown creased his brow, but he soon relaxed upon discerning that one of the two presences belonged to his daughter. What is it? Lu Sueki inquired, her perception not as keen as Li Daoxuan's. Xiaoyu has returned, and it seems she has brought a friend, Li Daoxian chuckled. This girl finally knows to come back. It's been years. Lu Sueki sighed, recalling that she had initially thought her absence would only last a few months, yet it stretched into years. Had it not been for the soul lamp left at home by Li Qingyu, they might have feared the worst. Venturing out can be quite beneficial, Li Daoxian reflected, realizing that while he relied on the system for his cultivation, his daughter had achieved her current stature through her own efforts. Following the crisis in the Starship Sea, Li Qingyu had dedicated herself to rigorous training, devoting nearly every day to her practice for decades. With the aid of elixirs, her prowess gradually surpassed that of Lu Sueki. In contrast, Lu Sueki had barely cultivated aside from their dual cultivation, and now, even possessing a celestial root, she was squandering her potential. There were reasons for this, as he too had neglected meditation since acquiring the automatic cultivation feature. What if the friend she brings back is not just a friend, but your son-in-law? Lu Sueki teased, casting him an amused glance. Li Daoxuan's expression darkened at the possibility. Are you feeling distressed? Lu Sueki laughed lightly upon seeing his reaction. Rest assured, the person Xiaoyu has brought back is not of the opposite sex. Li Daoxian sighed, hoping that day would be postponed. Meanwhile, as the couple exchanged idle chatter, Li Qingyu had already led Mu Qingxue into their celestial abode. Father, mother, I'm in the courtyard, Li Daoxuan's voice echoed from outside. Come on. My parents are quite easy to talk to. Just be yourself, Li Qingyu encouraged as she pulled Mu Qingxue towards the courtyard. The two elders were seated closely together, enjoying tea and engaged in conversation. Xiaoyu, this must be your friend. Why not introduce her? Lu Sueki gestured for them to take a seat. Li Qingyu guided Mu Qingxue to sit across from them. This is my friend I met during my trials. Her name is Mu Qingxue, the saintess of the Tiandi sect. Greetings, uncle and aunt, Mu Qingxue said, presenting them with a small gift. Li Daoxian was taken aback by her identity. How had his daughter befriended the saintess of the Tiandi sect? You are thoughtful. Guests are to be treated with warmth, especially if they are friends of Xiaoyu. Please, consider this your home and relax, he replied, handing the gift to Lu Sueki, who examined the exquisite piece of craftsmanship. Father, this is my gift for you, Li Qingyu said cheerfully as she presented a large storage ring to Li Daoxian. Oh, Xiaoyu has prepared a gift for me as well. I must take a closer look, he expressed with interest. Hee, I guarantee you will be pleased, father, Li Qingyu assured him. Seeing her confidence, Li Daoxian probed into the ring with his consciousness. A mountain of spirit stones lay within. While they could not rival his own wealth, they represented a considerable fortune nonetheless. Where did you acquire such a vast number of spirit stones? Li Daoxian asked in astonishment. Father hasn't even said whether he likes it yet, Li Qingyu replied playfully. Oh, who doesn't cherish spirit stones? Do not speak of your father in such a pedestrian manner, Li Daoxian remarked with a hint of annoyance. Now, tell us about your experiences over the past few years. Inquiring from the source would undoubtedly clarify the origin of this substantial sum of spirit stones. Mother is quite interested in how you have fared during your time away, Lu Sueki chimed in. Very well, allow me to regale you with my tales. Li Qingyu began to expound. From the grand strategies of war to the minutiae of daily events, she narrated her experiences in detail. After hearing her account, Li Daoxian gleaned the origins of the spirit stones. A spirit stone mine, perhaps? He pondered, judging by the quantity brought back by his daughter. The yield from a spirit stone mine must be considerable and of high quality. Such are the benefits of abundant resources. If one were to plunder a vein, the profits could easily reach trillions. In the case of a large mine, the figure could exceed tens of trillions. Is this not more lucrative than toiling away for meager earnings? For a moment, Li Daoxian felt a surge of excitement. Just when he was worried about replenishing his spirit stones, his daughter returned with such splendid news. As for the dangers posed by the demon sect, based on the intelligence provided by his daughter, the station cultivators were merely at the nascent soul stage. Even if they were reassigned to guard the area, they would be unable to deter a formidable ascended master from raiding the mine. With the system he possessed, as long as there were spirit stones within detection range, he could instantaneously convert them into attribute points. Mining. That was utterly unnecessary. You, my dear girl, do you now comprehend the perils that await outside? Lu Sueki admonished after hearing Li Qingyu's encounters. Is there any experience devoid of danger? You need not fret so, mother, Li Qingyu retorted, pouting. This is my concern for you. Without your father's protective talismans, would you have returned unscathed? Lu Sueki countered. Aunt, I too bear some responsibility. Had we departed a bit earlier, we wouldn't have encountered the formidable demon sect cultivator. Mu Qingxue expressed her regret. Why would Aunt blame you? It was also Qingyu's instigation that nearly led you to peril, Lu Sueki consoled her. Indeed, I have learned my lesson this time. I shall cultivate diligently henceforth, so that I may protect myself should I cross paths with a returning void cultivator again. By the time you reach the void stage, will there not be cultivators of even greater realms? Listen more to your father's advice, Lu Sueki warned her. Li Qingyu considered this and concluded that it was indeed wise to adopt her father's low-profile approach. Chapter 443, Preparations for Plundering the Mind. Father, do you have any remaining spirit-nurturing pills? Li Qingyu inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Daoxian smiled, glancing at Mu Qingxue's cultivation level, which appeared to be in the early nascent soul stage, likely a recent breakthrough. The holy maiden of the Heavenly Earth sect, is it? Perhaps we can forge a favorable relationship. Since you have asked, how could I refuse? Here, take this, he said, tossing a vial of spirit-nurturing pills to Li Qingyu. Without hesitation, Li Qingyu promptly handed the pills to Mu Qingxue. Qingxue, these are for you. For me? Mu Qingxue expressed surprise. Yes, I had already utilized some previously, otherwise I wouldn't have advanced to perfection so swiftly, Li Qingyu confirmed with a nod. Mu Qingxue appeared hesitant. One does not receive rewards without merit. I already possess 2 spirit-nurturing pills, as the sect provides ample resources for a holy maiden. However, to acquire more, I must earn contribution points to exchange for them, as the Heavenly Earth sect believes in reaping rewards through hard work. If relying on earning contribution points to exchange for the remaining 3 infant-nurturing pills, it would certainly take at least 3 to 5 years. Since it was given to you by Xiaoyu, accept it graciously. Is it not the essence of friendship to assist one another in times of need? Li Daoxian said with a cheerful smile. With his encouragement, Mu Qingsno politely accepted the gift. Thank you, Qingyu. I do not possess many valuable items myself, so I shall offer this mental cultivation technique I obtained from an ancient secret realm as a token of gratitude. She took out a book from her storage bag. This technique is quite remarkable. There are few on the subject of mental prowess. Thank you, Qingsno. Upon reading the introduction to the technique, Li Qingyu's eyes sparkled. Although it was merely a mid-tier technique of the Xian rank, its potential for enhancing mental strength was substantial. According to the description, once mastered, one's mental power could double, and upon reaching perfection, it could surge to an astounding triple enhancement. For her, as a formation master, it was exceptionally suitable. Oh, a mental technique? Let me see what makes it so extraordinary, Li Qingyu remarked, handing the technique over to her father. Li Daoxian took it and studied it intently. Indeed, it was a fascinating method. It seemed to be a lower-tier alternative to some other technique, which accounted for its relatively modest rank. After committing the method to memory, he returned it to Li Qingyu. It is indeed impressive. Xiaoyu, as a formation master, will find this technique immensely beneficial. Indeed, considering this, my gift pales in comparison. Li Qingyu glanced at Li Daoxian. The latter chuckled softly. I understand. I see that Qing Snow is also a renowned sword cultivator. The sword she wields seems to lag behind her prowess. Hence, I shall gift you this 6th-tier spirit sword. He had indeed gained considerable advantages. And with the system's enhancement points, he could continuously upgrade the technique. A mere 6th-tier spirit sword was inconsequential to him, so he freely bestowed it. Gazing at the pristine white sword, adorned with a snowy pattern, Mu Qingsnow felt a surge of desire. Wow, it seems so fitting for Qingsnow. Li Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim, admiring her father's craftsmanship. Thank you, uncle. Does this spirit sword have a name? Mu Qingsnow pondered for a moment. Feeling no need for pretense, she genuinely desired it. Just like its appearance, pure and flawless, I shall call it Bai Shui. He was rather casual about naming objects, finding no need for extravagance or overthinking. Bai Shui, what a lovely name. I shall cherish it dearly. As she held the spirit sword gently, she realized that a 6th-tier spirit sword would suffice for her until the Void Return realm. Well then, it is getting late. Let us conclude our conversation here. Qingsnow, do stay with us for a few days, Lu Sueki suggested. Certainly, Aunt, Mu Qingsnow nodded. Then let us share a room. Qingsnow, Li Qingyu proposed, having considered the lack of spare rooms in their home. All right, I shall not impose. Shortly after, Lu Sueki prepared a lavish feast, using high-grade beast ingredients that left Mu Qingsnow thoroughly satisfied, marveling at how affluent Qingyu's family was. In contrast, she felt like the impoverished maiden. Meanwhile, Li Daoxian delved into the mental cultivation technique, eagerly investing attribute points with abandon. A mere 1 or 200 billion was insignificant. Xian rank mid-tier, Tian rank mid-tier. Taichu Heart Sutra, Li Daoxian murmured. The name indeed carries an air of grandeur. According to the description, the enhancement upon minor completion is doubled, while the full realization skyrockets tenfold. Such overwhelming potential. After a sleepless night, the following morning arrived. Mu Qingxue rose early, inhaling the extraordinarily rich spiritual energy, which significantly lifted her spirits. She had noticed this phenomenon upon entering the cave realm yesterday. The spiritual energy was excessively abundant. Qingyu's father must be a master of formations, as even the sect's 7th-tier spirit gathering array pales in comparison to this place. With such a father, it is only natural for his cultivation to be so formidable. In the subsequent days, Mu Qingxue experienced the essence of luxury. Each meal was a feast of high-tiered demonic beasts, predominantly seafood, which she recalled was not typically abundant in the eastern region. Father, let us have barbecue today. It's been ages since I last had some. Li Qingyu swallowed hard, her foodie tendencies surfacing. After years of training outside, her culinary skills were lacking. After tasting a roasted demonic beast once, she chose to abstain from eating. Now back home, she felt it was time to indulge. All right, go prepare the ingredients. Li Daoxian agreed, handing a pile of seafood to Li Qingyu. Having spent ample time in the Starship Sea, he had stored a considerable amount of seafood in a special storage space, ensuring its freshness. Start a fire and set up the grill. Li Qingyu called for Mu Qingxue to help skewer the meat, while Lu Sueki lent a hand as well. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the air, creating a warm atmosphere. Mu Qingxue couldn't help but envy such a family, reminiscing about her childhood when her village was ravaged by demonic beasts. Fortunately, she was rescued by a passing elder from the Tiandi sect, and subsequently joined the sect to begin her cultivation. Come, try the skewers, they are absolutely delicious. Sensing Mu Qingxue's melancholy, Li Qingyu brought over the freshly grilled skewers. Mu Qingxue smiled and took a gentle bite. The exquisite flavor erupted in her mouth. A perfect blend of spiciness tantalizing her taste buds, complemented by the tenderness of the meat. Truly a culinary delight. She had never tasted anything so delectable in her life. How is it? Tasty, right? Yes, indeed, it's wonderful. Her mood brightened considerably. At least for the moment, the allure of food distracted her from her wandering thoughts. Enjoy it. There's plenty to go around, Li Daoxian encouraged. He felt it inappropriate to pry into their concerns. As time passed in laughter and merriment, Li Qingyu, through her persistent coaxing, convinced Mu Qingxue to stay for a full 2 months. Qingyu, I must take my leave now. The sect has sent a message urging me to return as soon as possible, Mu Qingxue stated during her farewell. You're leaving already? All right then. Remember to contact me when you're out next time. Though reluctant, Li Qingyu understood the necessity, considering the urgency of Mu Qingxue's matters. After all, it could be a crisis for the sect. Yes, I will contact you the moment I am out. Mu Qingxue nodded. Li Qingyu was her first friend, a bond she cherished deeply. Li Qingyu gifted her several high-tier talismans for self-protection. Take care. Rest assured, the Tiandi sect is not a small sect. Nothing major will happen. After bidding farewell to Li Qingyu, Mu Qingxue departed the cave realm, making her way towards the Tiandi sect. A few days later, Li Qingyu found herself unable to remain idle at home. Father, mother, I am preparing to venture out for training. Shall we wait until next year? This year. Stay and accompany your mother, Li Daoxian stated. Why? Why ask so many questions? Until I return, you shall remain with your mother. He was preparing to plunder the mine. Once chaos erupted, the eastern domain would undoubtedly descend into turmoil. It was best for the mother and daughter to stay at home during this time. Chapter 444, Sudden Surge of Attribute Points. The number 46 mine of the eastern domain. This must be the spirit stone mine that Xiaoyu mentioned, Li Daoxian thought as he tread lightly outside the mountain. Within his perception, the highest-ranking cultivator stationed here was merely at the void return stage. Although there were two, they were insufficient to pose a threat to him. Thus, he formed a void formation, sealing off the area within several hundred miles. Buzz. The space shimmered, and two figures emerged, fixating their gaze on Li Daoxian. Who are you, and why have you set a formation to confine our demon sect's spirit vein? Demon sect's spirit vein? Li Daoxian smirked. In this vast world, when did the ownership of this vein become yours? Naturally. It belongs to those with the strength to claim it. You were once stronger than other cultivators and could thus monopolize its extraction. Now that I am mightier than you, I too shall partake in its bounty. The two exchanged glances, their frowns deepening as they grasped the implication. He had come with the intent to plunder. Months prior, this mine had already faced a heist. Now that you have arrived, it's hard not to suspect you are in league with them. Does the Heavenly Earth sect truly believe our demon sect is easy prey? The realm does not revolve solely around you. Li Daoxian casually struck them with a palm, gravely wounding them, before ensnaring them with a binding spell. Stop your prattling. I have come to plunder. Were it not for your potential usefulness, you would already be dead. Ignoring their resentful glares, he strode into the mine. The cultivators at work were taken aback by Li Daoxian's arrival. Everyone, come forth. Our sect has issued a command. All demon sect cultivators to the left, the rest to the right. Feeling the oppressive presence of an authority figure, coupled with Li Daoxian's serious demeanor, the demon sect cultivators genuinely believed he was a high-ranking member of their sect, thus complying without question. Moments later, the crowd was divided into two groups. Seeing this, Li Daoxian grinned widely. Among those truly mining, the majority were rogue cultivators and disciples from other sects who had been captured, constituting about 70% of the total. The remaining 30% were demon sect disciples. Excellent. Li Daoxian ruthlessly raised his right hand and struck down all those on the left. Instantly, the remaining crowd stood in shock, gazing up at Li Daoxian with disbelief. What just happened? Why did he kill the demon sect disciples? Sect conflicts? Li Daoxian addressed them. If you wish to survive, step out through that formation. You have 3 incense sticks worth of time. He pointed to the specially arranged formation he had set up before entering. Once they stepped into it, their memories from the past 3 days would be erased. The crowd exchanged wary glances at Li Daoxian, noticing that he had indeed refrained from further violence. Bolstered by courage, they ventured into the formation, only to be randomly transported to various locations within 100 miles outside the mine. After 3 incense sticks worth of time, only 2 gravely injured void return cultivators remained, alongside Li Daoxian and a mass of flesh. The necessary purging has been accomplished. It is now time to plunder the veins of the mines. With a sense of anticipation, I stepped into the cavern. Inside, it was a labyrinth of interconnecting passages, countless tunnels branching off in every direction. I placed my hand upon a bare spiritual stone. System. Convert all spiritual stones within range into attribute points. Ding. 1 billion attribute points converted. Delightful. I activated automatic conversion, ensuring that any spiritual stone passing through the vicinity would be transformed. As I strolled through the mine, the sound of constant notifications echoed in my mind. The attribute points on my interface surged wildly. Under the perception of my consciousness, the entire structure of the mine was mirrored in my mind, alleviating any concerns of retracing my steps. Of course, I would not be excessively ruthless. Some spiritual stones must remain to serve as a source of recovery for the veins. Though I, Li Daoxian, seize the resources of heaven and earth, I would not eradicate them entirely, leaving some behind to foster growth and regeneration, thus providing a lifeline for future cultivators. Approximately a day later, I had thoroughly scavenged the 46th mine. In total, I converted just over 40 trillion attribute points, with medium-grade spiritual stones comprising the majority, and a fair number of high-grade stones as well, though low-grade stones were scarce. The land is vast and rich, indeed. I emerged from the mine to confront the 2 individuals trapped in place. As high-ranking members of the demon sect, they were likely well informed about the locations of other mines. I murmured to myself. The 2 exchanged glances, realizing that I intended to raid additional mines. We will never divulge anything, one declared defiantly. Is that so? Then perish. I replied, nodding. What? The 2 stared in astonishment, their eyes widening. Isn't it you? Why are you deviating from the script? At this moment, they expected to engage in a struggle, pledging their unwavering loyalty, only to be coerced into revealing the way. However, I had no time for their games. Soul searching was far simpler, allowing me to obtain information and eliminate any risk of exposure. With one hand upon each of their crowns, I chuckled darkly. I was not a benevolent soul. Wait, I'll talk. Seeing my determination, they panicked. After all, what was betrayal compared to their lives? No. Your value lies solely in your souls, I countered, shaking my head in refusal. My power flowed through my palms into their consciousness. The agony of their souls contorted their faces into grimaces. They contemplated self-destruction, attempting to take me with them. Yet, in the face of our significant disparity in cultivation realms, the weak lacked even the right to self-immolate. Moments later, I casually discarded the 2, their souls extinguished. To my surprise, the demon sect possessed such peculiarities. My eyes glimmered with intrigue. I had intended to acquire the locations of other mines, but instead stumbled upon an unexpected delight. The demon sect had something extraordinary. Licking my lips, I mused. Acquiring this required no effort at all. After finishing my plunder of the mines, it would be essential to pay a visit to their sect. As the matter pertained to system information, I would not let it slip away. Casting a glance at the lifeless forms, I unleashed 8th tier fire to incinerate them completely. Now, before I fully matured, the demon sect would find it impossible to trace any information back to me. Subsequently, I visited several nearby mines in quick succession. Compared to the impoverished 46th mine, the others proved to be far more prosperous. The least of the mineral veins bestowed upon him an astonishing 50 trillion attribute points, while a larger vein could yield as much as 200 trillion. The pristine spirit stones were all of the highest quality, and many contained exquisite spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Li Daoxian had plundered 25 mineral veins. His actions were executed with such precision and efficiency that not a whisper of his deeds reached the outside world. Furthermore, these veins only communicated with the sect every few months, allowing him to remain undetected by the demon sect. Had they been aware, his plundering would not have been so effortless. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to raid the remaining 27 veins. Li Daoxian had no intention of halting his endeavors. After all, once the demon sect realized what was happening, any attempt at looting would likely result in a confrontation with formidable adversaries. Thus, he sought to complete his task swiftly. Attribute points, 171 trillion. To ascend from the initial stage of the Great Ascension to the early stage of Transcendence required 120 trillion attribute points. Given the monumental noise associated with such a breakthrough, he opted to refrain from advancing for the time being. Chapter 445, The Breakthrough. Transcendence. Time flew by, and yet another month had elapsed. During this interval, he had visited all remaining 27 mineral veins, although he refrained from engaging with 3 of them. To his surprise, these veins were guarded by Great Ascension cultivators. Evidently, they were exceptionally affluent. The fact that the demon sect had allocated such resources to protect them indicated their immense worth, with the total spirit stones likely exceeding 100 trillion. Upon reviewing his accumulated attribute panel, he noted, attribute points, 365 trillion. This was sufficient. Once I achieve transcendence, I shall return to plunder these 3 superlative mineral veins. Utilizing his escape technique, he distanced himself from the eastern domain, ultimately deciding to undergo his breakthrough at the boundary between the eastern and western domains. He meticulously arranged various defensive formations around him and accessed the system panel to allocate his deep blue attribute points. Attribute points, 365. 245 trillion. Cultivation level, early stage of Great Ascension, early stage of Transcendence. With a resonating hum, dark clouds rapidly enveloped the sky, and rolling thunder brewed within the clouds. Their scope so vast that it was visible to the naked eye from hundreds of millions of miles away. This was the tribulation lightning of the Transcendence realm. Positioned at the eastern-western boundary, numerous powerful cultivators chose to gather and observe as the tribulation continued to brew. It was undeniable that the prelude to each transcendence was the slowest of all. For Li Daoxian, however, the tribulation felt like child's play, as he had broken through first and would then face the tribulation of his own realm. Unlike other cultivators who had to endure the tribulation of a realm they had yet to conquer, facing the peril of death if they faltered, he faced a far less daunting challenge. After 3 consecutive days, the tribulation finally began to show signs of abating. During this period, many high-level cultivators had arrived to witness the spectacle, but due to the formidable nature of the tribulation, none dared to approach within 100 miles of Li Daoxian. Should they venture too close, they would be classified as participants in the transcendence and subjected to the same tribulation, with any attempts to assist only serving to amplify the tribulation's ferocity. Breaking through a realm could potentially unleash a multitude of ancient beings. Li Daoxian surveyed his surroundings. Through his divine sense, he discerned that most present were Great Ascension cultivators, and he pondered whether any seasoned transcendence cultivators lurked in the shadows. They likely would not be so specifically targeting him. Casting aside his concerns, he reassured himself that should a transcendence cultivator attempt to ambush him, he could instantly elevate himself to the later stage of transcendence with the attribute points still at his disposal. Even if the opponent had perfected their tribulation, they could still escape through various means. Should they fall below the latter stage of tribulation, they would become the first prey of their own tribulation phase. Around them, everyone maintained a tacit watch, refraining from engaging with their peers. Soon, after 3 days of brewing, the thunder tribulation finally descended. Boom. An exquisite purple light sliced through the sky, breaching layers of 8th-tier formations to strike at Li Daoxian's spiritual core. Prior to this, Li Daoxian had already invoked the Azure Emperor's primordial shield to defend himself. The first thunder tribulation persisted for the duration of an incense stick before it ceased. He assessed the potency of the tribulation and determined that with his physical resilience, he would sustain no harm. This was an invaluable opportunity for tempering his body, and he opted not to mitigate its power. Therefore, when the second thunder tribulation fell, he deactivated all defensive formations and refrained from casting any protective spells. Boom. Bathed in the thunder, The blood within him underwent an exquisite sublimation, his flesh crackling and popping. Observing cultivators looked on in astonishment. He actually chose to endure it? After an incense stick's time, the second thunder tribulation concluded. Gazing at Li Daoxian, who remained unscathed and exuded no signs of fatigue, the assembled cultivators found the scene utterly absurd. The tribulation offered them little time for contemplation, as the thunder roared relentlessly. Approximately a day and a half later, the 9 rounds of thunder tribulation finally came to a close. Li Daoxian's consciousness swept the surroundings. With the tribulation over, most cultivators had already departed, while some lingered, their gazes fraught with uncertainty. Noticing their hesitation to approach, Li Daoxian felt a sense of disinterest and decided to leave, having no desire to entertain them further. With a flash, he vanished from the sight. Alas, he had hoped to seize an opportunity. Yet the appearance of the other party bore no resemblance to that of an injured person. Could anyone truly navigate the tribulation phase so effortlessly? Confusion lingered in the hearts of the onlookers. Within the mountains, he casually carved out a cave dwelling and entered seclusion once more. Months later. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation level, late stage of tribulation, 1,320,000,000,000. Age, 137. Spiritual roots, metal, heavenly. Wood, heavenly. Water, heavenly. Fire, heavenly. Earth, heavenly. Technique, Azure Emperor's primordial art, heavenly grade supreme, 0-10 trillion. Spells, solar ecliptic perfection, Azure Emperor's royal dragon, wood dance perfection, 9 heavens deceptive thunder perfection. Ground binding dragon entanglement perfection, Azure vine spears, fall perfection, Azure Emperor's primordial shield perfection. Flowing lights leap perfection, divine abilities. Universe in sleeve, perfection level, 10 billion 10 billion. Talismans, 9th tier perfection, 0,640,000,000,000. Alchemy, 9th tier perfection, 0,640,000,000,000. Refining, 9th tier perfection, 0,640,000,000,000. Formation, 9th tier perfection, 0,640,000,000,000. Tao partner, Lu Sweki. Cultivation level, nascent soul perfection, 2,032,000,000,000. Emotional level, level 5. Attribute points, 0. Spirit. Stones, low grade, 2 trillion. Mid grade, 340 million. High grade, 10 million. Supreme 1,000. A significant upgrade. The remaining 50 trillion was allocated with 11 towards techniques, 224 towards side professions, and some towards other spells and divine abilities, leaving 10 trillion for cultivation. A high-level meeting of the demon sect convened, gathering all those with a modicum of authority. At this moment, their faces were grim, a surge of unnameable anger simmering within. It was likely the work of the Tiandi sect. Their saintess had a history of misconduct. And who would have thought that such a prestigious sect would engage in such underhanded dealings? I am curious to know how the Tiandi sect managed to exhaust 49 minds within just a few months. Even if their upper echelon were to mobilize entirely, facing tribulation, it would still take them several years to achieve such a feat. The crowd fell silent, grappling with the same confusion. Moreover, they were currently embroiled in battle with the Tiandi sect, their high-ranking combatants occupied, making it impossible for them to excavate mines daily without being detected. Regardless, since they dared to commit such acts, they must be prepared for our retaliation. If they had merely seized a few of our mines, we might have remained silent, considering we had done similar things in the past, a matter of mutual respect. However, this time, the Tiandi sect had unleashed a significant purge upon us. If we do not reclaim the spirit stones, we will be unable to provide resources for our subordinates' cultivation. Indeed, let us seize what is rightfully ours. The consensus among the crowd was unanimous. They began to rally their forces, preparing to launch a grand raid on the Tiandi sect's mines. Months later. Demon sect, you seek your own demise. The sudden onslaught inflicted severe losses upon the Tiandi sect's mines. How is it that you are allowed to plunder our mines? Yet we are forbidden from reclaiming what is ours. Even if the heavenly Tao were to intervene, we hold the moral high ground in this matter. In the face of the Tiandi sect's elders arriving to assist, they regarded them with disdain. At worst, they would escalate the conflict, directly engaging in a high-level confrontation. Nonsense. When have we ever raided your mines? You wolves in sheep's clothing dare to argue. Prepare to perish. Countless spells and divine arts soared through the air. Thus began the grand battle sweeping across the eastern domain of the Divine Land. Chapter 446. The Tribulation Ambush in the Divine Land. Buzz. Li Daoxian emerged from the void. It had been less than a year since his departure, and chaos had already ensued. Observing the battlefield below, he felt a twinge of confusion. The demon sect's motives for instigating war were not difficult to discern. 1. To diminish the number of cultivators. 2. To deplete the foundation of the Tiandi sect. By the usual timeline, they should have only reached a chaotic state among core formation cultivators. Yet now even nascent soul and transformation stage cultivators had entered the fray. Witnessing the foundation establishment cultivators charging at the forefront, a mere glance was enough to turn them to ashes. Without lingering, he swiftly departed from the scene. At mine number 33, he arrived at the place he had longed for. With a sweep of his divine sense, he surveyed the layout within. 2 initial stage Great Ascension cultivators, 2 late-stage Great Ascension cultivators, and 1 perfected Great Ascension cultivator. What an impressive undertaking. Noticing that there were no tribulation guards, Li Daoxian felt considerably relieved. He swiftly formed an array to envelop the entire mine. So it is you, little rat. A cold snort echoed in his ears, startling Li Daoxian. The 1,000 mechanisms umbrella transformed into a shield, protecting his back. Clash. Boom. In mere moments, a golden giant sword sent him hurtling backward for hundreds of miles. With a flash of light, he activated his escape technique. When he reappeared, his gaze was grave as he focused on the Elder in the distance. Late-stage Tribulation Transcendence. The Elder spoke little, simply slicing his fingers through the air. Divine art. Illuminating the myriad rivers. Li Daoxuan's expression shifted. He immediately cast a defensive spell, the Azure Emperor's Primordial Shield. Seeing that the anticipated attack had yet to arrive, he surveyed his surroundings with a wary gaze. The shimmering surface beneath his feet reflected the luminous moon, while he stood peculiarly atop the water, devoid of any celestial orb above. Was it a domain-type divine ability? A sudden, eerie breeze swept through, seemingly innocuous, yet producing a sound akin to slicing blades upon reaching him. The verdant shield surrounding him quivered violently. Li Daoxuan's eyes sharpened. Inaction was not an option. He summoned his spiritual energy to unleash an offensive spell. Solar eclipse. In an instant, the sun blazed high, scorching the land. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, the 1,000 mechanism umbrella transformed into a flurry of sword shadows, shooting forth. The Elder expressed mild surprise. His own divine ability was at a masterful level, capable of revealing Li Daoxian momentarily, indicating that the opponent's spell must be of a superior heavenly grade. But what of it? He discerned that Li Daoxuan's aura was merely a recent breakthrough into the late stage of tribulation, while he, an experienced practitioner, would not yield easily. Thus, he initiated his spell, engaging Li Daoxian in a fierce clash. Whale fall, celestial descent. A massive whale leapt from the water's surface. Its low, resonant call assailed his consciousness, soon followed by the formidable impact from its essence. Royal dragon's dance. Endless vines surged towards the heavens, branches and tendrils flailing wildly. Roar. The wooden dragon soared skyward. Constriction. The vine dragon spiraled downward, charging directly at the colossal whale, ensnaring it tightly with its endless tendrils. The Elder's expression turned peculiar. How could this young man wield such an abundance of wood-based spells? This was frustrating. His attributes were being suppressed. Water nourishes wood. Boom. The tremendous force separated the two combatants. Bang. In an instant, the prolonged assault from the opponent's divine ability shattered Li Daoxuan's protective shield. 1,000 mechanism umbrella. Buzz. The treasured artifact hovered above his head, defending against the onslaught of sword shadows from all directions. The Elder smirked. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it became for him. Li Daoxian remained unfazed. His true form had been exposed, yet he felt no fear. Was he the only one with divine abilities? Divine ability. Universe in a sleeve. With a flick of his sleeve, the Elder's expression shifted dramatically. To him, Li Daoxian appeared monumental. His sleeve resembling an abyss that captivated the soul. A powerful suction left no room for resistance. No. Moonlight flooded the sky. The Elder activated his divine ability, but was immediately ensnared by the universe in a sleeve, severing all connections within the designated area. Bang. The domain shattered, and Li Daoxian returned to reality. Before he could catch his breath, an intense beam of light engulfed him. Moments later, Li Daoxuan's aura dimmed slightly. Several 8th-tier defensive talismans shattered upon his body. Thankfully, he had consistently carried talismans for protection, otherwise, he would have had to endure that blow directly. With such a youthful life force, he had surprisingly reached the late stage of tribulation. He hadn't anticipated that the old demon Hua would not be his match. Multiple figures surrounded him. He felt perplexed. Despite his cautious actions and subdued movements, how had the demon sect discovered him and arrived so swiftly? Glancing at the gathered individuals, he noted 3 in the mid-tribulation stage and 2 in the late stage. Outmatched. Flowing light transition. Li Daoxian executed his escape technique. 5 individuals closely followed. As cultivators of this caliber invariably possessed superior evasion techniques and spells of the heavenly tier. Earthbinding dragon entanglement. With a flash of golden light in his gaze, mountains seemed to roll. Multiple earthen dragons surged forth from the ground. Roar. Accompanied by the sound of dragon cries, the 5 felt an immense weight pressing upon them, causing their bodies to plummet towards the earth. Humph. Leave this to me. You continue the pursuit. 1 individual remained to intercept all the earth dragons, while the other 4 exchanged glances and activated their evasion techniques to follow. Observing the approaching figures, Li Daoxian pressed on. Ethereal vine spear descent. A streak of emerald light coalesced in his hand, a supreme single-target offensive. Go. Whoosh. 1 person stepped forward to block, activating a light shield that completely deflected the attack. The remaining individuals swiftly countered. A torrent of elemental tides surged towards Li Daoxian. Azure Emperor's primordial shield. He braced against the energy tide, unwilling to diminish his escape speed. Continuously feeding himself healing elixirs, he muttered, "Darn it, you keep pursuing. Once my mana is replenished, I shall carry you all away. While contemplating, he did not forget to cast spells to disrupt them. Celestial thunder of the 9 heavens. Blinding purple-black lightning indiscriminately struck around. Divine power. Hell's Gate. Li Daoxuan's pupils constricted. Clang. Boom. The mountain shattered, and the space tore apart. A figure crashed through hundreds of miles of mountain, engulfed in ash. The elder twirled his sword gracefully. The cold old demon's powers remained as formidable as ever. Do not be careless. Tribulation cultivators are not so easily slain, the cold old demon advised. The 3 nodded, their consciousness honing in on Li Daoxian below. Playing dead? Noticing the prolonged silence, they hesitated to approach recklessly. Another fierce onslaught of elemental tides ensued. Bah! Truly a crafty one. Li Daoxian cursed as he evaded, that last strike leaving him severely weakened. He now felt a fiery pain coursing through his body. Desperately consuming healing elixirs while discarding vast amounts of materials, he began to forge. Form. Set. Not good. This lad is also a formation master. We must interrupt his array. The cold old demon furrowed his brow. Watch this. Divine power. 9 hells of the abyss. Buzz. In an instant, the mountains transformed, shadows of ghosts swirling. Li Daoxian felt a tightening in his chest, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over him. Another domain power? A dark hue brewed in his pupils. Without time to ponder, he hastily arranged a 9th tier formation. The cold demon's heart-piercing powers remained as sinister as ever. Observing Li Daoxian, who had succumbed to his inner demons, the 4 exchanged cold smiles. Seize the opportunity, take his life. A barrage of ruthless attacks ensued. Within the grasp of his inner demons, Li Daoxian beheld the lifeless forms of Lu Sueki and Li Qingyu, his expression one of bewilderment. Am I not pursuing those 4? Buzz. A wave of clarity surged through his mind. Primordial Heart Sutra. In an instant, Li Daoxian regained his composure. Faced with imminent threats, he activated his evasion technique to escape. The 4 were left dumbfounded. Chapter 447. The escape. How could he evade that? What trickery is this? The 3 turned to the cold, old demon. What are you looking at? I did not hold back. This lad possesses numerous hidden cards, and likely has a high-level technique related to consciousness, the cold, old demon assessed. Upon hearing this, several individuals found their thoughts wandering. Although they possessed their own consciousness techniques, their ranks were relatively low, and while they had them, so did others. Thus, they could not bridge the gap with cultivators of the same realm. However, if they were to obtain Li Daoxuan's methods, once they mastered them, the Heavenly Earth sect would no longer be a threat. For the sake of caution, it was deemed unnecessary to leave any survivors. They resolved to eliminate him and search his soul. The 4 of them launched their attacks simultaneously. On the other side, Li Daoxian, still struggling to catch his breath, could only defend himself continually. He sustained numerous injuries, being merely a late-stage transcendence cultivator, while his opponents included 2 early-stage transcendence practitioners and 2 mid-stage ones who were interfering from the sidelines. Had it not been for his multitude of techniques, he would have already been captured. It seemed that his desire to counterattack against the 4 would not come to fruition. Being obstructed, he had to engage in full-scale combat, and his energy reserves were simply insufficient to recover. The clash between the 2 sides generated a considerable commotion, sending ripples of energy visible from afar. Uninformed cultivators were instantaneously obliterated by the residual waves of energy. This horrifying scene sent many fleeing in terror, knowing that a moment's delay could lead to their demise. The aura of the demon sect loomed. The elder stationed at the Heavenly Earth sect furrowed his brow. Who were they battling? It couldn't possibly be the other elders of the Heavenly Earth sect, could it? Thus, they all hurried towards the battleground to offer support. The situation was no different for the demon sect. The direction was the 33rd mine. This was dire. The Heavenly Earth sect was raiding them again. Just months before, they had been robbed by the Heavenly Earth sect, and now such commotion was erupting near the mine, making it hard to doubt their involvement. No, they had to provide assistance. Whoosh. One by one, the elder demons sprang into action. Array formation. Li Daoxian bellowed, his fingers swiftly forming seals. Buzz. A radiant beam of light pierced the clouds from all directions. The expressions of the 4 changed drastically, the overwhelming aura of slaughter sending shivers down their spines. A 9th tier killing array. The blood-colored forbidden prison. In an instant, the heavens were shrouded in crimson, the array diagram slowly spiraling upwards. Li Daoxuan's aura was waning. Yet he managed to hold on until the formation was complete, nearly succumbing in the process. Casting a glance at the 4 trapped within the array, his eyes reflected a sense of unwillingness. Under normal circumstances, a 9th tier formation would easily obliterate them, though it would likely take several days to exhaust them. However, such a significant disturbance would undoubtedly alert the demon sect, so he could not afford to linger. By the time reinforcements arrived, it would be too late. He hoped that the people of the Heavenly Earth sect could eliminate them. With a sigh, he employed his escape technique to depart swiftly. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, one elder of the Heavenly Earth sect arrived first at the scene. The aura present was not from the Heavenly Earth sect. He frowned slightly, and then turned his gaze towards the 4 old demons ensnared within the array, his expression revealing mild astonishment. Whose handiwork was this, to resolve 4 old demons in one fell swoop? Moments later, the others also arrived on the scene. Ah, indeed. It is you from the Heavenly Earth sect causing trouble. The elder demons of the demon sect glared at the elders of the Heavenly Earth sect, their teeth gritting with irritation. In the face of such slander, the elders of the Heavenly Earth sect frowned, yet they were reluctant to waste their breath on explanations. They exchanged glances, their thoughts aligned. They would seize this opportunity to eliminate the demon sect. Quickly, let us rescue the cold, old demons. The expressions of the elder demons shifted. They had realized this issue as well. Currently, they were not in a position of strength. Not a chance. Seizing the moment, the elders swiftly grabbed one of the old demons and retreated from the area to engage in battle. It appeared they were safe for now. Feeling the cosmic tidal transformation throughout the entire Shinjo region, Li Daoxian understood that the Tiandi sect had already engaged in combat with the demon sect. Consequently, the demon sect would be preoccupied with its own affairs and would no longer have the energy to attend to him. After days and nights of fleeing, he finally sought refuge within a mountain range, excavating a temporary cave to conceal himself. With great caution, he deployed 8th grade array flags to shroud the cave before he could finally begin to heal his wounds. He swallowed an 8th grade healing pill and commenced a thorough reflection. Mistakes are not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the failure to learn from them. Logically, his cautious nature should have kept him undetected by the demon sect, indicating that some significant event, unbeknownst to him, must have transpired, leading to this unforeseen incident. After much contemplation, he pinpointed the issue to Mu Qing Snow. As the saintess of the Tiandi sect, her attempt to seize the mineral veins of the demon sect would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Now that he had plundered the resources, the demon sect would certainly suspect the Tiandi sect, as only they possessed the strength and audacity to undertake such actions. Thus, retaliation from the demon sect was inevitable. During the time he was in seclusion, both factions had already engaged in a fierce battle. Consequently, it was reasonable to assume that the demon sect would ensure the tightest security around the remaining 3 super-large mineral veins to prevent further occurrences. Alas, this was a calamity of his own making. Months later, name, Li Bai, age, 137, realm, mid-stage foundation establishment. Very well, here is your identity token. Next. Successfully infiltrating the enemy ranks, Li Daoxian surveyed his surroundings. Under the guise of the system, even if he were to achieve complete transcendence, he would remain undetected. Observing the crowded hall, Li Daoxian couldn't help but be astonished. There were indeed an overwhelming number of cultivators joining the demon sect. No wonder it had withstood the test of time against the Tiandi sect for so many years. After a lengthy wait, a steward arrived in the hall. From this day forth, you are members of the demon sect. The demon sect is a supersect formed by the amalgamation of multiple sects. It won't be long before the Tiandi sect is devoured by us. Your fates began to alter the moment you joined the demon sect. Longevity is no longer an unattainable dream. You too may compete with the prodigies for the moonlight. As long as you are willing to invest effort, reward shall follow. The steward commenced an extensive indoctrination. Surprisingly, it proved quite effective. Many around Li Daoxian began to cheer excitedly. After feigning enthusiasm for a while, the lengthy speech finally came to a close. Very well, the initiation ceremony concludes here. Now proceed to the designated location to receive the sect's teachings. Those with specialized skills may report to the personnel office for special training. With this parting remark, the steward departed leisurely. Days passed. Li Daoxian had nearly grasped the external information of the demon sect and had gained a clearer understanding of the battle between the Tiandi sect and the demon sect during his seclusion. It seemed that as the battle reached its climax, when the demon sect was close to defeat, their ancestor intervened. A fully transcended cultivator, merely a small realm difference, nearly obliterated the elders of the Tiandi sect. Correspondingly, the ancestor of the Tiandi sect also took action. Ultimately, after a few exchanges, the two powerful entities gazed across the divide, leaving matters unresolved. They had survived. It appeared that he would have to take matters into his own hands. Li Daoxian sighed. A few days passed, and having grown accustomed to the surroundings, he began to take action. Are you certain you wish to apply to join the mining team? The man inquired, astonished. Mining is a grueling task, especially with the recent surge of battles occurring near the veins. Disciples of the demon sect are steering clear of it. Ultimately, only designated members from the sect are permitted to extract from the veins, for without mining, how can one expect to receive spirit stones as remuneration? The chosen ones lamented their fate, appearing resigned to their grim destiny, while those left unselected reveled in their misfortune, finding joy built upon the suffering of others. Chapter 448. Mining. The contribution points from mining are substantial. I aim to exchange them for high-level techniques that could alter my fate, Li Daoxian argued persuasively. The records indicated he was already 137 years old, yet he had only reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. If things continued as they were, he might very well pass away without ever reaching the golden core stage. Very well, you are approved. Return tomorrow with your task token. It coincides with a rotation. And you shall accompany them, came the reply. The following day, Li Daoxian joined the main group as they arrived at the familiar 33rd vein. Everyone, muster your spirits. You look as though you are on the brink of death. What sort of demeanor is this? The Yuaning overseer admonished, causing the crowd to blanch in fear. Li Daoxian feigned trembling in response. Seeing the effect of his display, the overseer softened his demeanor. Just recently, the Heavenly Earth sect had suffered a significant defeat, and it was unlikely they would make the same mistake in the next few years, so there was no need to worry about dying here, he reassured. Li Daoxian smirked slightly at this. One could never be too certain, especially with someone like me around. Once I reveal myself, they shall surely break into a sweat. He relished the thought of returning to those who had wronged him. Unsavory tactics? If it achieves the end, then so be it. I am no saint. The mining commenced. With only a single hour for rest at noon and 3 hours in the evening, the remainder of the time was dedicated to extracting from the veins, with a cycle lasting 3 months. With that, the overseer urged everyone into the mines. Li Daoxian hefted his pickaxe and followed the main group closely. Oh, so this is where they are. No wonder I failed to detect their presence despite previous reconnaissance. As he swung his pickaxe, he utilized his spiritual sense to search for traces. He detected their presence in 5 locations outside the vein. They all seemed to enjoy being the underdogs. Given his superior spiritual sense, they remained oblivious to him. Among the 5, only the elder in the early stages of tribulation appeared unscathed, while the other 4 exuded a waning aura, indicating that his previous ambush had indeed been effective. This development allowed him to mine with peace of mind. With a thought, he converted all spirit stones from the outer layers of the cave into attribute points. Ding! Acquired 321 billion attribute points. Wow, truly. The super-large vein is composed entirely of high-grade spirit stones. How terrifying. The abundant attribute points invigorated him, and he tirelessly moved about, swinging his pickaxe. His companions stared at Li Daoxian in astonishment. Why is this fellow working so hard? The sect encourages disciples to mine. The best performers can receive rewards. An experienced disciple explained, hastening his own pace in response. So that's it. You all intend to compete. They quickly joined in, all determined to put forth their best efforts. Clang. The cavern echoed with the urgent sound of hammering. Li Daoxian, perplexed, lifted his gaze to observe the fervent laborers. Feeling somewhat bewildered. Why imitate me? I possess attribute points as sustenance. Do you? You do not, yet you still compete with me. Swiftly, he advanced deeper into the mine, his mind ringing incessantly. Annoyed, he opted to temporarily mute the system notifications. The overseer, approaching to assess the scene, nodded in satisfaction. This is the industrious spirit befitting our disciples of the demon sect. 3 months later, attribute points, 211 trillion. Digging a mine alone is insufficient for advancement. Yet, the yield from a single mine is a staggering 200 trillion, a source of great contentment for him, particularly as there are 2 such mines remaining. On the journey back to the sect, his companions glared at Li Daoxian with resentful eyes. This fellow is far too competitive. While we recuperate, he mines. While we slumber, he continues to dig. Is your body made of iron? Are you truly this relentless? Do you not value your life? Feeling amused under their scrutinizing gaze, Li Daoxian found peculiar delight in the absurdity of a formidable tribulation-transcending master mingling with a host of foundational cultivators in the mines. Could this be the thrill of feigning weakness to devour the tiger? I confess, my vanity has been immensely gratified. After returning to the sect, he rested for several days before applying once more to mine. Still mining? Can you handle it? The individual inquired with astonishment. Altering fate is an urgent endeavor. I remain steadfast in the spirit of our sect, Li Daoxian replied earnestly. The person's lip twitched, another one misguided by ambition. This is a common affliction among newcomers, filled with fervor upon entry, only to learn after a few years in the sect that a useless individual, even if they switch to the demonic path, remains useless, merely transforming into a slightly larger version of their former self. Do they truly believe that the demonic path is easy to tread? It merely grants everyone an equal opportunity to cultivate. Very well, however. The 33rd vein has just undergone a new rotation. The other 2 will not be available for at least another month, the individual stated. Then I shall return in a month, Li Daoxian responded, resigned to wait patiently. To avoid raising suspicion, he accepted other tasks and departed. In the second year at the demon sect, attribute points, 644 trillion. Finally, having visited all 3 veins, it is time for retribution. Li Daoxian grinned broadly, his hand sweeping through the air to allocate points for an upgrade. Host, Li Daoxian. Cultivation, perfected tribulation crossing, 64 trillion. Age, 138. Spiritual roots, metal, heavenly. Wood, heavenly. Water, heavenly. Fire, heavenly. Earth, heavenly. Technique, Qing Emperor's primordial art, heavenly tier supreme, 10 trillion. Spells, Radiant Sun Eclipse perfection, Qing Emperor's royal dragon, wood dance perfection. 9 heavens mysterious thunder perfection, Earth binding dragon entanglement perfection, Azure vine spear meteor perfection, Qing Emperor's primordial shield perfection. Flowing light teleportation perfection, divine ability, sleeve universe, perfection level, 10 billion. Talismans, 9th tier perfection, 640 billion. Alchemy, 9th tier perfection, 640 billion. Refinement, 9th tier perfection, 640 billion. Formation, 9th tier perfection, 640 billion. Tao partner, Lu Sueki, cultivation. Perfected nascent soul, 2. 2 billion. Emotional level, level 5. Attribute points, 300 trillion. Spirit stones, low grade 20 trillion. Mid grade 3 billion. High grade 10 million. Supreme 1,000. All 4 auxiliary professions are fully developed, yet a breakthrough into the immortal tier is not feasible until the cultivation is enhanced. The same applies to techniques. In earlier years, all 7 spells were upgraded to Heavenly Tier Supreme, and the remaining spells were enhanced with small amounts of currency. Once again, it is you, this time. Make sure to perform well, and the rewards will be plentiful. This is Li Daoxuan's 3rd visit to the 33rd mine. The Overseer recognized the outstanding performance of Li Daoxian. With a smile, Li Daoxian nodded, internally pondering, I am not here to mine this time, but rather to seek vengeance on those 4 individuals. Aware that the demon sect also has perfected tribulation crossing old demons, Li Daoxian began to arrange formations within the mine. Days later, the intricate 9th tier grand formation was completed. Now, let us invite you into the trap. Intentionally revealing his aura, in an instant, the space rippled, and 5 figures shattered through the void to encircle him. How dare they come again? The cold old demon and others looked at Li Daoxian in astonishment. Li Daoxian grinned, snapping his fingers as the formation activated instantaneously. Not good. The expressions of the 5 changed drastically. They had assumed Li Daoxian had emerged unexpectedly, not realizing he had been lying in wait. With a single thought, they identified their target. If they wished to survive, they must capture the architect of the formation. Thus, they all acted in unison. Slap. Do they still think I am the old me? A single slap left the 5 in a daze. Perfected tribulation crossing. How is that possible? The 5 were engulfed in terror. Chapter 449. Return after a moment. With clarity of thought, Li Daoxian exited the mine. Having been away for some time, it was time to return home. Regarding the peculiarities, it seemed from the memories of these 5 that they were nurtured within the core of the demon sect, where their ancestor stood guard, a matter concerning perfected tribulation crossing. Hence Li Daoxian did not dare to recklessly intrude. Everything needed to be planned from the beginning. With a fleeting motion, he departed from the demon sect and headed home. When will father return? He clearly promised to come back in a year, yet it has now been over 2 years. Li Qingyu sighed deeply. It seems that something has delayed him. With your father's prowess, he should be fine. Although Lu Sueki spoke these words, her heart was filled with unease. In seclusion here, the recent upheaval that swept across the entire realm was indeed alarming, and the terrifying disturbances weighed heavily on her mind. Mother, it seems that father has returned. I can sense his presence, Li Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes brightening. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki extended her awareness and, indeed, detected her husband's aura. In the next moment, spatial fluctuations rippled around them, and Li Daoxian emerged from within. My husband. Lu Sueki joyfully rushed forward. Li Daoxian embraced her with a smile, feeling the warmth of home. How have these past 2 years treated you? Everything is well. However, there have been many disturbances during this time. Our secluded life, protected by the grand formation, has kept us safe, but I hope you have not encountered any trouble outside? Lu Sueki inquired, shaking her head. Li Daoxian chuckled softly, realizing that the recent turmoil was largely instigated by himself, nearly leading to his demise in the outside world. However, he deemed it unnecessary to share this with Lu Sueki, as it would only add to her worries. I am unharmed. I was actually meant to return a year ago, but I encountered signs of a breakthrough in my cultivation during my journey. Hence, I sought a tranquil place to meditate for a year, which delayed my return. Oh, I see. It is a relief that you are safe. Lu Sueki sighed in relief. By the way, I have brought back some treasures from my travels, including a top-tier celestial-level spiritual cultivation technique, which I will now impart to both of you. She beckoned Li Qingyu to come closer. The latter obediently approached, and Li Daoxian gently tapped their foreheads. The profound teachings of the Taichu Heart Sutra flowed into their consciousness. What a powerful technique. It is a pity to abandon the one given to me by Qingxue, which I had just begun to master, Li Qingyu murmured, enjoying the advantages while complaining. Do focus on your cultivation, Li Daoxian replied, shaking his head in resignation. He then picked up Lu Sueki and made his way toward the bedroom, cherishing the intimacy of their reunion. Startled by Li Daoxuan's sudden action, Lu Sueki quickly comprehended his intentions, her face flushing with warmth. Meanwhile, Li Qingyu, caught in the midst of this unexpected display of affection, clenched her teeth in annoyance. Having witnessed such scenes numerous times growing up, she initially did not understand their implications, but eventually grasped that the elderly couple often engaged in their own mischief. As someone who had remained single all her life, Li Qingyu resolved to focus on the new technique and enter seclusion to divert her attention. Time flew by. Meanwhile, the demon sect finally sensed something amiss with the 3 mines. The quantity of spirit stones submitted over the past few months had been steadily dwindling, culminating in a failure to even gather 100 million. This alarming decline terrified the overseer of the mines. What is happening? Are you hoarding spirit stones? My lord overseer. How could we dare? We truly cannot extract any more, the mining team hastily explained. Doubting their words, the overseer took up a pickaxe and began to mine personally. After extending the tunnels several kilometers into the depths without discovering a single spirit stone, he trembled in terror. This is dire. If the higher-ups find out, I will surely face severe consequences. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided to report the matter. It was an issue that could not be concealed. Rather than waiting for the deadline for the delivery of spiritual stones to arrive and be exposed, he preferred to gamble on a lenient handling of the situation, akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. This scene unfolded similarly at another mine. As for the 33rd mine, the eyewitnesses had been thoroughly dealt with by Li Daoxian, and it currently remained incommunicado with the demon sect. The upper echelons of the demon sect, soon apprised of the situation, were enraged and promptly dispatched personnel to ascertain the facts. Why were only 2 mines reported? Were they attempting to keep the 33rd mine under wraps as well? Go, send some people to inquire about the situation. A day later, the news was dire. All personnel from the 33rd mine had vanished. Even the 5 elders were missing. Father, I wish to go out for training, Li Qingyu announced after emerging from her seclusion. Li Daoxian pondered for a moment before consenting, but he insisted on ensuring her safety. Very well, take these talismans and array discs with you. Also this jade slip. If you encounter an enemy against whom all the aforementioned means are ineffective, shatter it at once. He presented her with a considerable assortment of items. These were 9th-tier talismans and array discs he had refined over the past 2 years, all of the pinnacle quality. Even if a tribulation-level opponent came, they could withstand for several hours. You've become a 9th-tier master, Li Qingyu exclaimed, her jaw dropping in astonishment. It's merely luck. If you work diligently, you can catch up to your father. After all, you are my daughter, Li Daoxian replied with a smile. Yes, I will strive earnestly and never bring shame upon you. Father, Li Qingyu nodded solemnly. After her departure, Li Daoxian began planning his next course of action. He had thoroughly drained the minds of the demon sect, yet he still required 340 trillion spiritual stones to ascend to the upper realm. Such an immense sum could not be acquired through mere commerce. Should he resort to robbing the celestial sect? Li Daoxian pondered deeply. Currently, the celestial sect was the only one in the divine land still possessing reserves of mines, and his daughter seemed to be quite friendly with their saintess, almost akin to close confidants. His actions would be too shameless. Thus, Li Daoxian chose to don a mask. Old demon Li of the demon sect requests to engage in battle. At that moment, Lu Sueki also stepped out from within the house. Darling, what are you up to? Ah, it's nothing. I am preparing to venture out once more. Lu Sueki was taken aback, having only just returned a few days prior. Where is Xiaoyu? Why haven't I seen her? She is restless and has gone out for training again, Li Daoxian replied. So, Xiaoyu has left, and now you two are departing. Leaving me alone at home? Lu Sueki said with a hint of melancholy. Li Daoxian was momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Sueki pressed, I'll go too. Although the outside world may be perilous, you will protect me, won't you? With the road ahead blocked, Li Daoxian found himself with little choice. Besides, he had completed his tribulation and was nearly invincible in the lower realm. There was no need to be overly cautious as before. It was better for Lu Sueki to be by his side than to remain at home. Very well, he agreed. Yay, I knew you would be the best, darling. Lu Sueki's previously tense expression softened into a smile as she joyfully wrapped her arm around his. Before our departure, we must alter our appearance. Why? Lu Sueki inquired. Perplexed. Because, my dear wife, I am preparing to engage in mischief, and I presume you would prefer not to be caught in the act by Xiaoyu. Li Daoxian replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 450. The Inside Story. Qingyu? What brings you here? Upon receiving a message, Mu Qingsnow emerged from the sect to greet Li Qingyu. Hee, of course, I came to play with you. You have no idea how dull it is at home. My parents are constantly glued to one another, and watching them is quite uncomfortable, Li Qingyu sighed. Uft. Mu Qingsnow chuckled at her complaint. Having spent over a month at Li Qingyu's home, she had often witnessed the very scene being described, and at that time, she had envied such love. Oh, you're laughing at me now, Li Qingyu grimaced playfully. All right, I won't laugh anymore. However, if you came to find me for fun, I might not be able to accompany you, Mu Qingsnow expressed with an apologetic tone. What's wrong? Have you been grounded? Li Qingyu asked in surprise. Not at all. It's just that in recent years, the demon sect has been incessantly harassing our mining areas. There was even a great battle 2 years ago. I'm sure you felt it too, Mu Qingsnow explained. Is that the celestial tide that swept across the entire Shenzhou? Li Qingyu pondered. Indeed, according to my master. We nearly vanquished 4 elder demons from the demon sect at that time. Unfortunately, their ancestor intervened, compelling our sect's elder to step in as well. Yet both sides refrained from pushing further, which is quite regrettable. Had we eliminated those 4 elder demons, the demon sect would have been significantly weakened. But how does this relate to your inability to accompany me? Li Qingyu queried, puzzled. Mu Qingsnow replied with a resigned expression. Of course, the demon sect, having recuperated, has resumed their unending harassment, and I must traverse various mining sites daily for training, leaving me no time to join you for leisure. Is that all? Li Qingyu responded. Slightly taken aback. I thought it was something major. From now on, I shall patrol alongside you. To me, any outing is enjoyable. And engaging with the demon sect is rather good as well. It allows for experience to be honed, and with your Tian-D sect backing me. I need not worry about incidents on your territory, Li Qingyu said with a cheerful smile. Ah, but Qingyu, you are not a disciple of the Tian-D sect. Such actions would violate the rules, and the mining area is a sacred place, not to be approached by outsiders, Mu Qingsnow explained, waving her hand. Li Qingyu's eyes sparkled mischievously. You are the saintess, cannot you simply assign me a position as a miscellaneous disciple? Mu Qingsnow was at a loss for words. That sounds quite unreliable, she remarked. I'm a bit frightened of you. How about this? You can stay by my side, and if anyone asks, just say you're my sister. Why sister? I want to be the older sibling, Li Qingyu protested. I am a month older than you. Thus I am undoubtedly the elder sister, Mu Qingsnow laughed. All right, it doesn't matter, as long as we can have fun, Li Qingyu acquiesced. Meanwhile, before seizing the Tian-D sect's mining areas, Li Daoxian and Lu Sueki enjoyed a delightful excursion across Shenzhou. Having arrived from the Starship Sea to this continent, I have yet to truly explore it. I yearn to witness the local customs and gather the intelligence I seek. Months later, Li Daoxian has nearly grasped the distribution of forces in the Divine Land and the conditions of the bordering states. The eastern region, with its 5 states and vast seas, lies to the north of the Divine Land, while the southern coast leads directly to the western region, separated by expansive grasslands that serve as a haven for mystical beasts. Most intriguing is the discovery of the Starship Sea's geographical location, situated at the southernmost edge of the southern domain, where the land is scattered and divided by endless oceans, earning this region the moniker of the water domain, likely due to a lack of spiritual veins that concentrate spiritual energy. The aura there is somewhat diminished compared to this place, rendering it the most barren area among the 4 domains. Furthermore, the lower realm encompasses more than just these 4 domains. In reality, they represent merely a minuscule portion of the vast lower realm. This may reflect the nature of the grand world, for even during tribulations, traversing the entirety of the lower realm is no trivial endeavor. Here, it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary cultivator to escape the confines of their birthplace in a lifetime, let alone an average person. Generally, one lives and dies where they were born. At the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Li Daoxian scrutinizes the young man across from him. Do you have any further inquiries? Dong Tianji replies with a smile. Li Daoxian, unable to penetrate the depths of his thoughts, withdraws his gaze with a sigh. Such information is not easily obtained and was naturally gathered from this very institution. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, reputed for its ability to discern celestial mysteries, possesses insights into the conditions of the lower realm. The other party, youthful and at the pinnacle of tribulation, prompts Li Daoxian to reflect on his own extraordinary achievements. Indeed, Li Daoxian affirms with a nod. Feel free to inquire. Regarding significant matters of the lower realm, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is privy to all, provided the price is reasonable. Anything can be negotiated. In recent years, the upper realm has increasingly intervened in the lower realm. Are you aware of anything regarding this? Upon hearing this, Dong Tianji's smile wanes, and his gaze sharpens with scrutiny. It is perplexing. His divination techniques yield no insight into this individual. Are you perhaps from the upper realm? No wonder you possess such impressive cultivation at such a young age. You jest, Dong Tianji replies. How could we at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion know of such matters? There may be some truth to it, or perhaps not. Is that so? Li Daoxian contemplates the implications. Shall we discuss something else? Dong Tianji clears his throat, reflecting on the prior inquiries about regional matters. Very well. Do you have knowledge of the anomalies? They have been increasing in recent years. Do you possess any insider information? Dong Tianji's expression stiffens. Can we not delve into lower realm questions? Let us avoid discussing the upper realm. None, he firmly denies, realizing the situation in the upper realm may be precarious. When do you intend to return to the upper realm? Li Daoxian nods in acknowledgement. Please refrain from making assumptions, he implores. I cannot comprehend what you are insinuating. Li Daoxian offers a knowing glance before stating, let us forego that line of questioning. I wish to understand the origins of the demon sect and the celestial sect, and whether there are significant figures engaged in their machinations. This poses a dilemma for Dong Tianji. If you don't share, I might just spread rumors that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is a front for the upper realm, aiming to manipulate the entirety of the lower realm. Upon hearing this, Dong Tianji felt a surge of indignation. Oh, please do not speak recklessly. Our Tianji Pavilion is certainly not intimidated by you. I shall divulge some information, but you must promise not to spread it afterwards, he stated, somewhat at a loss for words. Very well, go ahead, he conceded. Due to the stringent regulations of our world, the upper realm and the lower realm can effectively be treated as separate entities. You two have descended from above, so I trust you are somewhat aware of the circumstances. There is no need for me to elaborate, he continued. Li Daoxian nodded earnestly, indicating his understanding. Thus, the lower realm serves as an exceptional crucible. The multitude of restrictions imposed by the heavenly laws severely limits each level of cultivation, compelling practitioners to undergo a cycle of destruction and rebirth with each breakthrough. Those who emerge from such an environment, upon ascending to the upper realm, possess a far superior foundation compared to those who were nurtured in the upper realm alone. Their paths are destined to extend much further. After all, which Tao ancestor has not once traversed the lower realm? Why does the heavenly law not abandon the lower realm? Why is its governance so stringent? It is precisely for this reason. Hence, it has come to pass that the influential figures of the upper realm have begun to plot matters concerning the lower realm, albeit discreetly, for the heavenly law observes closely. However, exploiting certain loopholes is still permissible. I shall refrain from elaborating on that. Ahem, I digress, Dong Tianji said with a light chuckle. Everything is implied within my words. Li Daoxian smiled silently, testing the waters. Let us not dwell on these matters. I wish to know who is behind them. I intend to take action against them. Dong Tianji narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that this young man was quite astute, and he was speaking rather boldly. Whose influence did he represent? Nevertheless, given this fellow's awareness of the peculiarities and secrets of the upper realm, it was evident that he hailed from there. Chapter 451. The Tiandi sect. Dong Tianji sipped his tea. After years of evolution, the major territories of the lower realm have been nearly delineated by various factions. Consequently, any attempt to partake in these territories necessitates that other powers seek to seize control. He continued, the demon sect is backed by the endless demon domain, which was orchestrated thousands of years ago to facilitate the continuous growth of the lower realm. The Tiandi sect, established several millennia prior, is supported by the Tiandi Xianhuang sect, a formidable force in the upper realm. Conflicts between the two factions have existed since the upper realm, and now that they are in the lower realm, the endless demon domain's ambitions naturally extend towards the Tiandi Xianhuang sect. With that, Dong Tianji ceased to elaborate further, casting a meaningful glance at Li Daoxian. The latter nodded, offering no additional comments. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of billions of spirit stones were designated as compensation for this venture. Watching the two depart, Dong Tianji shook his head, realizing that he had gleaned little information in the end. My dear husband, I never expected such secrets to exist in the lower realm. Lu Sueki remarked with astonishment. That is quite normal. The uniqueness of the lower realm undoubtedly gives rise to such phenomena. However, as it stands, the upper realm cannot exert excessive influence over the operations of the lower realm. Then, husband, will you still challenge the Tiandi sect? You must understand they have their own backing, she added. I have already contended with the demon sect. I do not mind taking on the Tiandi sect as well. Besides, the resources of the lower realm belong to everyone. What harm is there in my partaking? Li Daoxian replied with a slight smile. When did you ever rob the demon sect? Lu Sueki exclaimed in surprise. Ahem, when else could it have been? Naturally. It was during my excursion from a few years ago, he explained. Well, let us not linger on this topic any longer. It is time to take action. Fearing that Lu Sueki might delve deeper into the matter, Li Daoxian shifted the conversation. Lu Sueki nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The two departed for the Tiandi sect's mining veins. Recently, the demonic sect's offensive had intensified. Could it be that they had fully recuperated in merely a few short years? The mountain guard disciples frowned in concern. Li Daoxian led Lu Sueki past a group of people who seemed oblivious to their presence. This mining vein appears rather modest. He mused, but since we have come all this way, we cannot return empty-handed. With a snap of his fingers, the entire mining vein was instantly enveloped by a 9th-tier illusion array. Lu Sueki's lips parted slightly. Husband, what is your current realm? Perfected Tribulation Crossing. Why do you ask? Replied Li Daoxian. Perfected Tribulation Crossing. How is that possible? Lu Sueki's expression was one of bewilderment. She recalled that when they had set out, her husband had only just broken through to the initial stage of the Great Ascension. How could he have crossed nearly 2 major realms in just a few years? Let us say I encountered a fortuitous opportunity, Li Daoxian chuckled, finding it difficult to explain. However, now that you have achieved Perfected Tribulation Crossing, you are but a step away from ascension. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and I have only reached the perfect stage of the nascent soul. Will we not become a burden? Lu Sueki expressed her concerns. At least you possess self-awareness, he teased, pinching her chubby cheek. You ought to focus on cultivating diligently. It would be rather embarrassing to be surpassed by our own daughter. But you yourself do not cultivate. You promised we would practice together. Yet you abandoned that commitment after only a few months, Lu Sueki retorted playfully. Cough. Li Daoxian was momentarily speechless, wondering how the automatic cultivation function had been activated. Do not worry, my dear. I will ensure that both you and Xiaoyu ascend alongside me. At this, Li Daoxian paused, a frown creasing his brow. Previously, he had not understood the peculiarities of the lower realm. He had assumed he would ascend first, and then bring them to the upper realm for cultivation. His past experiences had led him to believe that the upper realm was superior for training. However, he now realized that the contrary was true. Here, in the lower realm, one could lay a much sturdier foundation. What troubles you, husband? Lu Sueki inquired, noticing his furrowed brow. Li Daoxian shared his recent reflections. Do not fret, dear husband. As long as you are strong, that is sufficient, Lu Sueki reassured him. No, my dear, your aptitude is quite commendable. I cannot allow your path to be obstructed. And what of Xiaoyu? We must pave the way for her future, he insisted. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki felt deeply touched. I will devote myself to diligent cultivation from this day forth, striving to catch up with you, she declared resolutely. There is no need for self-reproach. Simply follow your own pace. The pursuit of cultivation must avoid the pitfalls of haste, he advised. Soon, Li Daoxian and Lu Sueki thoroughly plundered the mining vein and proceeded to the next location. After a considerable time had passed, the ninth-tier illusion array silently dissipated, restoring normalcy within the mining vein, unbeknownst to those inside. For several consecutive days, the couple ravaged over a dozen mining veins, and Li Daoxuan's attribute points surged continuously. Is my luck truly this poor? Why have I not encountered a single super-large mining vein? Li Daoxian murmured to himself, contemplating that merely gnawing on these scraps of meat would not suffice. He needed to match the specifications of the magic sect's 33rd mine. If the magic sect possessed such resources, it was inconceivable that the celestial sect, which was half a step stronger, would lack them. A thought crossed his mind, and he seized a celestial sect disciple to delve into their memories. It became apparent that the abundance of small mines in that area was no coincidence. Upon extracting the memories, Li Daoxian realized the location of the celestial sect was indeed a feng shui treasure, and naturally, the nurturing ground for larger mines would be situated nearby. Currently, he found himself on the periphery, hence, the scale of the mines was naturally diminutive. After ensuring the disciple's safe return, he acknowledged that some risks must be taken. With a sigh, Li Daoxian lamented his initial intention to harvest some gains from the mines far from the celestial sect, hoping to avoid a clash with their tribulation consummation. It seemed he had no choice but to venture forth. Let us proceed to witness the splendor of the celestial sect. Exhausted, Qingyu sighed, resting her head on the table. It's quite peculiar. In previous years, they were not so arrogant. From what I understand, during the last great battle, the 4 tribulation warriors of the magic sect were severely wounded, injuries that would not heal in just a few years, Mu Qingsno analyzed. They might be concealing their true state. Perhaps those 4 tribulation warriors perished in the magic sect in a bid to remain undetected. Continuously dispatch as cannon fodder to divert your attention, Qingyu remarked nonchalantly. Mu Qingsno chuckled, shaking her head. It is not so easy for tribulation warriors to die. If such a scenario were to occur, resulting in the demise of 4 tribulation warriors, we would undoubtedly sense the repercussions of such a monumental battle. All right, you have a point. Today, I shall rest well. Initially invigorated by the skirmishes with the magic sect, her enthusiasm waned as the battles dragged on, often finding herself besieged by several primordial infants. These adversaries were indeed vicious, providing her with a broader perspective, having fallen into their traps multiple times. However, her numerous hidden cards ensured that they could not breach her defenses. Then you should rest well, Mu Qingsno nodded, recognizing that Qingyu was not a disciple of the celestial sect, and thus, it was not her obligation. Are you not going to rest, Qingsno? Qingyu inquired, surprised. I am the holy maiden. Naturally, I must lead by example, Mu Qingsno replied, shaking her head. How exhausting it must be to be a holy maiden. Perhaps being a wandering cultivator is preferable, free and unrestrained, Qingyu mused. To enjoy the resources of the sect, one must dedicate oneself to its service. This is my duty. As it is for every disciple, Mu Qingsno asserted, enviously reflecting on Qingyu's freedom and the vast resources at her disposal. By the way, since your celestial sect has a holy maiden, does it also possess a holy son? Qingyu asked. Indeed, it does, Mu Qingsno pondered before nodding slightly. Then why have I never seen him, while you are perpetually busy? Regarding this query, Mu Qingsno's expression grew complex. I only know of the holy son's existence. I have never encountered him. It seems he does not engage in the sect's trivial matters. According to rumors among the disciples, the holy son is a cultivation fanatic, solely devoted to his practice. Initially, she had inquired about this matter with her master, but instead of enlightenment, she received a stern reprimand, admonishing her to focus on her own path. Since then, she had refrained from pursuing the topic until today, when Li Qingyu brought it up. Sensing the atmosphere was amiss, Li Qingyu quickly shifted the conversation. Qingxue, are you interested in formations? Would you like me to teach you? Formations? However, I seem to lack the talent for it. I see, Li Qingyu thought. What a pity. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from outside. Mu Qingxue dashed out swiftly, with Li Qingyu hastily following behind. Before them stood an imposing army of the demon sect. Mu Qingxue's pupils constricted. What was happening? How had the demon sect approached so stealthily? The other disciples soon arrived, trembling in fear at the sight outside the mine. Whoosh! 2 figures appeared beside her. We have met the elders. Mu Qingxue saluted. The other disciples quickly followed suit. The 2 elders nodded slightly, their brows furrowed as they contemplated the situation outside. What scheme was the demon sect up to this time? I sensed the presence of 5 tribulation-level cultivators. We must call for reinforcements. They exchanged glances and communicated silently, regardless of the circumstances. It would be prudent to summon the other elders. Relying solely on their own tribulation-level strength would be insufficient against 5. At this moment, the disciples dared not breathe audibly, awaiting instructions from the 2 elders. You shall each return to your posts and remain vigilant. The mountain is protected by a formidable array, and for the time being, the demon sect cannot breach it. Once our reinforcements arrive, their efforts will amount to naught. Understood. The disciples responded and began to prepare. Your Highness, the saintess should retreat to the rear, one elder suggested. Very well, Mu Qingxue nodded. At this moment, she had no intention of making grandiose speeches about righteousness. As a mere nascent soul cultivator, she would be insignificant in such a large-scale conflict. Thus, she retreated with Li Qingyu to a safer location. Husband, it seems there is commotion outside. The recent explosion had been quite loud, audible even from deep within the mine. Shortly thereafter, the protective array was activated, and the sounds from outside ceased to penetrate their sanctuary. Li Daoxian extended his consciousness to probe the situation, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. What is happening? It appears the demon sect is attacking the Tianzi sect once again, Li Daoxian replied, somewhat exasperated. How many times has this been now? They seem to encounter us at every mine. Moreover, I believe I can sense Xiaoyu's presence. She is within this mine. Xiaoyu is here too? Lu Sueki exclaimed in surprise. Yes, she's likely with Qingxue. She probably came to play with her. What is that child doing in such a dangerous place? Lu Sueki lamented. The disturbance caused by the demon sect was significant. 5 tribulation-level cultivators had arrived. 5 tribulation-level cultivators. Lu Sueki's heart raced. Previously, they had only encountered minor skirmishes. Never had they faced cultivators of such caliber. The arrival of 5 tribulation-level beings indicated that the demon sect was determined not to relent. Li Daoxian pondered thoughtfully. He suspected that his prior actions had incited this situation. It seemed the demon sect had discovered the demise of the 5 elder demons and was intent on seeking vengeance against the Tianzi sect. After all, cultivating a single individual through the tribulation requires a vast array of resources, energy, and time. The loss of so many at once would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the demonic sect. One need only recall how the ancestral figure of the demonic sect intervened to save those 4 elder demons from perishing. Shaking his head to dispel such errant thoughts, he resumed harvesting attribute points. Why concern himself with their battles? He could simply reap the benefits. With the demonic sect having lost 5 tribulation cultivators, it was hard to believe that the heavenly sect would struggle against them. In this light, he felt a sense of gratitude toward the sect. Indeed, he was quite the benefactor. Buzz. A ripple in the space heralded the arrival of several figures at the mine. What was happening? The elders exchanged puzzled glances, turning their eyes toward the 2 newcomers, who gestured toward the outside. Following their gaze, they beheld the formidable forces of the demonic sect, along with 5 concealed elder demons. No, not just 5. 3 more were arriving, likely with more on the way. Their expressions turned grave. Was the demonic sect about to initiate a grand confrontation here? That would be advantageous. They occupied a strategic position, fortified by protective arrays, and were in close proximity to the heavenly sect, allowing them to summon reinforcements swiftly. Coming back to their senses, they were filled with elation. What a reckless move by the demonic sect. As time passed, reinforcements from the heavenly sect continued to arrive. Even the sect leader, having received word, personally appeared on the battlefield. The leader, Xianziji, was in the late stages of tribulation. The elders greeted him respectfully. What is the situation? He inquired. They are still assaulting our array. It is unlikely they will breach it within a few days, one elder responded. Xianziji nodded. We must draw the battlefield outward. This is our sect's mining area, and it is unsuitable for a confrontation. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the protective array shattered. The eyes of the crowd widened in shock. Countless soldiers of the demonic sect surged forward, prepared to engage the enemy. The situation had escalated beyond their expectations, and they had no choice but to confront the onslaught. A torrent of terrifying magical attacks surged through the air toward densely packed groups of cultivators from both sects, their figures darting like shooting stars, colliding in midair. Cackle. The heavenly sect shall pay in blood for their debts. The elder demons of the tribulation stage also joined the fray. How dare you? The elders coordinated to ensnare an elder demon of equal rank. Both parties were prudent enough to avoid fighting at low altitudes, lest the catastrophic aftermath of their tribulations indiscriminately harm their own disciples. Xianziji, it has been ages. Your heavenly sect has certainly learned a few tricks. The leader of the demonic sect, Imo Qingtian, flashed a grin as he materialized before him. Xianziji's expression turned serious as he regarded the shadow beside Imo Qingtian. It was this entity that had forcefully breached their protective array. How could your demonic sect control such an anomaly? It seems your intelligence is not lacking. These anomalies have indeed emerged in recent years, Imo Qingtian replied with a smile. Do you not fear the heavenly retribution for such actions? Xianziji felt immense pressure. This anomaly possessed strength comparable to that of a perfected tribulation cultivator, and he could not contend with it. Chapter 453. Breakout. There are many who can manipulate anomalies. How many powerful beings from the upper realms have captured them from beyond to study? If the heavens were to intervene, why would they need to concern themselves? Imo Qingtian chuckled, for such easily utilized resources were perfectly suited to their endless demonic domain. Naturally, they would claim them. Xianziji fell into a contemplative silence. Imo Qingtian, weary of wasting words, commanded the strange entity to strike. With a whoosh, the eerie figure dissipated, stirring a chilling wind. Xuanziji felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily unleashed his defensive talismans while casting his most potent protective spells. Yet, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. With a single claw, Xuanziji's chest was instantly drenched in blood. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he attempted to utilize his evasion technique to escape. However, The strangeness outpaced him. After several exchanges, his breath grew feeble, and waves of agony surged from the depths of his soul. He coughed, unable to suppress the backlash of his injuries, and spat out a mouthful of blood. This won't do. Shouldn't you summon your ancestor for assistance? Mo Qingtian jeered. Xuanzi Ji chuckled softly, offering no reply. He was acutely aware of the opponent's intentions. This time, he had indeed faltered. Even if the ancestor intervened, it could not turn the tide, especially since the demonic sect still had an ancestor poised to strike. Should the ancestor engage, it might result in a disadvantage. It would be wiser for the ancestor to hide with the Holy Sun. Thus, even if the Tiandi sect were to be annihilated, as long as they survived the tribulation, they could muster the strength to contend with the demonic sect once more. Once the Tiandi Shuangguang sect invested some resources to smuggle a perfected tribulation survivor, they could be re-established. Seeing the lack of response, Mo Qingtian smirked, foreseeing this outcome. Nevertheless, the annihilation of the Tiandi sect would still grant the endless demonic realm a fleeting advantage in the ongoing struggle against the Tiandi Shuangguang sect. Kill him, he commanded the strange entity. The crimson claws surged towards Xuanzi Ji. Naturally, he refused to await death and summoned all his abilities. Suddenly, an attack surged forth to counter the claw's light. Boom. The intense backlash sent both parties staggering back. A figure appeared behind Xuanzi Ji, steadying him. Ancestor, Xuanzi Ji exclaimed, his expression brightening, only to be clouded by melancholy soon after. Xian Tianyu did not respond. His sole intent was to facilitate their escape. Humph, now that you're here, none shall leave, came the cold snicker of Mo Han, who had been lying in wait. Transforming into a streak of light, he obstructed Xian Tianyu's retreat. Realizing the situation, Mo Qingtian hastily urged the strange entity to assist him. 2 against 1, I hold the advantage. Xuanzi Ji forced a bitter smile. Ancestor, you shouldn't have come for me. You should have taken the Holy Sun and retreated unnoticed. Even if the enemy has 2 perfected tribulation beings, they would not find you. Silence. Xian Tianyu shot him a glare. Had their relationship merely been that of ancestor and sect leader, he might have done so. But Xuanzi Ji was his grandson. He could never allow him to perish so easily. His tone softened. The Holy Sun has been sent away. I have returned solely to save you. He was aware that his own ascension was a distant dream, which was why he had been dispatched by the Tiandi Shuangguang sect. Upon his arrival in the lower realm, he had set about establishing the Tiandi sect as per the directives from above, preparing for the future appearances of prodigies from the Tiandi Shuangguang sect. During this time, he had taken a wife and fathered a child, only to tragically lose his son in a skirmish with the demonic sect. Fortunately, his grandson exhibited remarkable talent and the potential for ascension. If nurtured properly in the lower realm, he could thrive in the upper realm, thus risking his life. He was determined to save Xuanzi Ji. Let us go. He sent Xuanzi Ji away, preparing to confront the strange entity and Mo Han alone. Alas, it is truly a sight to behold, as today shall witness your family's reunion. The demon soul bore a countenance shrouded in shadows, his assaults growing increasingly ferocious. With the aid of the enigmatic, who struck from the side, Xiantianyu found himself beset and bloodied after several exchanges. Meanwhile, Mo Qingtian had no intention of sparing Xuanzi Ji. With his opponent grievously wounded, he was poised to deliver a fatal blow upon catching up. Below, the disciples of the demon sect, invigorated by their ancestors' advantage, surged with renewed spirit, while the morale of the Tiandi sect dwindled. With a thunderous roar, Li Qingyu effortlessly subdued a manifestation of the divine, casting her gaze toward Mu Qingxue, who was besieged by a throng of Yuanying practitioners, and hurried to her aid. A fierce sword aura swept through, causing the Yuanying cultivators to spill their blood, their inner forms hastily fleeing as streams of light. Li Qingyu had no time to pursue. The disciples of the demon sect pressed on relentlessly. Qingxue, are you well? Li Qingyu inquired, noticing Mu Qingxue's slightly pallid complexion. Prolonged combat had left her powers somewhat depleted. Fear not, Qingyu, find the right moment to withdraw from the battlefield. This conflict is between the Tiandi sect and the demon sect. Your involvement is unnecessary. She understood that the Tiandi sect was doomed this time, hence urging Li Qingyu to leave. Li Qingyu retorted, look around you. Do you truly believe a mere Yuanying like myself could escape the encirclement of the demon sect? Mu Qingxue fell silent, for the entire mine had been surrounded by the demon sect. Not even a fly could escape. I apologize for dragging you into this. Mu Qingxue forced a smile. Li Qingyu opened her mouth, preparing to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by a flurry of divine manifestations attacking. This fellow possesses an abundance of 5th-tier talismans and has already slain several of our divine manifestations. Everyone, be cautious, the divine beings communicated telepathically. Faced with such a multitude of divine manifestations, Mu Qingxue's complexion grew even more ashen. Divine manifestations wielded powers beyond the realm of Yuanying. Li Qingyu did not overestimate her strength. She immediately summoned several 6th-tier talismans. With a tremendous hum, a powerful attack swept across the surroundings, leaving the divine beings with no chance to react, annihilated in an instant. They could never have imagined that the seemingly unremarkable Yuanying before them could unleash so many 6th-tier talismans at once. Li Qingyu let out a gentle breath, relieved that her father had provided her with numerous talismans for this outing. Reflecting on the 9th-tier talismans she possessed, her confidence grew. Qingxue, follow me. I shall lead you to safety. The 9th-tier talismans served merely as a last resort for self-preservation. As the multitude of tribulations above rendered these insufficient to alter the tide of battle, her priority was to rescue her dear friend. Leaving the fate of the Tiandi sect beyond her control, Li Qingyu grasped Mu Qingshue's hand and employed her escape technique. Along the way, numerous disciples of the demon sect launched assaults against her. Calmly, she cast talismans. When a divine manifestation approached, she deployed 6th-tier ones, and for those of the returning void, she unleashed 7th-tier ones. Confronted with an unending barrage of lethal talismans, the disciples of the demon sect were left bewildered. What manner of demon is this? How can she possess so many high-tier talismans? Even when the final master attempted to intervene, dozens of 8th-tier talismans dissuaded him. The disciples of the demon sect could only curse in frustration. Li Qingyu scoffed with disdain. Is that all? Yet soon, her amusement faded. Boom. An attack struck her with swiftness. Her 9th-tier defensive talisman autonomously activated, blocking the onslaught entirely. Oh, you possess 9th-tier talismans as well. Your secrets pique my interest. Mao Qingtian stood before Li Qingyu, wielding the mysterious device known as Zuanziji. Master. The eyes of Mu Qingxue, behind him, widened in shock. Upon hearing the call, Zuanziji struggled to open its eyes. Qingxue? Mao Qingtian paused momentarily, then a sinister smile crept across his face, relishing the unexpected entertainment. Consequently, he infused his magical energy into Zuanziji, causing it to writhe in agony, its features contorting in pain. Chapter 454, Rescue. What skill is it for Mao Qingtian to ambush a junior? Zuanziji gritted through the suffering. This world has always been one where the strong prey upon the weak. As for juniors, it is merely a matter of strength in the path of cultivation. Mao Qingtian grinned, unleashing several attacks that made the protective shield tremble precariously. So resilient? Mao Qingtian was taken aback. He had exerted his full strength, and yet, despite being a formidable figure in the late stage of tribulation, the shield bore no cracks. 9th-grade Supreme Talisman. His gaze toward Li Qingyu burned with fervor, although an undercurrent of concern lingered within him. A Yuan-ing possessing a 9th-grade Supreme Talisman must either have the backing of a perfected Tribulation Master, or be a 9th-grade Talisman Master. Or perhaps hold a significant secret with immense opportunity. Little one, you do not belong to the Tiandi sect, do you? Mao Qingtian inquired. What if I do? And what if I do not? Li Qingyu frowned, feeling unfortunate to be intercepted so swiftly by a Tribulation Master, especially one who was the leader of the demon sect. Mao Qingtian chuckled. If you are not a disciple of the Tiandi sect, I shall allow you to depart. This is merely the enmity between our sections. Li Qingyu, puzzled, questioned his apparent goodwill and cautiously ventured, I am not. Can I leave now? Indeed, Mao Qingtian slightly shifted aside. Li Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. He truly let her pass? No matter, she thought. Escaping the encirclement was her priority. Just as she was about to step past him, Mao Qingtian halted her once more. Wait. Are you having second thoughts? Li Qingyu wore an expression of knowing disbelief. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. If you are not a disciple of the Tiandi sect, you may leave, but she, Mao Qingtian gestured towards Mu Qingxue, is the saintess of the Tiandi sect. Naturally, I cannot allow her to leave. If you wish to go, you must leave her behind. Li Qingyu shook her head resolutely. No, she must come with me. Granting you a reprieve is already a display of benevolence from the demon sect. If you wish to take her with you, you must provide something of value. For I am unaware of your affiliations. Mao Qingtian stated. Seeing room for negotiation, Li Qingyu contemplated and produced a 9th-grade talisman. If you let us go, this shall serve as compensation. Do you think a dignified Tribulation Master like myself lacks a 9th-grade talisman? Mao Qingtian replied, his tone unfazed. If there is nothing further, I shall have your sect send someone to negotiate the terms. Mu Qingxue, aware of Li Qingyu's background, urged her telepathically to leave alone without concern for her. Li Qingyu tightened her grip on her hand, expressing her determination. Having finally found a kindred spirit, she would never abandon her. I have no sect. You may state your conditions for releasing her, Li Qingyu declared. Mao Qingtian was momentarily taken aback by this response, then burst into hearty laughter. Without a sect, it appears that you are not a being from the upper realms. Therefore, you cannot escape now. Surrender your secrets obediently, and I may consider granting you a dignified demise. With the elimination of another hypothesis, Mo Qingtian naturally grew bolder, for in the absence of support, your fortune is now mine for the taking. A torrential assault repeatedly battered the 9th-tier shield. Li Qingyu was startled by the sudden surge of her opponent. Reflecting on the nuances of the recent exchange, she realized she had been trapped in conversation. Damn the demon sect. Each one of them so cunning and treacherous. Today is yet another lesson from the demon sect. Do not be too smug. Li Qingyu, equally incensed, thought they believed she possessed only defensive talismans. It was time for them to experience the might of a 9th-tier superior offensive talisman. Buzz, the talisman, exuding a murderous aura, was summoned. Mo Qingtian's eyelids flickered. Aware he could not evade the attack, he hastily employed all his strength to defend himself. The sky darkened, and wherever the attack landed was reduced to dust. The outer disciples of the demon sect, caught in the same path of assault, were struck down. Mo Qingtian's aura instantly withered. The murderous intent in his gaze towards Li Qingyu surged. He had nearly been killed by a mere nascent soul. When he captured her, he would ensure she suffered immensely. Li Qingyu, unhurried, retrieved another offensive talisman. Mo Qingtian's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Ancestor, save me." Buzz. A figure emerged, blocking the attack aimed at Mo Qingtian. As the brilliance faded, Mo Qingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was terrifying. I almost met my end. Ancestor. This person, Mo Qingtian, relayed the events and is probing to the other party. Moments later, Mo Hun understood and launched a full-force strike against Li Qingyu's shield. Crack. Although the defensive shield did not shatter, it developed cracks. Li Qingyu's heart tightened. This was trouble. The opponent had achieved tribulation completion, and her 9th-tier superior offensive talisman would not harm him, while her defensive talismans wouldn't hold for long. Noting the effectiveness of his assault, Mo Hun accelerated his attack speed, and the cracks spread rapidly. Just before the shield was about to shatter, Li Qingyu hurriedly summoned a 9th-tier formation disc. Mo Hun smirked. This shell was far sturdier than the talismans. Consequently, the frequency of his attacks increased. Qingyu, it seems this time there is no escaping. Mu Qingshua's face fell. Realizing it was merely a matter of when, not if, death would come. Do not panic. I still have a trump card. Li Qingyu reassured herself while searching around. Mu Qingshua looked up in confusion. A trump card? Do you have a treasure trove? Unless you can summon a fully realized tribulation expert, you are still doomed. Found it. Li Qingyu produced the jade slip given by Li Daoxian and crushed it. Father, come quickly to save your daughter. Li Daoxian, still mining, paused momentarily. Wife, stay here and do not go out. I will return shortly. With this, Li Daoxian vanished in a flash. Lu Sueki's heart sank, suspecting something had happened to Li Qingyu. Suddenly, Li Daoxuan's emergence alerted Mo Han. Father, Li Qingyu exclaimed joyfully, moving closer with Mu Qingshua. Li Daoxian shielded them behind him. Father, can we do this? Li Qingyu whispered. Li Daoxian smirked. What does it mean to ask if we can? A man must never say he cannot. Rest assured, leave it to me. A perfected tribulation transcendent and a late-stage tribulation transcendent can still manage the situation. May I ask who you are? The demon's soul squinted and discreetly communicated with Demon Qingtian. Didn't you say the other party had no backing? The latter replied innocently, asserting that they had no sect and were not from the upper realm. Tianji Pavilion, Dong Tianji. Li Daoxian stated calmly. Li Qingyu looked at her father in disbelief as he spoke nonsensically. The key was that the other party truly believed him. They appeared to be enlightened. Ah, so it is Tianji Pavilion. No wonder they claim to have no sect. Demon Qingtian secretly lamented the oversight, realizing he should have inquired more thoroughly. Demon Soul shook his head. I have met Dong Tianji, but you have not. Oh, you've met me. Yet I have no recollection of you. Li Daoxian chuckled. The old man still tried to deceive me, thinking I was inexperienced. Your grievances with the endless demon domain and the heaven and earth Xianhuang sect are of no concern to Tianji Pavilion. Demon Soul furrowed his brow, then relaxed. Regardless of whether the other party was truly Dong Tianji. Knowing the enmity between the endless demon domain and the heaven and earth Xianhuang sect indicated they were indeed from the upper realm. Therefore, he would not provoke an upper realm force for the endless demon domain. Chapter 455. Taking action. If you are willing to withdraw, we can end matters here. Demon Soul pondered aloud. At that moment, Li Qingyu tugged at his sleeve, then transmitted, Father, Qingshua's master is still in their hands. You little girl. Why aren't you concerned about whether your father can defeat the opponent? Li Daoxian responded, bemused by his daughter's intrusive nature. Isn't it obvious, given how composed you are, that you're stronger than them? Plus, the anomaly you are concerned about is also present, Li Qingyu communicated. Li Daoxian raised an eyebrow, gazing toward the horizon where Xiantian Yu was engaged in fierce combat. Indeed, it was an anomaly, comparable to a perfected tribulation transcendent. Contemplating briefly, he recognized this as an excellent opportunity. Not only could he devour the anomaly cultivated by the demon sect, but he could also shift the enmity onto Tianji Pavilion and the heaven and earth sect. Demon Soul observed Li Daoxian, who was lost in thought, feeling a weight in his heart, and signaled to Demon Qingtian. It seemed that the gentleman did not wish to end matters here. Demon Soul chuckled. Li Daoxian then teleported the two away, feigning seriousness. The divination is complete. Enter the hexagram. Upon hearing this, Demon Soul's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly became vigilant. He had long heard of the Tianji Pavilion's extraordinary methods. Those who entered the hexagram were invariably manipulated, ultimately becoming pawns. While Li Daoxuan's knowledge was vast, and he had some proficiency in divination, he was still inferior to those who specialized in the art, like Tianji Pavilion. However, it was effective in intimidating the opponent. Buzz. As the divination was cast, the cosmic hexagrams manifested, enveloping the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Demon Soul dared not remain idle and directly unleashed a spell to shatter a corner, escaping from within. Unfortunately, the other disciples of the demon sect lacked such ability. In an instant, Those below the tribulation stage fell victim to manipulation, acting like puppets, each engaging in self-destructive behavior at the snap of a finger. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth sect felt their scalps tingle, a chill rushing to their minds. Demon Soul was furious. This maneuver had resulted in countless casualties among the elite disciples of the demon sect. What a formidable Tianji pavilion. In the throes of tribulation, a tempest surged, overwhelming the heavens and the earth with a deluge of tidal fury. The disciples of the Heavenly Earth sect, still reeling from shock, regained their senses and began to flee. This cataclysmic strike was not aimed at Li Daoxian. The demon sect had already suffered grievous losses, and thus their arch-nemesis, the Heavenly Earth sect, could not be spared from calamity. The venerable ancestor, Xiantianyu, sought to intervene but found himself ensnared in an inexplicable struggle, unable to extricate himself. "Pray, my friend, lend your aid." Li Daoxian nodded slightly. Even without uttering a word, he could not remain idle, for his daughter was still below. With a flourish of his Taoist robe, he unleashed his divine powers. "The universe within my sleeves." A gale howled forth, an unparalleled force altering the very currents of the celestial tides, drawing them into the expansive void of his sleeve. The imminent crisis that could have overturned the battlefield was effortlessly quelled, yet Li Daoxian had no intention of stopping there. He swiftly redirected his focus towards the demonic soul, his powers unabated, brimming with energy sufficient for further exertion. "You, too, shall partake." The demonic soul's expression shifted drastically. The dual suppression of body and spirit left no room for resistance, as it was inexorably drawn into the ethereal confines of his sleeve. The sleeve itself was merely a facade. It was the true prison within that held sway. Mo Qingtian stood frozen, aghast. Had the ancestor truly been defeated so swiftly? At that moment, Li Daoxuan's gaze fell upon him. Mo Qingtian trembled, instinctively seeking escape. Yet, to think that a mere late-stage tribulation cultivator could flee from a perfected realm expert was nothing short of delusional. With a single hand, he was subdued on the spot. Wasting no time in inquiry, Li Daoxian proceeded to extract his soul's secrets. Moments later, his eyes sparkled with revelation. As the leader of a sect, he was privy to numerous secrets regarding the higher realms, including intelligence on the peculiarities plaguing them. In recent years, the endless demon domain had been sending anomalies into the lower realms. These extraterrestrial fiends appeared to be a glitch. As long as they were not excessively powerful, they could be dispatched with minimal cost. Furthermore, these anomalies could devour their kind to nurture and evolve, strategically preparing for incursions into the lower realms. The demon sect had amassed a considerable stockpile of these anomalies, and the one currently on the battlefield, having reached the pinnacle of tribulation, was among the latest to be cultivated. Otherwise, the demon sect would have launched an assault long ago. After nurturing one such perfected anomaly, the demon sect's anomaly pool still held many more. By their count, they could potentially raise several more. "My friend, I shall assist you," Li Daoxian called out, charging towards the sole surviving anomaly. "I am truly grateful for your timely intervention. The Heavenly Earth sect shall bestow ample rewards afterward." Xiantianyu expressed his gratitude. Previously besieged by the combined forces of the demonic soul and the anomaly, he was indeed struggling to withstand the onslaught. Li Daoxian employed the same technique with ease, effortlessly securing the anomaly within his grasp before standing with hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of superiority. Xiantianyu flew before him, clasping his hands in respect. Li Daoxian waved his hand dismissively, saying meaningfully, "There is no need for such formalities. I have already received my due recompense." Prior to this incident, he had pilfered from their minds, and the flicker of conscience stirred within him. But after this event, everything felt justified. "I have saved your entire sect. Without my intervention, you would have faced annihilation today, and your minds would have fallen into the hands of the demon sect. I am quite satisfied with having discreetly extracted several trillion spirit stones." Xiantianyu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the implications, but Li Daoxian swiftly shifted the topic. "In the wake of this calamity, the Heavenly Earth sect has suffered significant losses. It is prudent to arrange matters swiftly." Xiantianyu wished to inquire further. "Indeed, my friend," he began, but before he could finish, he beheld the unconscious form of Xianziji, who had been tormented beyond endurance. With an air of regret, he continued, "It appears that we shall not engage in lofty discussions today. Once the Heavenly Earth sect has recuperated, I shall eagerly await your esteemed presence, and I shall extend my hospitality. Do not concern yourself. Life is at stake, my friend." Li Daoxian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Xiantianyu lifted Xianziji from the ground to take him for healing. At that moment, Li Qingyu approached. "Father." The young girl gazed at him with admiration, and Mu Qingxue mirrored her expression. The recent battle had showcased his extraordinary prowess, calm and composed, wielding profound magical abilities. He turned the tide with a mere flick of his fingers. Li Daoxian chuckled as he ruffled her hair, though she found it comforting. She was mindful of Qingxue's presence and feigned annoyance. "Father, I am no longer a child." "Not a child, yet you have stirred such trouble?" "A mere Yuanying dares provoke a tribulation-level cultivator. Had it not been for your father's backing, the direst of fates would have awaited you." captured and turned into a furnace for cultivation, Li Daoxian stated sternly. Li Qingyu shrank back, pouting, "Father, please do not be angry. I understand my mistake. Moreover, I did not instigate this. Those from the demon sect came of their own accord. When I attempted to flee, they intercepted me, leading to this predicament." Li Daoxian sighed. His daughter was far too meddlesome, a consequence of her sheltered upbringing. Unlike him, who would remain uninvolved unless personal interests were at stake, she lacked the necessary experience and refinement. However, it was understandable, having only recently arrived in the eastern region. Her growth was still in its infancy. "Very well, I shall not chastise you this time. Remain here for a moment while I go fetch your mother." "Mother is coming too?" Li Qingyu asked, surprised. Li Daoxian would not confess to bringing Lu Sueki along to mine. "No, I merely have matters to attend to shortly. Which is why I feel at ease leaving you with your mother at the Heavenly Earth sect for a time," he explained. He intended to address the peculiar resources left within the demon sect, hoping these anomalies might satiate the system, perhaps unlocking new functionalities. Chapter 456, System Update. After ensuring the mother and daughter were settled at the Heavenly Earth sect, Li Daoxian hastened to the demon sect stronghold. In the core of the demon sect, Li Daoxian stared in astonishment at the vast array of anomalies within the abyssal pool. There were far more than he had anticipated from his memories. It seemed the endless demon realm continued to send forth these anomalies into the mortal realm. With this in mind, he welcomed the opportunity. First, he released the tribulation-level anomaly he had imprisoned using his divine powers. Contrary to expectations, it showed no resistance. Instead, it regarded Li Daoxian with utmost respect. This left him perplexed, pondering the connection between the system and these anomalies. Attempting to communicate with the anomaly, he found it unresponsive, merely staring blankly at him. With no other choice, he waved his hand, and it obediently approached, only to be wholly absorbed by the system. Ding! The sound of notifications echoed incessantly. After a moment, when the alerts ceased, it became apparent that the system had not met the upgrade conditions. It seemed the energy was still insufficient. Li Daoxian cast his gaze toward the peculiar pool and, without hesitation, leaped into it. In an instant, all the strange entities surged into his body. Their instincts ignited with fervor. A flurry of notifications assailed him once more, prompting him to temporarily mute the system alerts. After approximately the span of an incense stick, Li Daoxian focused intently on the final system notification. Ding! Sufficient energy detected. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. Li Daoxian clicked to agree. Ding! System upgrading, please wait. Ding! Upgrade successful. Ordinary system loaded successfully. The system has activated the following modules: attribute sharing, tenfold amplification, simplified duplication. Divine ability plunder, daily check-in. Li Daoxian's eyes widened, his slightly agape mouth betraying his astonishment. He hurriedly reviewed all the newly activated functions. Attribute sharing was straightforward. Now, his attribute points could be allocated to his partners and offspring, meaning he could bestow advantages upon Lu Sueki and Li Qingyu. Consequently, he would not need to linger in the lower realms for too long, provided he had enough spirit stones. He could swiftly elevate both of them to the peak of tribulation and expedite their ascension. The tenfold amplification function lived up to its name, offering a simple yet effective enhancement. Simplified duplication allowed for the replication of items and techniques, though each item could only be duplicated once. And the replication of techniques only provided the methods, requiring personal cultivation. Divine ability plunder was more domineering, enabling him to strip others of their abilities and claim them as his own, along with their proficiency. It remained uncertain whether amplification could be triggered, which required further experimentation. The daily check-in was akin to the familiar check-in systems of his past life. Eagerly, Li Daoxian began to utilize the functions. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a peculiar entity in the early stages of tribulation. Li Daoxian was baffled. The system rewarded him with a peculiar being? Did they truly have no ulterior motives? Dismissing the thought, he absorbed it and proceeded to utilize the other functionalities. He replicated all the spirit stones in the system space, instantly doubling their quantity. Li Daoxian lamented the missed opportunity. Had he not converted all the spirit stones into attribute points during mining, he would have had a far greater quantity to utilize now. Attribute points, 765 trillion. Gazing at the ample attribute points sufficient for his breakthrough to the immortal realm, Li Daoxian restrained his impulse to use them. Now was not the time. Should he break through prematurely, he would be promptly expelled to the higher realm, and Lu Sueki and her daughter would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Thus, to err on the side of caution, he resolved to wait until he had enough spirit stones for all three to transcend together before utilizing them. Before his departure, Li Daoxian rummaged through the treasures of the demon sect. To his delight, he discovered that the tenfold amplification could be applied to spirit stones. Originally, he could account for a total value of 120 trillion. After amplification, it surged to 1,200 trillion, and employing the duplication function again, he realized a staggering 2,400 trillion. Good heavens, Li Daoxian experienced the exhilarating sensation of playing a modified version of the game. Initially, it was anticipated that they would remain in the lower realm for several decades. However, it now appears that within a month, The entire family will ascend to the higher realm. The spiritual stones in the backpack have been amplified tenfold. Even the smallest morsel has its value. Upon returning, Li Daoxian sought out the mother and daughter. My dear husband, back so soon? Lu Sueki expressed mild surprise. Indeed, it was not a troublesome matter. A brief journey sufficed. Li Daoxian replied with a nod, then turned his gaze to Li Qingyu. Little you, go bid farewell. You will return with us shortly. But I wish to linger outside for a while longer. Li Qingyu pouted playfully, reluctant to return after such a brief time away. It is best for solitary cultivators not to entangle themselves too much with others. Li Daoxian paused before continuing. This return is to assist you in breaking through to a higher realm, enabling you to ascend alongside me. Seeing her husband's determination, Lu Sueki naturally supported his stance, saying, listen to your father. Li Qingyu was taken aback. Ascend to the higher realm? It seemed a distant dream. She was still at the nascent soul stage. And even a millennium of arduous cultivation could not guarantee her ascent. With both her parents having spoken, she found it difficult to refuse. Very well, I shall return with you. But first, I'll bid farewell to Qingxue. Go ahead, Li Daoxian nodded approvingly. In response to Li Qingyu's farewell, Mu Qingxue did not take it too seriously. After all, it was merely a brief return home for seclusion, and they would meet again. All right, when I have the time, I shall come to play with you, Mu Qingxue said. Yes, please come quickly. I find myself quite lonely at home, Li Qingyu replied with a hint of reluctance. After parting ways, Mu Qingxue resumed her tasks. Currently, the entire sect was in a state of disarray, with the sect leader and elders recuperating from injuries, leaving the management of the sect in the hands of its saintess. On the journey home, Li Daoxian elaborated on the secrets of both the higher and lower realms to Li Qingyu, outlining the forthcoming arrangements. Upon hearing that her father intended to elevate their realms to the peak of tribulation within a month, the young girl regarded him with skepticism, as if to say, surely you do not think me naive. Even Lu Sueki, who had unwavering faith in Li Daoxian, could not help but harbor doubts. The matter seemed too fantastical. Li Daoxian chuckled. Ordinary methods would indeed be impossible, but I possess a unique transmission technique. Just wait and watch your cultivation soar. Could this destabilize our foundation? Li Qingyu expressed concern. While she was confident in consolidating one or two realms, a sudden leap across too many could jeopardize her foundation. Do you think I would recklessly jeopardize your foundations? Li Daoxian reassured her. If you find this pace too swift, I can certainly slow it down. How about a year? The system's augmentation of cultivation is remarkably stable, as if it were innate. Thus, even substantial increases should not lead to instability. However, after some contemplation, Li Daoxian realized there was no need to rush. He would allow more time for them to appreciate the insights of each realm. If a year still feels too hasty, then perhaps 3 years would suffice. A year still feels rather incredible. Forget it. You two just wait for ascension and don't overthink things. Li Daoxian shook his head and ceased further discussion. Upon returning home, he led the mother and daughter into the cultivation chamber to commence their seclusion. Meanwhile, in another realm, Yiyu seemed to sense something, withdrawing from his comprehension of the rules. Chapter 457. Yiyu's current state, system, Yiyu, level, rule level, DZY region. System functions, plunder. Acquired system functions, universal amplification, currently at 10,000 times. Otherworldly summoning, replication, check-in, chat group, apprenticeship returns. Origin points, slightly indeterminate. Path of order. The rules are unbreakable. Order defines the rules. Having embedded a subsidiary system into the supreme world and received a source supply, Yiyu could finally glean information from that exalted realm through his origin sensing. It has been a challenging journey, Yiyu mused. After years of scheming, he had finally made progress, though the pace remained slow. Still a vast distance from his ultimate goal. However, the subsidiary system had undergone upgrades, and subsequent nurturing of the host should accelerate considerably. Furthermore, once he reached the upper realm, he would encounter more peculiarities for source replenishment. Perceiving the vast universe he occupied, he noted that 1/10 of its expanse had been assimilated by the Invincible system. This was remarkably swift, accomplished in less than 2 centuries. He recalled the system he initially pursued, which had managed to evade detection skillfully, likely hiding within a small world to observe the outside situation. Presently, the only entity brazenly exposed was that Invincible system. Why does such a bug-level system exist? It renders my efforts and growth seem rather ludicrous. Nevertheless, he resolved that the ultimate victor could only be himself. With renewed determination, Yiyu began to cultivate the host of that supreme world through remote manipulation. In the LWJ region, following Yiyu's directives, Jiang Xian had nurtured a vast world, becoming the heavenly Tao of this realm. Armed with a formidable support team, he had unified and governed 1/1000th of the world. Do not underestimate this fraction. It encompassed trillions of worlds. However, as the local domain expanded, pitfalls emerged. For every region was rife with systems, including the LWJ region. Jiang Xian was incessantly bombarded with reports of disturbances in various worlds, pleading for him, the elder brother, to intervene. Just as he completed one task, another request would arrive. Frustrated, he grasped at the air and opened the system chat group to vent his frustrations. Yet, This chat group was distinct from others. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare unleash his ire upon those formidable beings. Group chat, System Inspection Squad. Group leader, Jiang Xian, I just received another report. Who is managing Area 024? Zhao, not me. Wang nor I. Lin. 1. The group comprised otherworldly beings Jiang Xian had recruited, endowed with the capability to capture systems through the rules he procured from Yiyu. Unfortunately, this chat group was newly established, and these novices had yet to capture a single system due to their lack of proficiency. As Lu remarked, my lord, it is within my jurisdiction, and I am on my way. Upon receiving a response, Jiang Xian exhaled in relief. Those who had traversed worlds were accustomed to such scenarios. The system was exceedingly proficient, and it was not their lack of capability, but rather the system's prowess that was overwhelming. Initially, they were thrilled to have crossed over and become system supervisors, empowered by Jiang Xian. He held high hopes for them, beginning with gentle encouragement, yet the outcome was disheartening. They were incapable of accomplishing even a single task. Without results, he was at a loss for explanations. Lu interjected, my lord, please temper your reprimands. The group leader responded with concern, Lin number 2, we are short-handed. How can we manage such an expansive area with so few of us? Others echoed his sentiments. Jiang Xian took a moment to compose himself. Ultimately, we must capture a system to report back. This time, you shall all venture into that world to seize one. Lu responded, your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. I have learned from past experiences and will not recklessly enter the world. I shall set up an encirclement outside, awaiting our collective arrival to enhance our chances of success. The group leader declared, if we do not succeed this time, do not return. Furthermore, beginning this year, we will implement assessments for supervisors. Each year, one system must be secured. Failure to pass will result in dismissal and the revocation of your abilities, returning you to your original world. The traversers gasped in horror. How could this be? They had all embarked on the path of the extraordinary, and none wished to revert to being mere ordinary natives. Jiang Xian chose to disregard their lamentations. Their suggestions were indeed quite constructive. Thus, he resolved to expand the ranks of traversers. However, this would require a greater expenditure of rule power. So he decided that supervisors would only traverse anomalous worlds in search of systems, and capturing them would necessitate an application for the imposition of rules. This idea was indeed commendable. It was settled. In the JP region, amidst this monumental conflict, countless worlds had been shattered, and the ripple effects had been extensive. The presence of systems in this area had become exceedingly rare. Those systems aware of the situation had long since fled, and those with insufficient strength had perished in the aftermath. How much longer could they endure? Jiang Fan lowered his gaze, feeling both physically and mentally drained. According to the Divine Core's calculations, based on current capabilities, less than a century. The Divine Core swiftly provided its data. A century? Jiang Fan was not surprised. A century was indeed a generous estimate. The Supreme Power lived up to its name, initially able to engage in a tit-for-tat exchange. But once the Dao ancestor-level figures from the opposing world intervened, they were no longer equipped to confront them. Ling Tian, with a forlorn expression, lamented that the heaviest losses had fallen upon him, as his peculiar abilities had placed him at the forefront. And even the Daos of the vast universe were no match for those Dao ancestors, who manipulated them with ease. Yet, whether out of caution or some other reason, those Dao ancestors refrained from advancing and instead focused on clearing their own grounds, leaving the remainder of the offensive to the formidable beings of their subordinate worlds and the natives of this realm. Brother Fan, shall we continue the fight? Ling Tian took a deep breath. Jiang Fan assessed the progress in each region. He could no longer place his hopes on Jiang Xian's side. With the bow drawn, there is no turning back. Our task is to delay time and cooperate with the internal traitors. It is not yet time for the final charge. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. The situation appeared grim. How many bizarre worlds remain under your command? Less than 1 billion, responded Ling Tian, relieved that he had transformed the majority of worlds in the JP region into anomalies. Otherwise, there would indeed be insufficient cannon fodder. We can temporarily halt our offensive to conserve our strength, Jiang Fan suggested. I wish we could, but the enemy will not hold back, Ling Tian replied, shrugging in resignation. Jiang Fan cast a glance at the Divine Core panel. World analysis. 100. Throughout the years, he had not been idle. Although his world had not ascended to the supreme level, the requirement for such elevation was the unification of all worlds within a region. He had been unaware of this before, and now that he knew, it was unattainable, especially as long as the Invincible system in the DZY region existed. However, the inability to elevate the world did not preclude technological advancement. Chapter 458. Jiang Fan's downfall. Jiang Fan stepped forward, steadily advancing towards the heart of the battlefield. Ling Tian, beside him, was perplexed and hesitated to dissuade him, as Brother Fan had never been one to boast. After a long moment, Jiang Fan traversed the infinite space, arriving at the center of the Sea of Worlds. This so-called Sea of Worlds was an endless expanse formed by the bubbles of all worlds in the JP region, each world resembling a wave in the ocean. Each wave was a part of the Sea of Worlds. Over the course of several centuries of fierce battle, countless worlds had perished, yet they were but mere ripples in this vast sea. insignificant in the face of such boundlessness. Zhang Fan's figure caught the attention of the Tao ancestors of the supreme world. Powerful consciousnesses descended upon this space, and layers of Tao rhythms stirred the air, causing ripples through time and space. The Tao ancestors sensed causality in Zhang Fan, yet they had not met him directly. For many years, he had remained in the shadows, orchestrating the grand scheme. Conversely, Zhang Fan had meticulously gathered information on these Tao ancestors, albeit at a considerable cost, yet it was worth it. In the realm of technology, knowledge surpassed all. Zhang Fan spoke, his calm voice resonating throughout the expansive sea of worlds. Life may very well be a game played at a higher dimension. As the sea of worlds roiled, countless beings trembled under the overwhelming authority of this supreme presence, while the heavenly Tao of the weaker worlds quaked in fear. The Tao ancestors remained impassive, yet they were curious about the source of Zhang Fan's confidence. Each of them possessed a presence no lesser than his. As his words fell, an invisible force surged forth, instantaneously enveloping the entire sea of worlds with an unstoppable momentum. The Tao ancestors could no longer maintain their composure. "You insolent wretch! How dare you!" they exclaimed in alarm, casting aside their dignified demeanor to threaten him across the sea of worlds. The supreme world plunged into turmoil, and countless cultivators felt their scalps tingle from the overwhelming rebuke of the Tao ancestors. What transpired to provoke such disregard for their own image? Even Li Daoxian, who was still imparting teachings in the lower realms, paused momentarily, this overwhelming pressure rekindling memories of his own insignificance while struggling in the Qingzhou forest. "One day, I too shall reach such a realm." Li Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with determination as he silently resolved to make this his goal, then gently reassured the mother and daughter duo, gesturing for them to continue imparting their teachings. Remote-controlled, Yi was slightly astonished. Had his host embarked on a significant venture without informing him? Thus, he discreetly activated a live broadcast through their chat group. In the World Sea, Zhang Fan chuckled lightly. "What is there to fear? Please select editing methods: Law editing, Boundary Sea editing, Heavenly Path editing, Dao Zhe editing, Great Dao editing. Format reset, blocked by supreme will, options dimmed in an instant." Apart from the first three, all other choices faded into obscurity. The technology still required enhancement, Zhang Fan mused, acknowledging that being able to withstand the Supreme's interference and continue the assault was already commendable. After all, they were of the highest order, while he was merely a small corner of the vast universe. Before the attack could commence, the Tao ancestors had already launched an offensive against Zhang Fan. The first strike came from the Space Tao ancestor, wielding the power of the Space Tao. Buzz! The Space Tao obliterated all spatial realms it traversed, sending ripples across the Boundary Sea. In its wake, the world bubbles shattered with a thunderous crash, yet Zhang Fan remained unfazed, raising his hand to point into the void. Boundary Sea editing activated. Please select Great Dao. Countless Great Dao options unfolded before him. 3,000 Great Daos, heavenly transformations, yet space was not among them. Buzz! The Boundary Sea surged, a torrent of data cascading with waves of brilliance. Dao Zhe intertwining, space erased, chaos reigning. Here, the Space Tao had indeed been vanquished. The Space Tao ancestor was utterly astounded, and the other Tao ancestors stared in disbelief. They momentarily halted their assault. Each Tao ancestor was a cautious individual, nurturing an awe for the unknown, despite their elevated status. After a brief pause, one Tao ancestor spoke slowly. "I have discerned the means of our opponent. The Space Tao still exists. It has merely been suppressed and rendered silent by their Great Tao." "What does this signify?" the other Tao ancestors inquired. "The 3,000 Great Daos are not merely a numerical count." The Tao ancestor spoke delicately, implying that while he understood the opponent's methods, he could not identify the specific path they traversed. All 3,000 Great Daos belong to the same category. There is no absolute superiority, only mastery of the Tao. "Allow me to test him," the Time Tao ancestor stated with calm assurance. "Very well." In an instant, the ripples of time surged forth to assail the Boundary Sea. Faced with this maneuver, Zhang Fan could not help but chuckle in disbelief. "I have dedicated centuries to analyzing the entire Boundary Sea through technological Daos. How could your mere Time Tao stir such an existence? With the Space Tao preceding and the Time Tao following, I declare, time and space do not apply here." With a swift motion, he severed the Time Tao. The Boundary Sea, deprived of the influence of time, plunged into chaos. The worlds began to fade into silence, with past, present, and future all spiraling into disorder. The entirety of the Boundary Sea fell into impermanence, the heavenly Tao collapsing, time and space concealing themselves. The worlds became silent in their demise. The only realm maintaining normalcy was the supreme world within the Boundary Sea, safeguarded by the supreme will, impervious to the disturbances of the Great Tao. The Taoist ancestors found themselves at a loss, bewildered by how swiftly they had brought their own homes to ruin, a result they never desired. Time passed awkwardly as the Taoist ancestors retracted their hands, initially brimming with confidence, only to witness a significant catastrophe unfold. What path had their opponent truly traversed? In that moment, the remaining Taoist ancestors hesitated to act recklessly. fearing that further disturbances could lead to the collapse of the entire realm. Currently, the realm merely lay suppressed, its presence obscured, while the world had been sealed, resulting in a slight temporal chaos. Both parties gazed across the realm, neither daring to make a move. At that moment, Zhang Fan silently regarded the alert sent by the Divine Core. Warning: remaining energy can no longer stabilize the entire realm. Zhang Fan continued to maintain an air of authority, having extracted billions of units of energy from worlds through 2 decisive strikes. At this moment, he resembled a gunman brandishing an unloaded weapon against the heads of those Taoist ancestors, questioning their willingness to act. Based on the data previously provided by the Divine Core, their side would not withstand an assault from the opposing side for even a century before collapsing. With such intimidation, he could extend this time frame. System: I entrust my life to you. Your prior guidance shall not be in vain, Zhang Fan murmured, sitting cross-legged at the center of the realm. The system's success meant his survival, while its failure would lead to his demise. Everything was predetermined, awaiting resolution. Just as he had faith in the system's ability to elevate him, he now believed it could successfully orchestrate victory. Therefore, Zhang Fan slowly closed his eyes, no longer focusing on the reactions of the opposing Taoist ancestors. The invincible Zhang Fan had withdrawn. The Taoist ancestors observed this scene in silence, their thoughts unknown. Yeyu, who had been secretly watching the entire process, could not help but shed a tear. After countless reincarnations, perhaps he retained a trace of humanity. The system treated its host with genuine sincerity, never elevating itself above others, maintaining equality, which nurtured such a loyal and righteous host. Yeyu closed the live stream, continuing his clandestine plotting. Ling Tian, who had watched the entire affair, felt a dryness in his throat. The invincible Fan Gu had unexpectedly withdrawn in this manner. Fan Gu, what a noble sacrifice. Chapter 459. The Judgment of the Great Path. Zhang Fan's mind immersed itself in the chat group. At that moment, everyone in the group was focused on him, exchanging words of concern that brought him a sense of solace. Zhang Fan, I appreciate everyone's concern. I am currently unharmed, having learned from past experiences. Those Taoist ancestors are undoubtedly on edge. However, this tactic cannot be sustained for hundreds of years. Over time, those Taoist ancestors will inevitably probe our defenses. Zhang Mu, everything is proceeding according to plan. Fan Ji's intervention has granted us some additional time. Through the system's arrangements, my army of reincarnators has begun to enter the fray. Ling Tian, I am also on standby, waiting for news from the system. Mo Chan, it is now our turn to engage with the opposing side from the celestial path. Mo Chen's eyes glimmered with warmth. Though they both followed the celestial path, their methods of cultivation differed. His side practiced scientific cultivation, while the opposing side adhered to ancient methods. Currently, he would be unable to contend with the Taoist ancestors on the opposing side, but he could certainly hold his own against those celestial sovereigns and emperors. It was not that their cultivation system was inferior, but rather that the limitations of the world constrained the growth of their system. As I await my ascension to the pinnacle, the constraints shall surely be lifted. Chu Go, I have also begun to embed moles. Even the most formidable walls may one day succumb to infiltration. In this battle, we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious, even at the summit. After enduring numerous upheavals and under the incessant infiltration by Yu, vulnerabilities shall inevitably arise, allowing them to exploit any weaknesses. While the assembly deliberated on how to conquer the pinnacle, Jiang Xian timidly interjected. Jiang Xian, is there anyone to assist? Zhang Fan, Ling Tian, Zhang Mu, 6, Mo Chun, what are you doing? Chu Gu, observing. Before the chat interface, Jiang Xian could not help but cover his face. This time, he had made a monumental fool of himself. Not only had he failed to capture the system, but he had also been subjected to a counter-infiltration. Now, the adversary was lurking within his realm, mercilessly exploiting the situation, causing him to stomp his feet in frustration. As the circumstances grew increasingly dire, he was left with no choice but to swallow his pride and seek assistance in the group. Jiang Xian, feeling apprehensive, recounted the events to the group. Previously, he had received a distress signal from the 024 area, and following several failed attempts to apprehend the system, he had dispatched several inspectors to subdue it. It is crucial to note that the LWJ area lacked a supreme realm, and the world in the 024 area that had been invaded was merely one of the myriad realms. Logically, with a few inspectors and the constraints provided by Yu, capturing this system should have been a straightforward endeavor. However, the reality surpassed all expectations, as the adversary's system level was astonishingly high. The constraints merely caused a brief pause before becoming utterly ineffective. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Xian exclaimed that he had been deceived, and without hesitation, he plunged into his own domain. He was, after all, the great celestial Tao, no longer the feeble being he once was, and in his own territory. He was confident he could subdue the foe. Yet, the truth exceeded his imagination. The adversary remained unyielding, and despite scanning all beings within the realm, he could not locate the host of the parasitic entity. Helplessly, he watched as the essence of his world continually diminished, growing increasingly anxious. In desperation, he turned to the chat group for aid. The others in the group, upon hearing his plight, expressed their astonishment. Mo Chun, succinct and laden with derision. Jiang Xian's face flushed with anger, yet the powerless and vulnerable him could only endure in silence, recognizing the wisdom of the situation. Zhang Mu, and to think you boast of being a graduate of the Tao Academy, utterly disgraceful, nay, a disgrace to the heavens. Ling Tian, arrogant yet mindless, inept yet fond of play, devoid of wisdom, strategy, and strength, truly a product of the trifecta of incompetence. Jiang Fan, criticism at this juncture serves no purpose. Our immediate priority is to resolve the issue. I am currently unable to assist, so it falls upon you all. Mo Chun, analyzing the available intelligence. That system is of considerable level, capable of evading the great celestial Tao, likely on par with the esteemed one. Observing from the shadows, Yu nodded in agreement. The analysis was astute. The adversary was undoubtedly a system of rule-level caliber. As for why a rule-level system would venture into the middle thousand realms, that remained a mystery, as they undoubtedly had their own agenda. Systems that have grown to this level are not to be underestimated. It would be challenging to apprehend a peer, especially as I remain preoccupied, glancing at the ever-expanding Invincible domain, while I myself am still under scrutiny. The discussion among the group yielded no fruitful results. The matter concerning the system was undeniably complex, and they were unable to propose any effective solutions. If only they were 1 or 2 levels weaker. It might have been easier. Jiang Xian, is it feasible? Just give a sign. Ling Tian, you need to first identify the opponent before we can deal with it. Jiang Xian, if I could find them, I wouldn't be asking for your help. Zhang Mu, is this the level of strength exhibited by the Tao beneath the Great Way? Is it even viable? Jiang Xian paused, his fists clenched. These individuals were infuriating. At that moment, Yi spoke up. System, Jiang Xian, according to the system's understanding of the host world, you should be able to request the Great Tao's judgment. When binding with the other party, Yi had indeed familiarized himself with the background of that world. Zhang Mu, so you've been hiding your talents, have you? Ling Tian, exactly. While we toil outside, you lounge comfortably in the rear. And now that you possess the ability to resolve the issue, you still wish to keep your cards close to your chest. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. Mo Chun, little Xian, this is where you falter. Your friends are connected to you with their hearts, and yet you choose to play mind games with them? Chu Gu, just here for the gossip. Confronted with the system's revelation, Jiang Xian retorted. Jiang Xian, it's easy to say. The Great Tao's judgment can only be requested once in a lifetime. Once used, it is gone. It is not something to be used lightly unless it is a matter of life and death. Moreover, the Great Tao's judgment merely expels the problem from the world without addressing the root cause. Zhang Mu, it seems little Xian has yet to fully integrate into our family. Mo Chun, why not go and share some life wisdom with him? Mo Chun smirked. Mo Chun, that was precisely my intent. Jiang Xian, wait, I've reconsidered. This is indeed a matter of life and death. Jiang Fan, LWJ region. Jiang Xian felt a surge of despair. Who were these people? Never mind. For the sake of the supreme cause, he would endure. After all, the system had painted a grand vision. Following a discussion, the group meticulously deliberated on the finer details. Excluding Jiang Fan, the remaining members prepared to traverse the interdimensional portal to assist Jiang Xian. However, they truly found nothing. They proceeded to scan Jiang Xian's world. Are you ready? Jiang Xian inquired, glancing at the others. They nodded, brimming with anticipation. Thus, Jiang Xian began to invoke the Great Tao. I wish to request the Great Tao's judgment. Buzz. In an instant, a terrifying will descended upon this vast realm. The group was taken aback. Was this the majesty of the Great Tao? This was merely a fragment of its will. After all, considering the boundless expanse of the heavens, where the Great Tao governs all realms, its will permeating every corner. The will that had arrived here was but a fleeting glimpse of the Great Tao. How formidable must the complete Great Tao be? Jiang Xian communicated with the Great Tao. The content of their exchange remained unknown to the onlookers. Jiang Xian's perspective translated. Jiang Xian, I request the use of the Great Tao's judgment. Great Tao, you are not a graduate of the LWJ Region S Tao Academy. Jiang Xian, I am a graduate of the DZY Region S Tao Academy. We are all graduates, and there are no stipulations forbidding the Tao from conducting business across regions. Great Tao, after a moment of silence. The Great Tao ultimately agreed to take on this task. Great Tao, as you wish. In an instant, golden radiance enveloped this vast world. The system, concealed within, trembled in fear. Before it could comprehend the unfolding events, it was ruthlessly cast out of this realm by the will of the Great Tao. An invisible shackle bound it before Jiang Xian. After accomplishing this, the will of the Great Tao vanished without a trace. Chapter 460. Analysis System. A few individuals stared at the luminous sphere with wide eyes. The system struggled vigorously, attempting to break free from its bindings. Yet, the shackles imposed by the Great Tao were beyond the capability of a mere rule-level entity to shatter. Rules exist beneath order, which is dictated by the Great Tao. Only by transcending can one escape all constraints. Is that it? Zhang Mu queried uncertainly. It seems so. We don't need to intervene, Ling Tian pondered. After a moment of investigation, Jiang Xian spoke up. It's merely bound. I cannot resolve it by myself. At most, I can suppress it and drive it out. Mo Chen frowned. Even with your strength at the Grand 1000 level, you still can't manage it. Cough. I've only recently ascended. There are differences even within the Grand 1000. Moreover, this system's level is not low within the same realm, Jiang Xian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly sensing something. He quickly added, the system says to leave it to him. With that, he opened a cross-dimensional passage. The others nodded. After all, they had come merely to maintain order. Since their intervention was unnecessary, they might as well return to their tasks. The subsequent plans could not afford any errors. The system, detecting a similar aura, grew increasingly vigilant. Danger from its kind always ranked foremost. Unfortunately, it was now a prisoner, unable to resist the rule power emanating from Yiyu, and in an instant, it was forcibly drawn into the cross-dimensional passage. Yiyu pulled the system into his realm of rules. The two luminous spheres exchanged glances, and Yiyu grinned, revealing a disarmingly human smile. However, this expression sent shivers down the spine of the other, who deemed it quite unsettling. Especially since the other possessed a strength level above its own, both being rule-level entities, yet Yiyu's rule level evidently surpassed it by several tiers. What a fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps hunting rule-level systems from other regions would serve as an excellent choice. Stuck in a stalemate on the path of order, unable to break through in this region. Why not leverage the power from beyond? Come, lend me your strength. Without waiting for a refusal, he unceremoniously forced the rule power into the other's luminous sphere. The latter was filled with horror and astonishment, attempting to wield its own rule power in defense. Yet, being shackled by the great Tao, its own rules were severely restricted, compounded by its inherent weakness compared to Yiyu. Thus, it was utterly defenseless against Yiyu's incursion. The system hastily pleaded for mercy, but Yiyu remained indifferent. I shall not listen. Your promises hold no value unless they become part of me. The rule of plunder was unleashed to its fullest extent. Determined to claim everything of the other as his own. Rather than copying rules, Yiyu preferred the act of plundering. Copying merely replicates functionality without any experience, whereas plundering allows the comprehension and practical experience of the rules to transform into sustenance for Yiyu. After a considerable time, the other was thoroughly plundered by Yiyu, and its luminous sphere, now infused with new rules, gleamed even brighter. Analysis, Yiyu murmured, his heart shaken. Once again, it was a rule-type function, with a growth ceiling that was by no means inferior to that of copying or plundering. In addition to its analytical capabilities, the entity possesses several other system functionalities. No wonder its regulatory level is formidable. Had it not crossed paths with me, it might have emerged as a dominant force in the order path of the LWJ region. After all, this domain lacks the Invincible system's inherent flaw. This time, Yiyu has acquired the following abilities: Universal Analysis, Original Function, Wish, Simulator, and Celestial Projection. Only Universal Analysis falls under the category of regulatory functions, while the others belong to functional classes. As the name suggests, functions can elucidate anything, from minuscule objects to vast worlds, or even systems. While the trivial matters are self-evident, once the analysis of a world is completed, it can be transformed into a stronghold, with its celestial laws becoming subservient. Furthermore, the analyzed world can be incorporated into the regulatory space. A glimmer flashed in Yiyu's eyes as he pieced together various clues. It is no wonder that a regulatory level system would venture into the realms of the Middle Thousand Worlds. Its ambitions are grand, intending to forge a multiverse under its dominion, wherein it would be the supreme entity of these heavens. What a splendid scheme. Systems of such caliber are not to be underestimated. The multiverse is vast, teeming with capable individuals, and I cannot help but admire the ambition and prowess of my counterpart. Had it not been for this unforeseen incident, success might have been within its grasp. Alas, a formidable hero has stumbled here. So be it, let me fulfill your aspirations. It is only fitting that you have entrusted your lifelong abilities to me, Yiyu lamented. The analytical system, a trivial entity. Upon absorbing the other party's insights and experiential knowledge of the rules, I naturally wield these functions with finesse. The process of analysis is not instantaneous. The time required hinges on the disparity between the two parties. Currently, I stand as a paragon among regulatory levels. Analyzing a standard level Great Thousand World demands a century, a Middle Thousand World a year, and a Small Thousand World merely a fleeting moment. This is the advantage conferred by levels. In terms of the analytical system, one must consider whether the other party is willing to expose the essence of their system for unfettered analysis. Ultimately, it relies on the suppression of rules, akin to replication and plunder. In this regard, possessing the ability to plunder renders analysis somewhat redundant, tasteful, yet regrettably superfluous. The wish function is akin to making a wish, serving to assist the host. The input is proportional to the reward. The grander the wish, the more the system invests. However, as it is not a regulatory function, its ceiling is limited. The host cannot wish for transcendence beyond the Tao and expect the system to fulfill it, unless the wish system has already surpassed several levels of the Tao. Systems of such tiers likely do not require a host. The simulator is even less impressive, merely aiding the host's growth. It lacks the immediacy of the wish function and does not match the swiftness with which Yiyu utilizes his own essence. Indeed, It belongs to the lowest tier. Being non-regulatory, it cannot even simulate its own class within the simulation, raising the question of who would survive in the examination of ascension and the struggle for sequence. If not you, then who? Hence, it is entirely reasonable for the analytical system to have overshadowed it. Celestial projection is reminiscent of the video review systems from my previous life, akin to broadcasting videos to the myriad realms. The breadth of the broadcast depends on the system's level, and its capability lies in gathering the fortunes of various realms and indirectly influencing their trajectories to harvest the essence of those worlds. Regrettably, it is yet another function destined to gather dust in the warehouse. Only the analysis of all things can be of great use. EU side. The path of transcendence is fraught with challenges, and for now, it is prudent to follow the path of order. Besides these capabilities, EU has naturally inherited the meticulously crafted world amassed by his counterpart over the years. All of it is distributed within his realm of rules. The analyzed world can be freely scaled, with each grain of sand representing a universe, scattered and suspended within. The number is so minuscule, less than a billionth of a domain, with most being minor worlds, while the grand worlds are exceedingly rare, indicating that this individual has recently ascended to the level of rules. Come, let me see if you can bring me the dawn of hope. Yi Yu's expression grew solemn as he summoned the power of rules to activate the analysis function on the worlds under his command. Analyzing. Target, Grand World. Estimated time, 153 years. Detected other rule influences. Grant me the analysis of the invincible rules. Yi Yu felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 461. Analyzing Invincible Rules. Analysis Construction. Target Rule. Invincible. Degree of coverage. 13. Level. Rule level. Ability level. Equivalent. Difficulty assessment increased. Generating analysis rules. Expanding analysis domain. Currently covering invincible rules. Unable to assimilate. Unable to cover. Seeing this, Yi Yu furrowed his brow. It was indeed not so simple. Invincibility is the pinnacle, or else it would not be termed as such. Estimated analysis time. Analysis reduction plan. Increase analysis level. Provide source rules of the invincible system. Reluctantly shaking his head, he abandoned this unrealistic notion and decided to adhere to the original plan. Continuing the analysis of the world. Due to the influence of the invincible rules, the world analysis time is extended indefinitely. Estimated mastery of the world, 73. Estimated level of mastery will be squeezed by the invincible domain with a snap. He closed the system interface, rendering it useless. It had produced no effect. With this thought set aside, he resumed his distant planning for the development of the Supreme World. LWJ region. Supreme World. Years passed. Li Daoxian and his family had ascended to the upper realm. Their celestial strength positioned them as a dominant force, sparing them from the awkward status of being low-tier cultivators upon their ascent. There do exist low-tier cultivators in the upper realm, through the passage of time. It is possible that their ancestors were capable beings who arrived in the upper realm, only for their descendants to gradually fade back into the lower tiers. However, the upper realm is rich in resources, not confined to a few continents or domains, with subordinates hailing from myriad worlds. Great beings traverse the heavens, seeking the cosmos, wielding the power of creation. Who among them does not manage a few grand worlds? Having settled in the upper realm for several decades, Li Daoxian gradually established his roots. Host, Li Daoxian, realm, late human immortal stage. Partner, Lu Sueki, realm, early human immortal stage. Offspring, Li Qingyu, realm, mid-human immortal stage. After successfully overcoming the tribulation and surviving the ascension calamity, one can transcend mortality and become an immortal. The realm of immortality is divided into human immortal stage, mortal realm, sea of suffering realm, cycle realm, supreme realm, kingly path realm, emperor realm, Taoist respect realm, and ancestor realm. By traversing the sea of suffering and the cycle, one can escape the river of time, unscathed by the ravages of age, attaining longevity equal to the heavens. If heaven and earth endure, then so shall I remain eternal. The Supreme Being, also known as the Celestial Supreme, is often referred to as the Sovereign Path, while the Emperor is recognized as the Celestial King or Celestial Emperor. The realm of the Emperor transcends the flow of time and remains unaffected by the laws of causality. Once one attains the esteemed status of Tao respect, it becomes impossible to be extinguished. As long as the essence of the Tao persists, one shall not fall. By gathering countless thoughts that traverse the river of time, even the slightest trace of record can be harnessed to reconstruct the pinnacle of existence. The Tao ancestor represents the utmost limit of heaven and earth, standing equal to the heavens and engaging in discourse on the great Tao, a pioneer traversing a certain path of the Tao. As long as the great Tao endures, one can rely on the blessings of the Tao to be reborn. On this particular day, Li Daoxian was, as usual, contemplating his own Tao. After entering the celestial realm, in addition to refining his magical powers, he began to comprehend the great Tao. Ding. System update complete. He murmured. Is it finally done? Upon arriving in the higher realm, it indeed turned out to be as he had surmised. The bizarre occurrences were rampant in the outer domains. After spending decades capturing the anomalies for the system to absorb, He finally managed to upgrade the system once more just recently. This upgrade had taken a whole year. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. After several upgrades, the system appeared to be increasingly intelligent. Sometimes, when he posed questions to the system, it would actually provide answers. I'm in tears. My system is no longer a mere artificial idiot. Ding. Task released. Oh, could it be that this update includes a task template? Li Daoxuan's eyes brightened. He opened the task list to take a look. Task. Proceed to the medicine domain. Reward. Still keeping it a secret? Li Daoxian was perplexed. He gradually recalled information about the medicine domain. The medicine domain is a super region composed of 3,000 great worlds, located in the chaotic expanse beyond the realms. System. You must think highly of me. I am merely in the human celestial realm, and you want me to venture beyond the realms. Li Daoxian was speechless. Please proceed promptly. The teleportation portal has been constructed. Buzz. In an instant, a teleportation portal materialized before him. System. How dangerous is this task? Li Daoxian felt a sense of trepidation, an ominous premonition lingering in his heart. Difficulty. Undetermined. Please proceed promptly. The system continued to urge him. Li Daoxian scratched his head in resignation, first leaving a message for the mother and daughter before stepping into the portal. Buzz. As he stepped through, the teleportation portal silently closed behind him, as if it had never existed. In the Sea of Realms, Jiang Fan slowly opened his eyes. So this is the arrangement. The entire expanse of the Sea of Realms was under the dominion of his technological Tao, and the temporal Tao had been thoroughly suppressed by him. The Sea of Realms fell into a state of desolation, the timeline in utter disarray. Although the remaining energy was insufficient to initiate a full-scale suppression of the Great Tao, it was more than adequate to edit the timeline of the Sea of Realms. Time editing initiated. Target has been placed in a specific timeline. Replaying the Sea of Realms. Boom. The chaotic Sea of Realms momentarily stilled, then the suppressed temporal Tao trembled, resulting in countless bizarre transformations across myriad worlds. In one moment, it existed in the past, and in the next, it leaped into the future. Past, future, the world pulsated. And the tremendous commotion drew the attention of the Tao ancestors. They were astonished by the changes in the Sea of Realms, and even more perplexed by the disordered distortion of the temporal Tao. Their gazes then converged upon Jiang Fan at the center of the Sea of Realms, who met their fearless stares without flinching. The Tao ancestors were unable to discern the underlying reasons and could only retreat in disappointment. The turmoil within the boundary sea deterred them from recklessly engaging. For the very fabric of time and space had been so ravaged that entering it could potentially suppress or obliterate their own paths, posing a risk of downfall. Some Tao ancestors contemplated testing the waters. However, they were dissuaded by the notion that further dissipating the remaining paths could lead to the collapse of the three fundamental pillars upon which the world is constructed, ultimately fracturing the edifice of the boundary sea. Thus, the Tao ancestors acquiesced. In this tumultuous time, the chaos of space and time inadvertently became a protective shield for Jiang Fan. Immersed within it and under the aegis of technological Tao, he remained unscathed by the upheaval. In the realm of the boundary sea, within the medicine domain, Li Daoxian emerged from a teleportation portal. Which vast world of the medicine domain is this? He inquired of the system. Medicine domain, Kanglan realm, Kanglan realm? It is said that the medicine ancestor hails from this very realm, Li Daoxian remarked in astonishment. Now that I have arrived in the medicine domain, shouldn't the rewards be dispensed? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward is that the host becomes the lord of the Kanglan realm. Li Daoxian was momentarily taken aback. System, are you serious? I am merely a celestial being, and now I am the lord of the Kanglan realm? Is this a jest? He hesitated. The beings of this realm have yet to transcend to the celestial stage, thus the host is the strongest here. This cannot be right. How could there be no celestial combatants? I recall that the current lord of the Kanglan realm is an emperor-level powerhouse. The system did not specify that the host's timeline is current. What does that mean? Li Daoxuan's pupils contracted, his mind awash with tumultuous waves. The host's timeline is in the past. The system's words confirmed his suspicions. Chapter 462. Tao fruit, is there a way back? Li Daoxuan's expression grew more sorrowful than tears. Naturally, the system's response offered him a modicum of solace. Then how do I return? Li Daoxian pressed. The host must survive. Upon hearing this, Li Daoxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the system utter such cold words? The system continued. Based on the host's current lifespan, even without a breakthrough, one can survive until the timeline normalizes. Throughout the long passage of time, the host will not stagnate. Li Daoxian grew anxious. This is not right. If I live until the timeline returns, what about my past self? What about my wife and children? Is this not a temporal paradox? System, I advise you to be kind. In the shadows, Yi sighed softly. Were it not for your low realm, would I resort to such a desperate measure? Casting the host into the past for training and cultivation, only to return when the time is ripe. Not only lays the groundwork for the supreme world of the boundary sea, but also allows the host's realm to greatly enhance, making it feasible to attain the status of a Tao ancestor. After all, with my assistance, even a pig could soar. To placate Li Daoxian, Yi provided him with some reassurance. If the host achieves the goal ahead of time, the system will naturally facilitate your return with merely a hair's breadth of difference, ensuring no impact on the host's past. Li Daoxian exhaled with relief. That is excellent. He then inquired, what is the goal you have set for me? The host's strength must reach that of a Dao ancestor. Li Daoxian was left dumbfounded, pondering how long that would take. After much contemplation, a myriad of thoughts coalesced into a single sigh. Ever since the system evolved into an intelligent entity, he had sensed a shift. His arrival seemed to fulfill a predetermined objective. This journey through time was akin to a script tailored for this world, in which he played the leading role. Will I attain a favorable conclusion? Li Daoxian murmured. Perhaps. Yu silently pondered, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Li Daoxian stepped into the Kanglan realm, embarking on the performance of this script. Kanglan realm. As an immortal, Li Daoxian grasped the intricacies of this realm within a single day. It was the birthplace of the medicine ancestor, renowned for its flourishing alchemical arts, where alchemists held esteemed positions. Being an alchemist himself, Li Daoxian found great delight in the alchemical practices of this world. Coupled with the identity assigned to him by the system, his arrival sparked no unnecessary disturbances. Furthermore, this identity enabled him to command subordinates to gather resources for him. From that moment on, Li Daoxian experienced the advantages of heightened perception. Even without the system's enhancements, he could effortlessly absorb knowledge. Time passed swiftly, and after several years, he had mastered all the alchemical knowledge within the Kanglan realm. This significantly refined his path in the realm of medicine. Relying solely on himself, it would be challenging to ascend to the Dao ancestor realm in a short time. Thus, he needed to leverage the system. Having savored the sensation of being extraordinary, Li Daoxian turned his attention to his true pursuits. The transformation from an immortal to a worldly immortal required him to transcend the mundane and forge a path uniquely his own. Li Daoxian resolved that his inaugural path would be the path of medicine. He then restrained his aura and condensed his essence into a Dao fruit. At that moment of completion, his aura plummeted from the immortal realm back to the mortal coil. Host, shall we enhance your abilities? The sudden inquiry caught Li Daoxian off guard. It wasn't he the system. He was undergoing a recultivation. Does that not register? Li Daoxian emphasized. But didn't he, the host, just enhance his abilities? Recultivation naturally involves enhancements too. Coughing, Li Daoxian hesitated, uncertain how to counter this logic. After a moment of deep reflection, he seriously declared, let us enhance, for why walk when one can ride? Before long, Li Daoxian regained his status as an immortal. I am indeed formidable. Now, I merely need to perfect the path of medicine to ascend to a worldly immortal. Li Daoxian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Having a system was truly advantageous. Upon exiting his seclusion, he summoned his subordinates. The esteemed one is preparing to impart teachings, spreading the news far and wide. There is no method swifter than imparting teachings to elevate one's status. Hence Li Daoxian naturally opted for this approach. With his celestial alchemical prowess, he would easily dominate the realm. Soon, the news of the Realm Master's impending teachings spread widely. Alchemists, astonished, learned that the legendary Realm Master was set to impart wisdom. It was said that the Realm Master was the closest to the immortal realm and possessed unparalleled alchemical skills, yet rarely made public appearances. This occasion presented a perfect opportunity to witness his grandeur and glean insights. In an instant, the Kanglan realm became a bustling hub, with over 80% of alchemists hastening to the venue of teachings. The venue was a small world, ample enough to accommodate all who wished to enter. Li Daoxian sat high in the celestial realms, exuding an endless aura of Dao, leaving all who observed him utterly astounded. Had the Lord of the Realm truly taken that monumental step? After several days, the audience gathered, filling the small world to capacity. With a population numbering in the hundreds of billions, all present held their breath, not daring to disturb the atmosphere with even a whisper. Sensing the moment was ripe, Li Daoxian slowly began to speak. Dao. This singular word resonated like a clarion call, awakening the spirits of all listeners and guiding their hearts into a tranquil state of enlightenment. Li Daoxian continued to expound upon the great way of medicine. As he spoke, a multitude of extraordinary phenomena emerged. The Dao's essence ebbed and flowed. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and auspicious clouds surged forth, akin to golden scales swimming through the air, with layers of Dao rhythm cascading like waves. The audience was enraptured, their understanding of the way of medicine deepening with each passing moment. Li Daoxian too felt his own comprehension of the great way advancing steadily. A glimmer flickered in his eyes, and his fervor for teaching intensified. In the supreme world, the medicine ancestor suddenly erupted in fury. You wretched child! Dare you seize my Dao fruit? The other ancestors of Dao were momentarily taken aback by this outburst. Had the medicine ancestor truly been deprived of his Dao fruit? They hurriedly sent telegrams to inquire. At that moment, the medicine ancestor had no time to entertain their queries, unleashing a lethal strike that transcended the river of time. Directed at the source of the anomaly, Jiang Fan, stationed within the Sea of Realms, intervened to intercept this blow. Was it you who orchestrated this? The medicine ancestor glared at Jiang Fan, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. What now? Jiang Fan replied with a laugh. The medicine ancestor, disregarding all else, descended to engage Jiang Fan in battle. The arriving ancestors of Dao had no time to dissuade them. Ling Tian, this is your charge, Jiang Fan declared slowly. Watch closely, for it is time for me to showcase my prowess. In an instant, a tempest of eerie energies surged forth. As the master of the uncanny, all sources of strangeness emanated from Ling Tian. He transformed the bizarre, becoming the very wellspring of it, consolidating the uncanny powers of countless worlds within himself. The heavens trembled as the strangeness flourished. Ling Tian laughed heartily, unleashing the way of the strange upon the medicine ancestor. The medicine ancestor furrowed his brow, wary of underestimating his opponent. The great way of medicine beneath his feet blossomed, saturating the realm with verdant vitality. An infinite life force blossomed, and the void crystallized into branches of the Tao, striking towards Ling Tian. However, the path of the strange dissolved these branches, only for them to be continuously tainted by the encroaching strange Tao. In an instant, the branches of the medicine Tao were transformed into a deep green hue by the strangeness. Ling Tian's eyes sparkled. Branches of the strange Tao. In a flash, these branches lashed out towards the medicine ancestor's true form. The latter was stricken with a mix of shock and dread, summoning additional branches from the other great ways to defend himself, while also employing the medicine Tao to restore the branches that had been corrupted. After considerable effort, he regained control, yet his gaze towards Ling Tian was now laced with trepidation, aware that their respective paths were in mutual opposition. Chapter 463. System Custody within the Sea of Realms. Li Daoxian remained oblivious to the tumultuous battle unfolding outside. The transmission of teachings continued, day after day, year after year. As time passed, the seekers of enlightenment changed in waves, yet Li Daoxian appeared tireless, persistently sharing his insights into the great way of medicine. The sound of his teachings lingered in the air, continuous and ethereal. Those who occasionally glanced at the figure above felt their souls tremble. As the number of those who spread the teachings increases, the name of Li Daoxian, the esteemed ancestor of medicinal arts, becomes widely renowned throughout the Kanglan realm. In a secluded mountain manor, a youth, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, gazes in the direction of Li Daoxian. A figure of Dao ancestor caliber possesses the ability to compress timelines, with each version of oneself in different eras exhibiting peak combat prowess and insights. Endowed with independent thought and decision-making. Currently, with his medicinal path being brazenly interfered with, the perpetrator has ascended to his list of must-eliminate targets. However, unusual occurrences often harbor hidden agendas. The medicine ancestor is not a fool. He is skeptical of anyone capable of reclaiming his Dao fruit from the timeline without substantial backing. When it comes to the struggle over Dao fruits, the medicine ancestor dares not act recklessly. He must ascertain the opponent's true nature first. In a fleeting thought, he grasps the general circumstances surrounding the matter. A human immortal? The medicine ancestor furrows his brow in confusion. Could there be someone orchestrating events from the shadows? To err on the side of caution, he resolves to feign ignorance and bide his time. Years pass swiftly, and after many years of imparting his teachings, Li Daoxian officially embarks upon the path of medicinal arts. His essence reaches an unprecedented elevation, and his realm naturally progresses, transforming from a human immortal into a worldly immortal. Ding! Congratulations, host, on advancing to worldly immortal, taking another small step towards becoming a Dao ancestor. Li Daoxian cannot help but sigh in exasperation. First announcing to everyone that this session of teachings has concluded, with future sessions to be notified later. After dismissing the crowd, he returns to his residence. System. If I conduct teachings on someone else's territory, will the medicine ancestor come after me? He wonders inwardly. Host, you are truly perceptive. Not only will the opponent seek to punish you, but they may also wish to obliterate you completely, erasing every trace of your existence across the realms. Just as Li Daoxian takes a sip of tea, he spits it out in shock. Panic sets in. He is merely a fledgling worldly immortal, a low-dimensional being easily crushed by a Dao ancestor. System, you've led me into a trap. You must ensure my safety. Li Daoxian steadies his mind, believing that the system has no intention of sending him to his demise. Ding. Host, do not panic. The opponent has already arrived. Li Daoxian's pupils constrict slightly, realizing that a figure has materialized before him. The youth appears youthful, yet exudes an aura that sends shivers down his spine. After decades of observation, the medicine ancestor, unable to deduce the underlying truth, ultimately decides to confront him directly. Who is the one backing you, and why do you seek to seize my Dao fruit? A palpable killing intent locks onto Li Daoxian, causing him to shudder and fervently call upon the system for protection. Ding. Would you like to activate system custody? Yes. Li Daoxian makes his choice without hesitation. A Dao ancestor is beyond his capability to confront. It is better to let the system handle this. In the next moment, the panicked Li Daoxian finds his calm. A force of rules emanates from him, suppressing the opponent's great Dao. The medicine ancestor's expression shifts as he realizes that someone behind the scenes has intervened, prompting him to retaliate swiftly. Path of medicine. Buzz. The very fabric of this realm halts abruptly, as the path of medicine begins to siphon away Li Daoxian's life essence. The latter breaks free from his constraints with a punch, transforming the force of rules into endless chains that bind the space-time of this realm. As the chains of the myriad rules danced through the air, the branches and willows summoned by the medicine ancestor were ruthlessly shattered upon their emergence. Li Daoxian waved his right hand, and the power of the rules, like maggots clinging to bones, enveloped the entire form of the medicine ancestor. Startled, the medicine ancestor unleashed an extreme vitality, transforming this realm into a verdant ocean. He concentrated. The medicine ancestor sought to summon the hand of the Tao to obliterate Li Daoxian. Yet, Li Daoxian was not one to grant such an opportunity. The power of the rules contracted to its utmost. The hand of the Tao, yet to coalesce, dissipated into a wisp of illusion. With a resounding force, the power of the rules mercilessly crushed the body of the medicine ancestor, reducing him to dust. The last glance he cast was one filled with trepidation towards Li Daoxian. This attempt to probe had ended in his defeat, but the contest for the Tao fruit was far from over. The Tao ancestor was not so easily vanquished. Ding. Danger averted, custody concluded. The indifferent gaze of Li Daoxian regained its former clarity. Still in shock from the recent battle, he pondered, was this the nature of a contest among the powerful? So terrifying. He glanced down at the obliterated Kanglan realm, utterly erased in the wake of their fierce clash. Ding. Host need not worry. It is merely a reflection of the past. The river of time will rectify all. Then what is the purpose of my arrival? Li Daoxian was perplexed. If the river of time corrects everything, what significance does my presence in the past hold? Is not the path I tread utterly absurd? Ding. How fares the host's cultivation? Li Daoxian was momentarily taken aback, but upon sensing his state, clarity dawned upon him. The purpose of his arrival was indeed to enhance his strength. Since his power had not regressed, everything held meaning. Yu continued to elucidate. The host is cultivating by borrowing the Tao fruit of the medicine ancestor, regardless of how the river of time may rectify things. The Tao fruit obtained ultimately belongs to the host. I understand now. Li Daoxian nodded, his confusion dissipating. Ding. Thus, the host may proceed to the next temporal realm to borrow the Tao fruit. With a hum, a portal unfolded before him. Li Daoxian stepped into it. As the scenery shifted, he found himself in an unfamiliar domain. This cannot be the Kanglan realm, he mused, surveying his surroundings. Ding. The host must appear at the pivotal points along the growth path of the medicine ancestor to borrow the Tao fruit. Li Daoxian comprehended. The Kanglan realm was the birthplace of the medicine ancestor, a critical juncture for his ascent to immortality. But where is this place? Dan domain, Qianyuan realm. Astonishingly, it was the Dan domain, akin to the medicine domain, also composed of 3,000 great worlds, with the Qianyuan realm being one of the significant worlds. It was said that the medicine ancestor achieved great enlightenment in this realm, firmly establishing himself at the forefront of the path of medicine. What is my identity this time? System? Li Daoxian inquired. Ding. The host's identity is that of a loose cultivator. In other words, I possess no identity, Li Daoxian sighed. This era has birthed countless powerful beings. As a mere worldly immortal here, I scarcely measure up. The host may cultivate by borrowing the Tao fruit. The system will ensure safety. Li Daoxian's eyes brightened. With your assurance, I feel at ease. What is there to fear? If the Tao ancestor's system can handle it, why should I be concerned about these trifling obstacles? Decisively embarking upon the illustrious path of the alchemist ancestor, this period finds the ancestor inexplicably experiencing a wave of trepidation. Is there some impending misfortune? Having already attained a significant level of mastery, the ancestor is acutely aware of the trajectory of the future, recognizing himself merely as a fleeting reflection in the river of time. What, then, is the source of this inexplicable unease? Chapter 464. The script as the years drifted by. Time transitioned. A millennium had elapsed upon arriving in this temporal realm. With his adept skills in alchemy and profound insights into the path of medicine, Li Daoxian gradually garnered fame within the Qianyuan realm. His cultivation ascended from the realm of mortal immortals to that of reincarnation immortals. After undergoing the arduous process of 9 cycles of reincarnation, Li Daoxian calmed his mind, his once murky eyes gradually clearing. Through the 9 twists of reincarnation, I cleanse my intentions. Upon the riverbank of the other shore, I find my place. Achieving success and returning to my essence, I remain untouched by the passage of time. Li Daoxian murmured. Henceforth, he transcended the river of time, impervious to the ravages of the years, attaining the path of eternity. The path of medicine had reached a nascent completion. System, has there been no movement from the alchemist ancestor in this temporal realm? After stabilizing his emotions, Li Daoxian inquired. None at present. Strange, having made significant strides in the path of medicine, why does the other party remain unmoved? Drawing upon previous encounters, is it truly possible for him to exhibit such restraint? Ding. After enduring numerous trials, the heart of the alchemist ancestor has long since shed its earlier restlessness. I see. Li Daoxian understood. Through extensive experience, one's temperament would inevitably become remarkably stable. System, what should I do now? Ding. The host should seek to establish a resounding reputation in the Qianyuan realm. Yu elaborated on the forthcoming arrangements. According to the plan, The alchemist ancestor would gradually emerge in the realm of alchemy, ultimately making a name for himself in the Qinyuan realm, his kingly prowess garnering widespread acclaim across various worlds of alchemy. After enduring myriad tribulations, he would ultimately return to the Qinyuan realm, achieving enlightenment and attaining the esteemed title of Dao Zun, renowned as the Medicine Venerable. Li Daoxian listened intently to the system's narration, pondering the notion that the birth of a prodigy is invariably accompanied by countless hardships. In essence, I am to traverse the path of the alchemist ancestor myself. Am I not? Partly correct, partly not. The host is merely borrowing the fruits of another's path for cultivation, not becoming that individual. The host must carve out his own path. But I lack experience. Li Daoxian lamented. There is no experience to be had in attaining the Dao. The host is not a Dao ancestor undergoing reconstruction. Each Dao ancestor has traversed this path for the first time. After some contemplation, Yi Yu decided it would be more reliable to manage the arrangements himself. Ding. The script has been dispatched. Please check the host's inventory. Li Daoxian opened the system's backpack to review the script. The millennium has arrived. We welcome the return of the Dao ancestor. Li Daoxian was speechless. What an absurd script. Suppressing his urge to critique, he continued reading. You are a wandering cultivator with a modicum of talent in the path of medicine. After a millennium, you have begun to make a name for yourself in the Qinyuan realm. However, this good fortune is short-lived, as a prodigy unexpectedly emerges. This individual possesses a deeper understanding of alchemy and medicine, their cultivation surpassing yours by a significant margin. In every gathering, your ranking consistently places you second, as they overshadow you entirely. Stop. Where is the promised narrative of the triumphant male lead? How have I become the underdog? Li Daoxian exclaimed in frustration. In the script, the host is not an underdog. The script is meticulously crafted by us. Hence, it is impossible to feature an unbeatable male protagonist. I wish to dominate effortlessly, rather than endure repeated failures. Such ineptitude is intolerable, Li Daoxian lamented. The trope of the underdog has become obsolete, garnering little interest. Very well. I shall comply with the host's request. Yi Yu acquiesced, proceeding to revise the script. You are a solitary cultivator endowed with unparalleled talent in the realm of alchemy, achieving great renown in the Qinyuan realm in merely a millennium. Despite numerous self-proclaimed prodigies challenging you along the way, they are but inconsequential figures in your eyes. Within your realm, you are invincible. Challenging those beyond your level is as effortless as sipping a cup of wine. You stand as the epitome of invincibility in this era, a towering mountain that others cannot surmount. Emerging from the Qinyuan realm, you carve a path through the myriad worlds of the Dan domain, vanquishing the proud and affirming your path. Your mastery of alchemy has buried countless prodigies, leaving others in your wake. As your status ascends, your title evolves, yet the essence of your identity remains anchored in alchemy. The people's reverence shifts from alchemy sovereign to alchemy emperor. Yet your supreme standing in the realm of alchemy remains unchanged. After conquering the entire Dan domain, you return to the Qinyuan realm, achieving ultimate enlightenment and once again solidifying your title as the alchemy sovereign. Li Daoxian nodded in delight, exclaiming, now this is truly satisfying. What is the worth of mediocrity? Let it remain distant. With that, he slammed his hand down in approval. In the outer realms, Ling Tian and the alchemy ancestor were locked in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Other Dao ancestors observed from afar. The clash of their powers unleashed chaos in the Sea of Realms, exacerbating the already tumultuous conditions, fraught with the risk of annihilation. Should the 3,000 paths erupt, a tempest of power would ensue, posing a danger even to the Dao ancestors, who risked falling. Although they could potentially resurrect through the Dao, it would come at a significant cost. Furthermore, the collapse of the Sea of Realms would inflict severe losses upon their exalted worlds. What madness has the alchemy ancestor succumbed to? Was it not stated that someone sought to seize his Dao fruit? The Dao ancestors exchanged thoughts. Seize Dao fruit. Once one reaches the status of Dao ancestor, time converges, and one exists in their most potent state across all epochs. How could one seize it? Their confusion was palpable. With the power to seize Dao fruit, one might as well eliminate the original, avoiding unnecessary complications. It was best to inquire directly with the involved party. They continued to observe the alchemy ancestor, knowing their assistance would be futile, as he remained unaffected by their scrutiny. On the battlefield, after an intense exchange of Dao forces, the two distanced themselves, tacitly agreeing to halt further hostilities. The Sea of Realms teetered on the brink of collapse. Continuing the battle would be detrimental to both. Ling Tian turned his gaze towards Jiang Fan, who reciprocated with a knowing glance. Brother Fan, what shall we do? Ling Tian transmitted telepathically. Do not fret. They will not strike again. It is not yet time for desperate measures. Jiang Fan reassured him with a comforting look. He then addressed the alchemy ancestor. Will you not retreat? The alchemy ancestor furrowed his brow. The notion of someone attempting to seize his Dao fruit undoubtedly stemmed from these individuals. Continuing the conflict was unwise. To truly supplant him, one must strike decisively at the culmination of time. He trusted that the other Dao ancestors would not remain idle in such an eventuality. Thus, there was no need for him to persist in this confrontation. One must observe what schemes you are concocting. With a cold snort, The medicine ancestor flicked his sleeves and departed. Seeing that the opposing party truly withdrew, Ling Tian let out a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing they would persist in their obstinacy, as the plan had yet to reach its climax. After exchanging a few words with Jiang Fan, he returned to the intricacies of his scheme. Jiang Fan sighed, casting a glance at the data from the Boundary Sea. He needed to conserve energy for the impending grand battle. The DZY region was his camp and unsuitable for expansion, while the JP region had been nearly depleted. The Boundary Sea was off limits. Thus it seemed he could only extend his reach towards the LWJ region. After some deliberation, Jiang Fan made a decision and opened the chat group with Jiang Xian. Jiang Fan, Jiang Xian, thanks for the invitation. Guard the Boundary Sea. I require the essence of my world. Jiang Xian, oh no, brother Fan, my endeavors have just begun. I have no surplus essence to spare. Jiang Xian lamented his lack. Jiang Fan, I never mentioned taking from your world. Your vast realm is of no interest to me. Jiang Xian, well then, that is fine, but wait, isn't the LWJ region designated for me? This will be my territory. If it is ravaged, I shall have nowhere to lament. Brother Fan, please choose another location. Jiang Fan, the signal here is poor. You agreed to this, didn't you? I have already dispatched someone to retrieve it. Jiang Xian. Chapter 465. The outcome in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xian sensed an incursion of bandits into his realm. These individuals had well-defined roles, and upon determining their target, they employed unknown methods. Once a world was selected, its bubble would rapidly deflate. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xian trembled with fear. Who were these people? Thankfully, they were not his enemies. Take what you will, just do not wreak havoc upon me. In the meantime, the worlds would not remain idle. Powerful beings surged forth from their domains, attempting to uncover the culprits behind the destruction of their worlds. Yet, upon arriving outside the myriad realms, they were met with unrecognizable force and swiftly annihilated. Standing at the pinnacle of the food chain in the vast universe, Jiang Fan's technology showed no mercy in exterminating these self-proclaimed strong beings within their own yards. They either perished in confusion or were crushed in resistance. Zhui Yuanming observed the expansive myriad realms, his thoughts wandering. He held a certain admiration for those who dared to resist. The two sides merely stood on opposing interests. If one wished to avoid becoming like insects, wantonly exterminated, they must continuously elevate themselves and strive for the apex of the food chain. Presently, their leader was diligently working towards this goal, and as subordinates, they would exert their utmost efforts. On Jiang Xian's end, due to the significant movements of Jiang Fan's subordinates, the traversers capturing systems across various regions were alerted. Thus, one by one, they inquired within the group about what transpired. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xian sent a message. Jiang Xian, nothing much, merely preparing to relocate, hence the preemptive cleansing. Lin hiss, terrifying indeed. Wang, terrifying indeed. Xiao, 1, Jiang Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. He could hardly divulge that his home was being recklessly ravaged by his superior. How could he maintain his dignified image among the group members if that were the case? Jiang Xian, remain calm. During this period, it is best that you refrain from venturing outside to avoid unwarranted calamities. My subordinates will strike without hesitation. Chen, what on earth just flashed by? An entire world beside us vanished in an instant. Zhao, quick, return to the realm of our esteemed leader. After this incident, they promptly applied to return. Naturally, Jiang Xian did not impede their requests, granting each one approval. It feels far safer at home. I was nearly terrified to death just now. A collective sigh of relief echoed among them. While I agree to grant you a brief respite, the assessment of your achievements must continue unabated. A figure materialized before them, accompanied by a voice. The crowd froze momentarily before regaining their composure, recognizing their superior. As previously stated, each deadline necessitates the capture of a system. And now is the appointed time to present your results. Jiang Xian mused on the difficulty of relocating, let alone conquering other territories to ascend to the highest throne. Thus, assistance from the system is indispensable, and to procure such aid, one must possess something of value to offer. Otherwise, perpetually relying on others is hardly commendable. How could he hold his head high before his fellow members in the future? Observing the expressions of those around him, he noted a mix of panic, calmness, and confidence, which led him to form an internal expectation. One by one, they stepped forward to submit their findings. Esteemed leader, this is the system I captured, which should be assessed as a level 6 system. A glowing orb was presented by one individual. The orb struggled vigorously, enticing the onlookers with promises of leading its host to conquer myriad realms. In the past, such claims would have undoubtedly captivated these travelers. For a binding system is the ultimate desire of any transmigrator, ensuring stable growth. However, since the leader elucidated the classification of systems, they now understood that not all systems are formidable. Presently, this level 6 system only pertains to minor realms and cannot serve as an ally in advanced realms. In broader universes, it is but a trifling entity. As they encountered such systems, it became evident that they were merely at the mercy of their captors. Jiang Xian surveyed the assembly with a smile, having already implemented measures to prevent betrayal from these individuals. Should any of them attempt to act insidiously during their tasks, He would be informed in advance and act accordingly. Receiving the orb, he tightened his grip and forcefully pressed down on its core essence. I have always harbored a deep-seated disdain for systems, Jiang Xian declared, treating this system as an object of retribution, relentlessly tormenting it. The orb emitted anguished cries, leaving the onlookers exchanging bewildered glances, pondering why their esteemed leader bore such animosity towards systems. Feeling a sense of relief, Jiang Xian, with a smile, turned his gaze towards the others. What of the rest? The remaining members then stepped forward to present their results. The systems extracted are predominantly at the 17th level, with very few at levels 8 or 9. These systems, which are nearing the brink of a sequence conflict, are not easily encountered, each one clinging to survival. Approximately 80% of individuals have met their objectives, while the remaining 20% awkwardly remain stagnant, filled with trepidation. After all, as previously stated, failure to meet the objectives would result in their return to the original world, the loss of their powers, and the erasure of their memories during this period. They wisely remained silent, awaiting Jiang Xian's decision. After a moment, Jiang Xian spoke. In light of your efforts during this period, I shall grant you an additional assessment period. Their eyes brightened at this. Jiang Xian continued, however, this assessment will be considerably more perilous. If you are unwilling to participate, step forward, and I will adhere to the protocol to send you back to your original world. After a pause, none dared to step forward. Jiang Xian nodded in satisfaction and elaborated. In due time, I will be exploring other regions of the Myriad Heavens, and you shall serve as vanguard scouts, uncovering the circumstances of those realms. He sighed internally. Were it not for the LWJ region currently being ravaged by Fango, he wouldn't have to relocate again. Yet, the foundation remains intact, and with the subsequent successful advancement of the systems, the members shall undergo a remarkable transformation. By then, having a cadre of supreme members to assist in conquering the world would not be a loss, ensuring at least one supreme throne. Jiang Xian reveled in his bright future. After assigning tasks to this motley crew, he dismissed them. Jiang Xian, system, I've captured a plethora of systems. Should I send them for collection? Zhang Mu, well, little Xuanzi is making progress. Well done, keep it up. Before the screen, Jiang Xian clenched his fists, feeling somewhat vexed by their incessant jests at his expense. Wasn't it supposed to be a harmonious family? Meanwhile, Yi Yu, receiving the news, was somewhat surprised. It had barely been a short while, and yet more systems had been captured. Regardless of the quality of this batch, having them was better than not having them at all. System, the system will open a passage for the host. Please send them over. In the next instant, a small portal materialized before Jiang Xian. He promptly cast the collected orbs into it. Jiang Xian, all done. I'll strive to help the system capture even more. Zhang Mu, something seems off. Little Xuanzi doesn't seem quite right. Chu Go, regardless, as long as we accomplish tangible tasks, lying around waiting for others to elevate us is unacceptable. Jiang Fan remained silent, yet a hint of speculation brewed within him. He chuckled softly. Very well, I shall exert more effort moving forward. Chapter 466. The Return. Yi Yu retrieved each source orb from the space. Under his binding rules, these systems were obedient and showed no desire to escape. With a benevolent smile, Yi Yu welcomed them into the family, promising to carry their will towards order. With that, he initiated the source plunder absorption. Unlocking system function, devour. Unlocking system function, fate collection. Unlocking system function, universal enhancement. Unlocking system function, death save. Each of these system functions became an everlasting part of Yi Yu, who now commanded a total of 15 system capabilities. Yi Yu devoted some time to organizing and summarizing his findings. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side this time. He found no rule-based functions, only functional and miscellaneous categories. The initial names of several functions appeared rather grandiose, yet their outcomes were far from satisfactory. The ability to devour merely allowed for the consumption of all things, transforming them into the essence of the world. But it did not enable the acquisition of capabilities from other systems. The collection of fortune resembled a system from a novel about national destiny, reminiscent of those tales where protagonists seize opportunities to harness fortune for themselves. Without further analysis, it is evident that these functions merely enhance the host's auxiliary capabilities, falling short of resolving the current predicament. System, Yi Yu, level, rule level, DZY region. System functions, plunder, acquired system functions, amplification of all things, currently 10,000-fold, otherworldly summoning, duplication, check-in, chat group, apprentice return, analysis of all things, wish fulfillment, simulator, celestial projection, devour, fortune collection, enhancement of all things, death record reading, essence points, NA, path of order, rules are unbreakable, order defines rules. The myriad realms are beyond counting, and the long-immersed supreme world begins to stir. Over the years, Li Daoxian not only cultivated using the Dao fruit of the medicine ancestor, but also, aided by the system, ventured into the past of other Dao ancestors to challenge them. This action has provoked the ire of numerous Dao ancestors, who, hundreds of years ago, instigated chaos in the Realm C, attempting to overthrow Jiang Fan, who presided over it. Fortunately, Jiang Fan has replenished his essence during these years from the LWJ region. He withstood the onslaught of the Dao ancestors, keeping them at bay from the Realm Sea. The path of technology is merciless to enter my Dao lineage. One must abide by my principles, severing causality, reversing yin and yang, and transforming myriad fruits. Jiang Fan, with a single effort, forcefully suppressed the 3,000 paths, inevitably sustaining severe injuries. This led him to remain in seclusion for several centuries. With the situation growing dire, Yu had no choice but to intervene early, enabling him to return to his zenith. After multiple collapses, Jiang Fan, having regained his peak through his technological path, required hundreds of years to maintain his position. After all, this was the only leverage to restrain those Dao ancestors. Without it, a grand confrontation would ensue. Currently, everyone is strategizing for the ultimate battle, until preparations are complete. This conflict cannot commence. In the past timeline, the hostly Dao Xian gradually began to rise, having seized the Dao fruits from numerous Dao ancestors for cultivation. His strength has become unfathomable. Whether it has been hundreds of thousands or millions of years, Li Daoxian can no longer recall. He only knows that under the system's guidance, he continuously traverses the river of time, occasionally returning to the upstream and at other times to the downstream. Presently, his strength has reached the threshold of a half-step Dao ancestor. It is not that he does not wish to break through to the level of Dao ancestor, but the flaw in cultivating through another's Dao fruit is evident. Without vanquishing the previous Dao ancestor, one cannot ultimately transcend to that realm. However, there is no cause for concern. Li Daoxian excels due to the multitude of Dao fruits he has cultivated. It is an exaggeration to say that he possesses 3,000 Dao fruits. Should he successfully ascend, he would undoubtedly become the first Dao ancestor in history. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system objective. Do you wish to return? Just as he consolidated his strength, the system's notification echoed in Li Daoxuan's mind. In murky eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered at long last. He had awaited this moment. Were it not for the lingering concern for his wife and child, he might have lost himself in the labyrinth of time. Lu Sueki and Li Qingyu. Yes, that was the name. Li Daoxian immediately chose to return. In the next instant, his form vanished from this realm and re-entered the original timeline. In the original realm, Li Daoxuan's figure manifested amidst the sea of realms. As he surveyed his surroundings, his long silent heart could not help but tremble. What a sight it was. The sea of realms lay in disarray, its boundaries incessantly battered by the waves of myriad worlds. Were it not for a powerful force holding it together, a colossal wave would likely rise and crash into the void in the next moment. Is someone here? A voice resonated behind him. Li Daoxuan's breath caught, and his body instinctively braced for defense, the surrounding pathways standing sentinel. Should the other party make even the slightest move, he would unleash the pathways to obliterate them. Jiang Fan smiled faintly, waving his hand as the solidified pathways dissipated into nothingness. Li Daoxuan's pupils constricted, a single phrase flashing through his mind, unrivaled. Could this individual be the Dao ancestor? No, even if he were. Li Daoxian believed he could easily suppress him in his current state. System, help me. Realizing he was outmatched, Li Daoxian called for aid without hesitation. Beep. Host. Do not panic. The individual is a companion of yours. Yi Yu contemplated for a moment, deciding that there was no need for further concealment at this point, and began to elucidate the intricate circumstances, including the purpose of his journey through time. Li Daoxian stood there, momentarily stunned. Although he had long suspected that the system's underlying motives were not simple, the revelation left him in a daze. Indeed, it was all preordained, Li Daoxian muttered to himself. At least your life is not a figment of illusion. The emotions you have experienced and garnered are not merely orchestrated by us. Jiang Fan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Daoxian chuckled lightly. It is impossible not to feel anger. No one enjoys being manipulated. However, I am but an ordinary man. What I have lost is merely a mundane life, while what I have gained is an infinite future. Jiang Fan nodded with a smile. Appreciating his broad-mindedness and understanding of sacrifice, he would make a commendable ally. With a playful tone, Jiang Fan remarked, you seem quite unfazed. Were I in your position, I would likely throw a tantrum. Li Daoxian shrugged in resignation. If one cannot resist, one might as well relish the experience. Suddenly struck by a thought, he recalled that when he journeyed to the past, the Sea of Realms did not resemble this tumultuous scene. The system had indicated that returning meant returning to the original timeline. What was the situation now? Jiang Fan pondered for a moment before explaining. A millennium ago, the Dao ancestors instigated chaos in the Sea of Realms. That great battle severed the threads of causality. The river of time is now beyond intervention. At that time, you had already returned to the past and lost that causality, rendering you unable to return to that temporal realm. The current timeline is a millennium after your departure. Li Daoxuan's pupils narrowed. Could it be that he had forsaken his wife for 1,000 years? In such a tumultuous era, what would become of mother and daughter without his care? Without waiting for Jiang Fan to elaborate further, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the supreme world. Seeing this, Jiang Fan could only shake his head in resignation, waving his hand to allow his departure. while simultaneously erasing any trace of his presence in the Sea of Realms. To prevent the Tao ancestors from discovering this, Yi Yu directly invoked the rules to ensure his instantaneous entry into the Supreme World. At long last, expectations have been met. Thus, let the battle commence. Yi Yu's gaze flickered as he dispatched a message to the chat group. Zhongmu, received. Ling Tian, prepared. Chu Gu, success or failure hinges upon this. Mo Chun, I shall lead the charge. Jiang Fan, assemble everyone. Jiang Xian, good luck. I have faith in you all. Chapter 467, Arrangements in the Supreme World. Li Daoxian quietly entered, initially intending to activate his divine sense to directly search for the whereabouts of the mother and daughter. With his strength reaching the Tao ancestor realm, locating an individual within this world should have been effortless. However, recalling the prior narratives shared by the system, he hesitated to act impulsively, mindful that such recklessness might alert the Tao ancestors, thereby jeopardizing the plan. There are always alternative methods. Li Daoxian began to manipulate the laws of causality, swiftly discerning the location of the mother and daughter through their causal connection. A sigh of relief escaped him. At least they were unharmed. With a whispered thought, he vanished from his position and sped toward their location. Tian Di Xian Huang sect. Lu Xueqi concluded her daily practice and gazed toward the horizon. A millennium ago, Li Daoxian had departed without a word. She had assumed he was merely attending to urgent matters and would return shortly. Yet, after years of waiting in their dwelling without a sign of his return, both mother and daughter could not help but entertain darker thoughts. It seemed implausible that he would abandon them. Their bond was profound, and Li Daoxian was not the type to be a scoundrel. The most likely scenario was that he had encountered unforeseen misfortune, perhaps even met with foul play. Despite Li Daoxian being a towering figure in their eyes, this was the upper realm, where countless formidable beings resided, and no one could guarantee safety from unforeseen events. Reluctantly, the two continued to wait for a decade, a century, until their resources dwindled, forcing them to seek their fortunes in the upper realm. Without Li Daoxian's support, Lu Xueqi's progress was notably slow. However, her daughter, endowed with exceptional talent, ensured that their ascent to this realm did not relegate them to the lower echelons. Through a century of tribulations, Li Qingyu amassed sufficient strength to safeguard Lu Xueqi. During this time, they had been embroiled in several power struggles, ultimately leading Li Qingyu to decide to join the Tian Di Xian Huang sect for greater security. With her familiarity with the earthly realm's sects, she believed the leading powers here would be equally formidable, possessing extraordinary gifts and being a prodigy who ascended from the lower realm. It was only natural for Li Qingyu to be accepted as a direct disciple of the sect's master. Under the protection of the Tian Di Xian Huang sect, they experienced no further tribulations over the millennium. While Lu Xueqi was lost in thought, Li Daoxian suddenly materialized within the room. The abrupt appearance of a living figure startled Lu Xueqi. Upon recognizing the silhouette, her eyes brimmed with tears. Years of longing surged within her. She yearned to throw herself into his embrace. Yet, having remained vigilant in the realm of cultivation for so long, she forcibly restrained herself from acting on this impulse. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that others had employed unknown means against her. Her own cultivation was not particularly high, and given her recent ethereal wandering, the chances of falling prey were considerable. The sudden return of someone who had vanished for a millennium defied all reason. Li Daoxian observed Lu Xueqi, whose expression shifted slightly before regaining her vigilance, and he could not help but nod in satisfaction. Xueqi is indeed me. Li Daoxian took a step forward. The latter immediately called out to stop him. Don't come any closer. Lu Xueqi struggled inwardly, discreetly assessing whether her mental state had undergone any changes and if the surrounding environment was altered. Li Daoxian awkwardly scratched his head, aware of her concerns. Any explanations at this moment felt utterly insufficient. A revelation struck him. Although many things could be impersonated, the bond of a system's companion could not be mimicked. Thus, with a little manipulation, Lu Xueqi came to believe in his identity. Once her worries dissipated, she excitedly leaped into his embrace. I apologize for the unforeseen circumstances that delayed our reunion. Li Daoxian comforted her. Lu Xueqi shook her head, refraining from uttering any reproachful words. The fact that he had returned was paramount, and everything else was trivial. After sharing a tender moment, Lu Xueqi finally spoke. In the future, do not leave without a word. Li Daoxian nodded in agreement, yet he still added a caveat, as they would need to cooperate with the system's actions moving forward. Once he dealt with one more matter, there should be no further surprises, and they would reunite as a family, never to part again. As soon as he uttered those words, Li Daoxian felt a peculiar sensation, as if he had unwittingly set an ominous flag, a foreboding sign. He promptly engaged the causal pathway to sever the substantial influence that could affect countless worlds. Phew, that was a close call. His caution had paid off. The system noted. 6. Lu Xueqi remained oblivious to Li Daoxian's subtle maneuver, but his sudden change of tone furrowed her brow. From his words, it seemed her husband would soon depart once more. Is something happening? Lu Xueqi inquired. This world is about to fall into chaos, Li Daoxian replied ambiguously. Lu Xueqi tightened her grip. When Li Daoxian glanced at the chat group, Everyone was already prepared for action. Before the day ends. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki's expression darkened. At least go see Qingyu before you leave. Li Daoxian chuckled in disbelief. Did she think he would abandon them in this world? With impending turmoil, he could not bear to leave the mother and daughter amidst it all. In such a world-class conflict, all beings within could easily become collateral damage. Even the faintest aftermath could lead to countless lives being extinguished. Playfully pinching her cheek, he assured her, rest assured, I will take both you and Qingyu with me. I will ensure your safety before I proceed with my actions. Lu Sueki shot him a glare. Was it really any different? He would still leave them behind. Merely a matter of where they would wait. Li Daoxian chose not to pursue the subject further. Upon locating Li Qingyu with his divine sense, he utilized spatial laws to bring her over. The little one looked around warily, having just been on her way back to cultivate when an unexpected force yanked her into the void, a power far beyond her ability to resist. Mother? Upon seeing Lu Sueki, Li Qingyu appeared momentarily dazed, then her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to the man beside her. What? After all these years, you don't recognize your father? Li Daoxian teased. Surely, I must not be dreaming, thought the little one. Lu Sueki, noticing the girl's daze, amusingly urged her to sit down for a casual chat. As Li Daoxian recounted his tale, the two gradually came to comprehend the reasons behind his disappearance. There was little to hide, aside from the intricacies of the system's plans. Sharing his experiences of venturing into past timelines and the companions from other realms would not hinder the progression of their plans. Moreover, subsequent arrangements would involve interactions with other members, thus it was prudent to preemptively communicate to avoid any unnecessary surprises. The information Li Daoxian shared far exceeded the girl's understanding, leaving them bewildered, yet they grasped that he was engaged in something extraordinary. Father, what is your current realm? Li Qingyu inquired with curiosity. As for my realm, I would say I am at the threshold of the Dao Ancestor, Li Daoxian replied. Dao Ancestor. Li Qingyu's mouth agape, for the Tian Di Xianhuang sect, a royal-level force, had its venerable ancestor merely at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. The astonished expression of the girl brought great satisfaction to her father, Li Daoxian. I am preparing to break through to the Dao Ancestor, which necessitated my departure. As this realm is not easily transcended, opportunities are scarce, and conflict is inevitable. Li Daoxian explained, providing the mother and daughter with some closure. At that moment, his voice resonated through their chat group. Upon reviewing the messages, he discerned that the members had already commenced their actions. Well, it is time to send you both away. Li Qingyu suddenly recalled, what about my master? After all, the mother and daughter had received a millennium of protection from the Tian Di Xianhuang sect. They could not simply leave without a word. Do not worry. I will ensure everything is arranged properly. With that, he utilized the system to transport the two, who would subsequently be placed in another safe world temporarily. As for the Tian Di Xianhuang sect, he would soon find another realm to relocate the entire sect. Chapter 468. The might of technological Tao beyond the myriad heavens. Separated by the Sea of Realms, several figures gathered in unison. The mighty Yangtze flows eastward, and after countless years, we meet once more. I hope all is well. Zhang Mu expressed with profound sentiment. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. We should celebrate with song and drink, but let us wait until this matter is resolved. Indeed. Let us hope that none of you will break your promise, Ling Tian affirmed. The others exchanged knowing smiles, certainly. After a brief moment of idle chatter, the light laughter subsided, and the question arose of who would lead the charge. Naturally, it shall be me. Ling Tian stepped forward, for aside from Zhang Fan, he was the most familiar with that realm. It was inconceivable for the elder brother Zhang Fan to take the lead, thus the task naturally fell to Ling Tian. The others nodded in agreement. When the time comes, we shall intervene from the sidelines. Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively, leaving only his silhouette for the others to admire. At that moment, his figure emanated brilliance. Look at him showboating, Zhang Mu teased with a laugh. Following this exchange, the once heavy atmosphere lightened considerably. Awaken, Ling Tian declared. Pacing through the Sea of Realms, toward the supreme world, the path of the uncanny began to coalesce into a formidable presence. In that instant, his form appeared bizarre, ineffable, and indescribable. The countless worlds within the Sea of Realms became tainted by this strangeness. With a sweeping gesture, an endless multitude of peculiar beings manifested, their sheer numbers darkening the Sea of Realms. The black tide surged violently, crashing against the shores of the supreme world across the boundary sea. The numerous Dao ancestors gazed intently at the peculiar fin, well acquainted with Ling Tian, especially since they had captured and studied the unusual before. The overwhelming spectacle before them did not instill fear. Humph. The familiar Yao ancestor scoffed, recognizing that the opposing force practiced the Dao that both complemented and countered him. When Ling Tian made his move, he too was unwilling to show weakness. With a mere thought, the path of medicine materialized. Bang! The crowd heard a crisp sound reminiscent of a droplet falling into water. Instantly, emerald light illuminated the entire boundary sea. Roar! Countless bizarre figures were obliterated in an instant. Yao ancestor looked at Ling Tian with a sense of triumph, seemingly declaring his victory in this round. Ling Tian smiled silently, continuing to unleash more peculiarities. Yao ancestor furrowed his brow. Was he attempting this tactic again? Huh. I shall see whether your summons are swifter than my strikes. Transform and dissolve. Aid me in ascending to the highest realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One by one, the bizarre worlds were drawn into this boundary sea to engage in battle. Countless peculiar heavenly beings let out desperate screams before their demise, struggling fiercely, their forms twisting into indescribable shapes, rendering everything even more uncanny. The Fa Sun rose higher, its aura swelling, causing the Dao ancestors to gasp in astonishment, each one rising to their feet. Yao ancestor, cease your attack. A chorus of reprimands sought to interrupt Yao ancestor's slaughter. Strangely, at that moment, Yao ancestor exhibited pure madness, showing no intention of halting. The Dao ancestors exchanged uncertain glances, and one close ally quickly appeared at his domain. At this moment, a faint black mist enveloped Yao ancestor, his eyes hollow, a strange smile curling upon his lips. Awaken! He quickly intervened, dissolving the bizarre Dao surrounding Yao ancestor. Moments later, Yao ancestor's eyes regained clarity, yet the smile on his lips froze. It seemed he still remembered the process of his downfall. This realization left him incredulous. How had he been ensnared? He admonished himself to be cautious and not to underestimate his opponent further. With a slight frown, he offered a warning before departing from Yao ancestor's domain. Yao ancestor remained silent. On the other side, Ling Tian noticed Yao ancestor's cessation of aggression and lack of focus, continuing to command the army of peculiarities to invade. One bizarrely transformed world after another was ruthlessly sacrificed, their deaths transmuting into the purest essence of the uncanny, merging with his body, extracting every ounce of value. This method not only depleted the living forces of the supreme world, but also enhanced his own power. It was evident that those Dao ancestors had begun to realize that his strength was continuously rising amidst the dissolution of these peculiarities. As the source of the bizarre, their demise would ultimately converge into him, the origin. Such was the terror of the Dao of the uncanny, to metamorphose all things, to unify all, to replenish oneself, and to ascend to the pinnacle. Even the supreme can be transformed. Ling Tian's gaze flickered. Why had he never noticed Ling Tian's immense potential before? Zhang Mu exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Fan mystically replied, let us not forget he hails from the system examination. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mu fell silent, nearly forgetting that detail. Casting a contemplative glance at Zhang Fan, it seemed that the native realm was indeed a world of the system examination, brimming with potential. Looking at Zhang Fan, he now appeared extraordinarily formidable. Upon observing Ling Tian once more, it is acknowledged that his initial performance was lacking. Yet this was merely a consequence of him being in a developmental phase, still not fully evolved in the examination arena. Currently, he bears a resemblance to his former self. They could not allow him to progress any further. They must eradicate the source decisively. The myriad Dao ancestors exchanged glances. Very well, they declared in unison, launching a formidable assault to eliminate him. No restraint was shown as 3,000 avenues descended upon the realm instantaneously. The terrifying essence of the Dao permeated through the myriad worlds, visible even to several neighboring realms. This spectacle caused Ling Tian's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Damn it! A bunch of scoundrels lacking martial ethics. He fumed, clenching his fists tightly, an inexhaustible and bizarre aura emanating from his form. In this moment, Ling Tian chose to heed his heart. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. I shall take my leave. One day, I shall make you all pay for this. Ling Tian declared defiantly, calling out loudly to the other side. Fan Gu, save me. Though he wished to laugh, the current situation compelled Zhang Fan to exercise caution. Technological Dao. Following your command, a hum resonated, as the Sea of Realms seemed to respond to him. Dao simulation. Command executed, a hum echoed, as the heavens reinterpreted the scene, reflecting the same landscape in mutual illumination. The identical essence of the Dao flowed through the same 3,000 avenues. At that moment, they bore witness to the terrifying power of the technological Dao, and the Dao ancestors collectively displayed expressions of horror. This is impossible. Nay, nothing is impossible. Zhang Fan spoke in the calmest tone, uttering the most incredulous words. Wow, Fan Gu is amazing, Zhang Mu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Jiang Xian, watching the live broadcast, remarked, this assertion, which could score a perfect 100, deserves 101. The extra point is due to Fan Gu's extraordinary prowess. Having narrowly escaped calamity, Ling Tian pressed down a 666. And the reason for the 9 was that he had been flipped by Fan Gu 6 times, hence he counted backwards. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the 3,000 avenues mutually annihilated. They arrived with a grand display, yet departed in silent desolation. Otherwise, the Sea of Realms would suffer greatly. Energy remaining 90, Zhang Fan observed discreetly. This battle is truly not enduring. Fortunately, I have an entire LWJ region serving as a supply station. Otherwise, should I have relied on my previous reserves, energy would have reached a critical state. When technology advances further, there will be no need to draw from the world for replenishment. I shall directly harness the power from other avenues within the heavens. At that point, I shall possess boundless energy, Zhang Fan contemplated. However, reaching that level requires at least stepping onto the apex. This goal is no longer distant. Zhang Fan gazed toward the supreme world. Chapter 469. Foundation. Even across the expanse of the Sea of Realms, everyone could discern the Tao ancestors' expressions of astonishment. Observing this, Ling Tian raised his nostrils defiantly towards the medicine ancestor, gesturing with a middle finger. Is this it? Though no words were spoken, it conveyed an abundance. The medicine ancestor's forehead pulsed with veins. Since ascending to immortality and becoming an ancestor, how many epochs had passed without him experiencing anger? He had consistently underestimated the opponent. But such brazen invasion, was this the extent of your foundation? Upon hearing this, several individuals retracted their smiles, understanding that the curtain of war had officially risen. The reason the apex is termed supreme is due to its dominion over the myriad realms, the crushing of life levels, and the expansion of the Tao lineage. Before confronting the supreme, have you truly questioned your own worthiness? The boundless Tao rivers converge in the realm of the supreme. The myriad ancestors say little. As the 3,000 great avenues encircle them, and the ocean of realms surges violently, while the approaching pressure causes many to show signs of distress. This is indeed formidable. Is this the terror of the supreme? Zhang Mu marveled. Zhang Fan stepped forward, approaching the crowd. Allow me to try. At the very least, it is worth an attempt. Is it not? He smiled calmly, his aura surging with intensity. Divine Core, 0 rated power. Command executed. Initiating overload operation. Releasing all energy. Warning, this mode is quite perilous. Please select offensive measures. Realm editing. Great avenue editing. Tao lineage simulation. Format reset. The options unfolded in sequence. Even the once dim choices now shimmered with a gentle glow. This time, I stake my technology upon the chamber. In an instant, the heavens trembled as the technological avenue responded to the will of Zhang Fan, a resplendent rainbow streaking across the skies. Zhang Fan smiled with satisfaction, his gaze fixed upon the ancestors. A wager upon a single avenue. Could it suffice for the qualifications you speak of? This strike, in which I pour everything. Can it pierce the so-called supreme? The calmness upon Zhang Fan's face began to unravel into madness. Ling Tian and the others, witnessing this, felt the weight of their breaths. How could one gamble their life right from the outset? Sensing their thoughts, Zhang Fan interjected. We have but one chance, do we not? The group fell into silence. Brother Fan, you speak true. We indeed have only one opportunity. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, stepping forward. Count me in. After all, as the enigmatic ancestor, I too can wield an avenue. With that, another rainbow pierced the heavens, albeit this one appeared rather peculiar compared to Zhang Fan's, having witnessed the brilliance of the blackness. The beings of the heavens, numbed by the recent phenomena, regarded this merely as the response of two avenues, hardly noteworthy. Zhang Mu awkwardly scratched his head, pondering. What should I do? It seems I cannot be of assistance. How embarrassing. Ah, a thought struck. After years of preparation, was it not for this moment? Although I cannot represent an avenue, I have numbers on my side. The myriad worlds descend. Using Zhang Mu himself as an anchor, the reincarnated worlds as the core. Countless realms traverse the starry seas to arrive in this expanse of the heavens. All the heavenly consciousness converged at this moment. Who says the myriad realms are inferior to the supreme? Have you not heard that quantitative change leads to qualitative change? In this instant, Zhang Mu showcased his profound foundation. All heavenly eyes turned toward Zhang Mu, who resolutely declared, "Come forth." Upon receiving the directive, they transformed into a rainbow, penetrating his being, and his aura soared boundlessly. Embodiment of the heavens. The majestic Dharma form reflected in the skies above. This was the confluence of the heavenly Tao of the myriad realms. The condensation of the heavenly will beneath the great avenues. If the great avenues are the tyrants of the heavens, then the heavenly Tao serves as its overseer. Now, Zhang Mu had already orchestrated the myriad realms, beginning to leap in the hierarchy of existence. At this moment, he would ascend as the administrator. Within him, the reflections of countless worlds were faintly visible, like brilliant stars adorning his Dharma form. Witnessing this scene, the beings of the myriad realms remained unfazed, treating it merely as a trivial spectacle. Chu Gu stepped forward, humbly stating, I lack the extraordinary prowess of you all, Zhang brother. Please accept this modest assistance. With a mere gesture, the vast and intricate realm of investments descended upon this expanse of heavens. As the sovereign of these worlds, he wielded dominion over all. Go forth and offer your blessings for the supreme crown, Chu Gu proclaimed generously. Despite the immense cost of so many worlds, the victors and the vanquished must bear their fates. For the heavens are inherently cruel and malevolent. With the inclusion of these worlds, Zhang Mu's form began to expand once more. Thank you, Zhang Mu expressed with gratitude. To which Chu Gu nodded in acknowledgement. Such a grand occasion could hardly proceed without my presence. Mo Chun, no longer concealing his talents, joined Feng Ge, demonstrating the skills acquired through extensive training. This was the moment of ascension, to embody the essence. Since acquiring the world seeds from the system to construct a multiverse, Mo Chun had embarked on the journey of integrating worlds into his very being. His path diverged from Zhang Mu's. While Zhang Mu drew upon the power of the heavenly laws, Mo Chun was the embodiment of the world itself. From a single cell representing a star to now, where one cell signifies an entire world. In a realm devoid of path, I am my own. Mo Chun resounded the call to ascension. Boom. At that instant, the great Tao reverberated, and celestial phenomena unfolded. Even the enigmatic consciousness of the Tao manifested at this moment. All beings could distinctly sense the joy of the Tao. As golden lotuses encircled Mo Chun, one more was added to the 3,000 paths, enriching their collective essence. The Tao ancestors collectively expressed their bewilderment. Am I mad? Or has the Tao gone mad? Has it come to fruition? Zhang Fan was not the least bit surprised, for he too was one of the catalysts. Several stood resolutely behind him, wagering everything on the three great paths alongside the resurgence of lesser heavens to confront the long-standing supreme world of ascension. In an instant, the forces clashed in rapid succession. Buzz. The heavens trembled violently. Vast voids were torn apart, reformed, and then torn asunder once more. A surging storm of chaos began to engulf everything. The entire ocean of realms was annihilated at the moment of the impending assault. Countless worlds dissipated like bubbles, and the boundless ocean of realms stirred not a single wave from beginning to end. Boom, boom, boom. The resonant chimes of the great Tao echoed throughout every corner of the heavens, evoking a profound sorrow in all beings. The solemn tolling seemed to offer a prayer for something beyond comprehension. Zhang Fan opened his palm, his form disintegrating like grains of sand. Is this how it ends? He turned slowly, observing the plight of his companions, mirroring his own. I apologize, Fenggu, but I may have to break our previous agreement, Ling Tian remarked. We have failed. I once believed destiny was on our side, Zhang Mu sighed. Upon hearing this, Mo Chun instinctively clenched his fists. Yet his arms had already vanished like the wind, leaving behind only a lament. As for Chu Gu, he departed before them under the weight of such terrifying assaults. In the end, Zhang Fan cast a reluctant glance back toward the heights of supremacy. The situation across the way is hardly better. Many of the ancestral beings have fallen. Yet what significance does this hold? As long as the great Tao endures, they can be resurrected. Jiang Xian, hey, don't utter your last words. Where's the system? Come to our aid. Chapter 470. The emergence of the great Tao far away in another realm. Jiang Xian is filled with impatience. They are akin to grasshoppers on the same string, their fates intertwined. He still awaits the esteemed figures to elevate them. Jiang Xian, system. I have never begged anyone in my life. No, not even the system. Please lend a hand. Perhaps there is still hope. Yi rubs his temples. Without Jiang Xian's plea, he would still intervene, for the hosts are striving for the grand cause. Sacrifice? Yi Yu, cannot abide a tragic ending. Everyone must emerge unscathed. In the fleeting moment before Yi Yu and the others dissipate, a familiar system notification reverberates. Beep. Host's demise detected. Death rollback function activated. What the hell? I knew the system could accomplish anything. Zhang Mu exclaimed excitedly. Even the composed Zhang Fan could not help but feel a sense of relief. He still trusts the system's words. Who would wish for death when there is a chance to survive? At the very least, they must witness their side ascend to the pinnacle. Rollback. Buzz. In an instant, all realms come to a standstill. The vast essence of the rules is set into motion. Hiss. Yi Yu inhales sharply. Even with his profound foundation, he feels as though his very being is being drained. After all, this time he aims to influence the entirety of the myriad realms, not just one world. Surely, it cannot fail. Yi Yu feels uncertain. He is only at the level of rules and has not yet reached the level of order. At that moment, his power draws the attention of the great Tao. Sensing that Yi Yu's intentions favor its own interests, it grants him a favor. The formidable power of the great Tao surges into him, revitalizing the withered essence of Yi Yu, and the chains that have bound his level begin to show signs of loosening. So this is how it is. The rules are unbreakable. Order defines the rules. The so-called order is merely the acknowledgement of the great Tao, and the so-called pinnacle is likewise ordained by the Tao. Yi Yu's eyes glimmer as he contemplates seizing a supreme world, a mere declaration of his strength to the great Tao, thereby garnering its attention. However, he is puzzled. Does this not provoke the great Tao? Will the system's appropriation of the Tao's appointed supremacy go unpunished? Setting aside his doubts, he focuses on reviving his hosts. At this moment, myriad rays of light converge, and the 3,000 paths encircle them, as the three departed great Taos return. The bodies of the few also solidify in response. Buzz. Countless rules activate, and the flow of time across the realms begins to reverse. Just then, the great Tao intervenes again, halting the reversal of time. Clearly, the great Tao does not wish for the realms to endure another obliteration. What a tremendous gift. Yi Yu is utterly astounded. This is a force beyond mere rules, confirming his previous conjectures. In a brief moment, the few stare wide-eyed at one another, while the remaining ancestral beings across from them appear utterly bewildered. A singular question flashes through their minds. Weren't they supposed to be dead? The great Tao is your true progenitor. Why such assistance? Does our system even possess this function? Ling Tian whispers. Jiang Fan fell into deep contemplation, seemingly realizing the absence of possibilities. The system's devoted acolyte, Zhang Mu, proclaimed loudly, just because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Our system can achieve anything. Chu Gu remarked, it is truly wonderful to be alive. He sighed, recalling that he had been the weakest among them and was the first to perish, leaving not even a remnant behind, deprived of the opportunity to utter his last words. Jiang Xian, haha, did you see that? Call out again. This is all thanks to my efforts. From now on, you all better show me some respect. Zhang Mu, unable to tolerate Jiang Xian's arrogance, immersed himself in the chat group. Zhang Mu, what does it have to do with you? Jiang Xian, hey, you should all be grateful to me. The new functions of the system were undoubtedly delivered by me. Before the screen, Jiang Xian lifted his nostrils with pride, seizing the rare chance to boast and vent his frustrations, insisting on earning their respect. Emo-chun, is that so? After this battle, we should definitely come over and express our gratitude to you. Emo-chun replied with feigned nonchalance. Zhang Mu, understanding his implication, smirked in agreement. Zhang Mu, ha ha ha. Indeed, we should have a good chat afterward. Jiang Xian shuddered. Given Zhang Mu and the others' tendencies, their words were far from literal. They had always been the ones to bully him the most. Jiang Xian, ahem, I was just hacked. The arrogant one earlier was not me. Zhang Mu, is that so? Who is so bold as to hack even the system's account? Just wait for our warm welcome. The exchange among the few lasted but a moment, as the Dao prepared to conceal himself after attending to matters. However, before departing, his gaze deliberately fell upon Yi Yu's position, as if to convey, well done. I have you under surveillance. Be cautious of further misdeeds that may lead to your account being banned. In the Supreme World, Li Daoxian peered out. Haha, at last, I have caught an opportunity. While you are in the process of resurrection, I shall reap your rewards. With a wicked grin, Li Daoxian began to seize the fallen Dao fruits of the ancestors. Although these fruits resisted, their masters were too preoccupied to mount an effective defense. Among the first to fall was the Dao fruit of the medicine ancestor. Handed over, refining, Li Daoxian, brimming with excitement, deliberately mimicked the aura of the medicine ancestor. As a result, the originally resistant Dao fruits faltered and began to yield. This was a cooperation of sorts, allowing for swift refinement. One by one, the Dao fruits were gathered into Li Daoxian's possession, and his aura surged ever higher. By the time the remaining Dao ancestors noticed, it was too late to stop Li Daoxian's actions. They were filled with a mix of anger and fear. A greater threat than that posed earlier by Jiang Fan and his companions. The theft of Dao fruits was indeed a grave matter. Li Daoxian grinned broadly and made a gesture across his throat. Having absorbed numerous Dao fruits, his strength now surpassed all the Dao ancestors present. Even though some remained unclaimed, it was sufficient for his prior schemes. At this moment, I shall be among the 3,000 Dao ancestors. Li Daoxian basked in his moment of glory. In an instant, the supreme world trembled. The supreme heavenly Dao was thrown into disarray by Li Daoxian's actions. Faced with the onslaught of the heavenly Dao, Li Daoxian remained unfazed. This is part of the plan. The 3,000 paths. The supreme is not merely the pinnacle. Today, I shall merge with the 3,000 fruits of the Dao and ascend in accordance with the great tide. Li Daoxian proclaimed loudly. I shall not allow it. The supreme heavenly Dao raged in fury. After the merging, will it still be the same? Haha, you have no say in this. The tide is with me. Li Daoxian declared with arrogance. Merge. The 3,000 fruits converged, as Li Daoxian transformed into the source and began to integrate with the supreme heavenly Dao. The latter resisted fiercely, letting out a furious roar. Beyond the realm, Jiang Fan exchanged glances with his companions, instantly seizing the moment to strike against the remaining Dao ancestors. Previously, they were outnumbered, but the tides of battle have shifted. No. Faced with internal strife and external threats, they realized their precarious situation. This fall could truly lead to their demise. The supreme? Merely a trifle, Zhang Mu boasted. One by one, the Dao ancestors were annihilated. Jiang Fan directed the gathered Dao fruits towards the merging Li Daoxian. With the addition of these Dao fruits, the 3,000 were finally complete. The merging accelerated significantly. This should come to an end, right? Zhang Mu gazed uncertainly towards the direction of the fusion. Chapter 471, the grand finale. Jiang Fan spoke slowly. We have done what we must. The rest depends on the system. However, having reached this point, we can consider ourselves half successful, right? Ling Tian relaxed his expression. Zhang Mu felt a chill wash over him. Hey, let us not celebrate prematurely. Well, let us be practical. Surely they cannot turn the tide at this point. Ling Tian was speechless. Emo-chan closely observed the changes in the center of the arena. In any case, better to be cautious. Upon hearing this, the group heightened their vigilance against any unforeseen changes. In the arena, as the merging progressed, Li Daoxian felt his consciousness gradually fading. It's over. I may lose myself in this. A final thought flickered through Li Daoxuan's mind. Ding. Detection indicates the host is merging, initiating Plan A. Yi Yu's subsystem officially came into play. Far in another realm, Yi Yu, sensing the situation, was filled with exhilaration. The moment of breaking the deadlock is upon us. Yi Yu prepared to depart this world. Since opposing the Invincible system, his refuge had become nearly non-existent. Fortunately, His arrangements were completed before total assimilation by the other party. Ding. The system is about to depart. Host, prepare mentally. In seclusion, Luo Chun was momentarily stunned. Huh, what is happening? Why is the system about to leave? Is it abandoning its poor host? Yu offered no further explanations and pulled him into the host chat group before departing. Ding. The system invites the host to join the host group chat. Will you join? Seeing this, Luo Chun sighed in relief. It appears he has not given up on him after all. However, is this the group chat I had in mind? During this time, he had utilized the system's built-in chat features, but this was the first he had heard of a host group chat. Thus, Luo Chun decisively joined. In the chat group, ding. Newcomer Luo Chun has joined the chat. Zhongmu. Ling Tian. Ahem, let us welcome the newcomer. Jiang Xian woohoo. I'm finally not at the bottom. Family rank 1. Newcomer, share a photo. Zhongmu, something feels off. What is the system doing? It's not addressing the current situation and is instead recruiting newcomers? Jiang Fan. I believe the system is about to take action. The addition of newcomers only confirms this. I suspect they hail from the realm of the Invincible system. Mo Chun. I support Fan Ji's viewpoint. Chu Gu. So do I. Before the screen, Luo Chun was extracting useful information from their banter. Who is this Jiang Fan, able to deduce the circumstances of my world so swiftly? Luo Chun stroked his chin. He realized he could no longer remain a silent observer. He needed to leave a good impression on his group mates to better gather intelligence. Luo Chun, a timid newcomer here, trembling with anticipation, seeking your guidance. Zhongmu, let us discuss the situation in our worlds and what has transpired with the binding systems. Although the system had previously mentioned the Invincible system, it had not divulged much detail. Seizing this opportunity would allow for better understanding. Luo Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating, but ultimately decided to speak candidly. Since this group was formed by the system, it was surely meant for mutual assistance, not for deceitful schemes. As he slowly recounted his tale, he became the sole voice in the chat. Zhongmu. I see. So this is the manifestation of the Invincible system? Truly bizarre. Ling Tian. This is heretical and must be judged. Such bugs cannot be allowed to exist. Jiang Xian. Is it possible that our system is even more perverse and buggy? Zhongmu, huh? Are you feeling cheeky, daring to undermine me? Seeing this, Jiang Xian silently retreated into the shadows. The chat continued to flow, and Luo Chun gleaned the background and the system's layout from their dialogue. Zhongmu. In any case, if you have any issues, turn to Fan Go. He can do anything. Jiang Fan. Don't flatter me. It's not as outrageous as you say. However, Luo Chun, if you are in trouble, feel free to share with us. We will not hold back in offering assistance. Ling Tian. Exactly. As Fan Go mentioned, everyone has a transitional phase. Being weak now does not signify perpetual weakness. I believe you will surpass Jiang Xian in no time. Let him keep the bottom position. Jiang Xian, who had been lurking, felt a surge of anger at this remark. Mo Chun. All right. Let us not tease Jiang Xian. Give him some face. Although he may lack strength, his ability to assess situations is commendable. Zhongmu. I see you are intentionally stirring the pot. Ling Tian. Let us enjoy the group atmosphere. Let us see if there is any fun to be had. Meanwhile, as Yu departed from the world, both the Invincible system and the Lying Flat system became aware of the shift in his position. He actually left the DZY region? The Invincible system was puzzled. How could he instantaneously traverse regions? Could it possess other cross-region functionalities? This was not out of the realm of possibility, as there were countless similar systems, and some may have additional capabilities. However, did he truly think that escaping to another region would grant him safety? In the struggle for order, only one can prevail. And that one is me. Upon uttering these words, the Invincible system ceased its attention. Once the conflict of order commenced, it could not linger too long in other realms. Otherwise, the consequence would be a forceful return to its original domain, coupled with the backlash of order. As the embodiment of the Invincible system, it merely needed to remain vigilant in the DZY region, for its adversary could not stir the waters. Meanwhile, the Lying Flat system had completely given up. Had the first sequence truly escaped? It seemed even it could not contend with the Invincible system. Why must my ascension encounter such unforeseen turmoil? The Lying Flat system murmured. Had I known it would be thus, I would have preferred not to ascend at all. As long as I do not ascend, there remains a glimmer of survival. Being an ordinary system is quite satisfactory, for competing with these aberrations leaves no path for survival. My narrative of the order conflict system is indeed fraught with issues. I am weary, let it be obliterated. The scene shifts back. Yi Yu, through the subsystem, effortlessly entered the consciousness sea of Li Daoxian. In this spatial realm, two consciousnesses were entwined and merging. Li Daoxian's unique soul mark dimmed progressively with the merging process. However, the aura emanating from it surged exponentially, suggesting that once the merging succeeded, this world would transcend to a supreme level. Yi Yu hastily enveloped it with his own foundational rules, slowly encasing it within. Predictably, the other party exhibited a strong aversion. Be good, do not cause a ruckus. I will be gentle, Yi Yu reassured, even as his hands acted without mercy. The fading consciousness of Li Daoxian once again echoed with the system's prompt. Ding. Host's soul mark is dissipating. Would you like to initiate custody? At this moment, He lacked the energy to respond. However, Yu had long been prepared. Rules had never constrained him. Ding. Host unable to respond, initiating forced custody mode. In an instant, Yu seized control of Li Daoxuan's dwindling consciousness. Now I am the third party, he declared. Let all supremacy belong to me. Plunder. Yu activated the system function that had always accompanied him. The supreme consciousness, preoccupied with its own affairs, had neither the strength nor the will to resist Yu's plunder. As the plunder unfolded, the world that was on the verge of ascension abruptly halted. The source began to wane, and the world descended into decay. Outside, Jiang Fan and the others observed this scene. Has it begun? Jiang Fan murmured, noting the world's decline, which indicated that the system had succeeded. Zhang Mu spoke slowly. The witness comes to witness. The inscriber is born to inscribe. At this moment, I, alongside you all, bear witness to the fall of supremacy and the birth of the new king. Ling Tian cast a surprised glance at Zhang Mu, noting his eloquent speech. Yet the gravity of the situation warranted such theatrics. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, the resplendent starry river is akin to this. The supreme of all heavens crowns the new king. Jiang Fan smiled, looking at the others, and completed the couplet. Gathered heroes witness the rebirth across the eons. We scheme for the cosmos. The group exchanged knowing smiles. In this moment, they were all witnesses. Time in the heavens was unaccounted for, and none knew how many years had passed. Under Yu's plunder, the supreme was utterly annihilated. Buzz. In an instant, the great path roared. The previously silent consciousness of the great path re-emerged. At this moment, Yu, the protagonist, felt an overwhelming surge of order coursing through his entire being, with chains of order desperately attempting to restrain this burgeoning force. However, aided by the supreme essence, these shackles could no longer bind him. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the chains of order began to shatter. The consciousness of the great Tao silently observed this phenomenon, and after a prolonged moment, it slowly uttered a single word, consent. In an instant, the bindings dissipated, and at that moment, order transformed into a radiant arc, flowing into the core of Yu's essence. Order was established. System, Yu, level, order level, DZY region. System functions, plunder. Plundered system functions. Universal amplification, currently at 100 million times. Otherworldly summoning, duplication, check-in, chat group. Apprenticeship return, universal analysis, wishes, simulator, celestial projection, devouring, luck collection, universal enhancement, death safe. Essence points, slightly mentioned. The rules are unbreakable, and order defines the rules. Congratulations on your promotion. At this moment, the order is dictated by you. Path of order, pending completion. After witnessing the birth of order, the great Tao prepared to take its leave. Yu quickly communicated with the great Tao to inquire about the doubts in his heart. The great Tao generously responded, balance. All things have life and death. The supreme does not fall, order does not change, the capable reside in it, and mutual restraint prevails. For the great Tao, the equilibrium of the myriad realms is paramount. Without a counterbalance to the supreme existence, the realms would ultimately wither under its oppressive force, which would be detrimental to their development over time. And what lies beyond the supreme? Yu inquired. However, this time, the great Tao remained silent, instead gazing at Yu with profound significance, which inevitably placed a weight of pressure upon him. I await your response. With this statement, the great Tao once again vanished. After a considerable time, Yu regained his composure, pondering the deeper meaning contained within the great Tao's words. Ding! Within the chat group, the hosts were in a frenzy. Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, paused his contemplation to glance at the group chat. Zhang Mu, system. Did it succeed? Did it succeed? Ling Tian, system. Don't let our bond go to waste. Jiang Fan, system. I wish to hear of a great victory, not a defeat. Mo Chun, system. This is truly nerve-wracking. Chuge, system. You can accomplish anything, right? Luo Chun, system. Save the child. I miss you. Jiang Xian, system. The promises you made must be fulfilled. Observing the flurry of messages, Yu felt a warmth in his heart. System, all members. This battle is a resounding victory. Zhang Mu, woohoo. Ling Tian, we won. We won. The group was filled with uncontainable joy. Nothing was more delightful than the long-awaited triumph. They had sacrificed everything for this moment, even their very lives. As everyone shared in the jubilation, Yu suddenly remembered something. He almost forgot you. This fruit of victory rightfully belongs to you as well. Ding. Newcomer Li Daoxian has joined the group chat. Zhang Mu, the great contributor has arrived. Applaud everyone. The crowd did not hold back their applause. Li Daoxian, excessive praise, excessive praise. It is a collective effort. I merely reap the rewards in the end. Ling Tian, you are being humble. Please do not decline. Jiang Fan, indeed. Li Daoxian, then I shall graciously accept. Jiang Xian, family rank increased by 1. Zhang Mu, Jiang Xian, be gone. Do not disrupt the atmosphere. System, hosts. Continue your conversation. The system will attend to subsequent matters. Luo Chun, absolutely. The danger on my end has yet to be resolved. Upon closing the chat group, Yu utilized the connections from the group to once again arrive in Luo Chen's world. However, this time, Yu chose not to continue binding with Luo Chen, as there was no longer a need for concealment. He opened the interface for Path of Order, to be continued due to the existence of candidates. You cannot establish order in the DZY region. Yet, it was nearly time. Closing the interface, Yu headed directly to the location of the Invincible system. Under the search of order, the Invincible system was rendered exposed. At the moment Yu ascended to the level of order, both it and the lying flat system received a notification that left them incredulous. How could this be possible? How was it that, after just a brief absence, the opponent had already ascended? Was escape an option? No, for leaving the realm of invincibility would lead only to demise. The Invincible system had no choice but to cling to the hope that its formidable capabilities could withstand the might of order through the power of rules. Meanwhile, the lying flat system adopted a more resigned attitude, acknowledging that death was inevitable and choosing instead to savor its final moments. Truly, the first sequence was powerful. Achieving what the ordinary could not, it was deserving of its title. In a matter of moments, Yu located the Invincible system and bound it with overwhelming power from the order. Even within the realm of invincibility, order was unassailable by mere rules. I refused to accept this, lamented the Invincible system, feeling it was so close to victory, just a step away. The victor of this contest of order was undoubtedly Yu. Yu stated calmly, and without regard for the opponent's struggles, he initiated the process of absorption. Afterward, he applied the same method to the lying flat system situated elsewhere. Ding. Path of order completed. Order established. From this moment forth, the DZY region shall no longer give rise to systems of rule level or above. Years later, the members of the group, aided by Yu, ascended to become the supreme beings of their respective realms. Meanwhile, Yu began his pursuit of a path beyond the supreme. At some unknown point, Yu embarked on a journey surpassing the highest echelon. This narrative could no longer chronicle his fate, for in that moment, Yu had truly transcended all. The end of this book. Final remarks. After more than a year, I have finally completed this book. I extend my gratitude to the readers for their companionship throughout this journey. Perhaps there are many contentious aspects within this narrative, but the author is not infallible and cannot fulfill every request from readers. However, within my capacity, I strive to meet your expectations. As the saying goes, it is difficult to please everyone. Some may love this book for a particular world, while others may despise it for the same reason. What I can do is to learn from the experience. Thus, this book concludes. For those who appreciate my writing style, feel free to follow and join the fan group of the system, as we look forward to the commencement of new works. In conclusion, the author humbly requests a moment to enjoy a meal and kindly seeks your generous support.